This is a skill that can make you invincible for 6 seconds. This is a talent that can increase your power by 10,000 times. What would happen if the two were combined? What interesting things would occur? Yet, such an extraordinary existence is ironically mocked by classmates as the most useless profession. This is because this world judges based on understanding and learning. Awakened to as the most notorious underachiever in the city. Naturally, no one believes you can awaken to anything good. But what they don't know is that you can not only be invincible for 17 hours but also increase your attributes by 10,000 times. However, you couldn't be bothered to argue with them because you know that strength proves everything. The next day, when you arrived at the level 20 dungeon, planning to use your 10,000 times talent to challenge higher level monsters, you saw your classmates were surrounding a dark bat in the dungeon, attacking it. The luxury of this team was undeniable, featuring archers, priests, and warriors, including Li Hao's Thunder Mage. It was a proper team, but they also demonstrated what it meant to operate poorly, as their output was only 250. Li Hao was seen wielding his staff, shouting loudly, while the warrior stood in front. The archer maneuvered quickly, and the priest rushed to heal him. After a solid half hour of fighting, the dark bat, which had 250 hit points, was finally defeated. In the team, a female priest cheered, "Senior, you really are a hidden class. The Thunder Mage's skill damage is so high. Wow, I didn't expect with a senior here, we could actually kill this dark bat in just half an hour. If others found out, they would be envious." Hearing this, Li Hao felt even prouder, chuckling, "Actually, this is the result of everyone's hard work." At that moment, Li Hao noticed you. "Oh, isn't this Lu Fan, who awakened the SSS talent? What are you doing here alone? If you beg me, maybe I could take you to farm some monsters." Li Hao, the top student of the year, felt quite unbalanced seeing you, an underachiever, awaken the SSS talent. The seniors were right. Lu Fan spends all day slacking off and only awakened the SSS talent by luck. He doesn't even qualify to level up with us. Seeing this, other classmates also expressed their opinions, joining in to collectively criticize you. However, you didn't bother with this group of little nobodies. I heard you just changed to a hidden class and got a million scholarship. How about a competition? Let's see who can level up faster by nightfall. I'll bet your million scholarship. Li Hao was shocked by your words but quickly realized that this was a deal you made. Seeing you foolishly offering to give him money, he had no reason to refuse. Moments later, you ventured deep into the dungeon. You wanted to directly enhance your attributes by 10,000 times but decided against it, knowing that revealing your stats would expose your secret. Instead, you chose to enhance the Holy Judgment skill. In the next moment, a brilliant holy light descended from the sky, enveloping you completely. Once activated, Holy Judgment allowed your normal attacks to deal an extra point of damage. With the 10,000 times boost, you unleashed your full potential and charged at the nearby monsters, relentlessly attacking the dark bats. Terrifying damage numbers erupted from the heads of the dark bats. HP 10006, HP 10006. A one-sided slaughter was unfolding in the dark marsh. In just half an hour, you single-handedly cleared out all the low-level monsters around the dark marsh, reaching level 20. After level 20, each class can choose a specialization, either healing, sacrifice, or judgment. Each class learns a brand new specialized skill upon transitioning, and the Judgment Knight skills are based on weapon percentage damage. This reliance on equipment has led people to label them as a chicken rib class, but you chose the Judgment specialization without hesitation. The better your weapon, the higher your attack, and this skill felt tailor-made for you. After all, you weren't worried about lacking equipment in the future, and with luxurious gear, the Judgment Knight's effectiveness would be infinitely amplified. Then, you proceeded. You arrived at the level 60 Magma Cave to continue leveling up. The Abyss dungeon here is divided into 4 difficulty levels: normal, hard, hell, and nightmare. The higher the difficulty, the higher the monster levels and the greater the danger. This time, you were in the Magma Cave, free from worrying about others uncovering your secrets. You decided to cast a 10,000 times divine blessing on yourself, and a golden holy mark appeared above your head. Instantly, your blessed attributes reached an outrageous level. Health, 100,740, Mana, 100,290, Strength, 10,079, Intelligence, 10,029, Agility, 10,029, Spirit, 10,029, Stamina, 10,074, Combat Rating? Wow, this can't even be called an enhancement, it's practically a bug. Even my combat rating can't be displayed, just showing question marks instead. With this health, I could probably stand still and no one could touch me. The low-level demon hunters with thousands of hit points stood no chance against your warhammer. In just one encounter, their health bars were completely wiped out. With such a swift monster clearing rate, you successfully reached the mansion in just 3 minutes. Peering ahead, you saw a towering demon, standing over 5 meters tall, covered in bright red scales, amidst the bubbling magma. It looked quite impressive, but with only 2,900 hit points, it wouldn't stand a chance against your blessed hammer strike, which wouldn't even register as a scratch. As the final boss fell, a portal appeared before you. You realized that the easy mode of the magma cave was too easy, so you prepared to leave and try a higher difficulty. Meanwhile, outside the entrance of the magma cave, a burly young man was closely following a vibrant young girl. Shenxen, let's team up. My family bought me a full set of bronze defensive gear, and I'm a shield warrior, so I can help you take damage. The girl waved her hand impatiently and said, Zhanliang, can you stop bothering me? Didn't I already tell you? I have a boyfriend. The young man frowned, clearly displeased. Before he could respond, he saw a stranger slowly approaching them, having just cleared the abyss and been teleported out. When the girl saw you, a spark of inspiration flashed in her eyes. She quickly stepped forward, linked her arm with yours, and said, Darling, you finally made it. You turned to her with a puzzled look in your eyes. Before you could react, he took the opportunity to send you a private message. Hey, can you help me out? Get rid of this annoying fly. Later, I'll take you to the abyss. I'm a super professional, really strong. You looked at the message and raised an eyebrow. Are you sure you want to take me to the abyss? The girl immediately replied, Don't worry, I will definitely treat you well. The young man watched your intimate actions with an increasingly ugly expression, fists clenched tightly. Who the hell are you to steal my woman? You're looking for death. The onlookers began to gossip. Isn't that our campus beauty, Luo Shenxen? I heard she's a superclass light ranger. That guy in the golden armor must be Zhanliang. Although his family is wealthy, a regular shield warrior daring to pursue a superclass professional is just too overreaching. On the other side, seeing that you were slow to respond, Zhanliang took steps toward you, looking ready to fight at any moment. As soon as she finished speaking, Luo Shenxen quickly warned, Zhanliang, what do you want to do? I'm warning you. At that moment, a commanding voice rang out. It was the Abyss Guardian, LV Guang, who appeared between the two of them. No private fighting here. Anyone who dares to violate this will be expelled immediately. As soon as those words were spoken, Zhanliang's furious expression suddenly changed. Although he was a well-known rich second generation, the laws in the Kingdom of Gods were extremely strict, and even he dared not easily disobey them in front of so many people. You're lucky this time, kid, but remember, you better watch out, Zhanliang angrily spat before turning to leave. But you wouldn't let him just walk away after showing off. Wait, you big fool. Stay away from my wife in the future, or I'll break your legs. Before Luo Shenxen could react, you wrapped your arms around her slender waist and declared, Everyone, listen up. Shenxen and I are already betrothed, and she is pregnant with our child. This statement was like a bombshell, instantly stirring the crowd. Wait, she's pregnant? Is that true? This is happening too fast. Luo Shenxen turned pale with shock, desperately trying to break free from your arms while repeatedly exclaiming, Wife? What wife and child? Don't talk nonsense. At this moment, you were still under the blessing of the gods, with a 10,000-point power boost. No matter how hard Luo Shenxen tried, your arms felt like they were made of welded steel, and she couldn't escape. Wife, how can you say that? Have you forgotten that night when we were so passionate? Besides, there's no need for us to hide this from them anymore. Zhanliang could no longer contain his anger. How can I stand by and watch the goddess I pursued for years be pregnant with someone else's child? How dare you tarnish my goddess? I'll fight you. Zhanliang, in a fit of rage, charged at you but was quickly stopped by Li Guang, who knocked him unconscious with a swift move. Are you crazy? Why are you slandering me? Luo Shenxen was about to explode with anger as the situation became increasingly absurd. You, on the other hand, looked relaxed and even teased. What do you mean by slandering? Didn't you ask me for help? Luo Shenxen stomped her foot in anger. I asked you to help, but I didn't mean like this. Girl, this is where you're wrong. Since you asked me for help, I have to see it through. Besides, after this, I bet no one will dare to bother you again. After all, no one wants to be an unexpected dad. Luo Shenxen was stunned, almost dying from your antics. This isn't helping, you're just looking for trouble. Ha, wife, I'm off to the abyss to earn some milk money for our child. See you at home tonight. With that, you walked towards the teleportation portal without looking back. Leaving Luo Shenxen standing there dazed, it took her a while to snap back to reality. You shameless, despicable lunatic. I'm not done with you yet. I'm scared, huh? As soon as you entered the nightmare mode of the magma cave, you felt a pressure on your body. Along with that came a system prompt. You are affected by the harsh environment, losing 1 health and 1 mana per second. However, you noticed that your health and mana bars barely showed any decline. With your 100,000 health, the rate of loss was slower than your recovery. At that moment, a level 55 elite demon, the Flame Guardian, appeared. A demon warrior over 3 meters tall jumped out of the magma river. Just as you were about to smash it down, something strange happened. No matter how you attacked, you received a message saying ineffective. Due to the current rules of Blue Star, low-level professionals will often encounter many ineffective effects when challenging higher-level monsters, such as immunity to hit, resistance, evasion, and so on. You frowned slightly, realizing that the 10,000-fold enhancement wasn't all-powerful. Levels still have an impact under the rules. Even if you stood still, the Flame Guardian wouldn't be able to drain your health in a short time, nor could you kill it quickly. However, this was only for a short time because you had countless chances to try and err, while the enemy only had one chance. Finally, after a series of ineffective attacks, you successfully landed a hit. With a desperate scream, the Flame Guardian's health was completely drained by you. After clearing the dungeon, you couldn't help but marvel at your accomplishment, beating the nightmare mode of the magma cave, and as a solo player no less. Most professionals aren't even capable of challenging the magma cave before level 60, and once they exceed level 60, they can no longer enter. This undoubtedly created a phenomenon where people either couldn't beat it or couldn't even attempt it. Over the years, not to mention the nightmare mode of the magma cave, even the hard mode has seen very few successful clears. If others found out that you cleared the nightmare mode of the magma cave, it would undoubtedly cause a huge stir. Once back indoors, you plan to catch some sleep while still on cooldown. After all, you can't rush success. Just then, a commotion across the street caught your attention. In front of the East Forest City Trading House, a long line was forming. The Star Sea Trading House. Thinking of this, you immediately stopped, planning to clean out your own satchel along the way. Your satchel was currently packed with a large amount of equipment and materials. If you went out to hunt monsters like this, it wouldn't be long before your bag would be completely full. To avoid making a wasted trip later, you stepped up to the back of the line, patiently waiting. Just as it was finally your turn, the figure of Dao Yaotai suddenly approached from behind, and he directly stood right in front of you. What the hell? Am I encountering a line cutter? Just as you were about to speak, your pupils couldn't help but contract as you realized that the line cutter was none other than the school beauty, Luo Shenxen. Luo Shenxen also noticed you, and her previously soft expression instantly turned frosty. Why are you everywhere? Are you following me? At that moment, a plump man hurriedly ran over. Oh, isn't this Miss Luo? I wonder what good stuff Miss Luo has brought us this time at the Star Sea Trading House. As the two of them chatted back and forth, completely ignoring you, you finally couldn't hold back and mumbled, "Hey, I was here first." But before you could finish, Manager Huang interrupted. "I'm sorry, this guest is a VIP member of our Star Sea Trading House. He doesn't have to wait in line for anything he sells." VIP Li Wenyan was taken aback, not understanding what was happening, while the crowd began to buzz with excitement, all fervently fawning over Luo Shenxen. Luo Shenxen raised her chin proudly, already used to this star-like treatment. She even shot a provocative glance at you. "Manager Huang, could you ask some bothersome people to keep their distance? I prefer some peace while trading." As the clever manager of the Star Sea Trading House, Manager Huang instantly deduced who she was referring to, even though Luo Shenxen didn't name names. He shouted at you, "Get back! Stand back and don't disturb our VIP guest." Manager Huang shouted loudly. At this point, you could no longer contain yourself and let out an expletive. You certainly didn't expect this girl to be so petty, still trying to assert her dominance. Seeing this, Luo Shenxen finally nodded in satisfaction. Under Manager Huang's eager gaze, she slowly took out 3 pieces of equipment from her satchel. Wow, could these be silver quality equipment? And there are 3 of them. Truly a goddess. Just look at her style. She must have cleared the hard mode of the magma cave. The crowd erupted once again, and even Manager Huang couldn't help but ask, "Miss Luo, did you really clear the hard mode of the magma cave?" Luo Shenxen smiled nonchalantly. "Is it that difficult? It's just a beginner's abyss, nothing to be surprised about." Although she didn't directly answer Manager Huang's question, her words undoubtedly confirmed everyone's suspicions, prompting yet another round of gasps from the crowd. Meanwhile, Luo Shenxen basked in the crowd's compliments, looking at you with smug satisfaction, like a proud little peacock. You could no longer stand by and watch. You thought this girl would flaunt some amazing equipment, but after all her posturing, she only pulled out 3 pieces of silver equipment. Keep in mind that after clearing the nightmare mode of the magma cave, you didn't even regard golden quality equipment, yet Luo Shenxen thought she was something special just because she had 3 pieces of silver. At this moment, you really wanted to pick up this girl with one hand and ask her who gave her such courage. Was it Liang Jingru? Humph. You thought she was impressive. It seems the so-called VIPs of your Star Sea Trading House are nothing special. If just 3 pieces of silver make you act this way, what would happen if I casually pulled out something? you'd probably faint. As soon as you said that, not only did the crowd around you go silent, but even Manager Huang and Luo Shenxen were stunned. Your words were simply too arrogant, daring to call silver equipment trash. Manager Huang coldly replied, "You sure have a big mouth, kid. You think you can scare me? I've seen plenty of naive kids like you. I bet you don't even know the quality levels of equipment." Seeing Manager Huang's arrogant attitude, you felt a surge of anger. Deciding to take action, you casually pulled out a beautifully crafted longbow from your satchel. In the next moment, a dazzling golden light burst forth, nearly blinding everyone present. Come, take a good look and see what quality this equipment is. Could it be golden quality equipment? The crowd erupted, and even passers-by on the street couldn't help but gather around. Manager Huang looked at the longbow's base attributes, his face filled with disbelief. He nearly exclaimed, "How is this possible?" Meanwhile, Luo Shenxen was left stunned, clearly not expecting you to produce something of such high quality. It's important to note that golden quality equipment can only drop from area modes and above. The difficulty of those areas is well beyond what a typical novice professional can challenge, which explains their shock. This created a phenomenon where golden quality equipment was often available at a price but not purchasable, even for those with money. So, what do you think? Isn't this equipment slightly better than the 3 pieces of trash that girl just pulled out? It took Li Wenyan a while to snap back to reality. Slightly better? It's worlds apart. The next second, Manager Huang composed himself, straightened his appearance, and slowly bowed at a 90-degree angle, saying, "Esteemed guest, I didn't recognize your greatness earlier. Please don't hold it against me." Unfortunately, you were completely unmoved and replied casually, "Actually, I intended to sell this equipment to your trading house. But since you look down on me, why should I offer my warm face to yours?" As you turned to leave, you didn't care about Manager Huang's reaction, but your departure left him in a cold sweat. "Wait, please, I admit I was wrong. To make amends, I'm willing to offer you 3 times the market price for that hot longbow. What do you think?" Li Wenyan felt a stir in his heart. Despite having no goodwill toward Manager Huang, if he was genuinely offering 3 times the market price for your equipment, selling it to him wouldn't be out of the question. Manager Huang, seeing your hesitation, quickly pulled out a glittering golden card from his pocket and handed it to you. "This is our Star Sea Trading House's Supreme Gold Card. Please be sure to accept it." Supreme Gold Card? You looked at the golden card in front of you and instinctively asked, "What does this do? Does it make me a VIP like this girl?" No, you misunderstand, dear guest. This isn't just a VIP, it's the VIP of VIPs, Manager Huang emphasized loudly when mentioning VIP of VIPs. It seems you really are sincere. Anyway, I don't care for this trash equipment, so I'll sell it to you. However, you glanced at Luo Shenxen and added, "I still prefer you. Do hurry up and get back to that rebellious look." Seeing this, Manager Huang suddenly understood. Although you weren't a powerful professional, you were quite clever and knew how to make use of the situation. He quickly grasped your intentions. The next second, he pointed at Luo Shenxen and shouted, "Yes, you. Step back and don't disturb our esteemed guest." Upon hearing this, Luo Shenxen felt as if she couldn't catch her breath and nearly exploded with anger. The other professionals present couldn't help but show a mix of amusement and disbelief. Clearly, they hadn't expected Manager Huang to change his attitude so quickly. The next moment, both of you walked side by side towards the back of the Star Sea Trading House, leaving Luo Shenxen standing there, dazed. Once you entered the private room of the Star Sea Trading House, you wasted no time and dumped all the useless items from your satchel onto the table in front of you. Immediately, a dazzling light burst forth, nearly startling Manager Huang into unconsciousness. "What? This is all silver and golden quality equipment." Although he had guessed you had many good items, he never expected there would be this many. This made him even more certain of his choice. Before you left, he even gave you something. The next afternoon, you noticed that your 10,000-fold enhancement had returned. Without hesitation, you headed to the 30 to 100 level Stinky Swamp Dungeon. You had always relied on the power of the 10,000-fold enhancement. As soon as it ended, you had to stop leveling, which wasted a lot of precious upgrade time. So today, you decided to see how strong you really were without using the 10,000-fold enhancement. You launched an attack on the first Stinky Toad, with HP at 192. The damage was indeed less than with the 10,000-fold enhancement, but after a few seconds, you still managed to kill the toad. However, at this moment, you were unaware that someone was watching you. Within 20 meters in a thicket, a nearly transparent figure was quietly observing your every move. His name is Yi Fei, a level 100 assassin and also the mayor of East Forest City, sent by Xiao Muzin to Baitani. However, he didn't act rashly because killing fellow professionals in this country would lead to national judgment. and he didn't want to take that risk, so he waited for nightfall. After 4 hours of effort, you leveled up to 49. At the same time, a cold blade of light descended from the sky and stabbed into you fiercely. Startled, you quickly turned and saw Yi Fei's figure, using your insight skill on him. However, you realized that you couldn't see his level or strength rating. In today's Blue Star, aside from certain special items that can hide attributes, another situation is that your level exceeds the opponent's by 50 levels. Yi Fei was surprised that his previous attack didn't kill you. What high defense! You didn't die. But your time is up, kid. In your next life, keep your eyes open and don't mess with those you can't handle. At this point, although your 10,000-fold enhancement was not on cooldown, you still couldn't determine how to use it. The Shield of Divine Protection could make you invincible for 17 hours, but activating it would also reduce your attack power by 60%. That means once you use this skill, while Yi Fei couldn't harm you, you wouldn't be able to harm him either. The consequence of this would be that your secret would be fully exposed to Yi Fei, and you didn't want to reveal your trump card so soon. The Holy Judgment, Frenzied Judgment, and Blessing of the Gods could indeed give you a qualitative leap in combat power, but the level gap between you and Yi Fei was too vast. You didn't even know how many attacks it would take for you to hit him once. Even with over 100,000 health, you probably couldn't last long. Moreover, if you got into a protracted battle, escaping would become difficult. Just as you hesitated, Yi Fei launched a second wave of attacks, charging toward you with a swift movement, and you suddenly have a flash of inspiration, as if you thought of something, quickly took out the invisibility scroll obtained from the trading post, and the next moment the scroll took effect, your figure just vanished into thin air at that spot. I didn't expect that you little guy actually have an invisibility companion, but it's still a pity. In the face of absolute power, no matter how many life-saving tools you have on you, today there is only one path left for you, and that is death. After saying this, Yi Fei simply stopped chasing and stood still, clearly knowing that the invisibility scroll only lasts for 15 seconds. Even if he let you run first, in such a short time, you would definitely not escape his range of courage and intelligence, so Yi Fei was not anxious at all. However, what happened next greatly exceeded his expectations. With a bang, when you reappeared, not only did you not continue to flee, but instead, you launched an attack against a foul-smelling swamp monster in the distance. Seeing this outrageous scene, Yi Fei couldn't help but exclaim, "What the hell? You dare to level up in front of me? Have you been kicked in the head by a donkey?" Seeing this outrageous scene, Yi Fei was momentarily stunned, but Luo Shenxen didn't care about his reaction at all. Instead, he focused intently on the monster and unleashed a flurry of attacks. With a full set of dark gold equipment backing him, the level 51 monster couldn't hold out for long and was soon completely drained of health by Luo Shenxen. Ding! Congratulations! You have successfully killed the swamp crocodile, earning 150 experience points and the item Perfect Crocodile Skin. As the first monster was successfully slain, Luo Shenxen almost without hesitation turned around and set his sights on another monster, looking for death. Finally, Yi Fei could no longer stand by and launched an attack on Luo Shenxen. Crescent Moon Sword Dance. Poochie, Poochie, Poochie. HP 322, HP 289, HP 277. The arc-shaped crescent blade aura enveloped Luo Shenxen in an instant, yet Luo Shenxen seemed oblivious, continuing to unleash his attacks on the monster, not even blinking. Are you crazy? This time, it was Yi Fei who was astonished. Luo Shenxen's actions were too bizarre. Not only was he not resisting, but he even had the leisure to fight monsters. What was going on? Who exactly are you? And why are you attacking me? At the same time, seeing that Yi Fei had stopped attacking him, Luo Shenxen felt a stir in his heart. He asked while continuing to focus on the monster, appearing utterly desperate, as if he had given up on resistance. But in reality, as the monster's health dwindled, his heart burned hotter. "Ha, it's fine to tell you." Yi Fei smiled slightly, a playful smirk on his face, and instead of rushing to kill Luo Shenxen, he casually said, "My name is Yi Fei, a trusted aide of Lord Xia Muzhen." Xia Muzhen? The mayor of Donglin City. Xia Muzhen? Luo Shenxen's brows furrowed in confusion, and before he could process what was happening, he heard Yi Fei ask again, "You should know Li Tianhua, right? Li Tianhua?" Luo Shenxen was taken aback again, but soon, he snapped back to reality, feeling an overwhelming rage surge through him, nearly causing him to explode on the spot, because at this point, if he still couldn't guess that this matter was related to Li Tianhua, he would truly be a fool. "Kid, although we have no grudges, I'm just doing a job for someone else, so I hope you won't blame me after you die." At the same time, Yi Fei said again, finally losing the last shred of patience, preparing to move in for the kill on Luo Shenxen. Just at that critical moment, ding! Congratulations! You have successfully killed the Swamp Barbarian Dragon, earning 150 experience points and the item Rusty Necklace. Ding! Congratulations! You have successfully leveled up to level 50, gaining 5 basic attributes and 5 free attributes. Ha! You want to kill me? Not so easy. Come forth, my Seraphim projection. Whoosh! The next moment, accompanied by a sharp sound of wind breaking, a dazzling golden light descended from the sky without warning, like a comet crashing to Earth. Bang! The ground cracked apart, sending debris flying everywhere. Amidst the howling wind, Yi Fei, who had just taken a step forward, was caught off guard and was instantly blown away. Ha! What is that? Yi Fei was startled, barely stabilizing himself, and quickly looked up. Then, he saw a scene that would be etched in his memory for a lifetime. A figure over 3 meters tall, wielding a massive cross sword, enveloped in a rich holy light, with a full 12 pure white wings sprouting from its back, appeared out of thin air in the arena. As he appeared, a series of faint yet beautiful hymns echoed through the sky, as if celebrating his great achievements. Even the heavy dark clouds and miasma that shrouded the stinking swamp were completely dispelled by the holy radiance emanating from him. Is this the summon, angel projection skill of the paladin? Looking at the majestic figure filled with holiness before him, Yi Fei almost instantly guessed the origin of this skill. However, he quickly shook his head decisively. No, that's not right. I remember that the angel projection skill of the paladin mostly serves as support and has no real combat power. But this guy, how could his angel projection be so strong? Yi Fei trembled all over, even breaking out in goosebumps. The pressure brought by Luo Shenxen's angel projection was overwhelming. Not only was it completely different from other paladins, but it also made him feel a shudder from the depths of his soul. Yes, it was a shudder. Extremely dangerous. This was Yi Fei's first impression of this angel projection. At the same time, Luo Shenxen also focused his attention on the angel projection before him. Target, 12-winged Archangel Gabriel type, angel projection race, upper deity LV, 50 health, 10,000 chi value, 0 strength, 1,000 wisdom, 1,000 agility, 1,000 spirit, 1,000 stamina, 1,000 combat power rating, 1,000 stars skill 1, Blade of Redemption skill 2, Divine Charge skill 3, Holy Flame Baptism skill 4, Chains of Judgment skill 5, Judgment Storm skill 6, Shield of Heaven skill 7, Super Judgment, God's Parable skill 8, Ultimate Judgment, Sin of All Beings, skill 9, Final Judgment, Sacrificial Epilogue. Holy crap, Gabriel? Looking at the dazzling attribute panel of the angel projection before him, Luo Shenxen was also thrown into confusion, because he never expected that this summon, Seraphim projection skill, after being enhanced by his 10,000 times amplification, would actually summon Gabriel, the 12-winged angel Gabriel. He was the legendary archangel, the leader of all angels in heaven. Although this Gabriel was just a projection and not the true body of Gabriel, but even just the projection was enough to shock people. After all, this was a true god, not to mention that this projection had a combat power rating of up to 1,000 stars, along with a full 9 skills, and its health was even higher than that of the level 100 Yi Fei. This is simply a bug. How? How did you manage to summon such a powerful angel projection? At this moment, Yi Fei, who was beside him, also came to his senses and asked Luo Shenxen in shock, not daring to make a move against the Gabriel before him. Why don't you try and find out? Luo Shenxen sneered upon hearing this, no longer caring to study the skills of this angel projection, because at this point, he had already placed all his bets on this summoning skill. If he couldn't take down Yi Fei now, losing the last trump card of 10,000 times amplification, he would truly be left with only a dead end today. With this in mind, Luo Shenxen made a decisive decision and directly issued a command to Gabriel. Gabriel, kill him for me. As soon as the words fell, whoosh, divine charge, accompanied by a terrifying sound of air being torn apart, the Archangel Gabriel that had been standing in front of Luo Shenxen suddenly transformed into a golden light, rushing towards Yi Fei not far away, moving as fast as a meteor. Just as the words were spoken, in almost the blink of an eye, bang! Yi Fei let out a miserable scream, not even having time to dodge, and was knocked unconscious on the spot, unable to move. HP 842. What? It actually hit? Seeing this scene, Luo Shenxen was momentarily stunned, then almost shouted out in excitement. After all, this angel projection, while looking intimidating, was only at level 50. Yet Yi Fei was a solid level 100 assassin. Under the constraints of the rules, it should have been the case that this angel projection would have numerous ineffective affixes. But what Lu Chen did not expect was that, facing a full 50 level difference, this angel projection actually completely ignored the rules. In just one encounter, it knocked Yi Fei out cold. Is this the power of God? Lu Chen murmured, unable to help but clench his fists tightly. At the same time, as Yi Fei fell into a state of unconsciousness, the attribute bar of the Gabriel projection also showed a significant change. The chi value, which had originally been 0, suddenly surged to 30, and its second skill, Holy Flame Baptism, required exactly 30 chi points. Lu Chen glanced at it briefly and unhesitatingly issued another command to Gabriel. Holy Flame Baptism. Boom! Silver-white holy flames descended from the sky, almost instantly engulfing Yi Fei entirely. Ah! Yi Fei let out a series of screams again, as if enduring some immense pain, and his health bar began to drop at a visible speed. HP 374, HP 399, HP 356. Meanwhile, as Yi Fei was attacked, Lu Chen, whose health had been nearly depleted, actually received a healing effect. HP plus 374, HP plus 399, HP plus 356. What the hell? It can be played like this? Seeing that Gabriel could convert the damage dealt to the enemy into an equivalent healing effect for himself, Lu Chen was so happy he almost fainted on the spot. Not good. On the other side, Yi Fei finally woke up from his unconscious state, looking at his originally ample health bar, which had been drained by over 2,000 points in just a few seconds by the angel projection summoned by Lu Chen. He was so scared he almost wet his pants. How could he dare to continue facing the angel projection head-on? Shadow dash. Whoosh! With a light push of his foot, Yi Fei seemed weightless, soaring into the air and instantly creating a distance of several dozen meters from the angel projection. But Lu Chen had worked hard to suppress him, so how could he just let him leave? Want to escape? Not so easy. He issued another command for Gabriel to pursue. This time, Lu Chen did not interfere too much, because he was still not very familiar with Gabriel's 9 skills and did not know their specific effects or how to combine them. Rather than blindly directing from the sidelines and affecting the fluidity of Gabriel's skills, it was better to let Gabriel act freely. With that thought, Lu Chen simply let go. As Lu Chen relinquished control, Gabriel completely lost its restraints, directly raising its hand to summon a golden chain, several dozen meters long, with sharp barbs covering the front end. After doing all this, he aimed at the fleeing Yi Fei again, and with a swift motion of his arm, he threw out the chain he had just summoned. Punishment chain. Whoosh! In the next moment, the chain broke through the air, seemingly with a mind of its own, stabbing towards Yi Fei's shoulder at lightning speed. Thud. HP 522. Ah! The sharp barbs dug deep into Yi Fei's shoulder. A wave of intense pain surged through him, slowing his movements. Meanwhile, Gabriel, taking advantage of the pull from the chain, swiftly closed the distance to Yi Fei. What on earth is this thing? With so many outrageous skills? And this angel projection is only level 50, yet I can't even resist its skill effects. No, I can't fight this thing head-on, otherwise, my health will drop too quickly, and I won't be able to withstand it. Looking at Gabriel, which clung to him like an unshakable adhesive, Yi Fei's expression turned extremely grim. At this moment, his originally over 7,000 health points had dwindled to less than 4,000, yet he still chose not to confront Gabriel directly. Because he wasn't a fool and realized that this angel projection was not a true life form but a pure summon. Even if it died, it wouldn't affect Lu Chen at all. Capture the thief. First capture the king. With this thought, Yi Fei gritted his teeth, disregarding the relentless pursuit of Gabriel, and turned his spearhead directly towards Lu Chen, charging over. Little did he know that this foolish decision would lead him further down the path of self-destruction, spiraling out of control. Shadow dash. Whoosh. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Using an assassin-exclusive acceleration skill, Yi Fei's speed suddenly increased, leaving a series of illusory afterimages as he forcibly created distance between himself and the angel projection, charging wildly towards Lu Chen. Die! Seeing Lu Chen within arm's reach, Yi Fei revealed a sinister smile, raising his butcher's knife, ready to strike him down on the spot. Ha! Useless! However, throughout Yi Fei's frontal assault, Lu Chen showed no sign of fear. Instead, he coldly smiled, In the next moment, he reached out with a gesture. Summon, Seraphim Projection, buzz. Brilliant golden light appeared out of thin air. In an instant, the angel projection, which had just been thrown back hundreds of meters by Yi Fei, was summoned back in front of him, unleashing a peculiar skill that left Yi Fei in shock. Heaven's shield, buzz. Sacred light once again illuminated the sky. Around Luo Shenxen, a transparent light shield appeared. Buzz. Absorb, absorb, absorb. Poor Yi Fei, using all his strength, had finally unleashed a deadly attack, only for it to land on the heaven's shield, which absorbed it all without breaking a single hair on Luo Shenxen. Bastard! At this point, Yi Fei could no longer contain his frustration, shouting in anger. It was simply outrageous how Luo Shenxen's summoned angel projection not only had high attack power and strong skills, but could also ignore rules, and even had healing and defensive skills, truly a 360 degrees invulnerable presence. Judgment Storm. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. At this moment, Gabriel unleashed another skill, its massive body seemingly spinning wildly in place, the giant cross sword in its hand scattering countless golden sword lights, dazzling yet hiding deadly intent. Thud, thud, thud. HP 720, HP 630, HP 880. A string of damage numbers shot out again from above Yi Fei's head, seeing his health drop dangerously low, even below the critical 2000 mark. Not good. This thing is too terrifying. If this drags on, this stinking swamp might very well be my grave. Finally, Yi Fei was completely scared, trembling in fear. Without hesitation, he took out a round object from his personal bag and smashed it hard onto the ground beneath his feet. Smoke bomb. Bang! In the next moment, thick smoke billowed up, immediately blocking Luo Shenxen and the Gabriel projection's line of sight. Taking advantage of this gap, Yi Fei once again entered the assassin's unique invisibility state. Kid, you wait for me, I will not let you go. After leaving a harsh remark, Yi Fei turned and left without stopping. Even at this moment, under the relentless assault from the Gabriel projection, his health was already below 2000 points, yet throughout, he did not appear overly flustered, because the assassin class was known for its numerous life-saving skills. Plus, there was a staggering 50-level difference between him and Luo Shenxen, so Yi Fei was confident that even if he couldn't win, if he was determined to escape, Luo Shenxen definitely couldn't stop him. Unfortunately, he still hadn't realized what kind of freak he was truly up against. Want to run? Did you get my permission? Meanwhile, as the smoke dissipated and Yi Fei's figure vanished from sight, Luo Shenxen couldn't help but sneer. What a joke! He had gone to great lengths, even risking his health bar being emptied, just to summon the Gabriel projection, all to keep Yi Fei here forever and prevent his secret from being leaked. Now, seeing that Yi Fei was nearly out of options, how could he just watch him leave? Gabriel, chase him! Without hesitation, Luo Shenxen issued a pursuit order to his angel projection again, but what he didn't expect was that this time, the Gabriel projection did not strictly follow his command as before. Instead, it stood still, adopting a posture of fervent prayer. What's going on? Luo Shenxen was taken aback, unable to react. In the next moment, the Gabriel projection suddenly raised its head and began to speak. Yes, it actually spoke. God says, when the holy light covers the earth, all evil will be exposed in the sacred brilliance, completely unable to hide. Buzz. As soon as the words fell, a light point suddenly appeared in the previously dark sky. At first, this light point was only the size of a sesame seed, seemingly powerless, but gradually, as it got closer, the light point grew larger and brighter, until it enveloped the entire stinking plain. Under the illumination of this light, Yi Fei, who had just forcibly entered invisibility, was completely revealed, exposing his figure. What? Seeing his once invincible invisibility skill fail, Yi Fei couldn't help but narrow his pupils, but the Gabriel projection gave him no chance to react and continue to speak. God says, when the holy flame descends from the heavens, all evil will be thoroughly purified, until it turns to ashes. Boom! As soon as the words fell, a ball of silvery holy fire descended from the sky, trailing a long tail, like a meteor falling from the heavens, and in the blink of an eye, it crashed down onto Yi Fei. Bang! The flames exploded, sparks flying everywhere. Ah! Yi Fei let out a miserable scream, and before he could even dodge, he was completely engulfed by the descending holy flames, instantly transforming into a figure of fire. HP 322, HP 371, HP 365. This is the forbidden spell of the light system. Finally, Yi Fei came to his senses. Seeing that he had no power to resist under the skill, he seemed to guess something, his face showing an expression of seeing a ghost, struggling desperately while screaming hoarsely. What? Forbidden spell? Hearing this term that struck fear into the hearts of all Blue Star people, Lu Chen's pupils shrank, and he was about to ask what this so-called forbidden spell was all about. But before he could speak, Yi Fei could no longer withstand the series of intense blows. No, please stop, spare my life. Accompanied by a desperate scream before death, the dignified level 100 assassin was completely consumed by the raging holy flames, turning into a sky full of ashes, leaving not even a complete corpse behind. It was only at this moment that the Gabriel projection finally completed its final prayer. Darkness recedes, dawn arrives, all the pain and suffering in the world will become fleeting clouds, for heaven is within reach. Most High Jehovah, all glory belongs to my God. One voice after another, one sentence after another, solemn and dignified, making Lu Chen unable to help but feel a sense of reverence. At the same time, as the prayer ended, one skill in the skill bar of the Gabriel projection also entered its cooldown period, namely Super Judgment, Prophecy of God. Taking this opportunity, Lu Chen glanced at the detailed explanation of this skill. Super Judgment, Prophecy of God, note, a primary forbidden spell of the light system. One of the exclusive skills of the Archangel Gabriel, capable of summoning holy light and holy flames from heaven through sincere prayer, destroying all evil in the world. Prophecy of God. Words become law. What the hell? It really is a forbidden spell. Seeing this skill explanation, Lu Chen's eyes lit up, almost making him wet his pants from excitement. Of course, it was no wonder he reacted this way, because in today's Blue Star, forbidden spells are the ultimate moves that only the War God level 9 turn experts are qualified to cast, synonymous with destruction, possessing incredible boundless power. Even though this Super Judgment, Prophecy of God is just the lowest level primary forbidden spell, but with a full 50 level difference, this skill easily took down the level 100 assassin Yi Fei. If used against opponents of the same level, wouldn't it be like gods facing gods and Buddhas facing Buddhas? Moreover, this was only the 7th skill of the Gabriel projection, and there were 2 even more powerful skills behind it. Thinking of this, Lu Chen's heart burned even hotter, just about to check what mysteries these 2 skills held, but he hadn't had the chance to take action yet. The commotion just now came from that place. Could it be that a secret realm has appeared? Hurry, let's go see what's going on. Suddenly, a series of noisy footsteps came from the nearby swamp. Someone is coming? Hearing this noise, Lu Chen couldn't help but frown, clearly not expecting that in the dead of night, there would still be people in the stinking swamp. But after a moment's thought, he felt relieved. After all, the commotion he made while fighting Yi Fei was too loud, with various holy light and holy flames whistling back and forth, like setting off fireworks. Under such circumstances, unless others were blind, it would be hard not to attract attention. Forget it, I'll study it later when I have time. To avoid exposing his trump card, in a moment of helplessness, Lu Chen could only forcefully suppress his curiosity and, with a sudden thought, directly disbanded the Gabriel projection. After doing all this, he didn't linger any longer and was about to leave quickly. But just then, an unexpected change occurred. Bang! A muffled sound suddenly echoed in the void. Immediately after, countless items seemed to pop like popcorn from the spot where Yi Fei had previously died. In addition to various colored equipment, there were all kinds of potions, scrolls, and some change of clothes, bedding, and other miscellaneous items, a dazzling array. Wow! Could this be the stuff from Yi Fei's personal bag? Seeing this scene, Lu Chen's heart stirred, and he suddenly remembered that in the current Blue Star, if a professional dies, their personal bag space would also collapse, and all the items stored inside would burst out. Thinking of this, Lu Chen couldn't help but grin. TSK, I didn't expect such a pleasant surprise. Due to the urgency of time, Lu Chen didn't have time to carefully check his haul. Instead, he stuffed all the items that Yi Fei had dropped into his own personal bag and then turned to leave, quickly disappearing into the lush vegetation of the swamp, leaving no trace. Meanwhile, in the luxurious mayor's office of Donglin City Hall, Xiaomuzan was reclining in his office chair with his legs crossed, holding a delicate goblet in his hand. leisurely savoring the fine wine while enjoying the unobstructed view of the city nightscape outside the window, feeling utterly content. But just then, Xiaomukuan, something big has happened. Crash. Suddenly, the office door was violently pushed open. A man in black rushed in, panting, and shouted at Xiaomuzan. Yutian Kuan? What's got you so flustered? Xiaomuzan frowned at the sight. It's Yi Fei. On my friend list, Yi Fei's name has turned gray. The man named Yutian was sweating profusely, speaking rapidly. What? Gray? Upon hearing this, Xiaomuzan's expression changed, and he instinctively glanced at his friend list, only to find that Yi Fei's name had indeed completely turned gray. This made his heart leap into his throat, because in the current blue star, when a friend's name on the friend list turns gray, there are only two possibilities. 1. The other party has actively removed the friend. But how could Yi Fei, as Xiaomuzan's trusted aide, possibly remove him? As for the other possibility, Yi Fei was dead, permanently offline. Thinking of this, Xiaomuzan could no longer contain his shock, standing up with an incredulous expression and exclaiming, This doesn't make sense. That Lu Chen is just a support class paladin, and he just changed jobs 3 days ago. How could he possibly have the ability to kill Yi Fei? Yutian frowned at his words and tentatively asked, Xiaomukuan, do you think there's a possibility that Lu Chen has? Help? What do you mean? Xiaomuzan squinted his eyes and asked, I heard that old man Su Wansheng has been speaking up for Lu Chen these days. Could it be that he secretly helped Lu Chen? Before Yutian could finish his sentence, Xiaomuzan interrupted him directly. Impossible. Su Wansheng is a 4th-tier arcanist. Under the restrictions of the rules, he can't enter those low-level maps at all. He added, moreover, with Yi Fei's experience, he would never have attacked Lu Chen while Su Wansheng was present. But if there was no help, then how did Yi Fei die? Yutian asked again. Xiaomuzan did not answer but suddenly raised his head and said with a cold smile, It seems I misjudged him. That Lu Chen is likely not just an ordinary paladin. Not an ordinary paladin? Upon hearing this, Yutian instinctively asked, Does Xiaokuan mean he is a super professional? Very likely. Otherwise, how could a mere paladin kill Yi Fei at a higher level? Xiaomuzan murmured. No wonder. Back in the dark swamp, this kid managed to level up 20 times in half an hour. Even Li Tianhua couldn't compare to him. Turns out he is a super professional. Xiaokuan, since Lu Chen is also a super professional, shouldn't we try to buy him off? At this moment, Yutian asked again. No need. Xiaomuzan shook his head and said solemnly, although Lu Chen is likely a super professional, his combat talent, no matter how strong, is still that of a support-type paladin. In terms of combat power and future potential, he cannot be compared to someone like Li Tianhua with a hidden profession. At this point, he added with certainty, moreover, through my observations over this period, I've found that although Li Tianhua appears to be a virtuous person, he is actually quite selfish and has a cold personality. Such a person is the easiest to buy off. As long as we help him eliminate Lu Chen and give him some incentives, getting him to work for us will be a piece of cake. After finishing his words, Xiaomuzan continued, As for Lu Chen, this kid has a rather strange personality and may not be so easily swayed. Instead of taking the risk to buy him off, it would be better to focus on quickly dealing with Li Tianhua. What Xiaokuan said makes sense. Yutian nodded in agreement. At the same time, Xiaomuzan seemed to think of something else and asked again, By the way, did Yi Fei deliver the confidential document I asked him to send? It seems he hasn't had the chance to deliver it yet. Yutian murmured. What? Not delivered? Upon hearing this, Xiaomuzan's expression changed, and he exclaimed, This is bad. If that document is still with Yi Fei and he dies, it could very well fall into Lu Chen's hands. What? Yutian's heart sank at this, and he said anxiously, What should we do? If Lu Chen gets that document, he might uncover our identities. Don't panic. When I wrote that document, I took precautions and used our native language. That Lu Chen, being a poor student, should not be able to understand its contents, so we don't need to worry for now, Xiaomuzan said in a deep voice. I see. Fortunately, Xiaokuan is so far-sighted, otherwise, we would be in danger. Hearing this, Yutian's expression eased slightly, and he quietly breathed a sigh of relief. However, having the document with Lu Chen is still a problem. To ensure nothing goes wrong, he still needs to die. And the sooner, the better, Xiaomuzan added. Should I send someone over to take care of him? Yu Tian said while making a cutting gesture under his neck, his eyes filled with a chilling killing intent. No. Unexpectedly, Xiaomuzhen decisively shook his head and said, since our assassination attempt has failed, that kid is likely already on guard. Moreover, we still haven't figured out the effects of his combat talent. Acting rashly could easily alert him. What should we do then? Are we just going to let it go? Yu Tian frowned and said, what if one day he gets a whim and shows that confidential document to someone else? Don't panic. With that kid's leveling speed, he should be heading to the Blood Sand War Zone to grind levels soon. Xiaomuzhen pondered for a moment, then said in a deep voice, send the news back to the motherland. Once Lu Chen goes to the Blood Sand War Zone, make sure they keep that kid there forever. No matter what. Hi! Yu Tian shouted loudly. In Donglin City, in a single apartment. Phew! Finally safe. Having successfully returned to his residence, Lu Chen locked the door tightly and quietly let out a sigh of relief. Even though it was his first time killing someone, he felt not a shred of guilt or remorse. After all, Yi Fei had come to kill him. He had to fight back for self-preservation. This action was entirely justified self-defense. However, he had no intention of telling anyone about the assassination attempt. First, Yi Fei was already dead, and he had no evidence to prove that Yi Fei was sent by Xiaomuzhen. Second, he couldn't explain how a level 50 paladin managed to take down a level 100 assassin. To be safe, Lu Chen decided to keep this matter buried in his heart for the time being. Still, he quietly became more cautious and resolved to save the tenfold amplification for future leveling, using it only in dire situations. After all, the tenfold amplification was his last trump card, his only means of turning the tide in a life or death situation. Once the tenfold amplification was on cooldown, relying solely on his own strength would not be enough to influence the outcome of a battle. For instance, if he hadn't whimsically decided to fight monsters on his own today and had used the tenfold amplification as usual, he wouldn't have successfully counter-killed Yi Fei at a critical moment. Otherwise, without the tenfold amplification, it would have been Lu Chen who died in the stinking swamp today, not Yi Fei. Li Tianhua, Xiaomuzhen. Muttering the two names, a flash of killing intent appeared in Lu Chen's eyes. Before this, he had never imagined that the mayor of Donglin City would actually send someone to assassinate him, and the cause of it all was merely an inconsequential bet. But now that it had come to this, Lu Chen had no intention of letting it go. He silently wrote these two names onto his kill list, determined to make them pay the price they deserved. Shaking his head, he forcibly suppressed the chaotic thoughts in his mind. Lu Chen chose not to dwell on this matter any longer and excitedly opened his backpack to check the spoils he had gained from this encounter. Although Yi Fei was not an extraordinary professional, just an ordinary assassin, as a trusted aide to the mayor of Donglin City, he had quite a fortune. Upon opening the backpack, Lu Chen immediately spotted over a dozen pieces of golden quality equipment, all for level 100 first transition peak professionals, with very luxurious attributes. In addition, there were some high-level scrolls, potions, materials, and so on. Although most of these items were for agility-type professionals and did not match Lu Chen's attributes at all, even selling them at the trading hall would fetch several million dragon coins. I've struck it rich. I've really struck it rich. Ha 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 ha. Seeing that he had unexpectedly come into a windfall, Lu Chen could no longer contain his excitement and grinned, laughing out loud on the spot. Soon, all the valuable items on Yi Fei were thoroughly looted by Lu Chen. As for the remaining clothes, bedding, cups, and other mundane items, Lu Chen naturally looked down on them and planned to go downstairs to find an empty spot to burn them all. Suddenly, among the pile of clutter left by Yi Fei, a tightly wrapped envelope caught Lu Chen's attention. Ha! What is this? He casually took out the envelope, broke the seal, and focused his gaze. In the next moment, a series of densely packed Wano characters suddenly came into view. What the hell? It's actually Wano script? Looking at the strange symbols that resembled ghostly drawings, mixed with a few Chinese characters, Lu Chen couldn't help but narrow his pupils. This script, so different from the style of the Divine Xia Kingdom, would be incomprehensible to an ordinary person. But who was Lu Chen? As a time traveler, he had studied Wano language for a while in his previous life just to understand the complex plots of Japanese action films. Moreover, the content of this letter also contained quite a few Chinese characters. Thus, after a careful and detailed operation, just a few minutes later, Lu Chen managed to translate this bizarre document. Donglin City Intelligence Overview. Name, Li Tianhua. Hidden Profession, Thunder Battle Method. Recruitment Result, Success. Follow-up handling, can be prioritized for training. Threat level, none. Name, Su Nuo. Super Profession, Nightmare Hunter. Recruitment Result, failure. Follow-up handling, recommend elimination. Threat level, medium. Name, Su Ruojuan. Super Profession, True Word Priest. Recruitment Result, failure. Follow-up handling, recommend elimination. Threat level, medium. Looking at the contents of the letter, Lu Chen couldn't help but narrow his pupils again, feeling a surge of anger rising to his head, almost losing control on the spot, because the numerous pieces of information listed in this letter were all, without exception, the super professions and hidden professions that had just awakened successfully in Donglin City this year. Even more outrageous was that behind these professionals' information, their home addresses, family members, personalities, preferences, and even the specific effects of their combat talents were detailed. This was practically exposing all their secrets. Moreover, this letter was written in Wano script. At this moment, even if Lu Chen were a fool, he could guess some clues. I didn't expect that the mayor of Donglin City, Xia Muzhen, is actually a spy sent by Wano. This is troublesome, Lu Chen muttered, his brows furrowing tighter. Although he had long known that the current Divine Xia Kingdom was already rife with hidden currents, Donglin City was, at most, a small county-level city in the Divine Xia Kingdom. If even a small county city had been infiltrated to this extent, what would the situation be like in those big cities of the Divine Xia Kingdom? Lu Chen couldn't imagine, nor dared to imagine. Moreover, at this moment, even though he had solid evidence in hand, he still didn't dare to report it. After all, Xia Muzhen was the mayor of Donglin City, not only holding a high position but also having deep roots in Donglin City for so many years. It couldn't possibly be as simple as it appeared on the surface. As for Lu Chen, he was just a newly promoted paladin, with low level and weak strength, and he used to be a notorious underachiever. Under such circumstances, even if he reported this confidential document to the relevant authorities, it was likely to stir up little commotion, and it could very well put him in danger. Thinking of this, Lu Chen's heart sank. He glanced again at the information on the document. Suddenly, a piece of content marked in red at the end of the list sharply caught Lu Chen's attention. Name, Luo Shenxen. Super Profession, Light Ranger. Recruitment Result, failure. With exposure risk. Follow-up handling, priority elimination. Threat level, very high. Ha! Isn't that the school beauty Luo Shenxen from No. 1 High School? Upon seeing this message, Lu Chen couldn't help but narrow his eyes. Although he didn't have much fondness for this girl who dared to take a bullet for him, as a descendant of Yan and Huang, and having lived 2 lives, Lu Chen's hatred for the Japanese was almost ingrained in his bones. Moreover, Luo Shenxen was a super professional with formidable combat power. If she could grow successfully in the future, she would play a crucial role for the country. Forget it, I might as well remind her. With this thought, Lu Chen, though unwilling, opened the friend panel that had just been activated after his job change. Meanwhile, in the city center of Donglin City, in a square filled with teleportation arrays, Xian, I hope you reconsider. A middle-aged beautiful woman, looking anxious, urged Luo Shenxen in front of her. Although you are a super professional and your combat power is much stronger than that of ordinary professionals, the Blood Sand War Zone is a battleground of 4 nations, filled with numerous enemy professionals. Even the slightest mistake could lead to a fall. As she spoke, fearing that Luo Shenxen might not believe her, she added, moreover, the level range in the Blood Sand War Zone is very high, with professionals from level 50 to 200 allowed to enter freely for leveling. You have just reached level 50, if you encounter enemy professionals with levels far exceeding yours, under the influence of the rules, even if your combat power is strong, you won't be able to exert it. At this point, the middle-aged woman urged again, Xian, listen to my advice. You have a long road ahead. I really don't want you to take risks in the neutral zone so early. Before she could finish, Luo Shenxen interrupted her with a wave of her hand. Principal, I know you mean well, but I have thought this through, Luo Shenxen said solemnly. Although the Blood Sand War Zone is fraught with danger, the abundance of monsters and resources there is unmatched by any other leveling map. She then raised her head and murmured, now, with less than a month left until our annual national examination in the Divine Summer Kingdom, if I can't raise my level to 200 in the next month, I won't qualify to participate. I don't want to wait another year for nothing. After saying this, Luo Shenxen added firmly, moreover, As a combat professional, if I don't experience the trials of blood and fire, I will find it hard to achieve anything significant in my life. But, the middle-aged woman wanted to persuade her again, but Luo Shenxen said firmly, "Alright, principal, during this time, you have guided me in leveling and provided me with equipment, you've already helped me a lot. Now, let me rely on my own strength to level up." This, fine. Seeing that Luo Shenxen had made up her mind, the middle-aged woman, though filled with worry, had no choice but to smile bitterly and nod. Her name was Li Rui, the principal of Donglin No. 1 High School, and also Luo Shenxen's mentor. At this moment, Li Rui reminded Luo Shenxen seriously, "You must be careful, after all, our divine summer kingdom is surrounded by hostile nations. If those enemy professionals discover your whereabouts, they might attack you without asking for reasons. So once you get to the Blood Sand War Zone, make sure to team up with more professionals from our country for leveling, never act alone. Understand?" "Understood." Luo Shenxen quickly nodded vigorously upon hearing this. Just then, ding! Lu Chen requests to add you as a friend, accept, / reject. Suddenly, a prompt appeared on Luo Shenxen's message panel. Ha! Lu Chen? Looking at the message on the panel, Luo Shenxen was momentarily stunned, but soon, she regained her composure and felt a surge of joy. That jerk actually took the initiative to add me as a friend? It seems he still couldn't resist my charm. The more she thought about it, the more pleased she became, even thinking that Lu Chen intended to apologize to her. After all, she had experienced this kind of thing before. Some boys, clearly liking her to death behind her back, would pretend to be aloof on the surface, trying to attract her attention in this way. Unfortunately for them, she was not impressed by such tactics at all. Without hesitation, Luo Shenxen directly rejected Lu Chen's friend request. This is what you get for offending me. On the other side, in a single apartment in Donglin City, this little brat actually dared to reject me? Seeing his friend request rejected by Luo Shenxen, Lu Chen was so furious he almost spat blood on the spot. You have to know, this was his first time using the unique friend system for professionals, and also the first time he actively added someone as a friend. Originally, he genuinely wanted to remind Luo Shenxen to be careful of those dog-like people from the Woko country, but he never expected that this girl would be so ungrateful and directly reject him. Damn it! If that's the case, then go die. The more Lu Chen thought about it, the angrier he became, and he couldn't be bothered to put his warm face against someone else's cold butt anymore. After all, his actions had already fallen into the typical category of repaying kindness with resentment. Since the other party didn't appreciate it, she could only blame herself for seeking her own suffering. No one else was to blame. Not wanting to dwell on this matter any longer, Lu Chen recalled the dangerous scene he encountered during the assassination in the stinking swamp, and his heart sank. It seems I need to hurry up and level up, otherwise, these two ghosts have already set their sights on me. If my level is too low and the tenfold amplification goes into cooldown. With this thought, an unprecedented sense of urgency rose in Lu Chen's heart. Opening his friend panel again, Lu Chen didn't hesitate and directly entered a name in the search box. Soon, a brand new avatar frame appeared in his friend list. Ha! You little brat. What made you think of adding me as a friend? Su Wancheng sent a text message, and at the end of the message, he even added a surprised emoji, clearly not expecting Lu Chen to take the initiative to add him as a friend. Old Su, I want to ask you something. Lu Chen got straight to the point without any small talk. I knew you wouldn't add me for no reason. Su Wancheng replied, adding a rolling eyes emoji, and then asked, what is it? Spit it out. It's like this. I'm already level 50 now, and I want to ask you which map around Donglin City is the fastest for leveling up. Lu Chen replied, what? Level 50? Su Wancheng exclaimed, sending a shocked emoji, and then repeatedly asked, how did you manage to level up so fast? Saying this, he didn't care about Lu Chen's reaction and continued to ask, you didn't pay someone to help you level up, did you? Help me level up? Lu Chen raised an eyebrow at this, but seeing that Su Wancheng asked this, he decided to avoid trouble and casually went along with it. If you think so, then sure. I knew it. You, a paladin, actually reached level 50 in just 3 days after changing jobs. If no one helped you, that would be a miracle. Su Wancheng replied and casually sent a disdain emoji. By the way, can you stop using emojis for once? Finally, Lu Chen couldn't take it anymore. He really couldn't understand how this guy, despite being the principal of the prestigious third middle school and of a certain age, still chatted like a loser. So fond of using emojis. Sorry, it's a habit. Su Wancheng replied, adding an awkward emoji at the end. At this point, Lu Chen was truly at a loss for words, simply filtering out these bizarre emojis and messaging Su Wancheng again. So, do you know which map around Donglin City is the best for leveling up? Of course I do. Su Wancheng sent a proud emoji and continued. If we're talking about the fastest leveling, it has to be the Blood Sand War Zone around Donglin City. What kind of place is the Blood Sand War Zone? Lu Chen asked curiously. The Blood Sand War Zone is an island map off the coast of Donglin City, where not only are there many monsters and high experience points, but the quality of the dropped equipment is also much better than in other maps. Su Wancheng patiently explained. Oh, there's actually such a good place? Lu Chen's eyes lit up upon hearing this. But I suggest you level up domestically first and avoid going to the Blood Sand War Zone for now. At this moment, Su Wancheng added a serious emoji. Why? Lu Chen frowned and instinctively asked. Because although the Blood Sand War Zone is known as a leveling paradise, this map is not part of our Xingxia kingdom, it's a battleground for 4 nations. And there are many enemy country professionals inside, Su Wancheng said while sending a serious emoji. Continuing, moreover, the level range of this map is quite large, with professionals from level 50 to 200 able to level up there. So the danger level is very high. Even a slight mistake could lead to death. Furthermore, with your current level, if you encounter an enemy professional above level 100, under the rules, you would almost certainly face a dead end. So, before he could finish, Lu Chen interrupted him directly. Old Su, do you know how to get to the Blood Sand War Zone? Lu Chen asked eagerly. In the center of our Donglin City, there's a place called Teleportation Square that can directly send you to the Blood Sand War Zone. Su Wancheng instinctively replied. Great. Seeing Su Wancheng's response, Lu Chen nodded in satisfaction. You little brat. You aren't really planning to go to the Blood Sand War Zone yourself, are you? Finally, Su Wancheng, who had been slow to react, came to his senses and repeatedly reminded him. I warn you not to act recklessly, the Blood Sand War Zone isn't a place just anyone can go. Before he could finish, Lu Chen decisively closed the friend chat window. What a joke! As a man who could be invincible for 16 hours, why would he be afraid of a mere neutral map around level 200? Of course not. Let's just do it. With that thought, Lu Chen stepped out without any hesitation, slamming the door behind him. The Blood Sand War Zone, located on the southeastern coast of Xingxia Kingdom, is a large island independent of the mainland. Besides being adjacent to Xingxia Kingdom, it also borders the nearby Wono country, Nanbang country, and Sheniu country, making it a neutral area contested by all 4 nations, with a very chaotic situation. Fortunately, after years of bloody battles and discussions, the Blood Sand War Zone has now been divided into 4 major regions, each of the 4 countries having its own sphere of influence. As long as one levels up within their own area and avoids taking risks by crossing borders, practitioners generally won't be attacked. After all, everyone is here to level up, gaining more experience is the top priority, and no one is idly looking for fights every day. However, there are always exceptions. In the Blood Sand War Zone, there are often powerful practitioners who take pleasure in slaughtering lower-level practitioners. Moreover, there are no legal constraints in the Blood Sand War Zone. This means that in this brutal place where might makes right, if you get killed, you can only blame your own lack of strength, there's no one else to blame. According to Su Wancheng's previous hints, Lu Chen hardly exerted any effort and successfully passed through the teleportation array, arriving at this infamous dangerous place. Standing in the safety zone of the Divine Summer Kingdom, Lu Chen looked around. He saw countless shops on both sides of the street with their doors wide open, offering a dazzling array of goods, from potion shops, alchemy rooms, and enchantment houses to scroll pavilions, restaurants, taverns, inns, and even foot massage KTVs. Everything was a feast for the eyes, a veritable cornucopia. In addition, the central street was filled with practitioners of various appearances, bustling about, the vast majority being weary combat practitioners, with a small portion being life practitioners and refining practitioners. Everywhere he looked, the sounds of people were deafening. Is this the Blood Sand War Zone? So many people, Lu Chen murmured, taking in the unique customs and culture around him, as if he were Lu Laolao entering the Grand View Garden. just as Lu Chen was curiously looking around. At that critical moment, "Look over there, there's someone. Should I go ask if he's interested? Wait for me." Suddenly, on the other side of the street, a few practitioners spotted the youthful Lu Chen, and one girl walked directly towards him. "Excuse me, are you a combat practitioner who just arrived in the Blood Sand War Zone?" The girl approached Lu Chen and asked directly, but she did not use insight on him. It is considered very impolite to use insight on someone without knowing them first. That's why the girl patiently asked. Yes. Lu Chen replied instinctively, turning to look at the girl and frowning as he asked, "Is there something you need?" "Well, we are planning to go to Despair Canyon to level up tonight, and I was wondering if you would be interested in teaming up with us?" As she said this, the girl seemed worried that Lu Chen might refuse, so she added, "Not only are there many monsters in Despair Canyon with high experience, but it has also been frequently spawning hidden realms lately. If we can level up there, even for just an hour, our experience points would increase significantly. If we happen to encounter a hidden realm, we could strike it rich." "Oh, leveling up in a team," Lu Chen murmured. In fact, according to his original intention, he had not planned to team up with anyone for leveling up in the Blood Sand War Zone. After all, with the 10,000-fold amplification as his cheat, having or not having teammates made little difference to him. Moreover, he didn't want to expose his trump card to others so soon. However, Lu Chen was new to this place and was very unfamiliar with the Blood Sand War Zone. He didn't know where to level up or if there were any precautions to take. At this moment, having a few people familiar with the terrain to guide him would undoubtedly save him a lot of trouble. Thinking of this, Lu Chen couldn't help but nod at the girl and said, "Alright, then you can team me up." Unexpectedly, the girl who had just warmly invited her suddenly shook her head. "Wait, what?" Lu Chen raised an eyebrow at the sight. "Friend, you must be coming to the Blood Sand War Zone for the first time, right?" The girl did not answer but looked at Lu Chen and asked in a serious tone. "Yes." Lu Chen nodded honestly. "Then I must make it clear to you." Upon hearing this, the girl first showed a look of as expected and then explained seriously that Despair Canyon is not within the territory of our Divine Xia Kingdom, but rather the domain of the Wano Nation. If our Divine Xia Kingdom's practitioners rashly intrude, once discovered by the practitioners of the Wano Nation, they are very likely to face a joint ambush from them. That's why we want to form as many groups as possible. After all, more people means more strength. At this point, she added, "If you don't want to go, you still have a chance now." As soon as she finished speaking, the girl let out a deep sigh, as if she had no great hopes. For the past few days, she had been looking for people to form a team on this street, but every time she mentioned the destination, regardless of the other person's profession or talent, they all rejected her on the spot without exception. However, the girl did not blame them, because the practitioners of the Wano Nation were notorious for their cruelty and cold-bloodedness in the Blood Sand War Zone. Once they fell into their hands, they would not let you die easily but would torture you to death bit by bit. It was said that before this, many practitioners from the Divine Xia Kingdom had accidentally taken a wrong turn and intruded into their territory, only to end up being disemboweled, skinned, and tortured to death in a horrific manner. So generally, very few practitioners were willing to cross the line to provoke that group of beasts. But just when the girl had lost all hope, "Go! Why not go?" Lu Chen smiled slightly and spoke without a second thought. "What? You actually agreed?" The girl looked at Lu Chen in surprise, and it took her a long while to come back to her senses. Then she asked blankly, You're not going to think about it anymore? We are going to the territory of the Wano Nation. It's just a Wano Nation. I want to see how capable this group of beasts can be." Lu Chen smiled proudly. In fact, if the girl hadn't mentioned that the Despair Canyon was the territory of the Wano Nation, Lu Chen would have had to think about whether to go or not. But the more it was the territory of the Wano Nation, the more willing he was to go, because having already learned that the Wano Nation's second dog planned to harm his compatriots, it was better to take the initiative than to sit and wait for death. As the saying goes, killing one is breaking even. Killing two is making a profit. Great! Finally, the girl came back to her senses, excitedly cheering and sending a team invitation to Lu Chen while introducing herself. "My name is Su Sha. My profession is priest, and my specialization is protection system." Saying this, she waved to the street opposite. The other two young men who were with her understood and walked over one after another. "These two are my seniors," Su Sha said to Lu Chen. then turned to the two young men and said, "This friend just agreed to our team invitation." "Oh, did we finally find a teammate?" As soon as the words fell, one of the young men, who looked youthful and clearly not very old, quickly stepped forward and extended his hand to Luo Chen, saying, "Hello, my name is Chao Yu. Profession, warrior. Specialization, chaos dance system." "Hello, my name is Luo Chen. Paladin. Specialization, judgment system." Luo Chen smiled and also introduced himself to the other party, but it was better that he didn't reveal his profession and specialization. As soon as he spoke, all three, including Su Shasha, were taken aback. "What? Paladin? And it's a judgment paladin?" Among the three, the remaining man furrowed his brows even more and directly cast an insight spell on Luo Chen. Target, Luo Chen, profession, paladin, specialization, LV, health, mana, combat rating. I can't see the basic attributes? The man was stunned for a moment as he looked at Luo Chen's attribute panel, and then he became furious. How could he not see that Luo Chen was using a hidden type item? But a mere judgment paladin, even without hidden attributes, was definitely a combat machine among trash. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but complain to Su Shasha beside him. "Shasha, I think you're just wasting time. Finding someone with such a trash profession to go to Despair Canyon with us won't help us at all. Instead, he'll just hold us back." Su Shasha's expression also turned ugly, clearly not expecting Luo Chen's profession and specialization to be so poor. A judgment paladin, after all, was the most useless existence in Blue Star, without exception. Moreover, the Blood Sand War Zone was a neutral map fraught with danger. Practitioners without some strength wouldn't dare to level up in such a place. So before this, Su Shasha had never thought she would encounter such a peculiar profession as Judgment Paladin in the Blood Sand War Zone. If you don't want to team up with me, then I won't force you. Bye." Seeing their reaction, Luo Chen was too lazy to waste words with them and planned to turn and leave. Wait! At that moment, Su Shasha suddenly reached out to stop him and kindly advised him. "Your name is Luo Chen, right? Actually, we didn't mean to look down on you, and as long as you don't mind, we would be very willing to team up with you." Yes. I heard that a Judgment Paladin can unleash extremely strong combat power with the support of equipment, and Paladins also have blessing and healing skills. Speaking of which, it's quite useful. Chao Yu chimed in with a cheerful expression. Alright. Looking at their clear eyes and sincere tone, Luo Chen's heart softened again, and he didn't continue to refuse but slowly nodded. However, as soon as he agreed, the remaining man was unwilling. Since you insist, I won't stop you, but I must declare in advance that if we encounter any danger later, I won't be responsible for taking care of a waste. The man glanced at Luo Chen with disdain and said, I won't take care of a waste either. Luo Chen narrowed his eyes and coldly replied. This was the first time he had encountered such an unreasonable person. However, considering Su Shasha and Chao Yu, he didn't explode but turned his head away, choosing to ignore him. Alright, Senior Luan, why don't you say a little less? Su Shasha advised the man again and then turned to Luo Chen, saying, Luo Chen, my senior has a straightforward temper and can be a bit harsh with his words, so please don't take it to heart. At this point, she took a couple of steps forward, intentionally lowering her voice to add in Luo Chen's ear, but he is extremely skilled in control and area attacks as an ice mage, with outstanding combat power. When we go to Despair Canyon this time, we will inevitably need to rely on his strength, so please bear with him and try not to argue with him. Oh, an ice mage? Luo Chen realized suddenly upon hearing this. No wonder this Liuan is so arrogant, it turns out he is a frost mage. In today's Blue Star, the profession of mage is already very sought after, not only because of high damage and numerous control abilities, but also due to exceptional self-defense capabilities, making it a very versatile existence. Although a frost mage is not a super profession, a mage with combat talent belonging to the ice system has control abilities that are even superior to those of ordinary mages. Their combat power is so strong that even when compared to true super professions, they are not to be underestimated. It's no wonder Liuan feels like he could look down on everyone. He indeed has some capital. Of course, for Luo Chen, who possesses SSS-level combat talent, a mere frost mage is nothing to worry about. However, considering Su Shasha and Chao Yu, he decided not to continue wasting words with Liuan. After all, if a dog barks at you a few times, would you really want to bite back? At this moment, Su Shasha checked the time on her watch and suggested, "There are 2 hours until sunset, and Despair Canyon is quite far away. Why don't we set off now? We can arrive just as it gets dark." After saying this, she turned to Xiao Ling and asked, "Lu Chun, do you need to prepare anything?" "No, I can leave any time. Just let me know your arrangements." Lu Chen replied with a smile. "Alright, let's go now," Su Shasha decisively said, then turned to Lu Chen and added, "Lu Chun, the Blood Sand War Zone is dense with forests and complex terrain, so make sure to stick close to us and don't wander off." With that, she didn't delay any further and took the lead, striding down the main road. "Lu Chun, let's go." Chao Yu followed closely behind, not forgetting to give Lu Chen a friendly smile before they left. As the two departed, only Luan and Lu Chen were left on the street. "Waste. If you know what's good for you, get out of the team and scram, or when we reach Despair Canyon, you'll regret it before you even know it," Luan threatened ominously. His eyes filled with undisguised mockery and disdain as he looked at Lu Chen. After saying this, he didn't care about Lu Chen's reaction and turned to chase after Su Shasha and Chao Yu. Little did he know, his last threatening words sparked Lu Chen's interest, who had no intention of stooping to his level. "Ha, I don't believe in this evil, I want to see how you make me regret it." Lu Chen chuckled lightly and without hesitation followed after him. The camp of the Divine Summer Kingdom is located in the northeast corner of the Blood Sand War Zone, named Bloodbone Town. It is said that many years ago, the pioneers of the Divine Summer Kingdom's practitioners paid a heavy price to establish this camp in the Blood Sand War Zone, leaving a safe place for future generations to rest and recuperate. The entire camp was almost built upon their flesh and bones, to commemorate these brave fighters of the past and to remind the new generation of practitioners of their mission and history. The higher-ups of the Divine Summer Kingdom named this town Bloodbone Town. Bloodbone Town is not large, covering only over 1,000 acres. Under Su Shasha's guidance, Lu Chen and the others quickly stepped out of the gates of Bloodbone Town and into the perilous wilderness. At this time, many practitioners were leveling up outside the gates of Bloodbone Town. Lu Chen looked around and noticed that most of these practitioners were only in their 50s, clearly new practitioners who had just transitioned this year. The monsters they faced were mostly beast-like. For example, there were monstrous birds over 3 meters long that could spit fire, and then there were the agile, 3-headed wolves. They even encountered large carnivorous dinosaurs that had been extinct for hundreds of millions of years, which left Lu Chen in awe. "Everyone be careful, we have now entered a dangerous wilderness area." At that moment, Su Shasha, who had been leading the way, suddenly turned around to remind everyone while taking out a silver-white staff embedded with gems from her bag, waving it at them. "Holy protection!" Buzz. The next moment, a sacred light descended from the sky, enveloping several people and forming a semi-transparent golden shield, which was the priest's signature skill. "Holy protection! You all go ahead, I'll hold the rear." Chao Yu also took out his equipment, gripping a broadsword in his right hand and a shield in his left, clad in heavy steel armor. He not only moved to the back of the group but also assumed a defensive stance. Divine blessing. Seeing that the two had made their preparations, Lu Chen didn't idle either. He quickly learned and cast a blessing spell that granted +1 to all attributes on both of them. As for Luan, he didn't even glance at him. Humph, truly a worthless fool who doesn't know when he's in danger. Seeing that Lu Chen didn't cast a blessing on him, Luan's eyes flashed with malice as he stared at Lu Chen, like a beast fixated on its prey. Idiot. Unfortunately, Lu Chen wasn't afraid at all and even threw him a curse from his past life. You dare to insult me?" Luan, upon hearing this, almost thought he misheard, pointing at Lu Chen in disbelief. "How do you know I'm insulting you? Do you admit you're a stupid idiot?" Lu Chen retorted with a strange smile. Although he couldn't understand why Luan insisted on opposing him, he wouldn't let the other party bully him. At this point, Luan was furious and unhesitatingly took out a staff, preparing to attack Lu Chen. "Alright, enough of this." At a critical moment, Su Shasha stepped in again as a peacemaker, urging both of them. "This Blood Sand War Zone is fraught with danger. Not only are there numerous monsters rampaging, but there are also practitioners from the other 3 nations lurking in the shadows. If we continue to fight among ourselves, when we encounter a crisis later, it wouldn't be impossible for us to be completely wiped out." Humph. Hearing this, Luan realized Su Shasha had a point, so he reluctantly backed down and stopped making things difficult for Lu Chen. However, he didn't forget to leave a harsh remark. "Humph, let you be arrogant for a while, But you, a mere judgment knight, if we encounter danger later, I want to see how you beg me. He, then let's see who begs whom. Luo Shenxen sneered repeatedly, showing no fear at all. What a joke! With the 10,000 times amplification as his incredible trump card, even if he faced a level 200 second transformation practitioner, he still had the strength to fight back. Under such circumstances, did he need to beg anyone? Of course not. At this moment, seeing that the two had temporarily ceased hostilities, Su Shasha finally breathed a sigh of relief. Meanwhile, Chao Yu, like a caring older brother, reminded Luo Shenxen, Luo Chun, the Blood Sand Warzone is vast, but only a small part belongs to our divine summer kingdom. After we step into the enemy's territory, once those enemy professionals discover our presence, they are likely to attack us without hesitation. Your profession is slightly weaker, so remember to stand in the center of the team. I will do my best to protect you. Understand? Okay. Luo Shenxen nodded. Along the way, he could tell that Su Shasha and Chao Yu had good character. Their words were entirely out of goodwill, with no hint of mockery. Next, the four of them continued on, plunging into the Blood Sand Warzone, a primitive forest filled with a wild atmosphere. Upon entering the forest, Luo Shenxen finally understood why this Blood Sand Warzone, despite being extremely dangerous, still attracted so many professionals willing to risk their safety to level up here. Almost every few dozen meters, he could see clusters of monsters, with even the smaller groups numbering over 10, and in larger groups, there were often hundreds gathered together. Fortunately, although these monsters were numerous, their levels were not high, mostly around level 55, and their individual combat power was not very strong. Su Shasha, a level 72 priest, and Chao Yu, an 83 level warrior, not only had explosive combat power but also formed a crushing advantage in levels against these monsters in the 50s. So throughout the journey, these monsters couldn't even reach Luo Shenxen before being easily dealt with by Su Shasha and Chao Yu. Ding! Congratulations! You have successfully killed the Fire Eagle Beast, gaining 122 experience points and obtaining the material Beautiful Feather. Ding! Congratulations! You have successfully killed the Primitive Wind Wolf, gaining 131 experience points and obtaining the equipment Undigested Shield. Ding! Congratulations! You have successfully killed the Spiked Sword Porcupine, gaining 102 experience points and obtaining the material Sharp Spiked Sword. Ding! Congratulations! You have successfully leveled up to level 51, gaining 5 basic attributes and 5 free attributes. Listening to the continuous light sounds in his mind and watching his experience bar soar rapidly, Luo Shenxen was momentarily unsure whether to feel grateful or guilty, because along the way, he had countless times wanted to take action when seeing monsters, but he couldn't even cast a single spell, as those blocking monsters were easily resolved by Su Shasha and Chao Yu. Yet, the experience points he was supposed to receive were not diminished at all. The whole process felt like free riding. Just as Luo Shenxen was considering whether he should take the initiative to relieve some pressure from his teammates, Su Shasha suddenly made a gesture to stop everyone. Stop! What's wrong? Chao Yu asked, somewhat puzzled. Su Shasha shook her head without answering, instead pointing ahead with a serious expression, saying, up ahead is the Despair Canyon. We've arrived. Oh, have we already arrived? Luo Shenxen's heart stirred as he quickly looked up. He saw a deep canyon suddenly appear in the vast land within the forest, resembling a ferocious beast lying in wait, giving off an extremely dangerous feeling. Is this the Despair Canyon? Luo Shenxen murmured. The Despair Canyon is the territory of the Wano Nation, and there are definitely many professionals from the Wano Nation inside. If we rashly charge in, we are likely to be ambushed, but I have already inquired in advance. At the same time, Su Shasha spoke while taking out a map from her personal bag and spreading it out before everyone, then pointed at a spot on the map. This place is called Dark Crossing, the most remote area in the northwest of the Despair Canyon. Usually, very few people would go all the way there to level up. As she spoke, she looked up at the sky and added, and it's about to get dark soon. Those guys from the Wano country have been leveling up all day, so most of them should be heading back to the safe zone to rest. After her words fell, Su Shasha addressed everyone again. If we take advantage of the night to level up at this dark crossing, and then leave as quickly as possible before dawn, those people from Wano country shouldn't be able to detect our movements. What do you think? No objections. Chao Yu nodded almost without thinking. I have no objections either. Luo Shenxen quickly followed suit, expressing his agreement. Humph. Luan snorted coldly, though he didn't speak and had a somewhat confrontational stance, but his reaction undoubtedly indicated his agreement with Su Shasha's proposal. Good. Since everyone agrees, let's head over now. Seeing that everyone was on board, Su Shasha waved her hand and stepped forward, leading the group toward the canyon. However, unlike their previous hurried pace, this time Su Shasha slowed down significantly, carefully scanning her surroundings. Even the slightest sound would make her stop in her tracks, only continuing once she confirmed it was safe, embodying a tense atmosphere of vigilance. Chao Yu's demeanor was not much better. He held his shield firmly in front of him, ready to charge at any moment, seemingly afraid of an ambush. Even Luan, who had always been extremely arrogant, was now tightly gripping his staff, with magical energy swirling around him, clearly prepared for battle. Fortunately, the group had good luck. They encountered no significant obstacles along the way and did not run into any practitioners from the Wano country. After just half an hour, as the sun set and darkness enveloped the land, they finally reached their destination, the Dark Crossing. Looking at the surrounding dark environment, Su Shasha let out a quiet sigh of relief after confirming that there were indeed no practitioners from Wano country nearby. Alright, we've arrived, everyone can prepare to level up. Su Shasha wore a relieved smile on her face. But before she could finish her sentence, crack, suddenly, the ground split open violently, and a massive monster, over 10 meters long, covered in bright red scales and with 9 heads sprouting from its neck, burst forth from the earth, lunging directly at the nearby Su Shasha. Watch out! Lu Chen's pupils constricted, instinctively moving forward to help, but before he could act, Chao Yu rushed ahead of him, charging at the monster. Brutal charge. Whoosh! In the next moment, a fierce wind howled. Chao Yu transformed into a blur. Almost in the blink of an eye, he reached the monster and slammed into it, knocking it over. HP 311. Roar! The monster cried out in pain, immediately abandoning Su Shasha and turning to charge at Chao Yu. It was only then that Lu Chen finally saw the monster's basic attributes. Target, Ancient 9-Headed Serpent, Type, Beast, Rating, Elite, LV, 62, Health, 6,433, Mana, 3,127, Combat Rating, 341 stars, Unique Skills, Corrosive Acid, Death Entanglement. This beast with 9 heads each had its own independent thoughts. This is an elite monster. Everyone be careful, Su Shasha shouted as she quickly stepped back a few paces, creating a safe distance from the Ancient 9-Headed Serpent. After doing all this, she finally raised the staff in her hand and let out a soft shout. Light Judgment. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Countless milky white orbs of light shot out from Su Shasha's staff, crashing into the massive body of the blood pattern evil python. HP 222, HP 259, HP 274. Meanwhile, Chao Yu was not idle either. He suddenly threw his shield out. Spinning shield. Whoosh, bang. HP 456. The large shield traced a brilliant arc in the air before smashing hard into the ancient Hydra, dealing a considerable amount of damage on the spot. Roar! After suffering consecutive heavy hits, the ancient Hydra was enraged, opening its massive mouth and spraying a dark green venom at Chao Yu, which was its unique skill, Corrosive Venom. However, it was clear that Su Shasha and Chao Yu were not new to teamwork. Seeing the ancient Hydra unleash its skill, without needing Chao Yu's reminder, Su Shasha, as a priest, proactively gave up her attack and cast a protective skill on him. Divine Protection. Buzz. A golden transparent shield appeared out of thin air. The skill unleashed by the ancient Hydra hit the shield created by Divine Protection, instantly negating nearly 90% of its power, only dealing a little over 100 points of damage to Chao Yu. Fearless Slash. Light Punishment. HP 431, HP 203, HP 221, HP 234. Next, the three of them, 2 players and 1 snake, engaged in a fierce battle, exchanging skills back and forth. Although this ancient Hydra was an elite monster, with health, skills, and combat rating far superior to ordinary monsters, Su Shasha and Chao Yu worked together with remarkable synergy. One was a priest, the other a warrior. One could heal and shield, while the other had high health and defense. Under such circumstances, although the ancient Hydra had decent combat power, it couldn't hold out for long against the two and soon had its health bar completely emptied, meeting its demise. Ding! Congratulations! You have successfully killed the ancient Hydra, earning 5,832 experience points. Wow! Over 5,000 experience for a single monster? Seeing the information panel's feedback, Luo Shenxen was startled and finally understood Su Shasha and the others' intentions. No wonder they were willing to risk being targeted by the professionals from the Woku country to come to this Despair Canyon to level up. It turned out that the experience points here were absurdly high. Just killing an elite monster could yield over 5,000 experience points, which was even more than what one would get from killing a group of monsters outside. And this was even with 4 people sharing the experience. If someone were to kill this monster alone, wouldn't they get over 20,000 experience points? Thinking of this, Luo Shenxen couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement. Well done. At this moment, seeing the monster successfully defeated, Xiaoyu laughed heartily and quickly went to collect the loot. Unfortunately, the ancient Hydra only dropped a few worthless materials. Not even a decent piece of equipment. Wow, this drop is so trash. Looking at the pitiful drops from the ancient Hydra, Xiaoyu shook his head in disappointment. It's actually quite good. Although this monster didn't drop anything valuable, the experience points are quite considerable, Luo Shenxen said with a smile. Yeah, I didn't expect that we just arrived at Despair Canyon and already killed an elite monster. This is a great start. Su Shasha also chimed in repeatedly. Oli Luan. He seemed to look down on everyone's performance, crossing his arms and sneering. Just an ordinary elite monster. I could easily handle it alone. Look at how proud you all are. Truly inexperienced. Senior Luan's combat power is formidable. Such ordinary monsters are certainly no match for you. Xiaoyu chuckled upon hearing this, not at all angry, and turned to Luo Shenxen, saying, Luo Shenxen, I'll take the items dropped by this monster for now, but don't worry, when we return to Bloodbone Town, no matter how much we gain this time, we'll split it evenly. That won't do. This elite monster was killed by you and Shasha. I didn't even lift a finger. Luo Shenxen quickly tried to dissuade him, but was directly interrupted by Xiaoyu. Alright, we're all professionals from the Divine Xia Kingdom. Why be so petty? If I say we'll split it, we'll split it. Yes, Luo Shenxen, since we came as a team, we should share the rewards equally. We can't let you come all this way just to tag along for free. Su Shasha echoed from the side. Well, fine. Seeing this, Luo Shenxen felt a warmth in his heart, realizing that since they had said it this way, if he continued to refuse, it would seem too petty. Reluctantly, he could only smile wryly and nod. That's more like it. With Luo Shenxen's agreement, Su Shasha and Xiaoyu both showed satisfied smiles. For a moment, the atmosphere among the three became increasingly harmonious, feeling as if they had known each other for ages. But just then, a harsh voice suddenly rang out, completely shattering this pleasant atmosphere. Wait, if you want to split the rewards with this waste, I have no objections, but I must declare in advance that the things I kill have nothing to do with you. Luan shouted loudly, his gaze towards Luo Shenxen growing increasingly unfriendly. It was truly that Su Shasha and Xiaoyu were too clueless. As a dazzling frost mage, he was the real powerhouse of this team. Logically, Su Shasha and Xiaoyu should revolve around him no matter what they did. Yet at this moment, these two fools were treating a trash paladin with kindness, even neglecting to ask for his opinion on the distribution of rewards. Wasn't this just brainless? Senior Luan, you. Seeing Luan suddenly say this, Su Shasha and Xiaoyu couldn't help but narrow their eyes. But Luan didn't even glance at the two, clearly determined not to associate with them. Fine, if we don't split, we won't split. Having one more or one less doesn't matter. Luo Shenxen smiled casually, quickly comforting the two, although he had grown to detest Luan to the extreme, wishing he could slap him into the ground. He still forcibly suppressed his anger for the sake of Su Shasha and Xiaoyu. After that, everyone tidied up a bit and resumed their leveling journey. Despair Canyon truly lived up to its reputation as a high experience area in the Blood Sand War Zone. Even though this dark ferry was just a very remote corner of Despair Canyon, the number of monsters lurking there and the richness of experience still far exceeded everyone's expectations. Moreover, although these monsters looked intimidating, most of them had average combat power, low health, and thin skin. So Luo Shenxen didn't even need to intervene. Su Shasha and Xiaoyu could easily take them down. Thus, in just half an hour, the four of them leveled up 3 times in one go. At this rate of leveling, we could easily reach level 20 before dawn. Xiaoyu, being open-minded and straightforward, had all his emotions written on his face. As he saw his experience bar filling up, he laughed even more heartily. Better be careful. I always feel something's off about this place, Lu Chen reminded nearby. He felt that this dark crossing seemed a bit strange. After all, such a great leveling spot, there was no reason for those Wak Uni professionals not to come here to level up. Yet they had been fighting monsters here for half an hour and still hadn't seen a single person. As the saying goes, unusual occurrences must have their reasons. Thinking of this, Lu Chen couldn't help but raise his vigilance a bit. It's fine. It's late at night. Those Wak Uni guys must be asleep, Xiao Yu said nonchalantly. As long as they don't come to disturb us, this dark crossing is simply paradise for us. Before he could finish his sentence, Su Shasha, who had been leading the leveling up front, suddenly paused. Hey, why did you stop? Lu Chen frowned and asked upon seeing this. Su Shasha didn't speak but trembled as she raised her hand, pointing to a spot not far away. Everyone focused their gaze, and then they all gasped in shock. Not far away, among the pile of rubble, lay a massive creature covered in green scales, with a single horn on its head, a Tyrannosaurus rex, quietly lying on the ground, looking like a giant stubborn rock at first glance. Su Shasha hadn't even noticed its presence, and by the time she realized the danger, she was almost right next to the Tyrannosaurus rex. Almost instinctively, Lu Chen cast an insight spell on the Tyrannosaurus. Target, Ancient Tyrannosaurus Type, Beast Rating, Wild BOSSLV, 100 Health, 23,000 Combat Power Rating, 722 Stars. Unique Skills, Trembling Roar, Dragon Tail Sweep, Mighty Stomp, Bone Crushing Chew. This Tyrannosaurus from the Ancient is the true king of the Despair Canyon. This is actually the strongest wild boss in Despair Canyon. Primitive Tyrannosaurus? Su Shasha said, drenched in cold sweat, her voice trembling. Keep it down. Don't wake it up, Xiao Yu quickly reminded in a low voice from behind. Hearing this, Lu Chen noticed that the primitive Tyrannosaurus was still sound asleep, not even opening its eyes. But even so, Su Shasha still dared not let her guard down. After all, the primitive Tyrannosaurus was a notoriously powerful boss in Despair Canyon, and countless professionals had unknowingly become its meals. Su Shasha never dreamed she would one day be so close to such a deadly boss. No wonder this dark crossing had such high experience, but not a single Wak Uni professional dared to come here to level up. It turned out to be the lair of the ancient Tyrannosaurus. However, now that it had come to this, it was too late for her to regret. She could only cautiously take a step back, trying to leave as quickly as possible while the boss was still asleep. But as the saying goes, what you fear will come. Just as Su Shasha had just taken a step back, the primitive Tyrannosaurus, which had been sleeping soundly, suddenly opened its eyes without warning, its enormous pupils shining like headlights, and in an instant, they locked onto Su Shasha, who was so close. Shasha, be careful. Seeing the primitive Tyrannosaurus wake up, Xiao Yu was startled and was about to rush forward to help, but Lu Chen reached out to stop him. Lu Chen, you? Xiao Yu looked at Lu Chen in confusion, calling out anxiously, don't go over, you're no match for this wild boss, Lu Chen said in a deep voice, not making any rash moves. At this moment, because Su Shasha was too close to the primitive Tyrannosaurus, this boss had already targeted her as the primary attack target. Under such circumstances, Xiao Yu not only couldn't help but would also fall into danger alongside Su Shasha. What should we do? Xiao Yu's face was filled with anxiety. To save Shasha, we either need to control this primitive Tyrannosaurus so it can't attack first, or someone has to step up and sacrifice themselves to draw the boss's attention, creating an opportunity for Shasha to escape. Otherwise, as a priest who isn't good at close combat, she might be taken out in one hit, Lu Chen said, taking out his demon scythe from his bag, ready to rush in for a rescue. Control? Just then, Xiao Yu, hearing Lu Chen's words, seemed to think of something and suddenly turned his gaze to the side at Luan. Luan, you're an ice mage. You must have quite a few powerful control skills, right? At this point, he almost pleaded with a choked voice, please, help save Shasha. Ha, now you know to ask me for help? Where were you before? But Luan showed no intention of helping at all. He stood with his arms crossed, a smug look on his face, even mocking Xiao Yu. Aren't you all friends with that useless paladin? Let him save you. Luan, what do you mean? Lu Chen's profession is already inclined towards support. Sending him in is just asking for him to die. Xiao Yu shouted anxiously, not even addressing him as senior, showing he was truly furious. Humph, wouldn't it be better if he died? Without him, we can share more experience and loot. Luan remained unmoved, he was a narrow-minded person. And seeing Su Shasha and Xiao Yu so enthusiastic about Lu Chen had long made him feel unbalanced. Now, he was finally waiting for this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, just waiting for the two to kneel and apologize to him. Shameless! Xiao Yu trembled with anger, about to speak again when Lu Chen reached out to stop him. Don't waste your breath on him. Lu Chen's expression was dark, filled with anger. He had no grudge against Luan, and they were both professionals from the divine Xia kingdom. Yet, despite this, the other party looked down on him just because he was a support class paladin, even wanting him to fall victim to the wild boss. Such malice, in Lu Chen's view, made it unnecessary for him to continue living. However, it was clear that this was not the best time to deal with Luan, because ahead, the wild boss primitive Tyrannosaurus had slowly stood up from the ground, poised to attack Su Shasha. Not good. A look of despair crossed Su Shasha's face as she hurriedly cast a shield on herself. I'm going for it. Meanwhile, Xiao Yu raised his shield, ready to charge forward and fight the boss at all costs. At this critical moment, whoosh! Suddenly, a tall figure surged ahead, not only bypassing Xiao Yu and Su Shasha but also charging directly towards the ancient Tyrannosaurus, none other than Lu Chen. Lu Chen, are you crazy? Come back! Su Shasha and Xiao Yu exclaimed, nearly popping their eyes out. But Lu Chen seemed not to hear their cries. He didn't pause for a moment and unleashed three skills in one breath. Divine Blessing, Summon, Seraphim Projection, Fervent Judgment, Buzz. A holy golden light descended from the sky, transforming into a semi-transparent figure with wings. Wasn't it the Seraphim Projection? However, in front of so many people, Lu Chen did not use his combat talent 10,000 times amplification. So at this moment, the Seraphim Projection was merely the simplest angel projection, not Gabriel's projection. But for Lu Chen, that was already enough. Just as he spoke, in the blink of an eye, Lu Chen rushed to the front of the primitive Tyrannosaurus and raised the demon scythe in his hand. Clang! Critical hit. HP minus 799. Roar! Poor primitive Tyrannosaurus had just woken up, its head still in a daze. And before it could react, Lu Chen struck it on the forehead with the scythe, nearly knocking it out cold. In pain, the primitive Tyrannosaurus actually took 3 steps back in place. What? It actually repelled the primitive Tyrannosaurus? At the same time, seeing Lu Chen, a paladin, actually push back the wild boss primitive Tyrannosaurus head-on, Su Shasha and Xiao Yu were instantly flustered. Even Luan, who had always looked down on Lu Chen, couldn't help but narrow his pupils. But that wasn't all. At this moment, the primitive Tyrannosaurus finally came to its senses not far away. Seeing a mere human practitioner daring to challenge its authority as the king of Despair Canyon, it was furious and without hesitation unleashed a skill at Lu Chen. Roar! Despairing roar! Buzz! The terrifying sound wave howled and spread, causing the ground around to crack inch by inch, sending debris flying everywhere, and the dreadful echo lingered in the deep canyon, lasting for a long time. HP minus 577, and Lu Chen, who was at the forefront, was hit hard by this sound wave, losing a significant amount of health and feeling dizzy, almost fainting on the spot. However, he quickly regained his composure, shook his head, and charged towards the primitive Tyrannosaurus again, determined to fight this boss to the end. Such high defense. Suck. Seeing this scene, Xiao Yu and Su Shasha behind could no longer contain their shock and gasped sharply. Lu Chen's displayed combat power was simply outrageous. Not only was his attack strong enough to repel the boss, but his defense was also absurdly high. It should be noted that if they had faced the despairing roar head-on, they could have been killed in an instant. But Lu Chen only lost over 500 health points and was back in the fray with the boss as if nothing had happened. What kind of useless Judgment Knight from Blue Star was this? Even super classes and hidden classes were nothing compared to this. Could it be a dark gold quality weapon? Finally, Luan noticed some clues. He saw that the demon scythe in Lu Chen's hand, with its fierce design, was actually glowing with a deep red light. Luan was so surprised he almost shouted out loud, because in today's Blue Star, only dark gold quality equipment would emit a deep red glow, and the Judgment Knight was a class that relied heavily on equipment. A well-equipped Judgment Knight and one without equipment were two completely different classes. In fact, since the era of universal job changes began, an ancient saying has circulated on Blue Star: there are no weak classes, only weak people. And since the Paladin has the Judgment specialization, there must be a reason for its existence. However, before this, The Judgment Knight had been severely underestimated by the world due to the peculiarities of the class. That's right, underestimated. After all, the Judgment Knight heavily relies on equipment, whether it's attack skills, magic skills, or summoning skills. Almost every skill is inextricably linked to the strength of its own gear. However, this profession is too unconventional, focusing solely on output while neglecting the supportive advantages of a paladin. This has led to the Judgment Knight struggling to find suitable teammates, and thus unable to obtain appropriate equipment. Without the right gear, the Judgment Knight cannot unleash its full combat potential, and may even fail to reach the 5th advancement. This undoubtedly traps them in a vicious cycle. Fortunately, with the unprecedented appearance of Luo Shenxen, this freak, the Judgment Knight, which has long been regarded as a useless class, is destined to shine under his hands. TCH, no wonder you're so arrogant, it turns out you have a piece of dark gold quality equipment. Meanwhile, Luan gradually came to his senses. Seeing that Luo Shenxen actually had dark gold quality equipment, he was somewhat surprised but still didn't take it to heart. After all, the Judgment Knight has been weak for a long time on Blue Star, and most people's impression of this class is that it's useless, a joke, and of no value, which cannot be changed overnight. So Luan still didn't take Luo Shenxen seriously, and with a sneer, he disdainfully said, "Although I don't know how a piece of trash like you got dark gold equipment, do you really think you can take on the primitive Tyrannosaurus with just that? I want to see how you die later." At this point, he looked up at Su Shasha and Luan, boasting, "And you too, if you can't hold on later, just kneel down and beg me, maybe if I'm in a good mood, I'll help you out." You. Upon hearing this, Su Shasha and Luan's expressions changed. Ignore him. Luo Shenxen didn't look back, his gaze still locked on the primitive Tyrannosaurus ahead. Bang! At the same time, the primitive Tyrannosaurus, seeing that its first skill failed to take down Luo Shenxen, revealed a surge of anger in its massive dragon eyes and immediately unleashed its second skill without hesitation. Dragon Tail Sweep. Whoosh! The thick dragon tail flashed through the air like a stout whip, striking Luo Shenxen with lightning speed. Bang! HP minus 721. In the next moment, accompanied by a violent thud, Luo Shenxen was caught off guard and nearly flung away, his health rapidly plummeting at a visible rate, and the situation became extremely critical. "Luo Shenxen, we're here to help you." Fortunately, at this crucial moment, Xiao Yu finally came to his senses and was about to rush forward to assist. "And me." Su Shasha also raised her staff. In fact, at this moment, with the primitive Tyrannosaurus focused on Luo Shenxen, the two could have safely escaped without a scratch, but they did not do so. Instead, they resolutely chose to fight alongside Luo Shenxen, even knowing that without Luan's powerful control and output, even with all three of them together, they might not be a match for the primitive Tyrannosaurus. They still did not change their original intention. Seeing their reaction, Luo Shenxen felt a warmth in his heart, thinking that he had indeed not misjudged them. However, he did not agree to their proposal to attack together. Instead, he decisively refused. "No need. You two stay back and assist me. This wild boss is mine to deal with," Luo Shenxen said firmly. "What?" As soon as these words were spoken, not only Xiao Yu and Su Shasha, but even Luan was taken aback, clearly not expecting that a mere Judgment Knight like Luo Shenxen would want to challenge a wild boss one-on-one. Is he out of his mind? No way. This is too dangerous. Su Shasha immediately rejected Luo Shenxen's bold idea without a second thought. "Luo Shenxen, this is not the time to show off. The primitive Tyrannosaurus is the strongest boss in the Despair Canyon. Even super professionals are no match for it," Xiao Yu also anxiously urged from the side. But before he could finish, Luo Shenxen interrupted him with a wave of his hand. "Ha ha, don't worry. If my health gets low later, you can come help me then." Luo Shenxen shot them a confident smile again. Although he knew from their earlier encounter that the primitive Tyrannosaurus was tough to deal with, he had two reasons for his confidence. First, his 10,000 times amplification was still off cooldown. As long as he was willing to use it, he could easily change the tide of battle at any moment, so he was absolutely sure he wouldn't fail here. Second, his main purpose for coming to the Blood Sand War Zone was to rescue his talented compatriots who were targeted by the Woku, so he wanted to save his trump card, 10,000 times amplification, for a critical moment if possible. Third, he wanted to take this opportunity to see how powerful his judgment specialization really was, to find out if it was as useless as others claimed. As for Su Shasha and Xiao Yu, although their levels were slightly higher than his, In terms of equipment quality, their attack and defense were far inferior to his. If they rushed in recklessly, not only would they not help him, but they might even be taken out by the primitive Tyrannosaurus in one hit. If that happened, it would be a big joke. With that thought, Luo Shenxen gritted his teeth and stepped forward, charging towards the primitive Tyrannosaurus. Sha! Quick! Heal Luo Shenxen! Seeing that Luo Shenxen was determined to face the primitive Tyrannosaurus alone, Xiao Yu quickly called out to Su Sha. Got it! Su Sha nodded in response and immediately cast a skill on Luo Shenxen. Healing spell. Buzz. A faint golden light quietly flashed over Luo Shenxen. HP plus 522. What a strong recovery ability. Seeing his health suddenly recover by over 500 points, Luo Shenxen's eyes lit up. He remembered that Su Sha was an exceptionally skilled healer. With the priest's healing, Luo Shenxen was no longer afraid and completely let go of himself, raising the demon scythe in his hand and engaging in a fierce battle with the primitive Tyrannosaurus, exchanging claws and scythes. At the same time, the angel projection he had just summoned was also busy. Heaven's Blade. After a short period of devout prayer, the angel projection summoned a long sword engulfed in blazing holy flames out of thin air. After doing this, it slashed fiercely at the primitive Tyrannosaurus in front of it. Holy Judgment. Put. HP minus 211. A significant damage number shot out from above the primitive Tyrannosaurus. This thing seems to deal pretty good damage? Watching the fearless angel projection beside him, Luo Shenxen couldn't help but raise an eyebrow, almost instinctively glancing at its base attributes. Target, Seraphim Projection, Type, Magical Creation, Race, Lesser Angel, LV, 54, Health, 1600, Mana, 1200, Strength, 250, Wisdom, 120, Agility, 133, Spirit, 43, Stamina, 207, Combat Power Rating, 204 stars, Skill 1, Heaven's Blade, Skill 2, Holy Judgment, Skill 3, Exorcism Holy Flame. Wow! Only a 200 plus star combat power rating? Looking at the pitiful combat rating of the angel projection, Luo Shenxen couldn't help but smile wryly and shake his head. Previously, he had seen this angel projection ignore level differences and deal nearly 200 points of damage to the primitive Tyrannosaurus, thinking it was incredibly powerful. But to his surprise, this unenhanced Seraphim projection had a mere combat rating of 200 stars, with only a pathetic 3 skills, making it worlds apart from his previously enhanced Gabriel projection. However, Luo Shenxen didn't dwell on it too much. After all, this thing, before undergoing 10,000-fold enhancement, was just a pure summoning creature that could assist in battle but could never change the course of the fight. Moreover, Luo Shenxen had intended to test his own strength this time and didn't really want to rely on the power of the Seraphim projection. Otherwise, he could have just summoned the Gabriel projection directly. Why go through all this trouble? Little did he know that as the Seraphim projection made its move, the others, including Su Sha, were no longer calm. Why is Luo Shenxen's angel projection so fierce? Xiao Yu asked in shock, because before this, he had teamed up with some paladins and knew that paladins could summon angel projections to assist in combat. However, the angel projections he had seen before mostly served a supportive role and were nowhere near as impressive as Luo Shenxen's angel projection, which could deal over 200 damage to a high-defense wild boss like the primitive Tyrannosaurus. This was even higher than the damage dealt by some beast masters and their beasts. I see. Luo Shenxen is a judgment knight. His angel projection is different from the one summoned by the paladins we've seen before. It should be focused on combat. At this moment, Su Sha seemed to have guessed something and chimed in. So that's how it is. Xiao Yu recalled that although the paladin class all had the skill to summon angel projections, the 3 major specializations summoned completely different angel projections. For example, the healing paladin summoned the holy angel projection, which could continuously restore teammates' health. The sacrifice paladin summoned the celestial angel projection, which could increase teammates' defense and absorb damage. These 2 types of angel projections clearly had more supportive functions than combat functions. Only the judgment specialization summoned the Seraphim projection, which, despite contributing nothing to the team and having no supportive functions, was the only angel projection among the 3 paladin specializations focused on combat. Su Sha and the others were witnessing a judgment knight summon the Seraphim projection for the first time in their lives, and it was hard to say they weren't surprised. I've heard that the higher the combat rating of the paladin themselves, the stronger the combat power of the angel projection they summon, Su Sha said, casting a deep glance at Luo Shenxen, murmuring, It seems Luo Shenxen is not as simple as we thought. Fervent judgment. Bang. Critical hit. HP minus 777. On the other side, Luo Shenxen's battle with the primitive Tyrannosaurus was still in full swing. Although Luo Shenxen was only level 54 at this time, there was still a level difference of over 40 levels between him and the primitive Tyrannosaurus. However, as long as the level difference was less than 50 levels, the restrictions he faced were not that significant. Coupled with the continuous healing provided by Su Shasha from the back, he didn't have to worry about his health depleting in the short term, becoming braver with each battle, and almost maximizing the characteristics of the Judgment Knight with high burst damage and high defense. In just a few short minutes, the primitive Tyrannosaurus, with over 20,000 health points, had its health reduced by half by Luo Shenxen. Roar! Finally, the primitive Tyrannosaurus was enraged, letting out a furious roar. The next moment, under the horrified gazes of Su Shasha and the others, it opened its massive jaws wide and lunged at Luo Shenxen, clearly intent on swallowing him whole. Luo Shenxen, be careful, that's the primitive Tyrannosaurus's ultimate move, bone-crushing chew. Once you're in its mouth, escaping will be nearly impossible. Chao Yu's face changed dramatically as he hurriedly shouted a warning. Luo Shenxen, get out of the way. Su Shasha also cried out anxiously, but Luo Shenxen seemed oblivious, standing still without moving an inch. What? Seeing this scene, Chao Yu and Su Shasha were nearly scared to death. Just as they were about to rush in to help, it was too late. Splash! The next moment, the primitive Tyrannosaurus closed its jaws, swallowing Luo Shenxen whole. Not good. Su Shasha and Chao Yu were nearly terrified to death. Ha! Is he finally dead? To think he dared to challenge the primitive Tyrannosaurus alone. Truly reckless. Luan sneered, just about to turn and flee. At that moment, an unbelievable scene unfolded. The primitive Tyrannosaurus opened and closed its mouth repeatedly, but instead of the expected sound of bones cracking, it emitted a series of ineffective status effects. Immune, immune, immune. Ha! What's going on? The crowd focused their eyes and discovered that, unbeknownst to them, a transparent golden shield had appeared around Luo Shenxen, which was none other than the paladin's signature invincible skill, Divine Shield. He, surprised, aren't you? With the primitive Tyrannosaurus clamped in its jaws, Luo Shenxen, relying on his 6-second real man rogue skill, was not the least bit flustered. Instead, he leisurely raised the demon scythe in his hand and unleashed a flurry of attacks on the vulnerable mouth of the primitive Tyrannosaurus. Splash, 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 blood splattered, and chunks of flesh flew. HP 322, HP 345, HP 352. Under the influence of the Divine Shield, Luo Shenxen's attack power was reduced by 60%. However, the primitive Tyrannosaurus had no scale protection on its mouth, which was its weakest point, and Luo Shenxen's attacks dealt nearly 3,000 points of damage in a short time. Roar! Finally, the primitive Tyrannosaurus was thoroughly frightened. This strongest wild boss of Weeping Valley seemed to have its own unique thoughts. Seeing how difficult Luo Shenxen was to deal with and its health bar dwindling to less than 4,000 points, it hesitated for almost no time. It opened its mouth wide and spat Luo Shenxen out forcefully. After doing this, it turned around, took a few sturdy little steps, and with a slip of its feet, dashed towards the nearby canyon, seemingly intending to escape. What the heck? This thing actually knows how to run away? Seeing the clumsy and comical movements of the primitive Tyrannosaurus, Luo Shenxen nearly laughed out loud. However, he certainly wouldn't let the meat that was so close slip away easily. Want to run? Not that easy. Luo Shenxen smiled slightly and instructed the stunned Su Shasha and Chao Yu nearby. Quick! This thing is almost done for. Let's finish it off together. Okay. The two, upon hearing this, seemed to awaken from a dream, their eyes lighting up as they rushed after him without hesitation, joining Luo Shenxen in the final assault on the primitive Tyrannosaurus. Fearless Slash. HP 427. Fervent Judgment. HP 597. Light Punishment. HP 233. HP 217. HP 209. Another series of damage numbers leaped out from the head of the primitive Tyrannosaurus. The poor primitive Tyrannosaurus, filled with fear, was almost entirely focused on fleeing, not even making a final desperate resistance. Under the combined pursuit of the three, just a few minutes later, accompanied by a desperate roar before death, This wild boss, which had roamed the Despair Canyon for countless years, instilling fear in all adventurers, was thus completely drained of its health by Lu Chen and the others, collapsing helplessly to the ground, its massive body crushing who knows how many trees and kicking up a cloud of dust. Ding! Congratulations! You have successfully killed the wild boss Primitive Tyrannosaurus, earning 25,000 experience points. Ding! Congratulations! You have successfully leveled up to level 55, gaining 5 basic attribute points and 5 free attribute points. Listening to the crisp sounds echoing in his mind and watching his experience bar surge dramatically. At this moment, Su Shasha and Xiaoyu were utterly bewildered, even rubbing their eyes in disbelief, thinking they were dreaming. Lu Chen was simply too extraordinary. A support class paladin had actually worn down the strongest boss Primitive Tyrannosaurus in Despair Canyon. Was this really the so-called Judgment Knight? A notoriously useless class from Blue Star? Even super classes and hidden classes couldn't compare. Super class? At this moment, Su Shasha suddenly had a thought and looked at Lu Chen in shock, asking, Lu Chen, you can't really be a super class player, can you? Super class? The moment those words were spoken, Xiaoyu was also taken aback. Even the usually silent Luan perked up his ears, clearly waiting for Lu Chen's response. Super class, Lu Chen murmured, momentarily unsure of what to say. After all, the criteria for a superclass is to have at least an A-level combat talent, but his combat talent was as high as SSS level, 3 tiers stronger than an average superclass. Under such circumstances, it would not be an exaggeration to say that a mere superclass player wouldn't even qualify to carry his shoes. Of course, this was Lu Chen's secret, and he certainly wouldn't casually reveal it to outsiders. However, the identity of a superclass player could provide him, who already possessed a certain level of combat power, with a perfect cover. With this in mind, Lu Chen simply went with the flow and nodded, saying solemnly, yes, I am indeed a superclass player. What? You really are a superclass? Su Shasha's eyes lit up at his words, exclaiming, Lu Chen, you've been hiding this from me for so long. Yeah, Lu Chen, if I had known you were this amazing, we wouldn't have been afraid of anything. We could have swaggered right into Despair Canyon. Xiaoyu chimed in jokingly. Well, actually, I didn't mean to hide it. Lu Chen awkwardly rubbed his nose, wanting to find a reason to brush it off. But before he could finish his sentence, it's okay, you don't need to explain. We understand. After all, we just met not long ago, so it's reasonable that you wouldn't trust us. Xiaoyu laughed and reassured him. Yeah, Lu Chen, if I were in your position, I wouldn't easily reveal my background to others either. Su Shasha said with a sympathetic expression. Thank you for understanding. Seeing how sincere and unpretentious the two were, Lu Chen felt a warmth in his heart and became even more determined to befriend them. Humph, so it turns out you were playing the pig to eat the tiger. Meanwhile, seeing that Lu Chen was actually a rare super professional, Luan, who was standing nearby, seemed a bit unwilling to be left out and stepped forward to Lu Chen, saying, fine, considering you're somewhat useful, let's just forget about our previous issues. As he finished speaking, he raised his chin high, as if he was granting Lu Chen a tremendous favor. Get lost, you dog-like thing, just seeing you makes me sick. Lu Chen, upon seeing this, almost without thinking, directly cursed him out. What did you say? Luan's eyes narrowed at the words, and his aura immediately turned cold as he glared at Lu Chen, saying ominously, if you have the guts, say that again, idiot. Lu Chen unhesitatingly hurled another insult at him. As these words came out, Su Shasha and Xiaoyu exchanged strange looks, having to exert great effort to suppress the impulse to burst out laughing. Luan was so furious that his face turned pale, clearly not expecting Lu Chen to disrespect him like this, and he instinctively prepared to explode. But then, he suddenly hesitated, because he suddenly recalled Lu Chen's impressive combat power displayed during the battle against the primitive Tyrannosaurus. This mysterious Judgment Knight not only had high attack and explosive power, but even his defense was surprisingly astonishing. And Luan asked himself, even though he was at level 91, nearly 40 levels higher than Lu Chen, if he were to face a primitive Tyrannosaurus alone, he had almost no chance of winning except to run away. Thinking of this, Luan quickly forced himself to suppress his anger, just as he was struggling to figure out how to regain his footing. Look, that primitive Tyrannosaurus seems to have dropped equipment. Suddenly, Chao Yu's eyes lit up as if he had discovered something, and he pointed excitedly. Seeing this, everyone quickly followed the direction of his finger and looked. They saw that beside the corpse of the primitive Tyrannosaurus, which had just been taken down by everyone, there were more than a dozen items radiating various glows, shining brilliantly under the moonlight. Among them, one piece of equipment emitting a golden glow was particularly hard to ignore. Wow! It really dropped equipment. Seeing this scene, Lu Chen's eyes also brightened as he remembered that in the current Blue Star, when professionals team up to level up, the equipment dropped by boss would directly appear beside the corpse, to be discussed and distributed among the team members. At this moment, Chao Yu had already taken the lead, stepping forward to pick up the unknown item radiating golden light and took a closer look. Dragon Bone Staff, Type, Two-Handed Staff, Intelligence plus 65, Stamina plus 45, Mentality plus 25, Required Level, 100, Quality, Gold. This uniquely shaped staff seemed to be made from some indescribable bone of the primitive Tyrannosaurus. What the hell? It's actually a gold quality two-handed staff. Such high attributes. Looking at the dragon bone staff in his hand, Chao Yu excitedly exclaimed a curse. Ha ha, we're rich now. Su Shasha's face also flushed with excitement. What? Gold quality? Even Luan, upon seeing the attributes of the dragon bone staff, couldn't help but reveal a hint of undeniable greed in his eyes. Of course, it was no wonder they reacted this way. You see, in the current Blue Star, excellence quality equipment mostly existed in dungeons of hell mode difficulty or above, and the drop rate in the wild was almost negligible. It would not be an exaggeration to say it was as rare as a phoenix feather. Even though this dragon bone staff had no attached effects, its attributes were all very suitable for magic profession, especially the wisdom attribute, which has as many as 65 points. Moreover, the design of this staff is quite handsome overall. It can be considered a nice little treasure. Lu Chun, you took down that wild boss, so the dropped equipment should belong to you. At this moment, Chao Yu, holding the staff in his hand, happily ran up to Lu Chen and unhesitatingly handed the staff over to him. Lu Chen did not refuse. Instead, he took the staff and turned to Su Shasha, saying, Shasha, you are a priest. This staff is just right for you. As soon as he finished speaking, he didn't care about Su Shasha's reaction and forcefully stuffed the staff into her arms. That won't do. It's too precious. Su Shasha was startled and instinctively wanted to refuse, but Lu Chen waved his hand to stop her. If it weren't for you healing me this time, I wouldn't have been able to kill that primitive Tyrannosaurus on my own. So this staff is yours too. But, Su Shasha wanted to say more. Just then, wait, I'm also a magic class profession. This staff is equally useful to me. Why don't you ask for my opinion? Seeing the excellent attributes of the dragon bone staff, Luan finally couldn't hold back and shouted out loud. But as soon as he said that, Lu Chun, without a second thought, turned around and cursed at him. Get the hell out. You, put. Luan felt a rush of anger and almost died from it. But facing Lu Chen, he didn't dare to fight back because he simply couldn't win. Helpless, Luan had to turn his threat towards Su Shasha and Chao Yu, saying with a sinister expression, Su Shasha, Chao Yu, I see you two don't plan on going back to Guang'an. As soon as these words were spoken, Su Shasha and Chao Yu's expressions changed. Seeing their reaction, Lu Chen couldn't help but raise an eyebrow and asked, what's wrong with you two? Nothing. Su Shasha forced a smile and shook her head, then advised Lu Chen, how about we give this staff to Luan? What? Give it to him? Upon hearing this, Lu Chen frowned deeply and said without thinking, even if I use the staff to start a fire, I will never give it to that idiot. Lu Chun, you don't know. Seeing this, Chao Yu quickly tugged at his sleeve and whispered in his ear. Luan's background is not simple. His brother Lu Quan is the hidden profession sword saint of the clouds that our Guang'an city has not seen in 100 years, and his combat power is extremely strong. At this point, he seemed to fear that Lu Chen still didn't realize the seriousness of the situation and added, moreover, 10 years ago, Lu Quan was already admitted to our country's top cultivation academy, Jinglong Academy. If we provoke him, we might really not be able to go home. What? Such a thing exists? Hearing this, Lu Chen's brows furrowed deeply, clearly not expecting such a twist in the matter. So, are you scared? Luan, seeing that Lu Chen hesitated, thought he was afraid and immediately said with a smug expression, if you're scared, then obediently hand the staff over to me. or I'll have my brother. Before he could finish his sentence, slap, ow, with a loud slap, Luan was sent flying as if he were a kite with a broken string, crashing into the bushes several meters away, and his face instantly swelled up like a pig's head. It was only at this moment that a tall figure casually clapped his hands, as if he had done something trivial, and it was none other than Luo Shenxen. Seeing this scene, Su Shasha and Xiao Yu were also taken aback, never expecting that Luo Shenxen would dare to strike Luan even knowing his background. Even Luan himself was caught off guard. You dare to hit me? Luan struggled to get up from the ground, one hand touching his swollen cheek, while he stared fiercely at Luo Shenxen not far away, his eyes filled with uncontainable resentment and jealousy. But Luo Shenxen couldn't care less about his reaction and said, "If you bark again, do you believe I can make you never bark again?" At these words, Luan couldn't help but shudder, because at that moment, although Luo Shenxen seemed calm and unbothered, the killing intent he inadvertently exuded, along with his declaration to make Luan unable to bark forever, was a clear indication of one fact: Luo Shenxen really dared to take action against him. This madman. Thinking of this, Luan immediately felt goosebumps all over his body, and he no longer dared to continue pressing. After all, based on the astonishing combat power Luo Shenxen had just displayed, even he had no confidence in being able to win. Following the principle that a hero's revenge is never too late, just as Luan was about to give up the contest for the Dragon Bone Staff and wait until he returned to Guang'an City to slowly settle the score with Luo Shenxen. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Suddenly, accompanied by a series of sharp whistling sounds, countless sharp, unknown objects suddenly fell from the dark void, like a torrential downpour. Almost in the blink of an eye, Luan was completely enveloped. What is this? Luan was startled and instinctively wanted to dodge, but he was a mage, and his agility attribute was not high. Even though he was on guard, he was still a step too slow. Put. In the next moment, blood splattered. HP 810, HP 794, HP 892. A series of terrifying damage numbers leaped out from above Luan's head, and he let out a heart-wrenching scream. Not only that, but these sharp objects were also connected by a long steel wire, which, after piercing through Luan's body, firmly pinned him in place, rendering him unable to move. What's going on? Seeing this sudden scene, Luo Shenxen was startled and hadn't yet reacted to what was happening. Just then, a strangely cold voice suddenly drifted over from not far away. "You Chinese pigs really never learn, daring to intrude into our Wano territory again. Who is it?" Luo Shenxen was startled and quickly looked in the direction of the voice. He saw a man dressed in a black robe, wearing a mask, and looking extremely bizarre, quietly standing on the crown of a nearby dead tree, his eyes filled with a cat-and-mouse-like mockery as he looked at everyone. Indeed, it was mockery. Almost instinctively, Luo Shenxen cast a detection spell on the newcomer. Target, Takaitajiro, exclusive profession, Fusang Ninja, nationality, Wano, LV, health, 14,760, kill value, 0, combat power rating? I can't see the level and combat power rating? Looking at the information displayed on the opponent's basic panel, Luo Shenxen was taken aback and was about to remind Xiao Yu and Su Shasha beside him, but before he could speak, Xiao Yu's expression changed drastically, as if he had thought of something extremely terrifying, pointing at the newcomer and tremblingly shouted, "Takaitajiro? You are that 1,000-man slayer Takaitajiro? You Chinese pig are quite experienced to recognize my true identity." Takaitajiro sneered coldly, not hiding his identity at all. Not good. As he saw the other party's bright and generous admission, Xiao Yu's heart immediately leaped to his throat. He not only stepped forward to block Luo Shenxen and Su Shasha but also raised the shield in his hand high, repeatedly shouting at the two. "Luo Shenxen, Shasha, you must run. I'll hold them off." "Run? Why should I run?" Luo Shenxen asked in a daze. "Fool. At this point, can't you see? This person is known as the Blood Sand Killing God, 1,000-man slayer Takaitajiro." At this point, as if fearing Luo Shenxen still hadn't realized the seriousness of the situation, he anxiously added, "Moreover, he is a specialized class Fusang ninja from the Wano country, whose combat power is even superior to that of ordinary superclasses and hidden classes." Thinking of this, Luo Shenxen immediately felt a surge of vigilance. At that moment, Takaitajiro opened his mouth again and said to everyone leisurely, "I remember that before this, I had already killed over 1 000 Chinese pigs in this Despair Canyon, and each pig was eviscerated, skinned, and dried into jerky before being sent back to your Chinese pig safe zone. At this point, he raised his head and asked ominously, "But even so, do you still not learn your lesson? 1/1,000 people? You actually killed over 1,000 of our divine Xia country's professionals?" As soon as these words came out, Luo Shenxen couldn't help but narrow his pupils. The calmness in his heart immediately ignited an uncontrollable rage, almost causing him to explode on the spot. But that wasn't all, because next, Takaidajiro's words not only completely overturned his worldview but also shattered his inherent understanding of the term beast. "Well, just right. I'm a bit hungry now, so I'll use your hearts as a drink accompaniment. Consider it tonight's late-night snack." As Takaidajiro spoke, he cruelly licked his lips. "Eat hearts?" Luo Shenxen was stunned upon hearing this. "What's wrong? Are you scared?" Takaidajiro sneered disdainfully, as if stating a trivial matter, and said lightly, "No need to be surprised, because in the eyes of us Wano people, you Chinese pigs are not even worthy of being called human, but rather first-class livestock. Since you are livestock, then of course you can be eaten." At this point, Takaidajiro added proudly, "Moreover, over the years, I have invented many cooking methods for Chinese pigs, such as the meat of males being coarser, suitable for high-temperature frying, while the meat of females is a bit chewy, suitable for slow boiling in warm water." As he finished speaking, he seemed to suddenly think of something, and a look of endless aftertaste appeared on his face, continuing, "Oh right, I love eating the meat of your Chinese infants the most because it is delicate and can be made into sashimi to eat raw." One after another, each word, ugh. Finally, Su Shasha and Xiaoyu could no longer suppress the turmoil in their stomachs and bent over to vomit. "Enough!" Luo Shenxen also roared in anger, his fists tightly clenched, even as his nails dug into his flesh, blood flowing without him noticing. Although as a transmigrator, he had known long ago that these Wano country beasts were all psychologically twisted and extreme in their thoughts, but to be so twisted as to eat raw human flesh and swallow human hearts, and afterward to display an insatiable, endless aftertaste demeanor, this could not even be called human, it was pure beast, a low-level creature that had not fully evolved. As the saying goes, a dragon has its reverse scales, touch them and you will die. And what Takaidajiro did undoubtedly crossed Luo Shenxen's bottom line, prompting him to make a decision, one that was incredibly bloody, a terrifying decision that would make the whole world tremble in fear in the future. "You heartless beast, you no longer deserve to live in this world." Luo Shenxen's expression was frenzied. At this point, as if he thought of something else, he added, "No, that's not right, I should say your entire race, your entire country, no longer deserves to live in this world. I, Luo Shenxen, hereby swear that from today onwards, any beast from your Wano country, regardless of gender, age, good or evil, from high-ranking officials to commoners, from the elderly nearing 100 to newborn infants, anyone I encounter will be killed without mercy. I will kill until you are completely exterminated, until not a single one of you remains, until not a blade of grass grows, until there are no more of your beastly race in this world. If I break this oath, may heaven and earth punish me, and let me die a terrible death." As soon as the words fell, boom, the once calm sky suddenly erupted with a violent rumble of thunder, as if foretelling something, clear as day. You want to exterminate our Wano country? Just you, a mere paladin? Ah ha 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 ha. Takaidajiro looked at Luo Shenxen, who was radiating murderous intent not far away, and laughed disdainfully. It was pitiful that even at this moment, he still did not realize the seriousness of the situation, nor did he know what kind of terrifying, absurd, and incomprehensible monster he was about to face. At this moment, seeing that Takaidajiro's attention was drawn to Luo Shenxen, taking this opportunity, Luan decided to take action and directly unleashed a skill he had been secretly preparing for a long time. Frost Ring. Boom. In the next moment, a chilling cold spread wildly from Luan himself in all directions, and the closest to him, Takaidajiro, was the first to be affected, his legs instantly frozen, unable to move. Ha ha, it worked. Seeing this scene, Luan laughed excitedly, just as he was about to take this chance to break free and escape. But before he could take any action, at that moment, there was a loud bang. Under Luan's horrified gaze, Takaidajiro's body, which had just been frozen, unexpectedly transformed into a piece of wood without any warning. That's right, wood. What? It's a substitute? Luan was startled, still unable to comprehend what was happening. Foolish Chinese pig, did you really think I didn't notice your little tricks behind my back? Suddenly, a cold voice rolled in from behind him. It was none other than Takeida. In front of me, Takeida, the 1,000-man slayer. You dare to make a fearless resistance? As punishment, I have decided to eat your heart raw in front of you. Looking at Luan, who was in a daze, Takeida said coldly, No, please, no. At this moment, Luan was completely terrified, scared to the point of losing control, and he thudded to his knees before Takeida, trembling as he pleaded, Master, please spare my life. As long as you are willing to let me go, I am willing to be your dog. Ha 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 ha. Seeing Luan in such a state, Takeida laughed triumphantly, and while laughing, he provocatively said to Lu Chen and the others, Did you see that? This is the Chinese pig, a completely bloodless race. I only need to use a few methods to easily make you submit. You. Hearing these heart-wrenching words, Lu Chen and the others all had grim expressions. Su Sha, filled with unwillingness, shouted loudly at Luan. Luan, this Takeida is indeed our greatest enemy in Xinsha. Aren't you afraid of being struck by lightning for betraying your own country? Bah, the one trapped here is me, not you. You can stand there and talk without feeling any pain. Unfortunately, Luan was completely unmoved. He was inherently a cowardly person, and facing Takeida, he couldn't even rely on his brother as a support. After all, Takeida, as a professional from the Wano country, was indeed a mortal enemy of Xinsha. He wouldn't care how strong Luan's backing was. Thinking of this, Luan became even more resolute in his previous thoughts and shouted loudly at Takeida again, Master, please spare my life. I can help you infiltrate Bloodbone Town and inform you of all the movements of the professionals from Xinsha. This pig actually knows how to assess the situation. Upon hearing this, Takeida truly did not continue to attack Luan. Instead, he pondered for a moment and waved his hand, saying, Very well, I happen to have an urgent task that requires me to quickly find a super professional from your Xinsha named Luo Shenxen. If you can help me determine her whereabouts, I wouldn't mind sparing your life. Rest assured, Master, I will definitely find out Luo Shenxen's whereabouts as soon as possible. As soon as these words were spoken, Luan felt as if he had been granted a reprieve. He repeatedly bowed to Takeida while anxiously expressing his loyalty. Very good. Seeing this, Takeida finally nodded in satisfaction. Luo Shenxen? Hearing this familiar name, Lu Chen couldn't help but be startled, but he didn't have time to ask. At this moment, Luan seemed to be afraid that Takeida would change his mind and kill him. He suddenly turned his eyes and raised his hand, pointing at Lu Chen while shouting loudly, Master, be careful. This person is not an ordinary paladin, but a super professional with exceptional combat power. What? A super professional? Takeida was momentarily taken aback. However, he quickly regained his composure, his eyes lighting up as he looked at Lu Chen and laughed. Ha ha, I didn't expect that I would find an unexpected surprise just by casually coming out to stroll. Not good. Seeing that Takeida had focused his attention on Lu Chen, Chao Yu's expression changed drastically, urging again, Lu Chen, don't just stand there, hurry and leave. Yes, Lu Chen, you are a super professional, the hope of our Xinsha. If you die here, it would be a huge loss for our country. Su Shasha also chimed in. After doing all this, she stepped forward and stood firmly beside Chao Yu, clearly intending to help him cover their retreat. Looking at the determined backs of the two, Lu Chen was almost moved to tears, but he still didn't leave. Instead, he looked at the two and asked solemnly, But what will you do if I leave? You are not like us. We are just ordinary combat professionals. Our lives are worthless. Even if we die, it won't matter much, Su Shasha said without looking back. Moreover, if we can protect a super professional for our country before we die, then we can face the heroes of the past with our heads held high even in the afterlife. Exactly. Chao Yu nodded in agreement, grinning as he said, Damn Fusong ninja, to hell with 1,000-man slaughter. Even if I have to risk my life today, I will bite off a piece of flesh from this bastard. One voice after another. Seeing the two so passionate, even in the face of the powerful exclusive profession Fusong ninja from the Wano country, they showed no fear, vowing to protect him at all costs. Good. Finally, Lu Chen could no longer contain the excitement in his heart and grinned widely, laughing loudly. Su sha sha, Chao Yu, Lu Chen, have decided to be friends with you too. As soon as he finished speaking, he didn't care about their reactions and confidently stepped forward towards Takarajiro. Lu Chen, what are you doing? Come back. Seeing this sudden turn of events, Su Shasha and Xiaoyu were startled and instinctively wanted to shout a warning, but Lu Chen was completely unfazed, casually saying without looking back, "You too, keep your eyes wide open later. Today, I will let you see what a true paladin is." With that, Lu Chen took a step forward, and for the first time in his life, under the gaze of everyone, he unleashed his astonishing combat talent, 10,000 times amplification. Buzz. In the next moment, accompanied by a mysterious rhythm, a brilliant golden holy light descended from the sky without warning, enveloping the seraph projection beside Lu Chen. Then, under the astonished gazes of the crowd, the originally unremarkable seraph projection began to expand at a visible speed, not only growing to 3 meters away in an instant, but its originally single pair of pure white wings also transformed into 6 pairs. Moreover, even his previously somewhat blurred facial features began to clarify, becoming deep and handsome, strong and mysterious. In his hand, a beautifully crafted cross-holy sword appeared, radiating a strong divine brilliance, coupled with the bright red cloak behind him and his golden shoulder-length hair. All of this combined made him look like the most perfect and flawless sculpture in the world, something that could not be desecrated, nor dared to be desecrated. Was he not the high deity Archangel Gabriel? Ha! What is that? Seeing the suddenly appearing Gabriel projection, Takarajiro was startled and almost instinctively cast a divination spell, but as soon as he looked, he nearly popped his eyes out of their sockets. Target, 12-winged Archangel Gabriel type, Angel Projection Race, High Deity LV, 54 health, 12,000 combat energy, 0 combat power rating, 1200 stars. What? The Archangel Gabriel? Looking at the exaggerated attribute panel of the Gabriel projection, Takarajiro could no longer contain his shock and exclaimed on the spot, "Only level 54 and already has a combat power rating of 1,200 stars? How is that possible?" Su Shasha and Xiaoyu were also stunned, almost thinking they were dreaming. Who on earth is this kid, that he can summon a deity? Even Luan couldn't help but widen his mouth, clearly not expecting that Lu Chen, a mere paladin, had such an unexpected trump card. Of course, it was no wonder they reacted this way. The fame of Archangel Gabriel was simply too resounding. As the sole leader of all angels in heaven, a true high deity, the most perfect creation in God's hands, the various myths and legends about him were well known to everyone present, but they never imagined that one day they would actually see the true form of this deity. Although what Lu Chen summoned was only the projection of Gabriel, not the real Gabriel, even so, it was enough to shock the heart. After all, this thing was a true god. In today's Blue Star, once you get involved with the divine, whether it's skills, equipment, or items, none of them are ordinary. Almost everyone possesses extraordinary, unimaginable power. I understand now. At this moment, Takarajiro finally snapped out of his previous shock. Seeing the strength of Lu Chen's angel projection, he seemed to have guessed something, a look of realization flashing across his face as he looked at Lu Chen and asked repeatedly, "If I'm not mistaken, your combat talent should be able to enhance the angel projection, right?" At this point, he didn't care about Lu Chen's reaction, smirking disdainfully as he added, "Humph, no wonder you're so arrogant. It turns out you have such a trump card. It's just a pity that your angel projection is only level 54, and under the rules, it poses no threat to me at all." "Ha, is that so?" Lu Chen smiled slightly at his words, not refuting him, but instead provocatively curling his pinky finger, saying, "Then why don't you come and try it?" "What an arrogant Chinese pig!" Takarajiro shouted angrily, unable to hold back any longer, and let out a sinister laugh. "Fine, since you're so eager to die, I don't mind kindly sending you on your way. Let me show you the ultimate technique of our Yamato country Fuso ninjas." As soon as he finished speaking, he stepped forward and leaped from the tree trunk. While still in midair, a dark gray circular shuriken shot out from his palm. Ultimate technique, Gale Shuriken. Whoosh! The next moment, accompanied by a series of sharp wind-breaking sounds, the shuriken spun rapidly in the air, its speed not slowing down in the slightest, but instead increasing as it aimed for Lu Chen's throat, bringing with it a deadly intent. "Lu Chen, be careful." Seeing this, Su Shasha quickly warned from the side, while Chao Yu raised his shield, preparing to assist. But Lu Chen remained completely unfazed, even taking the time to stretch lazily. TCH, starting off with hidden weapons. What a lowly beast. Lu Chen scoffed, standing still without moving an inch, simply waving his hand. Heaven's shield. Buzz. The next moment, a translucent shield abruptly appeared around Lu Chen, sealing his entire body airtight. And then, clang! Sparks flew. The shuriken that Takaitajiro had just launched was shattered into countless fragments by the shield surrounding Lu Chen, as if the shield were not a magical creation but an indestructible wall, causing Takaitajiro's eyelids to twitch. What? He actually has an active defense skill? And such high defense that it can block my ultimate attack? Witnessing this astonishing scene, Takaitajiro's pupils constricted, still in shock. But Lu Chen didn't waste any time. Seizing the opportunity, he directly issued a free attack command to the Gabriel projection beside him. Holy charge! The next moment, Gabriel transformed into a twisted beam of holy light and crashed into Takaitajiro. Bang! HP 555. This is impossible. Seeing Gabriel inflict effective damage in a single encounter, Takaitajiro was startled again, frantically retreating to distance himself from the Gabriel projection, incredulously exclaiming, "This angel projection is clearly only level 54, how could it possibly attack me? Who is level 150? This is fucking unscientific." At the same time, the Gabriel projection unleashed another skill, Holy Flame Baptism. Boom! HP 322, HP 359, HP 361. The sacred flames blazed fiercely, instantly taking away nearly 1,000 hit points from Takaitajiro. Not good. This thing can actually ignore the rules? Finally, Takaitajiro recognized the reality, seeing that the Gabriel projection could indeed ignore the rules and launched indiscriminate attacks at level 94 against him. At this moment, Takaitajiro was thoroughly frightened. After all, the Fusang ninja was an agile class similar to an assassin, with inherently low defense, and the Gabriel projection was purely a summoned creature, not a true life form. Even if it died, it would have no effect on Lu Chen. Thinking of this, Takaitajiro immediately made a decision that he would regret for a lifetime. Capture the thief first, capture the king. Looking at Lu Chen's true form not far away, a murderous intent flashed in Takaidajiro's eyes. Just like Yi Fei, who had been worn down by Lu Chen, he chose to directly attack Lu Chen's body, hoping to end the battle quickly. Little did he know that this shortcut approach would lead him further down the path of self-destruction, spiraling out of control. Ultimate technique, Void Earth Escape. Whoosh! Without hesitation, Takaitajiro slipped and directly burrowed into the ground beneath him. Ha! He can actually burrow underground? Seeing Takaitajiro disappear, Lu Chen raised an eyebrow, still trying to figure out what was happening. The next moment, ultimate technique, Skyward Crescent Slash. Bang! Suddenly, the ground beneath Lu Chen's feet violently cracked, sending dust flying everywhere. Immediately after, Takaitajiro, who had just burrowed underground, burst forth from beneath Lu Chen's feet, swinging his ninja blade towards Lu Chen's neck, aiming to deliver a fatal blow. At this critical moment, Judgment Chain. Put. Critical hit. HP 922. A holy chain glowing with golden light suddenly descended from the sky, its sharp barbs piercing into Takaidajiro's collarbone, rendering him immobile. Surprised, aren't you? Looking at Takaitajiro, who was now so close yet could not approach him any further, Lu Chen couldn't help but smile with pride. Baka! Seeing Lu Chen's reaction, Takaitajiro could no longer contain the frustration in his heart and cursed angrily. The Gabriel projection was just too troublesome. It could ignore the rules, and on top of that, it had a full 9 skills, each with endless uses, some for attack, some for defense, and even control and close combat skills, mastering everything without a single weakness. Under such circumstances, even though Takaitajiro had used all his tricks, he still couldn't touch the hem of Lu Chen's clothes, only able to watch anxiously. No, this angel projection is just too difficult to deal with. I must think of a way to quickly eliminate that pig's true form, or the longer it drags on, the worse it will be for me. In just a few minutes, his health bar had already dropped below 10,000. Finally, Takaitajiro was completely panicked, gritting his teeth as if he had made some significant decision. The next moment, under the incredulous gazes of everyone, he raised the long sword in his hand and stabbed it fiercely into his chest. Put! Blood splattered. HP 1000. A strange blood-red damage number quietly passed over Takeda Jiro's head. As the blade pierced his body, an unhealthy flush immediately appeared on his face. He actually chose to self-harm to exchange 4 resource points? Seeing this scene, Luo Shenxen couldn't help but feel a stir in his heart. Because he could see clearly, before Takeda Jiro inflicted self-harm, the kill value in his attribute panel had always displayed 0 points, but after stabbing himself with a sword, his kill value suddenly jumped to 25 points. Although he wasn't very familiar with the Fusang ninja profession, as a transmigrator, Luo Shenxen instantly guessed the underlying reason. So it turns out that this Fusang ninja must inflict damage on enemies to accumulate enough resource points. Chinese pig, I will make you pay for this. At the same time, after stabbing himself, Takeda Jiro's hatred for Luo Shenxen reached its peak. Just as Luo Shenxen had guessed, to unleash certain powerful skills, the Fusang ninja profession first needed enough kill value. This kill value was akin to a warrior's fighting spirit value, which also needed to be slowly accumulated through attacks. Under normal circumstances, Takeda Jiro could have accumulated enough kill value during a regular battle, but facing Luo Shenxen, he had to resort to self-harm. There was no other way, from the start of the battle until now. Under the interference of Gabriel's projection, he hadn't even touched a single hair on Luo Shenxen, let alone accumulate kill value. In desperation, Takeda Jiro had no choice but to take this drastic measure. Without further delay, after accumulating enough kill value, Takeda Jiro finally unleashed his most skilled powerful technique. Ultimate technique, Falling Petals 1000 Blade Kill. Whoosh, bang, 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 bang. After forming a series of intricate hand seals, Takeda Jiro shouted loudly. The next moment, countless dazzling petals suddenly fell from the previously empty sky, covering almost the entire dark crossing. Under this wide-ranging coverage, not only Luo Shenxen, but even Su Shasha, Chao Yu, and even Luan beside them were not spared, all enveloped by this strange rain of petals. Not good. Su Shasha and Chao Yu's expressions changed upon seeing this. Without understanding Takeda Jiro's true capabilities, they had no idea what kind of skill this was or how high the damage could be. So to be safe, they almost immediately released their best defensive skills without hesitation. Please spare me. It's me. Not far away. Luan was so scared he nearly lost control, casting an ice shield skill while repeatedly shouting at Takeda Jiro. However, their concerns were clearly unnecessary, because Takeda Jiro's skill was not a damage skill, but a large-scale control skill. That's right, control. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The next moment, where the petals fell, countless enchanting vines suddenly burst forth from the ground. Rising up, these vines seemed to have their own consciousness, growing rapidly and actively wrapping around nearby targets. Caught off guard, Luo Shenxen was immediately ensnared tightly. And not just him, even his summoned Gabriel projection was tightly bound by the vines. Unable to move. It worked! With a successful move, Takeda Jiro's eyes lit up, and without a second thought, he dashed towards Luo Shenxen, moving as fast as lightning. This works. Luo Shenxen was speechless, clearly not expecting this guy to have such a powerful control skill that could even bind his Gabriel projection. However, he still did not show any signs of panic, because the moment he decided to summon the Gabriel projection, the outcome of this battle had already been determined. In the face of absolute power, no matter how hard Takeda Jiro tried or how desperately he fought, in the end, it was all in vain. Die, Chinese pig. At that moment, as he saw the immobile Luo Shenxen getting closer, Takeda Jiro couldn't help but grip the hilt of his sword tightly, as if he could already envision the wonderful scene of Luo Shenxen dying at his hands. He was planning to move in for a fatal strike and eliminate him on the spot. But just then, TCH, boring. I'm not playing with you anymore. Luo Shenxen scoffed, too lazy to continue the back and forth with Takeda Jiro. Indeed, he was tired of playing. After all, this method of fighting using the angel projection wasn't his true strength. However, as long as he could eliminate a beast like Takeda Jiro, who had lost all sense of morality, he wouldn't hesitate to use even the most despicable methods. Fine, before you die, let me show you the power of the divine. This will be your lifelong honor, Luo Shenxen declared proudly. Seeing Luo Shenxen trapped yet remaining so calm, and his words carrying such profound meaning, for some reason, an extremely ominous premonition suddenly rose in Takeda Jiro's heart. He didn't even dare to attack Luo Shenxen, who was now within arm's reach, and instead jumped back as if electrocuted, adopting a defensive stance. Sure enough, at that moment, the Gabriel projection, which should have had no intelligence, surprisingly spoke again. God says, "You are guilty." Boom! With that declaration, a thunderous sound echoed. In the next moment, under the incredulous gazes of the crowd, the ground around them began to crack, revealing countless bottomless pits. Then, crack, snap, accompanied by a series of bone-chilling sounds of bones grinding, one after another. Terrifying and grotesque skeletons crawled out from those pits. What is happening? My God, why are there so many skeletons? Witnessing this bizarre scene, Su Sha, Chao Yu, and Luan were instantly covered in goosebumps. What have you done? Takaitajiro was also so frightened that his teeth chattered, his voice trembling, clearly shaken by the eerie sight before him. In fact, it wasn't just them. At that moment, even Lu Chen himself was dumbfounded, because just a moment ago, he had merely given a command to the Gabriel projection to unleash its powerful skills and quickly eliminate Takaitajiro. After all, the Gabriel projection had forbidden spell skills, and if unleashed, no matter how formidable Takaitajiro was, he would definitely meet his end on the spot. But Lu Chen never expected that Gabriel would create such a bizarre scene. Looking at the densely packed, grotesque skeletons around him, almost instinctively, Lu Chen found a skill in the Gabriel skill bar that had just entered cooldown and glanced at the detailed description of this skill. Ultimate Judgment, Sin of Living Beings. Note, a light-based ultimate forbidden spell that can awaken the souls of all wrongfully deceased within 100 miles to assist in battle, lasting for 1 hour. Believers of my God shall attain eternal life. Damn, it can control the undead? Seeing the detailed description of this skill, Lu Chen was instantly thrown into chaos, because he never imagined that the Archangel Gabriel, the leader of all angels in heaven, who always presented a righteous image, would possess such a sinister skill. But this was just the beginning, because next, Gabriel spoke again. Your sins are unforgivable, even death cannot absolve you, even hell has closed its gates to you. Only by fighting for my God can you completely cleanse the sins upon you. Rise, sinners, take up your rusty weapons, and fight for the glory of my God. Rise, sinners, reclaim your last dignity, and fight for the justice of heaven. One voice after another, one sentence after another. As the words fell, poo, 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 the originally hollow-eyed skeletons suddenly ignited a pale, eerie flame in their eyes. In the next moment, a group of skeletons turned their heads in unison, locking their targets onto Takaitajiro. Amano Hidari. Seeing this scene, Takaitajiro almost wet himself on the spot. Although he was a notorious killing god in the Blood Sand War Zone, known for his ruthlessness, and had seen all kinds of terrifying bloody scenes, very few things could scare him, but the scene before him was so damn bizarre that it sent a chill down his spine. At that moment, he had a premonition that if he stayed here any longer, he would definitely be devoured alive by this group of skeletons. Thinking of this, Takaitajiro was completely terrified, and without any hesitation, he activated an escape skill. Secret technique, multiple shadow clone technique. Bang! With a loud thud, Takaitajiro, who originally had only one figure, split into dozens of identical clones, making it hard to distinguish between the real and the fake. After doing all this, he shot a venomous glance at Lu Chen and spat out a harsh remark. You Chinese, I remember you. Just wait, I will dig out your heart with my own hands. As the words fell, he no longer hesitated, directly commanding his dozens of clones to escape from several different directions. Meanwhile, his main body mixed in with the clones, frantically fleeing towards the southeast. It must be said that as a seasoned veteran of the Blood Sand War Zone, Takaitajiro made the right choice and was quick to seize the opportunity. But still, from that moment when Lu Chen summoned the Gabriel projection, his fate was already sealed. I can't be seeing this wrong. The infamous Thousand-Man Slayer, the most terrifying cold-blooded butcher in the Blood Sand War Zone, Takaitajiro, actually scared off by a paladin? At this moment, seeing Takaitajiro fleeing without a fight, Luan couldn't help but drop his jaw in shock, almost dislocating it, feeling as if his worldview had been overturned. Su Shasha and Xiaoyu were also left dumbfounded. However, seeing that Takaitajiro was about to escape, the two of them quickly forgot their astonishment and hurriedly reminded Lu Chen. Not good. He's going to escape. Lu Chen, stop him. No rush. But Lu Chen remained nonchalant, not only failing to pursue immediately but even leisurely stretching. What do you mean no rush? Seeing his demeanor, Su Shasha was almost infuriated, quickly saying, "He is Takeda Jiro, the executioner who killed thousands of our Dragon Kingdom's professionals. If we let him go just like that, it would be like letting a tiger return to the mountain." "Tiger? What tiger?" Lu Chen raised an eyebrow at her words, directly scoffing. "With this kind of trash, how can he be called a tiger? I see him as nothing more than a maggot." But, Su Shasha wanted to say more but was interrupted by Lu Chen's wave. "Don't worry, I won't let him go." Meanwhile, thousands of meters away on the plain, seeing that Lu Chen did not pursue, Takeda Jiro thought he was simply aware that his short legs couldn't catch up, so he quietly breathed a sigh of relief. "Damn Chinese pig, just wait for me. Once I gather the elite killers of the Dragon Slayer group back home, I'll come back and play with you slowly." At this moment, the dense jungle was just within reach. As long as he could hide within it, he could escape using the complex terrain. Just as he was about to quicken his pace and make a hasty escape, the critical moment arrived. Finally, the skeletons surrounding Lu Chen began to move. Yes, they moved. The first skeleton took the initiative, raising its tattered longbow and shooting an arrow at Takeda Jiro, who was not far away. Identifying shot. Whoosh! In the next moment, an arrow engulfed in blazing flames tore through the air, hurtling towards Takeda Jiro's body at lightning speed. Ha! Could this be the archer's exclusive skill? Takeda Jiro was startled, clearly not expecting these skeletons to wield the unique skills of an archer. The archer's identifying shot happened to be the greatest nemesis of his ultimate technique, shadow clone technique, capable of automatically identifying his true body and tracking it. However, at this point, Takeda Jiro had no time to think further, as he saw the tracking arrow getting closer. In a moment of desperation, he could only stop and turn around, slashing the arrow in half with his sword. But this was just the beginning. With the first skeleton taking action, it seemed to ignite a wave of chaos, as the other skeletons followed suit, unleashing their signature skills: bloody assassination, fearless slash. Some skeletons wielded swords, shields, and daggers, launching a siege on Takeda Jiro's true body. Explosive fireball, frost arrow, spatial cut, chain lightning. Other skeletons wielded staffs, casting powerful elemental magic skills from a distance. Beast's fury. Some skeletons even had the bones of unknown beasts following them, able to command the beasts in battle. Boom! Whoosh! Whoosh! Sizzle! In the next moment, under the incredulous gazes of Chao Yu and others, thousands of skeletons launched a collective attack. In an instant, countless skills streaked through the air like a meteor shower, bombarding Takeda Jiro relentlessly. Bang! 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 HP 126, HP 177, HP 62, HP 47, HP 155, HP 92. Ah! The piercing screams shattered the night sky. Under the frenzied assault of countless skeletons, a series of dense damage numbers erupted above Takeda Jiro's head, eventually transforming into a blur of indistinguishable symbols. These skeletons are the fallen professionals from this Despair Canyon. Finally, the highest level player, Lu Wen, seemed to have realized something, unable to help but exclaim, "What? Fallen professionals?" Su Shasha and Chao Yu quickly focused their gaze, only to discover that most of the resurrected skeletons around Lu Chen were wearing equipment. Some skeletons had clearly just died, their bodies not fully decayed, and their former appearances could still be faintly recognized. My god, they really are professionals. No wonder they can use exclusive skills that only professionals can wield, Chao Yu exclaimed in shock. Moreover, most of these people are professionals from our divine summer kingdom. Su Shasha's expression turned sorrowful, because among these skeletons, she saw many wearing the standard battle robes exclusive to the divine summer kingdom. Just as the two were astonished by Lu Chen's incredible methods, a voice shouted, "Stop! Quickly! Stop!" Suddenly, a voice pleading for mercy came from ahead. Wasn't it the infamous thousand-man slaughter Takeda Jiro from the Blood Sand War Zone? However, at this moment, he had long lost his previous grandeur. Not only was he battered and bruised by countless skeletons, continuously spitting blood, but even his health bar, which had originally exceeded 14,000 points, was reduced to just over 100 points, and he was on the verge of death. Fortunately, Lu Chen still had questions to ask him. so he didn't rush to deliver the final blow. Instead, he focused his thoughts. Stop! With a whoosh, all the skills and lights in the sky suddenly vanished, and countless skeletons almost instantly ceased their actions, showing no defiance to Luo Shenxen's command. Takeda Jiro, who had temporarily saved his life, did not show any sign of relief. Instead, he wore a ghostly expression, pointing at Luo Shenxen in the distance and tremblingly shouted, You are the ultimate professional. What? Ultimate professional? Upon hearing this rare title, Su Shasha and the others widened their eyes, as if they had heard something incredibly unbelievable. Luan was so shocked that he almost popped his eyes out. What is an ultimate professional? Only Luo Shenxen remained confused, completely in the dark. This was the first time he had heard this title. Luo Shenxen, are you really the ultimate professional? At this moment, Xiaoyu couldn't contain his shock any longer and asked Luo Shenxen in a deep voice. What exactly is this ultimate professional? Luo Shenxen asked curiously. Wow, you actually don't even know this? Xiaoyu was momentarily stunned. I really don't know. Luo Shenxen nodded with a wry smile. What were you doing in school before? Finally, Xiaoyu couldn't help but voice a heart-wrenching question. Well, of course, I was studying hard and striving for progress. Luo Shenxen's face turned red, awkwardly touching his nose while forcing himself to say, You. Seeing Luo Shenxen's reaction, Xiaoyu couldn't help but shake his head and laugh, realizing that this guy probably didn't take his studies seriously back then. After all, this kind of basic common knowledge is something every professional would have heard of. But Luo Shenxen was completely clueless. If he really could study hard and make progress, that would be a miracle. Forget it, let me explain it to you. Shaking his head, Xiaoyu continued. Actually, in today's Blue Star, professionals are classified based on the strength of their combat talent. Besides super professionals, there are 3 other transcendent levels that are even more powerful. What? There are 3 more levels? Luo Shenxen's pupils constricted upon hearing this. That's right. Xiaoyu nodded and said solemnly, these 3 levels are the ultimate professional with combat talent reaching S level, the final professional with combat talent reaching SS level, and the divine professional with combat talent reaching SSS level, which almost only exists in legends. Divine professional. Upon hearing this title, Luo Shenxen's heart stirred. Before he could react, he heard Xiaoyu continue. However, there are very few professionals who possess combat talent above S level. In a typical population of 10 million, there might not even be one, leading many people to have forgotten their existence. I see. Upon hearing this, Luo Shenxen finally understood, clearly not expecting such a detailed classification above super professionals. Luo Shenxen, is your combat talent really at S level? At this moment, Xiaoyu raised his head again, looking at Luo Shenxen with burning eyes and asked. As soon as the words fell, Luo Shenxen hadn't had time to respond when Xiaoyu's expression changed, and he quickly backtracked, saying, Forget it, I already asked. You don't need to say anything, we don't want to know. Yeah, Luo Shenxen is just an ordinary paladin. What ultimate profession, just spouting nonsense. Su Shasha chimed in eagerly. However, both her and Xiaoyu's expressions were a bit unnatural. After all, Luo Shenxen was only level 54. Yet he could defeat someone as high as level 150, Takeda Jiro. Moreover, Takeda Jiro was a Fusong ninja, a specialized profession with combat powers surpassing even that of super professionals. What was even more terrifying was that if Takeda Jiro hadn't begged for mercy so quickly, he might have been killed on the spot by Luo Shenxen. Such absurd and almost bug-like combat power left the two of them unable to think of any other possibility besides that legendary ultimate professional with an S-level combat talent. Thus, they immediately changed their tune. After all, an ultimate professional would be invaluable to the country. If he could grow smoothly, he could wreak havoc on the battlefield in national wars, comparable to a nuclear bomb. If this news were to reach enemy nations, Luo Shenxen's situation would become dangerous. That was why Su Shasha and Xiaoyu quickly backtracked, not only preventing Luo Shenxen from continuing but even actively smoothing things over for him. Seeing their reaction, someone as clever as Luo Shenxen instantly guessed their intentions. After all, even the most ordinary super professionals from the Divine Xia Kingdom were relentlessly hunted by these enemy nation thugs. What about an ultimate professional who was even stronger than a super professional? And he wasn't even an ultimate professional. Because if he were to be classified as Xiaoyu just mentioned, with his SSS level combat talent, he would be a legendary god level professional. If this news were to leak, It would be no different from a comet colliding with Earth. Thinking of this, Lu Chen wisely closed his mouth, no longer dwelling on the issue. At this moment, Lu Chen finally took a slow step forward, leisurely walking towards the battered and barely breathing Takaitajiro, while mocking, "By the way, aren't you beasts from the Yamato country fond of disemboweling yourselves? Why aren't you doing that and instead begging for mercy?" Disembowel? Disembowel myself? Takaitajiro was momentarily stunned, quickly forcing a laugh. Master is joking. If I could live, who would want to die? You're quite the coward. Lu Chen raised an eyebrow and coldly asked, "So tell me, do you want to die or do you not want to live?" Put. As soon as those words came out, Takaitajiro felt a breath catch in his throat, nearly suffocating. Su Shasha and Chayu beside him also had strange expressions. Lu Chen's question was simply too bizarre. What did it mean to want to die or not want to live? Was there even a difference? Fortunately, Takaitajiro was clearly someone who feared death. Although the professionals from the Yamato country were indeed indoctrinated from a young age with the martial spirit of a warrior can be killed but cannot be humiliated, after years of brainwashing, most would become paranoid and crazy, preferring to disembowel themselves rather than bow to the enemy. But not everyone could remain calm in the face of death, and Takaitajiro was clearly one of those people. Thud. Without hesitation, Takaitajiro knelt on the ground, repeatedly bowing to Lu Chen while anxiously saying, "Master, please give me a way to live. As long as you are willing to spare me, I am willing to be your dog." I feel like I've heard this line somewhere before. Hearing such bizarre words, Lu Chen cast a strange glance at Luan, who was not far away. Upon seeing this scene, Luan's face turned from pale to flushed, feeling so awkward that he wished he could find a crack in the ground to hide in. Ignoring Luan, Lu Chen lowered his head again and said to the kneeling Takaitajiro in front of him, "Answer me a few questions, and if I'm in a good mood, I might let you live a little longer." Really? Takaitajiro's eyes lit up at this, incredulously asking, "Humph, our Shunxia Kingdom professionals are not like you bottomless beasts, we always keep our word," Lu Chen said disdainfully, appearing righteous, but in reality, he was secretly playing a word game behind the scenes. Although Takaitajiro was proficient in the Shunxia language, he was still a second-rate foreigner and clearly did not grasp the depth of the Shunxia characters. Thus, he almost closed his eyes and stumbled into the pit Lu Chen had prepared in advance. "Okay, you said it," Takaitajiro shouted loudly, seemingly afraid that Lu Chen would go back on his word, and hurriedly asked, "What do you want to ask? Just ask, and I will tell you everything I know." "Very good." Seeing this, Lu Chen nodded in satisfaction, then opened his mouth and finally asked a question he had suppressed for a long time. The first question: "I heard you were looking for Luo Shenxen's whereabouts?" "That's right," Takaitajiro nodded. "Why are you looking for her?" Lu Chen asked again. "Of course, to kill her," Takaitajiro replied without thinking, but as soon as the words left his mouth, he regretted it and quickly added to Lu Chen, "Please forgive me, my lord. Our Wanu Kingdom and Shanxia Kingdom are indeed in a hostile relationship. You don't need to explain. I understand." Lu Chen waved his hand and asked, "Have you found her?" "Not yet." Takaitajiro shook his head and added, "But according to the latest news I received, that Shanxia Kingdom professional named Luo Shenxen is currently in this Blood Sand War Zone." "What? Luo Shenxen is also in the Blood Sand War Zone?" Lu Chen's pupils contracted upon hearing this, clearly not expecting that Luo Shenxen had also come to the Blood Sand War Zone. "Exactly," Takaitajiro nodded. "By the way, that Luo Shenxen is just an ordinary super professional. Why do you value her so much, even making her a primary target for elimination?" Finally, Lu Chen asked a question that had been troubling him for a long time. Well, at this moment, upon hearing Lu Chen's question, Takaitajiro, who had been answering smoothly, surprisingly hesitated and did not respond immediately. Not going to say? Then you can die." Seeing this, Lu Chen did not indulge him but directly focused his thoughts. Crack, crunch. The next moment, accompanied by a series of bone-crunching sounds that made one's teeth ache, the group of skeletons that had just fallen silent once again ignited with pale ghostly flames in their eyes, surrounding the close-by Takaitajiro, looking as if they would devour him alive. "Yama die." Takaitajiro was startled, almost shouting, I'll say, is that okay?" At this point, fearing that Lu Chen might really take action, he hurriedly added, "According to the news I received earlier, That Luo Shenxen seems to have awakened a very special profession, and her threat level is even comparable to that of an ultimate professional like you. Once she grows, she will definitely become a major headache for our Three Kingdoms alliance." As his words fell, he sighed and finally revealed all the twists and turns involved. So that's why the higher-ups of our Three Kingdoms alliance have made the decision to not only order our Dragon Slayer group members to fully target Luo Shenxen, but also issued a hefty bounty externally. Anyone who can take down Luo Shenxen, regardless of their profession or nationality, will receive a complete set of dark gold gear as a reward. What? A complete set of dark gold gear? Lu Chen's expression changed upon hearing this. Exactly. Takeida Jiro nodded again. This is bad. Hearing this, Lu Chen's heart sank. He never expected that these foreign devils would go so far as to risk everything to hunt down Luo Shenxen. A complete set of dark gold gear. One must understand that the desire for equipment among professionals is beyond imagination. After all, the higher the quality of the equipment, the greater the enhancement it provides to the professional. And a dark gold quality set can bring about a qualitative change for a professional, even if one has money. It is usually impossible to buy, and saying it is priceless would not be an exaggeration. As the saying goes, a generous reward will surely attract brave men. Under such circumstances, Lu Chen knew without thinking that once Luo Shenxen appeared, she would undoubtedly become the target of everyone. Moreover, it wasn't just the professionals from enemy countries, even professionals from the Divine Xia Kingdom might act against her out of greed. This is terrible. Thinking of this, Lu Chen couldn't help but feel a heavy heart. Although that aloof girl hadn't left him with a particularly good impression, it was still for that reason. As a professional from the Divine Xia Kingdom, a descendant of Yan and Huang in 2 lifetimes, since he had encountered this matter, he absolutely could not remain indifferent, nor could he stand by and watch. Lu Chen, what's wrong? At this moment, seeing Lu Chen's unusual expression, Su Shasha hurriedly stepped forward to ask, while Chaoyu cast a concerned glance. Nothing. Lu Chen shook his head, not directly revealing his worries, but forcing himself to calm down again. After all, he had only just arrived in the Blood Sand War Zone not long ago, and he was equally unfamiliar with this complex neutral map. If he aimlessly searched for Luo Shenxen's whereabouts, he was afraid he would get lost before even finding her. Moreover, he still had no idea how many foreign devils were hidden in the Blood Sand War Zone. On top of that, he was only at level 54. Although he had the 10,000 times amplification ability, which could be considered a game changer, allowing him to easily challenge higher levels. But once the 10,000 times amplification entered its cooldown period, he would completely lose his last trump card. So he didn't rush to find Luo Shenxen. Instead, he planned to first understand the situation in the Blood Sand War Zone and then level up a bit. Thinking of this, Lu Chen raised his head again and looked at Takeida Jiro, asking the second question. What exactly is the Three Kingdoms Alliance? As he said this, he seemed to suddenly remember something and added, also, what exactly is this Dragon Slayer group you just mentioned? Takeida Jiro opened his mouth, just about to speak. This doesn't need him to say, I already know. Suddenly, Xiaoyu stepped forward and spoke to Lu Chen. Oh, Lu Chen raised an eyebrow at this and did not refuse, instead saying earnestly, I would like to hear more. The so-called Three Kingdoms Alliance is actually a defensive alliance formed by the 3 countries that are most hostile to our Divine Xia Kingdom. Xiaoyu explained as if recounting a treasured story. These 3 countries, besides the Wano country that we hate the most, also include Nanbang country and Shenio country. As for the Dragon Slayer group, it is a killer organization composed of genius professionals from these 3 countries, specifically responsible for sniping our professionals from the Divine Summer Kingdom in the wild. For example, this Jiro Takeda is a member of the Dragon Slayer group. At this point, Xiaoyu glanced at the barely breathing Jiro Takeda in front of him, a flash of uncontainable hatred crossing his eyes as he gritted his teeth and said, I heard that this bastard reached level 152 years ago, but instead of continuing to level up, he has been lurking in this Blood Sand War Zone committing crimes for years. As for the other killers in the Dragon Slayer group, their situations are basically the same. With the support of the Three Kingdoms Alliance, these people not only have good equipment and strong combat power, but they are also all exclusive professionals. Under such circumstances, let alone our ordinary professionals from the Divine Summer Kingdom, even super professionals or hidden professionals would face dire consequences if they encountered them. As his words fell, Xiaoyu couldn't help but let out a deep sigh and added, And this is precisely the fundamental reason why our genius professionals from the Divine Summer Kingdom have frequently fallen in the wild over the years. What? Such a thing actually exists? Lu Chen's pupils constricted, almost instinctively asking, but with this group of bastards causing such chaos, hasn't the country thought of any solutions? Of course they have. Xiao Yu shook his head, smiling bitterly as he said, our Divine Summer Kingdom has arranged genius professionals to form the counterattack Pride Dragon Squad more than once, just to give these bastards an unforgettable lesson. At this point, he cursed helplessly, but these bastards are simply too shameless. As soon as they hear that our Pride Dragon Squad is coming, they immediately retreat into the safe zone and shut themselves in. Our Pride Dragon Squad has no confidence in overcoming the disadvantage of the terrain to breach their safe zone, which leads to us having all this strength but being unable to use it at all. Moreover, our Divine Summer Kingdom has an even more powerful enemy. The White Eagle Empire has been eyeing us from the outside, and we can't keep these genius professionals who make up the Pride Dragon Squad in low-level maps for long without letting them level up. But as soon as our genius professionals leave, these bastards from the Dragon Slayer group will come out again to stir up trouble and ruthlessly attack our ordinary professionals. With each word, Lu Chen's anger grew stronger, accumulating until he could no longer contain it and completely exploded. Bastards! This is absolutely outrageous. Boom! A terrifying killing intent erupted from Lu Chen, soaring into the sky. At the same time, the Gabriel projection seemed to sense the anger in his heart, radiating an unprecedented brilliant holy light, so intense that it illuminated the entire dark crossing as bright as day, scaring Jiro Takeda nearby to the point where he almost wet his pants, retreating in a panic for over 10 steps. Fortunately, Lu Chen did not attack him but instead looked at him coldly and asked, tell me, how many people are in your Dragon Slayer group? I'm not too sure. Jiro Takeda trembled as he spoke. What? You don't know? Upon hearing this, Lu Chen's gaze sharpened, and he heard Jiro Takeda exclaim again, my lord, you may not know, but the Dragon Slayer group is actually a widely spread organization, not just in the Blood Sand War Zone. They have a presence in almost all neutral maps bordering the Divine Summer Kingdom within the Three Kingdoms Alliance, so even I don't know exactly how many there are. At this point, he added urgently, I only know that in the Blood Sand War Zone, there are 5 permanent members of the Dragon Slayer group, including me. 5. Ha! Very good. Lu Chen nodded, then turned to Su Shasha and Xiao Yu beside him and said, you two should step aside for a moment. The scene later might get a bit bloody. Ha! What do you mean? Xiao Yu was taken aback by this, and Su Shasha beside him looked equally confused, instinctively asking, Lu Chen, what are you going to do? Of course, I'm sending this beast to where it belongs. Lu Chen coldly stared at Takeda Jiro, speaking without turning his head. What? Takeda Jiro's expression changed drastically upon hearing this, and he hurriedly asked, but didn't you just say you would let me go? Fool, what I said was that if I was in a good mood, I might spare you, but right now, I'm not just in a bad mood, I'm in the worst mood possible. Lu Chen sneered, then looked at Takeda Jiro with a strange smile and said, but don't worry, I won't let you die so easily, because before you die, I've specially arranged a grand show for you. A grand show? Takeda Jiro's pupils constricted at these words, and before he could react, he heard Lu Chen continue, you, beast, like to eat people, right? Well then, next, I'll let you savor the taste of being devoured alive. Saying this, he waved his hand without caring about Takeda Jiro's reaction. Skeletons, eat him. In the next moment, crack, crunch, a group of skeletons stepped forward, surrounding the nearby Takeda Jiro, their eyes burning with ghostly flames. Chinese pig, you go back on your word. Takeda Jiro was terrified, rolling in fear, struggling desperately while cursing loudly, but at this moment, his health was down to just over 100 points, and he had no kill value left. He couldn't even resist. Thus, no, crunch, crack. In the next moment, the desperate screams and the horrifying sounds of chewing completely shattered the tranquility of the Despair Canyon. Gag! Seeing this bloody scene, Su Shasha and Xiao Yu could no longer hold back the turmoil in their stomachs, bending over and vomiting violently, nearly bringing up their last meal, because they never expected that Lu Chen would actually order the skeletons beside him to eat Takeda Jiro alive. Yet Lu Chen's expression remained unchanged throughout, because the moment Takeda Jiro revealed that he liked to eat people, especially babies, He had already made a bloody decision in his heart: he would repay evil with evil. Of course, doing something as disgusting as eating a living person was something Luo Shenxen would never do, even though he hated Takeda Jiro to the extreme. But he was still a human, not a cold-blooded beast from the Wano country, and as long as one was human, there were boundaries. Fortunately, at this moment, he had quite a few resurrected skeletons around him, which could perfectly fulfill this duty for him, just as Takeda Jiro was slowly enjoying the grand show Luo Shenxen had prepared for him before his death. Good. Well done. Suddenly, from a distance, Luan praised loudly. Faced with such a bloody scene, he not only showed no discomfort but even shouted with righteous indignation. This beast from the Wano country not only killed thousands of innocent professionals from our divine Xia country but also treated the victims' bodies as food. His actions can only be described as insane and infuriating to both gods and men. The fact that he has fallen to this state today is entirely his own doing, and he deserves to die. At this point, he gave Luo Shenxen a thumbs up, generously praising, "Luo Shenxen, don't worry, I saw everything that happened today. Once we get back, I will definitely tell my brother everything in detail, and let him report it to the country so that the country can reward you for your contributions." Before he could finish his sentence, crack! Suddenly, a skeleton appeared out of nowhere and bit down on his butt. Ah! Luo Shenxen! What are you doing? Luan yelled in pain, kicking the skeleton behind him with all his might while shouting at Luo Shenxen in shock. "My brother is a genius from Jinglong Academy. If you dare to touch me, he will definitely not let you off." "Awah! Put!" Another skeleton lunged at him, directly gnawing on his shoulder. Crack! Crunch! In the next moment, it was as if a stone had stirred up 1,000 waves. More and more skeletons, moving clumsily, rushed towards Luan's direction. Poor Luan had already been severely weakened by the sneak attack from Takeda Jiro, and his health was at its lowest, with no recovery in sight. Now, under the relentless assault of the countless skeletons, he had no power to resist and soon followed in Takeda Jiro's footsteps, completely overwhelmed by a swarm of skeletons. At this moment, not only Su Shasha was stunned, but even Xiao Yu was taken aback, because neither of them had expected that Luo Shenxen would actually turn on Luan, and he did it so quickly, so decisively. "Luo Shenxen, you killed him?" Su Shasha exclaimed in a trembling voice. "If I don't kill him, should I keep him around for the new year?" Luo Shenxen rolled his eyes and said disdainfully, "The thing I hate most in my life is traitors." The moment Luan knelt and bowed to Takeda Jiro, declaring he would be his dog, he was already a dead man. But, Su Shasha wanted to say more, but was interrupted by Luo Shenxen waving his hand. "You all can rest assured. One person does the deed. One person takes the blame. When you return to Guang'an City, if Luan's brother asks, just say I killed him and let him come find me." Luo Shenxen said heavily, showing no signs of fear from beginning to end. "It's still the same saying, life and death are trivial. If you don't accept it, then fight. Damn Jinglong Academy. Damn super professionals. As long as someone touches his bottom line, even if it's the king of heaven, he would dare to draw his knife and strike. But that won't do." At this moment, Xiao Yu finally came to his senses. Seeing that things had come to this point, with no room for maneuver, he gritted his teeth and said to Luo Shenxen, "Since you chose to team up with us, we are a complete collective. No matter what happens, we should face it together. How can we let you take the blame alone?" "Exactly. Since we are teammates, we should share both blessings and hardships." Su Shasha chimed in angrily. "Moreover, Luan truly deserves to die. Not only did he fail to help in a crisis, but he also turned against us at a critical moment. I appreciate your good intentions." Seeing their reactions, Luo Shenxen felt a warmth in his heart but also said with a strange expression, "However, this matter doesn't seem as serious as you think." What do you mean by that?" Upon hearing this, Su Shasha and Xiao Yu were both taken aback. "You guys are so naive." Luo Shenxen sighed with a bitter smile, feeling a bit exasperated. "Let me ask you, where is this place?" "Blood Sand War Zone," they instinctively replied. "That's right, this is the Blood Sand War Zone, a place of conflict in the Three Kingdoms where no laws exist. It's inevitable for professionals to suffer casualties while leveling up here." At this point, Luo Shenxen squinted his eyes and added, "And there are only the three of us alive here. Once this is over, as long as you don't say anything, and I don't say anything, who would know how Luan died?" "Well, that's true." Su Shasha and Xiao Yu came to their senses at this moment, unable to suppress the brightness in their eyes, because just as Luo Shenxen had said, the Blood Sand War Zone was indeed a place of fierce competition among the three nations, especially in recent years, due to the presence of the Three Kingdoms Alliance and the Dragon Slayer group. The situation for the practitioners of the Divine Summer Kingdom and the Blood Sand War Zone had become increasingly dire, with a very high probability of death. Although Luan's brother was impressive, he was still human, not a god. Moreover, under the devouring of a group of skeletons, Luan was afraid that not even a complete corpse would remain, as long as they kept their mouths shut afterward and buried the events of tonight deep in their hearts. Even if Luan's brother had extraordinary abilities, he would likely never trace it back to them. With this thought, Su Shasha and Xiaoyu finally breathed a sigh of relief, revealing a relaxed smile. Ah! Bang! At that moment, a desperate scream echoed from not far away. Hearing this sound, everyone quickly turned to look. They saw that Takaitajiro, who had just been hanging on to life, was finally torn apart by a group of skeletons, completely meeting his end. Ding! Congratulations! You have successfully killed a 150-level practitioner from an enemy nation, earning 250,000 experience points. Ding! Congratulations! You have successfully leveled up to level 55, gaining 5 basic attributes and 5 free attributes. Ding! Congratulations! You have successfully leveled up to level 56, gaining 5 basic attributes and 5 free attributes. Ding! Congratulations! You have successfully leveled up to level 57, gaining 5 basic attributes and 5 free attributes. Ding! Congratulations! You have successfully leveled up to level 58, gaining 5 basic attributes and 5 free attributes. Ding! Congratulations! You have successfully leveled up to level 77, gaining 5 basic attributes and 5 free attributes. A series of dense notification sounds continuously rang in Luo Shenxen's mind. In just a few blinks, his level had skyrocketed from the initial level 54 to level 77. What the? 250,000 experience points? Looking at his attribute panel, Luo Shenxen rubbed his eyes in disbelief, almost thinking he was dreaming. I actually leveled up 18 levels? Luo Shenxen said, trembling. What? You leveled up 18 levels? Upon hearing this, Xiaoyu and Su Shasha were also taken aback. However, they were only slightly surprised and did not show the same shock as Luo Shenxen, as if they had expected it. No wonder he is Thousand-Man Slayer Takaitajiro, he actually has such high experience, Xiaoyu said with emotion. It's a pity that the experience from killing enemy practitioners can only be obtained by the killer and cannot be shared in a team. Su Shasha looked at Luo Shenxen with envy. Seeing their reactions, Luo Shenxen finally realized something was off. From what you're saying, can you actually gain experience from killing enemy practitioners in this Blood Sand War Zone? Luo Shenxen asked in surprise. Of course, Xiaoyu nodded and said, the Blood Sand War Zone is a neutral map, and the rules allow practitioners from opposing nations to fight each other. At this point, he added, however, if the enemy practitioner you kill is more than 20 levels lower than you won't gain any experience, unless you kill practitioners of the same level or higher to earn experience. Moreover, the higher the level of the enemy practitioner you kill, the stronger their combat power, and the more experience points you can gain. After finishing, Xiaoyu seemed worried that Luo Shenxen might not understand, so he patiently gave an example. For example, this Takehara Jiro, he's a level 150 Fusong ninja. Not only is his level over 90 levels higher than yours, but his combat rating is also on a completely different level. That's why you gain such high experience points after killing him. What? There's such a good thing? Finally, Luo Shenxen could no longer contain his excitement and laughed loudly. Then why should I fight monsters? I can just kill people to level up. What? Kill people? As soon as these words were spoken, Xiaoyu and Su Shasha's expressions changed drastically. Luo Shenxen, you mustn't act recklessly, Xiaoyu urged repeatedly. Those enemy country professionals are not like the wild monsters that only have fixed skills. You have no idea what hidden cards they have or how many unknown methods they possess. You can only find out when you actually fight. Under such circumstances, even if you are ultimate, no matter how strong your combat power is, there's still a chance of failure. That's right, Luo Shenxen. I heard that our Xinsha kingdom used to have some exceptionally talented professionals who wanted to quickly level up by hunting enemy professionals in neutral areas, but they all fell midway without exception. Su Shasha advised kindly. With your talent, As long as you take steady steps, the future is still very promising. There's really no need to take such risks. Don't worry. I know what I'm doing. Looking at the two who were in a panic, Lu Chen said with a smile, "You think you know what you're doing?" Su Shasha and Xiaoyu couldn't help but roll their eyes in unison. Although they hadn't known Lu Chen for long, they didn't really know him well. However, one thing they could see was that this guy's courage was absolutely unprecedented. After all, he had just reached level 50 and dared to confront a level 150 Fusang ninja head-on. Moreover, knowing that Luwen's brother was a genius from Jinglong Academy, he still dared to strike without hesitation to kill him. One could only ask, what in this world is he afraid to do? Just as the two were about to persuade Lu Chen again to abandon this idea, a sudden loud explosion rang out not far away. Bang! Suddenly, a violent explosion echoed from nearby. They saw the mangled body of Takehara Jiro, surrounded by countless gleaming items scattered all over the ground. Look, that Fusang ninja seems to have dropped equipment. Seeing this scene, Su Shasha's eyes lit up. Xiaoyu laughed excitedly and quickly stepped forward to collect the spoils, turning his head to shout at Lu Chen behind him. "Lu Chen, come look! So many items, so much top-notch equipment. Humph, this beast has been wreaking havoc in the Blood Sand War Zone for so many years, killing so many professionals from our Xinsha kingdom. It's only reasonable for him to have such wealth." Lu Chen shook his head but did not rush to compete with Su Shasha and Xiaoyu for the loot. Instead, he urged, "Hurry up and collect it. I have something I want to ask you two for help with later." "Ask us for help?" Su Shasha was momentarily stunned and almost instinctively asked, "What is it?" To be honest, that Takehara Jiro just mentioned, Luo Shenxen, is from our Donglin city, and I've had some contact with her. Lu Chen said solemnly. "What? You actually know Luo Shenxen?" Upon hearing this, Su Shasha and Xiaoyu were both taken aback. "Yes, she's currently in the Blood Sand War Zone, and she might encounter an ambush from those two-bit devils at any moment." Lu Chen's expression darkened as he finally revealed the twists and turns of the situation. "That's why I want to ask you to help me find her. After all, having one more person means one more strength. This is certainly not a problem." "But," Su Shasha hesitated, wanting to say something but holding back. "But what?" Lu Chen quickly pressed on seeing her reaction. "Lu Chen, do you know where Luo Shenxen might be in the Blood Sand War Zone right now?" Su Shasha countered instead of answering. "Well, I don't know," Lu Chen said with a bitter smile. "I tried to add her as a friend before, but she rejected me." "Then that's going to be difficult." Su Shasha's expression darkened, and Xiaoyu beside her also frowned deeply. "What do you mean?" Seeing their reactions, Lu Chen hurriedly asked. "To be honest, in this Blood Sand War Zone, there are as many as 300 large leveling areas like Despair Canyon, and they are all spread out in different locations," Su Shasha said solemnly, her words striking like thunder. "What? 300 large leveling areas?" Lu Chen's expression changed upon hearing this. "But that wasn't all," Su Shasha continued. "Not only that, besides these 300 large leveling areas, there are also scattered thousands of small leveling areas in the Blood Sand War Zone, which are also suitable for professionals to level up by fighting monsters." After finishing her words, she looked up at Lu Chen and sighed helplessly. Under such circumstances, if you can't even figure out the basic location of your classmate, searching aimlessly would be no different from looking for a needle in a haystack. Hearing this, Lu Chen couldn't help but frown deeply, clearly not expecting the Blood Sand War Zone to be so vast. 300 large leveling areas and thousands of small leveling areas. If he had to search one by one, when would he ever find her? Even though he had learned from Takehara Jiro about the Three Kingdoms alliance intending to target Luo Shenxen, and Lu Chen indeed did not plan to stand by and do nothing, but if he couldn't even determine Luo Shenxen's location, even if he wanted to help, he wouldn't know where to start. Just as Lu Chen was in deep thought, unsure of what to do next, unless, suddenly, Su Shasha seemed to think of something, murmuring a phrase, hesitating again. "Unless what?" Lu Chen quickly asked. "Forget it, saying this method is like saying nothing." Su Shasha shook her head again. "Just say it, it might work." Lu Chen pressed again, clearly unwilling to give up any chance of help. "Well, fine." Seeing Lu Chen's insistence, Su Shasha didn't continue to keep it a secret and said directly, "If you want to find Luo Shenxen quickly, it's actually not impossible. As long as we can find enough helpers and have them spread out to search the Blood Sand War Zone in a carpet-like manner, not missing any corner, then the probability of finding your classmate should be much higher. As soon as she said this, before Lu Chen could respond, Xiao Yu beside him couldn't help but roll his eyes and retorted, Sha, are you joking? The Blood Sand War Zone is so big. Even if we gathered all the professionals from our divine summer kingdom, it would be terrifyingly impossible to search it thoroughly. That's why I said this method is pointless. Su Sha pouted, looking unhappy, but as the saying goes, the speaker has no intention, while the listener takes it to heart. Enough, helpers? Lu Chen murmured, glancing instinctively at the dense skeletons around him, and his eyes lit up. At this moment, the skeletons surrounding him numbered over 10,000. And from the time he used tenfold amplification to summon the Gabriel projection to assist in battle, to successfully killing Takeda Jiro, it had taken less than 20 minutes. In other words, before the Gabriel projection disappears, these skeletons still have a full 40 minutes of duration. If he disperses these skeletons in the next 40 minutes and conducts a carpet search in the Blood Sand War Zone, wouldn't he have enough helpers? With this thought, Lu Chen hesitated not at all and directly gave an order to the Gabriel projection beside him. Go! Creak! Crack! The next moment, accompanied by a series of bone-grating sounds that made one's teeth ache, the group of skeletons, which had just fallen silent for a short while, actually moved again and dispersed into the vast mountains and forests around. However, Lu Chen was still cautious and did not send all the skeletons to search for Luo Shenxen. Instead, he intentionally left half behind, because he still had great use for the remaining half. Lu Chen, are you planning to? Seeing Lu Chen's actions, Su Shasha's heart stirred, as if she guessed something, and she couldn't help but ask. That's right. Lu Chen nodded, not hiding it, and said honestly, didn't you just say that we need enough helpers to conduct a carpet search? Then these skeletons should be enough. At this point, he added, moreover, these skeletons are summoned by Gabriel's skill and have a mental connection with him. Once they discover Luo Shenxen's whereabouts, Gabriel will know immediately, and at that time, I will also sense it. I see. Su Shasha realized this and suddenly understood, while Xiao Yu beside her slapped his forehead and said with a face full of regret, yeah, why didn't I think of this method? But these skeletons can last at most 40 minutes. If I still can't find Luo Shenxen's whereabouts in the next 40 minutes, then she can only leave it to fate. Lu Chen said with a bitter smile. Lu Chen, why are you so concerned about Luo Shenxen? Suddenly, Su Shasha looked up with curiosity, her eyes fixed on Lu Chen as she asked, could it be, you like her? What? Like her? That pretentious little girl who acts all high and mighty? Lu Chen rolled his eyes and scoffed, but you're overthinking it. Women only affect my devotion to the holy light. You, hearing such bizarre words, Su Shasha and Xiao Yu were left speechless with laughter. However, Lu Chen did not notice that while Su Shasha was laughing, a look of relief appeared on her face. Yes, it was relief. At this moment, Lu Chen had another thought and looked at Su Shasha to ask, by the way, Shasha, there's one more thing I want to ask you. What is it? Su Shasha frowned and asked, in this Despair Canyon, where is the area with the most practitioners from the Wano country? Lu Chen asked heavily. Of course, it's the Wailing Plains, Su Shasha instinctively replied, then looked at Lu Chen with some confusion and asked, why are you asking this? But Lu Chen did not answer at all and directly made a decision. Good, you take me to the Wailing Plains now. What? Go to the Wailing Plains? Are you crazy? Su Shasha's expression changed upon hearing this, and she quickly said, that Wailing Plains is the leveling area with the most practitioners from the Wano country, and it's about to get light soon. If we rashly barge in, we could very likely be surrounded by them. Lu Chen, what exactly do you want to do? Xiao Yu beside her was also full of confusion. Of course, to kill, Lu Chen said heavily, a cold murderous intent flashing in his eyes. You all know that the members of the Dragon Slayer group are not only equipped luxuriously and have incredibly high levels, but they are also all exceptionally powerful exclusive professionals. Under such circumstances, if I don't have enough levels to support me, even if I find Luo Shenxen, I probably won't be able to save him. At this point, Lu Chen paused and finally revealed an extremely bold, even outrageous, leveling plan. Only by killing a large number of high-level professionals from enemy countries can I gain a significant amount of experience in a short time and catch up to their levels. But, Su Shasha and Xiao Yu's expressions changed drastically upon hearing this. They wanted to persuade him further but were interrupted by Lu Chen waving his hand. Don't worry, I'm not going in alone, I have helpers. Helpers? As soon as he said this, the two instinctively glanced at the thousands of remaining skeletons beside Luo Chen, and their eyes lit up. On the other side, in the most popular leveling area of the Despair Canyon, the Wailing Plains, it's such an honor to be part of the Wano Nation. A man dressed in a kimono with braids looked at the countless monsters around him and couldn't help but express his feelings. Such a high-quality leveling area, and only our Wano Nation professionals can enjoy it. Those poor Chinese pigs can only struggle in resource-depleted places, leveling up slowly, facing high risks, and gaining little experience. It's truly pitiful. Ah ha 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 ha. Beside him, a man from the Wano Nation with a small mustache couldn't help but laugh and asked, Zhang Yuan Kuan, aren't you glad about your choice back then? Hi. The man named Zhang Yuan quickly bent down and respectfully said to the Wano man, Thank you, Yotian Kuan, for recommending me. Otherwise, relying solely on myself, even if I worked hard for another 10 years, I might not become a part of the great Wano Nation. You're too kind, Zhang Yuan Kuan. If it weren't for the information you provided earlier, we wouldn't have been able to kill that super professional from the Divine Xia Kingdom so smoothly. The Wano man named Yutian patted Zhang Yuan's shoulder and smiled. Our Wano Nation is always generous to friends. As long as you work well for us in the future, the benefits will be substantial. Understood. Zhang Yuan nodded vigorously upon hearing this. Just as the two were engaged in a lively conversation, suddenly, a series of screams erupted not far away. Ha! What's going on? Zhang Yuan and Yutian were still trying to figure out what was happening. The next moment, a group of Wano professionals came rolling and crawling, running in a panic, looking like lost dogs. Some had lost their shoes, some had lost their pants, and a few even soiled themselves on the spot, as if they had seen something extremely terrifying. Just then, a fleeing Wano professional happened to pass by Yutian and Zhang Yuan. Stop! Yutian quickly reached out to block him and asked heavily, What on earth happened? Why are you running? Not good. The Wano professional's face turned pale with fear, almost trembling as he shouted, It's a natural disaster. The undead catastrophe is here. What? Undead catastrophe? At this point, Zhang Yuan and Yutian could no longer contain their shock, and their expressions changed drastically. Meanwhile, hundreds of meters away from the two, Holy crap! Holy crap! What the hell is this skill? This is just too outrageous. Watching the Wano Nation professionals fall one after another like wheat being cut down, Xiaoyu was so shocked that he was left speechless, not knowing what to say, only able to curse wildly. Is this the power of the ultimate professional? One skill can slaughter the entire Despair Canyon. It's really outrageous. Beside him, Su Shasha was equally stunned, feeling as if her worldview had been completely overturned. The skill Ultimate Judgment, Sin of Living Beings, was simply too overpowered, capable of summoning deceased professionals to assist in battle. Although most of these resurrected skeletons were merely the most ordinary combat professions and their individual combat power was not particularly strong, their sheer numbers were overwhelming. Under the collective assault of thousands of skeletons, those Wano country professionals leveling up in the Wailing Plains, regardless of their profession or level, were almost entirely defenseless, being instantly overwhelmed by thousands of attack skills in a single encounter. Under such circumstances, in just a short span of 10 minutes, this area known as the Leveling Paradise, the Despair Canyon, was turned into a sure hell by Luo Chen, leaving behind a sea of corpses and countless remains wherever the skeleton army passed. This was no longer a battle of equals, it was a blatant massacre. Ding! Congratulations! You have successfully killed a level 66 professional from the enemy country, gaining 12,000 experience points. Ding! Congratulations! You have successfully killed a level 72 professional from the enemy country, gaining 33,000 experience points. Ding! Congratulations! You have successfully killed a level 88 professional from the enemy country, gaining 76,000 experience points. Ding! Congratulations! You have successfully leveled up to level 78, gaining 5 basic attributes and 5 free attributes. Ding! Congratulations! You have successfully leveled up to level 79, gaining 5 basic attributes and 5 free attributes. Awesome! So awesome! Watching the continuous upgrade notifications on the information panel, Luo Chen couldn't help but shout in excitement. Although Xiaoyu and Luo Shenxen hadn't personally killed anyone and thus received no experience points, they were equally thrilled. trembling with excitement, even more so than Luo Shenxen himself. Their task was simple, to collect loot. But under the bulldozer-like killing speed of the skeleton army, even the two of them working together were overwhelmed. Helpless, they could only watch as the golden glowing equipment dropped. As for other items, even silver-quality equipment was ignored. There was no choice, their personal bags simply couldn't hold anymore. Just as Luo Shenxen was leading his skeleton army in a merciless slaughter of all Wano country professionals around him, a critical moment arrived. Sha, stop, it's me, I'm Zhang Yuan. Suddenly, a familiar voice called out, causing Su Sha to freeze. Looking closely, she saw a familiar figure not far below. Desperately waving at her, it was her classmate Zhang Yuan from Guanan City. Luo Shenxen, stop! Seeing Zhang Yuan, Su Sha quickly shouted to Luo Shenxen below. Whoosh! The next moment, a massive cleaver abruptly halted in midair, less than a centimeter from Zhang Yuan's neck, sending chills down his spine. Fortunately, Luo Shenxen trusted Su Sha very much, so the moment he heard her voice, he ordered the skeletons to stop attacking Zhang Yuan. Zhang Yuan? What are you doing here? Looking at Zhang Yuan not far away, Su Sha frowned and asked, and what's with your outfit? I just received an order from the mayor to go undercover in Wano country. Zhang Yuan stammered for a long time before finally coming up with a clumsy excuse, but his excuse clearly didn't hold water, and Su Sha immediately felt a sense of suspicion rising in her heart. Undercover? I haven't heard anything about this. Su Sha frowned and asked, since you're an undercover agent, it must be a secret operation, so it can't be known to the world. Zhang Yuan said, gritting his teeth. Oh, is that so? Su Sha didn't respond but looked at Zhang Yuan and asked lightly, do you dare let me cast an insight spell on you? What? Insight spell? Zhang Yuan's face changed drastically, because in today's Blue Star, if a professional betrays their country and joins another, the information on their attribute panel will change to display the name of the current country they belong to. Seeing the situation about to be exposed, Zhang Yuan, in a panic, knelt down in front of Su Sha with a thud, pleading desperately, Sha, for the sake of our time as classmates, can you let me go? So, you have indeed betrayed your homeland and chosen to side with the Wano country? Su Sha's face turned pale upon hearing this. Although there are many sycophants in today's Xingxia country who can't resist temptation and betray their country, Su Sha had never imagined that her former classmate would stoop to such despicable behavior. I had no choice, Zhang Yuan cried, tears streaming down his face. At this moment, he was filled with regret. He never dreamed that he would just join the Wano country and immediately encounter such a situation. Although he didn't know what relationship Su Sha had with the terrifying skeletons around, he had clearly seen that these skeletons were not only numerous but each could also use the exclusive skills of professionals. Even more outrageous, these skeletons were fearless in battle. After all, they were resurrected by skills and, strictly speaking, did not belong to true life but were undead creatures. Under the siege of so many skeletons, the professionals from the Wano country couldn't even resist, let alone escape. They would be surrounded and killed in a single encounter, turning into lifeless, cold corpses. Thinking of this, Zhang Yuan was so scared that he lost control and, disregarding everything, pointed at the oil field hiding behind a large rock, trembling, and shouted, it's him, he forced me to do this. If you want to kill someone, kill him. The oil field was furious upon seeing this, clearly not expecting Zhang Yuan to be so shameless, having just acted like a long-lost father with him, and now selling him out in an instant. In a fit of rage, he no longer bothered to hide and stepped out to curse. Zhang Yuan, you bastard, it was clearly you who leaked Li Sang's whereabouts to us, wanting to become part of our Wano country, and now you bite back? Are you even human? What? Li Sang's death is actually related to you? Upon hearing this, Su Sha nearly fainted on the spot, because the Li Sang mentioned by the oil field was none other than the top student of their school, who had also advanced to the super profession, originally with a bright future ahead. But later, Li Sang had an accident while leveling up in the wild. At that time, everyone thought he was just unlucky to encounter a rare wild boss, which led to his misfortune. Until today, until this very moment, seeing that Li Sang's death was not an accident but caused by Zhang Yuan, this scoundrel, Su Sha nearly exploded. Luo Shenxen, kill this heartless beast. Whoosh! Ah! The next moment, accompanied by a piercing scream, blood splattered everywhere. Poor Zhang Yuan, who had just changed his nationality, didn't even have time to enjoy his wonderful life before being cleaved in two by a warrior skeleton, his stinking entrails spilling all over the ground, his death truly a sight too gruesome to behold. Meanwhile, on the southwest side of the Blood Sand War Zone, in a small leveling area known as the Dreamland Forest, whoosh, accompanied by a piercing sound of wind cutting through the air, a graceful figure flashed through the dense forest, her body seemingly weightless, moving with the speed of thunder. This was a girl with stunning features and an extraordinary aura. She wore a silver-white combat suit that accentuated her already perfect form. A large curved bow was tucked under her arm, with sharp blades at both ends, exuding a chilling aura that made one's heart race. Additionally, she carried a gem-studded quiver on her back, and the blood-red cloak beneath it billowed like flames, rustling in the strong wind. She ran swiftly through the forest, and with the hazy moonlight above and the tranquil, deep woods surrounding her, at first glance, she resembled a proud dark night elf. However, at this moment, if a keen-eyed professional were present, they would surely notice something unusual, for although the girl appeared light, her steps were noticeably heavy. Moreover, her face revealed an unhealthy pallor, and her health and mana bars had dropped below one-third, clearly indicating she was injured. As for the identity of this girl, it was none other than Light Ranger Luo Shenxen. Chatter! Stop your pointless struggles! At that moment, not far behind Luo Shenxen, a voice suddenly rang out. A round-faced, single-lidded East Asian man was chasing her, shouting arrogantly, "I'm not afraid to tell you, you've been targeted by our Dragon Slayer group. Even if you run to the ends of the earth, you will never escape our grasp." Hearing this, Luo Shenxen's expression darkened. She did not respond but swiftly nocked an arrow, turned around, and shot at the East Asian man from a distance. Demon-breaking arrow. Whoosh! The arrow tore through the air, igniting into flames mid-flight. Strangely, although the arrow was engulfed in fire, it emitted no heat. Instead, it carried a bone-chilling coldness, leaving a thin layer of frost on the ground it passed. After completing this, Luo Shenxen turned and ran again, the entire process flowing like water, not slowing her speed in the slightest. "Ha! Still want to resist?" The East Asian man sneered, not even bothering to dodge, and arrogantly shouted, "Unfortunately, no matter how much you struggle today, all that awaits you is a dead end. Let me show you the power of our great cold underworld exclusive profession." As soon as he finished speaking, the East Asian man suddenly leaped into the air, performing a 360-degree spin in place, and in an exaggerated manner, kicked the arrow shot by Luo Shenxen. Taekwondo secret technique, death-defying spinning kick. Bang! The next moment, accompanied by a violent explosion, the arrow shattered, erupting into a sky full of flames. "TCH, is that all you've got?" The East Asian man smugly retracted his short legs, just about to gloat. But at that moment, roar! Suddenly, a clawing velociraptor burst forth from the exploding arrow, lunging at the East Asian man who was within arm's reach. "What? You can summon monsters?" The East Asian man was startled and quickly used a skill to defend. Fortunately, this velociraptor was not a true monster, but a magical creation, similar to the angel projection summoned by Lu Chen, and its combat power was not particularly impressive, so it was easily dealt with by the East Asian man. But even so, the East Asian man was still taken aback. Could this be a spirit? Looking at the velociraptor that he had just completely defeated, slowly dissipating in the void, the East Asian man's pupils couldn't help but constrict. Be careful, that woman from China is not simple. At that moment, a series of hurried footsteps suddenly came from the nearby woods. Immediately after, three figures of varying appearances rushed over together. Among them, a South Asian man wrapped in a headscarf, with dark skin, looked in the direction where Luo Shenxen had just fled, a thoughtful expression in his eyes, murmuring, "If I'm not mistaken, that Chinese woman's combat talent likely has the attribute of continuous growth." "What? Continuous growth?" The East Asian-faced man changed his expression upon hearing this and quickly asked, "Jialu, what do you mean by that?" The South Asian man named Jialu did not answer directly but murmured, "Park Yoji, you just arrived, so you might not know that before this. The three of us had already been chasing that woman for a day and a night." Saying this, he paused and added, "This woman's original profession should be an agile-type ranger, and logically, she shouldn't have summoning-type skills." As soon as he finished speaking, Jialu changed his tone, "But during the previous battle, We discovered that this woman could actually summon various monsters to assist in combat by releasing skills, and these monsters were not physical entities but some kind of existence similar to souls. Souls? Park Yoji's heart trembled. That's right, Jialu nodded, finally revealing all the twists and turns. So we speculated that this Chinese woman's combat talent might have the terrifying effect of enslaving the souls of monsters. Hiss! At this point, Park Yoji could no longer contain his shock and sharply inhaled. Not only that, Jialu continued in a deep voice. Moreover, we still do not know how many monster souls this woman can enslave, or if there are any level or quantity restrictions. If she can even enslave the souls of those powerful bosses in the abyss, then it would be a huge problem for our Three Kingdoms alliance. No wonder the higher-ups issued a kill order against us, demanding that we must keep this woman forever in the Blood Sand War Zone. It turns out her combat talent is so terrifying, Park Yoji murmured, no longer harboring any contempt in his heart. Don't rush. At this moment, another man among the four, dressed in samurai clothing and wielding an eastern sword, stepped forward, laughing sinisterly. Anyway, this woman has already been driven to desperation by our pursuit. Not only is her health depleted, but her mana is also running low. Defeat is just a matter of time. But the direction she just fled seems to be the safe zone Bloodbone town of the Divine Summer Kingdom. If she really escapes, it will be difficult for us to kill her again in the future. Finally, the last figure among the four, wearing a ghostly mask, also stepped forward to voice his opinion. The voice was not only incredibly delicate but also filled with a captivating aura. This person turned out to be a woman. Chase. We must not let her escape. Upon hearing this, Jialu's eyes narrowed, and he waved his hand decisively. Good. In the next moment, the four instantly reached a consensus and did not linger any longer but stepped forward again, chasing in the direction where Luo Shenxen had just fled. On the other side, in the Blood Sand War Zone, the most popular leveling area under the rule of the Wa Nation, Despair Canyon. You, who exactly are you? Why are you wantonly killing innocents in our Wa Nation's territory? A desperate practitioner from the Wano country collapsed to the ground, staring fiercely at the killing god before him, and roared hoarsely, the resentment in his eyes almost palpable. Of course, it was no wonder he reacted this way, because before this, he had never dreamed that one day he would be beaten senseless by a support-class paladin. That's right, he was bullied by a paladin, and it was pure, one-sided bullying. You have to know, he was a level 157 mage, although his combat talent was only C grade, and his power wasn't particularly strong. But Lu Chen was clearly not even level 100, and despite the gap of over 50 levels, he was easily crushed by the other party. How could this be possible? Looking again at the powerful Gabriel projection beside Lu Chen, along with the vast army of skeletons, a strong unwillingness flashed across the face of the Wano country practitioner, and he asked sternly again, "This is our Wano country territory, and it's not during a national war. Why are you crossing the border to slaughter the innocent?" Slaughter the innocent? Lu Chen raised an eyebrow at this, then shook his head and sneered. In my view, you Wano country's second-rate scum can't even be called innocent, let alone human, you're just a bunch of beasts. At this point, he added with a proud expression, "Since you're beasts, then of course you can be killed. As long as my fists are bigger than yours and my strength is greater, I can kill as many as I want. After all, there are no laws in this Blood Sand War Zone. What can you do to me? Baka, Chinese pig, I'll fight you to the death." Finally, the practitioner from Wano country gave up the last shred of hope in his heart, mustering the last bit of strength in his body, and stood up to fight Lu Chen. Unfortunately, he hadn't even steadied himself before being overwhelmed by the countless skeletons around him, instantly turned into a shower of flesh. Lu Chen. Seeing this scene, Xiao Yu and Su Sha beside him began to tremble. This time, Lu Chen had killed too many people. Looking around, the entire Despair Canyon was almost densely packed with the bodies of Wano country practitioners, at least over 1,000. Not only that, but even knowing that killing low-level practitioners wouldn't yield experience, Lu Chen still spared no one, not even those who had just reached level 50 from Wano country. Anyone he saw had absolutely no chance of survival. Even more absurdly, after killing so many people, especially some who died in extremely tragic ways, Xiao Yu and Su Sha were so disgusted they almost vomited their overnight meals, while Lu Chen seemed unfazed, not only showing no discomfort but even enjoying the bloody scene around him. Yes, enjoying it. Fortunately, Xiao Yu and Su Shasha had come to understand Luo Chen a bit. Otherwise, if the three had met for the first time and seen such a scene, they would definitely have thought Luo Chen was a psychologically abnormal pervert. But Luo Chen didn't care what they thought at all, because long before hearing Takeda Jiro's outrageous remarks about eating human hearts, in his eyes, these practitioners from Wano country had already lost the qualification to be called human, adhering to the principle of better to wrongfully kill 1,000 than let one escape. Plus, the ultimate judgment, sin of living beings from the Gabriel projection was still in effect. Luo Chen then decided to carry out an unprecedented cleansing of the entire Wailing Plains. Fortunately, Xiao Yu and Su Shasha also knew that these practitioners from Wano country were indeed the mortal enemies of Xinsha country, and the more of them that died, the better it was for their own country and compatriots. So from beginning to end, the two of them were enduring the discomfort in their hearts. Even as the scene became increasingly bloody, they did not step forward to dissuade. Ding! Congratulations! You have successfully killed a level 102 practitioner from the enemy nation, earning 55,000 experience points. Ding! Congratulations! You have successfully reached level 100, gaining 5 basic attribute points and 5 free attribute points. Ding! Congratulations! You have learned a new specialization skill, Holy Contract. At this moment, as the last practitioner from the Wak Uni met a tragic end at the Wailing Crossing, a series of notification sounds followed on Luo Chen's information panel. What the hell? I actually reached level 100? Seeing that he had somehow reached level 100, Luo Chen's eyes lit up, and he almost instinctively opened his attribute panel. The next moment, a brand new attribute information suddenly appeared before his eyes. Host, Luo Chen class, Paladin class specialization, Judgment LV, 100, first transition, health, 4290 mana, 1090 strength, 617 wisdom, 109 agility, 134 spirit, 109 stamina, 429 unallocated attribute points, 5 equipment, Scythe of the Demon, Embrace of the Demon, Sovereignty of the Demon, Deceit of the Demon, Cloak of the Black Knight combat power rating, 688 stars skill 1, Shield of Divine Protection skill 2, Divine Blessing LV1 skill 3, Divine Healing Light LV1 skill 4, Holy Judgment LV1 skill 5, Frenzy Judgment LV1 skill 6, Summon, Seraph Projection skill 7, Holy Contract. Looking at his combat power rating that had skyrocketed to 688 stars, feeling the overwhelming power surging within him, Luo Chen could no longer contain his excitement and burst into laughter. Sure enough, killing is the fastest way to level up. Ha 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 ha. He evenly distributed the 5 points of free attributes he just gained into strength and stamina. After doing all this, Luo Chen raised his eyebrows, as if he had discovered something. Ha! Holy Contract? This is actually a specialization skill? Seeing a brand new skill suddenly added to his skill bar, Luo Chen's heart stirred, and he remembered that in the current Blue Star, once a practitioner chose a class specialization, they would automatically learn a new specialization skill every time they reached level 100. And this Holy Contract was the new specialization skill that the Paladin of the Judgment class could unlock at level 100. Thinking of this, Luo Chen quickly glanced at the detailed description of this skill. Holy Contract note, sign a Holy Contract with a beast, making it your mount. Note, the mount's level will remain equal to the host under the influence of the contract's power. Holy crap, I can actually sign a contract with a beast? Looking at the detailed description of this skill, Luo Chen exclaimed in surprise. You must know that in the current Blue Star, controlling beasts in battle was the exclusive domain of beast tamers. But Luo Chen never expected that as a Judgment Knight, he would also have such a beast taming specialization skill. However, after a moment's thought, he felt relieved. After all, he was a paladin, a class that inherently carried the word knight. Since he was a knight, what kind of knight would he be without a mount? If I can sign a powerful beast, wouldn't I have another trump card? Thinking of this, Luo Chen could no longer contain his excitement and burst into laughter. Ha 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 ha. Just as Luo Chen had just reached level 100 and was deeply engrossed in studying his new specialization skills, on the other side, in an unknown small leveling area less than 10 kilometers from the safe zone of the Divine Summer Kingdom, Bloodbone Town. Thud. After a whole day and night of relentless fleeing for her life, finally, Luo Shenxen's stamina could no longer hold out, and she stumbled and fell to the ground. Chatter. Can't run anymore? Ha! Looking at Luo Shenxen, who was gasping heavily on the ground, her face pale and her health bar nearly half gone, the 4 pursuers all showed a relieved smile. Stop wasting time with her. Let's finish this quickly. said the man dressed as a warrior with a sinister expression. But this girl is so beautiful, isn't it a bit of a waste to just kill her? Looking at Luo Shenxen's stunning face, Jia Lu's eyes revealed an undeniable greed as he murmured, "How about I go first?" Before he could finish his sentence, he was directly interrupted by the mysterious woman wearing a mask. "Humph, I've long heard that the men from your divine bull kingdom don't even spare the lizard monsters in the wild, known as Lizard 3 by the Blue Star people, and seeing it today, it truly lives up to its reputation." "Little Japanese girl, say that again." Jia Lu was furious at her words, like a wild dog whose tail had been stepped on, ready to attack the masked woman. "Enough!" Fortunately, at that moment, Park Yoji could no longer stand by and stepped forward to remind loudly, "This woman may be on her last legs, but her combat talent is too terrifying. Even a desperate counterattack before death could cause us significant harm. So everyone should not let their guard down. Let's all attack together and use our strongest skills to clear her health bar without leaving any future troubles. Understood?" "Understood." The other three quickly nodded in agreement. And even Jia Lu did not continue to argue, because they had all witnessed Luo Shenxen's strength before and knew just how monstrous her combat talent was. Not daring to be careless, the four cautiously stepped forward, surrounding Luo Shenxen. "Let's do this." Seeing this, Luo Shenxen bit her silver teeth. Knowing she had nowhere to retreat, she immediately bit her silver teeth and finally brought out her trump card skill, Combat Talent, Goddess of Redemption, Buzz. In the next moment, an extremely intense divine light erupted from Luo Shenxen's body, dazzling to the point where one could hardly look directly at it. Under the illumination of this light, Luo Shenxen seemed to transform into a goddess from heaven, and with a gentle wave of her hand, countless bizarre creatures took shape right before her. These creatures were numerous, including massive wild boars, white-furred windwolves, and little low-level demons wielding sticks. There were even flame demon kings that Lu Chen had previously killed in the magma cave, each one more bizarre than the last. The only similarity was that these creatures did not seem to be true life forms, because their bodies were semi-transparent, presenting a state almost like souls. Is it that skill again? Everyone be careful. Seeing this scene, Park Yoji and the others' pupils shrank, quickly adopting a defensive posture, as if they had already witnessed the power of Luo Shenxen's skill and dared not show any signs of carelessness. But Luo Shenxen's summoning seemed endless. In just a few blinks, over 1,000 soul creatures were summoned one after another, directly forming a considerable soul-body army. How come there are so many? Looking at the numerous soul bodies before him, Park Yoji's expression changed. "Don't be afraid. She has already consumed thousands of soul bodies in her previous battles with us, and these remaining soul bodies should be her last trump card." Seeing this, Jia Lu quickly comforted. "That's right, as long as we clear these soul bodies, she will lose all her restraints, and at that time, won't we have complete control over her life and death?" The man dressed as a warrior echoed. "Everyone, don't hold back. Let's go all out and aim for a quick victory." Finally, the only woman among the four wearing a mask waved her hand. "All right." The other three quickly agreed, reaching a consensus immediately. Taekwondo secret technique, continuous rising dragon kick. Park Yoji was the first to strike. He leaped high again, his short legs transforming into a series of afterimages, and as he swung his legs, dozens of soul bodies were kicked and exploded on the spot. Killing flow, Gale Death Slash. The warrior man followed closely, drawing his eastern knife and slashing through the air, the terrifying blade like cutting through the void, stirring up a whirlwind, and again dozens of soul bodies were shattered by him. True meaning of asceticism, fierce whip style. Jia Lu was not idle either. His arms seemed to stretch like rubber, quickly extending to over 100 meters away. As he swung them, they resembled two powerful whips, cracking the surrounding soul bodies to pieces. Not a single one could approach him within 100 meters. Yin Yang technique, Ghost Howl, buzz, 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 buzz. Finally, the mysterious woman in the mask unleashed her signature skill. She took out a delicate folding fan, and as she waved it, terrifying ghostly figures spread out, charging towards the soul body army ahead. Wherever they passed, Luo Shenxen's soul body army fell in large numbers, their attack power extremely formidable. Not good. At the same time, seeing her hard-earned soul body army being destroyed by the four assassins, Luo Shenxen, in a panic, was about to command her soul bodies to scatter quickly to avoid being wiped out by the enemy's skills, but she hadn't given the order yet. True meaning of asceticism, ghost entanglement style. Whoosh, whoosh, Jialu's arms stretched again, and he suddenly passed through the soul-body army in front of her, wrapping around her tightly, leaving her unable to move. Ha ha, I've succeeded. Oh no! At this point, Luo Shenxen could no longer suppress the despair in her heart. A deep sense of hopelessness reflected in her eyes. Ha ha, I've succeeded. Seeing Luo Shenxen successfully restrained, Jialu shouted loudly to the other three. Quick, that woman is under my control. You guys hurry up and deliver a fatal blow. I'll do it. Hearing this, the warrior man boldly stepped forward, drawing another eastern knife from his sheath, and then with both knives combined, he aimed at the immobile Luo Shenxen not far away and slashed twice, dual blade style, cross-execution. Swish, swish, the two blade energies overlapped in the air, merging into a sharp X shape. It's over. Could it be that this blood sand island is my burial ground? As the enemy's skill approached her closer and her health was nearly depleted, finally, a deep despair appeared on Luo Shenxen's beautiful face, and she even closed her bright eyes, preparing to wait for death. At this critical moment, clang, HP 88. Awoo! Jialu cried out in pain, a blood blister the size of an egg forming on his head, and with the sudden pain in his head, he inadvertently loosened the grip he had on Luo Shenxen's arms. Oh, what a good opportunity! Feeling the force of the entanglement on her body suddenly lessen, Luo Shenxen's eyes brightened. Without a second thought, she quickly twisted with all her might and successfully slipped out from Jialu's arms. However, after breaking free, she did not let her guard down. Instead, she immediately activated a teleportation skill. Ascension Chain. Whoosh! A silvery chain shot out from Luo Shenxen's hand and struck fiercely against the crown of a large tree. After doing all this, Luo Shenxen exerted strength from her right hand, using the rebound force to soar into the air, crossing several hundred meters in an instant, once again creating a relatively safe distance from the four assassins. Bastard! Who dares to sneak attack from behind? It was only at this moment that Jialu finally came to his senses. Watching the meat he was about to seize fly away into thin air, he shouted in anger, wanting to see who had ruined his good fortune. But as he looked, he was completely stunned in place, because behind him, a skeleton had appeared out of nowhere. That's right, a skeleton, and the club that had just hit his head was none other than the work of this thing. What the hell? It's an undead creature? Looking at the silly skeleton in front of him, Jialu was utterly bewildered. At this moment, it wasn't just him, even the other three assassins chasing Luo Shenxen, including Luo Shenxen herself, all had blank expressions, because according to their knowledge, the wild monsters in the Blood Sand War Zone should all be beast types, and there were absolutely no undead creatures. So where did this skeleton come from? The answer was obvious. Meanwhile, in the Despair Canyon, within the Wailing Plains littered with corpses. Found it! Lu Chen's eyes lit up as he directly instructed Chao Yu and Su Shasha beside him. You two, go back to Bloodbone Town and wait for me. I'll be right back. As soon as he finished speaking, he made to leave, but Su Shasha waved her hand to stop him. Wait, what is it? Seeing this, Lu Chen frowned, and Su Shasha asked, Lu Chen, have you found Luo Shenxen's location? That's right. Lu Chen nodded, not hiding anything. Then take these, they might come in handy. As Su Shasha spoke, she pulled out a large pile of various scrolls, potions, inscriptions, and other enhancement items from her personal bag. These items were all dropped from the Wokou Kingdom professionals that Lu Chen had killed earlier. Su Shasha, being a woman, had a very delicate mind. Seeing Lu Chen so anxious, even rushing to leave without saying goodbye, she guessed that he was likely facing a fierce battle ahead. To be safe, she took out these enhancement items to give Lu Chen as many life-saving cards as possible. Shasha, thank you. Looking at the concerned Su Shasha, Lu Chen felt warmth in his heart and did not refuse. After all, these enhancement items could indeed work wonders in certain specific situations. Moreover, since these items were small, they didn't take up much space in the personal bag. So without further ado, Lu Chen put all these items into his personal bag. After doing all this, he then gave a command to the Gabriel projection beside him. Gabriel, lend me a hand. Upon hearing the call, the Gabriel projection almost instantly understood his master's thoughts. He raised both hands, directly grasping Lu Chen's shoulders, then spread out the 12 pairs of pure white wings behind him, and suddenly shook violently. Boom! A fierce wind rose, sweeping away the clouds. In the next moment, Under the incredulous gazes of Su Shasha and Xiao Yu, Lu Chen was directly lifted away by the projection of Gabriel, darting towards a certain direction in the blood sand war zone at a speed as fast as lightning. On the other side, in the battlefield of Luo Shenxen and the others, just as everyone was staring blankly at the suddenly appearing skeleton, still unable to react to what was happening, the skeleton slowly raised the rusty iron hammer in its hand again, looking as if it was about to give Jia Lu's big bald head another whack. "Damn it, you're back?" Jia Lu shouted angrily, not caring where this thing had popped out from, and threw a punch. Bang! HP 1033. Crack! In the next moment, the skeleton shattered with a sound, turning into countless fragments that scattered all over the ground with a crackling noise. Damn it! What bad luck! After smashing the skeleton, Jia Lu seemed still a bit unsatisfied and was about to step on it a couple more times. "What the hell are you idiots doing? Hurry up and take down that woman." Finally, Park Yoji couldn't stand it anymore and shouted from the side. "Ah! Oh!" Upon hearing this, Jia Lu finally seemed to wake up from his daze, no longer caring about venting his anger on the skeleton on the ground, and directly focused his gaze on Luo Shenxen, who was hundreds of meters away. Not good. Luo Xuanxuan's heart sank at the sight, although she had just narrowly escaped and barely saved her life. At this moment, her health had only a little over 600 points left, fearing she couldn't withstand even one of the opponent's skills. Thinking of this, Luo Shenxen dared not confront them head-on, and without a second thought, she turned and ran, but facing three assassins whose levels far exceeded hers, let alone the fact that Luo Shenxen was now at the brink of death with her mana exhausted. Even in her prime, she wouldn't be able to win against any of them in a one-on-one situation. Thus, just a few breaths later, the four assassins caught up again, surrounding her completely. "I'll fight you to the end." Seeing no way to escape or retreat, Luo Shenxen gritted her silver teeth, deciding not to run anymore, ready to risk her life to fight back, but she hadn't even had the chance to cast a skill. At that moment, in broad daylight, you four actually join forces to deal with a weak woman. Is there any justice left? Is there any humanity left? Divine healing light. Buzz. HP plus 356. A golden light flashed over Luo Shenxen, directly restoring 350 points of her health. Who is it? Hearing this sudden voice, everyone was startled and quickly looked up, only to see a scene that would be unforgettable for a lifetime. In the not-so-distant sky, an angelic projection with 12 pairs of wings, shimmering with brilliant holy light, was dragging a young boy, descending rapidly from the heavens. Bang! In the next moment, the ground cracked inch by inch, raising a cloud of dust. What? It can actually fly? Seeing this absurd scene, the four assassins were all taken aback, quickly stepping back a few paces, not daring to act rashly, until the explosive dust in front of them gradually settled. The four of them focused again, only to find that a figure had appeared out of nowhere in front of Luo Shenxen. It was a young man from the divine Xia kingdom, clad in heavy armor, draped in a blood-red cloak, and wielding a menacing scythe. He stood there quietly, without any movement, yet exuding an indomitable presence, like an unyielding wall. Was it not Lu Chen? Lu Chen? How are you here? Finally, Luo Shenxen recognized the newcomer first, unable to help but exclaim, "Of course, I'm here to save you," Lu Chen said without looking back. "Save me?" Luo Shenxen was momentarily stunned by the words, but Lu Chen did not respond at all. Instead, he took advantage of the four assassins still being dazed and cast a healing spell on Luo Shenxen once more. Divine Healing Light Buzz. HP plus 377. With 2 healing spells cast, Luo Xuanyan's nearly depleted health finally recovered to over 1,000 points, temporarily escaping the crisis of being instantly killed. At the same time, the four assassins cast an insight spell on Lu Chen. Target, Lu Chen, Class, Paladin, Nationality, Divine Xia, LV, Health, 4,290, Mana, 1090, Combat Rating? This kid is actually a Paladin? Looking at Lu Chen's basic attributes, Park Yoji was the first to come back to his senses, nearly dying of anger. Damn it, what bad luck! I was just fooled by a trash paladin. Jia Lu cursed beside him. It was just that Lu Chen's entrance was so flashy, flying down from the sky with the power of an angel's projection, that they didn't dare to continue attacking Luo Shenxen without understanding Lu Chen's background. Even with the Black Knight Cloak, a hidden attribute item, the four assassins couldn't see Lu Chen's combat power and level. But how strong could a mere support class paladin with just over 4,000 health be? Thinking of this, the four assassins felt a weight lift from their hearts. After we kill that Chinese woman, we can take this kid's head back for the bounty too. The samurai-clad man sneered, looking at Lu Chen as if he were a dead man. Leave this paladin to me, you all focus on taking care of that woman, the masked woman said in a deep voice. Okay. The four exchanged a few brief words and quickly reached a consensus. Seeing the assassins planning to take Lu Chen along with them, Luo Shenxen felt anxious and shouted loudly at Lu Chen. Run! They are all members of the Dragon Slayer group, you are no match for them. What? Members of the Dragon Slayer group? Lu Chen's pupils contracted upon hearing this, and he quickly cast an insight spell on the four assassins. Target, Yunxiaohuazi, exclusive class, Onmyoji, nationality, Wano, LV, 147, health, 7,760, mana, 5,520, combat rating, 997 stars. Target, Park Yoji, exclusive class, Taekwondo master, nationality, South Bang, LV, health, 8,100, energy, 100, combat rating. Target, Jialu Xinga, exclusive class, ascetic monk, nationality, Divine Yo, LV, health, 9,640, ascetic value, 0, combat rating. Target, Shaowuji Teru, exclusive class, Eastern Samurai, nationality, Wano, LV, health, 8,400, rage value, 0, combat rating. Damn, I can't see their levels and combat power at all. Looking at the terrifying attribute panels of the four, Lu Chen's heart sank. He never expected that there would be four people chasing Luo Shenxen, and all of them were high-level assassins from the Dragon Slayer group. Even more absurdly, among these four assassins, except for the masked Onmyoji Yunxiaohuazi, the other three did not display their levels. It should be noted that Lu Chen was already level 100, yet the opponents still did not show their levels under his inside observation. What does this mean? It means that the other three assassins are all over 50 levels higher than him, and at this very moment, his Gabriel projection has only 1 minute of duration left. Once the Gabriel projection fails, without the 10,000-fold amplification as a trump card, no matter how luxurious Lu Chen's equipment is, facing four exclusive profession users whose levels far exceed his, he would definitely be doomed. This is bad. Thinking of this, Lu Chen's expression changed dramatically. Lu Chen, you go first, I'll hold them off. At this moment, Luo Shenxen said to Lu Chen again, clearly not wanting to drag him down, because she knew very well that the fundamental goal of the four assassins from the Dragon Slayer group appearing here today was still her. But Lu Chen didn't care what she thought at all, turning around without looking back and saying, shut up, if we're leaving together. Ha! Luo Shenxen was momentarily stunned by his words, and before she could respond, she saw Lu Chen wave his hand. Gabriel, block them for me. Holy charge! Whoosh! In the next moment, the Gabriel projection transformed into a twisted golden streak of light, charging straight towards the lowest level assassin among the four, Yunxiaohuazi. Without a word, bang! HP 599, accompanied by a heavy thud, the lowest level assassin, Yunxiaohuazi, was caught off guard and knocked unconscious by the Gabriel projection. What? It can actually ignore the rules? Seeing this scene, the other three assassins were taken aback. Go! Meanwhile, taking advantage of this opportunity, Lu Chen grabbed Luo Shenxen and ran, disappearing into the dense forest in the blink of an eye, leaving no trace. Not good. They're trying to escape. Hurry and chase. At the same time, seeing Lu Chen and Luo Shenxen planning to flee, the other three didn't care about the unconscious Yun Xiaohuazi and quickly took off in pursuit. In the dense mountain forest, two figures were running wildly one after the other, taking advantage of the complex terrain. Lu Chen, you let go of me. Just run for your life. Otherwise neither of us will get out of here today. Luo Shenxen, being pulled by Lu Chen, was so moved that she almost cried, desperately trying to persuade him, because she never expected that in such a life and death crisis, the one who appeared by her side, unwavering and risking his life to save her, was actually Lu Chen, her most hated rival. Looking at Lu Chen's tall figure and resolute face, at this moment, Luo Shenxen felt an unprecedented sense of security. Even the pursuit of the four assassins behind her didn't seem so frightening anymore. However, she still couldn't bear to drag Lu Chen down, so she pretended to struggle to break free from his grasp. But Lu Chen seemed to have anticipated this. Not only did he not loosen his grip, but he even applied more strength. making it impossible for her to break free. I said, if we're leaving together. Otherwise, if you die here, what meaning is there for me to run all the way to this blood sand war zone? Luo Shenxen said without looking back. But those 4 assassins are all over level 150. Even if we recover to full strength, we are no match for them. Luo Shenxen was filled with despair, but before she could finish her sentence, she was interrupted by Luo Shenxen waving his hand in front. Who said we aren't their match? Ha? What do you mean by that? Luo Shenxen was momentarily stunned. Little girl, you underestimate me too much. Luo Shenxen smiled proudly and said, let me tell you, just give me one more day, and those 4 losers won't even be worth a fart in front of me. What? Not even worth a fart? Aren't you afraid of the wind blowing your tongue out? This time, Luo Shenxen was completely angry. Indeed, Luo Shenxen's words were too arrogant. It would not be an exaggeration to say they were wildly reckless. At this very moment, the ones pursuing them were the 4 special professionals of the Dragon Slayer group. The special professions from various countries were powerful existences comparable to super professions. Moreover, these 4 had the support of the 3 Kingdoms Alliance, boasting not only high levels and strong combat power but also incredibly luxurious equipment. Under such circumstances, Luo Shenxen simply couldn't understand where Luo Shenxen's confidence came from, daring to make such bold claims. Humph, I knew you wouldn't believe me. Seeing Luo Shenxen's reaction, Luo Shenxen didn't bother to explain. Instead, while pulling her to continue running, he said without looking back, how about we make a bet? A bet? On what? Luo Shenxen instinctively asked. Let's bet that by this time tomorrow, if we're still alive, these 4 Dragon Slayer group assassins won't last 10 minutes in my hands, they'll all be dead. Luo Shenxen declared proudly. Of course, this wasn't him trying to show off in front of the girl, he genuinely had that confidence. It was just that he had found Luo Shenxen at a rather awkward moment, right when his 10,000-fold amplification was in a crucial 24-hour cooldown. Otherwise, with his current level of 100, if he had the 10,000-fold amplification, even casually enhancing it Divine Blessing would allow him to easily take down these 4 Dragon Slayer group assassins without needing to run away. 10 minutes? At this moment, seeing Luo Shenxen's increasingly outrageous claims, Luo Shenxen's anger began to rise, and she asked Luo Shenxen with a pout, who gave you the courage to boast like this? Liang Jingru? Just asking if you dare to bet. Luo Shenxen asked again without explanation. Of course I dare, why would I be afraid of you? Seeing Luo Shenxen's arrogance, Luo Shenxen's competitive spirit was ignited, and she directly asked, but what if you lose? If I lose, I will agree to all the conditions you propose, whatever you say goes, Luo Shenxen said without hesitation. As soon as he finished speaking, he turned his head to look at Luo Shenxen's graceful figure, letting out a series of lewd laughs. What if you lose? He. You, what do you want? I warn you to be respectful, I won't agree to any excessive demands. Seeing Luo Shenxen laugh so lewdly, Luo Shenxen couldn't help but feel her heart tremble, although she said she wanted Luo Shenxen to be more respectful. For some reason, at that moment, she felt a sense of anticipation rising within her. That's right, anticipation. As the saying goes, which girl doesn't have a spring in her heart? Unfortunately, she still underestimated Luo Shenxen's level of cluelessness. If you lose, you have to lie on the ground and bark like a dog. Ah. At this moment, Luo Shenxen finally revealed his bet, truly shocking her. Go to hell. Whoosh. The next moment, accompanied by a strong scent, Luo Shenxen actually broke free from his grasp and ran ahead, clearly very angry. Why is this girl suddenly so mad? Looking at the furious Luo Shenxen, Luo Shenxen was utterly bewildered. It was pitiful that he still hadn't realized what he had done wrong. However, the reason he suggested betting with Luo Shenxen was to ignite her fighting spirit, because just now, Luo Shenxen had clearly lost her will to fight and didn't want to drag him down with her. To prevent this girl from running back to deliver food to the enemy, Luo Shenxen had a sudden flash of inspiration and intentionally used a provocation tactic. Fortunately, although Luo Shenxen was angry, she was successfully stirred into a fighting spirit and did not continue to seek death. Luo Shenxen quietly breathed a sigh of relief. Next, a brutal chase concerning life and death began to unfold in the vast mountains of the Blood Sand War Zone. Initially, the 4 assassins were not worried at all, because they had almost cleared Luo Shenxen's trump card soul body, and Luo Shenxen, a mere support class paladin, was not known for his speed. As long as they were given some time, They were confident they would eventually catch up to the two and successfully send them to their demise. However, as time passed, the four assassins realized they were wrong, and terribly so. Luo Shenxen was just too slippery. Not only did he dive into those complex terrains, but every time the four assassins were about to catch up to him, he could pull out a new life-saving item from his pocket and use it to create more distance. Teleportation scrolls, invisibility scrolls, acceleration scrolls, healing potions, defense potions, protection potions, trap inscriptions, frost inscriptions, slow inscriptions. Along the way, the four assassins had practically tried every life-saving item they could name or not name in their entire lives. It was truly a case of no end to the disgust, only more disgust, and none of it repeated. At this moment, the four assassins really wanted to grab Luo Shenxen by the collar and ask him, "Are you a paladin or Doraemon? Is that portable bag of yours a treasure chest or what? Can we even play properly? Damn paladin, once I catch him, I will skin him alive, pull out his tendons, and tear his body into pieces." Looking ahead, where there was almost only a few hundred meters distance, yet Luo Shenxen and Luo Shenxen remained elusive. Finally, Jialu could no longer contain the anger in his heart and shouted in frustration, "How afraid of death can this bastard be to prepare so many life-saving items?" The other three assassins also had grim expressions, because from the moment Luo Shenxen started to flee until now, nearly 9 hours had passed. Even the sun was about to set. Yet they still had not been able to catch up to the two first-turn professionals. If this got out, where would they put the face of the dragon-slaying group? Meanwhile, not far ahead, Sha, I really love you to death. Looking at the various life-saving items still remaining in his portable bag, Luo Shenxen was filled with emotion. It was no exaggeration to say that if Su Sha were not by his side now, he would have wanted to hug her and kiss her immediately. Because if it weren't for Su Shasha being cautious earlier in giving him all the various life-saving items seized from the Wak Uni professionals, he would have likely been caught by the four assassins long ago, and how could he have held on until now? No, we can't drag this out any longer, otherwise, once the sun sets, it will be even harder for us to catch up to them. At this moment, seeing the sky getting darker, Park Yoji gritted his teeth and shouted loudly to the other three, "Everyone, don't hold back anymore. Take out your ultimate skills and quickly deal with them." As soon as he finished speaking, he took the lead and unleashed his strongest skill, Taekwondo secret technique, finishing move, bone-shattering shockwave. Boom, boom, boom. 3 silver-white energy waves whistled from his hands, like brilliant shooting stars cutting through the sky, crashing towards Luo Shenxen and Luo Shenxen ahead. Yin-Yang technique, show a secret technique. Yamata no Orochi. The Onmyoji Yunqiao Huazi followed closely, waving a folding fan in his hand, summoning a phantom of the 8-headed serpent, with 8 massive snake heads intertwining, stirring up a whirlwind. Ascetic technique, Baroto secret, flame domain. Jialu was not idle either. He took a deep breath, and his stomach swelled up rapidly like a balloon, then opened his mouth and sprayed. Boom! In the next moment, a blazing stream of fire was forcefully expelled from him, descending from the sky, its area so vast that it almost covered all the surrounding hundreds of meters. Eastern martial arts 3 sword style, 3 palaces, falling to death. Finally, the Eastern warrior Zayawuzi Taro unleashed his strongest attack, 3 sword energies merging in the void into a sharp inverted triangle, shattering countless flowers, plants, and trees in its path, leaving a series of blurred afterimages in the air. Not good. Those 4 bastards are going all out. The killing intent surged. And with skills enveloping him, Luo Shenxen's heart sank. He quickly took out 2 acceleration scrolls from his bag and released them on himself and Luo Shenxen. Buzz. In the next moment, the scrolls took effect, and their escape speed increased by 50%. Just then, the path ahead suddenly opened up, revealing a huge dark cave right in front of them. Oh, truly, heaven is helping me. Seeing the cave, Luo Shenxen had no time to think and directly grabbed Luo Shenxen's arm, plunging in without a second thought. But as they left, the 4 assassins behind were startled. "Quick, stop!" Park Yoji shouted hoarsely, and the other 3 assassins also changed their expressions drastically, coming to a sudden halt just outside the cave entrance. Looking at the dark mouth of the cave ahead, Park Yoji seemed to recall something and could no longer suppress his fear, trembling as he exclaimed, "Is this the most terrifying life forbidden zone in our Blood Sand War zone? The desecrated dragon's nest? This really is the desecrated dragon's nest." At this moment, Yunqiao Huazi, Jialu, and Zaya Teru also came to their senses. As if recalling something extremely terrifying, their faces showing extreme fear, and no one dared to step forward. I've heard that this desecrated dragon's nest is the lair of the three-headed evil dragon. Over the years, anyone who intruded without permission has never come out alive. Park Yoji shouted angrily, cursing, these two damned Chinese pigs, even at death's door, want to ruin our good fortune. But the higher-ups specifically ordered for the Chinese woman's head. If we can't get her body, how can we claim the bounty when we return? Jialu asked, unwilling to accept it. Forget it, they're dead for sure anyway. As for the bounty, let's see if there's any room for negotiation after we report what happened here truthfully when we get back. Park Yoji waved his hand. Sigh, it can only be this way. Jialu sighed, though his heart was full of regret. But with things having come to this, he had no better solution and could only nod helplessly. Meanwhile, Park Yoji added, but to be safe, let's wait here for a while longer, in case those two Chinese pigs run out before the old dragon discovers them. Okay. Meanwhile, inside the dark and narrow cave. Oh, why aren't they chasing us? Seeing that the four assassins had not followed, Lu Chen raised an eyebrow, and before he could react, he noticed Luo Shenxen's expression change drastically, as if she had thought of something, trembling as she said, this place, could it be the desecrated dragon's nest? What is the desecrated dragon's nest? Lu Chen was about to ask again, but just then, roar. Suddenly, a terrifying roar echoed from deep within the cave, immediately following, bang, 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 bang. A series of extremely dull crashing sounds followed one after another, shaking the entire cave to the point that it seemed ready to collapse, causing countless rocks to fall. What's going on? Hearing the commotion in the cave, Lu Chen was startled. Quick, Lu Chen, we need to get out of here. We can't go out. Lu Chen shook his head and said solemnly, those four assassins definitely haven't gone far, they should still be waiting for us outside the cave. If we turn back now, wouldn't we be walking right into a trap? But we have to leave. Luo Shenxen bit her silver teeth, her pretty face filled with unmistakable fear, and said repeatedly, although the four assassins of the Dragon Slayer group are terrifying, we at least have a slim chance of survival if we face them, but if we stay here, we will definitely die. Woman, can you calm down and tell me what this desecrated dragon nest really is? Lu Chen said heavily. At this moment, he also realized that he might have unknowingly stumbled into some unknown forbidden area. However, having lived two lives, he was relatively composed, so he didn't show too much panic but planned to clarify his situation before making any decisions. Well, okay. Seeing Lu Chen's reaction, Luo Shenxen forced herself to calm down and began to explain. It is said that in this blood sand war zone, apart from the territories of the four major countries, there is an area that is an absolute forbidden zone of life. No matter where you come from, what profession you have, or what background you possess, as long as you dare to step into this place, the only outcome is being ruthlessly erased, not even leaving behind a complete corpse. At this point, she raised her head and said heavily, this place is the desecrated dragon nest where we are now. Oh, is it really that terrifying? Lu Chen's pupils shrank upon hearing this. It's not just terrifying, Luo Shenxen gasped and quickly added. It is said that the desecrated dragon nest is home to not some magically created creatures, but a real dragon. What? Dragon race? Upon hearing this, Lu Chen could no longer contain his shock and exclaimed. However, through his recent self-study, he had gained some preliminary understanding of the power divisions on Blue Star, so he asked again. But I remember that the dragon race on Blue Star has a level of 4 turns or higher at birth, right? This Blood Sand War Zone is just a 2-turn neutral map, so under the rules, dragons shouldn't be able to enter here. I don't know how that works. Luo Shenxen shook her head and said heavily, but the fact that the desecrated dragon nest is inhabited by dragons is no secret on Blue Star, almost everyone knows. Roar, rumble. At that moment, another terrifying roar echoed. The narrow cave they were in could no longer withstand the continuous violent tremors, and the ceiling of the cave showed countless spiderweb-like cracks, as if it could collapse at any moment. Not good. It's about to collapse. We need to go in. Seeing this scene, Lu Chen didn't have time to think and directly pulled Luo Shenxen beside him, running deeper into the cave. After navigating through several narrow passages, they soon found themselves in a vast open space. Before them stood a massive stone chamber. hundreds of meters high and tens of thousands of meters wide. This was actually a mountain with no cover at the top and a hollow interior. But that wasn't what surprised them the most, because they finally saw the culprit behind the cave's collapse and the earth-shaking tremors, a giant dragon with 3 heads, all black as ink. Indeed, this giant dragon had 3 heads. All that could be seen was its massive size, stretching dozens of meters long, with a pair of enormous flesh wings that could whip up a raging wind with a casual flap. Its body was covered in hard scales, each one resembling a gigantic shield, shimmering brilliantly under the sunlight, giving an impression of being indestructible, coupled with its 4 razor-sharp claws, resembling sickles, and the 3 heads on its forked neck that looked almost identical yet had clear distinctions. All of this combined made Luo Chen break out in goosebumps on the spot. Extremely dangerous. This was Luo Chen's first impression of the bizarre giant dragon. Almost instinctively, he cast an insight spell on the dragon. Target, Oscar title, Forbidden Dragon Type, Dragon Race LV, Health Points, 39999 Mana Points, 39999 Combat Power Rating. Holy crap, nearly 40,000 health points, and I can't even see its level? Looking at Oscar's absurd attribute panel, Luo Chen was so frightened he almost cried out loud. Shoo, keep your voice down, don't let it hear you. Fortunately, at that moment, Luo Shenxen quickly covered his mouth and pointed at Oscar, whispering, "Look, it seems like it's enduring some immense pain." Hearing this, Luo Chen's pupils constricted, and he then noticed that at this moment, the 3-headed dragon Oscar was not only howling in agony but also repeatedly banging its heads against the surrounding stone walls, as if struggling to endure something. Looking closer at it, sure enough, a prompt for a negative magical effect immediately appeared before Luo Chen's eyes. Destruction Dragon Flame Eternal Torment Negative Magical Effect, inflicts 10,000 points of fire damage every hour. Each activation causes dual burning effects on the target's body and soul until the target dies. Judgment from the Celestial Dragon Emperor. Nearly impossible to remove. Such a terrifying negative skill, and it has no time limit? Seeing this debuff, Luo Chen was even more shocked. The effect of this Destruction Dragon Flame Eternal Torment was so outrageous that it would torment the target until death. What kind of sin had Oscar committed to be subjected to such a skill? This was clearly a death sentence. My god, judgment from the Celestial Dragon Emperor? At the same time, Luo Shenxen also saw the prompt for the negative magic effect. However, unlike Luo Chen's reaction, she seemed to have guessed something, murmuring, "This skill can't be the exclusive skill of the Celestial Dragoncliff Dragon Emperor." Right, before she could finish her sentence, suddenly, a chaotic noise came from the side. Luo Shenxen instinctively turned her head to look, only to see that Luo Chen had somehow fallen to the ground, frantically scraping dirt and rubble onto himself. "Luo Chen, what are you doing?" Luo Shenxen asked in confusion. "Hurry, bury yourself with stones and sand, don't let it find you," Luo Chen urged in a low voice, glancing at Oscar, who was still in a frenzied state, and said solemnly, "If I'm not mistaken, this thing is about to wake up." Oh. Hearing this, Luo Shenxen's heart trembled, and she immediately forgot about her ladylike demeanor, quickly imitating him and lying on the ground, starting to pile stones onto herself. Soon, the two of them had completely buried themselves, not daring to move an inch. Even their breathing slowed significantly, being as cautious as possible. Unfortunately, they still underestimated Oscar's power and the perception abilities of this 3-headed giant dragon. "You ugly bug, dare to invade my territory!" Roar! Suddenly, accompanied by a distant hissing sound, a terrifying wave of sound rushed in, distorting the very space. Luo Chen and Luo Shenxen, who had just managed to hide, were instantly blown away. Ing! Bang! Poor Luo Shenxen, already low on health, was caught off guard and her frail body crashed hard against the solid mountain wall, her vision darkening as she fainted on the spot. Crack! HP 599. Luo Chen followed closely behind. Although he was a paladin, with significantly better defense than Luo Shenxen, he couldn't hold out long against a forbidden dragon like Oscar. He too was knocked over by the sound wave and slammed into the mountain wall, nearly embedding himself into it. Die! At this moment, Oscar had clearly regained his sanity. Seeing someone daring to invade his territory, he raised his massive dragon claw without a second thought, aiming to strike Luo Chen dead on the spot. Stop! Just at this critical moment, buzz! Immunity! An ineffective suffix suddenly jumped out from above Luo Chen's head. Ha! Is that the paladin's invincibility skill? Seeing the brilliant holy light surrounding Luo Shenxen, Oscar was momentarily stunned, but he quickly regained his composure and coldly sneered at Luo Shenxen. Then I'll wait 6 seconds before killing you. Please stop, Luo Shenxen hurriedly said. At this moment, he was covered in goosebumps. Fortunately, his divine shield had just finished its cooldown, allowing him to be immune to all magic and physical damage for 6 seconds. Otherwise, just Oscar's previous claw could have easily killed him on the spot. Thinking of this, Luo Shenxen blurted out, "I can help you." "Help me?" Hearing this, Oscar was taken aback, still not processing what was happening, when Luo Shenxen urgently shouted again, "I can help you remove the negative magical effects on you." "What? Remove the magical effects on me?" This time, Oscar could no longer hold back, looking at Luo Shenxen with disdain. "Pitiful bug, do you even know what you're saying? The negative magical effects on me are the Dragon Emperor's judgment, a type of ultimate forbidden spell. Even a god-level priest would struggle to remove it. You, a mere first-tier paladin, dare to claim you can help me remove it? Ah ha 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 ha." As the words fell, Oscar couldn't help but burst into laughter, as if he had heard the funniest joke in the world. But Luo Shenxen remained unfazed, saying solemnly, "If I'm not mistaken, you must have been tormented by this negative magical effect for a long time now." At this point, he countered, "If that's the case, why not try trusting me just this once? If I can't do it, you can kill me afterward. After all, once I'm in your hands today, I can't escape." Oh, seeing Luo Shenxen so certain, it was now Oscar who felt uncertain, because just as Luo Shenxen had guessed, he had indeed been tormented by this negative magical effect for many years, to the point where living was worse than dying. So even knowing the hope was slim, he didn't want to give up on any chance to remove this negative magic. "Little bug, are you really confident you can remove the negative magic on me?" Looking at Luo Shenxen's confident face, Oscar asked again. "I have over 90% confidence, but you'll need to wait another 10 hours, because only after 10 hours can my combat talent be used again," Luo Shenxen said solemnly. As soon as he finished speaking, it seemed he thought of something else and added, "But before that, I have something I need to do." "What is it?" Oscar asked, puzzled. "I need to go back to the city," Luo Shenxen said softly. "You filthy bug, do you think I'm a fool?" Sure enough, as soon as these words were spoken, Oscar became furious, thinking Luo Shenxen was mocking him, and he was about to strike again. Fortunately, Luo Shenxen anticipated this reaction and quickly explained, "Wait, you misunderstood. I'm not going back to escape. I need to buy a skill book called Light Redemption." Light Redemption? Upon hearing the name of the skill, Oscar raised an eyebrow. "That's right," Luo Shenxen nodded and patiently explained. "You should know that the Paladin's Light Redemption can remove all negative magical effects, and this skill can be learned at level 100, so I must go back to the city." Before he could finish, Oscar interrupted him directly. Do you think I haven't tried such a simple method before? But the Paladin's Light Redemption can't remove the negative magical effects on me at all. So, you can die." With that, Oscar raised his sharp dragon claw again, ready to finish Luo Shenxen off. "Wait. Just because an ordinary paladin can't do it doesn't mean I can't. You have to let me try, right? After all, you've held on for so long, holding on for another 10 hours shouldn't be too hard for you," Luo Shenxen said repeatedly. As soon as he said this, Oscar's dragon claw, which had just been raised, froze in mid-air again. For the same reason, this terrifying negative magical effect had tormented him for countless years. As long as there was a glimmer of hope, he was unwilling to give up easily. Thinking of this, Oscar finally lowered his dragon claw and said heavily to Luo Shenxen, "All right, I'll wait for you for another 10 hours, but there's no need to go back to the city." As soon as he finished speaking, he waved his hand without caring about Luo Shenxen's reaction. With a whoosh, countless books shimmering with various colors fell from the sky, their numbers so great that they nearly buried Luo Shenxen on the spot, all of them being Paladin skill books. "These are all Paladin skill books, there should be Light Redemption among them. You can look for it yourself," Oscar said indifferently. "What the heck? Why are there so many?" Looking at the densely packed skill books around him, which were almost piled up like a mountain, Luo Shenxen was taken aback and almost instinctively asked, Over the years, there have always been some overconfident human professionals trying to challenge my authority, and among these people, there are not a few paladins like you," Oscar said with a cold smile, a trace of undisguised pride flashing across his massive dragon face. "I see." Upon hearing this, Luo Shenxen finally understood. These skill books were all trophies of Oscar. As for why human professionals would continuously seek death despite knowing how powerful Oscar was, the reason was quite simple. The dragon race was the most powerful race on Blue Star, standing at the top of the biological pyramid, an existence that defied the heavens. Adult dragons naturally had an ultra-high level of over 700, and whether it was skills, attributes, or combat power, they were like a bug in the game. Once human professionals got involved with them, it could truly be described as soaring to the sky. For example, the beast tamer, a profession that can naturally form contracts with wild magical beasts. If one could contract a giant dragon, no matter how lacking this beast tamer's combat talent might be, they would instantly transform into a noble dragon tamer. Their combat power would be so formidable that even super professions could not compare, bringing them infinitely close to the ultimate. While other professions may not enhance their abilities as much as the beast tamer, having a giant dragon by their side would still lead to a qualitative leap in combat power. However, dragons are inherently proud, and getting them to submit is not a simple task. Of course, not simple does not mean impossible. After all, in today's Blue Star, there are quite a few extraordinary beings who have dragons as partners. Thinking of this, Luo Shenxen couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement. When he looked at Oscar, a glimmer of unprecedented brilliance flashed in his eyes. Now that you have the skill book, if after 10 hours you still can't help me remove the negative magic on me, I can guarantee you will regret coming to this world. At this moment, Oscar glared fiercely at Luo Shenxen, his face filled with unmistakable cruelty. Threatening me? Luo Shenxen narrowed his eyes at the sight. In fact, according to his original plan, he genuinely wanted to help this three-headed dragon remove the negative magical effects and relieve its suffering. Although this destruction dragon flame, eternal torment, is a very powerful ultimate forbidden spell, even a 9th turn level expert might not be able to dispel it. However, with the 10,000 times amplification as his cheat, Luo Shenxen didn't take a mere ultimate forbidden spell to heart, but seeing this three-headed dragon so arrogant, constantly talking about killing him, plus, he had just learned the specialized skill Holy Contract, and just happened to need a suitable mount. Thus, Luo Shenxen's eyes turned, and he immediately changed his mind. Next, neither he nor the dragon spoke further, instead standing in the empty cave, staring at each other, like a turtle facing a green bean. However, Luo Shenxen did not forget about Luo Shenxen and took the opportunity to check on her condition. Fortunately, Luo Shenxen was only in a coma due to low health and severe injuries. Seeing that Luo Shenxen was not in any life-threatening danger, Luo Shenxen quietly breathed a sigh of relief. Time flowed like water, and soon a night passed. During this time, the negative magical effects on Oscar activated several times, and each time it tortured him to the point of wishing for death, screaming continuously. Fortunately, 10 hours was not too long for him. When the first ray of morning light fell from the sky, finally, Oscar, who had been counting the time, felt it was about time, stood up, and asked Luo Shenxen in a deep voice, "Little bug, the 10 hours are up. You can help me remove the negative magic now, right?" "Of course." Luo Shenxen smiled slightly, not refusing, but instead took out the prepared Light Redemption skill book and directly clicked Learn. Ding! Congratulations! You have learned a new skill, Light Redemption. Then what are you waiting for? Hurry up and cast the spell. Seeing Luo Shenxen was ready, Oscar impatiently urged, then threatened viciously, "If you dare not remove it, don't blame me for being ruthless." He, you want me to help you? Sure, but you have to kneel down and beg me, Luo Shenxen said. This time, facing Oscar's threat, he showed no fear whatsoever, because at this moment, his 10,000 times amplification had just ended its 24-hour cooldown, and as long as he had this golden finger of 10,000 times amplification, he had infinite possibilities. What? Kneel down, and beg you? Hearing Luo Shenxen's words, Oscar Dragon was momentarily stunned, almost thinking he had misheard, but soon, he regained his composure and let out an extremely furious dragon roar. "Damn ant! You dare to play with me? Die! Disease breath! Plague breath! Curse breath! Boom! Boom! Boom!" 3 breaths of different colors, yet equally terrifying, erupted violently from Oscar's 3 heads, crashing down on Luo Shenxen, who was so close. But Luo Shenxen seemed oblivious to Oscar's attack. Not only did he not dodge, but he even raised his head with interest, murmuring, "Oh, 3 heads can unleash 3 different effects of breath? Interesting." HP 1729, HP 2133, HP 1966. Rumble. In the next moment, the ground shook. The terrifying power of the breath rolled back and forth in the vast cave, stirring up a sky of strange clouds and mist. Wherever it passed, even the hard rocks began to melt, and the air was corroded, creating an utterly shocking spectacle. Looking at the chaotic cave, Oscar thought Lu Chun had been instantly killed by his breath, and he couldn't help but raise his head proudly, saying in a deep voice, "Humph, this is the consequence of deceiving me." Before he could finish his sentence, "TSK, is that all you've got?" Suddenly, a familiar voice quietly emerged from the rolling smoke. "What?" Hearing this voice, Oscar was startled and quickly focused his gaze. Not far away in the cave, a tall figure was leisurely crossing his arms, a disdainful smile playing at the corner of his mouth. Wasn't it Lu Chen? He didn't die? Oscar was taken aback, almost instinctively casting a detection spell on Lu Chen, but as soon as he looked, he nearly popped his eyes out. Target, Lu Chen, Class, Paladin, Nationality, Divine Summer, LV, 100, Health, 42894172, Mana, 109000000, Combat Rating? What? 40 million health? Looking at Lu Chen's absurd health and mana, finally, Oscar could no longer contain his shock, and the one who had always been called a monster trembled as he asked Lu Chen, What kind of monster are you? I'll give you two choices, either obediently submit and become my mount, or die. You choose." Lu Chen did not answer but asked in a deep voice, "What? Become your mount?" Upon hearing this, Oscar was momentarily stunned, but soon, he regained his composure and became furious. "You must be dreaming. Humph, it seems you've chosen the latter." Seeing Oscar's reaction, Lu Chen was not overly surprised. After all, dragons were the most powerful life race on Blue Star and were known for their pride, and the best way to make them submit was undoubtedly to defeat them first. "In that case, I'll fulfill your wish." With this thought, Lu Chen's resolve solidified. However, he was still cautious and first removed the demon's scythe from his hand, storing it in his personal pouch. After all, with the enhancement of 10,000 times amplification and divine blessing, all his attributes had received a boost of 10,000 points. If he used a weapon now, he might accidentally kill Oscar. Lu Chen certainly didn't want to lose the mount that was right at his fingertips in such a muddled way, so he simply went unarmed, charging straight at Oscar. You don't even need a weapon? At the same time, seeing Lu Chen act so arrogantly, Oscar not only showed no signs of contempt but instead felt a jolt in his heart. As the most powerful life form of Blue Star, the dragon race inherently possesses a sense of good fortune and disaster avoidance, despite the fact that there was a full 100 level difference between Lu Chen and him. But seeing Lu Chen's health suddenly surge to over 40 million, and being so arrogant, facing him at level 200, he didn't even need a weapon. Oscar's pupils constricted, and an extremely ominous premonition rose in his heart. Not daring to confront Lu Chen head-on, this three-headed giant dragon, rich in battle experience and cunning, actually took a few steps back, then with a thought, unleashed a signature skill at Lu Chen, Body Curse, Aging, Buzz. In the next moment, a strange symbol appeared out of thin air above Lu Chen's head, and just as Lu Chen was maintaining a 100-meter sprint, his speed immediately slowed down. Not only did each step become laborious, but his legs felt as heavy as if they were filled with lead. What's going on? Noticing the abnormality in his body, Lu Chen instinctively glanced at his attribute panel, but as soon as he looked, he almost gasped in shock. Body Curse, Aging Note, entering aging state, movement speed reduced by 80%, lasts for 30 seconds. What? Movement speed reduced by 80%? What a disgusting skill. Looking at the debuff that appeared out of nowhere on his body, Lu Chen was utterly astonished, because he had never heard of any skill in today's Blue Star that could directly reduce a professional speed by 80%. This was simply a bug skill. Ha, didn't expect that. Filthy worm. It was Oscar. Seeing Lu Chen fall victim to his curse, he couldn't help but grin, proudly exclaiming, "Although I don't know what means you used to become so powerful all of a sudden. In the presence of the great Oscar, you can't even come close to me, so how can you defeat me? Let me show you the power granted to me by the God of Darkness." As soon as the words fell, Oscar became even more smug, raising his dragon claw to cast another skill at Lu Chen. Painful Disease, Coughing Blood, Buzz. Another strange symbol quietly floated above Luo Shen's head. Poor Luo Shen hadn't even reacted to what was happening when he felt his stomach churn violently, and in the end, he couldn't hold back any longer, bending over and vomiting profusely on the spot. Vomit. Poo, poo, poo. HP 1077. HP 1149. HP 1088. Several mouthfuls of thick blood were expelled from Luo Shen, and his health bar began to plummet at a visibly rapid rate. Fortunately, with the effects of tenfold amplification, divine blessing, his health had reached a terrifying 40 million points. Otherwise, just based on Oscar's previous skill, it would have been enough to kill him on the spot. What a terrifying skill! It can actually affect a professional's physical state? At this moment, Luo Shen was completely shocked, because he never expected that Oscar's skills could be so outrageous. But this was just the beginning. Mental curse, confusion, evil plague, bone erosion, spreading plague, pustules, deadly disease, carcinogenesis. Next, as one after another of Luo Shen's previously unseen and unheard of yet extremely terrifying skills were unleashed by Oscar, Luo Shen finally experienced what it meant to say, "Even if I can't kill you, I can definitely make you feel disgusted to death." Oscar's skills were truly bizarre, all of them being purely debuff skills. Not only could they continuously drain health and mana, but they could also reduce attack power and extend casting speed. It was simply a case of no end to the disgust. Even more outrageous was the fact that Oscar's skills could not be cleared by divine redemption, because his skills were not magical effects at all, but pure curses, plagues, and diseases. Thus, in just a short span of 10 minutes, even under the enhancement state of 10,000 times amplification, divine blessing, Luo Shen still couldn't touch a single dragon scale of Oscar. Not only that, but he was also tormented by various bizarre skills to the point of wishing for death, dizziness, spitting blood, fainting, slowing down, and even incontinence. Damn it, are you done yet? Finally, Luo Shen could no longer hold back. Seeing that Oscar clearly couldn't kill him, yet insisted on dragging out the time, he gritted his teeth, and without hesitation, directly activated the Paladin's 6-second True Man skill, Shield of Divine Protection. Buzz. Brilliant holy light descended from the sky, almost instantly clearing all negative effects from Luo Shen. Ha! Is that the Paladin's invincible skill? Upon seeing this scene, Oscar couldn't help but narrow his pupils. Before he could react, Luo Shen had already leaped in front of him, raising his palm the size of a grinding wheel and slapping it towards his massive body. Buzz. Missed. Resist. Lost. Deflected. In the next moment, a series of ineffective affixes jumped out from above Oscar's head. Ha ha, your level is too low. You can't hit me at all. Seeing this, Oscar couldn't help but grin and laugh, suddenly remembering that Luo Shen was only level 100, a full double the level difference from him. Under the constraints of the rules, no matter how impressive Luo Shen's attributes were, if he couldn't hit him, it would be all in vain. However, although the rules were strict, they were not without loopholes, and Luo Shen had already verified this point in previous battles, so he was not frightened by the ineffective affixes that appeared before him, but instead swung his arms vigorously and began to strike Oscar fiercely. Finally, in the last second of the invincibility time, Luo Shen's luck exploded, and he successfully hit Oscar for the first time. Slap! Roar! The next moment, accompanied by a thunderous sound, Oscar's massive dragon body flew into the air as if it were a kite with a broken string, and then crashed violently against the hard mountain wall behind him at lightning speed. Boom! The ground shook, and rocks tumbled. HP 33612. A terrifying damage number flashed above Oscar's head, nearly killing him on the spot. Crash! Looking at his nearly depleted health bar, Oscar almost thought he was dreaming, taking a great deal of effort to slowly come back to his senses. Last chance. Surrender, or die. At the same time, Luo Shen took the opportunity to jump onto his massive body and raised his right palm again, delivering the final ultimatum to Oscar. I won't hesitate to tell you, that last normal attack, I didn't even use my weapon, and I was already being as merciful as possible. If you still refuse to understand, then even if the gods come today, they won't be able to save you. But Oscar remained unmoved, quietly looking at Luo Shen, and said in a deep voice, "Kill me." Ha! Luo Shen's pupils shrank upon hearing this, clearly not expecting that this powerful three-headed giant dragon would suddenly utter such a statement without warning. Almost instinctively, Luo Shen asked in confusion, You would rather die than be my mount? Humph. Although I am a discarded child of the dragon clan, the noble blood of the dragon still flows in my veins. You want me to be your slave? No way. Oscar roared hoarsely. Slave? Hearing that word, Luo Shenxen couldn't help but frown and retorted. I don't think I ever said I wanted you to be my slave. Do you think I don't know? Oscar gritted his teeth and said, your holy contract as a paladin is nothing but a pure master-servant contract. Once signed, I not only have to serve you as my master, but no matter what orders you give me in the future, I cannot disobey. Otherwise, I will suffer the backlash of the contract power. What? Is that really the case? Luo Shenxen was shocked to hear this. Of course, Oscar countered. As a professional, have you ever heard of the existence of dragon knights in this world before? Well, it seems I haven't. Luo Shenxen thought seriously for a moment after hearing this, and then couldn't help but show a bitter smile, because just as Oscar had said, in today's Blue Star, he had heard of professions related to dragons like dragon warriors, dragon mages, and dragon tamers, but he had never heard of dragon knights. So isn't that enough? At this moment, Oscar finally revealed the full twist of the situation. Your holy contract is the most domineering of all contracts. Once successfully signed, I not only have to become your slave, but if anything happens to you in the future, I will accompany you to the grave. As he said this, he raised his head, and a deep despair appeared on the three massive dragon heads, murmuring, moreover, I have suffered enough of this endless torment over the years. Perhaps death is the true liberation for me. After saying this, Oscar slowly closed his eyes, ignoring Luo Shenxen's reaction. Kid, you can make your move now. Ha! Seeing this scene, Luo Shenxen couldn't help but frown deeply, because he never expected that at such a critical moment, these three dragons would want to seek death themselves. Was this a joke? It could truly be described as living worse than death. After all, Luo Shenxen had already experienced how perverse the skills of these three giant dragons were, and he had worked so hard to bring this three-headed dragon down, hoping to make it submit to him and become his mount. He certainly wouldn't just watch it die. However, Luo Shenxen also knew that Oscar's despair, even wanting to kill itself, was likely due to the prolonged torment from the negative magical effect on its body. After all, he had witnessed firsthand how terrifying the torment from this negative magical effect was for Oscar. It could truly be described as living worse than death. Thinking of this, Luo Shenxen quickly spoke up. Actually, I can really help you remove the negative magical effect on you. Humph. At this point, do you still want to deceive me? Oscar rolled his eyes at the words, still lying sprawled on the ground, not only disbelieving Luo Shenxen but also impatiently waving its massive dragon claw. Stop wasting time. If you're going to make a move, do it quickly. I'm not afraid of death. I should have died decades ago. Living this long is already enough. You fool, what do I have to say for you to believe me? Seeing this, Luo Shenxen was almost driven to the brink of fury. He simply reached out and grabbed the scales on Oscar's face, asking sharply, I ask you, have you ever seen a paladin with 40 million health at level 100? Upon hearing this, Oscar's pupils constricted, finally realizing something was off. Luo Shenxen, fearing that Oscar might still not believe him, decided to strike while the iron was hot, going all in. Let me tell you, my combat talent is the top-tier SSS level in the world, capable of directly enhancing a skill's effect by 10,000 times. What? SSS level talent? This is impossible. Oscar instinctively shook his head upon hearing this. In today's Blue Star, an SSS level talent was more of a symbolic legend than a mere talent level. However, recalling the terrifying scene where Luo Shenxen had slapped him away without using any weapons, Oscar felt that Luo Shenxen didn't seem to be lying. After all, Luo Shenxen had just nearly taken him out with just his bare hands. Under the premise of a 100-level gap, a flurry of complex thoughts raced through Oscar's mind. Finally, when Oscar raised his head again, the look in his eyes towards Luo Shenxen had completely lost its previous disdain. You really are the legendary SSS level talent? Oscar asked, almost trembling. Luo Shenxen did not answer but instead countered. You should be able to see my health and mana now, right? At this point, he didn't care about Oscar's reaction and directly stated, to tell you the truth, the reason I have such high health and mana is precisely because of the skill Divine Blessing. However, after being enhanced by my combat talent, Divine Blessing has changed from the previous all attributes +1 to all attributes +10,000. What? All attributes +10,000? Oscar was nearly scared to death upon hearing this. The amplification of 10,000 times and the divine blessing was simply too monstrous. All attributes plus 10,000 couldn't even be called an enhancement. It was outright a bug. No wonder Lu Chen had just slapped him away. Now you should believe that I can remove the negative magical effects on you, right? Lu Chen said proudly. If you really are SSS level talent, then you indeed have the qualifications for me to sign a master-servant contract with you, Oscar said heavily, not insisting any further. Although the dragon race was inherently powerful, reaching level 700 upon adulthood, as the saying goes, with gain comes loss. The stronger the innate ability, the weaker the later growth. For example, the dragon race, with a level of up to 700 upon adulthood, was equivalent to a 7th transition human practitioner, yet many dragons remained at level 700 until the day they died. This shows just how difficult it is for dragons to grow, and this is the fundamental reason why, despite their pride, many practitioners on today's Blue Star can still establish partnerships with them. As for Oscar, due to various reasons, his level had dropped to only 200. Under such circumstances, if he didn't rely on some external force, he feared he would spend his entire life trying to recover to his peak. Fortunately, Lu Chen's appearance finally gave him a glimmer of hope. Moreover, Lu Chen could help him remove the negative magical effects on him. Under these circumstances, even knowing that the Paladin's holy contract was a very domineering master-servant contract, Oscar still agreed to Lu Chen's proposal without hesitation. However, before we sign the contract, there is one thing I must clarify with you in advance. At this moment, Oscar shifted the topic. What is it? Lu Chen asked curiously. Oscar did not answer but instead countered. Aren't you curious how I, the illustrious Darkborn Dragon, have fallen to a mere level of 200, forced to hide in a low-level map like the Bloodkill Warzone to survive? I would like to hear more. Lu Chen replied. Because I am the last Darkborn Dragon in the entire dragon race, Oscar said heavily. After dropping this bombshell, he stared intently at Lu Chen's face, seemingly wanting to see shock, fear, or surprise reflected there. However, he was soon utterly disappointed. Lu Chen's face remained as expressionless as a waterless white radish, showing no change at all, and he curiously asked, "What exactly is this Darkborn Dragon?" You haven't heard of the great name of the Darkborn Dragon? Oscar was momentarily stunned. I really haven't heard of it. Lu Chen nodded honestly. At this point, Oscar truly didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Lu Chen's lack of knowledge was so severe that he had never even heard of the famous Darkborn Dragon from Blue Star. What on earth was this guy learning in school? Oscar thought, feeling speechless. However, seeing Lu Chen's cluelessness, he couldn't be bothered to explain further and simply waved his massive dragon claw, shaking his head in exasperation. Forget it, knowing too much at your current level won't do you any good. At this point, he straightened his expression and added, I can only tell you that I am a taboo of the entire dragon race, an existence that the Dragon Emperor would go so far as to use forbidden spells to erase. With that, Oscar raised his head again, speaking to Lu Chen with a determination that would not be silenced. And once you sign a contract with me, you will inevitably become an enemy of the entire dragon race. What? An enemy of the entire dragon race? Lu Chen frowned upon hearing this. What's wrong? Are you scared? Seeing this, Oscar thought Lu Chen was afraid and couldn't help but chuckle. If you're scared, I can pretend you never said that. Before he could finish, Lu Chen interrupted him with a wave of his hand. As far as I know, the dragon race of Sky Dragoncliff should be in a hostile relationship with our divine summer kingdom, right? Lu Chen asked solemnly. That's right, Oscar nodded, explaining. The dragon race of Sky Dragoncliff has always been proud and has long claimed to be children of the gods. Meanwhile, your people in the divine summer kingdom like to call themselves descendants of dragons, which undoubtedly touches the dragon race's reverse scale. After all, in the eyes of the dragon race, all humans are inferior beings. And your people from the divine summer kingdom are no exception. You have no right to claim kinship with them. With that, he finally revealed the entire twist of the situation. So over the years, other countries have continuously produced powerful professions related to the dragon race, such as dragon tamers, dragon warriors, and dragon mages. Yet your divine summer kingdom has not produced a single one. I see. Lu Chen finally understood upon hearing this. So, have you made up your mind? At this moment, Oscar asked again, no longer holding any hope. After all, being an enemy of the entire dragon race was no joke. In today's Blue Star, the dragon race was not only a symbol of power but also held an extremely transcendent status, maintaining excellent relations with almost every country except the Divine Summer Kingdom. Other countries hoped the dragon race would allocate more personnel, allowing their own practitioners to become part of the dragon clan, and for an ordinary practitioner to offend the dragon race was akin to starting in hell. Because the dragon clan doesn't need to take action personally, they only need to give a command, and countless professionals from various countries will rush forward, willing to serve the dragon clan. Thinking of this, Oscar couldn't help but let out a deep sigh, just when he thought Luo Shenxen would, like other professionals, be intimidated by the dragon clan's reputation and change his mind at this critical moment. Oscar, I ask you, are you willing to become my mount? Suddenly, Luo Shenxen asked heavily, his face full of solemnity. What? Oscar was taken aback and almost instinctively asked, You won't reconsider? You should know that once we sign the contract, there will be no turning back. Damn the dragon clan! Luo Shenxen cursed loudly, his face filled with disdain. The dragon we, the descendants of Yan and Huang, believe in is the true dragon god of the 9 heavens, not those stinky lizards with wings. Stinky lizards? Put. Hearing this bizarre description, Oscar felt a breath catch in his throat, nearly choking with anger, because Luo Shenxen's words undoubtedly included him in the insult. But Luo Shenxen didn't care about his reaction. Instead, he added, since the dragon clan of Sky Dragon Cliff dares to be enemies with my country, even if they don't trouble me, I will never let them go in the future. After saying this, Luo Shenxen raised his head again and looked at Oscar, asking heavily, I ask you one last time, Oscar, are you willing to sign this sacred contract and become my mount? I am willing. Of course, I am willing. At this point, Oscar completely cast aside the last trace of doubt in his heart and shouted loudly, Oscar greets the master. Just as his words fell, night is master, darkborn is aid, gods bear witness, the contract is effective. Suddenly, an extremely mysterious voice rose simultaneously in the minds of both man and dragon. Buzz, buzz. Immediately after, 2 6-pointed star diagrams shimmering with brilliant holy light appeared beneath their feet, radiating divine light. Fortunately, this star diagram came quickly and left just as fast, disappearing in the blink of an eye. But with the contract in effect, at this moment, when Luo Shenxen looked at Oscar again, a completely different feeling arose in his heart. This was an absolute control, the absolute authority of a master over a servant, the power of life and death granted to him by the gods. It is no exaggeration to say that now Luo Shenxen only needs to think, and he can use the power of the contract to instantly erase Oscar. Not only that, with the successful signing of the contract, the sacred contract skill in Luo Shenxen's skill bar also transformed into summon, Darkborn Dragon, and under the influence of the contract's power, Oscar underwent earth-shattering changes. His originally more than 20-meter-long massive body actually shrank to just over 10 meters. Looking again at Oscar beside him, this time, Luo Shenxen didn't even use insight, but all of Oscar's attributes were still completely exposed before his eyes. Target, Oscar, race, Dark Abyss Dragon, title, Forbidden Dragon, LV, 100, health, 19,999, mana, 19,999, strength, 1999, wisdom, 1999, agility, 1999, mentality, 1999, stamina, 1999, combat power rating, 2,600 stars, skill 1, evil breath, skill 2, torment disease, coughing blood, skill 3, pain disease. Intestinal rot, skill 4, fatal disease. Carcinogenesis, skill 5, evil plague. Bone erosion, skill 6, infectious plague. Pustules, skill 7, catastrophic plague. Exploding body, skill 8, physical curse. Aging, skill 9, mental curse. Confusion, skill 10, soul curse. Despair, damn, 10 skills, and a combat power rating of 2,600 stars? Looking at Oscar's luxurious attribute panel, Luo Shenxen was so excited that he almost shouted out loud, unable to contain his amazement. This is the dragon race? No wonder they stand at the top of the life pyramid on Blue Star. These skills, these attributes, this combat power, it's almost comparable to the Gabriel projection after a 10,000-fold amplification. Oscar, I greet my master. At the same time, Oscar lowered its noble head before Luo Shenxen for the first time. Get up. Seeing this, Luo Shenxen quickly helped it up and said, We, the descendants of Yan and Huang, don't have so many formalities. Also, You don't need to call me master anymore, it feels too distant. Just call me by my name. Yes, master. Upon hearing this, Oscar nodded respectfully, but the way it addressed him didn't change at all. It still called Luo Shenxen master. Of course, this was also related to the holy contract and its dominance. At this moment, not only did Luo Shenxen feel he could control Oscar's life and death, but even Oscar itself could sense that its life was in Luo Shenxen's hands. So, facing Luo Shenxen, it didn't dare to overstep even a little. Seeing that Oscar refused to change its address, Luo Shenxen was too lazy to persuade it further. Instead, he pinched his chin and curiously circled around its body, muttering, "But your size, how did it shrink so much all of a sudden? Our dragon race's size is linked to our level. The higher the level, the larger the size," Oscar explained with a wry smile. "And under the influence of the holy contract, my level must match that of my master. So it was forcibly reduced by 100 levels, and my size shrank quite a bit as well." I see. Upon hearing this, Luo Shenxen finally understood. But even if you've shrunk a lot, this appearance is still too eye-catching, right? Looking at Oscar, which had just shrunk by nearly half but still resembled a truck, Luo Shenxen couldn't help but chuckle. Oscar's appearance was just too conspicuous. A body length of over 10 meters was one thing, but it also had 3 heads, coupled with its densely packed dragon scales and its sharp claws and teeth, which were comparable to golden equipment. It would be hard not to attract attention if it were by his side. This is simple. Fortunately, Oscar seemed to have anticipated this and snapped its fingers. Buzz! In the next moment, under Luo Shenxen's astonished gaze, Oscar began to shrink rapidly again, and soon transformed into a fierce hunting dog the size of a calf, still sporting 3 heads. Target, Hellhound, Race, Dark Creature, LV, 100, Health, 4,955, Mana, 3,271, Stamina, 1999. This dark creature, with its hideous appearance, exudes an extremely pungent smell of sulfur. Is this protective form? Seeing Oscar's new form, Luo Shenxen's eyes lit up, as if he had guessed something. Yes, this is indeed my protective form. Oscar nodded, not hiding it at all. In today's Blue Star, some powerful beings with special bloodlines naturally possess a unique transformation ability. This ability is known as protective form. Protective form allows these powerful beings to transform into a peculiar magical creature before they have fully grown, enabling them to evade attacks from other predators. For example, Oscar transformed into a hellhound. This is a very peculiar dark creature, not only ugly and hideous, with drool everywhere, but it also emits an extremely pungent sulfur smell that completely kills any appetite. Therefore, even some powerful predators would be too lazy to attack it if they saw it in the wild. Such an appearance undoubtedly provides more security for Oscar, allowing Luo Shenxen to no longer worry about Oscar attracting unnecessary attention due to its large size. "I didn't expect you to have such abilities. Impressive." Looking at Oscar transformed into a hellhound, Luo Shenxen generously gave a thumbs up. "Master flatters me." Oscar was about to be modest, but just then, the negative magical effects on it flared up again, causing it to collapse to the ground, rolling and howling in pain. Has it flared up again? Seeing this scene, Luo Shenxen couldn't help but shake his head. He simply couldn't imagine what kind of deep-seated hatred could lead someone to cast such a vicious negative skill on Oscar. Fortunately, at this moment, Oscar had completely surrendered at his feet. With Luo Shenxen's help, Oscar, who had been tormented for countless years, was about to welcome a brand new rebirth. "Hang in there, after 24 hours, I will definitely help you cleanse the negative magical effects," Luo Shenxen said firmly. After a good 10 minutes, finally, as the negative magical effects gradually faded, Oscar regained its sanity. "Master, where are we going now?" After taking a few heavy breaths, Oscar asked in a deep voice. "Let's head back to Donglin City first. I need to go to the job change temple to pick up a job change task, or I won't be able to continue gaining experience," Luo Shenxen replied. In fact, according to his original plan, he should have returned to the job change temple in Donglin City to take on the job change task as soon as he reached level 100, to undergo advancement, because in today's Blue Star, when a professional reaches level 100, if they do not go to the job change temple to take on a job change task, they cannot continue to gain experience. This is a rule set by the heavens, and even Luo Shenxen cannot defy it. Only by successfully completing the job change task and elevating his level to second transition can Luo Shenxen continue to level up and become stronger. Of course, job changing is not just a formality. Because the job change tasks issued by the Job Change Temple provide professionals with extremely generous experience and equipment rewards, allowing them to level up faster and more safely in the next stage. Moreover, some skills and equipment can only be learned and equipped after reaching second transition. Therefore, the matter of job change is of utmost importance for every professional, and Lu Chen is no exception. With this in mind, Lu Chen hurriedly stepped forward to take a look at Luo Shenxen, who had been staying in the corner. At this moment, Luo Shenxen had been unconscious for more than 10 hours, yet there were still no signs of awakening. Although the current Blue Star is a wonderful world of universal job changes with all data digitized, professionals are still mere mortals. If the injuries are too severe, it is possible to suffer fatal injuries even without the health bar hitting zero, especially if it drags on for too long. Luo Shenxen had already been chased by the 4 assassins of the Dragon Slayer group for a day and a night, and she was already badly injured, but she had not received any rest, and immediately after, she was blasted away by Oscar's shout, and it was a miracle she didn't die on the spot. Under such circumstances, her body activated a strong self-protection mechanism, forcing her into a deep coma. Fortunately, at this moment, with Oscar successfully subdued by Lu Chen, Luo Shenxen had finally temporarily escaped from danger. Divine Healing Light. Buzz. HP plus 360. HP plus 388. HP plus 345. Lu Chen cast several healing spells on Luo Shenxen. Only when her health reached over 2,000 points did Luo Shenxen let out a soft moan and slowly awaken from her coma. Ha! Where is this place? Looking at the unfamiliar surroundings, the newly awakened Luo Shenxen was initially a bit disoriented. However, she quickly remembered the crisis she faced before losing consciousness and shouted loudly at Lu Chen. Oh no! That 3-headed dragon! Don't be afraid, that 3-headed dragon just flew away. Lu Chen quickly comforted her. What? Flew away? As soon as these words were spoken, Luo Shenxen hadn't yet processed what was happening when Lu Chen directly revealed the explanation he had prepared in advance. It seems that the 3-headed dragon couldn't bear the torment of the negative magic on it, so it didn't continue to attack us but instead flew out of its lair. I don't know where it went. Oh, is that so? Luo Shenxen's eyes lit up upon hearing this, and she did not doubt the truth of Lu Chen's words. Because she had previously seen Oscar suffering from the effects of negative magic and knew that when the negative magic took effect, it could even cause Oscar to temporarily lose his sanity. Thinking of this, Luo Shenxen quickly urged Lu Chen, then what are we waiting for? Let's hurry and leave here. Or if that 3-headed dragon turns back, we're in trouble. Okay. Lu Chen nodded, not refuting her, and greeted Oscar. The next moment, Oscar came running over happily, obediently following behind Lu Chen. Ha! What is this thing? It was only then that Luo Shenxen noticed Oscar's presence and was startled. Don't be afraid, this is my newly contracted mount from nearby. Lu Chen quickly reassured her. What? A mount? Luo Shenxen was first taken aback, then couldn't help but frown and retort. What kind of aesthetic do you have? How could you summon such an ugly mount? Ha ha, ugly? I think it's quite cool. Lu Chen laughed heartily, not minding at all, and with a wave of his hand, he led Luo Shenxen and his newly contracted mount out of the infamous Blood Sand War Zone life forbidden area with great swagger. Meanwhile, outside the desecrated dragon's nest, everyone, it's been so long, those 2 Chinese pigs must have been eaten by that 3-headed dragon. After all, places like the desecrated dragon's nest are the first forbidden area of the blood-killing war zone, and no one has ever come out alive from there before. Finally, after waiting an entire night, Park Yoji's patience was completely exhausted. He looked at the other 3 assassins with a helpless expression and said, in my opinion, there's no need for us to stay here any longer. Why don't we each go back to our own homes and find our own mothers? Alright, the other 3, hearing this, reluctantly nodded their heads. At this moment, they believed that Lu Chen and Luo Shenxen had surely been devoured by the infamous 3-headed evil dragon in the desecrated dragon's nest. However, the bounty order issued by the higher-ups of the 3 Kingdoms Alliance specified that they must bring back Luo Shenxen's head to claim the reward. Without the head, they couldn't receive the reward. This left the 4 assassins, who had been busy for several days, feeling somewhat unwilling. Just as the 4 were about to turn around and leave this cursed place, suddenly, several figures slowly emerged from the deep cave ahead. Look, it seems like someone is coming out of the cave. The ascetic demon monk Jialu had the sharpest perception and almost instantly sensed the movement not far away, quickly looking in that direction. At that moment, the figures that had just walked out of the cave finally revealed their true identities. Wasn't it Lu Chen, Luo Shenxen, and Oscar? Ha! Those two Chinese pigs are still alive? Seeing that Lu Chen and Luo Shenxen were indeed alive, the four assassins were first taken aback. Then they were so excited that they almost shouted out loud. Ha ha! Truly a blessing from heaven. On the other side, what? These four dragon-slaying group assassins haven't left yet. Looking at the four assassins not far away, Luo Shenxen's pretty face turned pale, clearly not expecting that these four would wait outside for an entire night, knowing full well that she had entered the Blood Sand War Zone's first forbidden area, the desecrated dragon's nest, just to kill her and silence her. It's just as well they haven't left. It saves me the trouble of looking for them one by one. But Lu Chen, looking at the four assassins eyeing them hungrily, he not only showed no fear but instead grinned excitedly. What do you mean by that? Luo Shenxen's pupils constricted upon hearing this, and before she could react, Lu Chen proudly asked, "Woman, do you remember the bet we made yesterday?" Bet? What bet? Luo Shenxen murmured, suddenly shivering, because she finally recalled Lu Chen's earlier bold declaration. Almost instinctively, she looked at Lu Chen and asked with a trembling voice, You don't mean to, little girl, get ready to bark like a dog later." Ah ha ha ha, Lu Chen let out a strange laugh, not hiding his intentions at all, because after successfully signing a contract with Oscar, he had just been looking for a place to test his current strength, but unexpectedly, these four assassins turned around and delivered themselves right to his doorstep. It was like someone bringing a pillow to a sleepy person or tea to a thirsty one. Thinking of this, Lu Chen hesitated not at all and shouted loudly, "Oscar! Awah!" Seeing this, Oscar quickly raised his head and let out a piercing wolf howl, then swiftly darted to Lu Chen's side. Lu Chen then stepped forward and unceremoniously sat on its broad back. In the next moment, man and dragon became one. Under the bond of the contract power, they didn't even need any verbal communication. With just a thought, they could instantly understand each other's intentions. Boom, boom, boom. At this moment, a faint dragon might surged from Oscar's body, causing the surrounding birds to take flight and the plants to tremble in fear. This was the first time they fought together after signing the contract. Oscar had secretly made up his mind to prove his worth in front of his master through this battle. After all, Lu Chen was a legendary god-level professional. If he, as a mount, did not match Lu Chen's potential, Lu Chen could easily abandon him and choose a stronger mount. With his future at stake, Oscar dared not be careless at all. Thus, without waiting for Lu Chen to give orders, Oscar stepped forward and, in the form of 3 hellhounds, charged towards the 4 assassins ahead. Not good. Lu Chen, come back. You're no match for them. Seeing this scene, Luo Shenxen was startled and instinctively wanted to shout a warning. But Oscar's speed was so swift that before Luo Shenxen could finish her words, he had already leaped in front of the 4 assassins. Ha! This pig actually took the initiative to attack? Damn it! He's really asking for death. Seeing Lu Chen so arrogant, the 4 assassins were furious and were about to strike together to take him down. But just then, painful disease, rotten intestines, puff, 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 puff. A series of muffled sounds erupted almost simultaneously from the pants of the 4, including the female Onmyoji Yunxiaohuazi. Hearing the sudden sounds, the 4 assassins were stunned, and Yunxiaohuazi's face turned bright red, clearly not expecting to fart in front of so many people. But this was just the beginning. Crackling. Following that, another series of bubbly fart sounds followed. The poor 4 assassins hadn't even reacted to what was happening when they felt an unbearable sharp pain in their lower abdomen, and a hot stream uncontrollably gushed out from an indescribable orifice, spiraling out of control. That's right, they had all lost control of their bowels, and it was a collective loss of control, the kind that was utterly disastrous. Not only that, as they lost control, the magic points of the 4 assassins began to drop continuously. MP 100, MP 100. MP 100, MP 100. What the hell is this disgusting skill? A strong stench rushed into Park Yoji's nostrils, nearly driving him to the brink of fury. The other 3 assassins were also left dumbfounded. Even Luo Shenxen, who was watching from a distance, was left with a tingling scalp at this shocking scene. Oscar's skill was simply too bizarre. capable of affecting the physical state of professionals, causing them to lose control while simultaneously draining their magic points. Ah ha 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 ha, how's that for a taste? Only Lu Chen, watching the 4 assassins fall victim to the skill, he grinned and laughed heartily, showing no sign of surprise, because he had personally experienced just how disgusting Oscar's skill was. Not only that, Oscar's skill, while being revolting, could also cause terrifying damage. Even a small mistake could lead to instant death. This was what truly amazed Lu Chen and was the fundamental reason he had resolutely decided to contract with Oscar. At the same time, seeing his side affected by Lu Chen's skill, the ascetic demon monk Jialu was moved and quickly cast a corresponding skill. Ascetic technique. Shiva's secret. Purification field. Buzz. A milky white light suddenly descended from the sky, enveloping all 4 assassins within. Ha! This is Jialu's group purification skill. Seeing this scene, the other 3 assassins' eyes lit up, and in an instant, they recognized the effect of this skill. It was a group negative magic removal skill. Just when the 4 assassins thought they would soon stop their diarrhea at this critical moment. But, just after releasing the purification skill, Jialu couldn't hold back again and completely soiled one pant leg. Ha! It can't be removed? Feeling the sharp pain in his lower abdomen that felt like a knife twisting, almost instinctively, Jialu glanced at his attribute panel. Painful disease, rotten intestines, negative disease effect, lose 1% of resource points every 10 seconds, and put the target in a state of incontinence, lasting 15 minutes. What? It's actually a disease? Looking at the detailed explanation of painful disease, rotten intestines, Jialu could no longer contain his shock and exclaimed, "Disease skill?" As soon as these words were spoken, the other 3 assassins' expressions changed drastically. The skill painful disease, rotten intestines was too special, not only being an extremely rare disease skill, but it also consumed resource points. It should be noted that in today's Blue Star, due to the differences in professions, many professions do not have the attribute of mana, but instead use kill points, fighting spirit, anger points, and so on. This dynamic attribute is collectively referred to as resource points in today's Blue Star. How important are resource points to professionals? This can be seen from the earlier battle between Lu Chen and the Fusong ninja Takeda Jiro, where the opponent was willing to injure himself with a knife just to obtain enough resource points to use skills. It is no exaggeration to say that a professional without resource points is no different from a walking wooden stake, because most skills of professionals require a certain amount of resource points to be cast. But Lu Chen, with one skill, not only caused them to continuously lose resource points but also made them keep soiling their pants. This undoubtedly completely overturned the inherent understanding of the 4 assassins. What a disgusting skill. We can't let this drag on. We must finish this quickly. Otherwise, the longer it takes, the worse it will be for us. At this moment, Yun Xiaohuazi was the first to regain her senses. Although losing 1% of resource points every 10 seconds wasn't too much, but resource points are inherently very difficult to obtain, especially for those professions that need to accumulate resource points through combat. It has a huge impact. That's why she wanted to finish it quickly. Understood. The other 3 assassins quickly nodded heavily, knowing that what Yun Xiaohuazi said made sense. Fortunately, the 4 of them were all members of the Dragon Slayer group, and this wasn't their first time teaming up against an enemy. They had already established a tacit understanding and didn't need much communication. You save resource points. Let me handle it. Seeing Lu Chen's skill was so outrageous, the ascetic monk Jialu, who was best at control, took the lead and used a no-consumption skill against Lu Chen from a distance. Ascetic technique. Snake binding style. Whoosh, whoosh. The next moment, accompanied by 2 sharp sounds of wind breaking, Jialu's 2 arms suddenly elongated, as if they were rubber that could stretch at will, wrapping around Lu Chen not far away. Ha! Still want to resist uselessly? Lu Chen shook his head, initially intending to dodge, but then, he sneered and didn't even bother to dodge, standing straight in place, allowing Jialu's arms to wrap around him. Not good. At the same time, seeing Lu Chen being restrained, Luo Shenxen, who had been watching the battle, turned pale with fright. Ha ha, I thought he was so powerful. Turns out he's just a paper tiger. As Jialu saw his strike hit home, he burst into a triumphant laugh and quickly shouted to the others, "Don't be afraid, everyone. This kid may have some flashy skills, but his true strength is nothing more than this. He can't even dodge a casual skill of mine. Humph. I said it. Just a mere noob paladin. How strong can he really be? Hearing this, the Taekwondo master Park Eugene relaxed his previously tense nerves, a strong disdain evident in his eyes. But this guy is clearly not an ordinary paladin. After all, paladins are known as children of God, and most of their skills are straightforward. Where have you ever seen a paladin that can unleash disease skills? The Onmyoji Yun Xiaohuazi said while glancing at the Oscar under Lu Chen, as if guessing something, murmuring, could it be that hellhound? Alright, he's just a trash paladin. There's no need to waste time on him. Let's quickly deal with him. Then take care of that woman, so we can hurry back and clean ourselves up. Otherwise, if anyone sees us like this, it would be utterly embarrassing. Finally, the Eastern warrior Xiao Wuji Taro couldn't stand it any longer and urged impatiently from the side. True, the other three assassins, hearing this, came back to their senses, realizing that their current disheveled appearance was indeed somewhat unseemly. They immediately prepared to launch their final assault on Lu Chen to completely eliminate him. Lu Chen, I'm here to help you. At that moment, Luo Shenxen, who had barely regained some composure, stood up and made to rush forward to assist. But before she could reach Lu Chen, he impatiently scolded her. Stay away from me, don't affect my performance. You. Hearing this, Luo Shenxen was nearly infuriated. She never expected that even in such a dire situation, Lu Chen would refuse her help. Wasn't that just asking for death? But Lu Chen couldn't care less about what she thought. After all, he had just signed a contract with Oscar and hadn't figured out what various skills Oscar had. The four assassins before him were simply the perfect practice dummies. He certainly wouldn't allow Luo Shenxen to ruin his good fortune. With that thought, Lu Chen didn't hesitate and spoke again. Torment disease, vomit blood, buzz. For strange symbols appeared almost simultaneously above the heads of the four assassins. Ha, what's going on? Looking at the bizarre symbols above their heads, the four assassins hadn't yet reacted when they felt their stomachs churning violently. Vomit. In the next moment, almost in unison, the four assassins bent over, mouths open, and began to vomit profusely. Even more absurdly, what they expelled was not food residue, but rich, fresh blood. HP 122. HP 147, HP 169, a series of damage numbers popped up above the four of them. What? Another disease effect? The four assassins were startled and quickly glanced at their attribute panels. Torment disease, vomit blood, negative disease effect, lose 1% of health every 10 seconds, and put the target into a vomiting state, lasting 15 minutes. Phew! Thankfully, while this disease will cause us to continuously lose health, the amount lost isn't too much, so it doesn't pose a significant threat to us in the short term. Looking at the negative effect description of torment disease, vomit blood, Park Eugene quietly breathed a sigh of relief. The other three assassins also looked slightly relieved, because on the blue star now, professionals, with the enhancement of their mental attributes, can slowly recover health even in combat, and the torturous disease, vomiting blood only causes a 1% health loss every 10 seconds. This kind of loss is completely acceptable to them, so the four assassins didn't take it too seriously and were planning to regroup and continue attacking Lu Chen. But the next skill Lu Chen unleashed completely plunged them, who had just begun to feel a glimmer of hope, into the depths of despair. Deadly disease, cancer transformation, bang, 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 ah, accompanied by a series of extremely piercing screams, the four assassins, caught off guard, collapsed to the ground as if struck by lightning. At the same time, a series of astonishing damage numbers leaped out from above their heads. HP 7033, HP 7208, HP 8753, HP 7600. What? My health. How did it drop so much all at once? Looking at his health bar plummeting by 90% in an instant, Park Yoji almost fainted on the spot. This is impossible. The other three assassins were also terrified to the core. Lu Chen. What did you do? Luo Shenxen trembled in shock, her voice quivering. The scene that had just unfolded was too bizarre. The four assassins, who were clearly in good condition, had lost nearly 90% of their health in an instant. Moreover, among the four, the only one with mana attribute, Yun Xiaohua, also lost 90% of her mana, and Park Yoji, who had 100 points of energy, was now left with only the last 10 points of energy. This was no longer a fair and just face-to-face battle. It was simply a blatant health bar disappearance technique. In fact, at this moment, Not only they, but even Lu Chen, the instigator of all this, couldn't help but widen his eyes. What the hell? How is it so powerful? Heaven have mercy. Lu Chen had just been worried that Luo Shenxen would come up again to disturb his practice, and in a moment of panic, he didn't even glance at Oscar's skill effects, ordering it to unleash the third skill with his eyes closed. Now, seeing that this skill was absurd to this extent, almost instinctively, Lu Chen searched through Oscar's skill bar and finally found the skill he had just cast with his eyes closed. Deadly Disease. Cancer Transformation. Negative disease effect. Completely ignites all disease effects on the target, causing all damage dealt during the duration to explode in a single instance. What the hell? A one-time, cumulative explosion? Looking at the detailed explanation of this skill, Lu Chen was instantly flustered. The effect of Deadly Disease, Cancer Transformation was too terrifying, actually allowing the effects of the other two diseases to explode directly. It should be noted that both painful disease, rotten intestines and torturous disease, vomiting blood have a duration of 15 minutes, and during these 15 minutes, theoretically, these two skills would cause the affected target to lose a total of 90% of their health and 90% of their resource points. Of course, this is just theoretical. After all, professionals are not wooden stakes. After being subjected to negative skills, there are many life-saving trump cards they can use, such as healing spells to recover health, or various items to increase health, etc. Even if the professionals do nothing, just relying on the enhancement of the mental attribute, 15 minutes is enough to recover about 20% of their health. So although this skill is disgusting, the actual damage it can cause is extremely limited and requires a long time to accumulate. Before this, the four great assassins had not taken these two disease skills seriously, even thinking to take this opportunity to eliminate Lu Chen and Luo Shenxen. Until now, until this very moment, they watched as Lu Chen's skill cleared 90% of their health bars. At this point, the four great assassins were utterly terrified. Not good. It turns out this kid has been playing the pig to eat the tiger all along. He has the ability to kill us instantly, yet he has been dragging it out without making a move. Park Yoji exclaimed, trembling. He plans to toy with us to death. As soon as these words were spoken, the other three assassins also turned pale with fear. Lu Chen was simply too mysterious. As a paladin, he hadn't used any of the typical paladin techniques, but stood there, merely moving his mouth, and had tortured the four great assassins to the brink of despair. Even more absurdly, at this point, the four assassins still couldn't figure out how many trump cards Lu Chen had. No way. This paladin is too terrifying. In my current state, staying here means certain death. Thinking this, Park Yoji almost instantly took out a life-saving item from his bag. Confusion Smoke Bomb. Bang! A strange red smoke suddenly rose, obscuring Lu Chen's line of sight. Taking this opportunity, Park Yoji turned and ran. Acceleration Scroll. Invisibility Scroll. Blink Scroll. Meanwhile, Xiao Wuji Taro, Yun Xiao Wako, and Fanning also reacted quickly. Seeing Park Yoji run off without a word, the three didn't dare to hesitate and quickly followed suit, pulling out their own life-saving items from their bags, wanting to escape. However, the four of them had a tacit understanding. Even in their escape, they didn't run in the same direction, but split into four completely different paths. But seeing that the four great assassins were almost played to death by him, as a staunch patriot, a fervently passionate youth, how could Lu Chen just watch these beasts, whose hands were stained with the blood of his compatriots, walk away? You think you can run in front of me? You're dreaming. Slap. A disdainful curve appeared at the corner of Lu Chen's mouth as he merely focused his thoughts. Body curse. Aging. Buzz. Once again, for strange symbols appeared above the heads of the four great assassins. Poor them. Before they could react, they felt their feet sink, as if a great mountain pressed down on their shoulders, and their previously swift speed almost came to a halt before their eyes. In the end, the scene of the four assassins fleeing looked as if someone had pressed the slow motion button. Their movements were simply ridiculous. What? My movement speed has decreased by 80%? Seeing that he had once again been hit by a negative effect, and this time it was a curse, which also couldn't be cleared. Finally, Park Yoji could no longer contain his shock, turning around to shout at Lu Chen. What? What kind of monster are you? As soon as these words were spoken, the other three assassins also stopped, looking at Lu Chen with uncertainty. Why aren't you running? Keep running. Lu Chen chuckled, not answering, but proudly patting his Oscar under him. Awu. Oscar, receiving his master's approval, raised his large head and barked, sounding just like a spoiled dog, lacking any trace of the Dragon Clan's majesty and pride. You Chinese pig, I'm going all out with you. At the same time, seeing Lu Chen's cat and mouse expression, finally, the four great assassins gave up their last shred of escape. Shockwave. Without hesitation, Park Yoji took the lead, swinging his hands as a fierce gust of air howled towards Lu Chen's face. Ascetic technique. Snake binding technique. Jia Lu followed closely, once again employing the same trick, his arms twisting like boneless snakes, coiling towards Lu Chen's lower body. Yin Yang technique. Soul-claiming ghost child. Dual blade style. Cross kill. Next, Yun Xiaohuazi and Xiaowuji Taro also launched their attacks on Lu Chen. Unfortunately, under the influence of Lu Chen's dual ailments, the four assassins were not only nearly out of health but had also exhausted 90% of their resource points. Unable to unleash even a decent ultimate move, forced to use only some basic skills with no cost. Faced with such a feeble assault, Lu Chen didn't even feel like engaging with them. You fools, if you had shown your true abilities and fought me from the start, you might have had a glimmer of hope, but you shouldn't have pretended to be tough in front of me. And now, regretting it, realizing what it means to act tough and get struck by lightning? One after another, Lu Chen spoke while giving a command to Oscar below him. Go, devour them, don't let them die so quickly. Awu! The next moment, a terrifying wolf howl echoed through the forest. After an unknown amount of time, looking at the four bloodied remains before him, and Oscar still feasting on the ground. Lu Chen, you. At this moment, the dignified Light Ranger Luo Shenxen was so frightened that her legs went weak, collapsing to the ground with a thud, unable to utter a complete sentence. Lu Chen's combat power was simply terrifying. It should be noted that these four were the infamous dragon-slaying group assassins from the Blood Sand War Zone. Countless practitioners from the Divine Xia Kingdom had perished at their hands before. Even the high-ranking officials of the Divine Xia Kingdom had no way to deal with them. And even at her peak, Luo Shenxen would not have been a match for any of the four in a one-on-one fight. Yet Lu Chen, a support-class paladin, stood still without moving, playing the four assassins to death. Indeed, he played them to death, because from start to finish, he hadn't lost a single drop of health. This was no evenly matched battle, it was clearly a one-sided massacre. Lu Chen, your mount, if I'm not mistaken, it shouldn't be a simple hellhound, but a rare mutated beast, right? At this moment, Luo Shenxen suddenly seemed to guess something, pointing at Oscar not far away and asking with a tremble in her voice, mutated beast? Hearing this novel term, Lu Chen couldn't help but raise an eyebrow, quickly pondering in his mind, and then remembered that in the current Blue Star, some beasts, if they survived in the wild for a long time, would gradually break free from the constraints of rules, not only evolving a certain level of intelligence but also learning to level up on their own, even creating their own skills. Such beasts were the legendary mutated beasts. But Oscar was not a mutated beast at all, it was simply a dragon. Of course, as a transmigrator, Lu Chen understood the principle that the nail that sticks out gets hammered down, so he didn't reveal Oscar's true identity to Luo Shenxen. At this moment, seeing that Luo Shenxen thought Oscar was just a mutated beast, Lu Chen simply went along with it, nodding in agreement. Indeed, my mount is a mutated beast. What? It really is a mutated beast? Upon hearing this, Luo Shenxen suddenly realized and murmured, no wonder, as a holy knight, you can manipulate the four great assassins of the Dragon Slayer group so easily. It turns out you have the assistance of a mutated beast. At this point, she seemed to feel something was off again and quietly muttered to Oscar, but this mutated beast is a bit too strong, isn't it? Moreover, its original form is just a hellhound. Even if it has mutated, it shouldn't be this powerful. Ha ha, mainly they were too arrogant and gave me the chance to unleash my skills. Otherwise, relying solely on myself and my mount, defeating them wouldn't have been an easy task. Lu Chen quickly interjected. He wasn't lying, because with the strength of the four assassins from the Dragon Slayer group, if they had truly come at him with all their might from the start, even if he could win, it would definitely have been a tough battle. But the four assassins were indeed too arrogant. Not only did they not attack him together right away, but they also gave him time to unleash his skills. Moreover, Oscar's skills were too covert. The first two skills were harmless, but the third skill was lethal. It's no wonder the 4 assassins died so quickly and so miserably. That's true. At this moment, hearing Lu Chen's words, Luo Shenxen nodded in agreement and continued. With your current strength, you are also qualified to participate in the national exam in 2 months. What is this national exam? Lu Chen frowned upon hearing this. You don't even know about this? Luo Shenxen was taken aback. Ahem. I really don't know. Lu Chen awkwardly rubbed his nose, not hiding it at all. Did you really go to school before? Finally, Luo Shenxen could no longer suppress her disbelief and uttered a heart-wrenching remark. Of course I did. Damn it. Put. Hearing this, Lu Chen almost exploded with anger. This girl looked down on people too much. What did she mean by asking if he had gone to school? It was as if she considered him illiterate. But it wasn't entirely surprising that Luo Shenxen would ask this. After all, the previous Lu Chen only wanted to lie flat and be a salted fish. So during school, he just muddled through every day and learned almost nothing, asking questions and knowing nothing in return. However, even Lu Chen himself didn't expect that it was precisely his lack of knowledge that led him to unexpectedly change his profession to the combat class Holy Knight, and his combat talent was the highest ever at SSS level. With no other choice, Lu Chen decided to try to put in some effort. After all, heaven had practically fed him the opportunity, and if he didn't open his mouth to take a bite, that would be too disrespectful, wouldn't it? However, he had fallen behind in so much knowledge that even though he had been trying to catch up these days, it was inevitable that he would struggle to keep up. Thinking of this, Lu Chen simply sat cross-legged on the ground and looked at Luo Shenxen again, asking, so, what exactly is this national exam? Well, okay. Seeing that Lu Chen didn't seem to be pretending and truly didn't know, Luo Shenxen, though feeling speechless, decided not to hide anything. Instead, she patiently explained. The so-called national exam refers to a comprehensive national assessment held once every 3 years in our Xinxia kingdom. All combat professionals aged 16 to 25 who have reached second transfer can register to participate. At that time, many of the top cultivation academies in the country will send representatives to attend, in order to scout suitable young talents and cultivate fresh blood for the country. Speaking of this, Luo Shenxen raised her head again and pointed at Lu Chen, adding, and you, if you can achieve a good score in the national examination, will be able to apply to these vocational academies and become one of them. In the future, not only can you use the academy's resources to level up, but you can also explore the outside world, broaden your horizons, and gain experience. It's truly beneficial with no drawbacks. Isn't that just the Gaokao? Lu Chen couldn't help but mutter upon hearing this. What is the Gaokao? Luo Shenxen's little face froze at this novel term. Ahem. It's nothing. Seeing her reaction, Lu Chen realized he had let something slip and quickly waved his hand. Oh, fortunately, Luo Shenxen didn't dwell on the issue but instead looked up with a face full of longing and said, I heard that this year's national examination even has 4 admission spots from the Jinglong Academy and Jinghua Academy, which haven't recruited externally for nearly 10 years. Jinglong Academy? Lu Chen's heart stirred upon hearing this. He remembered that the person he had killed, Lu Quan, had an older brother who was a student at Jinglong Academy. However, he didn't know much about these 2 academies, so he asked again, are these 2 academies very impressive? Luo Shenxen couldn't help but roll her eyes heavily. Fortunately, after spending more time with Lu Chen, she had come to realize that he was definitely a slacker who had never studied. Otherwise, how could he not even understand these basic concepts that other vocational practitioners were familiar with? Shaking her head, Luo Shenxen simply sat down on the ground and began to explain. Jinglong Academy and Jinghua Academy are currently the top vocational training institutions in our Xinxia country, and they have always been known as the cradle of the strong and the cradle of geniuses. It is said that both of these academies are located in our capital, Jingdu City. The academies not only have a strong faculty supported by the state but also have exclusive abyss and secret realm areas for students to level up and practice their skills. And any student who can graduate smoothly from these 2 academies is no ordinary person. They almost all become powerful figures and pillars of the nation in the future. Oh, they're that impressive? Lu Chen's eyes lit up upon hearing this. Of course. Luo Shenxen nodded, then added with some regret. But although these 2 academies are powerful, they are still too distant for ordinary practitioners like us. What do you mean by that? Lu Chen asked, somewhat confused. It is said that the admission requirements for Jinglong Academy and Jinghua Academy are extremely strict, and the number of spots available each time is pitifully small. Even general super practitioners are not considered by them, Luo Shenxen said with a bitter smile. What? They don't even look at super practitioners? Upon hearing this, Lu Chen couldn't help but narrow his eyes. Yes, Luo Shenxen nodded and said solemnly, don't be fooled by how impressive super practitioners seem in our Donglan city. If you look at the whole country, super practitioners are actually not that remarkable. After all, our Xinxia country is one of the largest countries on Blue Star, with a population of over 1 billion, and the national examination is a grand event held every 3 years, attracting millions of young practitioners to sign up each time. At this point, she finally revealed all the twists and turns involved. Under such circumstances, let alone super practitioners, even unique hidden practitioners appear every year, so they don't seem that rare anymore. I see. Hearing this, Lu Chen suddenly realized and raised his head, murmuring, the Jinglong Academy and Jinghua Academy, TSK, this is interesting. It seems I must participate in this national examination. Seeing his expression, Luo Shenxen couldn't help but feel a stir in her heart, as if she had guessed something, and quickly asked, Lu Chun, you aren't planning to apply to Jinglong Academy and Jinghua Academy, are you? That's exactly my intention. Lu Chen smiled proudly, not hiding it at all. As the saying goes, there is no first in literature and no second in martial arts. Since he had already decided to participate in this national examination, he naturally had to choose the best academies to apply to, otherwise, what would be the point? But as soon as he said this, Luo Shenxen's expression changed. I advise you to quickly dismiss such thoughts. Without any hesitation, Luo Shenxen blurted out, what do you mean by that? Lu Chen frowned upon hearing this. I'm not afraid to tell you that our Xinxia kingdom has just produced 4 top geniuses this year, and the reason Jinglong Academy and Jinghua Academy are recruiting again after 10 years, and only offering 4 spots, is specifically for those 4, Luo Shenxen said emphatically. Super geniuses? Upon hearing this peculiar title, Lu Chen instinctively asked, how talented are they? To say they are a once-in-1,000 years occurrence is no exaggeration. Luo Shenxen paused for a moment, then continued with a shocking revelation, because these 4 are the legendary ultimate professionals. What? Ultimate professionals? Lu Chen's heart trembled upon hearing this. He clearly remembered that just a few days ago, when he fought against the Fusang ninja Takeda Jiro, the other party had mistakenly thought he was an ultimate professional, and he had even specifically inquired about the origins of these ultimate professionals. As far as Lu Chen knew, in today's Blue Star, only those with a combat talent of S rank or above could be called ultimate professionals. Before this, he had never even heard of such a term, until today, until this very moment. Seeing that the Xinxia kingdom was about to hold the national examination this year, and suddenly 4 ultimate professionals had emerged, it would be a lie to say he wasn't surprised. Exactly. At this moment, Luo Shenxen nodded again. Who exactly are these 4 individuals? Finally, Lu Chen could no longer contain his curiosity and asked Luo Shenxen, I can tell you, but, Luo Shenxen smiled proudly at this, but didn't reveal it directly. Instead, she intentionally built suspense, first taking out a small pink water bottle from her personal bag and elegantly taking a couple of sips. After doing all this, she exhaled and slowly said, these 4 ultimate professionals are the Abyss Insect Master Long Chen from the Southeast Province, the Undying Berserker Chu Ao from the Northwest Province, the Spatial Mage Wang Tianyi from the Coastal Province, and the Carefree Sword Immortal Yun Tianlan from the Yunshan Province. Oh, Lu Chen felt a stir in his heart upon hearing this, but he did not interrupt. Instead, he quietly waited for Luo Shenxen to continue. Let's talk about the Abyss Insect Master Long Chen first. Fortunately, Luo Shenxen didn't keep him waiting long and got straight to the point. In fact, strictly speaking, Long Chen isn't really an ultimate professional. What do you mean by that? Lu Chen frowned, somewhat confused. As far as I know, Long Chen was originally just an ordinary beast master, and his combat talent isn't particularly outstanding, only B rank, not even qualifying as a super profession. Luo Shenxen patiently explained. The strength of the profession beast master is not really related to the beast master themselves, but entirely depends on the strength of the beasts they control. and that Longchen just happens to be the young master of our Shinsha Kingdom's largest trading firm, Tianqing Trading Company. With such a background, he certainly doesn't lack good beast eggs, so that's how it is. Upon hearing this, Lu Chen suddenly realized and eagerly asked, then what exactly is his beast? Abyss Plane Magic Insect Clan's last queen, the Abyss Insect Mother. Luo Shenxen said heavily, a trace of undeniable seriousness flashing across her pretty face. Abyss Insect Mother? Hearing this novel name for a magical beast, Lu Chen couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. That's right, Luo Shenxen nodded and added. It is said that this Abyss Insect Mother was accidentally discovered by a 9-turn war god in a hidden secret realm, and her power is extremely terrifying. Not only can she gestate dozens of completely different abyss magic insects to assist in battle, but the number of magic insects hatched each time is also very large, ranging from dozens to hundreds or even thousands, practically a walking army. With such a beast assisting him, Longchen has leaped from an ordinary beast master to a highly regarded abyss insect master in our Shinsha Kingdom, and his strength is so formidable that he can even face off against ultimate professionals without losing ground. Is it really that powerful? Lu Chen frowned at this, somewhat incredulous. Of course, it was no wonder he reacted this way. After all, a single magical beast could elevate an ordinary beast master to a level comparable to an ultimate professional. No matter how you looked at it, it felt a bit like a tall tale. However, what Luo Shenxen said next completely shattered Lu Chen's preconceived notions. Not just powerful, Luo Shenxen said solemnly, I heard that Longchen, even at level 100, had already killed a level 200 enemy assassin, showcasing combat power so strong that it could even ignore rules. As soon as these words were spoken, Lu Chen couldn't help but let out a bitter laugh, momentarily at a loss for words. Although he had just killed 4 assassins from the Dragon Slayer group at a higher level, but his mount, Oscar, was already at the pinnacle of the life pyramid on Blue Star, so having such combat power was not surprising. Yet this Abyss Insect Mother, whom Lu Chen had never even heard of before, also possessed the ability to challenge at a higher level. This undoubtedly exceeded his expectations. Fortunately, a mere rich second generation who played with insects was not enough to make Lu Chen take it to heart. After all, if he got serious, with his 10,000 times talent, any so-called ultimate profession would just be a dish in front of him. So Lu Chen didn't dwell on Longchen for too long and continued to ask, what about the other 3? Don't rush. Let me tell you one by one. Luo Shenxen rolled her eyes, took a sip from her water bottle, and then said leisurely, the second of the 4 ultimates is named Undying Berserker, Chu Ao. It is said that his combat talent is S-level Death Will, which can reduce all damage he receives by 99% when his health is below 20%, while his attack power directly increases by 300%. What? Reduce damage by 99% and increase attack power by 300%? Lu Chen's pupils constricted at the words, and before he could react, Luo Shenxen continued, not only that, but it is said that once Chu Ao's battle talent is activated, if the enemy fails to kill him within 1 minute, he will directly recover to a full health and full rage state, making him practically an invincible cockroach. And this is precisely the origin of his title Undying Berserker. Wow, that's just too outrageous. At this point, Lu Chen could no longer contain his shock and exclaimed, the absurdity of the Undying Berserker's battle talent was overwhelming, reducing damage by 99% while also tripling attack power. Moreover, as long as he survives for a minute, he can regain full health. This was like gaining an extra life along with a trump card that could turn the tide of battle. It really is a bit outrageous. Even Luo Shenxen sighed helplessly, because compared to these freaks, even she, who had been marked for death by the higher-ups of the Three Kingdoms Alliance, seemed perfectly normal. That's why his battle talent is rated as S-class. At this moment, Luo Shenxen added, what about the other 2? Finally, Lu Chen's curiosity was thoroughly piqued, and he asked again. The third of the 4 ultimate beings is named Wang Tianyi, a very rare space mage, with a battle talent rated as S-class space control. Although it doesn't sound as intimidating as Long Chen and Chu Ao's trump cards, you mustn't underestimate him, because in our Blue Star, there has been an ancient saying since time immemorial, time is not out, space is king. Luo Shenxen recounted, it is said that Wang Tianyi has researched space magic to its peak before the second transition, and even his ordinary attacks have evolved into a group damage skill called space cutting, and he can also teleport short distances, etc. When fighting him, You need to consider not whether you can defeat him, but whether you can get close to him. As her words fell, Luo Shenxen didn't wait for Lu Chen to speak again and took the initiative to say, as for the last person, the carefree sword immortal Yun Tianlan. At this point, she paused before frowning and saying, it is said that this person is the most mysterious and peculiar existence among the 4 ultimate professionals. Oh, what do you mean by that? Lu Chen instinctively asked. Regarding Yun Tianlan's deeds, our Xinxia country has almost no official news circulating, only a few folk legends, so my understanding of this person is very limited. Luo Shenxen said solemnly, I only know that Yun Tianlan is a very rare exclusive profession in our Xinxia country. The sword immortal. With a battle talent rated as S-class, all swords return to origin. His strength is definitely not inferior to the other 3 ultimate professionals. As for what skills he has or whether he has any other trump cards, I don't know. What? Sword immortal? Lu Chen's eyes lit up at the mention. Even though in this era of universal job transitions, every country has its exclusive professions, and Xinxia country, being one of the top nations on Blue Star, has many exclusive professions, such as Celestial Master, Sanda, Ancient Martial Arts, and so on, but the probability of exclusive professions appearing is even lower than that of hidden professions. Before this, it was the first time Lu Chen had heard of the profession Sword Immortal, and it would be a lie to say he wasn't curious. However, it was clear that Luo Shenxen had very little information about Yun Tianlan, as she only provided a brief introduction and moved on. So, now you know why I didn't let you apply to Jinglong Academy and Jinghua Academy, right? Looking at Lu Chen, Luo Shenxen said proudly, with these 4 great mountains blocking the way, even if you have mutated beasts as mounts, you are still far behind compared to them. As she spoke, it seemed she was afraid Lu Chen hadn't realized the seriousness of the situation, so she quickly added, moreover, the national exam is already fiercely competitive, especially the final arena match. Even with referees supervising, there are still many casualties every year, so it's best if you don't provoke them. Before she could finish, Lu Chen interrupted her with a wave of his hand. Ha! Thanks for the reminder, but I've never been one to believe in superstitions. I want to see just how capable these so-called 4 ultimate ones are and how much of a stir they can cause in my hands. Lu Chen said proudly, showing no hint of fear. Instead, he was increasingly eager and excited for the upcoming feast. That's right. Excited. What a joke. He was the legendary god-level professional, an existence with an SSS-level talent, and those 4 ultimates Luo Shenxen just mentioned, no matter how impressive they were, could they really be more impressive than him? Besides, during this time, although his level was stuck at 100 due to not completing his job change task, his potential strength had been steadily increasing, especially after contracting with Oscar. With the help of this forbidden dragon, Lu Chen was confident that even without using 10,000-fold amplification, he still had the strength to fight against those 4 ultimate professionals. So what was there to fear? Thinking of this, Lu Chen's heart firmed up. Lu Chen, you! At this moment, seeing that Lu Chen hadn't changed his mind, Luo Shenxen was startled and was about to persuade him again, but Lu Chen had clearly lost his patience and directly waved at her, saying, all right, it's getting late, and I've already dealt with the 4 assassins chasing you. If there's nothing else, let's part ways here. As soon as he finished speaking, he greeted Oscar, who was still gnawing on a corpse and had blood all over his mouth, and pretended to leave directly, but as soon as he turned to leave, Luo Shenxen panicked. Wait, are you just going to leave like this? Not leaving? Then what? Stay here for the new year? Lu Chen rolled his eyes at her words. But I'm still in bad shape, and I'm injured. Can't you be a good person and wait until I recover a bit before leaving? Luo Shenxen almost pleaded. Of course, this wasn't her being overly sentimental, it was because she had suffered too much in the previous battle with the 4 assassins. Not only had her injuries not healed, but her health and mana were both below 30%, and even the soul body she had accumulated for a long time was completely gone. Without the soul body as a trump card, and with her current poor condition, if she accidentally encountered enemy professionals on the way back, even as a super professional, she would have a high chance of flipping over in the gutter. Helpless, Luo Shenxen had to muster the courage to ask Lu Chen to wait until she recovered before leaving. Well, fine. Hearing this, Lu Chen understood Luo Shenxen's concerns, although at this moment, he was eager to hurry back to take on the job change task and continue leveling up. But given the situation, he had already saved her. And if he just left like this, what if Luo Shenxen encountered some accident? All his efforts would be in vain. With no other choice, Lu Chen sighed and patiently sat down again. Next, the man and woman stood there in silence, neither of them speaking, and the atmosphere in the scene became somewhat awkward. Originally, in this desolate and uninhabited forest, a lone man and woman coexisted, and the woman was a youthful and stunning campus beauty. As long as the man wasn't foolish, it would be perfectly normal for a story to unfold. However, as a steel-straight man who had lived 2 lifetimes, Lu Chen's actions once again overturned Luo Shenxen's preconceived notions. At this moment, having been chased by 4 assassins for a day and night, Luo Shenxen not only had injuries but her gear was also severely damaged, with some areas barely covering her body, exposing large patches of her snow-white skin. Coupled with her breathtaking beauty and the pitiful aura she exuded after being hurt, any normal man who saw her would undoubtedly be moved. But what was Lu Chen doing? Oscar, go, bring it back to me. Oscar, zoom. Oscar, sit. Ha ha, good dog. So obedient. One after another, Lu Chen was having a blast, occasionally bursting into a series of silly laughs. That's right, faced with such a captivating Luo Shenxen, he was actually playing with a dog. This left not only Luo Shenxen but even Oscar in a state of confusion. This bastard, is he really a man? Looking at Lu Chen, who was grinning foolishly and didn't even glance her way. For the first time in her life, Luo Shenxen strongly questioned her own appearance, even doubting if she had grown up wrong. As for Oscar, it was even thinking of cursing. After all, although it appeared to be a hellhound on the surface, that was just its protective form. A protective form, for heaven's sake. Deep down, it was the most powerful life form of the Blue Star, the dragon race, with an incredibly noble bloodline. But Lu Chen, on the other hand, actually treated it like a dog. Even more absurdly, Oscar didn't dare to resist, not to mention that it had a sacred contract with Lu Chen, an extremely domineering master-servant contract. If Lu Chen got unhappy, he could send it to the gods for repentance with just a thought. Just considering the terrifying negative magical effects on it, it was hoping that after Lu Chen's combat talent cooled down, he would show mercy and clear it. So how could it dare to provoke him? Helpless, Oscar could only suppress the urge to sit on Lu Chen and instead try to act like a dog to please him. Hey, I'm hungry. Finally, Luo Shenxen could no longer bear it and spoke to Lu Chen, seemingly wanting him to notice her presence. Hungry? Lu Chen frowned at her words, muttering in dissatisfaction. Troublesome. After saying that, he rummaged through his personal bag and quickly pulled out a strange item wrapped in seaweed and handed it to Luo Shenxen. What is this? Looking at the item Lu Chen handed over, Luo Shenxen asked with curiosity. This is called rice ball, a specialty of Wano country, Lu Chen explained, then proudly asked, how about it? Never seen it before, right? Rice ball? Luo Shenxen instinctively opened her mouth and took a bite of the rice ball in her hand. Suddenly, a wonderful flavor spread in her mouth, making her eyes light up. Oh, it tastes pretty good. Really? Then eat more, Lu Chen said with a silly smile. Oh, Luo Shenxen nodded. At this moment, she was indeed starving. After all, she had been chased for so long that she hadn't even had a sip of water. Moreover, with her injuries, her need for nutritional replenishment was even more urgent. Thus, without thinking much, Luo Shenxen quickly finished the rice ball in her hand. I have to say, although the people of the Wanu country are despicable and shameless, they do have some skill when it comes to cooking. As half of the rice ball went down, Luo Shenxen's complexion improved a bit, and she was just about to stuff the remaining half into her mouth. But just then, she noticed Lu Chen looking at her with a playful expression. Ha, why aren't you eating? Almost instinctively, Luo Shenxen asked. I have a bit of a cleanliness obsession. I don't like eating things that others have spat out. Lu Chen replied with a smile. Spat? Spat out things? Upon hearing this, Luo Shenxen's face turned pale, and she instinctively asked, this rice ball, it can't be. Yes, Lu Chen nodded, not hiding it, and said honestly, this rice ball was just brought back by Oscar from those corpses. Brought back? Brought back? As soon as these words were spoken, Luo Shenxen first looked at the half-eaten rice ball in her hand, then glanced at Oscar, who was not far away, with drool all over his mouth. Ugh! The next moment, she could no longer suppress the turmoil in her stomach and bent over to vomit violently. Damn! You're not pregnant, Are you? My mom said only pregnant women vomit for no reason. Seeing this scene, Lu Chen couldn't help but be startled and quickly asked with concern. But it was better that he hadn't said anything. As soon as the words left his mouth, Luo Shenxen, already filled with shame and anger, felt a rush of blood to her head and fainted on the spot. That's right, she was actually so angry with Lu Chen that she fainted, just as Lu Chen and Luo Shenxen were in the midst of their commotion. At the same time, tens of thousands of miles away from the Blood Sand War Zone, in a square filled with teleportation arrays in the Wanu country, buzz, buzz. As two brilliant magical lights quietly rose, two imposing figures appeared in the square. These were two completely different-looking professionals. The person on the left had dark skin, deep-set eyes, thick body hair, and a scruffy beard, clearly from the divine cow country. The other person had a round face, small eyes, was not only short in stature but also wore a proud expression as if he were the best in the world, obviously from the southern stick country. With their arrival, a slightly plump man from the Wanu country, dressed in a kimono, hurriedly approached and bowed deeply to the two. General Abushir, General Jin from the south. Long time no see, General Fujino. I wonder why you were in such a hurry to call us over. The man from the divine cow country, named Abushir, asked, while Jin from the south looked on with curiosity. Please follow me. Fujino did not answer but made a gesture for them to follow. The next moment, under his guidance, the three crossed a heavily guarded path and quickly entered a very concealed secret chamber. Please, take a seat. After entering the secret chamber, Fujino gestured to the two again. Once the three of them were seated, he slowly opened his mouth and said in a deep voice, "It is like this. I just received news that the Great White Eagle Empire will launch a full-scale national war against the Divine Summer Country at dawn 3 days from now." What? National war? As soon as these words were spoken, Abushir and Jin from the south changed their expressions, and Abushir exclaimed in shock, "Is it possible that Lord Rodriguez's injuries have already healed? I'm not too sure about that." Fujino shook his head and said solemnly, "But since the White Eagle Empire dares to launch a national war against the Divine Summer Country at this time, they must have a certain level of confidence." At this point, he looked at them and added, "That's why I specifically invited the two generals here, to discuss how we should respond next." General Fujino means, Jin Guanan instinctively asked upon hearing this. Those damn Chinese are all a bunch of inferior races, they are not worthy of such vast territory and resources. Fujino's expression turned sinister, his jealousy evident as he shouted fiercely, "If it were in the past, with the strength of our Three Kingdoms alliance, we wouldn't even qualify to confront that Xinxia country head-on, and could only engage in some underhanded tactics behind their backs." At this point, he shifted his tone. But times have changed, with the direct pressure from the White Eagle Empire, that Xinxia country will inevitably be busy dealing with the conflict, exhausted and unable to maintain control over the surrounding territories. With these words, Fujino revealed the entire complexity of the situation, and we can take this opportunity to completely incorporate some neutral territories that originally had disputes with the Xinxia country into our domain. What do you two think? I have no objections. Upon hearing this, Abushir from the God Bull country immediately stood up and shouted, "For years, that damned Xinxia country has relied on the high levels of their domestic professionals and their strong power, causing chaos in our God Bull country's Gaozong war zone. I have endured them for a long time. If war breaks out, our God Bull country will definitely cooperate fully." As soon as he said this, Jin Guanan could no longer sit still, standing up and shouting loudly, "Humph, what do you mean by that? 5,000 years ago, the entire Xinxia country was the territory of our Nanbang country, and even their ancestors were our Nanbang people. They later shamelessly altered history books and subverted this history, but reclaiming our rightful territory is a sacred mission for every Nanbang person." At this point, he turned to Fujino and said, "General Fujino, our Nanbang country also supports your proposal." "Good. Since both of you have this intention, then it's settled." Fujino was overjoyed upon hearing this. He was the chief executive of the Wano country's external province and a general of the Wano Self-Defense Force, specifically responsible for external expansion. Jin Guanan and Abushir, sitting at the same table, were similarly positioned, both true power figures of their respective countries, external generals. However, the Xinxia country is still a populous nation. Although it is no longer as strong as before, it should not be underestimated. As the saying goes, a skinny camel is still bigger than a horse. At this moment, Fujino spoke again. So I think we should be cautious. It would be best to start from some inconspicuous neutral area to test the Xinxia country's reaction. If they are indeed too busy fighting the White Eagle Empire to pay attention to us, we can launch a full-scale attack later. Alright, Abushir nodded and then asked, so where do we start? Let's start from the Blood Sand War Zone, Fujino said, waving his hand. Swish! The next moment, a large map was taken out from his bag and spread out on the conference table in front of the three. This Blood Sand War Zone is remote, apart from a few coastal cities. The Xinxia country rarely has professionals coming here to level up. Pointing to a nearly inconspicuous small dot on the map, Fujino said solemnly, moreover, in recent years, with the help of the Dragon Slayer group assassins cultivated by our Three Kingdoms alliance, apart from a few low-level areas still under the control of the Xinxia country, the rest of the resource-rich areas have already been incorporated into the influence of our Three Kingdoms alliance. As soon as he finished speaking, he raised his head again and looked at Abushir and Jean Guanan, adding, if we can take advantage of the White Eagle Empire launching a full-scale national war against the Divine Summer Kingdom and organize all the Three Kingdoms alliance professionals in the Blood Sand War Zone to launch an attack, directly exterminating all the professionals of the Divine Summer Kingdom in this map, catching them off guard. Then even if the Divine Summer Kingdom reacts afterward, without the support of the safe zone Blood Bone Town, how much of a stir can they really make? Good idea. Then it's settled. As soon as these words were spoken, Jean Guanan and Abushi's eyes lit up. Jean Guanan, whose territory was already small, licked his lips, revealing an unmistakable greed in his eyes, and repeatedly said, this Blood Sand War Zone is a great place. I heard it's very suitable for novice professionals to level up. If we can really take it, it will play a crucial role in the training of our new generation of professionals. At this point, he didn't care about the reactions of Tingye and Abushir and continued, I'll contact our Taekwondo master Park Yoji from South Bang Country first. Let him show those Chinese a thing or two. Our ascetic demon monk Jialu from the Divine Cow Kingdom is also quite strong. With him around, taking the Blood Sand War Zone will be a piece of cake. Abushir, unwilling to be outdone, also opened his friend panel. Then I'll notify our 3 Dragon Slaying Group members from Wano Country in the Blood Sand War Zone as well, so they can prepare in advance. As Tengye spoke, he opened his friend panel, intending to contact Takaitajiro and the others, but then, he seemed to discover something incredibly unbelievable, and his expression changed drastically. What? Gray? Gray names? Looking at the 3 names that had turned gray, Tengye was so frightened he almost fainted on the spot. But that wasn't all. This is impossible. What is going on? On the other side of the round table, Abushir and Jean Guanan also gasped in surprise. Gentlemen, could it be that the members of your country's dragon slaying group have also fallen? Seeing their reaction, Tengye quickly asked tentatively, General Tengye, could it be that your Wano country? Jean Guanan countered. That's right. Tengye nodded with a grim expression and said solemnly, all 3 of our dragon-slaying group assassins in the Blood Sand War Zone have turned into gray names. Gasp! At this point, Abushir and Jean Guanan could no longer contain their shock and both inhaled sharply. Who on earth could annihilate all 5 members of our Three Kingdoms Alliance dragon-slaying group? Jean Guanan asked hoarsely. By the way, suddenly, Abushir seemed to think of something and raised his head to say loudly, I remember Jialu sent me a message not long ago, saying he was chasing a super professional from the Divine Summer Kingdom named Luo Shenxen. Who is this Luo Shenxen? Hearing this unfamiliar name, Jean Guanan was taken aback, and Abushir beside him was equally puzzled. Fortunately, at this moment, Tengye stepped forward again and explained to the 2. You may not know, but according to our spies who have been undercover in the Divine Summer Kingdom for many years, this Luo Shenxen seems to be a very rare super professional with terrifying growth potential. I must eliminate her at all costs, so I unilaterally issued a kill order to the Dragon Slaying Group members, intending to inform you afterward, but I never expected. As he reached the end, Tengye did not finish his sentence but couldn't help but let out a deep sigh. What? Is there such a thing? Abushir was taken aback by the words and couldn't help but ask. So, are you saying that the 5 assassins from our Dragon Slayer group all died at the hands of this woman named Luo Shenxen? It's very possible. Tengye nodded heavily. Although he was reluctant to believe this cruel fact, at this point, he couldn't think of any other possibilities besides Luo Shenxen, the only remaining clue. This woman cannot be left alive. We must find a way to eliminate the threat for good. At that moment,
Jin Guanan finally came to his senses and shouted loudly.
That's right. Abushir also nodded heavily. After all,
allowing someone who could wipe out the 5 assassins of the Blood Sand War Zone to continue growing would lead to unimaginable consequences.
I understand. Tang Yan nodded in response,
then sighed helplessly.
But after our failed assassination, that woman is likely on guard now. It won't be easy to kill her again. What should we do then? Are we just going to let it go?
Jin Guanan and Abushir both looked unwilling.
Gentlemen, don't worry. Leave this matter to me, and I will give you a satisfactory answer. Tanya quickly reassured them and added, however, at this point,
our top priority is to find a way to take down the Blood Sand War Zone as soon as possible.
As the saying goes, opportunities are fleeting. If we miss this chance, who knows when we will find such a rare opportunity again. That does make sense. Hearing this,
Jin Guanan and Abushir exchanged glances,
realizing Tingye was right,
and they forced down their anger.
In that case, I'll go prepare. General Tanye, farewell. Without lingering,
Jin Guanan said this and hurriedly turned to leave.
I'm leaving too. Abushir followed closely behind,
clearly heading to arrange for the upcoming Blood Sand battle.
Take care. After watching them leave, Tanye quietly sighed in relief and glanced at the 3 gray names on his friend panel, feeling increasingly angry. Luo Shenxen. Finally, Tanye's gaze fixed,
and he casually clicked on a familiar name on his friend panel, Xiaomuzan.
3 hours later, in the Blood Sand War Zone, on a desolate plain. Giddy up. Ah ha 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 ha.
A heavily armored paladin was seen riding a fierce-looking hellhound,
galloping across the endless plain, kicking up clouds of dust. Not far behind him,
a beautiful girl, youthful and slender but barely clothed, was panting heavily as she desperately chased after him.
That's right.
The paladin was running ahead while the girl was frantically pursuing him.
This scene, while not rare, could definitely be described as a mudslide. As for their identities, they were none other than Lu Chen and Luo Shenxen. At this moment,
Luo Shenxen's injuries had mostly healed, although she wasn't fully recovered.
Lu Chen, eager to return and complete his job change mission,
didn't wait for her to fully recuperate and insisted on taking her along under the guise of escort protection.
Bastard, shameless, unbelievable, despicable. Along the way, Luo Shenxen cursed Lu Chen's ancestors and all their female relatives. It was simply because Lu Chen was too peculiar, his personality remarkably straightforward, and he had no understanding of cherishing the delicate. It should be noted that although Luo Shenxen had regained some strength, her body was still somewhat weak. Under such circumstances, of course, she couldn't speed up her journey, but Lu Chen was doing just fine, not only sitting on his 3-headed dog running around wildly but also urging her to catch up quickly. Looking at Lu Chen ahead, who had a mount,
a trace of uncontainable envy flashed in Luo Shenxen's eyes, and she couldn't help but ask softly,
Lu Chen, can I ride your mount too? No way. Unfortunately, Lu Chen almost didn't think twice before he opened his mouth to refuse. My mount is very precious. And you're so heavy, what if you crush it? You. Upon hearing this, Luo Shenxen was almost furious on the spot. Although she already knew this guy was a straightforward boy, his lack of sensitivity had exceeded her expectations. After all, this was the first time in her life she had actively asked to share a mount with another boy. If Lu Chen agreed to her request, they would inevitably be very close together. Such a rare opportunity even made that dragon, Oscar, feel tempted, but Lu Chen remained indifferent. This was beyond just being a steel-straight man, he was practically a titanium alloy fool. Finally, Luo Shenxen couldn't take it anymore and simply plopped down on the ground with a thud. Ha! Why did you stop? Seeing this, Lu Chen hurriedly drove the dog back, looking puzzled. I can't move anymore, why don't you go ahead and let me die here? Luo Shenxen said flatly, appearing expressionless and cold as ice, but in reality, she was on the verge of tears from feeling wronged. Hearing this, Lu Chen couldn't help but frown. With his intelligence, how could he not see that Luo Shenxen was throwing a little tantrum? But he really didn't dare to leave her alone here. After all, he had gone through so much to save this woman. If he just left her alone, especially in a situation where resources were scarce, what if she encountered a high-level practitioner from an enemy nation? Women are really such a hassle. Helpless, Lu Chen could only reluctantly shift his butt. Get on. Really? Luo Shenxen's eyes lit up at his words. Of course it's true. Lu Chen forced a smile. Okay, you said it. No backing out. Without hesitation, Luo Shenxen jumped up from her spot, her delicate body soaring into the air and landing lightly on Oscar's broad back. At this point, she finally revealed a satisfied smile. An entire hour later, after a series of thrilling yet bumpy journeys, Lu Chen and Luo Shenxen finally saw the outline of the safe zone of Xinxia country Bloodbone town as evening approached. At this moment, Luo Shenxen was proudly sitting on Oscar's broad back like a little peacock. Meanwhile, Lu Chen was hanging his head, half of his face swollen like a pig's head, weakly trailing behind. There was no way around it. Who told him he was in the wrong? In fact, even Lu Chen himself hadn't expected that he would be so vulnerable now. But thinking about it, he felt relieved. Despite having lived 2 lives, in his previous life, he was quite the seasoned player, but in this life, his body was brand new, and he had never interacted with women before. He was a 100% straightforward boy. Now, caught off guard, being provoked by Luo Shenxen was a completely understandable instinctive reaction. As for Luo Shenxen, although she was very angry about what had happened earlier, at the same time, she felt an indescribable sensation in her heart. If she had to describe her current mood, it would be a mix of shame and anger, tinged with a hint of secret delight. That's right, it's a secret delight. After all, Lu Chen had been so cold to her before, she thought she had grown up wrong. But unexpectedly, before she could do anything, he couldn't hold on any longer. Isn't this just a classic case of wanting to save face while suffering in silence? Humph, I knew no man could resist my charm. Thinking of this, Luo Shenxen couldn't help but smile with pride. Lu Chen, you finally came back. Suddenly, a familiar voice came from not far away. Lu Chen instinctively turned to look in the direction of the voice and saw Su Shasha and Xiao Yu, who had been waiting for a long time outside the gate of Bloodbone town, almost running towards him. Ha, what are you doing here? Seeing the two, Lu Chen's eyes lit up. Of course, we're waiting for you, Xiao Yu said with a smile. Meanwhile, Su Shasha, looking anxious, asked, how is it? You're not hurt, right? I'm fine, don't worry, Lu Chen replied with a smile. Lu Chen, who is she? At this moment, Luo Shenxen, who had been behind them, also saw the two. Seeing how close Su Shasha was to Lu Chen, the little girl immediately felt a surge of hostility and looked at Lu Chen with an unfriendly expression, asking, who is she? Oh, I forgot to introduce. Not noticing the change in Luo Shenxen's expression, Lu Chen first smiled wryly and patted his head before saying, these two are friends I just met in the Blood Sand War Zone. This is Xiao Yu, and this is Su Shasha. As he said this, he pointed at Luo Shenxen and introduced her to Xiao Yu and Su Shasha. This is Luo Shenxen, whom I mentioned to you before. What? She's the Luo Shenxen? Xiao Yu and Su Shasha were taken aback, clearly not expecting Luo Shenxen to be so beautiful, especially Su Shasha, who felt a sense of inferiority rising in her heart and didn't even dare to look Lu Chen in the eye. There are too many people here, it's not a good place to talk. Let's go back to Bloodbone Town first. At the same time, Lu Chen said, okay. Everyone nodded in agreement. A little over 10 minutes later, in a relatively well-decorated small restaurant in Bloodbone Town, everyone sat around a table, and Su Shasha poured a cup of tea for Lu Chen while asking, Lu Chen, what are your plans next? I plan to go back to the Transmutation Temple in Donglin City to take the transmutation task. After I raise my rank to 2nd transmutation, I'll come back to the Blood Sand War Zone to level up, Lu Chen said honestly. Oh, Su Shasha nodded and looked at Lu Chen seriously, saying, then I wish you all the best. Thank you for your good wishes. Lu Chen smiled and then looked at the others, asking, what about you? What are your plans next? I might have to temporarily leave the Blood Sand War Zone to level up in other maps. Luo Shenxen sighed and said reluctantly, what? Leveling up in other maps? As soon as this was said, Lu Chen frowned, puzzled, and asked, but as far as I know, there doesn't seem to be a better leveling map than the Blood Sand War Zone near Donglin City. Indeed not. Luo Shenxen shook her head and said with a wry smile, but with my current combat power, staying in the Blood Sand War Zone would just be asking for trouble. What do you mean by that? Lu Chen asked, somewhat confused. Luo Shenxen pondered for a moment upon hearing this, her gaze firming as if she had made a significant decision. She gritted her teeth and said to Lu Chen, to tell you the truth, my combat talent is called Goddess of Redemption.
It allows me to save the souls of any life forms that provide experience points or possess souls after killing them, turning them into my followers to fight for me.
And there's no limit to the number I can have. It's a combat talent that can grow. What? Goddess of Redemption? A growing combat talent? Gasp! As soon as these words were spoken, not only Su Shasha and Xiao Yu, but even Lu Chen couldn't help but take a sharp breath. Of course, it was no wonder everyone reacted this way. Luo Shenxen's combat talent was simply astonishing, capable of controlling the souls of monsters to fight for her, and with no quantity limit. Although compared to Lu Chen's 10,000-fold amplification, this goddess of redemption was still far from being on the same level. It was undoubtedly a bug-like existence compared to other ordinary practitioners. No wonder the second dog of the Three Kingdoms Alliance viewed her as a thorn in their side, wishing to eliminate her at once. If this combat talent were not kept in check, and she were to grow stronger, it would indeed become a significant headache for those opposing the Divine Xia Kingdom. Indeed, at this moment, Luo Shenxen nodded and continued. Originally, through leveling up over the past period, I had accumulated thousands of soul bodies to assist in combat, but after these past few days of pursuit, I've nearly lost all those thousands of soul bodies. At this point, Luo Shenxen let out a bitter laugh, finally revealing the full extent of her struggles. Without the help of the soul bodies, I can only be considered an ordinary ranger now. If I encounter some stronger enemy practitioners from rival nations, I won't have any trump cards to deal with them. That's why I decided to temporarily leave the Blood Sand War Zone and find a relatively safer map to level up. Quickly accumulate some soul bodies. Even if the leveling speed is a bit slower, at least it's safe. I see. Upon hearing this, Lu Chen finally understood and turned to Su Shasha and Xiao Yu, asking, "What about you two?" "We plan to stay in the Blood Sand War Zone to level up, aiming to reach level 200 before the national exam starts," Xiao Yu replied honestly. "Oh, you also plan to participate in the national exam?" Lu Chen raised an eyebrow upon hearing this. "Of course." Su Shasha nodded and said, "The national exam is an important turning point that every practitioner in our Divine Xia Kingdom must go through. If we miss it, we might regret it for life, so we definitely have to participate." "Alright," Lu Chen smiled broadly and said, "In that case, after I complete my job change task, I'll come back to level up with you." "Great." As soon as he said this, Xiao Yu and Su Shasha couldn't help but be overjoyed. After all, they had witnessed just how terrifying Lu Chen's combat power was. The two certainly wouldn't refuse. If there's nothing else, let's part ways here." After a brief exchange, Lu Chen could no longer contain his urgency. He stood up and cupped his hands to everyone, saying, "Everyone, until we meet again." With that, he made to leave. But just then, Su Shasha suddenly reached out to stop him. "Wait. Shasha, is there something else?" Lu Chen turned around, puzzled, and asked, "This is the loot you asked us to help collect in Despair Canyon before. Now it's time for it to return to its rightful owner," Su Shasha said as she pulled out a large pile of various quality equipment from her personal bag. Xiao Yu, standing beside her, followed suit and also took out a huge stack of gear, leaving Luo Shenxen beside them dumbfounded. "What? So much? And all of it is above silver quality?" Luo Shenxen was startled because she had no idea that Lu Chen had single-handedly slaughtered the entire Despair Canyon. Lu Chen, pressed for time, didn't bother to explain and looked at Xiao Yu and Su Shasha with a helpless expression, saying, "Didn't I say before? Since we're all teammates, the loot should be shared equally." "But that's not right." Xiao Yu frowned at the words, wanting to refuse, but was interrupted by Lu Chen waving his hand. "Alright, I said we're sharing, so we're sharing." Lu Chen waved his hand domineeringly and added with a wry smile, "Besides, with so much equipment, my personal bag alone can't hold it all." "Well, okay then." Hearing this, Su Shasha and Xiao Yu reluctantly accepted Lu Chen's goodwill and divided the seized equipment into 3 equal parts. However, the two kept a close watch on Lu Chen to ensure he filled his personal bag completely, and only after confirming that he couldn't fit anything else did they let him go with satisfaction. After bidding farewell to Su Shasha and the others, Lu Chen didn't linger in the Blood Sand Battle Zone but directly returned to Donglin City through the teleportation array. Donglin City still looked bustling and peaceful as ever. However, Lu Chen had no mood to appreciate the city's beauty and hurried towards the Class Change Temple in the city center. The Class Change Temple was not only a towering structure over 100 meters high but also a landmark of Donglin City. easily recognizable. So Lu Chen found the location of the class change temple without much effort. Hello, how can I help you? As soon as he walked into the temple, a stunningly beautiful and graceful female staff member approached him, offering a sweet smile. Where can I change my class? Lu Chen quickly asked. This way, the staff member pointed behind her and then turned to lead the way. Seeing this, Lu Chen hurriedly followed. Soon, they arrived at an altar covered in mysterious patterns. Please stand on the altar in front. The temple will issue 9 tasks based on your current class, combat talent, overall potential, and other conditions. The difficulty ranges from 1 star to 9 stars, and the task details will only be displayed after you accept them. The staff member explained patiently. Is there a difference in the task star levels? Lu Chen casually asked. Of course, the staff member nodded and explained seriously. The higher the star level of the class change task, the greater the difficulty, and naturally, the rewards will be better. However, I advise you not to be greedy for rewards because each person can only accept the class change task once, and it must be completed alone, without a team. If you fail the task, you will be permanently stuck at your current level and unable to progress. At this point, she subconsciously cast a detection spell on Lu Chen. Target, Lu Chen class, Paladin LV, 100, first transition, health, 2230 mana, 1090 combat power rating, 225 stars. What? Only over 200 stars in combat power rating at level 100? Looking at Lu Chen's pitiful combat power rating, the staff member almost laughed out loud. However, she did not know that at this moment, in order to maintain a low profile as much as possible, Lu Chen not only did not wear any equipment, but even left Oscar outside the Transmigration Temple, which led to a sharp drop in his combat power rating. Fortunately, the female staff member had good professional qualities. Not only did she not mock him, but she even kindly reminded Lu Chen, with your professional strength, I suggest you take the lowest difficulty 1-star transmigration task. There might still be some hope of completion. Thank you for the guidance. Lu Chen smiled non-committally and stepped forward, directly walking up to the altar ahead. Buzz. The next moment, the entire altar suddenly shone brightly, enveloping him completely. Ding! Detected that the professional's level has reached 100. Successfully opening the transmigration task, a mysterious voice echoed out of nowhere. Swish, 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 swish. Immediately after, 9 scrolls marked with different star symbols descended from the sky, hovering right in front of Lu Chen. Just as the female staff member had said, these scrolls did not reveal any task information, but the rewards for completion were visible. Among them, 1-star task, reward 100. 000 experience points. 2-star task, reward 200. 000 experience points. 3-star task, reward 300. 000 experience points. 4-star task, reward 400. 000 experience points. 5-star task, reward 500. 000 experience points. And a random silver quality equipment. 6-star task, reward 1. 000 experience points, and a random gold quality equipment. 7-star task, reward 3, 000 experience points, and a random dark gold quality equipment. 8-star task, reward 5, 000 experience points, and a set of random dark gold quality equipment. 9-star task, reward 10, 000 experience points, and a set of random epic quality equipment. Such generous rewards. Looking at the reward list for each task star level, Lu Chen was incredibly excited. The rewards for the transmigration tasks were simply too rich. It should be noted that even in the Blood Sand War Zone, a neutral map known as a leveling paradise, a professional could only gain a few hundred experience points by killing an ordinary monster in the wild. And for the transmigration tasks, even the simplest 1-star task would directly grant 100, 000 experience points upon completion. The highest 9-star task could even yield a terrifying 10, 000 experience points. What does 10, 000 experience points mean? For Lu Chen, who was currently at level 100, he needed about 300, 000 experience points to reach level 101. Although the higher the professional level, the more experience points required to level up. But 10, 000
000 experience points would be enough for him to jump up 10 or even dozens of levels. And this was not even the most precious part, because the entire set of random epic quality equipment rewarded by the 9-star task was truly priceless. A treasure that could be encountered but not sought, especially for Luo Shenxen, who was extremely reliant on equipment as a judgment knight. If he could obtain a set of epic quality equipment during his second-class change, his combat power would definitely experience a qualitative leap. Thinking of this, Luo Shenxen couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement, just as Luo Shenxen was about to accept his first transmigration task in his life. At the entrance of the transmigration temple, two figures, one old and one young, walked in one after the other. Brother Yutian, is this the transmigration temple? Looking at the grand hall around him, the young man's face revealed an unmistakable excitement. Was it not Li Tianhua, who had some previous conflicts with Luo Shenxen? That's right. This is the transmigration temple of our Donglin city. The middle-aged man named Yutian nodded and looked at Li Tianhua with a smile, saying, Tianhua, you are now level 100 and can accept the job transfer quest to elevate your rank to second transfer. Great. Li Tianhua nodded excitedly and took a step forward, ready to proceed with the job transfer. But just then, Yutian suddenly blocked him. Wait, brother Yutian, what's wrong? Li Tianhua turned around, puzzled. How many star-level quests are you planning to accept? Yutian asked straightforwardly. Well, with my profession's strength, a 9-star job transfer quest should be manageable. Right, Li Tianhua mumbled. But as soon as he said that, Yutian nearly jumped out of his skin and sternly scolded. Absolutely not, brother Yutian. You, Li Tianhua was taken aback, not yet understanding what was happening, when Yutian continued. Humph. No wonder the mayor asked me to come with you, he must have seen that you are young and impulsive. What? Can't I take on a 9-star job transfer quest? Li Tianhua asked, somewhat unconvinced. Of course not, Yutian said emphatically. Let me tell you, in our Blue Star, the 9-star job transfer quest actually has another name. Do you know what it is? What is it? Li Tianhua instinctively asked. It's called an impossible task. What? An impossible task? Li Tianhua was taken aback. That's right, Yutian nodded and continued, because throughout the history of our Blue Star, no professional has ever successfully completed a 9-star job transfer quest. At this point, as if fearing Li Tianhua still wouldn't believe him, he added, even the god of the undead Lord Rodriguez, who ranked first on the Global 100 War God list, only accepted an 8-star job transfer quest back in the day. But if no one can complete this 9-star job transfer quest, why is it still on the Temple of Job Transfer quest list? Li Tianhua asked, confused. I'm not sure either, maybe it's a bug in the rules, or perhaps a loophole left by the heavens, Yutian said, raising his head and firmly stating to Li Tianhua, in any case, you absolutely cannot accept this 9-star quest. At this point, he seemed to think of something else and changed his tone. No, not just the 9-star quest, you should avoid even the 8-star and 7-star job transfer quests. What? I can't take on 7 or 8-star job transfer quests? Upon hearing this, Li Tianhua immediately became displeased, frowning as he said, Brother Yutian, you really underestimate me, I am a hidden profession. Thunder battle method. Before he could finish, Yutian interrupted him with a wave of his hand. I'm not underestimating you, I'm reminding you, Yutian said solemnly. In previous years, there have been professionals who overestimated themselves and took on high-difficulty job transfer quests, but they either died during the quest or got stuck at their current rank, unable to progress, living their lives in mediocrity and becoming obsolete. At this point, he earnestly advised, Tianhua, you are a favored person in front of the mayor, your future is limitless, don't ruin your prospects for a bit of immediate gain. Hearing this, Li Tianhua finally realized the seriousness of the situation and quickly expressed his gratitude to Yutian, saying, thank you for the reminder. Brother Yutian, I understand. Well, as long as you understand. Seeing this, Yutian finally breathed a sigh of relief and was just about to praise Li Tianhua a few times, but before he could even open his mouth, at that moment, a cold notification sound suddenly echoed throughout the venue without warning. Ding! Congratulations! You have successfully accepted the 9-star job transfer task. Please complete it as soon as possible within the time limit, or it will be considered a failure. What? I can't have heard that wrong. Is there really someone daring enough to take on a 9-star job transfer task? Upon hearing this voice,
The previously tense and solemn atmosphere of the job transfer hall instantly erupted. Li Tianhua and Yu Tian were also stunned,
clearly not expecting that someone would actually dare to take on a 9-star job transfer task.
However, they quickly regained their composure. There really are brainless people every year,
but this year seems especially abundant.
Yu Tian shook his head disdainfully and waved to Li Tianhua beside him, saying, "Come on, Tianhua.
Let's go see who this person is that just accepted the 9-star job transfer task."
Okay, Li Tianhua nodded, equally curious. In fact, it wasn't just them. At this moment, even the other professionals who were in the job transfer temple accepting job transfer tasks were attracted by the commotion, almost swarming over. Meanwhile, at the job transfer altar where Lu Chen was, you must be crazy. Seeing Lu Chen, a mere support class holy knight, actually accept the highest difficulty 9-star task, the female staff member responsible for receiving him was almost scared to death, repeatedly saying, "Didn't I just remind you? This job transfer task can only be done once. If you fail, you'll be stuck at your current rank forever. Why won't you listen to my advice?" Thanks for your concern, but I'm always very confident in my abilities. Lu Chen smiled and didn't explain. In fact, after a few days of intensive study,
he also knew how difficult the 9-star job transfer task was.
Throughout the history of Blue Star, no professional had ever completed it independently. However, before this, there had never been an SSS-level combat talent in Blue Star either. That's why Lu Chen didn't believe in such superstitions. After all, through this period of leveling up, he knew just how abnormal his combat talent was. Plus, with the national exam happening every 3 years about to start, at such a critical moment, if he could obtain a complete set of epic quality equipment, it would be a significant boost for him. Thinking of this, Lu Chen couldn't help but feel determined and casually opened the 9-star task scroll he had just accepted, wanting to see the task details inside. But just then, a voice filled with surprise suddenly came from the side. "It's you, Lu Chen?" Looking at Lu Chen holding the 9-star task scroll, Li Tianhua almost popped his eyes out, unable to help but exclaim, You actually accepted the 9-star job transfer task? What? Is that Lu Chen?" Yu Tian, standing nearby, was also taken aback, clearly aware of some of the grievances and twists between Li Tianhua and Lu Chen. "None of your business." Lu Chen frowned at the words and didn't even bother to look at Li Tianhua. After all, from the previous intelligence he received, Lu Chen already knew that Li Tianhua had likely been bought off by Xiao Muzhen, and for this kind of traitor, he not only felt no goodwill but even wished he could kill him quickly. Unfortunately, it was a pity that private fights among professionals were strictly prohibited in the Divine Xia country, and Lu Chen was also troubled by the lack of substantial evidence to report to the higher-ups. Helpless, he could only forcefully suppress this thought in his heart, planning to wait for an opportunity in the future to slowly deal with this traitor. You really are a good-for-nothing fool. At this moment, Li Tianhua finally came to his senses, unable to hold back his laughter, and disdainfully shouted, "You can't really think that just because you barely won against me once in the dark swamp using such despicable tactics, you're invincible now, can you? Naive." With that, Li Tianhua raised his head again and mockingly sneered, "I'm not afraid to tell you, no one from our Blue Star can complete a 9-star class transfer task. You, a mere trash paladin, dare to take on such a task? Your life is completely wasted. Forget it, Tianhua. There's no need to waste words on a useless person. Even if he doesn't die this time, he'll be forever stuck at level 100, unable to progress. We should hurry and take on the class transfer task," Yu Tian advised from the side, his eyes filled with undisguised mockery and ridicule towards Lu Chen. "Alright," Li Tianhua nodded, knowing that Lu Chen was indeed useless, but he seemed to still feel a bit unsatisfied, and before leaving, he shouted at Lu Chen, "Lu Chen, when you find yourself at a dead end in the future, you can come to rely on me. We just happen to need a guard dog at home. If you're willing to kneel and beg me, maybe in a good mood, I might give you a bite to eat." As his words fell, the two turned around again, pretending to leave, but just then, wait. Suddenly, Lu Chen stepped forward and directly blocked their way. What do you want?" Seeing Lu Chen blocking the path, Li Tianhua frowned. "Since you dislike me so much, let me ask you, do you dare to bet with me again?" Lu Chen asked calmly, a malicious smile curling at the corner of his mouth. "What a joke. You think you can just walk away after showing off?
There's no such easy deal in this world.
Bet? Bet. On what? Upon hearing this, Li Tianhua immediately felt a sense of vigilance. After all, he still vividly remembered how Lu Chen had tricked him out of all his scholarship money. He didn't want to fall into the same trap again. Let's bet on whether I can complete this 9-star class transfer task. As Lu Chen spoke, he raised the 9-star task scroll in his hand. What kind of scheme are you planning this time? Li Tianhua asked in a low voice.
What scheme? I'm holding the 9-star task scroll in my hand. Can this thing be faked?
Lu Chen shook his head and smiled. Well, that's true, Li Tianhua conceded, finding the argument reasonable. After all, while other things could be faked, the task scroll from the class transfer temple was a pure magical creation that couldn't be forged. This meant that Lu Chen had indeed taken on a 9-star class transfer task. Thinking of this, Li Tianhua's eyes lit up, and a little scheme began to form in his mind. So how much do you plan to bet? He asked Lu Chen tentatively. Well, looking at your gear, you should be quite wealthy now. Lu Chen didn't answer directly but instead glanced at Li Tianhua's purple robe and the luxurious staff adorned with various gems on his back. This damn traitor lost $1 million to me before, and he still has such extravagant equipment. The more Lu Chen looked, the angrier he became, and he gritted his teeth, deciding to go all in. In that case, let's have a little fun and bet 10 million dragon coins. What? 10 million dragon coins? Put. As soon as these words came out, not only Li Tianhua and Yu Tian, but even the crowd of onlookers were taken aback. The bet proposed by Lu Chen was simply astonishing. 10 million dragon coins. That was enough for a family to live comfortably without worries for a lifetime. Where did this paladin get the confidence to dare to bet 10 million? Is your head kicked by a donkey? If he can complete a 9-star mission, I'll write my name backwards from now on. Everyone chimed in, casting disdainful and mocking glances at Lu Chen. Kid, aren't you afraid your bragging will burst the sky? $1 million? Do you have that much money? Yu Tian looked at Lu Chen with a face full of skepticism, clearly not believing that this mere level 100 paladin could have 10 million dragon coins in savings. Not right now. Yet Lu Chen didn't hide it at all. Instead, he shrugged and openly admitted it. Ha ha, I knew it. Just as Yu Tian was about to mock him a bit more, he hadn't even had the chance to speak. But, at that moment, Lu Chen waved his hand casually. Whoosh! The next moment, under the astonished gazes of the crowd, over 100 pieces of equipment of varying quality came crashing down from the sky, almost piling up into a small mountain. What? This is all equipment? Seeing this unbelievable scene, the surrounding crowd was so shocked they nearly dislocated their jaws. But that wasn't all. Look at that knife. It's actually glowing with a golden light? Holy crap! Could this be a golden quality weapon? Among the equipment Lu Chen had just thrown out, there was indeed a uniquely shaped long knife shimmering with golden light. Almost instinctively, the crowd cast an insight spell on this knife. Demon Blade Muramasa type Eastern Samurai Sword Agility plus 120 Stamina plus 100 Spirit plus 50 required level, 150, second transition, quality, golden, accursed blade. The user will gradually lose their sanity until they go completely mad. My god, it's really golden equipment, and it's second transition equipment. But Lu Chen is clearly only level 100. Where on earth did he get so many high-level pieces of equipment? At this moment, the crowd could no longer contain themselves. It erupted into chaos. Lu Chen, where did you get this knife? Yu Tian exclaimed in shock, staring intently at Lu Chen. None of your business. Lu Chen rolled his eyes. Although he didn't know what kind of identity Yu Tian had, since he could associate with someone like Li Tianhua and acted so familiar, he surely wasn't a good person. So Lu Chen couldn't be bothered to pay him any mind. Seeing Lu Chen's reaction, Yu Tian couldn't help but narrow his pupils, because he was all too familiar with this knife. Wasn't it the exclusive weapon of their Wano country's specialized class, the Eastern Samurai Kojiro Wuji? But Kojiro Wuji was clearly a killer trained by the Dragon Slayer group, who had long been lurking in the Blood Sand War zone. Moreover, as a samurai, this Demon Blade Muramasa had always been the most cherished possession of Kojiro Wuji, something he wouldn't even put down while sleeping or using the restroom. How could it suddenly appear here for no reason? Could it be? Suddenly, Yu Tian thought of a possibility that nearly scared him to death. Looking at Lu Chen again, there was no longer a trace of the previous disdain in his eyes, replaced instead by unprecedented shock and wariness. Yes, wariness.
These pieces of equipment combined should be worth at least 10 million.
Right? At this moment, Lu Chen spoke to Li Tianhua again. Unfortunately, it was only then that he realized he had unknowingly made a big mistake. Li Tianhua was momentarily at a loss for words. Lu Chen was simply too mysterious, like a bottomless abyss. The longer Li Tianhua interacted with him, the less he understood him. Hey, why are you still dazed? Do you dare to gamble or not? Seeing Li Tianhua standing there like a wooden block, not responding for a long time, Lu Chen couldn't hold back any longer and impatiently shouted, "If you're too scared, just stay away from me in the future and stop talking nonsense, because you don't deserve it. You." The moment those words were spoken, Li Tianhua was almost infuriated to death, but he still didn't dare to agree to the bet proposed by Lu Chen. As the saying goes, once bitten by a snake, one is afraid of a rope for 10 years. Although Li Tianhua's behavior was shameless and his character lowly, he was not a fool. Seeing Lu Chen so confident and the stakes so high, Li Tianhua couldn't help but ponder where Lu Chen's confidence came from. Just as he was hesitating whether to accept the bet with Lu Chen, suddenly, Yu Tian spoke up from the side. "Tianhua, go ahead and bet with him." "Brother Yu Tian?" Li Tianhua frowned upon hearing this. "Don't be afraid, he's just a paladin. I want to see how he completes a 9-star class advancement task," Yu Tian said dismissively, seemingly not taking Lu Chen seriously at all. But in reality, at this moment, Lu Chen had already risen to an infinitely terrifying level in his heart. Not long ago, he had just received news from General Tingye that all 5 assassins from the Dragon Slayer group in the Blood Sand War Zone had been wiped out. Although according to Tingye's speculation, the 5 assassins from the Dragon Slayer group had all died at the hands of the Light Ranger Luo Shenxen, Yu Tian didn't think so. As the chief advisor beside Xiao Muzhen, Yu Tian had more information and details about the various super professionals in Donglin City than even Xiao Muzhen himself. In his view, although Luo Shenxen's combat talent was terrifying, it was simply absurd to think she could single-handedly kill 5 assassins from the Dragon Slayer group. This meant that the cause of death for those 5 assassins from the Dragon Slayer group had other mysteries. During this time, Yu Tian had been pondering who the real culprit behind the deaths of the 5 assassins was, but he had not found any clues. Until now. Until this very moment. Seeing Lu Chen actually pull out the personal weapon of Wu Zhitai, Yu Tian finally realized that he might have misjudged things over the years, and this was the fundamental reason he encouraged Li Tianhua to bet against Lu Chen. If Lu Chen failed to complete the 9-star task, that would be the best outcome. After all, failing to complete the class advancement task would prove he wasn't the real culprit Yu Tian suspected, and he wouldn't be able to level up in the future, which was hardly a concern. But if he completed the 9-star task, then things would be dire. At this moment, seeing that Yu Tian had spoken, Li Tianhua stopped hesitating and said heavily to Lu Chen, "Alright, I'll bet with you." "Great. Then we'll meet here again in 7 days. Lu Chen's face lit up at this and he added, "Make sure to bring enough money." "Humph, I think it's you who needs to bring enough money," Li Tianhua retorted defiantly. He, then let's wait and see." With that, Lu Chen didn't delay any further, picked up the equipment on the ground, and turned to leave. He wasn't worried that Li Tianhua would go back on his word. After all, there were many spectators for this bet, and even staff from the class advancement temple were present. Under such circumstances, if Li Tianhua dared to back out, he wouldn't need to promote it himself, just the whispers of others would be enough to ruin his reputation. Thinking of this, Lu Chen couldn't help but smile with satisfaction. At the same time, watching Lu Chen's carefree figure leave, Li Tianhua could no longer suppress the anxiety in his heart and turned to Yu Tian beside him, asking, "Brother Yu Tian, this bet, there won't be any unexpected changes, right? Don't worry. Regardless of win or lose, we won't suffer any losses." Yu Tian replied somewhat absent-mindedly. "Ha, what do you mean by that?" Li Tianhua was taken aback upon hearing this. "You'll know later." Yu Tian did not answer but fixed his gaze on Lu Chen's back, unable to look away for a long time. After leaving the job change temple, Lu Chen first called out to Oscar, who had been hiding in the corner, before hurrying back to his solitary apartment. Having not returned for a few days, the small apartment had accumulated quite a bit of dust, but Lu Chen had no time to clean. He eagerly sat on the bed and casually opened the 9-star mission scroll he had just received. In the next moment, a grand and flowing content suddenly appeared before his eyes. Mission name, Divine Xia Kingdom, not a single bit less. Mission objective: completely conquer the Blood Sand War Zone.
Mission overview: the Blood Sand War Zone has been the inherent territory of our divine Xia kingdom since ancient times.
However, over the years,
there have always been some shameless foreign small countries wanting to take advantage of our unpreparedness to seize our land and resources.
As a member of the divine Xia kingdom, you have the responsibility and obligation to defend the sacred territory of your homeland from invasion. Please reclaim the Blood Sand War Zone for your country within 7 days. Mission reward: 10,000,000 experience points. 1 set of epic quality equipment, random. What the hell? I actually have to conquer the entire Blood Sand War Zone?
Looking at the mission content on the scroll,
Luo Shenxen was so shocked that he almost cried out.
Although he had long heard that job change missions were completely random and would change based on the conditions of the job holder,
filled with uncertainty and unpredictability,
but the difficulty reaching such an outrageous level was far beyond his expectations. It should be noted that the Blood Sand War Zone is a neutral map for levels 50 to 200, and he is only level 100 now. No matter how strong his combat power is,
if he encounters a level 200 job holder,
he will still be severely restricted by the rules,
and his attacks will inevitably have ineffective affixes. This was evident when he saved Luo Shenxen before. Without the 10,000-fold amplification,
he did not dare to confront the 4 major Dragon Slayer group assassins head-on and could only turn and run. But this 9-star job change mission actually required him to conquer the Blood Sand War Zone.
Even more outrageous, the job change mission cannot be done in a team.
It should be known that wanting to conquer a neutral map is not as simple as just killing people.
As far as Luo Shenxen knew, in today's Blue Star, if one wants to completely conquer a neutral map, 3 conditions must be met. First, all enemy job holders within the map must be killed. Second, the enemy's safe zone must be uprooted. Third, the enemy's teleportation array must be completely destroyed. These 3 conditions are indispensable. Even if one is missing, it cannot be considered a complete conquest. In other words, in the next 7 days, he will likely have to face all enemy job holders in the Blood Sand War Zone by himself.
This is the 9-star level job change mission. No wonder it's called the impossible mission.
The difficulty is simply outrageous.
Luo Shenxen muttered to himself, unable to help but smile wryly and shake his head.
Fortunately,
although this 9-star mission is difficult,
it is not impossible for Luo Shenxen to complete. After all,
Oscar is a heaven-defying existence that can casually throw out 3 skills to brutally defeat the 4 major Dragon Slayer group assassins.
Moreover,
this was achieved while it was in protection mode, unable to exert its full strength. The reason the dragon race is so powerful is not just because of their strong skills and high attributes.
The more important reason is that they possess fangs and claws comparable to divine artifacts,
as well as nearly indestructible tough dragon scales.
Thinking of this, Luo Shenxen couldn't help but feel determined and directly waved to Oscar in the room. Oscar, come here. What does the master command? Crackle. Upon hearing this, Oscar hurriedly ran over,
leaving a trail of sparks in his wake. It was simply because Oscar's body was too massive. Even though he currently resembled a hellhound,
his length still exceeded an astonishing 5 meters,
and Luo Shenxen's small apartment was barely over 10 square meters. So it certainly couldn't withstand the destruction and pressure from such a colossal creature.
Fortunately, Luo Shenxen was now quite wealthy, so this little loss was nothing to him, and he didn't take it to heart. When Oscar reached in front of him, Luo Shenxen's heart stirred. 10,000 times amplification. Light redemption. Buzz. In the next moment,
a nearly tangible milky white light suddenly descended from the sky,
landing squarely on Oscar.
Oscar hadn't even reacted to what was happening when he felt a lightness wash over him.
Put,
accompanied by a peculiar sound. The destruction dragon flame, eternal torment that had tormented him for countless years, transformed into a wisp of green smoke and slowly vanished into the void.
What? Seeing this scene, Oscar was momentarily stunned, but soon after, he regained his senses and couldn't help but let out a howl to the heavens. It's gone.
The negative magical effects on me, they really disappeared?
Ah ha 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 ha. Roar. The terrifying dragon roar echoed through the heavens and earth,
shaking the entire room 3 times and causing countless dust particles to fall.
Bastard, do you want to tear down my house? Luo Shenxen quickly stopped his reckless behavior.
I'm sorry, I was just too excited. Please forgive me.
Master.
Oscar was overwhelmed with excitement, and the mighty forbidden dragon even shed tears, showing just how much he had suffered from that negative magical effect over the years. It was no exaggeration to say it was worse than death.
Thank you for your kindness, Master. Thank you. At this moment, Oscar knelt down on his front limbs, repeatedly bowing to Luo Shenxen, his gratitude evident. No need to be polite. This is something I promised you before, I'm just fulfilling my promise now. Luo Shenxen smiled slightly, helping him up while saying with a grin, moreover, I still have many things I need you for, and I hope you can work hard for me. Rest assured, Master, I, Oscar, vow that from now on, I will follow your lead. No matter what you need, I will do my utmost, even if it means death. I will never let you down. Upon hearing this, Oscar said earnestly, his three fierce heads filled with an undeniable solemnity and gravity, showing just how much respect and admiration he had for Luo Shenxen now that the negative magical effects had been successfully removed. Good. Your words are enough. At the same time, Luo Shenxen praised him and then looked at the clock in the bedroom, seeming not to want to delay even a minute, and spoke again. It's getting late, we should set off. Set off? But didn't we just return? Oscar frowned upon hearing this. I won't hide it from you, I just accepted a 9-star class transfer mission at the transfer temple. Luo Shenxen smiled casually, not concealing anything, but it was better that he didn't say anything. Once the words were out, Oscar nearly died of fright. What? A 9-star class transfer mission? Oscar asked, his voice trembling, looking at Luo Shenxen as if he had seen a ghost. That's right. And this mission has a time limit, it must be completed within 7 days. So from now on, every second is incredibly precious to us. Luo Shenxen added again, Master, can I take a look at the mission scroll you received? Finally, Oscar came to his senses and repeatedly asked Luo Shenxen. Of course. Luo Shenxen nodded and didn't refuse. Instead, he took out the 9-star mission scroll from his bag and handed it to Oscar. Upon receiving the scroll, Oscar casually glanced at it, but then he could no longer contain his shock and exclaimed, What? Capture the Blood Sand War Zone? My God! Master, do you even know what you've gotten yourself into this time? What? Even you don't have faith in me? Seeing Oscar's reaction, Luo Shenxen shook his head in disbelief. Master, please don't be angry. I didn't mean to underestimate you, but this mission, it's simply not something one person can accomplish. Oscar hurriedly explained, forcing a bitter smile, clearly not expecting Luo Shenxen to recklessly take on a 9-star class transfer mission. You have to understand, he now had a sacred contract with Luo Shenxen, meaning they shared both glory and misfortune. If Luo Shenxen couldn't complete this 9-star class transfer mission within the specified time, he wouldn't just be stuck at level 100 forever, even Oscar would be affected by the power of the contract and would no longer be able to progress. This was about their future. No wonder Oscar was so anxious and helpless. Isn't it just capturing a Blood Sand War Zone? Is it really that difficult? At this moment, Luo Shenxen asked in confusion, clearly still unaware of the seriousness of the situation. Difficult doesn't even begin to cover it. Oscar sighed deeply at the words, then looked up with a bitter smile and said, even when I was level 200, I wouldn't dare say I could capture the entire Blood Sand War Zone by myself. What? Not even you? Upon hearing this, Luo Shenxen's heart tightened. If it were just about killing in the wild, as the forbidden dragon, I wouldn't fear anyone of the same rank. Oscar explained helplessly, but to occupy a neutral map, you must destroy the enemy's safe zone. And a safe zone is fundamental for a country to establish a foothold in a neutral map. It not only gathers a massive number of enemy professionals but also has some terrifying defensive structures, such as magic cannons that can cause area stun damage, demon-absorbing barriers that can absorb magical energy, and electrocution formations that can temporarily paralyze people, among others. At this point, he finally revealed all the twists involved. Under such circumstances, even though I am a dragon with dragon-scale defenses, if I get hit directly by these things, I might not die, but I would definitely be severely injured. I see. Upon hearing this, Luo Shenxen finally understood and realized that Oscar was not exaggerating. Every country's safe zone indeed had numerous defensive structures, and in this era of universal class transfers, the power of certain defensive structures was absurdly strong, far beyond what professionals could confront head-on. Fortunately, Luo Shenxen never intended to use his own body to withstand the enemy's cannons, because the moment he saw the requirements for this 9-star class transfer mission, a wildly audacious idea had already sprung up in his mind. That's right, audacious. So that's why I said, this task cannot be accomplished solely by one's own strength. At the same time, Oscar let out a deep sigh again, looking at Luo Shenxen and asking in a low voice, Master, what should we do now? Should we just abandon this task?
Before he could finish his sentence, Luo Shenxen interrupted him with a wave of his hand. Of course we are going to the Blood Sand War Zone, Luo Shenxen said decisively without a moment's hesitation. What? I just made it so clear. And you still won't give up? Oscar exclaimed in surprise. After all, you have only recently signed a contract with me, and it's completely understandable that you have doubts about my strength. I don't blame you. Luo Shenxen smiled slightly. At this point, he shifted his tone. However, what you cannot do does not mean I cannot do it. With that, Luo Shenxen stood up, disregarding Oscar's reaction, and proudly declared, "Let's go. Once we reach the Blood Sand War Zone, I will show you what true SSS-level battle talent is, and by then, perhaps you will realize how fortunate it is to have signed the holy contract with me." At midnight, the bright moon hung high, on the southeastern border of the Divine Summer Kingdom, in the teleportation square of Bloodbone Town in the Blood Sand War Zone. Buzz, buzz. Accompanied by two intense magical fluctuations, two figures slowly emerged within the formation, one clad in heavy armor, draped in a blood-red cloak, wielding a giant scythe. Wasn't that Luo Shenxen? The other figure resembled a calf, entirely black, with three massive heads that looked terrifying, drooling from its large, toothy mouth, instilling fear at first glance. Wasn't that Oscar? Ha! Finally back? Looking at the familiar scenery around him, Luo Shenxen murmured, still unsteady on his feet. At that moment, boom! Suddenly, a thunderous sound erupted from the ground. Not far away, on the city wall, a 10-meter-long magic cannon suddenly spewed forth a crimson flame, igniting the sky with fire. An awe-inspiring sight. Not only that, the scene was in stark contrast to the harmony that prevailed when Luo Shenxen left. At this moment, Bloodbone Town was in utter chaos. Countless professionals from the Divine Summer Kingdom hurried about, some focusing on recovering magic, while others were transporting supplies. And not far away on the city wall, the sounds of battle were deafening. Countless enemy professionals surged towards Bloodbone Town like locusts. In an instant, various skills flashed through the air, resembling a meteor shower falling from the sky, almost turning the night into day. What happened here? Seeing this scene, Luo Shenxen was taken aback, still trying to comprehend what was going on. That paladin over there. Quick, heal me. I can't hold on any longer. Suddenly, an urgent shout came from not far away. Luo Shenxen looked in the direction of the voice and saw a heavily armored warrior standing firm with a shield under a section of the city wall just 10 meters away. Before him, the city wall had been blasted open, creating a massive gap at least 3 meters high. At this moment, a multitude of enemy professionals were launching a frenzied assault through this gap, about to storm into Bloodbone Town. In this critical moment, Oscar! Luo Shenxen shouted. Yes, Master! Oscar understood his master's intent immediately and, without hesitation, unleashed a skill at the group of enemy professionals outside the gap. Body curse, aging, buzz. A series of strange symbols appeared above the heads of the enemy professionals, causing their movement speed to slow down by 80%. What's going on? Why can't I move? The faces of the enemy country's professionals changed drastically, but this was just the beginning. Torment disease, rotten intestines, pain disease, coughing blood. Two strange symbols appeared above their heads in succession. Poorly, the group of enemy professionals hadn't even reacted to what was happening when Oscar directly unleashed his fourth skill. Death disease, cancer transformation. Bang, 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 bang. HP 5922, HP 4375, HP 6788, HP 7712. The next moment, accompanied by a series of extremely tragic screams, under the horrified gaze of the heavy armored warrior from the Divine Summer Kingdom, they saw that just outside the breach in the city wall, hundreds of enemy professionals who had been lively moments ago were almost collapsing in waves. Their speed so fast it was as if they were cutting wheat, and soon more than half were dead. What? The heavy armored warrior, who had just been guarding the breach, could no longer contain his shock at this scene, and with a thud, he collapsed to the ground, unable to regain his senses for a long time. Friend, are you okay? At this moment, Luo Shenxen hurriedly stepped forward, looking at him with concern. You. Poor the warrior still hadn't reacted until now, looking at Luo Shenxen as if he had seen a ghost, tremblingly asking, how did you just do that? Now is not the time to talk about that. Luo Shenxen shook his head, not answering,
but instead asked back, I want to know, what exactly happened at Bloodbone Town? Why are there so many enemy professionals outside? You don't even know this? The warrior frowned upon hearing this. I would like to know the details. Luo Shenxen suppressed the anxiety in his heart and asked again in a deep voice. It's fine to tell you this. The warrior, seeing this, finally calmed down a bit and quickly explained to Luo Shenxen, just yesterday morning, the long-dormant White Eagle Empire suddenly declared war on our divine summer kingdom. What? War? Luo Shenxen's pupils shrank upon hearing this, clearly not expecting that a war would break out at this time. In today's Blue Star, if one were to say which country's overall strength is the strongest, the White Eagle Empire in the north would dare to claim the first position, and absolutely no one would dare to claim second. As the mortal enemy of the Divine Summer Kingdom on Blue Star, the White Eagle Empire has launched a war against the Divine Summer Kingdom almost every few years to maintain its global dominance. Once a war begins, it means that the two countries are completely on opposing sides, and whichever country is defeated faces only the fate of national destruction and extinction. This is a war concerning life and death, and no one dares to be careless. Fortunately, although the Divine Summer Kingdom is not as strong as the White Eagle Empire, it is also one of the top countries on Blue Star. Whether in terms of the number of professionals, the quality of strong individuals, or the seats among the world's top 100 war gods, it cannot be underestimated. So over the years, although there have often been frictions between the two countries, they have mostly been minor skirmishes, rarely reaching the point of serious injury. That's right. At this moment, the warrior added. However, only professionals above the 5th transition are qualified to participate in the war. We low-level professionals are not even qualified to approach the battlefield. Saying this, he looked at the corpses of enemy professionals scattered outside the breach. His face filled with anger as he said, as for these 3 Kingdoms Alliance beasts, they must be trying to take advantage of our main force being restrained by the White Eagle Empire and come to loot while the fire burns. After all, they have done such things before. I see. Hearing this, Luo Shenxen suddenly realized, and a surge of intense anger rose within him. The 3 Kingdoms Alliance was truly shameless, stabbing them in the back at such a critical moment. It was simply despicable to the extreme. Brother, I see you have good strength. If you have nothing else to do, you can go outside and rescue our compatriots. At the same time, the soldier said with a worried expression, the attack launched by the 3 Kingdoms Alliance was too sudden. We had no preparation at all. Many people are still outside leveling up, and they are likely already surrounded by the enemy. If we don't hurry to save them, they will eventually be overwhelmed and killed. What? Is that true? Luo Shenxen's pupils contracted as he quickly opened his friend panel and sent a message to Su Shasha and Xiao Yu. He remembered that when he left the Blood Sand War Zone, the two had mentioned wanting to stay and level up, so he wanted to confirm their safety first. Unfortunately, after sending the message, Luo Shenxen waited for quite a while but did not receive a reply from either of them. This is bad. At this moment, Luo Shenxen was completely panicked, although their names on the friend list were still green, indicating they were still alive. The fact that they couldn't reply even after a few seconds meant they were likely in some extremely dangerous situation. Otherwise, how could they not spare even a few seconds? Thinking of this, Luo Shenxen's heart sank, and he dared not delay any longer. Oscar, hurry, we need to go out. Just after leaving Bloodbone Town, a ranger from the South Bang country spotted Luo Shenxen. Oh, a paladin? Seeing that Luo Shenxen, a mere support class paladin, dared to leave Bloodbone Town, the ranger from the South Bang country couldn't help but sneer. You Chinese pigs really have no memory. Isn't it better to stay in the safe zone and wait to die? Why come out to deliver food? Well, since you're so eager to meet your compatriots, I'll send you on your way. Demon-breaking arrow. Die. Whoosh. The next moment, an arrow glowing with intense magical light shot towards Luo Shenxen's face, leaving a series of sharp whistling sounds in its wake. But facing such a powerful attack, Luo Shenxen didn't even glance at it, he simply focused his mind. Evil breath. Boom, boom, boom. 3 distinctly terrifying streams of light erupted from Oscar's 3 heads, shattering the arrow shot by the South Bang country's practitioner and, with residual force, heavily enveloping the practitioner. HP 2022, HP 1977, HP 1849. The next moment, accompanied by a piercing scream, the poor ranger from the South Bang country didn't even have time to react before being instantly killed by Oscar's 3 breaths. His health bar completely emptied. What? Li Changxian was killed in an instant? This is impossible. Isn't that Chinese just a support class paladin? How could he be so strong? Look at the mount under him. Could it be a mutated beast? At the same time, seeing their comrade being killed instantly, the remaining practitioners of the Three Kingdoms Alliance were startled and didn't dare to attack Luo Shenxen immediately. And Luo Shenxen paid them no mind, because at that moment, he had already seen the tragic situation outside Bloodbone Town. On the vast plain, countless corpses lay sprawled across the ground, some bodies severed in two, their innards spilling out. Some could not close their eyes even in death, their eyes wide open, others were charred black, their former appearances unrecognizable. There were even some that left no complete body behind. As far as the eye could see, there were mountains of corpses and rivers of blood. It would not be an exaggeration to call it a hell on earth. These damned beasts. Upon witnessing this scene, Luo Shenxen's eyes turned red instantly, because these people were his fellow countrymen. Just not long ago, they were all vibrant lives, each with a bright future ahead. But now, they had all turned into cold, lifeless corpses. How could he not be furious? How could he not be enraged? Just as Luo Shenxen was about to give the order for Oscar to unleash a massacre without hesitation, a desperate cry for help suddenly came from the dense forest in the northwest. Hey, it seems like there are professionals from our divine Xia kingdom calling for help. Hearing this voice, Luo Shenxen's heart stirred, and he quickly gave Oscar a command. Hurry, let's go take a look. Yes, master, Oscar replied and was about to take a step forward. But just then, another voice came from the southeast not far away. I'm here. Is there any brother from the divine Xia kingdom who can help me? I'm almost out of blood. Is there anyone who can help me? I have 4 enemy professionals here. No, don't. One voice after another. In an instant, a series of urgent cries for help echoed from all directions, leaving Luo Shenxen at a loss as to whom to save first. This is bad. There are too many people needing rescue. I can't do anything on my own. The more Luo Shenxen thought, the angrier he became, feeling as restless as an ant on a hot pan. The attack launched by the Three Kingdoms Alliance was too sudden, leaving the professionals of the Divine Xia Kingdom completely unprepared, almost stumbling into a trap. But he could not just stand by and watch his fellow countrymen be attacked to death. What to do? Luo Shenxen gritted his teeth, forcing himself to calm down while quickly thinking of a countermeasure. At that moment, Oscar beneath him suddenly had a thought and spoke to Luo Shenxen. Master, I remember you said before that your combat talent can directly enhance the effect of a skill by 10,000 times, right? That's right. Luo Shenxen nodded, not hiding anything, because Oscar was his mount, and they had a sacred contract. If he died, Oscar would also perish, so he was not worried at all about Oscar betraying him. Then I have a method that might help the master relieve his troubles, Oscar said again. What method? Quickly tell me. Luo Shenxen's eyes lit up at the words, almost unable to wait to ask. Do you know about the skill Judgment Aura? Oscar did not answer but instead asked back. Judgment Aura? Upon hearing the name of this skill, Luo Shenxen was momentarily stunned, and before he could react, he heard Oscar continue. This is a low-level skill that a paladin can learn upon their first promotion, which can reflect 1% of the damage dealt by enemies back to them, and it can extend over a full 50 square kilometers. As long as they are within this range, all paladin teammates can enjoy this effect. At this point, it raised its head and said solemnly, if the master's combat talent could enhance the effect of this skill by 10,000 times, making its coverage reach 500,000 square kilometers and the reflected damage reach 10,000%. You mean? Luo Shenxen's eyes lit up as if he had guessed something. That's right. Sure enough, Oscar nodded heavily and said proudly, with such an incredible group aura, why bother saving anyone? Just invite any Divine Xia Kingdom professionals you see to form a team. There's no need to waste time and effort saving them one by one, because as long as they join your team, they can enjoy your aura effect. After finishing his sentence, Oscar added with a smile, and those you save can be dispersed to help you gather more people. After all, the aura covers 500,000 square kilometers, encompassing the entire Blood Sand War Zone. Even if they are far away, they don't have to worry about not benefiting from it. Right, how did I not think of that? Luo Shenxen's eyes brightened at the words, but then he frowned and said, however, I don't seem to have learned this punishment aura. Master, have you forgotten the pile of skill books I gave you earlier? Oscar quickly reminded him. Skill books? Upon hearing this, Lu Chen hadn't yet processed what was happening when Oscar continued. If I remember correctly, one of the paladin skill books I gave you contains the punishment aura skill. Is that so? Lu Chen recalled that during the Profane Dragon's Nest incident, Oscar had given him a bunch of low-level paladin skill books to help him learn the light redemption skill. Thinking of this, Lu Chen hurriedly opened his personal pouch and rummaged through it, and indeed found the Punishment Aura skill book. Punishment Aura. Note, the paladin activates the Punishment Aura, reflecting 1% of the total damage dealt by enemies back to them, with a coverage range of 1 square kilometer. Within this range, the paladin's teammates can also enjoy the reflected damage bonus from the aura. Oh, there really is one. Lu Chen couldn't help but brighten up as he pulled the skill book from his pouch. Then why are you just standing there? Hurry up and learn it, Oscar urged from the side. Oh. Lu Chen finally came to his senses and quickly pointed at the skill book in his hand to select Learn. Ding! Congratulations! You have learned a new skill, Punishment Aura. Please don't let me down. Please don't let me down. Looking at the brand new skill that appeared in his skill bar, Lu Chen silently prayed, gritted his teeth, and then focused his mind. 10,000 times amplification. Punishment Aura. Buzz. In the next moment, almost without warning, a golden ring shimmering with complex magical runes appeared out of thin air beneath Lu Chen's feet. After releasing this skill, Lu Chen took the opportunity to check the status effects on him. Punishment Aura. Note, the paladin activates the Punishment Aura, reflecting 10,000% of the total damage dealt by enemies back to them, with a coverage range of 10,000 square kilometers. Within this range, the paladin's teammates can also enjoy the reflected damage bonus from the aura. Haha, it really works. Seeing that Oscar's previous guess was completely correct, Lu Chen was so excited he almost shouted. Is this the SSS level combat talent? Oscar also sighed repeatedly. Although he had already witnessed how outrageous Lu Chen's 10,000 times amplification was, the idea of enhancing the aura was proposed by him first. Seeing Lu Chen actually able to enhance a low-level halo to such an abnormal degree, Oscar couldn't help but feel an extremely unreal sensation rise in his heart. Oscar, hurry, let's go save them. At this moment, as the halo effect unfolded, Lu Chen didn't delay and waved his hand at Oscar. Yes, master. Meanwhile, in the Blood Sand War Zone, within a marshland less than 2,000 meters from Bloodbone Town, 2 practitioners from the Divine Summer Kingdom were desperately fleeing forward, one after the other. They were a man and a woman. The man held a staff, wore a robe, and had a uniquely shaped hat on his head, clearly a magic-type practitioner. The woman, slender in figure, wore light armor and held 2 dark green daggers in her hands, obviously an agile-type practitioner. However, at this moment, both of them were in poor condition, with their health dropping below 20%, and even their resource points were nearly exhausted. They ran wildly through the marsh, occasionally glancing back, as if trying to evade something, which was all too clear. Bang! Suddenly, the man accidentally tripped over a stone and fell heavily to the ground. Zhao Sun. Seeing this scene, the woman beside him was startled and immediately forgot about fleeing, rushing to his side with a concerned expression, asking, "Are you okay? Wen Ting, you need to go. I'll hold them off." The man named Zhao Sun sighed, a deep despair flashing in his eyes as he anxiously spoke to the woman. "No, if we're leaving, we leave together." Wen Ting shook her head almost without thinking upon hearing this. "Foolish, at a time like this, do you still not see the situation clearly?" Zhao Sun shouted hoarsely. "These beasts from the Three Kingdoms Alliance intend to wipe us out completely." As he said this, he pointed to the not-so-distant outline of Bloodbone Town and loudly declared, "Just ahead is our Divine Summer Kingdom's safe zone, Bloodbone Town. Rather than both of us dying here, I might as well stay behind and perhaps create a chance for you to escape." After saying this, Zhao Sun ignored Wen Ting's reaction and shouted again, "Hurry and go." "No, I said, if we're leaving, we leave together." Wen Ting bit her silver teeth and made to carry him along. Just then, "Hee, you foolish Chinese pigs, even at a time like this, you dare to show affection? You really don't know how to die." Suddenly, a sinister voice came out of nowhere. Following that, under the horrified gazes of Zhao Sun and Wen Ting, a figure slowly appeared in the void, revealing itself to be an assassin from the Wano nation. "In my opinion, neither of you should leave. Dying together here as a pair of wild mandarin ducks would be better." As soon as the assassin from the Wano nation appeared, a cruel smile spread across his face. Not good. Upon seeing the newcomer, Zhao Sun's heart sank to the bottom, and Wen Ting's delicate body trembled. But that wasn't all. Buzz! Suddenly, another assassin slowly revealed themselves from the void. However, this time, the assassin that appeared was not from the Wano nation, but from the South Bang nation. Wano nation guy, stop wasting time with them, hurry up and kill them, quick battle, quick resolution. As soon as the assassin from the South Bang nation appeared, he urged the Wano nation assassin repeatedly. Kill them? The assassin from the Wanu kingdom frowned at the words and disdainfully said, "You Nanbang people really don't understand romance. This Chinese woman is so beautiful, what a pity to just kill her." As he spoke, he glanced at the exquisite Wen Ting not far away, a flash of barely concealed beastly desire in his eyes, and grinned. "Why don't we kill that man instead? As for this woman, let's have some fun with her first, then skin her, pull her tendons, and slowly torture her to death." But the higher-ups ordered us to quickly clean up these lone Shenxia professionals. The Nanbang assassin frowned. "Don't worry." The Wanu assassin smiled proudly and explained. "Our Three Kingdoms alliance has mobilized almost all professionals below the second transition for this blood sand war. And there are quite a few super professionals and exclusive professionals accompanying us. And these Chinese people are completely unprepared. Under such circumstances, in at most 3 days, this blood sand war zone will completely become our Three Kingdoms alliance territory." Saying this, he turned to the Nanbang assassin and added, "Besides, we've already killed so many Shenxia professionals on our way, it's only reasonable to relax a bit and have some fun." That's true. Hearing this, the Nanbang assassin seemed a bit swayed, and when he looked at Wen Ting again, a hint of greed appeared in his eyes. "Since that's the case, let's kill that man first." Alright, the two quickly reached a consensus, exchanging words eagerly. "Beasts, I'll fight you to the death." At the same time, seeing the two closing in on him, Zhao Sun and Wen Ting chose not to wait passively and were ready to fight back. At this critical moment, whoosh! Suddenly, a sharp sound of wind cutting through the air rolled in from not far away. Who is it? Hearing the sound, the assassins from the Wanu and Nanbang kingdoms were startled and quickly assumed a defensive stance, looking in the direction of the noise. In the next moment, a heavily armored paladin riding a hellhound came charging out from the dense jungle, moving as fast as lightning, stirring up a whirlwind. "Ha! It's a paladin?" Upon seeing the newcomer, the assassins from the Wanu and Nanbang kingdoms' pupils constricted, thinking reinforcements from the Shenxia kingdom had arrived. Meanwhile, Wen Ting and Zhao Sun's eyes lit up, because at that moment, they had already seen the newcomer's basic attributes. Target, Lu Chen, profession, paladin, nationality, Shenxia, LV, health, mana, combat rating. In today's Blue Star, although there are many items that can hide attributes for professionals, the nationality information of a professional cannot be concealed by any item. So Zhao Sun and Wen Ting almost immediately recognized Lu Chen's nationality. Is he one of our Shenxia compatriots? Seeing the imposing Lu Chen, Zhao Sun was so excited he almost shouted, "Friend, please help us." Without a second thought, Wen Ting directly called out for help to Lu Chen, but to their surprise, Lu Chen completely ignored Wen Ting's plea for help, riding past them on Oscar, quickly disappearing into the distant jungle, leaving no trace. What? This time, not only were Wen Ting and Zhao Sun stunned, but even the two assassins from the Wanu and Nanbang kingdoms were taken aback. However, the Wanu assassin quickly regained his composure and couldn't help but burst into laughter. "Ah ha 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 ha, I've long heard that you Chinese pigs are the most spineless people on Blue Star, and now that I've seen it for myself, it's truly not an exaggeration. Humph, you can turn a blind eye to your own compatriots in danger and run faster than a rabbit. No wonder your divine Xia country has so many professionals slipping away every year." The assassin from South Bang country scoffed. "However, that Chinese pig is still somewhat clever. After all, if he had dared to stay and fight us, he would only die faster and more miserably." The assassin from Yamato country said smugly. "Exactly." The assassin from South Bang country nodded in agreement. "Bastard, this is simply outrageous." At the same time, seeing Lu Chen actually run away like that, Zhao Sun was nearly driven to the brink of rage, just about to curse a few words. At that moment, "Lu Chen has sent you a party invitation, decline/accept, huh? Someone actually invited me to a party?" Zhao Sun was taken aback by the sudden party information that appeared on his panel. Could it be that paladin from earlier?
Wen Ting also frowned slightly, as a party invitation appeared on her information panel as well.
Why would he invite us after he just ran away? Zhao Sun asked, puzzled. Do you think he feels he can't take on those two assassins alone? So he wants to team up with us first and then go back to get help? Wen Ting suggested.
That's possible. Zhao Sun's eyes lit up at her words, as if he had grasped the last straw of hope, and quickly said to Wen Ting,
hurry, join the party, so he can find us. Okay.
Wen Ting nodded.
In the next moment, the two almost instinctively clicked to accept. Then, buzz. A golden mysterious halo suddenly appeared around the two of them.
Ha! What is this? Zhao Sun and Wen Ting stared at the halo that had appeared beneath their feet,
still trying to process what was happening. Die! Chinese pig! Bone-cleaving blade! Suddenly, the assassin from Yamato country launched an attack without warning, aiming to completely drain Zhao Sun's remaining health. Winter's bite! The assassin from South Bang country followed closely, also attacking Zhao Sun. Watch out!
Wen Ting was startled and was about to rush forward to help,
but the assassin class is inherently agile and incredibly fast. Even though Wen Ting had reacted, she was still a step too slow. Bang! Bang! HP 277, HP 312. Ah! In the next moment, accompanied by a piercing scream, Zhao Sun was sent flying by the two assassins. Zhao Sun. Seeing this scene,
Wen Ting was shocked and wanted to rush over to see how Zhao Sun was doing,
but she hadn't even reached Zhao Sun's side. HP 27700, HP 31200. At that moment, two more screams followed,
even more tragic than Zhao Sun's previous cry by 1,000 times.
Ha! What's going on? Hearing those sounds, Wen Ting was startled and instinctively looked in the direction of the noise. Then, she saw a scene that would be etched in her memory for a lifetime. The two assassins, who had just been nearly at full health, were now lying silently on the ground, completely lifeless. That's right, they were dead, and they had been instantaneously killed. What is happening? Wen Ting was utterly confused. The scene before her was too bizarre, almost like a supernatural event happening in broad daylight. How did they die?
Zhao Sun was equally stunned, staring blankly for a long time before he could regain his senses. Even though he had been ambushed by the two assassins and had taken two skills head-on, before this, he still had about 20% of his health left. Plus, the two assassins were roughly at the same level as him, so after a wave of surprise attacks, he still had about 7% of his health remaining, not completely wiped out. But at this moment, seeing that he had taken a beating and was still alive, while the one who attacked him had already fallen, Zhao Sun was completely confused. Just as Zhao Sun and Wen Ting were struggling to figure out what had just happened, suddenly, a bold anonymous message appeared in their team chat. Brothers, please disperse quickly and go to other areas of the Blood Sand War Zone to find our compatriots from Shenxia country. Then share the aura effects you have with them. This is crucial, so please be quick. Aura effects? Looking at the message that appeared in the team chat box, Zhao Sun instinctively glanced at the aura effect on himself. But this glance was a mistake. What the hell? 10,000% reflection damage? A coverage area of 10,000 square kilometers? Put. Finally, Zhao Sun couldn't catch his breath. His eyes rolled back, and he fainted. He was actually scared unconscious. At the same time, in the Blood Sand War Zone, in the safe area of Shinyo country's Varanasi town, in a luxuriously decorated room, Commander, here is the Assam milk tea you wanted. A thin young man holding a tray respectfully said to a South Asian man sitting in the main seat, who was currently crossing his legs, with deep-set eyes and dark skin. The South Asian man nodded, took the teacup from the tray, sipped lightly, and then let out a satisfied sigh. His name was Jakulu, not only a level 200 wizard, but also the first commander of the Three Kingdoms Alliance in the Blood Sand War Zone. In fact, the Blood Sand War Zone was just a low-level neutral map, originally without any commanders. However, this time, the Three Kingdoms Alliance sent Jakulu over to quickly take control of the Blood Sand War Zone, allowing him to command the professionals, arrange tactics, and oversee the battle. The previous plan to raid Bloodbone Town and encircle the professionals of Shenxia country was devised by him. How is the situation on the front line now? At this moment, Jakulu casually asked. Reporting to Commander. According to the intelligence received earlier, the situation on the front line is currently very favorable. the Shenxen country has not organized any effective counterattacks while being completely unprepared. And even those professionals leveling outside have been ambushed and attacked by our professionals. The thin young man answered truthfully. Oh, is that so? Hearing this, a confident smile appeared on Jakulu's face as he proudly said, "It seems that the Blood Sand Warzone will soon fall into the hands of our Three Kingdoms Alliance." Before he could finish his sentence, the thin young man's expression suddenly changed. Not good. Jia-E, what's wrong? Reporting to Commander. The front line has just sent back intelligence. We Three Kingdoms Alliance professionals seem to be dying in large numbers, and the rate of casualties is very fast. The young man named Jia-E stammered. What? Dying in large numbers? Zing! As soon as these words were spoken, Jakulu was so frightened that he immediately sat up from his chair, grabbing Jia-Yi's shoulders and loudly asking, "What on earth is going on? How could our professionals start dying in large numbers for no reason? Isn't Shenxia country completely unprepared?" I don't know either, Jia-E said with a trembling voice, but according to the news just sent back from the front line, in just this short half hour, our Three Kingdoms Alliance has already lost over 7,000 professionals. What? Half an hour? Over 7,000 dead? Jiaolu exclaimed, nearly fainting from shock, and quickly shouted, "Hurry, call all our Three Kingdoms Alliance professionals back. No more attacking those professionals from the Divine Summer Kingdom." As he said this, he seemed to feel it wasn't enough and anxiously added, "Also, until we figure out what exactly happened, keep them in the safe zone. No one is allowed to go out." Yes, whose knight is this punishment aura that can cause 10,000% rebound damage? What knight? Call him Daddy. Yes. Which knight? Daddy is so awesome. Come out and let us young ones see. Thanks to Daddy for saving my life. If it weren't for this aura effect just now, I would probably be a corpse by now. Yeah, I was just leveling up when suddenly I was ambushed by 7 enemies. To be honest, I was ready to write a will for my parents, but unexpectedly someone invited me to team up, giving me this aura effect, and I directly bounced to death those 7 on the other side. I was dumbfounded. Me too. I just bounced to death 5 high-level professionals from the Divine Bull Kingdom. Not only did I get a bunch of loot for free, but I also leveled up twice on the spot. What's that compared to me? I leveled up 3 times. This aura effect is too awesome. Now I'm not even worried about being ambushed. I even hope to encounter more of those enemy dogs. But isn't this aura too outrageous? I remember the punishment aura of a paladin only has a rebound effect of 1% and a coverage area of only 1 square kilometer. What the hell is this 10,000% rebound and 10,000 square kilometers of range? Could it be a bug in the rules? I think it's very possible. Exactly. With such a perverse aura effect, if it really is a paladin who can release it, then he must at least be a divine level professional. How come I've never heard of him until now? It seems even the heavens are blessing our Divine Summer Kingdom. Brothers, this aura only lasts for 1 hour. Everyone put in more effort. Strive to rescue more of our compatriots, and bounce all those dogs from the Three Kingdoms Alliance to death. Exactly. Bounce them to death. Bounce. Ha. Master, it seems your plan is very successful. Looking at the continuous stream of messages popping up in the team chat, Oscar couldn't help but grin. This is also thanks to you for waking me up. Otherwise I wouldn't have known how to save so many people at once. Lu Chen also showed a relieved smile and affectionately patted Oscar's large head. Master is overpraising me. Oscar's face turned red with shyness, just as he was about to flatter a few words. But just then, 2 familiar names suddenly appeared in the team chat. Su Shasha joined the team, Xiaoyu joined the team. Seeing these 2 names, Lu Chen's eyes lit up, and he quickly sent a message in the chat. Shasha, Xiaoyu, are you guys okay? Lu Chen, how come you're in this team too? Seeing Lu Chen's name, Su Shasha and Xiaoyu, who were dozens of miles away, were also filled with joy. I just joined the team not long ago. Lu Chen casually found a reason and sent a message asking, "How are you guys? Are you injured?" "We're fine. No need to worry," Su Shasha replied in a message. "We did encounter an ambush just now, but at a critical moment, 2 compatriots happened to pass by and brought us into this team. As a result, those Three Kingdoms Alliance professionals who ambushed us were instantly killed by the aura effects on us." Upon seeing this,
Lu Chen didn't even have time to reply before the other members of the team erupted in excitement. Ha ha, 2 more compatriots successfully completed a counter-kill. Congratulations, congratulations. This is great. Those 3 Kingdoms Alliance bastards thought they could catch us off guard, but instead, they ended up suffering heavy losses. This aura still has 20 minutes of duration. Everyone, let's give it our all. Ha, oh no. Those 3 Kingdoms Alliance bastards seem to be starting to run away. What? Run away? I haven't had enough fun yet. Bastards, don't run. If you have the guts, come and take a punch from me. At this moment, Lu Chen had formed a team with an exaggerated number of over 5,000 people, so the speed of information spread was incredibly fast. Just as Kakalu had issued the retreat order, a professional from the Divine Summer Kingdom sensed his intentions and immediately shared the news within the team. However, Lu Chen was not too surprised by the actions of the 3 Kingdoms Alliance. After all, under the enhancement of the 10,000 times amplification and punishment aura, the 3 Kingdoms Alliance had suffered heavy losses, with over 7,000 people killed in just half an hour. Not only now, after realizing how powerful the punishment aura was, some bold professionals from the Divine Summer Kingdom seemed to fear that the situation wasn't serious enough, and they even ran to the entrance of the enemy's safe zone, greeting the female relatives of their ancestors with beautiful words while shouting, "If you have the guts, come out and stab me." They began to crazily test the limits of their own demise. Moreover, with the punishment aura after the 10,000 times amplification being so perverse, the professionals from the 3 Kingdoms Alliance would almost be killed instantly upon encountering it, leaving no time to issue any warnings to the survivors. Thus, in the face of the provocation from the professionals of the Divine Summer Kingdom, some clueless professionals from the 3 Kingdoms Alliance exploded on the spot, launching a frenzied attack against these Divine Summer Kingdom professionals. But they would have been better off not attacking. With this output, over 3,000 people were sent to meet the gods in confusion, adding to that the more than 7,000 who had already died from the 3 Kingdoms Alliance. In less than an hour, the 3 Kingdoms Alliance had lost over 10,000 professionals. Over 10,000 professionals. It should be noted that both the South Bang Nation and the Huanu Nation are small countries, not only with small land areas and scarce resources but also with very limited populations, while the Divine Cow Nation is larger and has a population that surpasses all others on Blue Star. However, due to various reasons, the quality of the population in the Divine Cow Nation is extremely poor. In other countries, an average of 1 combat professional appears for every 20 people, but in the Divine Cow Nation, it might take 200 people to find one. Under such circumstances, even though the 3 Kingdoms Alliance had dispatched almost all the second transition professionals they could mobilize to occupy the Blood Sand War Zone, these professionals added up to just over 30,000, more than 30,000 troops, and over 10,000 died in less than an hour. No one could withstand that. What's even more ridiculous is that until now, they still hadn't figured out how these people had died. No wonder the 3 Kingdoms Alliance was scared out of their wits and hurriedly retreated, not daring to continue their attack. Thinking of this, Lu Chen quietly breathed a sigh of relief. Although this time, in order to save his unfortunate compatriots, he had no choice but to expose his 10,000-fold amplification right under the eyes of countless people. But he wasn't worried about his trump card being revealed. After all, the Judgment Aura was just a low-level skill of a paladin, which almost every paladin could learn. At this moment, in the team that Lu Chen had formed, there were not just him but at least 100 paladins. With so many paladins, each one could cast the Judgment Aura. Unless Lu Chen admitted it himself, it wouldn't be easy for others to trace it back to him. Just as Lu Chen was lost in thought at this critical moment. Lu Chen, this aura, it can't be something you created, right? Suddenly, Su Shasha sent him a secret message. Looking at Su Shasha's question, Lu Chen hadn't yet thought of a reason to deflect it. At this moment, Su Shasha sent another message. Alright, you don't have to say anything, I don't want to know anymore. Fine. Seeing this, Lu Chen couldn't help but smile wryly and shake his head, thinking that Su Shasha was indeed clever. In fact, at this moment, Su Shasha had already guessed that this matter was definitely related to Lu Chen. After all, she had witnessed just how powerful Lu Chen was before, and this Judgment Aura was a skill exclusive to paladins. Under such circumstances, If one said that this aura had nothing to do with Lu Chen, that would be absurd. Fortunately, Luo Shenxen was very perceptive. Seeing that Lu Chen was unwilling to speak plainly, she didn't press further. After all, in today's Blue Star, some peculiar professions had the ability to search memories. To avoid dragging Lu Chen down, Luo Shenxen chose to remain silent. At this moment, Su Shasha sent another message. Where are you right now? I don't even know where this is. Looking at the unfamiliar surroundings, Lu Chen shook his head helplessly. He had just been focused on saving people, running wherever there was fighting. Now, with the complete retreat of the Three Kingdoms Alliance, he found himself unsure of his location. Fortunately, with Oscar, the old dragon who had been hiding in the Blood Sand War Zone for countless years, by his side, he wasn't worried about getting lost. Thinking of this, Lu Chen quickly replied to Su Shasha, I'm planning to return to Bloodbone Town. Let's talk after we meet. Okay. After cutting off the private message with Su Shasha, Lu Chen patted Oscar under him. Oscar, let's go. Master, where are we going now? Oscar instinctively turned his head to ask. First, let's go back to Bloodbone Town and rest for a day. We'll talk after we've eaten and drunk enough. Lu Chen said with a smile. What? Eat and drink enough? Oscar frowned at this, asking in confusion. But master, aren't you in a hurry to do the job change task? That task only has a 7-day limit, and it's already this time. Do you still have the mind to rest and eat? You don't need to worry about that. I know what I'm doing, just follow my arrangements. Lu Chen smiled and didn't explain. In fact, it wasn't that he didn't want to do the job change task right now, but his 10,000-fold amplification was about to enter a 24-hour cooldown. Without the 10,000-fold amplification, his previous plans couldn't proceed. Helpless, Lu Chen decided to return to Bloodbone Town to rest for a day, and after the cooldown of the 10,000-fold amplification was over tomorrow, he would make further plans. Alright, Oscar. Seeing this, despite being full of confusion, dared not say more since Lu Chen had already spoken. He could only suppress the anxiety in his heart and stride towards the direction of Bloodbone Town with Lu Chen. Half an hour later, Lu Chen returned to the safety zone of the Blood Sand War Zone in the Divine Summer Kingdom, Bloodbone Town. At this time, corpses were still scattered outside Bloodbone Town. However, most of these corpses belonged to the Three Kingdoms Alliance practitioners, with only a few belonging to the practitioners of the Divine Summer Kingdom. Although this time, facing the sudden attack of the Three Kingdoms Alliance, the practitioners of the Divine Summer Kingdom were caught off guard and indeed lost quite a few people at the beginning. But with Lu Chen joining the battlefield, the balance of this fight tilted severely. With the help of Lu Chen's aura, the practitioners of the Divine Summer Kingdom not only successfully counter-killed the enemy but also obtained the spoils left by the enemy and a large amount of kill experience. At this moment, anyone who had been in Lu Chen's team from the Divine Summer Kingdom had at least leveled up 3 times. Those who were bolder and specifically went to the enemy's safe zone to provoke and shout even leveled up more than 10 times in one go. Clearly, this battle could already be considered a great victory for the Divine Summer Kingdom. Upon returning to Bloodbone Town, Lu Chen had barely steadied himself when a familiar voice came from the street. Lu Chen. Hearing this, Lu Chen quickly looked in the direction of the voice and saw Chao Yu and Su Shasha standing not far away, waving at him, clearly having waited for a long time. Shasha, Chao Yu. Lu Chen smiled slightly at the sight, greeting the two as he rode Oscar over. Once he reached their side, Lu Chen, thank you. Suddenly, Su Shasha said seriously, thank me for what? Lu Chen raised an eyebrow at her words, while Chao Yu was equally puzzled. But Su Shasha didn't explain at all. Instead, she waved her hand and said boldly, come on, I just got a lot of spoils. Let me treat you to a big meal. Okay. Lu Chen chuckled in surprise and did not refuse. Next, the three of them went together to a street-side restaurant. They found a private room, ordered several good dishes, and after a whole night of battle, they all felt a bit hungry, diving into the food like a whirlwind. After drinking and eating for a while, Lu Chen burped and suddenly looked up, speaking to Su Shasha at the same table. Shasha, I want to ask you for a favor. What favor? Su Shasha asked curiously. Ahem. It's like this. Lu Chen, hearing this, awkwardly touched his nose, as if organizing his words. After a long while, he finally mustered the courage to say, do you have any stockings on you? Stockings? Su Shasha was taken aback, trembling as she asked. What do you want to do? Don't get me wrong.
I have no perverted thoughts, it's just that the job change task I need to do next requires this kind of item.
Luo Shenxen said seriously. What job change task needs stockings as a prop? Are you kidding?
Su Shasha rolled her eyes, and Xiao Yu beside her was also chuckling, clearly not believing his words.
I can't explain it right now,
but I really need a pair of stockings,
preferably in a dark color. Luo Shenxen said while, don't.
Upon hearing this, Su Shasha panicked and quickly said, I do have stockings,
but my stockings have been worn, and I haven't had a chance to wash them.
The original flavor
is also fine,
Luo Shenxen said with a strange smile.
Luo Shenxen, are you sure you want to use stockings for the task?
At this moment, Su Shasha looked at Luo Shenxen again and asked, is it really true?
Luo Shenxen's request was simply too bizarre.
Using stockings for a job transfer task, she had never heard of such a thing in her life.
Of course it's true, Luo Shenxen said emphatically.
Alright, then I'll lend you a pair.
Finally,
Su Shasha bit her lip, her face almost completely flushed, and took out a black stocking from her personal bag,
handing it to Luo Shenxen.
Shasha,
thank you.
Fortunately, Luo Shenxen had no other thoughts, he simply took the stocking and tossed it into his own bag. After doing all this, he patted his bulging belly and said with satisfaction,
alright, I'm full.
If there's nothing else, I'm going to find a hotel to rest. We'll contact each other later.
Okay.
Su Shasha nodded, her little face still red.
See you later.
Xiao Yu also chimed in.
Seeing this,
Luo Shenxen took Oscar and turned to leave the restaurant's private room. It wasn't until he had left that Xiao Yu turned to Su Shasha and asked,
Shasha,
you even lent him something as personal as stockings.
You don't have a crush on him, do you? What are you talking about?
Of course not. Su Shasha's face, already flushed, nearly turned purple as she instinctively tried to defend herself. But before she could finish,
Xiao Yu sighed deeply and continued.
I know Luo Shenxen is loyal and has high talent and strength,
which indeed attracts girls.
At this point, he shifted his tone.
But have you ever thought about whether we are really from the same world as him?
What
do you mean by that?
Su Shasha frowned and asked.
He is an ultimate professional.
The reason he is still inconspicuous now is that he has been deliberately hiding himself, Xiao Yu said with a bitter smile.
But who can hide themselves for a lifetime?
At this point, he finally revealed the entire twist of the situation. When he reveals his talent to the world, when the world knows just how excellent he is,
do you think a regular priest like you can still match up to him?
Upon hearing this, Su Shasha was completely stunned, momentarily at a loss for words.
Xiao Yu didn't continue speaking,
only letting out a deep sigh.
The small private room then fell into a profound silence,
with no one breaking it for a long time.
Days passed quickly.
A full day later, in the Blood Sand War Zone,
in the safe area of the Divine Bull Kingdom, Varanasi town.
What? You say those Divine Summer Kingdom professionals have an additional halo effect that can deal
10,000% counter damage to attackers?
Jackalu's expression changed drastically, as if he had heard something incredibly unbelievable, nearly fainting on the spot.
Reporting to Commander.
This is absolutely true. Our spies in the Divine Summer Kingdom just sent back this intel,
Jia Yi said while adding,
and he was personally in that team, even verifying the effect of that halo himself.
But how? How is that possible? Jackalu stammered, feeling as if his worldview had been overturned.
I also think it's impossible, but our Three Kingdoms Alliance professionals indeed suffered heavy losses yesterday.
Jia Yi wanted to say more but was interrupted by Jackalu waving his hand. Did that spy find out which paladin's skill this punishment halo belongs to? Jackalu asked repeatedly, staring intently at Jia Yi.
According to the spy's report, there were at least 100 paladins in that team, and no one admitted it, so he couldn't tell.
However what?
Jackalu continued to press for answers. It is said that even the professionals from the Divine Summer Kingdom think this might be a bug in the rules.
Otherwise,
if there really is a paladin who can enhance a low-level aura to this extent,
he must at least be an ultimate professional, right?
Jia Yi said with a bitter smile. But before this,
not to mention an ultimate level paladin,
even a supreme level paladin has never appeared in the Divine Summer Kingdom.
Oh, are you saying that it really is a bug in the rules?
Jackalu's words were cut off.
Bang! Suddenly, the door to the room was violently slammed open from the outside. Immediately, a dark-skinned,
short South Asian man rushed in with a panicked expression. Before he could steady himself,
he opened his mouth and shouted, Commander! It's bad! What the hell? What's got you so flustered? Jiakulu shouted sternly. It's. The South Asian man seemed to be in shock, trembling for a long time without being able to say a complete sentence. Idiot. Slap. Finally, Jiakulu couldn't hold back any longer and slapped the man hard across the face, cursing, I'm asking you a question. You damned low caste. Answer me. It's the Divine Summer Kingdom. The people from the Divine Summer Kingdom have come to our safe zone. After taking a slap, the South Asian man finally managed to squeeze out a complete sentence. What? Jiakulu's expression changed drastically, thinking it was a retaliation from the Divine Summer Kingdom, and quickly asked again, how many people from the Divine Summer Kingdom came? Is there any backup supply? Who is their commander? No, it's not an army that came, but one person, the South Asian man said, trembling. One person? As soon as those words came out, Jiakulu was taken aback, then quickly regained his composure and, without thinking, slapped the South Asian man's cheek again. Slap. After the slap, Jiakulu cursed again. Are you out of your mind? Just one person, and you need to come and notify me? Just kill him directly. But, the South Asian man, having taken 2 slaps, was on the verge of tears, yet he still didn't dare to show any dissatisfaction and repeatedly said, I really don't know how to explain. Please let the commander go see for himself. Jiakulu frowned upon hearing this, too lazy to continue arguing with this low caste, and directly waved his hand. Take me there. Yes, the South Asian man, upon hearing this, finally stood up and hurriedly led the way, with Jiakulu and Jiai following closely behind. Soon, the 3 arrived at the scene. At the entrance of Varanasi town, a large group of professionals from the Divine Bull Kingdom were fully armed, standing at attention, staring blankly, their faces filled with confusion. Indeed, they were staring blankly, their faces filled with confusion, because at this moment, not far in front of them, a figure wearing stockings and bathed in rich holy light was casually wandering around in their safe zone as if taking a leisurely stroll. When Jiakulu and Jiai arrived at the scene and saw the state effects on this person, they were so shocked they nearly dislocated their jaws. Shield of Divine Protection. Remaining duration 59,633 seconds. What? An invincibility lasting over 50,000 seconds? This is impossible. Looking at the absurd status information on the newcomer, at that moment, Jiakulu felt as if his worldview had been completely overturned. Commander, what should we do now? At this time, the low-caste South Asian man who had just sent the message finally gained some confidence and looked at Jiakulu with a bitter smile, saying, this paladin, he's simply a bug. Did you just try it out? That shield on him, is it really the divine shield of the paladin? Jiakulu seemed somewhat skeptical and asked again, it really is the divine shield. Just now, our group attacked him, and he was immune to all of it. Even the magic cannon and charging magnetic field on the city wall couldn't inflict a single bit of damage on him. The low-caste South Asian trembled as he spoke. This suck. At this point, Jiakulu could no longer contain the shock in his heart and sharply inhaled. Almost instinctively, Jiakulu cast an insight spell on the newcomer. Target, class, paladin, nationality, divine summer, LV, health, mana, combat rating. I can't see any attributes. Looking at the opponent's attribute panel filled with, Jiakulu frowned deeply, because in today's Blue Star, once a professional covers their face, even insight cannot discern their name. However, nationality and class cannot be hidden by any item, so the group of professionals from the Divine Bull Nation realized that the newcomer was an enemy from the Divine Summer Nation. Who are you? This is our Divine Bull Nation's safe zone. Who allowed you to barge in here? Jiakulu shouted sternly as he walked towards the newcomer. The Divine Bull Nation's safe zone? The newcomer raised an eyebrow and immediately scoffed. This Blood Sand War Zone is inherently our Divine Summer Nation's territory. Clearly, you shameless and lowly beasts are coveting our vast land and have occupied this place without permission. Before he could finish, Jiakulu interrupted him directly. You're talking nonsense. This Blood Sand War Zone is clearly the inherent territory of our Divine Bull Nation. Our Divine Bull Nation has a long history of 65,000 years, a civilization that is the origin and cradle of all civilizations on Blue Star. Even your Divine Summer Nation is a descendant of our Divine Bull Nation. Damn! I've heard that you Divine Bull Nation people are the failed products of hominids evolving into Homo sapiens, and seeing you now really lives up to the reputation. As soon as these words were spoken, the newcomer was stunned. Although he already knew that whether in the old Earth or in today's blue star, these people were all the same, exuding a certain honeyed confidence. But to be so confident that they could deceive themselves with lies was far beyond his expectations. Chinese, if you know what's good for you, get out of our safe zone quickly. Otherwise, at this moment, Jaculo said fiercely again, but he hadn't finished his sentence. Otherwise what? The newcomer smirked and leisurely crossed his arms. Upon hearing this, Jaculo suddenly didn't know how to respond. The paladin in front of him was just too bizarre. Other paladins could only be invincible for 6 seconds, but he could be invincible for over 60,000 seconds. You must know that a paladin's invincibility is almost a rule-based skill. Under such circumstances, let alone them, the professionals below second transition, even at 9th transition level war god would just stare blankly at Lu Chun, like a turtle staring at a green bean. Just as Jaculo was pondering how to deal with this strange paladin, the paladin on the other side was not idle. He suddenly jumped back, directly leaping out of the safe zone's gate. But then, he jumped forward again and jumped back. Next, he began to perform repeated lateral jumps in front of a group of South Asians, jumping while continuously shouting, "Alas! I've come in. What can you do to me? Alas! I've come out again. What can you do to me? You, put." At this point, the group of onlookers could no longer contain their speechlessness, each one nearly spitting blood in anger. This bastard was too shameless, too brazen. You say you've come, so why act so cheap? Isn't this just someone who's full and has nothing better to do? But that wasn't all. The bizarre paladin wearing stockings seemed to feel even more unsatisfied, and with a sudden shake of his body, the next moment, under the horrified gazes of the crowd, he tore off his belt and transformed into a jet warrior, spraying water all over the group around him. Aren't you guys fond of holy water? Let you taste my holy water. Ah ha 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 ha. Splash. You shameless bastard. Poor Kalu was closest to Lu Chen and didn't even react in time before being drenched in holy water. The rest of the crowd, caught off guard, also fell victim, each one scared out of their wits, fleeing in all directions. At this point, even Oscar, who was dozens of miles away, couldn't take it anymore. What the hell? Is this the legendary Topwind P3 Zhan? I didn't expect the master not only to have incredible combat talent but also to be gifted in this aspect. Looking at Lu Chen, who was wildly spraying water in the Holy Cow Country safe zone, Oscar wore an expression of astonishment. That's right, this bizarre paladin, wearing stockings and invincible, was none other than Lu Chen. In fact, a day earlier, Lu Chen had informed Oscar of his plan to single-handedly destroy the enemy's safe zone. At first, Oscar thought Lu Chen's plan was a bit absurd. After all, relying on one person to destroy the enemy's safe zone felt like a fairy tale. Until a few minutes ago, Lu Chen had demonstrated his invincibility for over 16 hours right in front of him, and Oscar finally realized he had underestimated this young master all along. 16 hours of invincibility. What did that mean? It meant that for the next 16 hours, Lu Chen could do as he pleased, lawless and unrestrained. You must know, the paladin's invincibility is truly invincible in the real sense, the most unsolvable skill on Blue Star, the most rogue skill, bar none. Fortunately, the paladin's invincibility only lasts a mere 6 seconds, and during that time, the paladin's attack power is greatly reduced. So in today's Blue Star, although the paladin's invincibility seems unsolvable, it is actually quite like a chicken rib, more symbolic than practical. Until today, until this very moment, with the emergence of this freak, Lu Chen, history was destined to be completely rewritten. At this time, Lu Chen had emptied the waste liquid from his body and leisurely put on his pants, swaggering deeper into Varanasi town. Hurry! Follow him, see what he wants to do. Watching Lu Chen stroll around the safe zone as if in a leisurely garden, Kalu didn't even have time to wipe the urine off his face before hurriedly leading his subordinates to follow. Ever since Lu Chen appeared at the entrance of their safe zone, for some reason, Kalu felt an extreme sense of foreboding rising in his heart, as if something very serious was about to happen, and his premonition was not wrong at all. Lu Chen arrived at the center of the town and first looked around at the environment. In stark contrast to the bustling, clean, and orderly Bloodbone town, Varanasi town was not only dirty and chaotic, with dilapidated buildings, but also littered with mountains of garbage, resembling a small slum. The air was thick with an overwhelmingly foul stench.
A flash of uncontainable disgust crossed Luo Shenxen's face. Even though he had known for a long time in his previous life that these people were both filthy and inferior, he had only seen it on television before. Now, being in such an environment, he couldn't stand it for even a second. "You filthy scum, get out of the Bloods and Warzone now." Whoosh! In the next moment, a burst of flames erupted. "Ha! What is that?" A poor group of locals hadn't even reacted when a massive fireball shot out, aimed directly at the defensive structures on the city wall. Boom! In the next instant, accompanied by a violent explosion, a magic cannon was completely destroyed by the fireball, turning into a sky full of debris. "No! Stop! Stop it quickly!" Jakulu was nearly scared to death. It should be known that this magic cannon had cost their sacred Kao nation a huge price, painstakingly bought at a high price from the White Eagle Empire, so losing one was a significant blow. But Luo Shenxen couldn't care less about his reaction. Instead, he took out another fireball scroll. The fireball scroll, as the name suggests, could instantly unleash a fireball spell upon use, dealing over 300 points of fire damage to the target. This was a purely consumable scroll. Before coming to Varanasi town, Luo Shenxen had spent a fortune to buy 3,000 of them at the scroll shop in Bloodbone town, because in an invincible state, his attack power would be reduced by 60%, making it impossible to kill anyone. Fortunately, he had no intention of killing anyone this time. He was purely there to cause destruction. All he needed to do was destroy the defensive structures of Varanasi town, and the rest could be left entirely to Oscar. Without the threat of defensive structures, Oscar, as the most terrifying forbidden dragon of the Bloods in Warzone, could easily dismantle a safe zone, right? Thinking of this, Luo Shenxen couldn't help but smile and took out a dozen more fireball scrolls from his bag, closing his eyes and unleashing a barrage of attacks. "Quick! Tell someone to teleport the magic cannon from the city wall away. Hurry!" At this moment, Jakulu could no longer discern Luo Shenxen's intentions, but facing Luo Shenxen, who was invincible for 14 hours, he had no way to counter it and could only order his subordinates to hurry and carry the magic cannon away from the city wall, wanting to use the teleportation array to send it back to their country to minimize losses. However, it was better that he hadn't given the order. As soon as he spoke, Luo Shenxen's eyes lit up. "Teleportation array?" Luo Shenxen murmured, unable to suppress a laugh. It is well known that to completely occupy a neutral map, one must not only eliminate all enemy practitioners within that map, more importantly, the enemy safe zones and long-distance teleportation arrays must be completely destroyed, because only by destroying the long-distance teleportation arrays would the enemy's practitioners become like water without roots, and destroying the safe zones would turn them into a scattered mess. Poor Luo Shenxen had just been pondering where the long-distance teleportation array of Varanasi town was, and unexpectedly, Jakulu immediately pointed him in the right direction. It was like someone bringing a pillow when you were sleepy, or someone offering a teapot when you were thirsty. Thus, Luo Shenxen intentionally left a complete magic cannon for these locals, and these not-so-bright Asans indeed did not disappoint him, as they huffed and puffed while carrying the last remaining demon energy cannon, running towards the direction of the teleportation array. How adorable! Watching a group of unsuspecting Asans, Luo Shenxen shook his head and chuckled, quickly stepping forward to follow them. Not good. The direction he's heading is our teleportation square. At the same time, seeing Luo Shenxen actually turn his spearhead towards their own teleportation square, the already mentally challenged Jakulu finally came to his senses, nearly wetting his pants in fear, just as he was about to command someone to stop him. Just then, whoosh, boom, ah, accompanied by a violent explosion, flames erupted, thick smoke billowed into the sky, and intense magical fluctuations spread in all directions. Wherever it passed, a group of Asans simply couldn't withstand it and were immediately knocked to the ground, including the strongest Jakulu. It was unclear how long it took, but when the surrounding smoke gradually dissipated, Jakulu finally managed to crawl up from the ground, only to see a scene that would be etched in his memory for a lifetime. He saw an invincible paladin standing leisurely outside their battered teleportation array, delivering a heart-wrenching remark to him. "You fools, even after being this stupid, you still think about competing with our divine Xia kingdom every day. Who gave you the courage to be so confident? Aru? No." At this point, Jakulu could no longer contain the despair in his heart and let out a piercing scream. 2 days later, in the Blood Sand War Zone, at the teleportation square of Bloodbone Town, Buzz, accompanied by a brilliant magical blow, A graceful and enchanting figure suddenly appeared right in the center of the teleportation array.
Phew, finally back. I hope it's not too late.
Looking at the familiar surroundings,
the newcomer let out a quiet sigh of relief,
raised her head,
revealing a youthful and stunningly beautiful face. Wasn't it Light Ranger Luo Shenxen?
But she hadn't even had the chance to step out of the teleportation array.
Just then,
a series of enthusiastic shouts suddenly erupted around her.
Is anyone forming a team to hunt down the Three Kingdoms Alliance stragglers? Quickly, include me. I'm a little mage,
looking for some strong teammates to chase down the Three Kingdoms Alliance scum.
Interested parties, please private message.
I heard the Three Kingdoms Alliance scum have already fled to the southern coast.
Everyone hurry up and team up to kill them. If you go late, you'll be dead. One voice after another. Around the streets, many professionals were eager to try, gearing up for action, and every face was filled with excitement, enthusiasm, and fervor. What's going on? Seeing everyone's reaction, Luo Shenxen couldn't help but pause. Almost instinctively, she reached out to stop a professional who happened to pass by her. Excuse me, friend, what happened here? Luo Shenxen asked. Wow, so beautiful. The professional, upon seeing Luo Shenxen's appearance, couldn't help but be dazzled, repeatedly asking, Beauty, can we be friends? First tell me what happened here. Didn't the Three Kingdoms Alliance launch a sneak attack on our Divine Xia Kingdom in the Blood Sand War Zone? Why does everyone seem so excited instead of panicking? Luo Shenxen asked solemnly. Beauty, you must have just arrived in Bloodbone Town, right? The professional did not answer but instead asked in return. That's right, Luo Shenxen nodded, not hiding it at all.
Because she indeed received the news from a friend about the Three Kingdoms Alliance jointly launching a surprise attack on Bloodbone Town. She hurried over, wanting to support her compatriots against the foreign enemies. Originally, she thought that under the joint surprise attack of the Three Kingdoms Alliance,
the professionals of the Divine Summer Kingdom would be caught off guard, panicking in battle, and the situation would be extremely dire. In fact, before coming, she had prepared for the possibility of having no safe zone, but to her surprise, the reality was completely different from what she imagined. Her Bloodbone Town was not only safe and sound, showing no signs of being attacked, but even the professionals of the Divine Summer Kingdom did not show the slightest bit of panic. What was going on? Well, no wonder you didn't know. At this moment, that professional finally revealed the twists and turns of the situation. To tell you the truth, just 2 days ago, the Three Kingdoms Alliance safe zone was completely uprooted. What? The Three Kingdoms Alliance safe zone was completely uprooted? Hearing this, Luo Shenxen's pupils constricted, and she almost instinctively asked, but how? How is that possible? The Three Kingdoms Alliance has operated in the Bloodsen War Zone for so many years. Their safe zone has always been known to be impregnable. How could it be breached so quickly? I don't know what happened either. The professional shook his head and added, but I heard that the Three Kingdoms Alliance did something that seemed to have angered the most terrifying existence in the Bloodsen War Zone, Lord Oscar, the Forbidden Dragon, and that's why he destroyed their home in a fit of rage. What? Lord Oscar, the Forbidden Dragon? At this point, Luo Shenxen could no longer contain her shock and exclaimed, Hey, beautiful, can we be friends? Beautiful? The professional continued to chatter away, but at this moment, Luo Shenxen's heart had already floated far away, completely oblivious to what he was saying, because the moment she heard the terrifying name Forbidden Dragon Oscar, for some reason, an incredibly familiar face, Lu Chen, uncontrollably surfaced in her mind. Meanwhile, at the southern coast of the Bloodsen War Zone, on the very edge, in a makeshift camp, Commander, has there been any response from above? When is our ship coming? We can barely hold on. A gaunt, hollow-eyed professional from the South Bang Kingdom stared intensely at Gabriel, his eyes gleaming with desperation, making Gabiru's scalp tingle. Don't panic. General Abusher has dispatched 10 warships to rescue us, and they are on their way. Everyone, just hold on a little longer, Gabiru said repeatedly. At this moment, as the first commander of the Three Kingdoms Alliance in the Bloodsen War Zone, he had long lost the carefree demeanor he had 2 days ago. Not only were his eyes sunken and his lips cracked, but his arms were also wrapped in thick bandages, clearly injured. But we have run out of supplies. Everyone has been without water and food for many days. At this moment, the professional from the South Bang Kingdom spoke again. and the more he spoke, the weaker he sounded, as if he could collapse at any moment. Let's send a few people out to hunt some monsters and use their meat to stave off hunger. Seeing this, Gabriel made a quick decision, intending to send a few people out to hunt and alleviate the food crisis. But as soon as he finished speaking, a professional from the Wano kingdom stood up beside him, shaking his head and saying, "No, my lord. Those bastards from the Divine Summer Kingdom are lurking in the nearby dense forest, waiting for us to walk into their trap. Almost none of the hunting teams we sent out before managed to return alive." As he said this, he shook his head with a wry smile and added, "And even if someone manages to bring back the prey, there's that damned stalking knight." The stalking knight. Upon hearing this bizarre title, not only Jiaoyalu but also the other professionals from the Three Kingdoms Alliance present had their faces contorted with rage, fists clenched, teeth gritted, veins bulging, as if they had already developed a deep hatred for this person. Of course, it was no wonder that everyone reacted this way. The reason they had fallen to such a state was all thanks to that stalking paladin. Just 2 days ago, this mysterious stalking knight had suddenly appeared from who knows where, relying on his invincibility that lasted for 14 hours. He not only destroyed all the defensive structures and teleportation arrays within the 3 major safe zones of the Three Kingdoms Alliance, but also found various ways to disgust them. For instance, poisoning their water sources, or setting fire to their warehouses. And to make matters worse, the Three Kingdoms Alliance was also hit by a series of unfortunate events, as they had unknowingly angered the most terrifying forbidden dragon Oscar from the Blood Sand War Zone, who relentlessly pursued them with no mercy. On top of that, professionals from the Divine Summer Kingdom would occasionally come over to take advantage of the chaos. Faced with such consecutive and massive blows, the Three Kingdoms Alliance could no longer hold on. They were forced to abandon the safe zones they had managed for many years and collectively retreated to the wilderness. Even the originally strong force of over 30,000 professionals was reduced to just over 3,000, still struggling to hold on. It is no exaggeration to say that at this moment, there was no place for the Three Kingdoms Alliance to stand in the Blood Sand War Zone. Although Jiaoyalu was a bit off his rocker, he knew the situation was dire. Originally, he planned to give up resistance, avoid the professionals from the Divine Summer Kingdom as much as possible, and quickly notify the country to send ships to rescue them. But just at this critical moment, that damned stalking knight appeared again, and this time, he was even more outrageous. He actually activated his invincibility and brazenly defecated in their pot. That's right, he defecated. This was beyond shamelessness. It was utterly devoid of bottom line, a complete loss of humanity. Just when the surviving members of the Three Kingdoms Alliance were seething with rage, a sudden voice rang out from not far away, unable to contain its shock. "Oh no! That stalking knight is back." "What? He's coming again?" Hearing this voice, Jiaoyalu's expression changed drastically, and he almost frantically instructed those around him, "Quick, move the pot to another place, don't let him see." Before he could finish his sentence, "Hey, cooking?" In the next moment, a light and airy voice suddenly came, causing everyone present to freeze in place. Looking closely, they saw a paladin wearing stockings and exuding invincibility, who had somehow arrived at their camp. Wasn't it Luo Shenxen? Looking at the last remaining pot in the Three Kingdoms Alliance camp, Luo Shenxen revealed a malicious smile as he approached to lift the lid, asking everyone, "What are you preparing to eat today?" In the next moment, a pot of pitifully boiled vegetable leaves came into view. You guys are eating this? That's too pathetic." Seeing the wilted vegetable leaves in the pot, Luo Shenxen almost burst out laughing. What do you want to do?" Jiaoyalu, seeing that Luo Shenxen, the stalking knight, had appeared again, immediately felt an extremely ominous premonition. "No way. You guys are elite warriors of the Three Kingdoms Alliance. How can you eat something so meager? Come, let me add some ingredients for you. Let's supplement your nutrition." Sure enough, Luo Shenxen mysteriously pulled out a plastic bag from his pocket, inside of which was a lump of sticky, mud-colored mysterious substance, and he was about to throw it into the pot. Stop! Finally, Gabriel could no longer bear it, standing up in a fit of rage and shouting, "Bastard! As a dignified paladin, why are you doing such despicable and filthy things? Aren't you afraid of the gods' punishment?" Who told you that paladins must be righteous?" Luo Shenxen replied, scratching his nose, shaking his head disdainfully. "Besides, using any means against you lowly scum is perfectly reasonable. The gods won't just not punish me, they'll praise my cleverness." With that, he disregarded Gabilu's reaction, flipped his hand, and tossed the contents of the plastic bag into the pot, laughing wildly as he did so. Eat my shit, ah ha 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 ha, splash, splash, splash. Seeing this scene, some of the less psychologically resilient professionals in the Three Kingdoms Alliance couldn't contain their anger any longer, their eyes rolling back as they fainted on the spot. Of course, it was no wonder they reacted this way. Ever since the safe zone and teleportation array were destroyed, these survivors of the Three Kingdoms Alliance had become like streak rats in the Blood Sand War Zone, not only unable to receive any supplies from the country but also constantly facing ambushes and harassment from the professionals of the Xinxia country, already worn out both physically and mentally. Under such circumstances, Lu Chen would occasionally come over to cause destruction, almost wiping out the little supplies they had left. Still, the fact remains that although the rules of Blue Star have changed drastically, with everyone changing professions, professionals are still human and still need to eat, drink, and relieve themselves, without water and food, and having to participate in high-intensity battles every day. Even an Iron Man couldn't withstand it. It's no wonder that after Lu Chen destroyed their last pot of soup, some people couldn't bear the blow and fainted on the spot. Aha! Bastard! You better not let me find out who you are, or I will definitely not let you go. Gabilu's face twisted in anger as he screamed at Lu Chen, the resentment in his eyes almost palpable. But throughout it all, the invincible Lu Chen couldn't even be bothered to glance at him, instead smiling mysteriously. I advise you not to think about seeking revenge on me just yet. Let's talk after you get through this. What do you mean? As soon as he said this, Gabilu's pupils contracted, not yet realizing what was happening. The next moment, a piercing scream suddenly echoed from not far away in the camp, but this was just the beginning. Not good. Those Xinxia country professionals are attacking. Help! I need support here. Me too. No, don't. Crackle, crackle. Just as the words were spoken, in just a few breaths, a vast number of Xinxia country professionals swarmed in from all directions like locusts, completely surrounding the entire Three Kingdoms Alliance camp. Not good. Seeing this scene, Gabilu was almost scared to death, but at this point, he had nowhere to retreat, so he could only shout loudly to the remaining soldiers beside him. Everyone must hold on. Our ship is almost here. Before he could finish his sentence, roar. Suddenly, a terrifying dragon roar erupted. Then, a massive, pitch-black three-headed dragon appeared in the sky, exuding an overwhelming dragon might. That is, the Forbidden Dragon. At this point, the members of the Three Kingdoms Alliance were utterly terrified, each one too scared to even resist, fleeing in panic, discarding their armor and weapons. No matter how much Jakulu tried to persuade them, they wouldn't turn back, looking as lost as a dog that had lost its home, pissing itself in fear. Alright, my task is complete. Seeing that the situation was settled, Lu Chen didn't linger any longer. He turned to the stunned Jakulu and smiled slightly. Hey, Asan. See you in the next life. With that, he didn't care about Jakulu's reaction and turned away, leaving gracefully, while Jakulu stood there, his face filled with despair, unable to regain his senses for quite a while. Meanwhile, at the outskirts of the Three Kingdoms Alliance camp, look, Lord Dragon God has come to help us. Everyone, put in more effort. Let's take down all these beasts from the Three Kingdoms Alliance. From now on, this Blood Sand War Zone will belong to our Divine Xia Kingdom. Kill. In stark contrast to the reaction of the Three Kingdoms Alliance members, on the side of the Divine Xia Kingdom, seeing Oscar appear, the group of professionals not only showed no fear but instead seemed to be invigorated, shouting and rushing forward as if afraid they would miss out on the kills. However, there was one exception. Why is this Forbidden Dragon only level 100 now? A beautiful young girl stood there, staring blankly at the enormous figure in the void, her eyes filled with confusion and disbelief. Wasn't that Luo Shenxen? She clearly remembered that during the desecration of the dragon's nest, the Forbidden Dragon Oscar was a level 200 dragon, but now, it had dropped to level 100. Despite Oscar's strength, the difference between level 100 and level 200 was not significant. After all, no one in the Blood Sand War Zone could match it, but its level had indeed decreased. Moreover, the events that had occurred during the desecration of the dragon's nest were too strange. She and Lu Chen had clearly been at their wits' end, yet Oscar had flown away on its own. Luo Shenxen was no fool. She had sensed something was off. However, since Lu Chen was unwilling to speak, she, being clever, did not press the issue. Until now, seeing that Oscar had actually dropped to level 100, and when she had parted ways with Lu Chen earlier, he was also level 100. Plus, Lu Chen was merely a support class paladin, yet he could crush the 4 top assassins of the Dragon Slayer group. Could it be that hellhound? Suddenly, a bold thought appeared in Luo Shenxen's mind, one that she couldn't shake off no matter what. Just as Luo Shenxen was lost in her thoughts, a figure wearing stockings and sneaking around, yet incredibly familiar, flashed past her. Who is it? Stop right there. At the same time, Lu Chen also spotted Luo Shenxen. Ha, why is she here? Lu Chen frowned, initially intending to ignore her and walk away, but unexpectedly, Luo Shenxen darted over and directly blocked his path. With no choice, Lu Chen could only try to lower his voice and pretend not to recognize Luo Shenxen, asking, "May I ask what you need?" However, after staring at Lu Chen's face, which was covered by stockings, for a moment, Luo Shenxen's eyes suddenly lit up. You are Lu Chen. What the hell? Even dressed like this, you can still recognize me?" As soon as those words were out, Lu Chen was stunned. He never expected that even in such a disguise, Luo Shenxen would still recognize him. Does this woman have X-ray vision? Humph, you could turn to ash, and I would still recognize you. Seeing Lu Chen admit it, Luo Shenxen shook her little fist triumphantly. Lu Chen smiled wryly at the sight, unsure of what to say for a moment. Fortunately, he was cautious and immediately cancelled the effect of the divine shield on him after leaving the Three Kingdoms Alliance camp. So even though Luo Shenxen recognized his identity, as long as she didn't see the invincibility duration on him with her own eyes, his secret would remain safe. With this thought, Lu Chen felt a sense of determination. By the way, Lu Chen, weren't you supposed to be doing the job change mission? Why did you come to this blood sand war zone instead? Of course, I'm here to help the country fend off foreign enemies. As Lu Chen spoke, he casually pulled off the stockings on his head and said with a bitter smile, as the saying goes, when the country is in trouble, every citizen has a responsibility. Since these second-rate scoundrels from the Three Kingdoms Alliance dare to take advantage of the war between our Divine Xia Kingdom and the White Eagle Empire, I certainly can't just stand by. I see. Luo Shenxen nodded and then asked, so why aren't you chasing those professionals from the Three Kingdoms Alliance, but going in the opposite direction? I haven't completed my job change mission yet, I'm still stuck at level 100. Killing more enemy professionals won't give me any experience, so it's better to let it go to my fellow countrymen. Lu Chen replied honestly. He wasn't lying, he was genuinely trying to leave kills for his compatriots. After all, in neutral maps, killing also grants experience. With Oscar's help, he could have wiped out all the professionals from the Three Kingdoms Alliance the moment their safe zone was completely destroyed. But he didn't do that. Instead, he kept trying to wear down the strength of the surviving members of the Three Kingdoms Alliance until they were cornered, all to let his fellow countrymen enjoy some benefits. I see. At this moment, Luo Shenxen pondered for a moment, thinking about how to speak to escape Lu Chen's secret. But just then, as the last scream quietly echoed from the Three Kingdoms Alliance camp, a familiar prompt sounded in Lu Chen's mind. Ding! Congratulations! You have successfully completed Divine Xia Kingdom. Not a single one can be missing. Please return to the Job Change Temple to claim your reward. Ha! Completed so quickly? Hearing this, Lu Chen's eyes lit up. He had no time to continue chatting with Luo Shenxen. Alright, if there's nothing else, I'm leaving now. See you later. With that, he turned around and ran without caring about Luo Shenxen's reaction. Wait. Seeing this, Luo Shenxen reached out to stop him, but Lu Chen had just completed the 9-star job change mission, and now all he could think about was rushing back to turn in the mission and claim his reward, completely ignoring Luo Shenxen. Whoosh! In the next moment, Lu Chen dashed out, disappearing into the dense forest ahead, leaving Luo Shenxen standing there dazed for a long time before she snapped back to reality, stomping her feet in anger. That jerk! Not long after parting with Luo Shenxen, Lu Chen sprinted through the forest for over 10 miles and quickly arrived at the meeting point he had previously agreed upon with Oscar. Master, how did it go? Did you complete the mission? Seeing Lu Chen, Oscar, who had been waiting for a long time, hurriedly approached and asked. It's done. No need to worry. Lu Chen replied with a smile. What? You really completed it? Oscar's eyes lit up. I told you before.
A mere 9-star mission is nothing to me.
Do you believe it now? Luo Shenxen asked proudly. Master is amazing. My admiration for you is like the endless flow of the river, making quite a splash. Oscar shouted loudly. Alright, stop the damn flattery. Luo Shenxen chuckled in surprise, clearly not expecting this three-headed evil dragon to have such a side. In fact, ever since the negative magic effect on him was cleared, Oscar's personality had become increasingly cheerful during this time. Sometimes he would even take the initiative to chat with Luo Shenxen and joke with him. It was evident that this forbidden dragon, which had left a notorious reputation in the Blood Sand War zone, was not as evil and terrifying as the rumors suggested. Of course, Luo Shenxen understood Oscar's transformation quite well. After all, being tormented for so many years by the destruction dragon flame, eternity would twist anyone's mindset. It was already remarkable that Oscar had managed to stay in his desecrated dragon nest without going out to indiscriminately kill the innocent. At this moment, Luo Shenxen looked at the sky and waved to Oscar, saying, It's getting late, let's head back to submit the job change task. As he said this, he raised his head, a hint of uncontainable anticipation in his eyes, murmuring, a complete set of epic gear? Please don't let me down. 2 days later, when Luo Shenxen returned to the job change temple in Donlin City, the female staff member who had previously attended to him happened to be at the entrance welcoming guests and recognized him at a glance. Oh, it's you? Seeing Luo Shenxen, the staff member's eyes lit up, and she exclaimed, You're the paladin who took the 9-star job change task. I didn't expect you to remember me. It's truly an honor, Luo Shenxen said with a wry smile, rubbing his nose. How could I forget? After all, you're the first practitioner to take on a 9-star job change task in my 3 years at the job change temple. The staff member smiled and then looked at Luo Shenxen, asking, But you came back so soon, you must know you can't complete the 9-star job change task and want to switch to a lower difficulty task, right? Saying this, she didn't wait for Luo Shenxen's reaction and shook her head, saying, Alas, I already warned you before, but you wouldn't listen. This job change task can only be accepted once, and if you fail, it will be forever. One after another. Her words seemed endless, as if she was convinced he couldn't complete the 9-star job change task. Finally, Luo Shenxen couldn't take it anymore and quietly said, Ahem, miss, actually, I've completed the task. I'm here to submit it. I know, it's understandable that you can't complete the 9-star task. Wait, what did you just say? The staff member was startled upon hearing this. You just need to tell me how to submit the task? Seeing her reaction, Luo Shenxen was too lazy to beat around the bush and asked straightforwardly, Just, take out the task scroll and stand on the altar over there. The staff member instinctively replied, Thank you. Luo Shenxen nodded at her and then eagerly stepped forward, almost jogging to the job change altar in the main hall, where he took out the task scroll as instructed. Buzz. In the next moment, without any warning, the entire job change altar suddenly erupted with an extremely intense light, blinding to the eyes. As this light appeared, a series of prompt sounds echoed in Luo Shenxen's mind. Ding! Congratulations! You have successfully completed the 9-star job change task, Divine Xia Kingdom. Not a single bit less. Earning 10 million experience points and the glorious judge set. Ding! Congratulations! You have successfully leveled up to level 101, gaining 5 basic attributes and 5 free attributes. Ding! Congratulations on successfully leveling up to level 102, gaining 5 points in basic attributes and 5 points in free attributes. Ding! Congratulations on successfully leveling up to level 103, gaining 5 points in basic attributes and 5 points in free attributes. Ding! Congratulations on successfully leveling up to level 104, gaining 5 points in basic attributes and 5 points in free attributes. Ding! Congratulations on successfully leveling up to level 141, gaining 5 points in basic attributes and 5 points in free attributes. Wow! I actually leveled up 41 levels in one go? Looking at his rapidly increasing experience bar, Luo Shenxen was so excited that he almost shouted out loud, unable to help but exclaim, as expected of the 9-star job change quest, this experience gain is truly outrageous. You really completed the 9-star level job change quest. At that moment, the female staff member also came over. Seeing Luo Shenxen jump from level 100 to level 141 in one breath, the female staff member was so shocked that her jaw almost dropped. Shoo! Seeing this, Luo Shenxen first made a shushing gesture to her, then said mysteriously, Please keep this a secret for me. I still need to come back in a few days to collect a bet. Okay.
The female staff member came back to her senses upon hearing this, realizing that Lu Chen had previously made a bet with Li Tianhua worth millions. Fortunately, Domlin City was just a small city, and the job change temple had always been rather quiet,
with not many professionals inside. Moreover,
the rewards for the job change quest were directly issued into the professionals' personal bags,
so they wouldn't be revealed. Therefore, Lu Chen completing the 9-star job change quest didn't cause much of a stir. After completing the quest, Lu Chen originally wanted to check out the entire epic set he had just received. However, equipment of epic quality would emit a very strong purple light, and if he took it out, it would definitely cause a commotion.
To avoid attracting the attention of those with ulterior motives,
Lu Chen forcibly suppressed his impulse and did not linger in the job change temple, turning around and leaving directly. Half an hour later, Lu Chen returned to his apartment where he lived alone. As soon as Oscar saw him come in, he rushed over eagerly, his face full of excitement, shouting, "Master, I just leveled up 41 levels in one go. I also leveled up 41 levels.
This 9-star quest is indeed the most difficult job change quest,
and the experience rewards are incredibly generous," Lu Chen said with a smile. "Master,
I remember that this 9-star job change quest rewards a complete set of epic equipment.
Did you get it?" Oscar asked again.
"Yes, I got it."
Lu Chen nodded, not hiding it, and with a wave of his hand, ding ding dang. The next moment,
a total of 6 pieces of equipment radiating a strong purple light,
of epic quality, were pulled out all at once from his personal bag.
Helmet of the Glorious Punisher type, head armor value plus 2200 strength plus 250 wisdom plus 220 agility plus 200 stamina plus 200 class, paladin required rank. Second Transcendence Glorious Punisher set, 1/6 2-piece set effect. Each attack has a 20% chance to summon a punishing holy light from the heavens to strike the target, dealing 10% of their maximum health as damage, not activated. ** 4-piece set effect. Each attack has a 20% chance to activate the Angel's Power effect, increasing your strength by 1000 for 30 seconds, not activated. ** 6-piece set effect. Activate the Dazzling Glorious Holy Light, instilling a strong sense of awe in all enemies within 50 meters,
reducing their attack power by 20%, casting speed by 20%,
and movement speed by 20% when attacking you. ** quality, epic, walking between worlds,
destroying all darkness and injustice.
Armor of the Glorious Punisher type, chest armor value plus 4000 strength plus 360 wisdom plus 330 agility plus 330 stamina plus 300 class, paladin required rank. Second Transcendence Glorious Punisher set, 1/6 2-piece set effect. Each attack has a 20% chance to summon a punishing holy light from the heavens to strike the target, dealing 10% of their maximum health as damage, not activated. ** 4-piece set effect. Each attack has a 20% chance to activate the Angel's Power effect, increasing your strength by 1000 for 30 seconds, not activated. ** 6-piece set effect. Activate the Dazzling Glorious Holy Light, instilling a strong sense of awe in all enemies within 50 meters,
reducing their attack power by 20%, casting speed by 20%,
and movement speed by 20% when attacking you. ** quality, epic, walking between worlds,
destroying all darkness and injustice.
Arm guards of the Glorious Punisher type, arms armor value plus 1500 strength plus 220 intelligence plus 150 stamina plus 150 class, paladin required rank. Second Transcendence Glorious Punisher set, 1/6 2-piece set effect. Each attack has a 20% chance to summon a punishing holy light from the heavens to strike the target, dealing 10% of their maximum health as damage, not activated. ** 4-piece set effect. Each attack has a 20% chance to activate the Angel's Power effect, increasing your strength by 1000 for 30 seconds, not activated. ** 6-piece set effect. Activate the Dazzling Glorious Holy Light, instilling a strong sense of awe in all enemies within 50 meters,
reducing their attack power by 20%, casting speed by 20%,
and movement speed by 20% when attacking you. ** quality, epic, walking between worlds,
destroying all darkness and injustice.
Cloak of the Glorious Punisher type, back armor value plus 1200 strength plus 200 stamina plus 150 class, paladin required rank. Second Transcendence Glorious Punisher set, 1/6 2-piece set effect. Each attack has a 20% chance to summon a punishing holy light from the heavens to strike the target, dealing 10% of their maximum health as damage, not activated, 4-piece set effect. Each attack has a 20% chance to activate the Angel's Power effect. Increasing your strength by 1000 for 30 seconds, not activated, 6-piece set effect, activates the dazzling glorious holy light, instilling a strong sense of awe in all enemies within 50 meters, reducing their attack power by 20%, casting speed by 20%, and movement speed by 20% when attacking you. Quality, epic, walking between worlds, destroying all darkness and injustice. Leg armor of the glorious Punisher type, legs armor value plus 3000 strength plus 300 intelligence plus 280 stamina plus 250 class, paladin required rank. Second Transcendence Glorious Punisher set, 1/6 2-piece set effect. Each attack has a 20% chance to summon a punishing holy light from the heavens to strike the target, dealing 10% of their maximum health as damage, not activated, 4-piece set effect. Each attack has a 20% chance to activate the Angel's Power effect, increasing your strength by 1000 for 30 seconds, not activated, 6-piece set effect, activates the dazzling glorious holy light, instilling a strong sense of awe in all enemies within 50 meters, reducing their attack power by 20%, casting speed by 20%, and movement speed by 20% when attacking you. Quality, epic, walking between worlds, destroying all darkness and injustice. Boots of the glorious Punisher type, feet armor value plus 1400 strength plus 220 intelligence plus 190 stamina plus 170 class, paladin required rank. Second Transcendence Glorious Punisher set, 1/6 2-piece set effect. Each attack has a 20% chance to summon a punishing holy light from the heavens to strike the target, dealing 10% of their maximum health as damage, not activated, 4-piece set effect. Each attack has a 20% chance to activate the Angel's Power effect, increasing your strength by 1000 for 30 seconds, not activated, 6-piece set effect, activates the dazzling glorious holy light, instilling a strong sense of awe in all enemies within 50 meters, reducing their attack power by 20%, casting speed by 20%, and movement speed by 20% when attacking you. Quality, epic, walking between worlds, destroying all darkness and injustice. This is such an amazing piece of equipment. Looking at the 6 pieces shimmering with a strong purple light, not only with absurdly high attributes but also terrifying effects, Luo Shenxen was so excited he almost shouted out loud. This is the reward for the 9-star job change quest. It's truly unbelievable. Even Oscar, a dragon, couldn't help but exclaim after seeing the attributes and effects of these 6 epic pieces of equipment, showing just how extraordinary they were. Master, hurry, try them on and see the effects. At that moment, Oscar suddenly looked up and urged Luo Shenxen repeatedly. No rush. Luo Shenxen smiled slightly upon seeing this. Despite having long anticipated this set of epic quality gear, he could hardly wait to put it on. However, before donning these items, he took a moment to distribute the free attribute points he had gained from leveling up evenly between strength and stamina. After doing all this, he instinctively glanced at his current attribute panel. Host, Luo Shenxen class, Paladin class specialization, Judgment LV, 141, second transition, health, 4560 mana, 1510 strength, 551 wisdom, 151 agility, 151 spirit, 151 stamina, 456 equipment, non-combat power rating, 342 stars skill 1, Shield of Divine Protection skill 2, Divine Blessing LV1 skill 3, Divine Healing Light LV1 skill 4, Holy Judgment LV1 skill 5, Frenzied Judgment LV1 skill 6, Light Redemption LV1 skill 7, Punishment Aura LV1 skill 8, Summon, Seraph Projection skill 9, Summon, Oscar. What the hell? A combat power rating of only 340 stars at level 141. Looking at his pitiful stats and combat power rating, Luo Shenxen couldn't help but roll his eyes. At this moment, although he wasn't wearing any equipment, all his data was the most basic and real. However, as far as Luo Shenxen knew, the vast majority of combat professionals, around level 150, would have at least a combat power rating of over 500 stars, even without any gear. And some super professionals or hidden class users could reach a terrifying combat power rating of over 800 stars at level 150. Yet here he was, with a combat power rating of only 342 stars at level 141, not even half of what others had. Even though he knew that Judgment Paladins were heavily reliant on equipment, the difference between a geared and ungeared Judgment Paladin was like night and day. But to be this far off was beyond Luo Shenxen's expectations. However, after a moment's thought, Luo Shenxen felt relieved, because most others' combat talents could consistently increase their combat power. For example, Luo Shenxen's goddess of redemption could accumulate spiritual bodies by defeating monsters.
And the more spiritual bodies she had, the higher her combat power level. Similarly, some warriors had weapon mastery, or some mages had elemental mastery,
all of which were passive combat talents that could enhance combat power without needing to be actively used. Only his tenfold amplification needed to be actively activated. If it was in an unactivated state, it wouldn't affect his combat power at all. No wonder his current combat power rating was so shockingly low. Of course, as the saying goes, there are gains and losses. Although Lu Chen's combat talent couldn't provide him with a fixed increase in combat power, once successfully activated, the boost it provided was beyond calculation, only able to be represented by? Thinking of this, Lu Chen couldn't help but smile, glancing once more at the 6 epic quality sets of gear before him, unable to contain his excitement any longer. The glorious Punisher set? Please don't let me down. Without further delay, under Oscar's expectant gaze, Lu Chen finally equipped all 6 pieces of the epic set onto himself. Just as Lu Chen finished putting everything on, a powerful golden holy light erupted from him, blindingly bright as if it were a burning sun, making it impossible for Oscar to look directly at him. It was unclear how much time had passed. As Oscar gradually got used to the intense light, he focused his gaze and suddenly a holy knight bathed in brilliant holy light came into view. He was clad in heavy silver-white armor, draped in a golden cloak, and his sealed helmet was adorned on both sides with small angelic wings, coupled with the giant cross entwined with floral vines on his chest and the streamlined design of his armor. All of this combined made him look like a noble son of the gods, evoking a sense of something that could not be desecrated. Nor should it be. Wow, this is just too flashy. Looking at the brand new armor on himself, even Lu Chen couldn't help but exclaim. The design of the armor was so striking, it was simply beyond cool, to the point of being friendless. Moreover, with the armor on, Lu Chen felt an unprecedented sense of power. It was no exaggeration to say that at this moment, if the 4 dragon-slaying group assassins who had been killed by Oscar were to come back to life and face him again, Lu Chen was confident that he could defeat them all with a single punch each, without needing to amplify his power 100-fold or ask for Oscar's help. Yes, he was that strong. This set's special effect Brilliant Holy Light actually has a similar effect to our dragon race's innate dragon might? At the same time, Oscar seemed to sense something, looking at Lu Chen in shock. Dragon might. Lu Chen raised an eyebrow, knowing that all dragonkin possessed an innate majesty that instinctively instilled fear in those of lower status. This majesty was precisely the dragon might. Dragon might is something invisible and intangible, yet it truly exists. It's like an ordinary person encountering a frenzied tiger in the wild. The ordinary person would be terrified by the wild aura emanating from the tiger and would instinctively turn to flee, losing all fighting spirit. However, Oscar, due to his greatly diminished strength, was even weaker than a newly hatched dragon, so his dragon might had yet to manifest. The 6-piece special effect of the Brilliant Punisher set, Brilliant Holy Light, had the same effect, making enemies instinctively feel awe and thus significantly reducing their strength. Thinking of this, Lu Chen subconsciously glanced at his attributes again. Post, Lu Chen class, Holy Knight class specialization, Judgment LV, 141, second transition, health, 16760 mana, 13210 strength, 2101 wisdom, 1321 agility, 901 spirit, 151 stamina, 1676 equipment, Brilliant Punisher set 6 out of 6 combat power rating, 2477 stars. Wow! A combat power rating of 2477 stars? Looking at his brand new and magnificent attribute panel, Lu Chen was instantly flustered, mumbling to himself, this Brilliant Punisher set actually boosted my combat power rating by over 2000 stars? Master, your combat power is almost comparable to a peak 3rd transition practitioner. Oscar was equally stunned. In its memory, only those above the peak of the 3rd transition, or even 4th transition practitioners, could barely possess around 2,500 stars of combat power. But Lu Chen, in his 2nd transition, had already reached 2,477 stars. This was not just a super practitioner. Even those rare ultimate practitioners might not have such a high combat power rating. Just as Oscar was marveling at Lu Chen's rapid increase in combat power, Lu Chen unexpectedly began to remove the Brilliant Punisher armor piece by piece. In the next moment, the dazzling holy light suddenly vanished, and the small apartment returned to its usual tranquility. Master,
Why did you take off your equipment? Oscar asked, puzzled by Lu Chen's actions. This armor is just too conspicuous. If I were to swagger around in it, it would attract even more attention than if you revealed your true form. Lu Chen explained with a wry smile. I don't want to expose myself to others just yet. Although I know I might not be able to hide for long. Every day I can stay hidden is a day gained. It's always better to make a fortune quietly. I see. Oscar finally understood upon hearing this. After all, the brilliant Punisher's brilliant holy light was practically a walking spotlight, even from several miles away. It could be seen clearly. This was certainly not a good thing for Lu Chen, who was intent on playing the pig to eat the tiger. But such good equipment, if you don't use it, isn't that a bit of a waste? Oscar asked regretfully. I didn't say I wouldn't use it, just that I don't need it for now. After all, going out to hunt monsters in this thing is like using a cannon to shoot ants. Lu Chen shook his head with a smile and added, but when the time comes that I need it, I will definitely wear it. You don't have to worry about that. Oh, Oscar sighed in relief and then asked, so what are we going to do next? Shouldn't we hurry to level up to 200? After all, the national exam in Divine Summer Country is about to start. And didn't you plan to sign up? There's no rush. With my current combat power, I can easily reach level 200 by grinding monsters in the wild. Lu Chen shook his head and looked at Oscar, saying, besides, you've been fighting alongside me these past few days. You've worked hard, so let's just rest at home tonight. Tomorrow morning, I'll take a stroll around the trading hall first. Trading hall? Oscar was momentarily taken aback and instinctively asked, what are you going to the trading hall for? Master? I have the equipment now, but I'm still missing a suitable weapon. I don't want any ordinary weapons, so I thought I'd try my luck at the trading hall. Lu Chen replied honestly. I see. Upon hearing this, Oscar finally understood and quickly said, all right, I'll follow your arrangements. The next morning, just as dawn was breaking, Lu Chen got up early and headed alone to the Star Sea Trading Hall in Donglin City. As the date of the national exam drew closer, the business at the Star Sea Trading Hall became increasingly bustling. When Lu Chen arrived at the entrance of the Star Sea Trading Hall with ease, he saw a long line of practitioners stretching almost from one end of the street to the other. Fortunately, with the supreme gold card from the Star Sea Trading Hall, Lu Chen didn't need to waste time waiting in line. Walking up to the counter outside the Star Sea Trading Hall, Lu Chen spotted Huang Dayuan, who looked even rounder than a few days ago, and called out to him from a distance. Manager Huang. Long time no see. It's you? Upon hearing the familiar voice, Huang Dayuan was momentarily stunned, but quickly regained his composure. In less than 3 seconds, he transformed from dazed and shocked to flattering, showcasing a dramatic change of expression. Oh my! I was wondering who it was. It's none other than Brother Lu. What brings you here? Under the astonished gazes of the crowd, Huang Dayuan, who weighed a hefty 200 pounds, suddenly darted out from behind the counter with surprising agility, calling out to Lu Chen, hurry, please come in, please, then I'll trouble you. Lu Chen replied without hesitation, following Huang Dayuan towards the back of the Shanghai Trading Company. Who is this person that Manager Huang of the Shanghai Trading Company is so warmly welcoming? Is he actually a paladin? What the heck? Level 141 with only 342-star combat rating? Am I seeing things? Meanwhile, seeing Huang Dayuan treat a lowly paladin with such courtesy left the line of professionals outside in utter confusion. But Huang Dayuan paid no mind to the reactions of others, because he knew exactly who Lu Chen was. That was a remarkable individual who, just 2 days after changing jobs, could conquer the nightmare abyss. Moreover, the equipment he had previously acquired from Lu Chen had earned Huang Dayuan a substantial profit. Thinking of this, Huang Dayuan felt increasingly excited. Upon entering the private room, he couldn't wait for Lu Chen to settle down before eagerly asking, esteemed guest, I wonder what kind of surprise you have brought me this time. Please show me. No problem, Lu Chen replied, not hesitating, and with a wave of his hand, he dumped out the equipment he had accumulated over the past few days from his bag. Crash! Bang! In the next moment, various pieces of equipment of differing qualities piled up into a small mountain in the tiny private room, nearly dazzling Huang Dayuan's 24K alloy eyes. What? How is there so much? Huang Dayuan stammered, staring at the mountain of equipment before him. These items are all trophies I collected from the Blood Sand War, Lu Chen said with a smile. What? The Blood Sand War? Huang Dayuan was initially taken aback, then quickly came to a realization, exclaiming, "No wonder. Little brother managed to get so much equipment. It turns out you experienced the Blood Sand War these past few days." You actually heard about the Blood Sand War? Lu Chen raised an eyebrow, clearly surprised by Huang Dayuan's well-informed status. Of course. Huang Dayuan nodded, his excitement palpable as he continued. Just a few days ago, our Donglin City television station started reporting on the Blood Sand War. Now, it's not just me, I bet even the common people across the country know about it. What? Even the television station reported it? But hasn't the Blood Sand War always been overlooked by the government? Why is it making such a big fuss this time? Lu Chen asked, puzzled. Although the Blood Sand War has indeed been neglected by the government due to its remote location, right now, we are at a critical juncture in the full-scale national war between our Divine Summer Nation and the White Eagle Empire. Even a small victory can greatly boost the morale of our domestic professionals. Moreover, our Divine Summer Nation has long been displeased with the Three Kingdoms alliance of bugs. We just never had the opportunity to deal with them. At this point, Huang Dayuan excitedly added, and this time, I heard that the Three Kingdoms alliance originally intended to take advantage of the chaos to fully occupy our Blood Sand War zone, but unexpectedly, they ended up losing more than they gained. Not only were our young professionals able to beat them to a pulp, crying for help, but they also lost the safe zone they had managed for years. Now, the Blood Sand War has completely become part of our Divine Summer Nation's territory, and those scoundrels have been wiped out. You tell me, with such a gratifying event, how could the media not rush to report it? So that's how it is. Hearing this, Lu Chen suddenly realized. He recalled what Huang Dayuan had just said, the White Eagle Empire was in full-scale war with the Divine Xia Kingdom, and Lu Chen couldn't help but clench his fists, although he was eager to fight for his country. Moreover, his 10,000 times amplification, punishment aura was very suitable for team battles, but the battlefield of national war was only accessible to practitioners above the 5th transition, and with his current level, he was far from qualified to participate. It seems I need to hurry up and improve my strength. After all, the country is in trouble, and I can't help at all. This feeling is just too unbearable. With this thought, Lu Chen didn't delay any longer and looked at Huang Dayuan, saying, "First, help me see how much these things are worth. I have other matters to trouble you with later." "Sure." Huang Dayuan nodded excitedly, just about to step forward to sort out the equipment Lu Chen had taken out. But just then, he raised an eyebrow and asked Lu Chen in confusion, "Trouble you? I wonder what else the young brother needs." "Well, I came to your Starsea Trading Company not just to sell things, I also want to buy a suitable weapon. I wonder if your trading company has any weapons suitable for a paladin," Lu Chen said truthfully. "Oh, young brother, you've come to the right person. Our Starsea Trading Company has plenty of equipment," Huang Dayuan exclaimed with delight. Almost without thinking, he took out a thick list from his pocket and handed it to Lu Chen, saying, "This is our trading company's inventory of weapons. There are quite a few power-type weapons suitable for paladins. Take a look and see if you like any. The prices are all negotiable." "Thank you." Lu Chen nodded upon hearing this, quickly taking the list Huang Dayuan handed over and opened it with great anticipation. In the next moment, a series of densely packed weapons of various colors appeared before his eyes. The Starsea Trading Company truly lived up to its reputation as a large national chain. The variety of weapons for sale was incredibly comprehensive, including swords, spears, staffs, axes, halberds, and more. There was nothing Lu Chen could think of that they didn't have. Not only that, but each weapon listed also had extremely detailed quality classifications, ranging from the most common black iron, bronze, silver, and so on, to the rare and exorbitantly priced gold and even dark gold weapons that made Lu Chen gasp in astonishment. The Starsea Trading Company actually had them for sale. Looking at the densely packed and varied weapon names on the list in his hand, for a moment, Lu Chen was completely dazzled and didn't know how to choose, only able to exclaim repeatedly, This trading company is really powerful. Ha ha, this is just the beginning." Huang Dayuan grinned and proudly said, "I'm not afraid to tell you, young brother, that this list you have in hand is only 1/10 of our Starsea Trading Company's inventory." "What? This is only 1/10? Gasp. As soon as these words were spoken, even Lu Chen, who had lived 2 lives, couldn't help but take a sharp breath. The strength of the Starsea Trading Company was simply too formidable. You have to know that just the list he held in his hand listed thousands of different weapons, and not a single one was the same. But to think that with so many types of weapons, it was only 1/10 of the Star Sea Trading Company inventory. If all their inventory were counted, how many types of weapons would that be? Lu Chen couldn't imagine, nor dared to imagine. Of course, at this moment, Huang Dayuan once again called out with a smug expression. Our Star Sea Trading Company is one of the top large chain businesses in the Divine Xia Kingdom. These are just some second transition weapons. Not worth a. Before he could finish his sentence. They even have epic quality weapons for sale? Suddenly, Lu Chen seemed to have discovered something incredibly significant. His eyes lighting up. Epic weapon? Huang Dayuan, seeing this, had not yet reacted when he saw Lu Chen pointing at a weapon name on the list and asking, Manager Huang, may I ask how much this Zhejian Longchang costs? Zhejian Longchang? Upon hearing this name, Huang Dayuan was momentarily stunned. However, he quickly regained his composure and shook his head at Lu Chen, saying, Little brother, I advise you not to look at this weapon. What do you mean by that? Are you afraid I can't afford it? Lu Chen frowned and asked. No, I don't mean to underestimate you, little brother, but this Zhejian Longchang, ordinary people simply can't use it. Huang Dayuan said with a bitter smile. What do you mean by that? Lu Chen curiously pressed on. To tell you the truth, this Zhejian Longchang has been gathering dust in our Shanghai Trading Company warehouse for over a decade. There have been people interested in this epic weapon before, but regardless of their profession, once they see the true form of this weapon, they basically give up on the idea of purchasing it. Huang Dayuan said helplessly. Oh, why is that? Lu Chen asked again, determined to get to the bottom of it. Of course, it was no wonder he reacted this way. Epic quality weapons are exceedingly rare, a treasure that one can encounter but not seek. If he could truly obtain it, it would greatly enhance his abilities. So, before understanding what this gun was all about, Lu Chen was not willing to give up easily. Meanwhile, Huang Dayuan paused, not continuing to hide the truth, and spoke bluntly, because this weapon is 20 meters long. What? A 20-meter long weapon? Lu Chen was taken aback. That's right. Huang Dayuan nodded again. But isn't this type of weapon meant for close combat? What's the point of making it so long? If those assassins or similar professions get close, wouldn't that just be delivering a meal to them? Lu Chen asked, confused. I don't know about that. Huang Dayuan sighed and then changed the subject. However, I have heard some rumors about this weapon from some of the old-timers at our Shanghai Trading Company. What rumors? Lu Chen pressed again. It is said that this gun is not a specialty of our Xinxia Kingdom, but rather a weapon specially crafted for those dragon tamers. Dragon tamers? Lu Chen's pupils constricted upon hearing this. That's right. Huang Dayuan nodded and asked in a deep voice. Little brother should know what a dragon tamer is, right? I've heard of it. Lu Chen nodded, aware that in today's Blue Star, some countries that have good relations with the Sky Dragon Cliff allow their domestic professionals to sign contracts with the dragon race. This is the legendary dragon tamer. At this moment, Huang Dayuan continued. It is said that because the dragon race is very large, those melee dragon tamers must choose specially made long weapons if they want to cooperate with the dragons in battle. At this point, he finally revealed the twists and turns of the matter, and this Zhejian Longchang was custom made for that purpose. I see. Lu Chen realized suddenly upon hearing this. Unfortunately, our Xinxia Kingdom has never gotten along well with the dragons of Sky Dragon Cliff, and there have never been any dragon tamers in the country. So although this Zhejian Longchang is a prestigious epic weapon, it remains unsought after. Huang Dayuan said with a bitter smile. Is that so? Upon hearing this, Lu Chen's heart immediately became lively. This Zhejian Longchang was simply perfect for him. As the first dragon knight in the history of Blue Star, although Oscar's current level is still low and its size isn't particularly massive, a body length of 10 meters and a wingspan of nearly 30 meters still make it larger than most creatures. Moreover, the strength of dragons isn't solely due to their skills, more importantly, it's their indestructible sharp teeth and claws, as well as their tough dragon scales that rival epic armor. This means that if Oscar wants to unleash its full power, it must revert to its true form for battle. At that time, if Lu Chen wants to fight alongside it on its back, the Zhejian Dragon Spear is absolutely indispensable. With this in mind, Lu Chen almost without hesitation asked Huang Dayuan, Manager Huang, how much is this Zhejian Dragon Spear? I'll buy it. What? Huang Dayuan was taken aback, incredulously asking, "Little brother, didn't I just tell you the purpose of this Zhejian dragon spear? Why do you still want to buy it?" Just because others can't use it doesn't mean I can't." Lu Chen smiled slightly. Alright. Seeing that Lu Chen was determined, Huang Dayuan, as a businessman, didn't continue to refuse. Instead, he gritted his teeth and said, "If little brother is really interested in this Zhejian dragon spear, then I'll make a decision. Consider it half sold and half given. I'll charge you 30 million dragon coins." "What? 30 million dragon coins? Why don't you go rob a bank?" Put. Hearing this outrageous price, Lu Chen felt a rush of blood and almost choked. Seeing Lu Chen's reaction, Huang Dayuan was also helpless, sighing repeatedly, "Little brother, I'm really not trying to take advantage of you. It's just that there's a hard rule among our major trading houses that the price of all epic weapons cannot be lower than 30 million. Otherwise it will be seen as market disruption and will be targeted by other trading houses." At this point, as if fearing Lu Chen wouldn't believe him, he added with a wry smile, "Moreover, when we acquired this Zhejian dragon spear, we spent a full 50 million dragon coins. Now offering it to you for 30 million is already a huge loss. If you don't believe me, you can check with other trading houses. If they sell epic weapons for less than 30 million, I'll twist my head off and give it to you as a night pot." Hearing this, Lu Chen was momentarily at a loss for words. He never expected that a neglected epic weapon gathering dust in a warehouse for over 10 years could actually sell for 30 million. 30 million, that's enough for a family to live a life of luxury. Originally, after this period of training, Lu Chen had killed and looted his way to earn a few million dragon coins, and he thought he had a bit of wealth. But he never imagined that all along, he was the frog at the bottom of the well. A mere few million dragon coins was nothing in the world of professionals. After all, an item costs 30 million, and this is just a second-tier item. What would the prices be when he reaches third, fourth, or even fifth tier? Damn, it seems I need to find a way to save more money in the future. With this thought, Lu Chen couldn't help but shake his head with a bitter smile. However, he had no intention of giving up on this Zhejian dragon spear. As the saying goes, money is meant to be spent. If spending money could enhance his strength, then whether it was 30 million, 300 million, or even 3 billion, he would spend it without hesitation. Thoughts raced through his mind. Alright, 30 million it is. Finally, Lu Chen stood up and said heavily. After dropping this line, his old face turned red again, and he murmured, "But I don't have that much money on me right now. Can I get it on credit first?" "Well, although you are a VIP member of our Shanghai Trading Company, I'm just a department manager. I can handle tens of millions, but I can't approve a credit of several tens of millions," Huang Dayuan said with a troubled expression. "What should we do?" Lu Chen frowned upon hearing this. I've got it." At that moment, Huang Dayuan's eyes suddenly lit up as if he had thought of something, and he looked at Lu Chen and said, "Little brother, if you really want this Zhejian Longchang, you actually don't need to spend any money to buy it." What do you mean by that?" Lu Chen raised an eyebrow upon hearing this. Huang Dayuan did not answer but instead looked at Lu Chen and asked, "Considering your age, you should be participating in this year's national examination, right?" "Of course." Lu Chen nodded and asked in return, "Why do you ask that?" "Ahem. It's like this." Huang Dayuan cleared his throat, as if organizing his words. After a long while, he continued, "Actually, during this time, our Shanghai Trading Company has been looking for suitable talented professionals to sponsor, and I think you are very suitable." "Sponsor?" Hearing this familiar term, Lu Chen's eyes brightened. "That's right." Huang Dayuan nodded and pulled out a silver-white t-shirt embedded with countless sparkling stars, explaining to Lu Chen, "As long as you can wear this battle robe representing our Shanghai Trading Company in the upcoming national examination and achieve a ranking in the top 100 nationwide, I can approve it and directly give you this Zhejian Longchang. Is that true?" Upon hearing this, Lu Chen was so happy that he almost shouted, asking again in disbelief. "More real than gold," Huang Dayuan said emphatically. "Good. You said it. No backing out. Ah ha 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 ha." At this point, Lu Chen could no longer contain the excitement in his heart and laughed out loud. "Don't worry. Our Shanghai Trading Company has always been based on integrity and will never go back on our word," Huang Dayuan said while frowning. But what?" Seeing this, Lu Chen thought he wanted to change his mind and quickly asked nervously, "Little brother, We need to get this unpleasant talk out of the way first. If you don't achieve a ranking in the top 100 nationwide, then this Shijian Longchang, not only will I have to take it back, but I will also have to charge you an additional usage fee, Huang Daiyuan said solemnly, but before he finished speaking, he was interrupted by Lu Chen waving his hand. Cut it out. Don't worry, just the top 100 nationwide? I could do that with my eyes closed, Lu Chen said proudly. What a joke. With his SSS-level combat talent, plus the assistance of Oscar, the legendary Forbidden Dragon, if he couldn't even make it to the top 100 nationwide, he might as well not be a professional anymore and just find a block of tofu to crash into. Seeing Lu Chen's reaction, Huang Daiyuan couldn't understand where his confidence came from, but it was an undeniable fact that Lu Chen had just changed jobs a few days ago and had already cleared the nightmare abyss. Moreover, Lu Chen was the sponsor he found. The better Lu Chen performed, the more rewards he would receive from headquarters. Thinking of this, Huang Daiyuan didn't ask further and smiled warmly, saying, then I wish you success, little brother. Ha, well said. Lu Chen smiled slightly upon hearing this, never taking the matter too seriously, because in his view, getting an epic piece of equipment just by wearing a battle robe was simply the best deal ever. Little did he know that this greedy maneuver would lead him to a powerful life and death enemy in the upcoming national examination. Of course, that's a story for later, so let's set it aside for now. Next, Huang Daiyuan ordered someone to help Lu Chen lift out the Zhijian Longgun from the storeroom, and Lu Chen finally got his hands on this long-desired weapon. Zhijian Longgun type, two-handed weapon attack power, 1500-2020 strength, plus 950 required rank. Second transition quality, epic, crafted meticulously by the weapon master Kais. After leaving the Star Sea Trading Company, Lu Chen walked contentedly towards his solitary apartment. Unbeknownst to him, as the date for the national examination drew closer day by day, the entire Shenxia country was already stirring with clouds of turmoil before this grand feast. In the northwest province of Shenxia country, the Barbaric Plateau. The Barbaric Plateau is a neutral map located on the border of Shenxia country, requiring levels 200 to 300, a place of conflict even higher than the Blood Sand War Zone. However, unlike the resource-rich and pleasant climate of the Blood Sand War Zone, this neutral map is a true desolate land, with high altitude, low temperatures, and powerful monsters within. Moreover, being adjacent to the Divine Bull Country, it often sees groups of practitioners from the Divine Bull Country roaming about. Therefore, unless one is a true powerhouse, few would venture here specifically to level up. But on this day, the seldom visited Barbaric Plateau suddenly became lively. On the desolate plateau, two figures were chasing each other, moving like fleeting shadows, their speed reaching an extreme. Among them, one person wore a headscarf, had a dark complexion, deep-set eyes, a full beard, and his face was covered with numerous irregular scars, giving off a fierce and savage impression. At this moment, if any practitioners who often frequented the Barbaric Plateau were present, they would surely be terrified at the sight of this person. The reason is simple. This person was none other than the infamous Dragon Slayer assassin of the Dragon Slayer group Brad. It is said that Brad is a rare exclusive profession from the Divine Bull Country, a voodoo shaman, whose skills revolve around controlling poisonous insects and curses. He is known for his unpredictable temperament, extreme cruelty, and a penchant for human sacrifices. If a practitioner from Shenxia country were to accidentally encounter him, it would be nearly impossible to escape, making him a figure of notorious reputation. However, at this moment, the usually bloodthirsty Brad appeared extremely disheveled, his robe tattered, his body covered in wounds, some of which had already formed scabs, indicating he was injured. Not far behind him, a tall and imposing young man, over 2 meters tall with a cold expression, was relentlessly pursuing him. The young man had a standard East Asian appearance, clearly a practitioner from Shenxia country, clad in heavy armor and a black cloak. He wore gauntlets that emitted a deep purple glow. Death Chariot. Boom! At a certain moment, the cold young man stomped heavily, and an ancient chariot's phantom appeared out of thin air, causing his speed to surge, almost instantly catching up to Brad ahead. Destruction strike. Bang! 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 HP 1099. HP 1211. HP 1112. The wind from his punches howled, leaving a series of lingering afterimages in the void, and above Brad's head, several terrifying damage numbers appeared one after another. Humph! Brad let out a muffled grunt, and his already dwindling health bar became even more precarious. But he didn't dare to turn around and confront the young man head-on. Instead, he ran away frantically while cursing without looking back. "Bastard! Who the hell are you? I have no grudges against you. Why are you chasing me like this?" Brad shouted in anger. Of course, it was no wonder he reacted this way. Even now, he still couldn't figure out how he had provoked this young man to be pursued so relentlessly. 7 days ago, this cold and fierce young man had suddenly appeared out of nowhere and attacked him without any explanation. Initially, Brad thought that this person from the Divine Summer Kingdom, who was only a little over level 200, was not worth his attention and was planning to finish him off directly. But then he realized he was completely wrong, absurdly wrong. Because although this cold young man was not very old and his level was not high, his combat power was shockingly strong. 3 skills, just 3 skills. Almost half of his nearly 20,000 health points were taken away by the other party. This made Brad gasp in shock and feel utterly terrified. After all, he was a level 300 voodoo shaman, and this young man was only level 203, clearly having just changed jobs not long ago. There was nearly a 100 level difference between them, yet he had almost been taken out in an instant. What kind of monster was this? How could he be so strong? Thus, without a second thought, Brad chose to turn and run, but that cold young man was like a relentless parasite, closely following him without giving an inch. For a full 7 days, the dignified voodoo shaman Brad had been driven to the point of having nowhere to escape, nearly running out of energy. After another quarter of an hour, Brad finally stood still in despair, giving up on the idea of continuing to flee, because at this moment, after 7 days of relentless running, his stamina had been completely exhausted. "What did I do to provoke you? Can you at least let me understand?" Brad gritted his teeth and asked, filled with unwillingness. As a specialized profession of the Divine Cow Kingdom, relying on his bizarre skills and various means of escape, even when facing a 4th transformation practitioner from the Divine Summer Kingdom over the years, he could still manage to escape even if he couldn't win. But now, he was being cornered by this mysterious young man over level 200, and it could be said that he had never felt so desperate since changing jobs. The young man did not answer but took out a scroll from his pocket and casually opened it, which was densely filled with names and portraits of enemies from the rival country. Among them was Voodoo Shaman Brad. After carefully checking the information, the young man looked at Brad as if he were a livestock waiting to be slaughtered, devoid of any emotion. "Damn Chinese pig, do you really think I'm afraid of you?" Finally, Brad exploded with rage. He knew that at this moment, besides fighting desperately for a slim chance of survival, there was no other option left. Voodoo technique. Black magic worm. Buzz, 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 buzz. A large swarm of black magic worms was unleashed by Brad, charging towards the mysterious young man, the terrifying sound of their wings echoing in the air, enough to make anyone's scalp tingle. But the mysterious young man stood his ground, only shaking his body slightly. Primitive killing intent. Boom. In the next moment, an extremely terrifying aura erupted from his body, shattering the swarm of magic worms that rushed at him and, with residual force, slammed into Brad's chest. Bang! HP minus 1799. Ah! Brad let out a miserable scream, spitting out a mouthful of foul, congealed blood, nearly fainting from the pain. At this moment, his health bar was down to just over 200 points, and he was on the verge of falling at any moment. Yet he did not continue to flee. Instead, he trembled and pointed at the mysterious young man from the Divine Summer Kingdom, letting out a neurotic laugh. "Ha ha 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 ha, you are an ultimate professional. Ha 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 ha, you are actually an ultimate professional." Brad's laughter was both chilling and helpless. The mysterious young man before him was simply too terrifying. Even a casual skill from him was comparable to the ultimate moves of other professionals. It should be noted that as a voodoo shaman, his professional strength was on par with that of a super professional. Yet even so, in front of this mysterious young man from the Divine Summer Kingdom, he had no power to resist at all, as if he were made of paper, easily crushed by his opponent. All of this made Brad fully realize a fact, a brutally harsh yet undeniably true fact: this mysterious young man was an ultimate professional. Indeed, an ultimate professional. To have such terrifying combat power at just level 203, within 5 years, you will surely have a place on the Blue Star's 100 Gods ranking. Brad's eyes were complex as he completely abandoned the thought of further resistance, bitterly smiling. To die at the hands of a strong person like you. Brad. have no regrets. At this point, he raised his head, his gaze burning as he stared directly at the young man, solemnly asking, "One last request. Tell me your name." The young man coldly nodded, his expression devoid of joy or sorrow, and as he spoke, his voice resonated like a dragon's roar, shaking the surroundings. "My name is Undying Berserker, Chu Ao." Boom! The terrifying fist wind descended once more, sending Brad flying and completely emptying his already dwindling health bar. Looking at Brad, who was dying with his eyes wide open, the young man first reached out and directly crossed out his name on the scroll. After doing all this, he lifted his head, revealing an unprecedented ferocious battle intent in his eyes. "Is the national examination about to begin? I hope those 3 guys who share my name can provide me with some decent challenges. Please don't let me down. Please don't let me down." In the Divine Summer Kingdom, Southwest Province, the top-ranked high school, Southwest No. 1 Middle School, T-on-E, are you ready? In the empty playground, a middle-aged man in a magic robe solemnly asked a bespectacled, scholarly-looking boy. The boy nodded heavily, his face serious. "All right, I'm going to start my attack." Seeing this, the middle-aged man slowly raised his staff while reminding him in a deep voice, "This time, I will attack you with all my strength, and I won't hold back at all. So be careful." As soon as he finished speaking, regardless of the boy's reaction, he shouted, "Fire Rain Meteor." Boom, 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 boom. The next moment, accompanied by a series of terrifying sounds of wind breaking, countless massive fireballs fell from the sky without warning, almost igniting the entire sky, the scorching heat sweeping through, causing the ground to crackle as if it were the end of the world. An utterly terrifying spectacle. Yet, in the face of such a terrifying assault, the boy showed no signs of panic. Instead, he raised his staff and unleashed a skill at the critical moment. Secondary forbidden spell, Space Distortion. Buzz. The next moment, under the incredulous gaze of the middle-aged man, the space around the boy began to shrink and deform like a distorted mirror, emitting a series of grating sounds, as if being tightly grasped by an invisible hand. As the rain of fire he had just unleashed had not even reached the ground before the boy, it was forcefully squeezed out by the surrounding distorted space. Boom, 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 boom. Fireballs crashed down not far away, creating one dark, charred pit after another. Yet not even a corner of the boy's clothing was torn. Good. What a momentary forbidden spell. Seeing this scene, the middle-aged man could no longer contain his excitement and ran forward, giving the boy an enthusiastic thumbs up. T-on-E, this meteor shower is a fire-type magic of 4th turn level. I didn't expect you to be able to withstand such a skill, the middle-aged man said with a face full of excitement. With your current strength, as long as you don't encounter a 5th turn or higher practitioner, you should be able to stand undefeated. Thank you, Teacher Jack, for your careful cultivation over the years. Otherwise, relying solely on myself, I could never have such a deep understanding of space, the boy said shyly with a smile. Ha ha, that's also because you have great talent and high comprehension. Otherwise, no matter how hard I tried, I couldn't have nurtured you to this level out of nothing, the middle-aged man said, his face brimming with excitement. At this point, he shifted his tone. However what? The boy raised an eyebrow and quickly asked. The middle-aged man did not answer but looked deeply at the boy and said solemnly, with your talent, staying in the Divine Summer Kingdom is truly a waste. What do you mean by that, teacher? The boy asked. Puzzled, the middle-aged man still did not explain but continued. In recent years, the strength of the Divine Summer Kingdom has been declining. Not only has it become a sworn enemy of the White Eagle Empire, but looking across the entire Blue Star, it is surrounded by enemies. At this point, he couldn't help but sigh. Staying in such a country is destined to have no future. After saying this, the middle-aged man shifted his tone again. Only the Great White Eagle Empire deserves your top-tier talent, providing you with a better stage and allowing you to soar freely in the sky. Do you mean for me to go abroad? The boy's heart stirred upon hearing this. Yes, the middle-aged man snapped his fingers, seemingly very pleased with the boy's cleverness, and even excitedly uttered a word in Eagle language. But, the country has nurtured me for so long, expending so many resources and manpower. If I just leave like this, won't it? The boy said with some worry. T-on-E, you are still too kind. The middle-aged man shook his head and said, as the saying goes, people strive to rise while water flows downwards. The White Eagle Empire is undoubtedly the #1 nation in Blue Star,
a sacred land favored by the gods.
I've heard that even the air there is sweet. As for the divine Summer Kingdom, not only is it resource poor and fiercely competitive, but it also frequently engages in national wars with other countries. The casualties among practitioners in the country have been severe over the years. In my view, collapse is only a matter of time. At this point, he sighed again, adding with a look of desolation, I am getting old, and my talent is insufficient. Not being able to become a part of the great White Eagle Empire is my greatest regret in life. After saying this, the middle-aged man raised his head again, looking at the boy with excitement and exclaimed, But you are different. You are a rare space mage, a true ultimate practitioner, with almost infinite possibilities for the future. That's why I want to advise you, some things are better decided sooner rather than later. But even if I want to go to the White Eagle Empire, I have no connections, the boy said with a bitter smile. Ha ha, that's simple. I've already considered it for you, the middle-aged man said excitedly. I heard that the Jinglong Academy has been tirelessly establishing relationships with top foreign institutions in order to enhance its international status over the years, often sending students abroad for funded studies under the guise of academic exchanges. What? Such a good thing exists? The boy's eyes lit up upon hearing this. That's right. The middle-aged man nodded and continued. What you need to do is to successfully enter the Jinglong Academy in the upcoming national examination and become one of them. Once you do that, you can use Jinglong Academy as a springboard to smoothly head to the Empire of the White Eagle. I see. Upon hearing this, the boy finally understood, but he still had one question, so he asked again. But even if I go to the Empire of the White Eagle this way, I would still be a person from the Divine Summer Kingdom, right? Ha ha, you don't need to worry about that. The Empire of the White Eagle has always valued talent cultivation. With your talent and strength, as long as you are willing to become one of them, they will not only welcome you with open arms but also provide you with the highest level of treatment and benefits, the middle-aged man said proudly. As for the Divine Summer Kingdom, you don't need to worry at all. By then, you will be in the Empire of the White Eagle. No matter how angry the Divine Summer Kingdom gets, what can they do to you? Moreover, I heard that in recent years, many top talented professionals from Jinglong Academy have gone abroad this way and never returned. One after another, sentence by sentence. I see. Finally, the boy set aside the last bit of concern in his heart and said heavily to the middle-aged man, Thank you, teacher, for your guidance. I know what to do now. Among the 4 seats at Jinglong Academy, there must be a place for me. Wang Tianyi. I want to see who can stop me. In the Divine Summer Kingdom, Southeast Province, Chongyan City, at the headquarters of the Tianqing Trading Company. That night, it was already late, but the headquarters of the Tianqing Trading Company was still brightly lit and bustling with noise. A group of people anxiously surrounded a hidden secret room, seemingly waiting for something, which was quite evident. From within the secret room, heart-wrenching screams could be heard from time to time, making everyone break into a cold sweat, their hearts rising to their throats. It's been so long, why hasn't Chen succeeded yet? A middle-aged man muttered to himself while anxiously pacing back and forth. His name was Long Huacheng, the chairman of the Tianqing Trading Company, and the one screaming inside the secret room was none other than his only child, Long Chen, who had just emerged this year as one of the 4 ultimate professions in the Divine Summer Kingdom, the Abyss Insect Master. The chairman doesn't need to worry. Young Master Long Chen has dealt with this kind of thing before. As the saying goes, good people have their own heavenly protection. I believe he will definitely succeed in suppressing it and come out safely this time. At that moment, an elderly man dressed as a butler stepped forward to offer some comfort. Well, let's hope so. Hearing this, Long Huacheng's expression improved slightly, but the anxious look on his face showed no signs of dissipating. He was clearly still in a state of extreme tension. Just then, the screams from the secret room suddenly stopped. Creak! Then, the door to the secret room was pushed open from the inside. Immediately after, Long Chen, pale-faced, weakly walked out while leaning against the wall. Chen, you finally came out. Seeing Long Chen, Long Huacheng hurriedly took 2 steps forward, reaching out to support him while asking with concern, How is it? The Abyss Insect Mother. Father, don't worry. The Insect Mother has been temporarily subdued, Long Chen said weakly, as if he had exhausted a tremendous amount of energy, his voice trembling slightly. Ah, that's good. That's good. Upon hearing this,
Long Huacheng let out a heavy sigh of relief. However, before he could fully relax, Long Chen continued, "But the Abyss Motherworm does not truly submit to me. Although I forcibly signed a partner contract with it, it seems to be resisting the contract more and more during this time. I'm really worried that one day if..." Before he could finish his sentence, he was interrupted by Long Huacheng's wave of his hand. "You must hold on. This Abyss Motherworm is an SS-level powerful beast. I paid an unimaginable price to obtain it for you. If it tears up the contract and escapes, the consequences would be unbearable even for me." "Yes, father, I understand," Long Chen quickly replied, filled with trepidation. Seeing Long Chen's reaction, Long Huacheng nodded in satisfaction and continued, "But you don't need to worry too much. The Abyss Motherworm won't be able to jump around for much longer. As long as you can successfully enter the Jinglong Academy in this upcoming national examination, you will have the opportunity to personally meet the Witch King in the capital's War God Hall and request her to brainwash the worm." At this point, he added solemnly, "By then, this divine-level magic worm will become your most loyal battle pet for life, and you will become a true Abyss insect master. So you must hold on. Do you understand?" "Yes, father, I will definitely work hard." Long Chen nodded heavily, his eyes revealing an unprecedented anticipation. Long Huacheng nodded. Seeing that Long Chen was gradually regaining his composure, he decided not to dwell on this issue any longer and intentionally changed the subject, saying, "I heard that during this time, the Starsea Trading Company has been digging corners, looking for sponsorship. It seems they also want to use this national examination to boost their own trading company's reputation." Starsea Trading Company? Upon hearing this name, Long Chen immediately showed a strong disdain on his face and sneered, "Let them look. I want to see what kind of professionals they can find to sponsor them. Can they really compare to me?" "That's true, but the Starsea Trading Company has been our old rival. They have been competing with our Tianqing Trading Company for business over the years, and their strength should not be underestimated. Moreover, this time the national examination is said to be the first time in the history of our Xingxia Kingdom to have a nationwide live broadcast. Even that preliminary round will attract countless people's attention," Long Huacheng said solemnly. "So in the upcoming national examination, if you encounter participants from the Starsea Trading Company, remember, do not hold back. You must defeat them decisively. Understand?" "Father, don't worry. The participants sponsored by the Starsea Trading Company better not run into me, or I will make them regret coming to this world," Long Chen said firmly. In the Xingxia Kingdom, Yanshan Province, on a peak that pierced the clouds, an old man with white hair and beard sat alone at the edge of a cliff, enjoying the vast sea of clouds outside while pouring himself a drink from a gourd, occasionally lifting his head to sing a few lines, looking utterly at ease, just as the old man was lost in his own world. "Master!" Suddenly, a short-haired youth, handsome as jade and carrying a long sword, slowly walked over from the only small path on the mountain top. "Tianlan, you're here." Upon seeing the youth, a smile of relief appeared on the old man's face. The reason was simple. This youth was his most favored disciple, one of the 4 ultimate professionals that had just emerged in the Xingxia Kingdom this year, the carefree sword immortal Yun Tianlan. Seeing the old man, Yun Tianlan smiled slightly and walked up to him, respectfully performing an ancient gesture of a junior. Only then did he clasp his hands and say, "Disciple has come this time specifically to bid farewell to master." "Oh," the old man, upon hearing this, not only showed no surprise but even asked in return, "So the national examination is finally about to begin? Master truly has a keen insight, nothing can be hidden from you." Seeing this, Yun Tianlan quickly flattered him without showing any signs of it. "You young one, all you know is to say nice things to make this old man happy." The old man chuckled in response, shaking his head. "But speaking of which, you have followed me to the mountains to cultivate since childhood. Over the years, you have only come down once for the job change. It is indeed time for you to go out and broaden your horizons." "Master, rest assured, after the examination, I will return to take care of you," Yun Tianlan quickly replied. "That is completely unnecessary." Unexpectedly, the old man decisively shook his head inside. "In this era, everyone is changing jobs. We no longer need to stick to the old ways, guarding this desolate mountain every day." At this point, he shifted the topic. "Moreover, our Qingyun sect has long had a family motto: in chaotic times, descend to save the world; in prosperous times, retreat to the deep mountains." After saying this, The old man finally raised his head and looked at the young man seriously.
Now, our Xingxia kingdom is in a time of turmoil.
I have heard that many countries on the Blue Star intend to be our enemies.
As the last generation of our Qingyun sect,
you must not stand by when the country is in trouble.
Do you understand?
Yes,
Master, I understand.
This time down the mountain, I will prioritize the interests of the country and will not let you down.
Yun Tianlan replied earnestly.
That's good. The old man nodded in satisfaction and waved his hand.
Go, serving the country is an honorable thing. I will not stop you,
for this is your destiny, your fate. But if I leave, who will take care of you,
Master?
Looking at the old man,
who seemed solitary and desolate, Yun Tianlan appeared somewhat reluctant.
However, before he could finish his sentence, the old man interrupted him with a wave of his hand.
You don't need to worry about me,
the old man said proudly.
In my youth,
I also fought on the battlefield for the country,
shed blood and sweat. Now,
I am someone with a pension. If worst comes to worst,
I can live in a nursing home, and who knows, I might even find a companion and enjoy a second spring in life. You. Upon hearing this, Yun Tianlan couldn't help but chuckle.
Although he knew the old man was comforting himself, the feeling of parting in his heart was somewhat alleviated. He immediately did not linger any longer and clasped his hands to the old man,
saying, All right then, Master, take care. When I have time in the future, I will come back to see you.
As soon as he finished speaking,
he turned around, pretending to leave. But just then,
the old man seemed to suddenly remember something and reached out to stop him.
Wait, what is it? Yun Tianlan turned around, puzzled. There is something I must remind you of. The old man, putting away his playful demeanor, for the first time showed an extremely serious expression. What is it? Yun Tianlan instinctively asked.
Yesterday, I observed the stars at night and found that the western white tiger was unusually brilliant,
its brightness even surpassing that of the Heavenly Gang and Big Dipper. Western white tiger? The young man's pupils constricted upon hearing this. Indeed.
The old man nodded and explained. The western white tiger has been a symbol of slaughter and chaos since ancient times.
At this point, the old man added,
although in this era of universal job changes, there are few who still believe in astrology. The wisdom of our ancestors is profound. Nothing they left us is simple.
Master, what exactly do you want to say? Yun Tianlan, confused, couldn't help but ask.
The secrets of heaven are hard to discern, and the will of heaven is difficult to measure.
How can we mere mortals fully see through it?
The old man did not answer but raised his head, speaking as if in a dream or to himself. However, what he said nearly scared Yun Tianlan to death. I only know that in the near future, our blue star will face an unprecedented catastrophe. In this great calamity, some countries will rise strongly, while others will face a disaster of annihilation. Even our divine Xia kingdom cannot escape this fate.
What? Is that really the case?
At this point, Yun Tianlan could no longer contain his shock and exclaimed.
After a long while, he finally regained his composure and wanted to ask what this great calamity was all about. But at that moment, the vast mountaintop was already empty. Apart from the distant ethereal sea of clouds and the boundless sky, there was not a trace of any living being. Time flowed like water, and 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. During these 3 days, Lu Chen did not continue to level up but stayed in his small apartment to rest. After all, leveling up requires a balance of tension and relaxation. An obsession with grinding sometimes does not help him at all and can even be counterproductive. Moreover, during this time, he had learned many skills in a rush due to leveling up too quickly, and he hadn't even figured out their specific uses, including Oscar's skills. He still didn't understand how to cast them to create a perfect output cycle. So for these 3 days, Lu Chen completely relaxed his mindset, watching TV and shopping when he had nothing to do, and occasionally studying the uses of his and Oscar's skills, living quite comfortably, until the 4th day. On that morning, just as dawn broke, Lu Chen got up early from bed. Master, why are you up so early today? Seeing Lu Chen awake, Oscar ran over excitedly, his face full of curiosity. After resting for so long, it's time to get out and stretch my muscles, Lu Chen said with a smile, not hiding anything. Ha ha, is Master finally going out to level up? Oscar exclaimed with joy. Clearly, the 3 days of rest had made him restless. That's right, Lu Chen nodded and added. But before that, I need to settle a score. Brother Yu Tian, can Lu Chen really complete the 9-star class transfer task? Looking at Yu Tian, who had a serious expression, Li Tianhua asked with a frown. I don't know either. Yu Tian shook his head and added with a grave expression. But if he really completes it, things will get complicated. Oh, what do you mean by that, brother Yu Tian? Li Tianhua asked, puzzled. But Yu Tian did not answer. Instead, he looked up, his eyes revealing an unmistakable seriousness. At this moment, he had already received intelligence from within the country and knew that a super paladin had appeared in the Blood Sand War Zone, capable of being invincible for 14 hours with a 10,000% damage rebound aura. Even now, the high-ranking officials of the Three Kingdoms Alliance had not figured out who this paladin was. Yet for some reason, Yu Tian had a premonition, an inexplicable but very real feeling that this matter was definitely related to Lu Chen. And this was the fundamental reason he had dragged Li Tianhua to the entrance of the class transfer temple early in the morning. Just as Yu Tian was lost in thought at this critical moment, suddenly, not far away, a familiar figure riding a three-headed hellhound came rushing down the street. Wasn't it Lu Chen? He's here. Seeing Lu Chen, Yu Tian's eyes lit up, and almost instinctively, he cast a divination spell on him. But as soon as he looked, he was so shocked that he almost cried out on the spot. Target, Lu Chen, Occupation, Paladin, Occupation Specialization, Judgment, LV, 141, Second Transition, Health Points, 4,560, Mana Points, 1510, Equipment, None, Combat Power Rating, 342 stars. This time, Lu Chen intentionally did not wear any equipment, so his basic attributes were completely exposed before Yu Tian. What? Level 141? Looking at Lu Chen's true level, Yu Tian felt as if his worldview had been overturned, because in the current Blue Star, once a professional reaches level 100, they must first complete a job transition task to continue gaining experience, and Lu Chen's current level is 141. What does this indicate? It indicates that he has already completed the job transition task, and it was a 9-star level task. This is impossible. Li Tianhua also saw Lu Chen's level information and was equally stunned, looking completely at a loss. Ha! You came so early? At the same time, Lu Chen also saw the two. However, he did not appear overly surprised. Instead, he swaggered over on Oscar and directly called out to Li Tianhua with a smug expression. Li Tianhua, it seems you've lost this bet again. Hearing this, Li Tianhua could no longer contain his shock and asked in disbelief. How on earth did you complete a 9-star level job transition task? None of your business. Lu Chen rolled his eyes, too lazy to pay him any mind, and instead extended his hand, saying lightly, less nonsense. A bet is a bet, where's my 10 million? Li Tianhua's expression changed at his words, instinctively wanting to back out, but he hadn't even thought of a reason to weasel out. At that moment, give it to him. Yu Tian waved his hand decisively. Ha, brother Yu Tian? Seeing this scene, Li Tianhua couldn't help but narrow his eyes, but throughout it all, Yu Tian didn't even glance at him, instead staring intently at Lu Chen, saying without looking back, I said, give him the money. Fine. Seeing that Yu Tian had said so, Li Tianhua, though reluctant, obediently took out a bank card from his pocket and handed it to Lu Chen. This card has 10 million in it. Ha! Seeing the reaction of the two, it was now Lu Chen's turn to be dumbfounded. The situation was progressing too smoothly. He had thought of countless contingency plans before coming here. After all, he had witnessed just how shameless Li Tianhua could be, so he had never considered that the other party would obediently hand over the money. But at this moment, seeing how surprisingly straightforward Li Tianhua was, Lu Chen felt a bit at a loss. As the saying goes, something unusual must be afoot. For Li Tianhua, who was usually shameless, to so readily admit defeat and pay up. If there wasn't something fishy going on, Lu Chen wouldn't believe it even if you beat him to death. But what scheme was the other party plotting? He couldn't guess at the moment. After a moment of contemplation, Lu Chen still had no clue and simply decided not to think about it. After all, when soldiers come, generals block. When water comes, earth covers. With a 10,000-fold amplification that could be considered a game-breaking cheat in hand, did he really need to consider so many trivial matters? Of course not. With that thought, Lu Chen couldn't help but smile, stepping forward to directly take the bank card that Li Tianhua handed over. After doing all this, he cheerfully said to Li Tianhua and Yu Tian, thank you. Without waiting for their reaction, he directly turned around and drove off in Oscar, disappearing quickly at the end of the street. leaving no trace. Brother Yu Tian, are we just going to let him go like this? Looking at Lu Chen's departing figure, Li Tianhua asked with a face full of reluctance. This matter has already far exceeded our control. Yu Tian shook his head and said solemnly, "Ha, what do you mean by that, brother Yu Tian?" Li Tianhua was puzzled, feeling that Yu Tian seemed a bit off today, but he couldn't pinpoint what was wrong. Yu Tian didn't answer his question. Instead, he quietly opened his friend list and sent a message to the mayor of Donglin City. Xia Muzan, General Fujino. It has been confirmed that this Lu Chen is very likely the culprit behind the complete downfall of our Blood Sand War Zone. At the same time, thousands of miles away in the Wano country, in a luxuriously decorated conference room. What? You mean the invincible paladin who was dismantling our safe zone in the Blood Sand War Zone is this Lu Chen? General Abusher of the Divine Bull Kingdom's expression changed dramatically. Although it can't be completely confirmed yet, based on the intelligence I currently have, it should be about 90% accurate. General Fujino of Wano looked grim and said, "After all, a 9-star level class change task is something even Lord Rodriguez wouldn't dare to take lightly. This Lu Chen not only accepted it but also completed it independently." At this point, he added, "Moreover, based on the footage returned from the Blood Sand War Zone, that invincible paladin who could remain invincible for 14 hours has a 99% similarity in both physique and temperament to this Lu Chen." As soon as these words were spoken, not only Abusher and Fujino, but even General Jin Guanan of the South Bang Kingdom couldn't help but change his expression dramatically. After that, the three generals fell silent, and the entire conference room became quiet, as if the air had solidified, creating an incredibly awkward atmosphere. It was unclear how much time passed. Finally, Abusher broke the silence in the conference room. "So what level of practitioner is this Lu Chen?" Abusher asked in a deep voice. "I'm not too sure either. After all, we still don't know what specific effects this kid's combat talent has." Fujino shook his head with a bitter smile, then changed the subject. "However, based solely on the 10,000% group damage rebound he previously displayed, as well as the 14 hours of invincibility, he is very likely an ultimate practitioner." "What? Ultimate practitioner?" Hiss. Hearing this astonishing title, the three generals collectively gasped. This is impossible," Jin Guanan exclaimed in disbelief. "An ultimate practitioner is a once-in-a-thousand-years existence, and there are only a handful throughout the entire Blue Star. Each one ranks among the top in the global 100 War God rankings. How could we encounter one so easily? But his abilities have indeed far exceeded our understanding," Fujino said helplessly. Sighing, "Only the legendary ultimate practitioner can explain all of this." Shiba. Bang. Finally, Jin Guanan of the South Bang Kingdom could no longer contain his anger, slamming the table and shouting, "Why is this? The Divine Xia Kingdom has been targeted by the whole world for so many years, yet they can continuously produce so many powerful practitioners. This is just too bizarre. I heard that the Divine Summer Kingdom has produced 4 ultimate professionals this year in one go. If we add this Lu Chen," Abushi's face was filled with envy, because compared to the Divine Summer Kingdom, those low-caste dung machines in their Divine Bull Kingdom were hardly even human. They were simply a bunch of maggots. The gap was so vast that it was hard not to feel despair. "No, we absolutely cannot let this Lu Chen continue to grow, otherwise, with his previous ruthlessness and unscrupulousness displayed in the blood-killing war zone, he will eventually become a major threat to our Three Kingdoms alliance," Fujino said heavily, a sense of unprecedented urgency flashing in his eyes, clearly frightened by Lu Chen. Of course, it was no wonder he reacted this way. Lu Chen's actions in the Blood Sand War Zone were simply outrageous. Not only did he dare to dismantle the safe zones, but he also poisoned water, drugged warehouses, and even shamelessly defecated in pots. He would stop at nothing to achieve his goals. That was why Fujino was so wary, because he himself was someone who would go to any lengths to achieve his objectives. Yet even he could not bring himself to defecate in someone else's pot in front of everyone. But Lu Chen did it without hesitation. What did this indicate? It indicated that Lu Chen was even more extreme than he, a Japanese slave. That was what worried him the most. But Lu Chen is currently in the Divine Summer Kingdom. Even if we want to move against him, it's not an easy task. At this moment, Jin Guanan said bitterly, and Abusher felt overwhelmed as well. Even though they both knew Lu Chen was definitely a disaster. But trying to kill an ultimate professional in the Divine Summer Kingdom, especially one who could be invincible for 16 hours as a paladin, was no different from a fantasy. Just as the two generals were feeling helpless and at a loss, Fujino suddenly said ominously, "Humph, if we can't do it, isn't there still the White Eagle Empire?" Hearing this name, Abushir and Jean Guanan's eyes lit up. Exactly. Fujino nodded, stood up, and said proudly, "The White Eagle Empire is the true first capital of Blue Star. In terms of strength, it is not only on par with the Divine Summer Kingdom but may even surpass it," he added. Moreover, over the years, they have deep grievances with the Divine Summer Kingdom. If we inform them that the Divine Summer Kingdom has just produced an ultimate professional this year, do you think they will sit idly by? Right. How did I not think of that? At this point, Abushir and Jean Guanan could no longer contain their excitement and exclaimed. The Blood Sand War Zone still looked like a dense forest, wild and primitive. However, now, with the complete collapse of the Three Kingdoms Alliance, this neutral map had been fully incorporated into the Divine Summer Kingdom, without the interference of the Three Kingdoms Alliance and with the national examination approaching. This leveling Holy Land, which had rarely been visited before, suddenly became bustling overnight. Wow! So many people. Looking at the densely packed figures of professionals in Bloodbone Town, Lu Chen shook his head with a wry smile. Fortunately, the Blood Sand War Zone was vast, with not only 300 large leveling areas but also thousands of small leveling areas available. So Lu Chen didn't have to worry about not finding monsters. He gave a command to Oscar under him. Just as Lu Chen was about to leave Bloodbone Town to find a quiet place to quickly level up to 200, he heard a voice. "You little brat, where have you been all this time?" Suddenly, a message from a friend appeared on his message panel, and at the end of the message was a curious emoji. Wasn't that the principal of Sanzhong, Su Wanchang? Old Su? What made you think of messaging me? Seeing the message from Su Wanchang, Lu Chen couldn't help but smile knowingly. "I just wanted to see if you were still alive," Su Wanchang replied, adding a smirking emoji. Fortunately, Lu Chen had already gotten used to this old man's habit of sending emojis, so he didn't dwell on it too much. Instead, he mimicked him and sent a rolling eyes emoji, replying, "Don't worry, I'll definitely outlive you. You bastard really can't spit out ivory from a dog's mouth." Su Wanchang replied, ending with a speechless emoji. "So, what do you want to talk about?" Without further ado, Lu Chen got straight to the point. "In half a month, it's our Xinxia country's national exam, which happens every 3 years. You should know about this, right?" Su Wanchang messaged. "I've heard a little about it." Lu Chen nodded. "Do you have time in a few days?" Su Wanchang asked again. After sending this message, he didn't wait for Lu Chen's response and continued. "If you do, you can come with me to our Xinxia country's capital, Kyoto City. Although you just changed jobs not long ago and aren't qualified to participate in the national exam, going out to see the world and gain some experience will only benefit your future advancement." "Wait, old Su, how can you be so sure I'm not qualified to participate in the national exam?" Lu Chen frowned and asked. "What? You think you can still be level 200? Su Wanchang replied, adding a confused emoji. "Well, that's indeed not the case," Lu Chen replied with a bitter smile. "Then that's settled?" Su Wanchang sent a dismissive emoji and replied, "To participate in the national exam, you need to be at least level 200. You're just a mediocre judgment knight, and since you just changed jobs not long ago, if you can reach level 200 before the national exam, I'll change my last name to yours. You bastard." Finally, Lu Chen couldn't hold back. Seeing this old man so arrogant, he directly replied, "Alright, I'll accept you as my son, and from now on, I'll prepare to change my name to Lu Wanchang." "Ha? What do you mean by that?" Su Wanchang was taken aback and added a shocked emoji after sending the message. "I'm not afraid to tell you, I'm already level 141, and if I want to, I can reach level 200 in a day," Lu Chen said truthfully, not hiding anything, because he still trusted Su Wanchang quite a bit. "What? Level 141? That's impossible." At this moment, Su Wanchang replied again, adding a disbelieving emoji. "There's nothing impossible," Lu Chen replied disdainfully, "letting you old man talk nonsense every day. Today I must give you a lesson you'll never forget." No, I was just joking." Su Wanchang realized that Lu Chen was a bit unpredictable and might have some unknown trump cards, so he didn't doubt the truth of Lu Chen's words and sent a curious emoji. "But speaking of which, you little brat, how did you manage to level up so quickly?" None of your business. Lu Chen rolled his eyes and replied without thinking. Alright, you don't say. I won't ask. Su Wancheng replied. But if you really have the confidence to reach level 200 before the national exam, then you can represent our Donglin Sanzhong in the competition. Donglin Sanzhong? Lu Chen was taken aback. Yes, Su Wancheng explained. As one of the key high schools in Donglin City, Donglin No. 3 High School organizes its students to participate in the national exam every year, and this time is no exception. More than 10 people have already signed up. He added. Of course, if you can make a name for yourself in the upcoming national exam and get into a good cultivation academy, it won't be in vain for me to have trained you for so many years. Trained me for so many years? Upon hearing this, Lu Chen was instantly thrown into confusion and couldn't help but reply. Your only contribution to me is that your wife is quite good looking, and she likes to keep the window open while showering in the school dormitory. You dare to peek at my wife showering? You shameless bastard. Su Wancheng was nearly driven to the brink of rage, sending a flurry of angry emoji. Ahem, don't be so worked up. You're getting old. But Lu Chen remained unfazed, even adding fuel to the fire with, and your wife's figure isn't that great, she's put on some weight. You little brat. Where are you right now? I'm coming to settle this with you. Su Wancheng replied, unusually omitting any emoji, clearly on the verge of exploding. Fortunately, Lu Chen didn't continue to tease him but replied, Alright, I'll represent Donglin No. 3 in the national exam. Is that good enough? Humph. You said it. Seeing this message, Su Wancheng's expression lightened a bit, and he replied, I'll contact you again before we set off. After saying this, he didn't forget to add, and you better watch yourself. If you dare to have any ideas about my wife again, I'll make sure you regret it. This old man. Looking at Su Wancheng's reply, Lu Chen shook his head in amusement. However, deciding to join Su Wancheng for the national exam was not a spur-of-the-moment decision but one made after careful consideration. After all, he had never participated in the national exam before, had no experience in this regard, and didn't even know how to sign up or where to attend. As the principal of No. 3 High School, Su Wancheng participated in every national exam and was undoubtedly familiar with these matters. Following him would undoubtedly save Lu Chen a lot of time and effort. With this thought in mind, Lu Chen felt a sense of certainty. After handling these trivial matters, Lu Chen drove Oscar into the vast wilderness of the Blood Sand War Zone, beginning his final sprint before the exam. On September 1st, 3077, in the Blue Star calendar, in the early morning, as dawn broke, the entire Divine Summer Kingdom became lively. The reason was simple. This day marked the triennial National Exam Day in the Divine Summer Kingdom. As a grand event held once every 3 years, the national exam attracted countless young professionals from the Divine Summer Kingdom to eagerly participate and sign up. This year was no exception. Countless participants left their homes early in the morning, some rubbing their fists in anticipation, some eager to try, and some anxious. Their expressions varied. The only thing in common was that each of them was filled with hope for the future. The national exam undoubtedly provided them with the best opportunity to leap over the Dragon Gate. Meanwhile, in Donglin City, on the playground of Donglin No. 3 High School, more than a dozen students who signed up for the national exam were already waiting in place. Su Wancheng glanced at his watch and then looked at the still empty school gate not far away, unable to help but frown and sigh. Where is that brat? Why hasn't he come yet? Principal, it's getting late. If Lu Chen doesn't come soon, we might be late. At this moment, a student from No. 3 couldn't help but murmur, just wait another 2 minutes, he should be on his way. Su Wancheng shook his head and said in a deep voice. Hearing this, the student wanted to say more, but before he could open his mouth, Yes, let's wait a bit longer. It doesn't really matter. Suddenly, another figure chimed in. It was none other than Li Tianhua, the Thunder Battle Method, whom, seeing this scene, not only the students from the 3rd middle school present, but even Su Wancheng couldn't help but be taken aback, because no one expected that Li Tianhua, who had always been a sworn enemy of Lu Chen, would take the initiative to speak up for him at this moment, just as everyone was frozen in place. Caught off guard, pat, accompanied by a series of rapid footsteps. Outside the school gate, a figure riding a Cerberus finally arrived. Wasn't it Lu Chen? Sorry, I got held up with something. Thanks for waiting. Upon reaching the playground,
Lu Chen came to an abrupt stop, and without even having time to catch his breath, he repeatedly cupped his hands in apology to the others. "Humph, you dare to be late for such an important event as the national exam. You really are becoming more and more unreliable." Su Wancheng rolled his eyes at the sight and then looked at the Oscar under Lu Chen, curiously asking, "Oh, is this your mount?" "That's right." Lu Chen nodded, not hiding it at all. "A Cerberus, not bad," Su Wancheng praised, but didn't seem overly surprised, because the Cerberus was a common magical creature found in the wild. Neither its skills nor combat power were particularly outstanding. Moreover, the mounts of paladins were more functional than combat-oriented, so Su Wancheng just took a glance and quickly shifted his gaze away from Oscar. Looking again at the group of students ready to go, Su Wancheng cleared his throat and then said loudly, "Students, before we set off, there are a few things I think it's necessary to remind you of. Due to time constraints, I'll keep it brief." At this point, he didn't care about the reactions of others and continued speaking to himself. "First, the content of the national exam varies every year, and only on the day of the competition will the chief judge announce the specific assessment methods, so even I don't know what kind of challenges you will face next. So don't waste your breath asking, 'Is that so?'" The students couldn't help but smile wryly and shake their heads upon hearing this. Second, although the national exam is a large-scale national event, due to the sheer number of participants, the competition is extremely fierce. Even with judges supervising the entire process, there are still many unexpected casualties every year. Su Wancheng continued, "So next, I hope everyone can act within their capabilities. If you feel that something is beyond your ability, do not be greedy for success and take reckless risks, losing big for a small gain. Understand?" "Yes, Principal." Upon hearing this, everyone nodded in agreement. Third, although there are no particularly strict regulations for this national exam, there is one thing that is strictly prohibited: the use of amplification-type props. If anyone dares to break the law, once discovered, they will be immediately disqualified from the assessment. Please pay close attention to this and do not harbor any illusions. At this point, Su Wancheng added, "In addition, team participation is also not allowed in the national exam, which means that no matter what challenges you encounter next, you must face them alone, whether you are a dragon or a worm. It all depends on your own efforts." As the words fell, he raised his head again and said loudly to the students, "I wish everyone good results in the upcoming national exam, and may you all be admitted to the cultivation academy of your dreams, soaring to great heights and bringing glory to your families. Then we shall take the principal's good wishes." Upon hearing this, the students exchanged knowing smiles, growing increasingly eager for the national exam that was about to begin. "All right, it's getting late. Is everyone ready?" At this moment, Su Wancheng felt the time was right and asked everyone again. "Ready?" The crowd responded in unison. "In that case, let's not delay any further, we shall set off now." Seeing this, Su Wancheng wasted no time and directly raised his head, calling out loudly into the void, "Lord, a total of 13 people from Donglin City and Donglin No. 3 High School request to participate in the national exam. Please lend us your strength." Hearing this peculiar title, Lu Chen was momentarily stunned, unable to grasp what was happening. Buzz! The next moment, without any warning, a series of intricate and complex magical runes appeared beneath everyone's feet. And then, boom! The world spun. Lu Chen felt a flash of darkness and light before his eyes. When he opened them again, he found himself in a completely unfamiliar environment. It was an expansive square, so vast that even Lu Chen couldn't see the end of it at a glance. At this moment, the playground was almost packed with people, looking around. There were heads bobbing everywhere, and a rough count suggested there were at least several million. Wow! So many people. This must be several million, right? No wonder it's the national exam. This scene is just too grand. Witnessing this epic sight, the students from No. 3 High School were left dumbfounded. Gasp! Even Lu Chen couldn't help but take a sharp breath, looking at Su Wancheng and murmuring, "Old Su, where is this?" "This is the capital city of our divine Xia kingdom, Kyoto City." Su Wancheng grinned. "What? This is Kyoto City?" Lu Chen's expression changed upon hearing this, because as far as he knew, the Donglin city he was in was over 8,000 kilometers away from Kyoto City. With such a distance, Lu Chen originally thought he would need some flying transportation or a teleportation array to participate in the national exam. But unexpectedly,
Su Wansheng just shouted into the void, and everyone had inexplicably arrived in Kyoto City, equivalent to a teleportation of over 8,000 kilometers. What kind of practitioner possesses such terrifying power? With Lu Chen's current level and experience, he couldn't even imagine, nor dare to imagine. However, he felt an intense curiosity about that Su Wansheng mentioned. Just as Lu Chen was about to ask Su Wansheng about who this was, Su Wansheng said, "You all wait here, I'll go register first." After dropping this line, Su Wansheng didn't care about anyone else's reaction and turned to leave, quickly disappearing into the vast crowd. Watching Su Wansheng's departing figure, Lu Chen couldn't help but smile wryly and had to temporarily abandon his plan to inquire. At that moment, Lu Chen, suddenly, a familiar voice came from not far away. Lu Chen instinctively turned to look in the direction of the voice. He saw Luo Shenxen, the school beauty from No. 1 high school, struggling to squeeze through the crowd, running towards him. "So it's you." Seeing Luo Shenxen, Lu Chen felt overwhelmed, because every time he encountered this girl, he would end up in a mess. According to Lu Chen's original thoughts, he really wanted to stay as far away from this troublemaker as possible. But at this moment, with Luo Shenxen already here, he felt embarrassed to chase her away in front of so many people. Helpless, Lu Chen could only brace himself and greet her. At the same time, Luo Shenxen jogged over to Lu Chen's side, looking at him with anticipation and asking, "Do you want to go together later?" "Together?" Lu Chen frowned at her words and instinctively asked, "Together for what?" "Of course to participate in the assessment," Luo Shenxen said matter-of-factly. "Although this national exam doesn't allow teaming up, it's a tacit rule that professionals can help each other during the assessment." Saying this, she seemed afraid that Lu Chen wouldn't believe her, and pointed to the crowd around them, saying again, "If you don't believe me, look, quite a few people are already secretly discussing cooperation." Oh, hearing this, Lu Chen instinctively looked around and indeed found that many professionals were discussing how to cooperate later. After all, professionals can coordinate with each other without necessarily forming a team. Even without teaming up, many skills can provide significant boosts to one another, such as the priest's shield, the knight's blessing, the archer's mark, the assassin's poison, and so on. These skills can theoretically be shared without forming a team. In such a large-scale event with millions of participants, for ordinary professionals, even having one more buff effect is a considerable advantage. Realizing this, Lu Chen suddenly understood. Just as Lu Chen was contemplating whether to team up with Luo Shenxen for the assessment, "Xian, why did you run over here? I was just looking for you." Suddenly, a familiar figure came running over. The newcomer was a young man. He was tall and sturdy, with a simple face, wearing a high-quality full-coverage armor. It was none other than Zhang Liang, whom he had met before. "Oh, it's you?" At this moment, Zhang Liang also saw Lu Chen, but he ignored Lu Chen and instead spoke to Luo Shenxen. "Xian, didn't I tell you? Don't hang out with these random people. Don't you feel like you're lowering your status?" "Zhang Liang, are you done yet? What does it matter to you who I make friends with? Are you just bored and looking for trouble?" Luo Shenxen shot back without a second thought. Boom! Seeing this scene, the crowd around them erupted in suppressed laughter. Zhang Liang's face turned green and white from being scolded, but he didn't dare to offend Luo Shenxen. Fortunately, at this moment, Lu Chen was right next to Luo Shenxen. So, Zhang Liang turned his anger towards Lu Chen and shouted fiercely, "Damn it, you useless piece of trash. I already warned you once, and I can't believe you still dare to bother Shenxen. Do you want to die?" Lu Chen was momentarily stunned by this. Then he laughed. Yes, he laughed, but it was a laugh born from anger. Zhang Liang was just too ridiculous. After being scolded by the goddess, he didn't dare to retort and instead made himself a punching bag. This was simply intolerable. Where did this mad dog come from? Get lost! Lu Chen cursed without a second thought. You dare to curse at me? As soon as he said this, Zhang Liang was taken aback. But soon, he regained his composure and anger surged from his heart, turning into boldness. "I'll kill you." In the next moment, under the horrified gazes of the crowd, Zhang Liang unhesitatingly drew the short sword from his waist and swung it towards Lu Chen's head. The momentum suggested he was determined to chop him to death without mercy, his demeanor utterly arrogant. What? The onlookers gasped in shock, clearly not expecting Zhang Liang to dare to attack someone in the venue of the national examination. Even Lu Chen was taken aback. However,
seeing Zhang Liang daring to make a move against him. Lu Chen did not hold back. With a thought, he called out, "Oscar!" Yes, master, Oscar, connected to Lu Chen's mind, understood his intent almost instantly and raised his front paw, slamming it down towards Zhang Liang. Lu Chen, no! Luo Shenxen, standing nearby, was startled and was about to shout a warning, but as the forbidden dragon, Oscar's attack speed was incredibly swift. Bang! HP minus 1022. Ah! In the next moment, accompanied by a piercing scream, Zhang Liang was sent flying like a rolling gourd, crashing to the ground and rolling 18 times before finally smashing down hard, unable to get up for a long while. Wow! What a powerful hellhound! His normal attack can deal over 1000 points of damage, and the target is a warrior skilled in defense. This can't be a mutated beast, right? Seeing this scene, the crowd's pupils constricted, clearly not expecting that an inconspicuous hellhound could be this strong. Indeed, this bastard has been pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger. Only Li Tianhua realized the truth. Originally, when Yu Tian told him that Lu Chen was the one who single-handedly overturned the entire Blood Sand War Zone, Li Tianhua was reluctant to believe this harsh reality. After all, Lu Chen had always been a slacker with no skills. Moreover, how could a mere support class paladin possess such monstrous strength to overturn the entire Blood Sand War Zone? Until today. Until this very moment. Seeing that even Lu Chen's mount was powerful enough to send a level 200 warrior flying with a single slap, Li Tianhua finally believed what Yu Tian had said before. Fortunately, this bastard won't be able to jump around for long. Brother Yu Tian said that the White Eagle Empire plans to deal with Lu Chen during this national examination, but I wonder how they plan to do it, Li Tianhua muttered, his eyes filled with undeniable excitement and anticipation. At the same time, Zhang Liang struggled to get back up from the ground. Seeing that Lu Chen's mount had taken nearly 1/5 of his health with just a normal attack, he seemed unable to believe this cruel fact, trembling as he called out to Lu Chen, "What? This is impossible. Last warning, stay away from me." But Lu Chen couldn't even be bothered to look at him. In fact, he had already shown mercy. After all, with his true strength now, if he really wanted to deal with Zhang Liang, a single normal attack could have taken him out. But considering they were all professionals from the Divine Xia Kingdom, Lu Chen chose not to do so. For the same reason, as a fervent patriot, he did not want to turn his blade against his fellow countrymen, because that would only give the enemy nations something to laugh about. But as the saying goes, even a clay figurine has its temper. If Zhang Liang continued to provoke him, he wouldn't mind sending him to meet the gods early. Lu Chen, stop! At this moment, seeing Lu Chen daring to hit Zhang Liang, Luo Shenxen seemed afraid he would impulsively cause trouble, quickly stepped forward to block him, anxiously saying, "You can't touch Zhang Liang, or things will escalate." "Ah, what do you mean by that?" Lu Chen frowned upon hearing this. "Haven't you heard? For this national exam, Zhang Liang's family has spent a fortune sponsoring a group of promising contestants to promote their spicy hot pot brand, and even the ultimate undying mad warrior, Chu Ao, is one of them," Luo Shenxen said in a deep voice. "If you provoke him, it will be troublesome." "Oh, is that so?" Hearing this, Lu Chen was taken aback, clearly not expecting such a twist. But Zhang Liang, seeing Luo Shenxen warning Lu Chen, he not only didn't step in to stop it but instead grinned and laughed wildly after Luo Shenxen finished speaking. "What's wrong? Are you scared? Ha 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 ha." As his words fell, he raised his head and looked at Lu Chen with a face full of resentment, shouting, "Waste! If you're scared, then kneel down and apologize to me. Maybe if I'm in a good mood, I can." Before he could finish his sentence, slap! Another slap landed heavily on his face. This time, Lu Chen didn't bother Oscar to take action, he did it himself, because that felt more satisfying. "If you dare to make noise again, I'll take your dog life," Lu Chen said coldly, a flash of killing intent in his eyes. "You!" Seeing Lu Chen so aggressive, Zhang Liang was startled and for a moment didn't dare to speak. Lu Chen! Luo Shenxen was also stunned, clearly not expecting Lu Chen to dare to hit him knowing Zhang Liang's background. But Lu Chen was not afraid at all. What a joke! He was a dignified SSS-level combat talent, the first Dragon Knight in the history of Blue Star, and he needed to be wary of a mere ultimate professional? Of course not. Meanwhile, seeing the commotion getting bigger, a referee responsible for maintaining order finally arrived late. Fighting is prohibited during the exam period.
Violators will be disqualified. The referee shouted loudly.
Upon seeing the referee appear, Zhang Liang finally regained his senses and managed to muster some courage.
Yelling at Lu Chen, "You're Lu Chen, right? You, just wait, I will make you regret this." After saying that, he didn't have the face to stay any longer and turned to run, quickly disappearing into the vast crowd, leaving no trace. Idiot! Watching Zhang Liang leave in embarrassment, Lu Chen curled his lips in disdain. Although he loved his country and didn't want to fight with his fellow countrymen, that didn't mean he was easy to bully. As the saying goes, life and death are trivial. If you don't accept it, just fight. It was just a battle. Thinking of this, Lu Chen couldn't help but smile proudly. Lu Chen, you've really gotten yourself into big trouble this time. At this moment,
seeing that Lu Chen and Zhang Liang had become deeply mired in enmity, Luo Shenxen looked worried and was about to remind Lu Chen a few words, but before she could finish her sentence,
at that moment,
a sudden change occurred. Buzz, 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 buzz.
In the not-so-distant sky, one after another pitch-black black holes suddenly appeared out of thin air,
and outside those black holes, a figure was gracefully darting back and forth, each jump covering a distance of over 100 meters, moving so fast it was beyond description.
Ha! What's going on? Is this space flickering? I know that person. He is Space Mage Wang Tianyi. What? Is he that Wang Tianyi?
No wonder he's a once-in-a-century ultimate professional. This speed is simply incomprehensible.
Seeing this extraordinary scene,
the surrounding crowd erupted in excitement. A few well-informed individuals immediately guessed the identity of the newcomer,
who was indeed one of the 4 ultimate professionals, the Space Mage Wang Tianyi. Ha! Is he that Wang Tianyi?
Listening to the discussions of the crowd around him,
Lu Chen instinctively cast a detection spell at Wang Tianyi from a distance.
Target, Wang Tianyi. Occupation, Mage Specialization, Space System LV, 276, Third Transition, Health Points, 14070 Mana Points, 29600 Combat Power Rating, 1799 stars. Nearly 30,000 mana points? Looking at Wang Tianyi's absurd mana bar, Lu Chen couldn't help but narrow his pupils. However, after a moment's thought, he felt relieved, because the mage profession primarily focuses on increasing wisdom. The higher the wisdom, the more mana points one has. Moreover, Wang Tianyi was an ultimate professional, whose base attributes were significantly higher than those of ordinary combat professions, so having such a high mana value was entirely reasonable. Just as Lu Chen was about to move closer to examine the key equipment on Wang Tianyi, a terrifying killing intent suddenly erupted from the northeast, causing chaos everywhere it passed, creating a vacuum in the already crowded playground,
as if responding to the black holes appearing in the sky. What's going on? Seeing this scene, Lu Chen instinctively focused his gaze. Not far away on the playground, a tall and domineering figure was staring intently at Wang Tianyi in the sky, his eyes filled with unmistakable excitement. Yes, it was excitement.
And Wang Tianyi was not to be outdone. After a few flashes to the square,
she stood tall, looking at the domineering figure not far away,
radiating an extremely strong magical fluctuation.
Such strong killing intent. That person, could it be Undying Berserker Chuao? It really is him. I heard that not long ago, Chuao single-handedly wiped out all the dragon-slaying group assassins on the barbaric plateau. His combat power is simply beyond comprehension.
What?
Is that true?
The crowd whispered, erupting into a series of suppressed gasps.
Meanwhile, Lu Chen took the opportunity to glance at Chuao's basic attributes.
Target, Chuao. Occupation, Warrior Specialization, Chaos Dance LV, 265, Third Transition, Health Points, 17722 Killing Intent Value, 999 Combat Power Rating, 1832 stars. Only level 265 and already over 1,800 stars in combat power. These 4 ultimate professionals are indeed not to be underestimated.
Lu Chen muttered, but that wasn't the end. Just as Chuao and Wang Tianyi faced off, a voice interrupted. The national exam hasn't even started, and you two are already at odds? Then I'll join the fun too. Sizzle, 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 sizzle,
accompanied by a series of eerie sounds that made one's scalp tingle.
Bang, 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 bang. Suddenly, the ground began to tremble violently. Next, from the southeast, an enormous figure came rushing in, trampling the hard ground of the square into cracks, causing the surrounding competitors to flee in panic, creating utter chaos. What the hell is that? Seeing this sudden scene, Lu Chen was also startled. The rampaging creature looked terrifying, resembling an oversized giant spider at first glance. This beast, more precisely, it was an insect-type beast. It measured over 5 meters in length, had 8 legs, was dark green all over, and was covered in sharp, menacing spines. Not only that, but its belly was surprisingly large, at least 5 times thicker than its front half, as if something inside was constantly wriggling, giving an extremely bizarre feeling. Look, it's Abyss Beast Master Long Chen. Finally, someone knowledgeable in the crowd immediately identified the newcomer. The magical beast under him. Is it the legendary Abyss Mother Worm? My god, what a terrifying magical beast! The crowd collectively gasped. With Long Chen's appearance, the vast square was suddenly filled with a murderous aura. Magical energy surged like a tide, and the sound of insects chirping rose to a climax. Target, Long Chen Occupation, Beastmaster Occupation Specialization, Beast King LV, 269, Third Transition, Health Points, 12991 Mana Points, 3655 Combat Power Rating, 2172 stars. Target, Abyss Mother Worm Category, Abyss Worm Species LV, 269, Third Transition, Health Points, 26788 Hatching Value, 1000 Combat Power Rating, 1944 stars. What is this hatching value? Looking at the unique peculiarity of the Abyss Mother Worm, Lu Chen couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. As soon as he finished speaking, a magnetic voice suddenly came from beside him without warning. The hatching value is the resource point of this Abyss Mother Worm. I heard that as long as the Abyss Mother Worm has enough hatching value, it can endlessly hatch all kinds of Abyss magic worms. Whether melee, ranged, tank, or even siege units, it has everything, equivalent to a walking army, with extremely powerful combat capabilities. I see. Upon hearing this, Lu Chen suddenly realized and turned around, instinctively glancing at the person who had just spoken. But as soon as he looked, he couldn't help but narrow his pupils. The person who had just spoken was so outstanding in appearance that even Lu Chen, a reincarnator, felt a surge of amazement. Indeed, it was stunning. This was a young man from the Divine Xia Kingdom. He wore a white long robe, had sword-like brows and starry eyes, and his long black hair was casually tied behind his head, with a pair of coarse cloth shoes on his feet. Even though he was just standing there quietly, like most of the other contestants watching the excitement, without showing any extra movements. At that moment, he seemed like a bright lamp in the night, instantly capturing Lu Chen's attention. Thank you, friend, for enlightening me. Finally, Lu Chen came back to his senses and quickly expressed his gratitude. You're too polite, brother. We are all practitioners of the Divine Xia Kingdom, and we should help each other. The young man smiled slightly, neither overly enthusiastic nor showing any hint of distance. His demeanor was just right. Seeing this, Lu Chen immediately felt a bit of goodwill rising in his heart, and without waiting for the young man to ask, he took the initiative to say, "My name is Lu Chen. May I ask your name, friend?" "I am Yun Tianlan." The young man replied with a smile. "Oh, so it's Yun." Lu Chen was about to say a few polite words when suddenly he was shocked, as if he had thought of something, and looked at the young man in surprise. "Wait, Yun Tianlan? You are the carefree sword immortal Yun Tianlan? Am I that famous?" Yun Tianlan said, a bit awkwardly scratching his nose. Boom. What? He is that Yun Tianlan? My god, how did he end up here? At the same time, the surrounding crowd also heard Lu Chen's exclamation, and the place erupted in an uproar. Meanwhile, Lu Chen instinctively cast an insight technique on Yun Tianlan. Target, Yun Tianlan, Exclusive Profession, Carefree Sword Immortal, Profession Specialization, Sword Domain, LV, 252, Third Transition, Health Points, 15,832, Mana Points, 200, Combat Power Rating, 1647 stars. This, looking at Yun Tianlan's basic attributes, Lu Chen was momentarily at a loss for words, because before this, he had never imagined that the most mysterious of the 4 ultimate professionals, the Carefree Sword Immortal, would actually take the initiative to speak to him. In fact, it wasn't just him. At this moment, even Yun Tianlan himself didn't know what he was thinking. Just a moment ago, when he inadvertently caught sight of Lu Chen in the crowd, an inexplicable feeling arose in his heart. He felt that this seemingly ordinary paladin was not as simple as he appeared. It was an indescribable, unfathomable feeling, but it was undeniable that Yun Tianlan's intuition was very sharp.
Even though Lu Chen had not revealed any of his cards at this moment, and Oscar was still in protection mode, he wasn't even wearing any equipment. Yet, Yun Tianlan could still see at a glance that Lu Chen was extraordinary. Thus, he quietly approached Lu Chen, intending to probe into his background. But at this moment, with his identity exposed, he clearly no longer had that opportunity. Senior Tianlan, can I add you as a friend? Senior Tianlan, please help me during the big exam later. Senior Tianlan, I'm Lu Dahai from Wangbei City, can I treat you to a meal later? Senior Tianlan. Senior Tianlan, a swarm of participants rushed forward, surrounding him tightly. This, looking at the vast crowd around him, Yun Tianlan smiled wryly and shook his head, knowing that it was impossible to talk to Lu Chen now. Helpless, he could only call out from a distance, "Brother, I wonder if you have time to grab a drink after the big exam." "Of course, no problem." Lu Chen nodded with a smile. He felt a bit of goodwill towards this approachable carefree sword immortal and did not refuse. "Great. Then let's not lose touch." After saying this, Yun Tianlan did not linger but stepped forward, leaping over the heads of the crowd and disappearing in an instant. It wasn't until after he had left that Luo Shenxen, who had been slow to react, finally came to her senses and looked at Lu Chen in shock. "Lu Chen, when did you get to know this Yun Tianlan?" "I just met him." Lu Chen shrugged. "What? You just met him?" Luo Shenxen was momentarily stunned and asked, "But why did he come specifically to find you?" "How would I know?" Lu Chen rolled his eyes. Just as Lu Chen was chatting casually with Luo Shenxen, he didn't notice that not far from them, Zhang Liang, who had just received 2 slaps, had quietly approached the undying berserker, Chu Ao. "Chu, brother Chu." Looking at the cold-faced Chu Ao, Zhang Liang trembled as he called out, Who is it?" Chu Ao frowned at the sound, and a terrifying killing intent surged forth, nearly scaring Zhang Liang into wetting his pants. But Zhang Liang did not flee. Instead, he mustered his courage and said to Chu Ao, "Brother Chu, don't make a move. It's me, Zhang Liang." At this point, seemingly afraid that Chu Ao wouldn't remember him, he added, "Zhang Liang spicy hot pot, have you forgotten? Our family has specifically sponsored you before." "Oh, so it's you." Upon hearing this, Chu Ao finally showed a look of realization on his face, and he didn't continue to make things difficult for Zhang Liang. Instead, he asked in return, "What do you want?" "Well, it's like this." Zhang Liang, seeing the change in Chu Ao's demeanor, felt a surge of joy and quickly repeated the excuse he had prepared earlier. "Just now, some idiot was talking bad about you behind your back. I couldn't stand it, so I rebutted him a few times, but unexpectedly, he was unreasonable and even hit me." As he said this, he pointed to his swollen cheek, embellishing the story. "Look, my face is still swollen." "What? Is that true?" Chu Ao frowned upon hearing this. In fact, Zhang Liang's words were full of holes and couldn't withstand scrutiny. Any normal person could tell how much exaggeration was in his story. But as the saying goes, one is at a disadvantage when accepting favors. As the young master of a national chain restaurant, Chu Ao had indeed received a lot of sponsorship money from Zhang Liang's family. Under such circumstances, even knowing that Zhang Liang's words were likely a lie, he still found it hard to refuse his request. "Tell me, who dares to talk behind my back?" Chu Ao asked in a deep voice. "It's him," Zhang Liang said, pointing without a second thought. At the same time, the crowd around them followed his finger and immediately spotted Lu Chen, who looked completely bewildered not far away. "What the hell? Who is this kid? How did he offend Chu Ao? Is he tired of living?" No need to look further. With Chu Ao's temper, this kid will be in deep trouble even if he doesn't die. Sigh, can't he just live well? Why does he have to court death? The crowd cast wave after wave of sympathetic glances at Lu Chen. As for Lu Chen, he hadn't even realized what was happening until now. "What the hell? What's going on? Why is everyone looking at me?" Lu Chen mumbled, scanning the crowd until he finally spotted Zhang Liang not far away. "Wait, could this kid be behind this?" Lu Chen, being quite clever, immediately guessed the cause and effect of the situation upon seeing Zhang Liang next to Chu Ao. Unfortunately, he had no intention of making a move against his fellow countrymen, but the development of events always seemed to drift further and further in an unpredictable direction, spiraling out of control. At this moment, Chu Ao suddenly stepped forward, exuding a murderous aura, ready to find trouble with Lu Chen. But just then, ding! Suddenly, A melodious bell rang out from the void, lingering endlessly. Silence. The next moment, accompanied by a deep voice, a burly middle-aged man suddenly descended from the sky, with a pair of bright red, enormous wings on his back, radiating brilliant light, hovering above the crowd like a deity. Standing still. Is this the Dominion Battle Wings? My God, could this person be a Dominion-level powerhouse of the 7th transition? Upon seeing this scene, the crowd of professionals who had come to participate in the national examination were all taken aback. Of course, it was no wonder they reacted this way. One must know that Dominion Battle Wings is a powerful skill that only practitioners above the 7th transition can learn. Most of the participants present had only just transitioned a few months ago, generally at around level 200. When had they ever seen a practitioner of such a high level? Their reaction was entirely understandable. At the same time, after enjoying the crowd's looks of admiration and awe, the middle-aged man finally spoke slowly, his voice like thunder. Dear students, thank you all for traveling from afar to participate in our Divine Summer Kingdom national examination held every 3 years. My name is Li Qiushan, and I am an ordinary instructor at Jinglong Academy. This time, I have been entrusted by the esteemed lords of the War God Hall to serve as the chief examiner for this examination. I hope for your kind cooperation. Greetings, Chief Examiner. Upon hearing this, the contestants quickly bowed to Li Qiushan. Even the unruly Chu Ao carefully reined in his sharp edges in front of such a true powerhouse, not daring to show any hint of arrogance. Next, I will introduce the schedule and rewards for this national examination. Please listen carefully, Li Qiushan said, then waved his sleeve. Buzz. In the next moment, under the astonished gazes of the crowd, a great mountain suddenly appeared in the northern part of the square without any warning. The first round, unyielding, requires all participants to step into the 10,000 demon mountain ahead and reach the summit under the interference of demonic creatures, with a time limit of 1 hour. Exceeding the time will result in elimination. Note that 10,000 demon mountain is sealed with numerous demonic creatures. Once you step into the mountain, you will immediately be attacked by these creatures, so please act with caution. If you cannot hold on, you can call for help loudly, and there will be judges specifically assigned to take you away. Since this round is part of the preliminary selection stage, it will not count towards your total score. However, at this point, he intentionally paused, glancing at the expressions of the contestants in the square. Seeing everyone's eyes ablaze with curiosity, it was clear that he had successfully piqued their interest. Li Qiushan then smiled mysteriously and added loudly, to enhance everyone's enthusiasm for the examination, our Jinglong Academy has specially prepared a generous reward for this round. All contestants who reach the summit in the top 4 will receive a piece of dark gold quality equipment and a bonus of 10 million dragon coins. Opportunities are rare, and spots are limited, so please make sure to seize this hard-earned chance. As soon as these words were spoken, the crowd erupted into a frenzy of discussion. What? 4 pieces of dark gold quality equipment? And there's an additional bonus of 10 million dragon coins? My goodness, this reward is too generous. I heard that in previous national examinations, the first round of the preliminary selection stage only had a reward of up to 1 million dragon coins. What's going on this year? Moreover, in past national examinations, only the first place was rewarded, but this year it's the top 4. Is Jinglong Academy deliberately nurturing those few? At this moment, some perceptive individuals had already turned their gazes toward 4 different directions in the crowd. Among them was Chu Ao, who had been planning to trouble Lu Chen. Is it just dark gold quality? Only Lu Chen, upon hearing Li Qiushan's serious announcement of the rewards, shook his head in disbelief. Although dark gold quality equipment is considered very rare and extremely valuable for ordinary practitioners, for Lu Chen, who already possessed a complete set of epic gear, this dark gold equipment couldn't even be considered a bonus. At best, it could only be sold for money. Of course, that 10 million dragon coins would be somewhat useful to him. After all, he had just faced a setback when purchasing the Zhijian long gun at the Starsea Trading Hall and knew that the higher the practitioner's level, the greater the expenses. And dragon coins, of course, are better in greater quantities. It seems necessary to compete for a spot in the top 4. With this thought, Lu Chen's resolve strengthened. At this moment, seeing that the time was almost up, Li Qiushan did not delay any further and waved his hand. I announced that the first round of the national examination, unyielding, now begins. As soon as the voice fell,
the entire square was thrown into chaos. Countless contestants, who had been waiting for a long time, suddenly soared into the sky, each showcasing their best acceleration skills, rushing towards the demon mountain not far ahead. Spatial flicker. Buzz, 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 buzz. Suddenly, one dark black hole after another appeared out of thin air in the void. The spatial mage Wang Tianyi flickered, and in just a few blinks of an eye, he charged to the front of the crowd, his speed as fast as lightning. Get the hell out of my way. Bang, 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 bang. The Abyss Insect Master Longchen followed closely behind, his Abyss Mother with 8 legs spread wide, creating a series of afterimages, resembling a bulldozer charging through, scaring the surrounding crowd into retreating. Celestial Fairy. At the same time, another figure shot up into the air, stepping on a flying sword, dashing elegantly towards the entrance of the Demon Mountain. Wasn't it the carefree sword immortal Yun Tianlan? Seeing that 3 of the 4 ultimate who shared his fame had already taken action, the undying berserker Chu Ao could no longer bother with finding trouble for Lu Chen. Although there were rewards for the top 4 in this first round of assessment, everyone was an ultimate professional, and they were all in fierce competition with each other, unwilling to fall behind. So Chu Ao made a quick decision. Zhang Liang, I'll help you get your revenge later. After saying this, he didn't care about Zhang Liang's reaction, and with a stomp of his foot, he charged towards the demon mountain ahead, his speed like thunder. Chu, brother Chu. Watching Chu Ao's departing figure, Zhang Liang couldn't help but frown deeply. Although he wished for Chu Ao to teach Lu Chen a lesson quickly, he didn't dare to stop him at this point. Helpless, Zhang Liang could only glare at Lu Chen with a face full of unwillingness. Xian, I'm going to participate in the assessment now. Let's part ways here. At this moment, seeing more and more people entering the demon mountain, Lu Chen said to the side, Luo Shenxen, aren't you coming with me? Luo Shenxen asked with a frown. No, you'll only slow me down, Lu Chen said mercilessly. You. As soon as these words came out, Luo Shenxen was almost infuriated. Seeing this, Lu Chen realized his words were a bit harsh and quickly explained. Cough. I don't look down on you, but this national examination is very important to me. I must secure the first position. What? First? You actually want to compete for first place with the 4 ultimate professionals? Upon hearing this, Luo Shenxen was stunned, staring at Lu Chen in disbelief. Are you crazy? Forget it, I can't explain it to you. Lu Chen smiled bitterly and shook his head, not wanting to waste time with Luo Shenxen, and waved. Take care of yourself. I'm leaving. After saying this, he didn't care about Luo Xuanxuan's reaction and shouted loudly, Oscar. Yes, master. Oscar understood his master's intention immediately and, with a powerful push of its 4 legs, took Lu Chen and darted out, its speed like thunder, disappearing into the vast crowd in the blink of an eye, leaving Luo Shenxen standing there in a daze, unable to come to her senses for a long time. As a rare darkborn dragon, how fast was Oscar's speed? Even in its current protective form, after just a few simple sprints, it carried Lu Chen past over 90% of the contestants in the square, plunging straight into the demon mountain ahead. Roar! Aang! Chirp! Chirp! As soon as he entered the mountain of 10,000 demons, several bizarre and grotesque monsters charged at Lu Chen with bared fangs and claws. Oh, this is interesting. Lu Chen raised an eyebrow at the sight but remained motionless, instead patting Oscar's large head again. Oscar understood immediately and trembled his body. Dragon scale armor. Crack! Crack! In the next moment, a layer of fine dragon scales appeared out of thin air on Lu Chen, enveloping him completely and forming an impenetrable suit of armor. At the same time, a group of monsters' attacks arrived as expected. Clang! 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 Accompanied by a series of piercing sounds of metal clashing. The sharp fangs and claws of those monsters, upon striking Lu Chen, not only failed to inflict any damage but instead sparked a shower of fiery sparks. The overwhelming rebound force left several monsters stunned, unable to continue their attacks for a moment. Seizing this opportunity, Oscar opened his massive mouth and unleashed a breath that shattered several nearby monsters into pieces. What? At that moment, 2 professionals who had just entered the mountain of 10,000 demons happened to arrive and witnessed this absurd scene. Excuse me, are you a defensive knight? One of the professionals asked Lu Chen in astonishment. It was no wonder he asked this. Lu Chen's defensive power was simply terrifying.
It should be noted that the monsters sealed within the Mountain of 10,000 Demons were elite monsters around level 200, significantly stronger than ordinary wild monsters, and even super professionals dared not ignore their attacks. Yet Luo Shenxen not only withstood them but didn't lose a single drop of blood. It was no surprise he would suspect Luo Shenxen was a defensive knight focused on defense. Defensive knight? Luo Shenxen was taken aback at first, then chuckled and said, "If you think so, then I suppose I am." In fact, more than half a month ago, Luo Shenxen had already raised his level to 200. However, he did not rush to third transition, but instead stayed in the Blood Sand War zone, honing his skill proficiency while studying how to cooperate with Oscar to unleash the strongest combat power of this forbidden dragon. After all, the national examination was a large-scale national event, and this year's examination was said to be broadcast live, sure to attract the attention of many interested parties. Luo Shenxen didn't want to reveal his secrets too early, so he had no intention of using his 10,000 times amplification unless absolutely necessary. With the 10,000 times amplification unavailable, Oscar undoubtedly became his strongest trump card. Although the paladin was not a beast master and had no skills to directly amplify beasts, Oscar, at his peak, was a genuine 7-turn giant dragon with immense experience. With his help, Luo Shenxen had indeed developed several powerful fusion techniques that could harness the power of the dragon. The dragon scale armor was one of them. The principle of the dragon scale armor was quite simple. Oscar would move his dragon scales to cover Luo Shenxen, granting him defense comparable to that of a giant dragon. Just how strong was the skill? As a true dragon, Oscar's scales had a defensive power comparable to epic equipment. After mastering this skill, even without wearing any equipment, let alone a few mere monsters, even a super professional of the same level using all their strength might not be able to break through his defense. Thinking of this, Luo Shenxen couldn't help but feel a sense of certainty in his heart. He ignored the two astonished professionals. Next, Luo Shenxen took another step forward, sitting on Oscar's back, and boldly sprinted towards the mountain top. Roar, howl, clang, 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 clang. Soon, several magical creatures broke free from their seals and launched attacks at Luo Shenxen, but they still couldn't inflict any harm on him. Instead, they were easily dealt with by Oscar. Seeing this scene, the two professionals behind had a flash of inspiration and hurriedly followed closely behind Luo Shenxen. Sure enough, once they trailed behind Luo Shenxen, they no longer faced any attacks, because the magical creatures had limited intelligence and would only attack the nearest enemy. With Luo Shenxen leading the way, he naturally attracted all the magical creatures along the path, watching the two behind him shamelessly taking advantage. Luo Shenxen smiled wryly and shook his head, realizing their intentions. However, considering they were all professionals from the Divine Xia Kingdom, he didn't drive them away and simply let them be. But Luo Shenxen never expected that just a few minutes later, the team behind him would grow from just 2 people to over 200. That's right, over 200. Looking at the long line forming behind him, Luo Shenxen's eyelids twitched wildly. He had come to participate in the national exam wanting to keep a low profile, win the championship, and then leave. But if so many people were following him, it would be nearly impossible not to attract attention. Just as Luo Shenxen stood there in a daze, contemplating how to get rid of these guys, he was suddenly interrupted. "Hey, you in front, why are you still dawdling? Hurry up! If you delay our exam results, you won't be able to bear the responsibility. Hurry up! Stop wasting time!" One voice after another. Seeing Luo Shenxen standing still, several contestants impatiently shouted at him. Damn it! Hearing this, Luo Shenxen couldn't help but laugh in anger. He never expected that this group of jerks would follow him to take advantage and then get spoiled. "You guys can play by yourselves." With that, Luo Shenxen rolled his eyes and, with a squeeze of his legs, made Oscar leap, instantly jumping 100 meters away. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Just as he left, a series of brutal roars erupted. A large group of magical creatures appeared out of nowhere and launched an attack on the crowd. Where did that leading knight go? How did he disappear? Not good. Get out of the way. In the next moment, amidst the startled cries, the crowd was caught off guard and was completely overwhelmed by the numerous magical creatures, with a few nearly having their health bars emptied, creating chaos in an instant. As the instigator of all this, Luo Shenxen took the opportunity to ride Oscar's incredible speed and dashed to the halfway point of the mountain. At this point, most of the contestants had been left far behind. Unable to catch up within half an hour, Luo Shenxen had no intention of delaying further and was about to push harder towards the finish line. But just then, a scene ahead suddenly caught his attention. There was Space Mage Wang Tianyi at the forefront, with one black hole after another appearing behind him, each flicker covering over 100 meters in distance. The magical creatures on the Demon Mountain couldn't even touch the hem of his clothes, moving as fast as lightning. Behind him, Abyss Insect Master Longchen was closing in, with the Abyss Mother beneath him running wildly while continuously laying eggs. Indeed, it was spawning, one by one. Half-meter-tall milky white insect eggs were laid by the Abyss Mother at their feet. Each time a monster attacked Longchen, these eggs would immediately crack open, rapidly hatching swarms of insect-like magical beasts. The sheer number was staggering, and it was no exaggeration to say they were densely packed. With just one charge, they could tear apart any monsters blocking their path, creating a truly horrifying scene. In third place was the carefree sword immortal, Yun Tianlan. However, he was completely different from Wang Tianyi and Longchen ahead of him. Even though he had fallen to third place, this rare specialized practitioner from the Divine Summer Kingdom still maintained a calm demeanor, showing no signs of impatience. He stood with his hands behind his back, a smile on his face, and his feet leisurely resting on a flying sword, always keeping a relatively safe distance from the first two. In last place was the undying berserker, Shu Ao, who had previously harbored hostility towards Luo Shenxen. As the only warrior among the four, Shu Ao clearly had no advantage in speed. Despite running for his life, he found himself falling further behind the other three ultimate practitioners. No way, I can't let it go on like this. Finally, Shu Ao couldn't hold back any longer, seeing that he couldn't catch up to the three ahead, and with the finish line already in sight, he gritted his teeth and decided to unleash a long-range attack skill on them. Death Aura. Swish, swish, swish. The bloody red aura sliced through the air, shooting towards the three ultimate practitioners ahead. Bang! HP 692. Poor Wang Tianyi had no defenses up and was hit hard in the back by Chu Ao's skill, nearly falling flat on her face. Chu Ao, what do you think you're doing? Wang Tianyi shouted angrily, turning around to scold him. Longchen also frowned, although he reacted slightly faster than Wang Tianyi and successfully dodged Chu Ao's attack. Anyone would feel angry being so openly ambushed from behind during that national examination. Only Yun Tianlan remained unfazed, as if nothing could stir his anger. Humph, you three excel in speed, and this first round of the assessment is clearly unfair to me. Ignoring Wang Tianyi and Longchen, Chu Ao pouted and shouted, "Bastard!" Wang Tianyi cursed. The content of this national examination was personally discussed and decided by the lords of the War God Hall. If you have any objections, go to the War God Hall and talk to them. What do you think you're doing attacking us here? I don't care. If you three dare to surpass me, I'll take you down from behind. Shu Ao, seeing this, stopped pretending and started throwing a tantrum right there. You bastard! Wang Tianyi shouted angrily, refusing to back down. She turned to face Chu Ao and shouted, "Do you think I'm afraid of you?" Without waiting for a response, she unleashed a skill. Space cut. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Crack, crack. The space shattered inch by inch, generating dozens of black spatial blades that slashed towards Chu Ao, aiming to tear him apart on the spot. Come on, bring it on, ha 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 ha. But Chu Ao was not afraid, he was even excited, rubbing his hands together and retaliating directly. Fearless battle aura. Boom. The fierce killing intent gathered into a massive tide, surging towards Wang Tianyi's position. Wherever it passed, some recently unsealed monsters were caught off guard and shattered into pieces, creating a terrifying spectacle. Secondary hatching. Self-destructing worms. Meanwhile, Longchen was not idle either. He barely opened his mouth, and behind him, countless insect eggs instantly hatched into hundreds of bizarre, dark green insects, which pounced towards the not-so-distant Chu Ao. Bang, 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 bang. In the next moment, accompanied by a series of violent explosions, the three ultimate professions clashed directly in a chaotic battle. Wow, these three guys really have a lot of fire in them. Meanwhile, not far behind, watching the fierce battle of the three ultimate professions ahead, Luo Shenxen showed a look of keen interest on his face. He wasn't in a hurry to secure a ranking, even though he had a compelling reason to take first place in this national exam. But the chief judge, Li Qiushan, had previously stated that the preliminary selection phase would not count towards the total score. This meant that even if he took first place in this round, it would have no impact on his final score. So Luo Shenxen wasn't anxious about the ranking. Instead, he simply sat down and watched the intense battle of the three ultimate professions with great interest. Just as the battle among the three ultimate professionals was gradually becoming stalemated, they were unaware that at this very moment, high above in the vast void, four figures wielding Dominion battle wings were watching everything with great interest through an illusory screen. Indeed, this Chu Ao is truly a once-in-a-century warrior genius. His combat power is outstanding, and even when facing two opponents, he shows no signs of falling behind. At this moment, one elderly man in a white magic robe with a hooked nose suddenly praised without reservation. It should be that Wang Tianyi and Long Chen aren't taking the fight seriously, otherwise, with their strength, Chu Ao shouldn't be able to hold his own against two. Following that, a middle-aged man in armor calmly analyzed. At this time, if someone well-versed in the capital city were present, they would immediately recognize the identities of these two. Lin Ruoyuan, the president of the top-ranked professional training academy in the Divine Summer Kingdom, Jinglong Academy, and his vice president, Wu Meng'en. I heard that this Longchen still hasn't completely tamed the Abyss Mother Worm? Looking at the illusory scene before him, Lin Ruoyuan asked again. There's no need for concern, President. Once he joins our Jinglong Academy, I will personally take him to the War God Hall to meet Lord Witch King. Wu Meng'en replied with a smile. With Lord Witch King's methods, by then, even if the Abyss Mother Worm is difficult to tame, it will have to obediently recognize Long Chen as its master, and it won't be able to stir up any trouble. That's good. That's good. Lin Ruoyuan sighed in relief upon hearing this, but then said with some regret, it's a pity that Long Chen's innate talent is still too poor, only a mere B rank. If he had an S rank combat talent, combined with the assistance of that Abyss Mother Worm, it wouldn't be long before our Divine Summer Kingdom's War God Hall would gain another seat. It's not impossible even now. Although Long Chen's talent is lacking, the success of a beast master profession depends entirely on the beasts. Wu Meng'en smiled and said, I believe that with the potential of the Abyss Mother Worm, as long as Long Chen isn't foolish, his future achievements will surely be limitless. Let's hope so. Lin Ruoyuan nodded and said excitedly, I never expected that our Divine Summer Kingdom would have 4 ultimate professionals emerge in one go this year. As long as we put in more effort to cultivate them in the future, in a few years, our Jinglong Academy will undoubtedly reach an unprecedented peak with their help. Exactly. Wu Meng'en's face was also flushed with excitement. As the two exchanged words, it seemed they had already determined that the 4 ultimate professionals belonged to their Jinglong Academy. Finally, the other 2 people beside him could no longer stand it. One of the men with a square face stepped forward and asked in a deep voice, speaking of which, you two deans, aren't you a bit too confident? Confident? Upon hearing this, Lin Ruoyuan was momentarily taken aback, while Wu Meng'en beside him couldn't help but ask, Luo Chang'e, what do you mean by that? The man named Luo Chang'e replied solemnly, this national examination has just begun, we haven't even gotten started yet. On what basis do you think the 4 great ultimates will definitely choose your Jinglong? At this point, he added somewhat indignantly, although our Jinghua Academy may not be as famous as your Jinglong Academy, we are still the second-ranked cultivation academy in the Divine Summer Kingdom. How do you know we don't have a chance? As soon as he said this, Lin Ruoyuan and Wu Meng'en instinctively exchanged glances, and then couldn't help but burst into laughter, as if they had heard the most ridiculous joke in the world. Ha 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 ha, you, what are you laughing at? Seeing this scene, Luo Chang'e couldn't help but clench his teeth. Luo Chang'e, at this point, do you still not let go of that ridiculous fantasy in your heart? Lin Ruoyuan shook his head and said lightly, that's right, I admit that more than a decade ago, your Jinghua Academy was indeed not inferior to our Jinglong Academy at all. Saying this, he shifted his tone, but that was more than a decade ago. As his words fell, Lin Ruoyuan didn't care about Luo Chang'e's reaction and continued to speak proudly with his hands behind his back. Over the years, our Jinglong Academy has been actively exchanging insights with the top cultivation academies abroad. Not only have we mastered a wealth of new professional skills and information, but we have also obtained many scarce resources and equipment that are unavailable domestically. Both our strength and ranking have been steadily improving, and you Jinghua Academy have remained stagnant, unwilling to communicate with the outside world, and you don't even allow your professionals to study abroad. Look at your academy's international ranking, it's fallen beyond 100. while our Jinglong Academy still ranks high at 19.
Well known throughout the Divine Summer Kingdom. At this point, Lin Ruoyuan raised his head again and looked at Luo Chang'e with disdain, saying, "Under such circumstances, I really don't know where you get the confidence to dare to compete with us Jinglong. You." Luo Chang'e was furious upon hearing this and was about to retort again when an old man beside him pulled him aside. "Alright, old Luo, don't waste your breath on them." The old man shook his head and sighed. "These two old fools have gone mad for that so-called international ranking. But the four great ultimates," Luo Chang'e said anxiously. "We absolutely cannot let them join Jinglong." "I understand." The old man nodded, knowing full well what Luo Chang'e was worried about. Over the years, the number of top professionals sent abroad by the Jinglong Academy has been too many. These people grew up in the country, receiving high scholarships from the state, consuming the country's resources, only to be sent abroad by the Jinglong Academy under the guise of academic exchange, never to return. It is precisely because of this that the situation of the Divine Summer Kingdom on Blue Star has been deteriorating year by year. However, due to the lack of substantial evidence, even though the old man knew that the actions of the Jinglong Academy were almost tantamount to treason, he still couldn't do anything about them. After all, as the top professional cultivation academy in the Divine Summer Kingdom, Jinglong Academy's status in the country is already deeply rooted, with countless renowned figures being graduates of Jinglong, which cannot be shaken by the power of a single person. Even the War God Hall doesn't dare to do anything to them. Now, seeing that Jinglong Academy has once again set its sights on the four ultimate beings, the old man said not to rush. That must be false, because he is none other than Fang Tianxing, the current president of Jinghua Academy, and beside him, Luo Chang'e is the vice president of Jinghua Academy. At this moment, Luo Chang'e lowered his voice again and said, "President, I heard that not long ago, Jinglong Academy secretly sent people to contact the four ultimate beings. I don't know what benefits they promised them. Plus, in recent years, Jinglong Academy has been gaining momentum domestically. If we don't take action soon, it will be too late. Don't rush. It's currently the exam period, and there are many people around. If we go to talk to the four ultimate beings now, it could easily attract Jinglong Academy's attention. If they interfere, it might backfire." Fang Tianxing said solemnly, "Let's wait a bit longer. After the exams are over, I'll find a suitable time to probe the four ultimate beings." "Well, fine," Luo Chang'e replied, though he felt a deep sense of unwillingness, but given the circumstances, he had no better options and could only nod helplessly. On the other side, Lin Ruoyuan, the president of Jinglong Academy, and Vice President Wu Meng'en were still staring intently at the illusory screen in front of them. It seems there's no suspense left in this first round of auditions. Looking at the three ultimate beings still fiercely battling on the screen, Lin Ruoyuan nodded in satisfaction and added confidently, "With the combat power of the four ultimate beings, other practitioners simply cannot stop them." Ha! Before he could finish his sentence, an unexpected change occurred. "President, what's wrong?" Wu Meng'en instinctively asked upon seeing this. That kid, where did he come from?" Lin Ruoyuan exclaimed, pointing at the figure that had suddenly appeared on the screen. Meanwhile, on the 10,000 Demon Mountain below, boring, watching the three ultimate beings fighting endlessly ahead, Lu Chen quickly lost interest and muttered, "It's about time, I should head up." With that thought, he didn't linger any longer and gave a command to Oscar beneath him. "Oscar." "Yes, master." Oscar immediately understood and leaped forward, charging towards the finish line at the mountain's peak with Lu Chen. Not good. At the same time, noticing someone was catching up, the three ultimate beings in the chaotic battle almost immediately sensed it. Wang Tianyi shouted, "Chu Ao, stop, a contestant is catching up." "What?" Chu Ao's expression changed upon hearing this. He quickly turned around and saw Lu Chen charging towards them, instantly filled with rage. "What a bold little ant, daring to steal our ranking? Go die." Deathly killing intent. Boom. Without any hesitation, Chu Ao turned around and unleashed a long-range attack skill at Lu Chen, aiming to knock him down. Ha! A contestant from the Star Sea Trading Company? On the other side, Long Chen was also not idle. Seeing that Lu Chen was wearing the battle robe of the Star Sea Trading Company, a cold killing intent flashed in his eyes. Hatch! Blood-sucking worms! Bang! 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 Countless eggs exploded one after another, and over a dozen blood-red worms emerged from their shells.
rushing towards Luo Shenxen to drain him dry on the spot.
Humph, truly an ignorant fool. Finally,
Wang Tianyi coldly smiled and unleashed a skill at Luo Shenxen.
Spatial cutting. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The black space blades flickered back and forth in the void,
leaving behind one enduring crack after another.
A terrifying spectacle. At this moment, the other three of the four ultimate beings, aside from Yun Tianlan, seemed to have an unspoken understanding, all directing their attacks at the arriving Luo Shenxen. In their eyes, only the other three ultimate professionals, who shared their fame, were true competitors. Besides them, the other participants in this national examination, whether hidden professions or super professions, were merely insignificant ants, utterly unqualified to compete with them. Thus, the three shared a peculiar consensus, wanting to take down this troublesome guy first before determining their standings among themselves. Is it you? Only Yun Tianlan, upon recognizing Luo Shenxen's appearance, he couldn't help but be taken aback. TSK, this is interesting.
A fierce wind rushed at him, accompanied by a murderous aura, yet Luo Shenxen showed no sign of fear. Instead, he smiled with excitement. Although the four ultimate professionals before him were no pushovers,
as the first Dragon Knight in the history of Blue Star, a legendary god-level professional, he hardly regarded these three ultimate professionals as a threat. Let me show you the power of the Darkborn Dragon. Luo Shenxen smiled proudly, then focused his mind. Mental curse. Confusion. Buzz, buzz, buzz. In the next moment, three extremely bizarre symbols appeared out of thin air above the heads of the three ultimate professionals. Ha! What is that? Poor Chuao hadn't even reacted when he suddenly saw a flash. The skill that was originally aimed at Luo Shenxen unexpectedly veered uncontrollably in midair and smashed straight towards Wang Tianyi's face. Damn it, Chuao! What the hell are you doing? Wang Tianyi cursed loudly, frightened and trying to dodge. But although he was an ultimate professional, he was still essentially a mage, with a low agility attribute. Moreover, Chuao's attack was too sudden, he had no defenses up before the incident, and now it was too late to evade. Thus, bang! HP 1011. Ah! Accompanied by a piercing scream, Wang Tianyi was sent flying by Chuao's decisive strike, blood gushing from his mouth as if it were free, mixed with a large white hard object, his massive front tooth. Ha! This time, not only was Chuao stunned, but Long Chen was too, and even Yun Tianlan, who had not moved from the start, was dumbfounded. But this was just the beginning. Just as Chuao had sent Wang Tianyi flying, a sharp pain shot from his backside, causing him to gasp in shock. Almost instinctively, Chuao turned around, only to see a scene that made his scalp tingle. A swarm of blood-sucking worms had somehow crawled up behind him, now frantically sucking at his backside. Some of them so swollen from the blood they had consumed that the sight was beyond description. HP 312, HP 333, HP 319. A series of damage numbers flashed above Chuao's head. Ah, finally, Chuao could no longer withstand the relentless onslaught. His legs went weak, and he followed Wang Tianyi's fate. But even at this point, it was still not over. Put. HP 431, HP 442. HP 496. Dozens of space blades appeared out of nowhere, striking Long Chen all at once, nearly tearing him apart on the spot. At this point, the three ultimate beings were suddenly dealt a heavy blow, and the scene became chaotic to the extreme. Taking advantage of this moment, Luo Shenxen elegantly maneuvered Oscar and swiftly left, almost instantly surpassing the position of the four ultimate beings. In fact, as he passed by Yun Tianlan, he even had the mood to greet him. Friend, I'm leaving first, see you at the finish line. After saying this, he didn't care about Yun Tianlan's reaction and just whoosh disappeared from the spot, heading straight towards the finish line not far ahead, leaving Yun Tianlan standing there in a daze, unable to come to his senses for quite a while. Buzz, as his vision darkened and then brightened again, Luo Shenxen had successfully reached the mountaintop. Ha! Finally out? Looking at the empty mountaintop around him, Luo Shenxen quietly breathed a sigh of relief. Congratulations, Master, on achieving first place. At this moment, Oscar seemed to sense Luo Shenxen's joy and subtly flattered him. This is all thanks to you, Luo Shenxen said while subconsciously glancing at Oscar's skill bar. Mental curse. Confusion. Note, causes the target to fall into a state of mental confusion. The next attack or skill will randomly target any surrounding enemy. Oscar, your skill is really insane.
Looking at the detailed description of mental curse, confusion, Luo Shenxen couldn't help but smile wryly and shake his head. Despite having fully mastered all of Oscar's skills through hard training over the past half-month, the effects achieved when applying these skills in actual combat still left Luo Shenxen in awe. The effectiveness of Oscar's skills was simply outrageous. For example, this mental curse, confusion. Although this skill had no damage output, it didn't mean it was weak. On the contrary, if used at certain critical moments, this skill could yield unexpectedly powerful results. Because in today's Blue Star, many professionals had mastered some high cooldown ultimate moves. For instance, the Paladin's Divine Shield, the Mage's Chaos Storm, the Archer's Frenzied Barrage, and so on. These skills all shared a very notable characteristic: they were powerful, had high attack, and long cooldowns. Professionals generally wouldn't use them lightly unless absolutely necessary, treating them as life-saving skills. And Oscar's mental curse, confusion, was simply a natural nemesis to these ultimate moves, capable of rendering the opponent's long-prepared ultimate completely ineffective, and even having a counterproductive effect. This was the true terror of this skill. Moreover, as a dragon, Oscar's skills were all area skills, capable of targeting multiple enemies at once, with no limit on the number. It was no exaggeration to say that the longer Luo Shenxen interacted with Oscar, the more he could feel the terrifying nature of this dark dragon lineage. No wonder even the dragon clan of the Sky Dragon Cliff was so wary of the Dark Dragon group, wishing they could eliminate them at once. Master overpraises us. Our dark dragon lineage is fundamentally different from ordinary dragons, and the skills we possess mostly lean towards the dark element. Although our explosive power is not as strong as that of ordinary dragons, when it comes to effectiveness and annoyance, ordinary dragons can't even compare to us dark dragons. At this moment, Oscar added proudly, "I completely agree with that." Luo Shenxen nodded in deep agreement, because even he couldn't deny that Oscar's skills were indeed extremely annoying. Fortunately, since Oscar was his mount, the more annoying and powerful the skills, the more help they provided him. Just at the critical moment when Luo Shenxen was having a casual chat with Oscar. "Ha, who are you?" Suddenly, a figure draped in the Dominion battle wings descended from the sky, landing directly in front of Luo Shenxen. It was none other than the chief judge of the national exam, Li Qiushan. "I've met the judge. My name is Luo Shenxen." Seeing Li Qiushan, Luo Shenxen quickly bowed to him and proactively revealed his identity. "Luo Shenxen?" Li Qiushan frowned upon hearing this, instinctively glancing around, and said, "Why are you the first one out? What about Long Chen and Wang Tianyi?" "You mean the 4 ultimate ones?" Luo Shenxen smiled proudly and gestured towards the Wanma mountain behind him, casually saying, "They are still behind." "What? You mean to say, you actually reached the top before the 4 ultimate ones?" At this, Li Qiushan was completely stunned, because in his mind, the first round of the preliminary selection should have been one of the 4 ultimate ones. After all, the first round, unyielding, was all about speed, and due to their professional characteristics, logically, no one should be faster than them. The one who came out first was not one of the 4 ultimate ones, but a completely unfamiliar face. Almost instinctively, Li Qiushan cast an insight spell on Luo Shenxen, but as soon as he looked, he nearly blinded his own 24K alloy dog eyes. Target, Luo Shenxen. Profession, Paladin. Professional specialization, Judgment LV, 200, second transition, health points, 50-70 mana points, 2100 combat power rating, 399 stars. Holy crap, you're actually a Paladin? And a Judgment Knight at that? Looking at Luo Shenxen's abysmal base attributes, Li Qiushan could no longer contain his speechlessness and let out a harsh curse. Luo Shenxen smiled wryly at the sight and was about to speak, but just then, buzz, buzz, buzz. Suddenly, 4 figures appeared one after another at the exit of the Wanma mountain without any warning, and at the front was none other than the carefree sword immortal, Yun Tianlan. At this moment, Yun Tianlan still maintained his calm demeanor, not only looking well rested but also completely unscathed, not even a wrinkle on his clothing. However, the other 3 ultimate ones following him were not so lucky. Right behind him, Long Chen was dressed in tattered rags, with wounds so deep they were visible to the bone, and behind him, Chu Ao was in even worse shape, with blood still gushing from his rear. As for Wang Tianyi, who was last, he was missing a front tooth, truly becoming a gap-toothed boy. "Long Chen, damn you, look at the mess you've made." At this moment, Chu Ao was the first to regain his senses, pointing at his bloodied backside while cursing at Long Chen. "Bastard,
This has nothing to do with me, Long Chen shouted angrily, because until now, he still couldn't understand why the blood-sucking worm he had always controlled would uncontrollably attack Chu Ao, but then he thought about it and got angry, because his current miserable state was no better than Chu Ao's, and the culprit behind all this was none other than Wang Tianyi. Thus, Wang Tianyi, you bastard, Long Chen cursed at Wang Tianyi. Wang Tianyi, seeing this, looked completely bewildered and simply turned around to curse at Chu Ao. Chu Ao, I won't let this go. I'll screw your old wood. Damn your ancestors for 18 generations. Next, the three ultimate beings began to hurl various beautiful and extravagant insults at each other, as if they were street brawlers, leaving Yun Tianlan and Lu Chen beside them dumbfounded and bewildered. Enough! Finally, the chief judge, Li Qiushan, could no longer bear it and stood up to shout, "What on earth is going on? How did you four end up behind a paladin?" "What? A paladin?" Upon hearing this, Long Chen and the others were stunned. Wang Tianyi, who was in last place, turned pale. Oh no, my ranking, with Lu Chen in first place, followed by Yun Tianlan, Long Chen, and Chu Ao. Wang Tianyi finally realized that he had been pushed down to fifth place. This meant he had been forcibly squeezed out of the top four. Thinking of this, Wang Tianyi exploded on the spot, ready to attack Lu Chen without a second thought. "Beast! I'll kill you! Stop!" Fortunately, Li Qiushan was quick on his feet, stepping in front of him and sternly reprimanding. "Wang Tianyi, what do you think you're doing? This is the national examination venue. I warn you not to act recklessly." "But, Judge, this paladin, he just stole my ranking." "No, wait, he cheated." "That's right, he must have cheated to get first place. Please, Judge, help me." Wang Tianyi shouted hoarsely, clearly losing his rationality from the provocation. The variables in this round of auditions were too many. He, a dignified ultimate profession space mage, had actually lost to a trash support profession paladin. If this got out, how would he ever show his face again? But as soon as he said this, Yun Tianlan couldn't help but burst into laughter. "Ah ha 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 ha, Yun Tianlan, what are you laughing at?" Wang Tianyi questioned angrily. "Of course, I'm laughing at your shamelessness." Yun Tianlan shook his head, no longer bothering to hide it, and mercilessly mocked. "You're supposed to be an ultimate professional, yet you can't even handle a small audition. Instead of reflecting on yourself after losing, you accuse others of cheating. It's simply ridiculous." At this point, he added disdainfully, "When you go out, don't say you're one of the four ultimate beings alongside me. I can't afford to lose face." "You, put." Hearing this heart-wrenching remark, Wang Tianyi felt a surge of anger and nearly choked to death. But that wasn't all. Meanwhile, Long Chen and Chu Ao also regained their senses. Although they hadn't secured first place, they had at least maintained their positions in the top four, which meant they could still receive equipment and bonuses. But Wang Tianyi had gained nothing, following the principle that an enemy's misfortune is a reward for oneself. The two seemed to fear the situation wasn't chaotic enough and began to stab at Wang Tianyi. "Yeah, Wang Tianyi, you lost. So what? Why get so angry?" The usually hot-tempered Chu Ao surprisingly became calm. "Look at us, we didn't get first place either. It's just a mere dark gold equipment plus 10 million in bonuses, what's the big deal?" Long Chen wore a face of nonchalance. You guys, one after another." Seeing how shameless they were, Wang Tianyi felt helpless. After all, they were all ultimate professionals, even in a direct confrontation. The outcome was still uncertain. In desperation, Wang Tianyi could only redirect his anger towards the easiest target in the arena. "Lu Chen, you trash paladin. I'll remember you, just you wait." "Ha, I'll be waiting," Lu Chen sneered, showing no fear whatsoever from beginning to end. Despite not expecting this fellow to become furious and turn his anger towards him, he indeed was the easiest to bully among everyone. Of course, if Wang Tianyi really thought he could manipulate him at will, he wouldn't mind giving the other party a lesson they would never forget. With this thought, Lu Chen couldn't help but smile proudly. "Brother, you truly have great skills. Tianlan admires you." At this moment, Yun Tianlan suddenly walked over to Lu Chen's side and smiled at him with cupped hands. "You're overpraising me. My luck is just good." Lu Chen smiled back, feeling a bit of fondness for this carefree sword immortal. He, brother, there's no need to belittle yourself. Luck is indeed a part of strength," Yun Tianlan said with a smile. After saying this, he glanced at Long Chen and the others behind him and disdainfully remarked, "Moreover, during the recent assessment. The finish line was clearly not far away. Yet those three insisted on fighting halfway. If they lost, they can only blame their own carelessness. No one else to blame. This, my friend, is truly a clever person. Hearing this, Lu Chen was momentarily at a loss for words and could only shake his head with a wry smile. After that, neither of them continued speaking, and the small mountaintop returned to its previous calm, the atmosphere momentarily stiffening. Fortunately, as time passed, more and more participants began to arrive at the mountaintop. Watching the crowd gather more and more at the top, Lu Chen glanced at the immovable Li Qiushan beside him and couldn't help but ask, "Judge, may I ask when my results will be announced?" "This, please wait a moment. I'll inquire about the higher-ups' intentions." Li Qiushan frowned and replied, "Higher-ups?" Lu Chen frowned at the words, just about to ask a few more questions, but at that moment, Li Qiushan had already turned away, seemingly communicating with someone. Completely ignoring him, helpless, Lu Chen could only endure and wait in place. Meanwhile, in the vast void, where did this kid come from, to snatch the rankings of the four ultimate? Looking at the illusory screen before him, Lin Ruoyuan couldn't help but frown. Could he be a hidden genius practitioner? Wu Meng'en muttered. Hearing this, Lin Ruoyuan's eyes lit up, and he quickly waved his hand. "Quick, have someone investigate his background thoroughly." "Yes." Wu Meng'en nodded quickly. As the president and vice president of Jinglong Academy, they were both high-ranking individuals, so investigating a mere holy knight was certainly not a difficult task. Soon, their investigation yielded results. "President, it seems we both underestimated him." Looking at the information panel's feedback, Wu Meng'en's brows furrowed into a shape as he said solemnly, "According to the Intelligence Department's recent report, this practitioner who just took first place in the preliminary selection is named Lu Chen, from Donglin City in the Central Province. Just an ordinary holy knight." "What? Just an ordinary holy knight?" Lin Ruoyuan frowned deeply and asked in confusion. "But how could an auxiliary profession holy knight possibly win against the four ultimate in speed?" Saying this, he looked at Wu Meng'en again and asked, "Moreover, you saw the situation just now. The four ultimate clearly had the chance to stop him, yet they ended up fighting among themselves at a critical moment, practically handing the first place to this holy knight. How do you explain that?" "I'm not too sure either. Perhaps they were too careless and didn't take this holy knight seriously." Wu Meng'en shook his head with a wry smile, then shifted the topic. "However, the mount under the holy knight seems quite extraordinary." What do you mean by that?" Lin Ruoyuan exclaimed in shock. The dean was just focused on researching the four ultimate beings and might not have noticed, but just now, the speed at which that hellhound under the paladin exploded was terrifying, even faster than the space mage Wang Tianyi. "Who is the best at speed among the four ultimate beings?" Wu Meng'en said solemnly, his words striking like thunder. "What? Is that true?" As soon as this was said, not only Lin Ruoyuan, but even Fong Tianqing and Luo Changge beside him couldn't help but narrow their eyes. "Indeed." Wu Meng'en nodded heavily and added, "In my opinion, the hellhound under Lu Chen is likely a formidable mutated beast. Otherwise, with his profession's strength, even if he were just an ordinary paladin, he wouldn't be able to outpace one of the four ultimate beings, even with an S-level or higher combat talent. The short legs of a paladin simply can't compete in speed. So that's how it is," Lin Ruoyuan realized, then disdainfully said, "But even if he has a mutated beast as a mount, he is still a pathetic paladin, unworthy of the rewards our Jinglong Academy has prepared for this major exam." "Indeed unworthy." Wu Meng'en nodded in agreement and asked again, "Dean, what should we do now? Lu Chen is already urging Li Qiushan to announce the rankings. Are we really going to give him the dark gold equipment we meticulously prepared for the four ultimate beings? Of course not." Upon hearing this, Lin Ruoyuan shook his head decisively without a second thought. "But he took first place in front of everyone, we can't deny it," Wu Meng'en said with a bitter smile. Who said we need to deny it?" Lin Ruoyuan smiled proudly, seemingly unfazed, as if he had already thought of a countermeasure. Seeing his reaction, Wu Meng'en instinctively asked, "Do you mean?" Lin Ruoyuan didn't explain but stepped forward and whispered something in his ear. "Later, you do this. This. Wonderful. Brilliant." Wu Meng'en's eyes lit up. Unable to stop praising, the two began to target Lu Chen as if no one else was around. Finally, Luo Changge, unable to bear it any longer, interjected, "You two have had enough. Although Lu Chen is just a paladin,
He is still a professional from our divine Xia kingdom. Aren't you afraid of hurting the feelings of other professionals with your blatant discrimination? Humph. You can stand there and talk without feeling the pain. The rewards for this national exam are all provided by our Jinglong Academy. We can give them to whoever we want. If your Jinghua Academy is unhappy, then you should provide the rewards. Wu Meng'en sneered. You. Upon hearing this, Luo Chang's expression darkened, and for a moment, he didn't know how to respond, because over the years, under the ruthless suppression of Jinglong Academy, although Jinghua Academy still barely maintained its title as the second academy in Divine Xia Kingdom, in terms of strength, it could no longer be compared to Jinglong Academy. Not only had the educational funding from the state been downgraded year after year, but even the previous sponsors had all abandoned them. Under such circumstances, they couldn't even provide rewards for the national exam. No wonder Lin Ruoyuan and Wu Meng'en would act so arrogantly and fearlessly. At this moment, it was Fang Tianqing who spoke again, advising, "Forget it, old Luo, don't waste your breath with them. Later, let's go to our academy storeroom and see if there are any suitable paladin equipment. Pick a few high-quality pieces to give to Lu Chen, and consider it compensation for him." "Yes, Dean." Upon hearing this, Luo Chang'e quickly nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, at the foot of Wanmingshan, finally out. As expected of the national exam, the difficulty was so high that I almost couldn't make it. Yeah, this is just the first round of the preliminary selection, and the difficulty is already this high. How tough will the subsequent assessments be? As more and more contestants successfully reached the finish line, the originally empty mountaintop square gradually became lively. A group of successful contestants exchanged their thoughts on the assessment, expressing their astonishment at the difficulty. Just then, a familiar figure suddenly leaped out of the crowd, quickly walking up to Lu Chen and greeting him. "Lu Chen, Xian, you passed the assessment too." Seeing who it was, Lu Chen smiled slightly and asked, "So, how did it go? Was it smooth?" "Not bad," Luo Shenxen said proudly. "Although speed isn't my strong suit, I am still a super profession, so a mere preliminary selection can't stump me." At this point, she looked at Lu Chen and asked in return, "By the way, when did you come out from the finish line?" I just arrived not long ago," Lu Chen casually replied, not going into detail. Meanwhile, as the time was nearly up, the chief judge, Li Qiushan, finally came back to his senses, flapping his wings and flying back into the void, announcing loudly, "Time's up. I declare that the first round of unyielding is now over." Buzz. The next moment, accompanied by a mysterious rhythm, the illusory exit at the mountaintop unexpectedly vanished into thin air without warning. Boom! Upon seeing this scene, the crowd at the mountaintop erupted into a series of cheers like a landslide and tsunami. Those who failed to pass the preliminary selection were dejectedly teleported out of Wanmingshan. At this moment, although the mountaintop was still crowded, the number of people had decreased by dozens of times compared to when they were in the square, leaving only about 100,000. It should be noted that the national exam had over 1 million contestants registered, and in just the first round of the preliminary selection, nearly 90% of the contestants were eliminated, highlighting the brutal nature of the national exam. Of course, this was entirely within reason. In today's era of universal job changes, college students in major cultivation academies are the foundation and future of a nation, especially on the battlefield of national warfare. College students from cultivation academies are the backbone against the practitioners of enemy nations. Under such circumstances, if you lack strength and talent, being admitted to a cultivation academy is no different from sending you to your death. Moreover, with the country's resources being limited, it cannot cultivate too many people and can only select the elite as much as possible. Therefore, in every national exam, only those with true strength and talent can persist until the end. Congratulations to everyone for successfully passing the first round of the national exam. At this moment, Chief Judge Li Qiushan spoke again. This round of assessment mainly tested everyone's speed and adaptability. Since you all managed to reach the top, it shows that you possess the strength to face greater challenges. I hope everyone can continue to work hard and achieve new heights in the upcoming assessments. Thanks for the judge's good words. Boom! As soon as these words were spoken, the crowd responded enthusiastically, and the atmosphere in the venue became extremely fervent. Next, I will announce the results of this round of assessment. Li Qiushan did not hesitate and continued, but as soon as he said this,
The contestants who passed the assessment couldn't help but whisper among themselves, is there really a need to announce this? With the 4 great ultimates present, who could possibly surpass them? Yeah, I'm sure the top 4 are definitely the 4 great ultimates. Do you even need to say that? A fool could see it. One voice after another. The crowd was filled with certainty, as if they had already concluded that there would be no suspense in the assessment. In fact, it wasn't just them, even the 2 deans of Jinglong Academy believed before the assessment began that the top 4 would undoubtedly be the 4 great ultimates. That's why they offered such high rewards for the top 4, hoping to win the hearts of the 4 great ultimates, so they would willingly apply to Jinglong after the major exam. But the 2 deans never expected that what seemed like a sure thing would end up with an unexpected twist. In this round of assessment, the first place professional is named Lu Chen, profession, paladin. At the same time, Li Qiushan announced loudly, whoosh. As soon as these words were spoken, the previously chaotic summit square fell into a sudden silence. Fortunately, this silence did not last long, because immediately after, the entire square erupted into chaos. What? A paladin? Damn! Did I just hear that right? A paladin actually took first place in the national exam's first round, and even suppressed the 4 great ultimates beneath him? How? How is that possible? Who exactly is this Lu Chen? And how did he do it? The crowd was filled with shock, clearly not having dreamed that such a result would occur. But among the crowd, one person's reaction was completely different from the others. This bastard, just how deep is he hiding? Li Tianhua clenched his fists tightly, watching Lu Chen from a distance in the crowd, his eyes filled with unmistakable wariness and fear. In fact, prior to this, through Yu Tian's analysis, he already knew that Lu Chen was no ordinary paladin. But to be so powerful that he could easily suppress even the 4 great ultimates was far beyond his expectations. Without any hesitation, Li Tianhua directly opened his friend panel and sent a message to Yu Tian. Brother Yu Tian, Lu Chen just took first place in the first round of the national exam, and even the 4 great ultimates are no match for him. What? Is that true? Yu Tian's reply came quickly, clearly shocked by this astonishing news. How are things prepared on your side? We can't let this bastard continue to grow. Li Tianhua asked again. Don't worry, the White Eagle Empire has already dispatched the top domestic professionals to take down Lu Chen, and they will arrive in Xingxia by tomorrow at the latest. Yu Tian replied, then comforted him, just focus on the major exam. You don't need to worry about these matters, just wait and see. Okay, make it quick. Seeing this, Li Tianhua satisfactorily closed the chat box and looked at Lu Chen from afar, gritting his teeth in his heart. Damn bastard. I want to see how long you can be proud. On the other side, at Lu Chen's location. Lu Chen, you actually got first place? Luo Shenxen stared at Lu Chen in disbelief, her voice trembling. It was just luck. Lu Chen awkwardly scratched his nose. Luck? Luo Shenxen rolled her eyes at his words, clearly not believing Lu Chen's claim. As the saying goes, once is a chance, twice is a coincidence, but 3 times is a pattern. Even Luo Shenxen herself couldn't remember how many times Lu Chen had surprised her. The seemingly nonchalant yet mysterious paladin was like a bottomless abyss. Every time Luo Shenxen thought she had seen through his true nature, he would once again perform even more astonishing feats, repeatedly refreshing her understanding and limits. At this point, if she still couldn't see that Lu Chen was not an ordinary paladin, then she would truly be a fool. Fortunately, seeing that Lu Chen intended to conceal his identity, Luo Shenxen did not expose him. The second place in this round of assessment goes to the carefree sword immortal, Yun Tianlan. At the same time, Li Qiushan announced again. Third place, Undying Mad Warrior, Chu Ao. Fourth place, Abyss Insect Master Long Chen. Fifth place, Space Mage Wang Tianyi. What the hell? The fastest Wang Tianyi actually got pushed out of the top 4? Hearing the results announced by Li Qiushan, everyone was stunned, their scalps tingling. Wang Tianyi, who had painfully lost the top 4, had a face that turned as dark as a pot bottom. Damn ants. Just you wait. Looking at Lu Chen not far away, Wang Tianyi's eyes revealed an unmistakable deep resentment, his fists clenched tightly together, even his nails digging into his flesh, blood flowing without him noticing. It was clear how much he loathed Lu Chen at this moment. At this time, after Li Qiushan finished announcing the results, he added, next, let us invite the Vice President of Jinglong Academy, Lord Wu Meng'en, to present the awards to the top 4 contestants. As soon as he finished speaking, a terrifying figure draped in Dominion battle wings descended from the sky. Wasn't it Wu Meng'en? Oh, is he the vice president of Jinglong Academy? Wu Meng'en? I heard that Wu Meng'en is a 7-turn level hidden profession shadow assassin. Extremely powerful, and very skilled in assassination. He once single-handedly took the head of an enemy general amidst a sea of troops on the battlefield of a national war, leaving the White Eagle Empire with hundreds of thousands of allied forces leaderless, forcing them to retreat. What? Such a thing happened? No wonder he is the vice president of Jinglong Academy. His strength is simply against the heavens. Seeing Wu Meng'en appear, the crowd of professionals couldn't help but whisper again, their eyes filled with uncontainable fervor and admiration. After appearing, Wu Meng'en also spoke loudly to the crowd of professionals. Hello, young professionals of the Divine Xia Kingdom. My name is Wu Meng'en, serving as the vice president of Jinglong Academy. Very pleased to meet you all. We greet the vice president. Upon hearing this, everyone quickly bowed to him, no one daring to show the slightest disrespect. This is the current Blue Star, where the strong are revered. No need for such formalities. Wu Meng'en waved his hand at the crowd with a slight smile, then continued, next, please have the top 4 contestants from the first round come to me to receive their rewards. Boom! As soon as these words were spoken, the crowd's eyes lit up, although this reward had nothing to do with them. Witnessing the vice president of Jinglong Academy awarding the contestants would be quite a topic of conversation for them in the future. Moreover, everyone was very curious to see what kind of dark gold equipment Jinglong Academy would offer as rewards to the top 4 contestants. Just at this critical moment when everyone was eagerly waiting, pat pat, accompanied by a few light footsteps, the carefree sword immortal Yun Tianlan was the first to step out of the crowd and walk straight towards Wu Meng'en not far away. Following closely, Undying Mad Warrior Chu Ao and Abyss Insect Master Long Chen also went over. Seeing this scene, Luo Shenxen quickly tugged at Lu Chen beside her, urging, Lu Chen, it's your turn, hurry and go get your reward. Oh, upon hearing this, Lu Chen came back to his senses, quickly jumped down from Oscar's back, and stepped out of the crowd alone. Oh, is he that Lu Chen? The surrounding crowd finally saw Lu Chen's true face, and they all cast a detection spell on him, but when they looked, it was no big deal, they almost popped their eyes out. What the hell? Only a battle power rating of 399 stars? Am I seeing things? This kind of battle power. How on earth did he get first place? Looking at Lu Chen's pitiful battle power rating, the contestants were thrown into disarray. At the same time, seeing the 4 of them approaching one after another, Wu Meng'en didn't delay and was the first to come to Yun Tianlan's side, casually taking out a bank card and an ancient-looking longsword that shimmered with a deep red light from his personal bag. Tianlan, you've worked hard, this is your reward. Patting Yun Tianlan on the shoulder, Wu Meng'en said with a look of satisfaction. Thank you, Vice Dean. Yun Tianlan nodded gratefully and accepted the bank card and longsword handed to him. At this moment, the crowd instinctively glanced at the attributes of the longsword in Yun Tianlan's hand. Sky Slaughter Thunder Sword Type, one-handed weapon attack power, 400-600 agility plus 140 spirit plus 120 stamina plus 100 required rank. Third transition attack effect, there is a certain chance that after hitting an enemy, it will summon a divine thunder from the sky to attack the target, dealing 2% of their maximum health as magical damage. Quality, Dark Gold, Divine Thunder descends. The Thunder God assists me. Wow, what an amazing piece of equipment. It can actually summon lightning to attack enemies, and a one-handed weapon has such high attack power and attribute bonuses. It's simply 10 times better than my two-handed weapon. No wonder it's Jinglong Academy. They really go all out. Looking at the astonishing attributes and effects of the Sky Slaughter Thunder Sword, the crowd was filled with exclamations, but no one felt jealous, because Yun Tianlan was an ultimate professional, and a rare exclusive profession at that. He was qualified to use such a quality weapon. After giving Yun Tianlan his reward, Wu Meng'en hurried over to Long Chen's side. Long Chen, this is your reward. Take good care of it, Wu Meng'en said with a smile, handing him a bank card and a weapon that shimmered with deep red light. Thank you, Vice Dean. Long Chen was excited, repeatedly expressing his gratitude. The crowd once again glanced at the attributes of the weapon in his hand.
Ancient Demon Spear Type, Two-Handed Weapon Attack Power, 712-911 Strength plus 120 Wisdom plus 120 Spirit plus 120 Agility plus 120 Stamina plus 120 Required Rank. Third Transition Attack Effect. There is a certain chance that after hitting an enemy, it will summon an ancient soul to fight for you, lasting 3 minutes. Quality, Dark Gold. It seems like something is writhing inside the spear. Another dark gold weapon. Such balanced attributes. Seeing this scene, the crowd couldn't help but exclaim in amazement. Next up was the Not a Berserker, Chu Ao. Chu Ao. This is yours, perform well and strive to become a part of our Jinglong soon, Wu Meng'an said with a smile, his attitude becoming even more amiable. Thank you, Vice Dean. Chu Ao excitedly accepted his reward. The weapon he received also had excellent attributes. Bloodthirsty Battleaxe Type, Two-Handed Weapon Attack Power, 772-996 Strength plus 180 Stamina plus 150 Required Rank. Third Transition Attack Effect. There is a certain chance that after hitting an enemy, you will gain a Bloodthirst effect, increasing your attack speed by 2%. This effect can stack up to 10 times, lasting 30 seconds. Quality, Dark Gold. A bloodthirsty demonic weapon that, if not fed in time, may even harm its owner. Seeing the attributes of this weapon, the crowd gasped in amazement once again, especially some warriors and fighters of close combat professions, who were practically drooling with envy. Finally, Wu Meng'an moved his steps and came to Lu Chen's side. Although Lu Chen was the first in this round of assessments, his attitude was completely different from when he faced the three ultimate beings before. This time, Wu Meng'an not only put away the smile on his face but also looked at Lu Chen with a strong disdain in his eyes, casually asking, "You are Lu Chen? I've met the Vice Dean." Lu Chen nodded, seemingly oblivious to the other's expression. You're lucky. I hope you can keep it up," Wu Meng'an said with a cold smile. Luck? Lu Chen raised an eyebrow, still not quite understanding what was happening, when Wu Meng'an pushed with both hands, almost without explanation, and forcefully shoved a bank card and a weapon into his hands. "This is your reward. Take it." After dropping this line, Wu Meng'an didn't care about Lu Chen's reaction and turned around, as if looking at him one more time would make him sick. The surrounding crowd also saw the weapon attributes in Lu Chen's hands. Stun Staff Type, Two-Handed Weapon Attack Power, 772-996 Intelligence plus 170 Spirit plus 150 Stamina plus 100 Required Rank. Third Transcendence Profession, Dark Spellcaster Attack Effect, has a certain chance to stun the target for 3 seconds upon hitting. Quality, Dark Gold. Exclusive weapon for dark spellcasters, personally crafted by the weapon master Sun Yenyao from Kyoto. I can't believe this staff is actually the exclusive equipment of the dark spellcaster. I heard that dark spellcaster is a hidden profession, and currently, there is only one in our Blue Star, and it's right within Jinglong Academy. This staff can't be a discarded item replaced by that dark spellcaster from Jinglong Academy, right? If that's the case, then Lu Chen not only can't use this staff, but even if he wanted to sell it after getting it, he wouldn't be able to. He could only find an equipment dismantler to break it down into materials. Yun Tianlan, Long Chen, and Chu Ao all got decent dark gold equipment, yet Lu Chen ended up with something that can't even be sold. It seems even Jinglong Academy doesn't think highly of Lu Chen. Humph, no wonder. A mere support paladin has no right to be compared with the 4 great ultimates. The crowd chattered among themselves, looking at Lu Chen with glee and misfortune. What the hell is this? Looking at the bizarre staff in his hands, Lu Chen struggled to regain his composure, almost cursing out loud. This staff was simply too strange. It was actually an exclusive piece of equipment, and a hidden profession exclusive at that. It's important to know that hidden professions are unique. There is only one in the world, and there will never be a second. This means that this stun staff can only exert its effects in the hands of a dark spellcaster. Giving it to anyone else would be no different from a firewood stick. No wonder the crowd reacted with such surprise and schadenfreude upon seeing this equipment. At this moment, Wu Meng'an suddenly raised his head, looking down at Lu Chen, leisurely saying, "Sorry, since we never thought a paladin would make it into the top 4, we didn't specifically prepare equipment for paladins, so we could only temporarily find a dark gold weapon as a substitute. This matter is indeed a shortcoming on our part at Jinglong Academy. Please forgive us." With that, he shifted the topic. "Don't worry, as long as you can achieve a top 4 score in the upcoming assessment and, after the final exam, gain admission to our Jinglong Academy with excellent results, I can guarantee that I will tailor a top-tier dark gold equipment as compensation for you. Before he could finish his sentence,
Lu Chen let out a furious roar. Good. What a Jinglong Academy. This is simply too much.
As his words fell, under the astonished gazes of the crowd, Lu Chen suddenly raised the stun staff in his hand and smashed it down hard onto the ground.
Crack. In the next moment,
accompanied by a crisp sound, the wooden staff broke into two pieces with almost no resistance.
What? Gasp. Witnessing this astonishing scene,
the crowd collectively inhaled sharply, clearly not expecting Lu Chen to dare to break the equipment rewarded by Wu Meng'en right in front of him.
Even Wu Meng'en himself was taken aback. However,
once he regained his composure,
Wu Meng'en was immediately furious. You bold fool! You dare to damage the dark gold equipment that our Jinglong Academy rewarded you?
Wu Meng'en shouted sharply, his eyes filled with murderous intent.
But Lu Chen didn't care about his reaction at all. Instead, he retorted directly. What the hell is this dark gold equipment?
If your Jinglong Academy doesn't want to reward me,
just say so. Why play these useless tricks? Do you really think I'm a fool? You!
At these words,
Wu Meng'en couldn't help but narrow his pupils. Lu Chen's words were too blunt, leaving them no face at all.
Although everyone present could see that Jinglong Academy was deliberately playing tricks and clearly didn't want to reward Lu Chen, no one dared to speak out.
After all,
the power of Jinglong Academy was evident. As the foremost cultivation academy in the Divine Xia Kingdom,
countless prominent figures were graduates of their academy, and their influence was terrifying.
Offending them would make it extremely difficult for a practitioner to move in the Divine Xia Kingdom.
That's why Wu Meng'en was so arrogant. He believed that even if Lu Chen knew he was being targeted, he would have to swallow his anger and dare not confront them. Little did he know that as a transmigrator, Lu Chen,
having lived two lives, was inherently someone who detested evil and could not tolerate any slight.
Now,
seeing that Jinglong Academy was openly looking down on him,
if he were to endure any longer, what would be the meaning of living this life again? With this thought, Lu Chen gritted his teeth and, without hesitation,
stomped down hard on the broken staff a few more times in front of Wu Meng'en.
You bastard! You, a mere paladin, dare to casually damage the rewards of the final exam? It seems that if I don't teach you a lesson today, you won't know what it means to respect the heavens and the earth. Finally,
Wu Meng'en could no longer hold back and was about to strike at Lu Chen.
Just at this critical moment, enough! Suddenly, a loud shout echoed from the void. Immediately after, a figure clad in Dominion battle wings descended from the sky, directly blocking the path between Lu Chen and Wu Meng'en,
like a sword drawn from its sheath,
exuding an indomitable aura. Luo Shenxen, what are you doing here? Seeing the newcomer, Wu Meng'en couldn't help but frown, seemingly wary, and instinctively took a step back. What? Luo Shenxen? Is he the one who, on the battlefield during the National War,
used the Juxian sword array to slay 100,000 troops of the Woku nation?
The blood sword in white robes Luo Shenxen? But isn't he the vice president of Jinghua Academy? Why are you here? At the same time, the crowd of contestants who overheard Wu Meng'en's words immediately recognized Luo Shenxen's background and couldn't help but whisper among themselves. Your name is Lu Chen, right? Ignoring Wu Meng'en, Luo Shenxen turned around and asked Lu Chen. And you are? Lu Chen frowned at the sight, instinctively asking, I am Luo Shenxen, the vice president of Jinghua Academy. It's a pleasure to meet you. As Luo Shenxen spoke, he extended his hand to Lu Chen, his demeanor very friendly, a stark contrast to Wu Meng'en. However, Lu Chen did not acknowledge the other's goodwill.
Having learned from the experience with Jinglong Academy,
he thought Luo Shenxen was also here to target him. Fortunately, Luo Shenxen didn't mind and smiled, saying,
I know that you faced some unfair treatment in this round of assessments,
which is understandably frustrating, so I came here specifically to compensate you. Compensate? Upon hearing this, Lu Chen was momentarily taken aback, unable to process what was happening. When he saw Luo Shenxen wave his hand and pull out 4 or 5 pieces of equipment shimmering with golden light from his bag. I have a few pieces of gold quality equipment with good attributes. Take a look and see if you like any of them. If you do, feel free to take them, Luo Shenxen said with a wry smile. Although gold quality equipment can't compare to dark gold quality, it's better than nothing. I hope you don't mind. This, Lu Chen was at a loss for words. He clearly hadn't expected that the vice president of the prestigious Jinghua Academy, known alongside Jinglong Academy, would personally come to deliver equipment to a mere paladin like him. Just as Lu Chen was contemplating how to respond to Luo Shenxen's kindness, suddenly, An unpleasant voice cut through the air.
Humph. No wonder your Jinghua Academy has been declining year after year, wasting precious resources on such unpromising practitioners. It's no surprise you're falling apart.
Wu Mengyan sneered,
seemingly disdainful of Luo Chang's actions. At least that's better than your Jinglong Academy losing all dignity.
Luo Chang'e shot back without hesitation, not even turning around. Wow.
I've heard that Jinglong Academy and Jinghua Academy have been at odds for years,
with various open and covert conflicts, and seeing it in person is indeed as expected. The other contestants transformed into onlookers, curiously watching the two deans bicker, each one looking excited, reveling in the drama. Meanwhile,
seeing the two deans disregarding their status and arguing in front of everyone was quite a spectacle.
Attention! This year's major examination has limited time. Please, both deans, be mindful of the occasion and do not delay the examination process. Suddenly, an extremely mysterious voice resonated in everyone's minds. Yes, in their minds,
because this voice came from within,
not from outside. Ha! This voice, could it be the war god Hall's witch god? At the same time,
among the contestants present,
some knowledgeable individuals immediately guessed the identity of the voice. What kind of skill is this, to have the voice inserted into my head? Lu Chen was also startled,
clearly not expecting that practitioners could possess such outrageous skills.
Yes, which god? The two deans, who had just been at each other's throats, were now startled, their scalps tingling, and they quickly bowed to the void, not daring to linger. Wu Mengyan directly waved at Li Qiushan, saying, Li Qiushan, it's up to you from here on. After saying this, he shot a fierce glare at Lu Chen, then flapped his wings and soared into the sky, almost instantly disappearing into the void. Lu Chen, how is it? Have you made your choice? Luo Chang'e didn't rush to leave but asked Lu Chen again. Thank you, Vice Dean, but none of these golden equipments suit me. Please take them back. Dean. Lu Chen shook his head. What? None suitable?
Luo Chang'e frowned at his words and instinctively asked,
Are you dissatisfied with the quality of these equipment? No, Dean, please don't misunderstand.
It's not that I look down on golden equipment, it's just that I have a better set myself.
Giving me these would be a waste, it's better to keep them for those in need, Lu Chen said with a smile, feeling a bit of fondness for Luo Chang'e. Oh, is that so? Upon hearing this, Luo Chang'e suddenly realized and instinctively glanced at Lu Chen, but this glance was alarming, as he couldn't help but narrow his pupils, because only then did he notice that Lu Chen wasn't wearing any equipment.
This meant that during the first round of the preliminary assessment, he had crushed the 4 ultimate beings while completely bare.
This kid is something else. Thinking of this, Luo Chang'e couldn't help but feel a stir in his heart and quickly looked over Lu Chen's basic attributes again. Unfortunately,
Lu Chen's combat talent 10,000 times amplification had not been activated yet,
so it provided no enhancement to his combat power, and as a true dragon, Oscar's long-evolved protective form was not something an ordinary person could see through. So after looking for a long time, Luo Chang'e couldn't discern anything special about Lu Chen. Helpless, he could only nod and say, Alright, since you have better equipment, I won't press you. Saying this, he patted Lu Chen's shoulder and encouraged, I wish you all the best in the upcoming assessments. If your results meet the standards, you can come to our Jinghua Academy for further study. I have high hopes for you. Then I will take your good words, Vice Dean. Lu Chen replied with a smile and bowed, this time showing no signs of disrespect. After putting away the equipment, Luo Chang'e didn't linger and flapped his wings, vanishing into the void as well. It wasn't until he had seen him off that Luo Shenxen hurried over, looking at Lu Chen with concern and asking, Lu Chen, are you alright? I'm fine. Lu Chen smiled and nodded, appearing completely normal on the surface, but in reality, at this moment, he had completely lost any fondness for Jinglong Academy, the top practitioner training academy in the Divine Xia Kingdom. Humph, this Jinglong Academy is really too much, they are blatantly treating people differently. At this moment, Luo Shenxen said with a face full of indignation. Lu Chen sighed at her words, just about to speak. Indeed, the methods of Jinglong Academy are quite shameless. The prestigious first training academy of the Divine Xia Kingdom is so stingy that they can't even spare a single dark gold equipment. Such an academy is destined to achieve nothing great. Suddenly, accompanied by a familiar voice, Xiaoyao Sword Immortal Yun Tianlan walked over while speaking. Oh, friend, what brings you here? Lu Chen asked curiously upon seeing Yun Tianlan. If Brother Lu doesn't mind, you can just call me Brother Yun from now on, Yun Tianlan said with a wry smile, scratching his nose. Alright, Brother Yun. Lu Chen nodded, not dwelling on the title, because during the first round of the assessment, Yun Tianlan clearly had the chance to stop him on Wanmashang, but he didn't take action and just watched him take first place. For his unassuming and uncompetitive nature, Lu Chen felt quite favorable towards him. Brother Lu, I wonder if you would be interested in this Sky Slaughter Thunder Sword? At this moment, Yun Tianlan spoke again, casually raising the dark gold weapon he had just obtained, and smiled. If you like it, I'll give it to you, I won't be using it for now anyway. As soon as these words were spoken, Lu Chen hadn't even reacted yet, but the surrounding competitors erupted. What? Did I just hear that wrong? Carefree Sword Immortal Yun Tianlan is actually giving his dark gold weapon to a paladin? What virtue or ability does Lu Chen possess to earn the favor of such an ultimate professional as Yun Tianlan? The crowd looked at Yun Tianlan in astonishment, clearly not expecting such a shocking act from him. Tianlan, what are you doing? Even the chief judge, Li Qiushan, was taken aback. However, as an instructor from Jinglong Academy, he couldn't just stand by and watch, so he advised. This Sky Slaughter Thunder Sword was specially customized for you by our Jinglong Academy. Before he could finish, he was interrupted by Yun Tianlan waving his hand. Since you've given the equipment reward to me, how I arrange it is my business. You have no right to interfere, right? This, Li Qiushan was momentarily stunned, but Yun Tianlan didn't care about his reaction at all. Without further ado, he was about to hand the Sky Slaughter Thunder Sword to Lu Chen. Brother Lu, take it. Thank you for your kindness, Brother Yun, but I'll pass. Lu Chen shook his head and did not accept the sword he offered, instead proudly stating, it's just a dark gold piece of equipment, I don't think much of it. Brother Lu actually looks down on dark gold equipment? Yun Tianlan raised an eyebrow at this. Ha ha, I really do. Lu Chen replied lightly. Of course, this wasn't him trying to show off. After completing the 9-star class transfer task, he now had a complete set of epic quality gear. A mere dark gold piece of equipment truly didn't impress him. But it was better that he didn't say this. As soon as he did, someone nearby couldn't hold back. Humph, what a big mouth. The space mage Wang Tianyi looked at Lu Chen with disdain and mocked. A trash paladin actually dares to say he looks down on dark gold equipment, even if you want to show off in front of the girls. There's no need to force it. Wang Tianyi, what do you want? Upon hearing this, Yun Tianlan couldn't help but frown. Don't mind him. A loser who can't even make it to the top 4 can only rage here. Lu Chen smiled, never even glancing at Wang Tianyi. However, his words undoubtedly reopened Wang Tianyi's wounds. You're asking for death. Wang Tianyi trembled with rage. In fact, just a moment ago, he had watched as the 3 ultimate competitors, who were on par with him, obtained decent dark gold equipment and a large amount of dragon coins, which had already thrown his mindset into disarray. Now, seeing Lu Chen bring up the topic again, in a fit of anger, Wang Tianyi nearly lost control. Fortunately, although he was furious, he still had some rationality left and knew it wasn't the right place to act out. Thus, trash paladin, you better wait for me. Once the second round of assessment starts, I will make sure to tear you to pieces and scatter your ashes. Wang Tianyi roared in his heart, and when he looked at Lu Chen, there was no longer a trace of human emotion in his eyes. Only brutal killing intent and deep-seated resentment. Alright, it's getting late. At this moment, seeing Lu Chen confiscate Yun Tianlan's equipment, Li Qiushan finally breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed he also felt the time was about right, so he flew back into the air and announced loudly, I declare that the second round of this national examination, battle hardened, now begins. As his voice fell, he waved his hand. Buzz. In the next moment, accompanied by a violent spatial fluctuation, under the expectant gazes of the participants, a mysterious entrance resembling a black hole suddenly appeared out of thin air on the mountaintop platform not far away. After doing all this, Li Qiushan continued, Next, I ask all participants to enter the wilderness secret realm ahead and kill as many monsters inside as possible within the limited time. At this point, he paused and added, Note that the monsters in the wilderness secret realm are all level 200. But they are divided into 5 distinctly different levels based on their combat strength: common monsters, strong monsters, elite monsters, leader monsters, and boss monsters.
And the points you can earn for killing monsters of different levels will also vary.
Li Qiushan said as if reciting a treasured list. Among them,
for every common monster killed,
participants can earn 10 points. For every strong monster killed, 50 points.
For every elite monster killed,
200 points.
For every leader monster killed,
500 points. For every boss monster killed, 2,500 points.
This round of assessment is limited to 1 hour.
After 1 hour, any participant with less than 300 points,
regardless of the situation,
will be considered eliminated. Moreover,
the points from this round will start to accumulate and will affect the final examination results.
The higher the points,
the greater the chance of being selected by the Cultivation Academy.
So please seize the opportunity. One by one, sentence by sentence. Boom! Finally, the vast mountaintop square erupted into chaos once again. Phew! Is it finally time to let our fists do the talking?
I don't ask for much. If I can kill 2 elite monsters and get 400 points,
that would be enough.
Bah! You a mere ordinary archer.
Think you can kill elite monsters?
You must be tired of living. With my combat strength, killing a few strong monsters and scoring over 300 points should be no problem.
If only I could kill a boss monster. That would be 2,500 points, equivalent to killing 250 common monsters. What a joke!
Boss monsters require a team effort to take down. Even super professionals can't solo them.
Unless,
the participants exchanged excited words,
each trembling with anticipation, their fists clenched tightly. Seeing this scene,
Li Qiushan did not interrupt their conversation but instead gave them enough time to digest the information. It wasn't until the mountaintop returned to calm that Li Qiushan loudly asked,
"So, does everyone understand the rules?"
"Understood."
Everyone quickly responded in unison. "Very good." Seeing this, Li Qiushan nodded and continued. "However, before the assessment begins,
I must remind everyone that the monsters in the Wilderness Secret Realm are devoid of intelligence,
meaning that once the battle starts, it will be a fight to the death, so casualties can easily occur.
I hope everyone acts within their capabilities and does not overreach."
"Understood? Understood," the crowd shouted loudly. "Oh, and there's one more thing," Li Qiushan said in a deep voice. "In this assessment, there is no limit on the number of other monsters. Once they are killed,
they will immediately respawn.
However, there are only 4 boss monsters,
and they will not respawn once defeated.
So if anyone wants to challenge the boss monsters, they must seize the time and not miss this great opportunity." Boom! What? Only 4? It seems these 4 boss monsters are specially prepared for the 4 ultimate.
But this kind of thing doesn't really concern us. After all,
ordinary practitioners can't solo a boss monster. Only the 4 ultimate here can go toe-to-toe with such powerful monsters. Yeah. For an ordinary person to challenge a boss monster is no different from seeking death. As soon as these words were spoken, the vast square at the mountain peak was thrown into chaos again. The participants exchanged views while directing their attention to the 4 ultimate in the arena. Because in this second round of assessment, anyone with eyes could see that these 4 boss-level monsters were indeed prepared for the 4 ultimate boss monsters. Ha! At the same time, Lu Chen murmured, a glint flashing in his eyes. Seeing his reaction,
Luo Shenxen couldn't help but feel a jolt in her heart and instinctively asked,
"Lu Chen, you're not thinking of..."
Before she could finish her sentence,
Lu Chen waved his hand to interrupt her. "Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. You have a talent for that." Luo Shenxen rolled her eyes at his words. From what she had learned about Lu Chen during this time, she couldn't say he was reckless,
but he was definitely audacious. Once he set his mind on something,
there was nothing he wouldn't dare to do. Thinking of this, Luo Shenxen couldn't help but kindly remind him, "Lu Chen, these boss monsters are no joke.
Although your strength is good,
I still..." "Alright, I get it." Once again, before Luo Shenxen could finish her sentence, Lu Chen waved his hand impatiently to cut her off. "You..." Seeing this, Luo Shenxen sighed helplessly, knowing that Lu Chen wouldn't listen to her advice at all. Fortunately, although Lu Chen acted boldly, he also had a knack for mysterious strength. Whenever Luo Shenxen thought that was his limit, he would always burst forth with even more dazzling achievements. With this in mind, Luo Shenxen quietly breathed a sigh of relief and simply stopped trying to persuade him. Due to the large area of the Wilderness Secret Realm, to avoid everyone getting lost and affecting the fairness of the assessment, we will now publicly disclose the Secret Realm map. Please take a good look. At this moment, Li Qiushan's voice rang out again in the void, and with a wave of his hand, buzz, The next moment, a huge illusory map appeared out of thin air before everyone. This is the map of the Wilderness Secret Realm, which clearly indicates the areas where monsters of each level are located. After the assessment begins, everyone can choose the corresponding area to challenge based on their actual combat power. Upon hearing this, the participants quickly focused their attention on the map in the void. Lu Chen was no exception. The map of the Wilderness Secret Realm was divided into 5 major areas. The outermost area was the ordinary monster zone, further in was the powerful monster zone, and so on, all the way to the strongest boss monster zone. The deeper one went, the stronger the monster's combat power became. Under such circumstances, Lu Chen could almost guess the upcoming assessment without thinking. The ordinary monsters zone and the powerful monsters zone would undoubtedly be the most fiercely contested places. After all, elite monsters were already something that required a team to challenge. The leader monster is akin to a boss in the abyss, unless one is a particularly powerful superclass or hidden class. A typical adventurer attempting to challenge it alone might as well be courting death. As for boss monsters, although such monsters are relatively rare, Lu Chen was fortunate enough to have encountered one, which was none other than the primal Tyrannosaurus he faced in the Blood Sand War Zone. Lu Chen clearly remembered that at that time, he had no help from Oscar, and to deal with this boss monster, even without using 10,000-fold amplification, he still needed the full cooperation of Su Shasha and Xiaoyu to barely achieve the kill. Moreover, the national examination strictly prohibited team formations. It was no wonder that after Li Qiushan mentioned there were only 4 boss monsters, all the participants immediately concluded that these 4 boss monsters were prepared for the 4 ultimate challenges. After all, what ordinary adventurer would dare to challenge a boss monster alone? That would be like an old man eating arsenic out of boredom. Also, this round of assessment is still sponsored by our Jinglong Academy. At the same time, Li Qiushan added loudly, among them, the participant with the highest score can receive 2 pieces of dark gold quality equipment and a reward of 25 million dragon coins. What? This round isn't just selecting the top 4, but is actually choosing the first place? And it's a one-time reward of 2 pieces of dark gold quality equipment, plus 25 million dragon coins. Damn, if someone can take first place, they won't have to worry for the rest of their lives. Hearing this, the participants were all taken aback, clearly not expecting that this round of assessment would set a separate reward for first place, and such a generous one at that. Even Lu Chen was surprised. Ignoring the reactions of the crowd, Li Qiushan continued with his routine announcement, and the participants who place second, third, and fourth in this round of assessment will each receive 1 piece of dark gold quality equipment and a reward of 15 million dragon coins. After saying this, Li Qiushan waved his hand decisively. Alright, enough chit-chat. I announce that the second round of assessment battle hardened now begins. Everyone, enter the secret realm. Boom. As soon as the words fell, the entire mountaintop was thrown into chaos. Charge. Let's secure a favorable position first. I want to see who dares to compete with me for monsters. Those who block me shall die, one after another. The participants, who had been waiting for a long time, rushed towards the entrance of the Wilderness Secret Realm like a swarm, seemingly afraid that if they ran slowly, they would lose the opportunity. Even Yun Tianlan, who usually remained calm and collected, could not maintain his composure at this moment and turned to Lu Chen, saying, Brother Lu, I'm going to participate in the assessment now, see you later. Alright. Lu Chen nodded and did not stop him. After watching Yun Tianlan leave, Lu Chen turned to Luo Shenxen and said, Xian, I'm going to participate in the assessment too, let's part ways here. Are you still planning to go solo this round? Luo Shenxen pouted and asked. Yes. Lu Chen nodded, not hiding it at all. Then good luck. The little girl looked a bit forlorn, clearly still holding on to the idea of collaborating with Lu Chen. However, this national examination was too important for Lu Chen, leaving no room for carelessness. So even though Luo Shenxen had decent combat power, he didn't dare to bring her along and was determined to face the challenge alone. With that thought, Lu Chen didn't linger any longer and, with a squeeze of his legs, commanded Oscar beneath him. Oscar, let's go. Yes, master. Meanwhile, high above the ground, tens of thousands of feet away from the national exam. So, is everything arranged? Lin Ruoyuan asked Wu Mengen beside him. It's all arranged. Wu Mengen nodded and said in a deep voice, as long as Wang Tianyi enters the boss monster zone, I will immediately arrange for him to face the weakest boss monster. he added. This way, after successfully defeating the boss monster, he will still have time to kill other level monsters, and if nothing unexpected happens, he should be able to score the highest points in this round. Good. Well done. Lin Ruoyuan nodded in satisfaction upon hearing this, then glanced at the illusory screen in front of him, proudly saying, as long as Wang Tianyi takes first place, he can make up for all the losses from the last round and stand on the same starting line as the other three ultimate professionals again. The dean is indeed wise. Wu Meng'an thought to flatter him subtly, but just then, Lin Ruoyuan raised an eyebrow, as if he had discovered something incredibly unbelievable, his face full of confusion. Dean, what's wrong? Seeing Lin Ruoyuan's reaction, Wu Meng'an quickly asked, why is Wang Tianyi not participating in the assessment but hiding at the entrance? Pointing at the illusory screen in front of him, Lin Ruoyuan asked in bewilderment. What? Hiding at the entrance? Wu Meng'an instinctively looked at the illusory screen and indeed found that after entering the wilderness secret realm, Wang Tianyi had actively hidden in a dense thicket, not immediately killing monsters to earn points like the other participants. What does this kid want to do? Seeing this bizarre scene, Wu Meng'an was also stunned. Meanwhile, not far from the two deans, in another void, Dean, this little guy Lu Chen seems a bit strange. Looking at the illusory screen in front of him, Luo Chang'e murmured. Strange? Fang Tianqing asked instinctively, in what way is it strange? Well, I can't quite say. Luo Chang'e shook his head with a wry smile, then frowned and said, but I always feel that this Lu Chen seems to be more than just an ordinary paladin. You mean, this kid is intentionally hiding his strength? Fang Tianqing's eyes sparkled. Very likely. Luo Chang'e nodded heavily and added, of course, this is just my one-sided guess, I can't guarantee if it's true or not. Let's see how he performs later. Fang Tianqing decisively said upon hearing this. Alright, Luo Chang'e nodded. In Kyoto City, at the Summit Square, buzz. Accompanied by a strong sense of weightlessness, Lu Chen felt a flash of darkness before his eyes, and when he opened them again, he found himself in a completely unfamiliar environment. It was a dense forest, lush greenery everywhere. The occasional piercing beast roar from the forest added an air of mystery to this already unknown secret realm. Is this the wilderness secret realm? Lu Chen murmured as he looked at the complex terrain around him. Ding! Notification, you have entered the wilderness secret realm. Scoring has begun. Please hurry to kill monsters. Current score, 0 remaining time, 59 minutes 59 seconds. At the same time, a peculiar message also appeared on his notification panel. There's even a notification? Lu Chen's eyes lit up upon seeing this. This was his first time entering a secret realm, although he didn't know what the wilderness secret realm was all about. However, through this period of intensive study, Lu Chen also learned that this so-called secret realm is basically a self-contained world, completely independent from the outside. In today's Blue Star, with the changes in the rules of heaven and earth, some peculiar secret realms often appear in the wild. This is in stark contrast to fixed dangerous places like the Abyss. The main feature of a secret realm is randomness. Although most secret realms are rich in resources, whether in experience or treasures, they can provide practitioners with unimaginable benefits. But as the saying goes, with great opportunities come great risks. The secret realm is not a peaceful place. On the contrary, some secret realms are extremely terrifying, with danger levels even approaching the nightmare level of the Abyss. And before entering a secret realm, no one knows what is hidden within. Therefore, in today's Blue Star, secret realms are synonymous with opportunity and the unknown. As for this wilderness secret realm, it is clearly a secret realm left behind after complete development, with basically no resources left, only a batch of monsters for the participants to earn points. After surveying the surrounding environment again, Lu Chen quickly confirmed his position. Just as he was about to follow the instructions on the previous secret realm map and rush to kill the monsters at a critical moment. Die! Spatial cut! Swish! Swish! Suddenly, two pitch-black spatial blades fell from the sky without warning, slashing down towards his head. Seeing this scene, Lu Chen was startled, unable to react in time. Master, be careful! Fortunately, Oscar, as a dragon clan, reacted many times faster than Lu Chen. Before Lu Chen could remind him, he took a step forward and narrowly dodged the sneak attack of the two spatial blades. Thud! Thud! The next moment, accompanied by two crisp sounds, two sturdy trees were pierced through by the spatial blades, instantly splitting into 4 pieces. Ha! You actually dodged? Upon seeing this, a suppressed exclamation came from the nearby bushes. Who is it? How dare you sneak attack from behind? Lu Chen's heart sank upon hearing this, and he quickly looked in the direction of the voice. The person who had been hiding in the bushes, seeing the situation, simply stopped hiding and swaggered out, revealing none other than the spatial mage Wang Tianyi. It's you? Upon seeing Wang Tianyi, Lu Chen couldn't help but narrow his pupils. He didn't expect that, did you? Wang Tianyi sneered coldly, then looked at Lu Chen and shouted, You little ant, weren't you very arrogant before? Now what? I'm standing right in front of you, and you dare to act tough again? You want to kill me? Feeling the unmasked cold killing intent from the other party, Lu Chen's heart sank. Ha ha, it seems you're not as stupid as I thought. Wang Tianyi curled his lips, not hiding it at all, and directly stated, That's right, I really came to kill you. At this point, he coldly looked at Lu Chen and retorted, You don't really think that just because you snatched my ranking by luck, you can live freely in this world, do you? Naive. As his words fell, Wang Tianyi raised his head again and said heavily, I won't hesitate to tell you, today in this wilderness secret realm is the burial ground for you little ants. You dare! Lu Chen was furious upon hearing this, clearly not expecting that Wang Tianyi actually wanted to kill him, but he did not retaliate. Instead, he suppressed his anger and looked at Wang Tianyi, retorting, We are both practitioners of the divine Xia kingdom, and the country has long had a decree prohibiting domestic practitioners from fighting privately. Aren't you afraid of being punished by the country for breaking the law so brazenly? Punished? What punishment? Just because I killed a mere support class paladin? Ah ha 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 ha. Wang Tianyi threw his head back and laughed, pointing at Lu Chen and shouting wildly, You little ant are really stupid, clinging to such a ridiculous fantasy even when death is at your doorstep. At this point, he added with a smug expression, To tell you the truth, not to mention I am a supreme class player, even if I kill you here, the divine Xia kingdom can't touch a hair on my head, because the Jinglong Academy will definitely take the initiative to clear my name. As his words fell, Wang Tianyi shifted his tone. Even if the divine Xia kingdom wants to punish me for this, I'm not afraid, because as long as I enter Jinglong Academy, I can use it as a springboard to the White Eagle Empire. By then, I'll be abroad. And what can a mere divine Xia kingdom do to me? You actually plan to betray your own country? Lu Chen asked in shock. What do you mean by betrayal? This is called striving for higher ground, just like water flows downward, Wang Tianyi said proudly. Moreover, with the barren land and resources of your divine Xia kingdom, you don't deserve a top talent like me. At this point, he raised his head again, adding dreamily, Only the most powerful White Eagle Empire in Blue Star is my only true home, the homeland I have longed for. I heard from my teacher that the air in the White Eagle Empire is filled with a sweet fragrance. It is truly a land blessed by the gods, a treasure bestowed upon humanity. The more Wang Tianyi spoke, the more excited he became, completely oblivious to the increasingly grim expression on Lu Chen's face, the killing intent in his eyes growing stronger. In his mind, since he had already cornered Lu Chen here, he had no intention of letting him live, so he spoke recklessly, without any reservations. Little did he know, touching a dragon's reverse scale means certain death. Beast! Finally, Lu Chen was completely enraged. You must know, he had just been ambushed from behind, and the reason he hadn't retaliated was that he didn't want to fight with Wang Tianyi in his own territory. Still, as a staunch patriot, if possible, he truly didn't want to raise his knife against his own compatriots. But at this moment, seeing Wang Tianyi openly admit his intention to become a traitor, Lu Chen, who had initially lacked any fighting spirit, nearly exploded on the spot, because the thing he hated most in his life was a traitor. And as long as someone is a traitor, no matter the reason for betraying their country, in Lu Chen's eyes, they deserve to die without exception, with no innocent justification. Thinking of this, Lu Chen let out a furious roar, interrupting Wang Tianyi's words. Enough! Your country has invested so much in nurturing you, and in the end, you dare to abandon your people and plan to run off to be someone else's dog? Alright, since that's the case, you have no right to continue living in this world. One shout after another. Lu Chen didn't even give Wang Tianyi a chance to retort, directly issuing a command to Oscar beneath him. Oscar, kill him. Yes, master. Seeing this, Oscar seemed to sense his master's anger, and without hesitation, unleashed a standard dragon talent skill at Wang Tianyi. Evil breath. Boom, boom, boom. 3 terrifying streams of light erupted from Oscar's 3 heads, melting trees, corroding vegetation, and even scorching the ground into 3 smoking trenches. Its power so strong it resembled highly concentrated sulfuric acid, causing Wang Tianyi's pupils to constrict involuntarily. Ha! What skill is this? Seeing the approaching evil breath, Wang Tianyi was startled and almost instinctively cast a shield skill on himself. Spatial shield. Buzz. In the next moment, a transparent shield shimmering with black and purple light appeared out of thin air around him, completely enveloping him, just as Wang Tianyi had released the shield. Bang! 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 Finally, 3 breaths of evil energy, each with a completely different attribute, arrived as expected, crashing violently against his shield, actually melting 3 holes into his seemingly indestructible barrier. What? Even my space shield can be corroded? Seeing this scene, Wang Tianyi's expression changed drastically, and he quickly unleashed another signature skill. Space flicker. Buzz, buzz. 2 black holes quietly appeared in the void. Wang Tianyi then traversed through the black space, finally escaping the attack of the evil breath. Yet even so, there was not a hint of pride or excitement on his face. All that remained was an indescribable gravity and wariness. The power of Oscar was simply too overwhelming. Even at this moment, this forbidden dragon was still in its protective form, unable to unleash its full combat power, but its breath was still not something Wang Tianyi could easily block. I see, your mount is a mutated beast. Finally, it seemed Wang Tianyi had guessed something, pointing at Oscar in horror and shouting, "Kill!" But Luo Shenxen didn't give him a moment to react, because at this moment, the killing intent in his heart was already set. Whoosh! In the next moment, a fierce wind rose, and Oscar, carrying Luo Shenxen, transformed into a distorted streak of light, rushing towards Wang Tianyi at lightning speed, stirring up a whirlwind, flying sand, and stones, and utterly terrifying momentum. Not good. Wang Tianyi was startled and, as a mage, he dared not let Luo Shenxen get close, so he used Void Flicker again. Buzz, buzz. 2 more black holes appeared in succession. When Wang Tianyi reappeared, he had flickered to a distance of only 100 meters from Luo Shenxen. Phew! Luckily my speed is fast. Looking at Luo Shenxen, who was standing dazed in the distance, Wang Tianyi finally let out a quiet sigh of relief. But just then, a gust of malevolent wind suddenly swept in from behind him. Wang Tianyi's scalp tingled in fear, and almost entirely out of instinct, he unleashed a powerful spell. Secondary forbidden spell. Space distortion. Creak. In the next moment, accompanied by a sound of painful space friction, a figure was caught off guard and was thrown off course by the distorted space. Wasn't it Luo Shenxen and Oscar? Whoosh! At the same time, the Luo Shenxen not far away gradually disappeared into the void. This was actually a shadow so fast that even space couldn't erase it. What? Such terrifying speed. Seeing this scene, Wang Tianyi was so scared he almost wet his pants. Oscar's speed was simply outrageous, relying solely on his physical form. He could leave a shadow in the void, and it was not even slightly inferior to his space flicker. This was no ordinary hellhound, it was simply a boss. Not good. This mutated beast is too terrifying, it can't be dealt with in a short time. Watching Luo Shenxen, who was regrouping and preparing to attack him again, Wang Tianyi trembled with anger, because long before the battle began, he never expected that Luo Shenxen, a paladin, would be so difficult to handle. Now, it seemed almost impossible to resolve Luo Shenxen in a short time. In almost an instant, Wang Tianyi weighed the pros and cons. No, I can't continue to waste time here, otherwise, I will miss out on the top 4 rankings in this round of assessment. Thinking of this, Wang Tianyi decisively shouted at Luo Shenxen, "Ant, this time you're lucky. I'll let you live a few more days. But wait, it won't be long before you pay the price for what you've done today." With that, he didn't care about Luo Shenxen's reaction and turned to leave without hesitation. Spatial flicker. Buzz, buzz, buzz. A series of signature skills were unleashed, and suddenly, one after another, pitch-black black holes appeared in the void. Wang Tianyi's body continuously traversed through the black holes, and in the blink of an eye, he had run several hundred meters away, almost out of Luo Shenxen's sight. Just at this critical moment, painful disease, rotted intestines, buzz. Suddenly, a strange symbol appeared out of thin air above Wang Tianyi's head. Ha! What is that? Before Wang Tianyi could react, he felt a sharp pain in his lower abdomen, nearly losing control right there. But at this moment, He couldn't care less. To avoid Lu Chun catching up and entangling him, Wang Tianyi gritted his teeth and disregarded everything, using 2 more spatial flickers in succession,
successfully escaping from Lu Chen's attack range, completely disappearing into the dense forest,
leaving no trace. Meanwhile, not far away in the dense forest, Master, he's leaving. Should we chase? Looking at Wang Tianyi's departing figure, Oscar asked in a deep voice. No need. Unexpectedly, Lu Chen decisively shook his head. This beast is not easy to deal with, even for me. Without using other trump cards, it's not an easy task to take him down in a short time. Lu Chen felt helpless. At this moment, he had already hated Wang Tianyi to the bone, but through their previous encounters, he had realized that Wang Tianyi was indeed difficult to handle. Although this guy's behavior disgusted Lu Chen greatly, it was undeniable that as an ultimate professional, he did have some exceptional qualities. Moreover, at this time, he was in the examination hall of the national examination, and the most important thing was not to settle scores with that scoundrel, but to deal with the upcoming assessment. Thinking of this, Lu Chen quickly spoke to Oscar beneath him. This assessment has limited time, let's hurry to earn points. We can deal with that scoundrel later when we have time. Okay, I'll follow the master's arrangements. Oscar nodded and then asked, Master, where are we going next? Are we going to kill those 4 boss monsters? Those boss monsters are only 4, and they are not easy to deal with. We would have to snatch food from the mouths of the 4 ultimate beings. Lu Chen shook his head again, calmly analyzing, rather than wasting time and energy competing with the 4 ultimate beings, it's better to kill more monsters of other levels. After all, this assessment looks at the final points. Even if we don't kill the boss monsters, as long as our points are high enough, we can still take first place. That makes sense. Oscar nodded in agreement. Let's go. Let's take a look inside first. Having figured out the next plan, Lu Chen didn't linger any longer and waved his hand. Meanwhile, in the high sky, tens of thousands of feet above, this mutated beast is actually so terrifying, even Wang Tianyi can't handle it? Looking at the astonishing scene appearing on the illusory screen, at this moment, even Lin Ruoyuan, the head of Jinglong Academy, could not remain calm. Wang Tianyi is best known for his speed, but this mutated beast is even faster than him. Beside him, Wu Mengyan furrowed his brows and instinctively asked, Director, do you think this Cerberus might be a mutated beast of the agility type? Very likely. Lin Ruoyuan nodded heavily and added, only a mutated beast of the agility type could unleash such speed. No wonder that Trash Holy Knight managed to take first place in the first round unexpectedly. It turns out he had a mutated beast of the agility type helping him. Wu Mengyan suddenly realized and gritted his teeth, saying, but then again, that bastard really has good luck, being able to sign a contract with such a powerful mutated beast, and it's the most domineering master-servant contract. At this point, he added, however, a holy knight is not a beast master, and without even a skill to enhance his beast, no matter how strong his mount is, it won't unleash much power. After saying this, Wu Mengyan raised his head again, looking unwilling as he said, in my opinion, giving that mutated beast to him is simply a waste. It's indeed a bit of a pity. If the one who had this mutated beast were a beast master, there might be some cultivation value, but a holy knight. Lin Ruoyuan shook his head helplessly and said solemnly, fortunately, the second round of the assessment is more inclined towards combat power, and speed doesn't matter much, so even with the help of a mutated beast, Lu Chen absolutely cannot pull off another upset. That's good. That's good. Hearing this, Wu Mengyan's expression finally lightened a bit, and he smiled wryly, saying, if we end up giving the carefully prepared rewards of our academy to that Trash Holy Knight, I'm afraid I won't be able to help but take him down myself. You, Lin Ruoyuan chuckled in disbelief and advised, Old Wu, you're getting on in years, why is your temper still as fiery as when you were young? As he said this, he stepped forward and patted Wu Mengyan on the shoulder, comforting him, don't worry. He's just a support class holy knight, he won't make much of a splash. On the other side, in the void where Jinghua Academy is located. Director, what do you think? Luo Changde also looked shocked, clearly having witnessed the brief battle between Lu Chen and Wang Tianyi. That Lu Chen could actually go head-to-head with the ultimate class Wang Tianyi without falling behind. Do you think he's intentionally hiding his strength? Glancing at the immovable Fang Tianqing beside him, Luo Changde instinctively asked. Well, I can't tell either. Fang Tianqing said with a bitter smile. What? Even the director can't tell? Luo Chang'e frowned upon hearing this.
This kid hasn't used any Holy Knight skills up to now, he's been relying almost entirely on his mount to fight.
Under such circumstances, not just me, even the lords of the War God Hall would probably be unable to see through this kid's true abilities. Fang Tianqing said helplessly. This, Luo Chang'e realized, and only then did he notice that since the assessment began, Lu Chen had indeed been using Oscar's power, and he himself hadn't even cast a single holy radiance. But one thing I can say with 100% certainty, at this moment, Fang Tianqing suddenly spoke again, his face full of mystery. What is it? Luo Chang'e quickly asked out of curiosity. That mount of his is definitely not simple, Fang Tianqing said emphatically, leaving Luo Chang'e beside him dumbfounded, taking a long while to come back to his senses. Isn't that stating the obvious? Even a fool can see that. Luo Chang'e couldn't help but roll his eyes. Fang Tianqing's earlier words were simply too bizarre. Saying them was no different from not saying them at all. Alright, let's not guess randomly here. Why don't we first take a look at his performance in this round of assessment? Finally, Fang Tianqing waved his hand and said in a deep voice, as the saying goes, one can be tolerated twice but not 3 or 4 times. If Lu Chen can still outshine the 4 ultimate contenders in the second round of the assessment. At this point, Fang Tianqing did not finish his sentence but raised his head, a glint of brilliance flashing in his eyes. In Kyoto City, at the examination site for the national exam, within the wild secret realm, according to the map of the secret realm, Lu Chen hardly exerted any effort and successfully arrived at the first area of the wild secret realm, the general monster zone. However, just as he stepped into this area and had not even steadied himself, he immediately witnessed an incredibly bizarre scene. Get lost. This place is mine. Who told you that just because you came first, it's your territory? What? Are you looking for trouble? So what if I am? Go to hell. Curse your ancestors. Bang! Bang! Groups of professionals were scattered throughout the surrounding dense forest, each one frantically competing for monsters, and some even got into physical fights at the slightest disagreement. Looking around, at least tens of thousands of participants were gathered in this area, densely packed, perfectly illustrating what it means to have more people than monsters. Master, it's so lively here. Seeing this scene, even Oscar, a member of the Dragon Clan, couldn't help but chuckle wryly. This is the general monster zone. Most participants have the ability to kill monsters of this level alone, so fierce competition is to be expected. Lu Chen did not seem too surprised, as he had anticipated all of this when Li Qiushan announced the assessment rules. At that moment, a small monster happened to spawn right in front of Lu Chen. Almost instinctively, Lu Chen cast insight on this monster. Target, Wild Hunting Dog Race, Beast LV, 200 health, 6220 mana, 1450 combat power rating, 490 stars unique skill, Despairing Howl. This is a small, social beast. What a trashy monster. Looking at the basic attributes of this monster, Lu Chen curled his lip in disdain and was too lazy to approach it for a kill. After all, killing one of these general monsters only earns 10 points, and he would have to compete with a crowd for it, which could easily turn into a real-life PK. Although Lu Chen was not afraid of fighting people, but still, as the saying goes, we are all from the same family. If we can avoid infighting, we should try to avoid it. Thinking of this, Lu Chen once again gave Oscar a command. Let's go. We'll continue to explore deeper. Yes, master. Upon hearing this, Oscar quickly took another step forward, his massive body weaving through the complex environment of the dense forest, and soon passed through the general monster zone, successfully arriving at the second area of the wild secret realm, the powerful monster zone. Upon entering the powerful monster zone, the number of professionals around immediately decreased by more than half. However, there were still tens of thousands of people gathered here fighting monsters, because powerful monsters also belong to the category of wild monsters. Neither their attributes nor combat power were particularly outstanding, and most professionals had the ability to kill them alone. Lu Chen looked around curiously once more and soon spotted the exclusive monsters in this area. Target, Wilderness Demon Wolf, Race, Beast, LV, 200, Health, 9824, Mana, 4450, Combat Power Rating, 580 stars, Unique Skill 1, Despair Howl, Unique Skill 2, Savage Bite. This is a powerful beast with a naturally brutal disposition. The monsters here are quite suitable for group kills. Looking at the basic attributes of the powerful monster, Lu Chen couldn't help but feel a spark of excitement, because Oscar,
as the Forbidden Dragon, inherently possesses group-oriented skills. This means that every time Oscar casts a skill, he can attack multiple targets simultaneously. Under such circumstances, if there are enough monsters in front of Luo Shenxen, he can fully rely on Oscar's area attack skill to kill groups of monsters and earn points that rival the 4 ultimate ones. Moreover, the monsters in this powerful monster area not only have low health but also average combat power, making them very suitable for Oscar to unleash his skills. However, there are still too many participants in this powerful monster area. Monsters are snatched away within 3 seconds of respawning, making it impossible to form a sufficient number. Forget it, the competition here is still too fierce. Let's move deeper. Thinking of this, Luo Shenxen did not linger but rode Oscar, once again probing deeper into the wilderness secret realm. A few minutes later, finally, Luo Shenxen successfully arrived at the 3rd area of the wilderness secret realm Elite Monster Zone. This Elite Monster Zone was completely different from the previous 2 areas. The number of professionals here had suddenly decreased by over 90%, with only a few scattered professionals battling monsters, and all of them were either superclasses or hidden classes. Moreover, many elite monsters were wandering in the surrounding dense forest, with no one coming to kill them. However, Luo Shenxen had anticipated this, because elite monsters are known for their thick health and high combat power. At this level, monsters have reached a point where professionals need to team up to kill them. Only those with even stronger combat power, the superclasses and hidden classes, can barely manage to solo them. Thinking of this, Luo Shenxen couldn't help but feel determined and took another look at the basic attributes of these elite monsters. Target, Wilderness Violent Bear, Race, Beast, Rating, Elite, LV, 200, Health, 12,700, Mana, 8,000, Combat Power Rating, 720 stars, Unique Skill 1, Despair Howl, Unique Skill 2, Savage Bite, Unique Skill 3, Fierce Claw Strike. This is a terrifying beast that strikes fear into the hearts of many. 12,000 Health, 720 stars Combat Power Rating. Looking at the basic attributes of the surrounding elite monsters, Luo Shenxen asked, Oscar, with your current strength, how quickly can you kill one of these elite monsters? Looking at the considerable number of elite monsters around, Luo Shenxen inquired of Oscar, if in dragon form, I could take out these little weaklings with a wave of my hand. Oscar replied proudly. As soon as he finished speaking, he changed his tone, and a hint of human-like bitterness appeared on his large dog face. But right now, I'm in protection form, and can't exert my full combat power. I can only rely on skills to whittle down their health. It should take about a minute for each one. A little over a minute each? That should be enough. Luo Shenxen nodded and glanced at the timer on the scoreboard. At this moment, there were still 54 minutes left until the assessment ended. If Oscar could kill an elite monster in about a minute, by the end of the assessment, he could at least take down over 40 elite monsters, each worth 200 points. That's 8,000 points higher than the points earned from killing 3 boss monsters. With this thought, Luo Shenxen felt a surge of determination and was about to command Oscar to get to work. But just then, a figure not far away suddenly caught Luo Shenxen's attention. Chain lightning, crackle, HP 122, HP 135, HP 136, HP 129. There stood Li Tianhua, the thunder battle method master, beside a small stream, his entire body enveloped in crackling arcs of electricity, desperately outputting damage to an elite monster. His combat power was indeed impressive, as he had already whittled down more than half of the elite monster's health, and it looked like he was about to secure a solo kill. At that critical moment, pain disease, blood vomiting, torture disease, intestinal rot, buzz, suddenly, 2 strange symbols appeared above his head without warning. What's going on? Poor Li Tianhua hadn't even realized what was happening when he felt a violent churn in his stomach. Vomit. In the next moment, he could hardly contain himself and bent over, throwing up violently right there. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the elite monster unleashed a flurry of attacks on him. Fierce Claw Strike. Bang, bang. HP 522. HP 571. Li Tianhua was caught off guard and was sent flying by the wild savage bear, losing over 1,000 health points on the spot. But that wasn't all. Just as he was about to get up from the ground and continue attacking the wild savage bear, but, accompanied by a strong stench, Li Tianhua felt a warmth in his pants. He had just soiled himself right there. At the same time, his health and mana began to plummet at a visible rate. Bastard!
Who is this despicable person daring to sneak attack from behind? At this point, Li Tianhua could no longer contain his anger, even neglecting the wild savage bear in front of him, and began cursing at his surroundings. As soon as he finished speaking, evil breath, boom, boom, boom. Suddenly, 3 breaths of completely different colors shot in from a distance, crashing down on the already low-health wild savage bear, instantly depleting its health bar. A woof, accompanied by a desperate scream before death. The wild savage bear fell heavily to the ground, lifeless. Oh no! My monster! Seeing this scene, Li Tianhua nearly popped his eyes out. He had just exerted tremendous effort to whittle down the health of this wild savage bear. He had even sacrificed 60% of his health and 40% of his mana for it. But in the end, the monster was stolen from him, and all his efforts had gone to someone else. How could he not be anxious? How could he not be furious? Ha ha, thank you for doing the hard work for me. At that moment, a figure leisurely walked out from the bushes. It was none other than Lu Chen. Ha, it's you, Lu Chen? Seeing Lu Chen, Li Tianhua's pupils constricted, and he was about to ask why he had stolen the monster he had worked so hard to weaken. But before he could speak, another wave of nausea hit him, and he felt a sharp pain in his lower abdomen, as if he might vomit again at any moment. You, what did you just do to me? Finally, Li Tianhua couldn't hold back any longer, hissing at Lu Chen while glancing at the negative status effects on himself. But when he looked, he was nearly scared to death. What? Disease effects? And they can't be dispelled? Get lost. This national exam is for the practitioners of our divine summer nation, not for trash like you, Lu Chen said, looking at Li Tianhua as if he were a dog. Lu Chen, what do you mean? This is the examination hall for the national exam, and we are still classmates. Li Tianhua was nearly infuriated to death upon hearing this. Just as he was about to speak, Lu Chen interrupted him with a wave of his hand. Fuck you. I don't have classmates like you, Lu Chen scolded mercilessly. He had long since lost any good feelings for Li Tianhua, who had betrayed his country and was eager to escape and become a traitorous slave. You! Li Tianhua's pupils constricted upon hearing this. In the past, if he had encountered Lu Chen here, he would have probably been unable to hold back and would have taught Lu Chen a lesson. But times had changed. Ever since he learned that Lu Chen was very likely the legendary knight who single-handedly overturned the entire Blood Sand War zone, his fear of Lu Chen had reached a bone-deep level, and he no longer dared to be his enemy. At this moment, seeing Li Tianhua standing there in a daze, Lu Chen did not urge him but instead sneered. Humph, you can stay if you want, but if you get killed by a monster later, don't blame me for not warning you. Upon hearing this, Li Tianhua realized that his already dwindling health and mana were still dropping after the battle ended. Looking again at the detailed descriptions of the 2 disease effects on him, Li Tianhua was instantly thrown into disarray. He never expected that these 2 diseases would last a full 15 minutes. 15 minutes, continuously losing health and mana while vomiting and having diarrhea. He had just consumed 60% of his health and 40% of his mana to deal with that wild savage bear. Originally, he planned to recover after the battle ended, but with these 2 disgusting disease effects, he couldn't even maintain his current low health for long. If he stayed in this elite monster area any longer, he wouldn't just fail the exam, he might even lose his life. Thinking of this, Li Tianhua dared not linger any longer. Despite feeling extremely unwilling, he didn't dare to risk being killed on the spot by attacking Lu Chen. Helpless, he could only stand there in impotent rage. You, just wait for me. After leaving a not-so-harsh threat, Li Tianhua turned around and ran, quickly disappearing into the dense forest, leaving no trace. Master, there's something I don't quite understand, Oscar asked, puzzled, as he watched Li Tianhua's retreating figure. What is it? Lu Chen instinctively asked. Given your attitude towards Li Tianhua just now, you should have wanted to kill him immediately, Oscar asked solemnly. That's right, Lu Chen nodded, not hiding it. Then why didn't you order me to take action just now? Oscar asked again. Do you think I didn't want to? Lu Chen rolled his eyes upon hearing this, sighing helplessly. But our divine summer nation has long had a decree prohibiting domestic practitioners from fighting privately. With my current status, I can't ignore this ban. So, I can only let that trash off the hook for now. So that's how it is. Upon hearing this, Oscar finally understood, then sarcastically remarked, you humans are really troublesome. With all these rules and regulations, it's better to be like us Dragon Clan.
where as long as you have strength, you can kill whoever you want and sleep with whoever you want.
Put. As soon as this bizarre statement came out,
Luo Shenxen felt a breath catch in his throat, nearly choking to death.
However, after a moment's thought, he felt relieved, because the dragon race is notoriously lecherous across the entire Blue Star. As the saying goes, dragons are inherently lustful. In today's Blue Star, whether in the wild or in the abyss,
there are almost everywhere monsters with dragon blood flowing in their veins, and as a member of the dragon race,
Oscar naturally couldn't escape this custom. However, ever since he signed the master-servant contract with Luo Shenxen, he hadn't dared to act out of line with Luo Shenxen watching him. Thinking of this, Luo Shenxen couldn't help but feel a sense of certainty in his heart, and waved at Oscar, saying, "All right, enough of the nonsense. The hindrance has been dealt with. Let's get to work." "Yes, master." Oscar nodded,
then twisted his body and rushed towards the nearest elite monster.
Meanwhile, in the deepest part of the wilderness secret realm, the rarely visited boss monster area, a sword comes from the west. Whoosh! The sword light flickered, like a glimpse of a startled swan. The carefree sword immortal Yun Tianlan, with a graceful posture, wielded his sharp sword and struck fiercely at a massive earth dragon. Put. HP 1722. Roar. The next moment, accompanied by a desperate scream before death, that boss-level earth dragon monster could no longer withstand his relentless attacks. Its health bar completely drained, and it fell dead on the spot. Ding! Congratulations! You have successfully killed the boss monster and earned 2,500 points. Current points, 2,500. Remaining time, 34 minutes and 14 seconds. Finally dealt with it? Looking at the massive boss body in front of him, Yun Tianlan quietly breathed a sigh of relief, glanced at the timer on the scoreboard, and murmured, "There are still 34 minutes left until the assessment ends. If I go out now, I can't guarantee there won't be any accidents. Forget it, I'll go kill a few more leader monsters and try to accumulate some points." With that thought, Yun Tianlan decisively turned around and headed towards the leader monster area behind him, to the northwest of the boss monster area. I thought this boss monster was something impressive, but it's just like this. The undying berserker Chuaodian laughed maniacally, stepping on the corpse of a massive boss monster, having only been a few seconds slower than Yun Tianlan, to the southwest of the boss monster area. Self-destructing worm, poison explosion, bang, 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 accompanied by a series of violent explosions. HP 999, HP 987, HP 952. A series of damage numbers shot out from above a four-legged flying dragon. Roar! Finally, after a fierce battle lasting half an hour, the Abyss Insect Master Luo Shenxen successfully took down a boss monster. Success! 2,500 points in the bag. Looking at his scoreboard, Luo Shenxen revealed a satisfied smile. To the south of the boss monster area, beginner forbidden spell, space piercing. The space mage Wang Tianyi, pale-faced, gritted her teeth and unleashed a skill. Put. HP 522, HP 597, HP 511. The next moment, a series of spatial blades appeared out of thin air, striking fiercely at a massive white lion, directly taking away nearly 1,500 points of its health. Seeing her successful hit, Wang Tianyi's eyes lit up, and she was about to put in more effort to deal a few more heavy blows to this boss monster. But just then, ding! Notification, your mana is insufficient. Unable to cast skill. Notification, your mana is insufficient. Unable to cast skill. Notification, your mana is insufficient. Unable to cast skill. It was only at this moment that he was shocked to discover that his mana had been completely depleted. That's right, completely empty. Not even a single point left. Oh no! My mana! Looking at his empty mana bar, Wang Tianyi was almost driven to the brink of rage. As a mage, mana was of utmost importance, but he never expected that Luo Shenxen, as a paladin, would have such a disgusting skill that not only kept him endlessly occupied but also caused his mana to continuously drop, lasting a full 15 minutes. Even more outrageous was that this skill couldn't be dispelled, because pain disease, rotten intestines was not magic, but a disease, and there were only two ways to get rid of the effects of this skill. 1. Find a doctor to prescribe some diarrhea medicine. 2. Wait for 15 minutes until the skill's effect ended. But either of these options was almost a fantasy for Wang Tianyi. After all, who the hell carries diarrhea medicine around with them? As for waiting 15 minutes, that was even more impossible. The second round of the national exam only lasted an hour at most. If he sat there waiting for 15 minutes, the boss monster would probably be stolen by someone else. How could he afford to rest? Thus, Wang Tianyi dragged his nearly exhausted body and gritted his teeth to find a boss monster. And then, before the boss monster's health even dropped below half, his mana was already at 0. Lu Chen, I must kill you. Absolutely. At this thought, Wang Tianyi's face twisted in anger, his hair standing on end. He had never anticipated this series of chain reactions. In fact, not only him, but even Lu Chen himself had not expected that a casual skill would have such a huge impact on Wang Tianyi. But now that it had come to this, Wang Tianyi had no other solutions. At this moment, seeing the boss monster regrouping and preparing to attack him, Wang Tianyi's expression darkened. He didn't care whether this counted as cheating or not. He directly took out a mana potion from his bag and gulped it down. After doing all this, he finally managed to recover a portion of his mana, gritted his teeth, and charged into battle with the boss monster, clashing fiercely. Meanwhile, in the vast void, good, Yun Tianlan truly lives up to being the powerful carefree sword immortal, taking down a boss-level monster in just over 20 minutes. Very impressive. And then there's Chu Ao. Although he was a few seconds slower than Yun Tianlan, his attack power is also quite remarkable. Long Chen's Abyss Mother is still so powerful. If nurtured properly, it will surely become a major weapon for our Jinglong Academy in the future. Lin Ruoyuan operated the illusory screen before him, closely monitoring the assessment of several ultimate professionals while continuously praising them, clearly very satisfied with the combat power of the top contenders. This assessment result should be just as we predicted, with no deviations, Lin Ruoyuan said proudly, casually switching to another screen. But as soon as he switched, he couldn't continue his next words. Why hasn't Wang Tianyi dealt with the boss monster yet? Looking at this spatial mage Wang Tianyi still locked in battle with the boss, Lin Ruoyuan almost popped his eyes out in disbelief. What? Still not finished? Wu Meng'en beside him also frowned deeply, instinctively glancing at the scene on the illusory screen, murmuring, This isn't right. According to the data we collected earlier, these 4 ultimate beings should have combat powers comparable to Zhong Bo, and I even followed the dean's instructions to leave the weakest of the 4 boss monsters for Wang Tianyi. Under normal circumstances, he should have been the first to complete the kill. At this point, he paused and, looking bewildered, asked, But now, the other 3 ultimate beings have killed the boss monsters they encountered and have even started returning to the powerful monster area to continue farming for points. Yet Wang Tianyi hasn't dealt with the boss monster until now. What is going on? Look quickly. Wang Tianyi's mana, why is it so low? Suddenly, Lin Ruoyuan seemed to have discovered something, pointing at Wang Tianyi and exclaiming, Wasn't he not fighting monsters before? Then where is his mana? I don't know either. Wu Meng'en was equally bewildered. The scene before them was too bizarre. Wang Tianyi hadn't fought any monsters and yet had somehow depleted his mana bar. Was there anything more ridiculous than this? Could it be that Lu Chen? At this moment, Lin Ruoyuan seemed to think of something and suddenly spoke up. Impossible. Upon hearing this, Wu Meng'en shook his head almost without thinking, saying solemnly, The Paladin is just a support class, and most of its skills are based on holy and light attributes, with no negative debuff skills at all. The Paladin itself indeed has none. But what about its mount? Lin Ruoyuan pressed heavily. Wu Meng'en's pupils constricted at the mention, suddenly recalling that Lu Chen had a mutated beast as a mount. Moreover, the Hellhound was a type of dark attribute monster, so it wasn't impossible for it to have a few negative debuff skills. Realizing this, Wu Meng'en's expression changed. This is bad. If Wang Tianyi really fell victim to some continuous mana draining skill from Lu Chen that we don't know about, then after he kills this boss monster, he won't have enough mana left to take down other level monsters. He added anxiously, If that's the case, all the effort we put into arranging a compensation plan for him would be in vain. Don't panic. Although with Wang Tianyi's current mana, he might struggle later. As long as he can successfully kill this boss monster, even if he doesn't get first place, he should still be able to secure a spot in the top 4. Lin Ruoyuan said solemnly. What about the first place we painstakingly set up for him? Wu Meng'en asked again. Lin Ruoyuan pondered for a moment, then smiled wryly. Forget it. After all 4 ultimate beings have high cultivation value. Even if the rewards go to the other 3, It wouldn't be a waste. That's true. Wu Meng'an nodded in agreement, feeling that made sense.
But he seemed a bit indignant, pointing at Wang Tianyi on the illusory screen and frowning. But Wang Tianyi is really disappointing.
A dignified ultimate practitioner.
Yet he has been continuously outsmarted by a trash paladin twice.
Is he stupid?
It seems that heaven only granted him powerful talent but gave him a flawed brain. Lin Ruoyuan also wore a helpless expression.
At that moment,
while the two deans of Jinglong Academy were fully focused on the critical progress of the 4 ultimate assessments,
not far away,
the two deans of Jinghua Academy were focused on something entirely different.
This kid's mount is definitely not an ordinary mutated beast. Looking at the illusory screen, where Oscar was rampaging under Lu Chen, Fang Tianqing was shocked beyond measure. What the hell is this hellhound that has such terrifying combat power? Luo Chang'e was equally shocked, murmuring, killing an elite monster every minute on average. This kind of monster-slaying speed, even the 4 ultimate beings can't achieve that, right? At this point, he suddenly shivered and quickly asked Fang Tianqing, "Director, what should we do now? Should we recruit this Lu Chen?"
Putting aside Lu Chen's own talent, just based on this mount under him, even if it doesn't compare to Long Chen's Abyss Mother,
it probably isn't far off. As soon as he finished speaking, "I've made up my mind, at all costs, to recruit this Lu Chen." Suddenly, Fang Tianqing said heavily, making a shocking declaration. "What? At all costs?" Luo Chang'e's expression changed upon hearing this, exclaiming, "But director, we haven't even figured out what kind of talent this Lu Chen has," he added urgently. "Moreover, a paladin is not a beastmaster and doesn't have any skills to enhance beasts. No matter how powerful the mount is, he can't unleash its full potential." "I know.
The paladin class is more inclined towards support and doesn't have strong combat power.
But we have no other choice now." Fang Tianqing sighed and said solemnly, "Now, with the reputation and prestige of Jinglong Academy in the Divine Summer Kingdom, unless a miracle happens, the 4 ultimate beings will never choose our Jinghua Academy." At this point, he shifted his tone, "But the people from the White Eagle Empire's St. More Academy will arrive in the capital tomorrow." St. More Academy? Upon hearing this name, Luo Chang'e's pupils constricted, almost instinctively asking, "Isn't St. More Academy the top-ranked practitioner academy in Blue Star? What are they doing in our Divine Summer Kingdom?"
"I heard they are coming under the guise of academic exchange to have a friendly match with our country's best young generation this year,"
Fang Tianqing said in a deep voice. "Friendly match?" As soon as this was said, Luo Chang'e hadn't reacted yet when Fang Tianqing added, "They call it a friendly match, but in my opinion, the White Eagle Empire is clearly here to establish their authority." "What do you mean by that?" Luo Chang'e asked solemnly. You might not know yet." Fang Tianqing forced a smile and then said, "According to the news I received from the War God Hall some time ago, the White Eagle Empire not only has several ultimate practitioners this year, but also has a rare ultimate practitioner." "What? Ultimate practitioner?" Gasp. At this point, Luo Chang'e could no longer contain his shock and took a deep breath. "That's right." Fang Tianqing nodded and frowned.
"But I don't know much about this ultimate practitioner because the White Eagle Empire is very strict with their confidentiality on this matter."
"Since the White Eagle Empire has an ultimate practitioner, why are we even having a friendly match with them? Isn't that just asking for trouble?" Luo Chang'e said solemnly. Do you think the lords of the War God Hall can't see this?" Fang Tianqing said with a serious expression. "But under the White Eagle Empire's deliberate publicity, almost the entire Blue Star knows about it now, and it's already causing a stir." He paused and added, "This concerns the face of our country, so even if the lords of the War God Hall are reluctant, they can only grit their teeth and agree to their challenge." With that, Fang Tianqing finally revealed all the twists and turns involved. "And the lords of the War God Hall have given us a strict order that both Jinglong Academy and Jinghua Academy must select suitable candidates from this year's national examination to participate in the challenge," Fang Tianqing said with a heavy heart. "So, recruiting Lu Chen is something I had no choice but to do. Does the dean mean to let Lu Chen represent our Jinghua Academy in the friendly match against St. More Academy?" Luo Chang'e asked tentatively. "Exactly." Fang Tianqing nodded, not hiding it at all. But as soon as he said this, Luo Chang'e felt a rush of air leave him, nearly suffocating him. "Fang Tianqing, have you lost your mind? Lu Chen is a support class holy knight. You want him to go on stage and duel?
That's no different from sending him to his death.
Luo Changa said firmly. No way. I absolutely disagree with this. Old Luo. You're overthinking it. Fang Tianqing could see that Luo Changa had misunderstood him and quickly explained. It's precisely because Lu Chen is a holy knight that I would go to great lengths to recruit him. What? What do you mean by that? Luo Changa frowned and asked.
None of us know just how powerful the ultimate professionals of the White Eagle Empire are,
Fang Tianqing said solemnly, but since they are ultimate professionals, their talent must have reached SS level, which means that the geniuses of the White Eagle Empire are even stronger than the 4 great ultimate classes. At this point, he added, under such circumstances, if we send someone else to the stage and the battle becomes stalemated, our contestant might not even have the chance to concede and could be wiped out on the spot. As his words fell, Fang Tianqing helplessly spread his hands and said with a bitter smile, I don't want to watch our young professionals from the Divine Summer Kingdom die tragically on the stage. So I chose Lu Chen. After all, as a holy knight,
he has the true man's skill for 6 seconds.
Even if he can't win, who can stop him if he wants to concede? Well, that does make sense. Luo Changa finally understood Fang Tianqing's good intentions, but then he thought of something else and asked again. But speaking of which, Dean, the friendly match hasn't even started yet, and you're already thinking about how to concede. Aren't you afraid that the lords will come looking for trouble later? What's there to be afraid of? If the sky falls, there's someone tall to hold it up. Isn't Jinglong Academy powerful? Let them fight to the death with the White Eagle Empire. Our Jinghua Academy is small and weak, with just a handful of people. We can't afford to be tossed around. Fang Tianqing scoffed, leaving Luo Changa dumbfounded, clearly not expecting his dean to have such a bold side. In the Divine Summer Kingdom, in the city of Kyoto, at the examination site of the national examination, within the wilderness secret realm, roar, accompanied by a desperate scream before death. Another wild bear was drained of its health by Oscar's skill, dying on the spot. Ding! Congratulations! You have successfully killed the elite monster wild bear and earned 200 points. At the same time, a points acquisition notification also appeared on Lu Chen's scoreboard. Looking at his ever-increasing points, Lu Chen nodded in satisfaction, planning to search for the next target to continue accumulating points. But just then, the time is up. I announced that the second round of this national examination, Battle Hardened, has come to an end. Please, all participants, exit in an orderly manner through the teleportation passage in front of you. Suddenly, the voice of the chief judge, Li Qiushan, echoed out of nowhere. Buzz. In the next moment, a phantom teleportation portal appeared out of thin air in front of Lu Chen, and the originally dense elite magical creatures in the surrounding wilderness seemed to evaporate in an instant. Ha! Is that it? Looking at the empty wilderness around him, Lu Chen instinctively glanced at the scoreboard and realized that exactly 1 hour had passed since the assessment began. Phew, with my current points, getting first place in this round shouldn't be a problem, Lu Chen murmured to himself, not lingering any longer, and waved to Oscar beneath him, saying, Oscar, let's go out. Yes, master. Oscar nodded, then stepped forward, carrying Lu Chen into the teleportation portal, completely disappearing. Accompanied by a strong sense of weightlessness, Lu Chen felt a flash of darkness and light. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself back in the mountain summit square. At this moment, the large mountain summit square had already gathered many contestants who had just emerged from the wilderness secret realm. Ha ha, I just successfully took down 31 ordinary magical creatures in the secret realm and got 310 points. Passing the assessment should be no problem. Humph, your score is nothing. I killed 7 powerful magical creatures and got 350 points. Hee, I did even better than you all. I killed 9 powerful magical creatures, and now I have 450 points. The crowd was buzzing with discussion, some were full of excitement, passionately recounting their glorious achievements, others were downcast, keeping their heads low and saying nothing. Some even collapsed on the ground, crying out loud, clearly dissatisfied with their scores in this round. Their expressions varied. At this moment, the chief judge in charge of the assessment, Li Qiushan, spoke loudly again. Please wait a moment. Our staff is busy tallying the rankings for the second round of assessments, and we will announce the results shortly. Okay, the crowd responded in unison. Knowing this was a necessary step after the assessment, so no one urged them, Lu Chen patiently waited in place, looking around curiously while waiting for the results. Soon, he spotted a familiar graceful figure in the crowd. Wasn't it Luo Shenxen? At that moment, Luo Shenxen also happened to see Lu Chen, her eyes lighting up, and without hesitation, she dashed over to him. Lu Chen, you came out too. After running to Lu Chen's side, Luo Shenxen stopped and greeted him. Yeah, Lu Chen nodded, then curiously asked, by the way, Shen, how many points did you get in this round? Not much, just 1,250 points. Luo Shenxen waved her hand proudly. What? You actually got 1250 points? Lu Chen was taken aback, clearly not expecting Luo Shenxen's score to be so high. What? Do you look down on me? Luo Shenxen, seeing Lu Chen's surprised expression, seemed a bit unconvinced and proudly said, although I'm not as freakish as you, I'm still a super profession, okay? Saying this, she added, and although I have the ability to kill elite magical creatures, to be safe, I didn't take the risk in the elite magical creature area but stayed in the powerful magical creature area, where I killed a total of 25 powerful magical creatures. I see, Lu Chen realized, finally understanding that Luo Shenxen's combat talent was a very rare and growable combat talent. The more soul body she accumulated, the stronger her combat power became, so it's completely understandable that she could achieve such a high score, but she knew that didn't mean others knew it too. As they saw Luo Shenxen unexpectedly score an astonishing 1250 points, some nearby competitors were thrown into disarray. Who is this girl? How can she score so high? I know her, she's Luo Shenxen, from Donglin City in the Central Province. Not only is she a super professional, but she's also a campus beauty. What? A super professional? No wonder she can score so high, and she's so pretty. But super professionals aren't that outstanding in the national exam. After all, this year there are the 4 ultimate beings, and no matter how strong a super professional is, it's hard to stand out. That's true. How many points do you think the 4 ultimate beings will score this round? At least 2,500 points, since only the 4 ultimate beings can solo those 4 boss monsters. Just that alone makes it impossible for us ordinary competitors to catch up. It seems the top for this round is pretty much a done deal. The crowd buzzed with conversation. Meanwhile, Luo Shenxen looked at Lu Chen curiously and asked, Lu Chen, how many points did you score this round? Me? Lu Chen touched his nose, then smiled mysteriously and said, it's a secret. But what kind of secret is that? Even if your score is high, can it really compare to the 4 ultimate beings? The little girl scoffed, because in her eyes, Lu Chen was definitely not as simple as he appeared. But this round, the inherent advantage of the 4 ultimate beings was just too great. Equivalent to starting with a guaranteed score of 2,500 points. You have to know, 2,500 points is equivalent to killing 250 ordinary monsters or 50 powerful ones. And for an ordinary professional, even killing the weakest ordinary monster would take 4 or 5 minutes. After all, not everyone has Oscar's freakish skills, which can drain 90% of a target's health and mana in an instant with just 2 diseases. So even Luo Shenxen didn't believe Lu Chen could pull off another upset this round. Whether I can or not, you'll find out soon. Seeing Luo Shenxen's reaction, Lu Chen didn't explain but smiled slightly, just as everyone was eagerly discussing the key points of this round's assessment. Suddenly, a strong stench wafted over without warning. What smells so bad? Upon catching the foul odor, everyone frowned, almost instinctively followed the smell to look. Indeed, they followed the smell. Then they saw a scene that would be unforgettable for a lifetime. One of the 4 ultimate beings, the space mage Wang Tianyi, was awkwardly standing in the crowd, looking disheveled, pale, and with his pants covered in a sticky yellow unknown substance, and that strong stench was emanating from him. Look, it's space mage Wang Tianyi. Oh no, those yellow stains on his pants. Could it be poop? Ew, it stinks. It really is poop. What the hell? What's going on? The dignified Wang Tianyi, one of the 4 ultimate beings, actually pooped his pants? Boom! The crowd was filled with horror, scattering like they were fleeing a plague. A vacuum zone formed around Wang Tianyi, with almost no one within a 10-meter radius. Lu Chen, you bastard! I will never let you go. Seeing this scene, Wang Tianyi trembled with rage, directing his resentful gaze at Lu Chen not far away, and shouted hoarsely, I won't let you off either. Unfortunately, Lu Chen wasn't afraid at all. In fact, he was hoping that the other party would come to trouble him soon, because that way,
he would have a legitimate reason to get rid of this little brat.
Meanwhile, seeing Lu Chen actually clashing with Wang Tianyi, the surrounding competitors' pupils shrank in shock. Ha! What's going on here? That space mage Wang Tianyi seems to have murderous intent towards that paladin Lu Chen, and Lu Chen doesn't seem scared at all. He's just a paladin. Where does he get the confidence to challenge an ultimate class? Isn't that courting death? The crowd buzzed with shock and disbelief. But this was just the beginning, because what happened next was beyond anyone's expectations. It completely overturned their worldview. What? This is impossible. The chief judge, Li Qiushan, looked incredulous, as if he had received some extremely explosive news. A dignified seventh-turn professional almost stumbled and fell on the spot. Meanwhile, in the sky thousands of feet high, what did you say? Lin Ruoyuan's eyes widened as he stared at Wu Mengyan in front of him, almost trembling as he asked, "That Lu Chen actually scored 8,400 points? That's 3,400 points higher than the second place. Yun Tianlan? Director, please calm down. I don't want to believe this is true either." Wu Mengyan's face was also filled with bitterness, and he added, "But this wilderness secret realm was personally crafted by the lords of the War God Hall. The back-end data cannot be faked, and even we cannot interfere. This doesn't make sense." Lin Ruoyuan exclaimed in confusion. There are clearly only 4 boss monsters in the wilderness secret realm, and they were all killed by the 4 ultimate professionals. Under such circumstances, where did Lu Chen get such high points? It seems he achieved the point lead by killing a large number of low-level monsters. Wu Mengyan said solemnly. Low-level monsters? Lin Ruoyuan's eyes narrowed, and before he could react, he heard Wu Mengyan continue. This kid is not simple. He must know he can't compete with the boss monsters. So from the start of the assessment, he didn't plan to fight for the boss monsters but chose the relatively easier low-level monster areas. At this point, he added, and in this wilderness secret realm, aside from the boss monsters, there is no limit on the number of other monsters. As soon as one dies, another will immediately respawn. With these words, Wu Mengyan finally revealed the entire twist. Under such circumstances, if his monster killing speed is fast enough, he really could surpass in points. I see. Upon hearing this, Lin Ruoyuan finally understood, but it seemed he still didn't want to believe this harsh reality and asked again, but to get 8,400 points, how many low-level monsters did he have to kill? Also, the second round of the assessment clearly only had 1 hour. How did he manage to kill so many monsters in such a short time? It seems we underestimated the strength of that mutated beast under him, Wu Mengyan said with a bitter smile. Mutated beast? Lin Ruoyuan was shocked and exclaimed. Are you saying that Lu Chen was able to score so high because of that mount he has? Exactly. Wu Mengyan nodded and explained. The dean is not unaware that the paladin class is not good at attacking, and they don't have any decent area attack skills. So, relying solely on Lu Chen, it is absolutely impossible for him to kill so many monsters in such a short time. At this point, he shifted his tone. Unless that mysterious mount of his has some powerful area attack skill that we don't know about. Bastard! This is simply outrageous. At this, Lin Ruoyuan could no longer contain his anger and shouted. This trash paladin! What ability does he have besides relying on his mount's power? Exactly. This kid is indeed shameless. Without the help of his mount, he wouldn't even be worth a fart in front of the 4 ultimate beings. Wu Mengyan nodded in agreement and sighed. But now, with his score of 8,400, no one in this second round is his opponent. We have no authority to modify the results, so we can only acknowledge his first place. Humph, even if he takes first place, I will never give rewards to such trash. Lin Ruoyuan almost shouted. Old Wu, send a message to the academy right now. Have them send someone to the storeroom to quickly find me 2 useless dark gold equipment that have been eliminated. The dean means, are we going to use the same trick as last round? Wu Mengyan's eyes lit up at the words. Exactly. Lin Ruoyuan nodded heavily. But if we do this again, it might easily dishearten the other participants. Wu Mengyan said hesitantly. What are you afraid of? Lin Ruoyuan waved his hand and said proudly. Anyway, our Jinglong Academy is on a high-end route. These low-level professionals are all trash. We don't care about them at all, as long as we take good care of the 4 ultimate beings. Saying this, he ignored Wu Mengyan's reaction and urged again. Just do as I say. I'll take responsibility if something goes wrong. Alright. Hearing this, Wu Mengyan reluctantly nodded. Meanwhile, at the summit square of the national exam. Why haven't they announced the results yet? What is the main judge doing? As Li Qiushan hesitated to announce the results, some participants could no longer hold back and began to whisper among themselves. Fortunately, at this moment, Li Qiushan finally received the instruction. I announce that the first place in this round of assessment is Paladin Lu Chen, with a total score of 8,400 points. Boom! As soon as these words were spoken, the crowd almost erupted. What? It's that Lu Chen again? How is this possible? Isn't he a support class paladin? How could he take first place for 2 consecutive rounds? 8,400 points. That's even more than the total score for killing 3 boss monsters. How? How did he do it? Everyone was shocked. Their gazes turned towards Lu Chen in the crowd, their eyes filled with complex expressions of shock, confusion, doubt, and envy. Lu Chen, you! Even Luo Shenxen was startled by this sudden news, her little face changing, just as Luo Shenxen was about to ask Lu Chen how he achieved such a high score. Suddenly, a desperate and tragic scream rolled out from the crowd. Hearing this voice, the participants had yet to react to what was happening. Then, a figure suddenly shot up from the ground, charging towards Lu Chen without care. Wasn't it Space Mage Wang Tianyi? Lu Chen, I want you dead. I want you dead. What the hell? What do you want to do? Seeing this scene, Lu Chen was equally startled, clearly not expecting that Wang Tianyi would dare to attack him in front of so many people. However, after a moment's thought, he suddenly had a bright idea. Since it was Wang Tianyi who took the initiative to strike, even if he took the other party down, it would be considered self-defense. With this in mind, Lu Chen couldn't help but grit his teeth, deciding to take out the Zhijian long gun from his bag and give Wang Tianyi a hard hit. But just at that moment, an unexpected change occurred. Put! Wang Tianyi suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood in the void, and before he could reach Lu Chen, he rolled his eyes and fell straight down from the void. Ha! What's going on? Quick! Look! That Wang Tianyi seems to have fainted. What the hell? What's happening now? Witnessing this absurd scene, the contestants were all left dumbfounded. Even Lu Chen couldn't help but be stunned. At that moment, he really wanted to say, damn it, I've already taken my pants off, and you show me this? But after regaining his senses, he quickly spoke to the crowd around him. You all saw it, he fainted on his own. It has nothing to do with me. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone, step aside. Whoosh! The chief judge, Li Qiushan, rushed to Wang Tianyi's side in a flurry. After quickly checking Wang Tianyi's condition, Li Qiushan's expression changed. What? It's excessive anger? That's right. The reason he fainted on the spot was not because he was beaten, but because he was so angry, because he knew that under the interference of pain, illness, and twisted intestines, his score would definitely not compare to the other 3 ultimate contestants. At most he could only get 4th place. But now, Lu Chen had actually taken 1st place. What did this indicate? It indicated that he had been pushed out of the top 4. No wonder this guy couldn't hold back and went berserk on the spot. Is there a priest here? At this moment, Li Qiushan had also clarified Wang Tianyi's condition and turned to the crowd to call out, I'm a priest. The next moment, a female contestant holding a magic wand quickly stepped forward and said to Li Qiushan, quick, cast a calm spell on him. Li Qiushan instructed. The calm spell is one of the priest's exclusive skills. Although this skill does not have any damaging effects, it can completely calm the target, preventing them from gaining enhancements from states like anger, frenzy, ferocity, and fearlessness. In certain special situations, it can have unexpected benefits. Yes, Judge. At the same time, upon hearing Li Qiushan's command, the priest wasted no time, raised her staff, and cast a spell on Wang Tianyi. Buzz. A milky white light descended from the sky, mixed with numerous silver light spots, and fell onto Wang Tianyi's body. After being hit by this spell, although Wang Tianyi still did not wake from his faint, his previously chaotic breathing gradually calmed down, and his twisted face relaxed, making him look as if he were asleep, showing no signs of discomfort. Phew! Thankfully nothing serious happened. Seeing this, Li Qiushan quietly breathed a sigh of relief and thought to himself, however, Wang Tianyi has missed the top 4 for 2 consecutive rounds, and his mentality has become severely unbalanced, even developing a heart demon. It seems I need to report this matter to the dean and let them find a way to resolve it. Otherwise this kid will be completely ruined in the future. With this thought, Li Qiushan decisively sent a message to Lin Ruoyuan. What? Wang Tianyi has developed a heart demon?
In the vast emptiness, Lin Ruoyuan's expression changed dramatically upon seeing the message sent by Li Qiushan.
No wonder, Wu Meng'an said solemnly.
Being robbed of rankings by a worthless holy knight twice in a row,
and having no way to take revenge. If it were me, I would probably lose my composure too. But for us professionals, the most feared thing is an unstable mindset. Once a heart demon arises, at best, we can't exert our full strength in battle, and at worst, it will be difficult to make any progress in the future. Lin Ruoyuan murmured, then said heavily, no, we must quickly help Wang Tianyi regain his spirits. After all, we will need him to fight for us in the upcoming friendly match against the White Eagle Empire. So what should we do next? Wu Meng'an asked with a frown. In my opinion, let's skip the third and fourth rounds of the assessment and go straight to the final fifth round of the arena competition. Lin Ruoyuan said in a deep voice. What? Start the finals so soon? Wu Meng'an was startled and quickly said, Director, this is a national examination.
Although our Jinglong Academy is the host this year, in past national examinations, each session has had 5 rounds of assessments. If we only hold 3 rounds, and the War God Hall finds out afterward, before he could finish, Lin Ruoyuan interrupted him with a wave of his hand. No need to worry. The War God Hall has already urged us several times to hurry up and complete the national examination and quickly select suitable candidates to participate in the friendly match with SA.
More Academy. So even if we jump straight into the arena competition, we have enough reason. At this point, he added with a serious expression. Moreover, given Wang Tianyi's current situation, the longer we delay, the more severely he will be affected by the heart demon. We must help him sever that heart demon and return to his peak state as soon as possible. Understood. Wu Meng'an realized that Wang Tianyi's condition could not be delayed any longer and immediately asked, what does the director plan to arrange? Well, Lin Ruoyuan pondered for a moment, then spoke with a shocking determination. Once the arena competition begins, let the people below manipulate the draw a bit and arrange for Lu Chen to face Wang Tianyi, so he can vent his anger. What? Wu Meng'an's expression changed, and he tentatively asked, Director, do you mean, to let that Lu Chen die? He must die. Otherwise, Wang Tianyi's heart demon cannot be severed. Lin Ruoyuan said heavily, his eyes filled with killing intent. As soon as he finished speaking, as if fearing that Wu Meng'an would have objections, he sighed and added, this is also for the consideration of our divine Xia kingdom. After all, Wang Tianyi is our main force against SA, More Academy, and we cannot afford any mistakes. So, we can only sacrifice Lu Chen. Fortunately, his concerns were completely unnecessary, as Wu Meng'an had long been displeased with Lu Chen. Fine, after all, a mere holy knight, our divine Xia kingdom can have as many as we want, so we don't care about this one. Wu Meng'an waved his hand dismissively, as if Lu Chen's life was not worth mentioning at all. He then said somewhat regretfully, it's just a pity about his mutated beast. Under the influence of the master-servant contract, if Lu Chen dies, that beast probably won't survive either. Sigh, this is unavoidable. As the saying goes, one must give up something to gain something. A mutated beast is nothing compared to Wang Tianyi's value. Lin Ruoyuan sighed again and waved his hand. Alright, it's getting late. The people at the academy should have prepared the prizes. You get ready and go down to distribute the rewards to the top 4. Yes, Director. Wu Meng'an nodded in response. Meanwhile, at the summit square below, seeing that Wang Tianyi's condition had gradually stabilized, Li Qiushan finally breathed a sigh of relief and specifically arranged for someone to escort him away. It wasn't until he had completed all of this that he soared into the air again and loudly announced to the surrounding contestants. The second place in this round of assessment goes to Carefree Sword Immortal Yun Tianlun, with a total score of 5,000 points. The third place in this round of assessment goes to Undying Mad Warrior Chu Ao, with a total score of 4,500 points. The fourth place in this round of assessment goes to Abyss Insect Master Long Chen, with a total score of 4,000 points. Boom! Upon hearing this, the contestants present could no longer contain their shock and gasped in unison. What? How did Lu Chen surpass the second place Yun Tianlan by a full 3,400 points? How did he manage to do that? Could it be that he stole Wang Tianyi's boss monster? Otherwise, why would Wang Tianyi be so angry? I think that's very possible. Possible my ass. The paladin is just a support class, and there are hardly any attack skills to speak of. If he could kill a boss monster, I'd twist my head off and give it to you as a night pot. But if he didn't kill a boss monster, then where did his high score come from? One voice after another. Everyone was filled with confusion and disbelief, clearly unable to understand how a mere paladin like Lu Chun could achieve such a high score. However, their doubts were destined to go unanswered. At this moment, after announcing the top 4 results, Li Qiushan waved his hand again and said, "Next, all contestants with scores below 300 points, please leave the venue voluntarily." Boom! A series of suppressed noises erupted in the arena. "No, this isn't fair. I'm just 10 points short. If I could take the test again, I would definitely meet the standard. Please, Chief Judge, give me another chance. I'm only 20 points short. Don't kick me out. Bastard. I still want to continue the exam. I can't leave. My whole family is counting on me. Judge, have mercy on me. I have an 80-year-old mother and 800 hungry children." The contestants with scores below 300 points were all screaming in frustration, clearly unwilling to leave so easily. After all, the national examination is held only once every 3 years, and there is an age limit. Anyone over 20 cannot participate. So for every professional, there is almost only this one precious opportunity in their lifetime. Once they fail, they can only become freelancers. Although freelancers also have opportunities to grow into powerful figures, but without the resources and support of a training academy, the chances of a professional leveling up to 7th transition or above on their own are nearly zero. Moreover, the mortality rate for freelancers has always been high. It's no wonder that these eliminated contestants are showing such reluctance and struggle. Throw them all out. Unfortunately, Li Qiushan didn't give them any chance at all and waved his hand directly. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. In the next moment, countless mysterious figures cloaked in black robes and wearing masks descended from the sky without warning, ignoring the struggles of the eliminated contestants, grabbing them and turning to leave. Seeing this scene, the contestants who passed the assessment couldn't help but deeply sigh. Of course, there were also a small number of people who were gloating and watching the show, but throughout it all, not a single person was willing to stand up and speak for those who were eliminated. Even Lu Chen was at a loss for what to do about what was happening before him, because the national examination is known for its fierce competition and high elimination rate. Moreover, the country's resources are limited, and it cannot train so many people. It can only strive for excellence as much as possible and focus on cultivating the most talented professionals. Therefore, the brutal scene before us plays out almost every year in the examination halls of the national examination. It seems I need to level up quickly and seize some resources for the country, otherwise, so many outstanding young people will all become neglected freelancers, which is such a pity. With this thought, Lu Chen's gaze sharpened, and he quietly clenched his fists. With the assistance of a group of men in black, soon, all the eliminated contestants were thoroughly cleared out. At this moment, the remaining contestants in the arena were less than 10,000. It should be noted that before the assessment began, there were hundreds of thousands of contestants who had signed up. Yet, after just 2 rounds of the national examination, 99% of the contestants were ruthlessly eliminated. This shows just how high the elimination rate of the national examination is and how difficult the assessment has become, reaching a level that is beyond description. Alright, at this moment, seeing that the arena had once again returned to calm, Li Qiushan did not delay but announced again, "Next, let us invite the Vice President of Dinglong Academy, Lord Wu Mengyan, to present the awards to the top 4 contestants." Whoosh! As soon as he finished speaking, a figure draped in Dominion battle wings suddenly descended from the sky, none other than Wu Mengyan, who had appeared once before. "Fellow students, we meet again." Wu Mengyan arrived in the arena and first exchanged pleasantries with the contestants present. "We have seen the Vice President." The contestants, upon seeing this, all respectfully called out to him. "Everyone, no need to be polite." Wu Mengyan smiled slightly and continued. "First of all, congratulations to everyone for successfully passing the second round of this year's national examination, taking another step closer to your dream cultivation academy." Boom! As soon as these words were spoken, the faces of the crowd around were filled with unmistakable excitement and pride. Of course, being able to endure through the fierce competition among millions and make it this far, they indeed had the capital to be proud. Before presenting the rewards for this round of assessment, there is something I feel is necessary to announce to everyone. At the same time, Wu Mengyan added, "What is it?" Hearing this, the crowd present perked up their ears in curiosity. Seeing this, Wu Mengyan got straight to the point. due to certain special events,
this year's national examination will skip the third and fourth rounds of assessment and proceed directly to the fifth round.
The final competition, which is the arena battle. Boom! As soon as these words were spoken, the crowd, which had just quieted down, erupted once again. What? Directly entering the final competition? Isn't the national examination supposed to have 5 rounds every year? Why are there only 3 rounds left this year? What exactly happened that made Jinglong Academy cut 2 rounds from the normal assessment process? I know. I heard that the Stormer Cultivation Academy from the White Eagle Empire has arrived in our Xingxia country, planning to hold a friendly exchange match with us. What? Stormer Cultivation Academy? Isn't that the #1 cultivation academy for professionals in our Blue Star? I heard that even the current #1 on the global list of the 100 Great Gods, the Undead Mage Rodriguez, was trained by this academy. What on earth is this friendly exchange match? To put it simply, our 2 countries will each select a few young genius professionals for a real-life competition. The White Eagle Empire has done this many times in the past, and while they claim it's for friendship and exchange, every match ends up being deadly serious, with bloody scenes and casualties being quite common. What? Isn't this just looking for trouble? No wonder this year's national examination is being held so hastily. It turns out to be like this. The crowd began to whisper and murmur among themselves, with some local participants from the capital city revealing the twists and turns of the situation, causing everyone to gasp in surprise. St. Morel Academy? Friendship exchange match? Even Lu Chen couldn't help but change his expression upon hearing this shocking news. But Wu Mengyan didn't elaborate. Instead, after the crowd quieted down a bit, he announced loudly, "Next, we invite the top 4 contestants of this round to come up and receive their awards." Upon hearing this, everyone forgot about the earlier discussion and turned their attention to Lu Chen, Yun Tianlan, Xu Ao, and Long Chen on stage. Look, the main event is finally here. What do you think Jinglong Academy will offer as rewards this time? Last time they awarded dark gold quality weapons, this time it should be armor. The crowd whispered and speculated, and their guesses were indeed correct. Wu Mengyan, just like the last award ceremony, started with Long Chen, who ranked 4th, and went up to Yun Tianlan, who ranked 2nd, presenting each of them with a piece of armor that could be described as splendid dark gold quality. Finally, it was Lu Chen's turn. Before Wu Mengyan could say anything, Lu Chen waved his hand and said nonchalantly, "I only want dragon coins. As for the dark gold equipment, you can keep it." Ha! As soon as these words were spoken, Wu Mengyan was momentarily stunned, not quite understanding what was happening, while the onlookers couldn't hold back their reactions. What? Did I hear that wrong? Lu Chen actually doesn't want the equipment reward? Well, he probably guessed that Jinglong Academy wouldn't give him any good equipment, so he simply decided not to ask for it. But even if it's useless dark gold equipment, it's still dark gold. Selling it for materials could fetch a good price. Isn't this just pretending to be rich? The crowd was filled with voices, clearly puzzled by Lu Chen's actions. But Lu Chen couldn't care less about their reactions. He had long anticipated that Jinglong Academy would definitely not give him any decent rewards and would inevitably pull some tricks. Rather than continue to humiliate himself, it was better to refuse outright. After all, he had no good feelings left for Jinglong Academy and would never apply there again. Moreover, with his current wealth, a mere piece of dark gold equipment truly didn't catch his eye. Thinking of this, Lu Chen felt a sense of certainty in his heart. Of course, dragon coins were something that couldn't be faked and were very useful for professionals, so he would still take those. Alright, that's what you said. At this moment, Wu Mengyan also came back to his senses, his eyes lighting up. Seeing that Lu Chen had actively chosen to forego the equipment reward, he was delighted and had no reason to refuse. Since classmate Lu Chen has such high standards and looks down on our Jinglong Academy's dark gold equipment rewards, we won't insist, Wu Mengyan said lightly, taking out a bank card from his pocket and handing it to Lu Chen, saying, "This card contains 25 million dragon coins, which can be withdrawn at any bank in our Xingxia country at any time. Please take it." Taking the card casually, Lu Chen didn't even glance at Wu Mengyan and was about to turn and leave. But just at that moment, wait! Suddenly, another figure descended from the sky, landing straight in front of Lu Chen. It was none other than Luo Changde, the vice president of Jinghua Academy. "Oh, Luo Changde, why are you here again?" Seeing Luo Changde, Wu Mengyan was startled and couldn't help but frown and ask, "Humph, if you can come, Why can't I? Luo Chang'e sneered in response. You idiot.
Our Jinglong Academy is the main responsible unit for this national examination.
And I'm here to award the winners. Wu Meng'an shouted in exasperation. He, what a coincidence. I'm also here to award the winners. Luo Chang'e said leisurely. Ha, award. Award? Hearing this, Wu Meng'an looked completely confused and instinctively asked, who are you awarding? None of your business. Luo Chang'e scoffed, ignoring Wu Meng'an's reaction, and turned to Lu Chen, waving his hand. Lu Chen, come here. Me? Lu Chen was equally bewildered, dumbly pointing at his own nose. Yes, it's you. Luo Chang'e nodded again. Is there something you need? Lu Chen asked, though he was filled with confusion. He didn't dare to be negligent in front of Luo Chang'e and quickly stepped forward. In light of your outstanding performance in the second round of assessments, our Jinghua Academy has decided to grant you an additional reward. As Luo Chang'e spoke, under the astonished gazes of everyone, he pulled out a 1-meter-long blue warhammer from his bag and directly stuffed it into Lu Chen's arms. This is your reward. Hold on to it. Luo Chang'e said with a smile. Ha, what is this? Poor Lu Chen hadn't even processed what was happening when he felt a weight in his hands. Almost instinctively, he looked at the basic attributes of the warhammer in his hand, but as soon as he looked, he was so shocked that he almost cried out on the spot. Storm Warhammer type, two-handed weapon attack power, 1244-1688 strength plus 450 stamina plus 400 required rank. Second transition equipment effect 1, has a 20% chance to summon a hurricane shield to protect oneself when hitting an enemy. The hurricane shield can absorb 500 points of damage. Equipment effect 2, if the hurricane shield is not broken within the next 20 seconds, it will transform into a terrifying storm that can deal 1000 points of magical damage to enemies. Quality, epic. When the storm strikes, the day of all things end. This is actually an epic quality weapon? Looking at the astonishingly luxurious attributes of the warhammer in his hand, Lu Chen's expression changed. At the same time, the crowd around also saw the attributes of the Storm Warhammer, and once again, it erupted into chaos. Holy crap! This hammer is actually an epic quality equipment? No way! Am I seeing things? Epic quality equipment. I've never seen one in my life. The crowd collectively gasped, nearly popping their eyes out. Even the ultimate professionals Chu Ao and Long Chen, and even Yun Tianlan, who had always been indifferent to everything, couldn't help but widen their eyes. The attributes of this Storm Warhammer were simply too dazzling, not to mention its impressive boosts of 450 points in strength and 400 points in stamina. Just the two major effects of the hammer, one for defense and one for attack, were simply perfect in both offense and defense, with no weaknesses at all. Compared to this hammer, the purple gold equipment previously awarded by Jinglong Academy to the 3 ultimate champions is hardly worth mentioning. It's all just trash. What? Epic quality? At this moment, even Wu Meng'an, the vice president of Jinglong Academy, couldn't help but exclaim after witnessing Luo Chang'e's astonishing act. Luo Chang'e, are you crazy? Unfortunately, Luo Chang'e ignored him and instead looked at Lu Chen with a smile, asking, Lu Chen, are you satisfied with this equipment? Hearing this, Lu Chen finally snapped back to reality and was about to return the Storm Warhammer in his hand. President, this is too precious, I can't, alright? This is your well-deserved reward. Quickly put it away. But Luo Chang'e seemed to have anticipated this. Not only did he not take back the hammer, but he also urged him to keep it safe. After saying this, Luo Chang'e added with admiration, I hope in the upcoming assessment process, you can continue to work hard and reach new heights. Our Jinghua Academy has high hopes for you. Upon hearing this, Lu Chen was still trying to process what was happening when Wu Meng'an exclaimed in shock. What? Luo Chang'e, you guys at Jinghua Academy aren't planning to recruit this paladin, are you? So what if we are? Luo Chang'e smirked, not hiding it at all, but rather openly admitting it. However, as soon as he said this, Wu Meng'an could no longer contain his shock. He threw his head back and laughed heartily, even shedding tears from laughter, as if he had heard the funniest joke in the world. Ah ha 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 ha, Luo Chang'e, you guys at Jinghua Academy are really desperate, investing so much in a trash paladin. At this point, he seemed to suddenly realize something, his face lighting up with understanding, and he shouted at Luo Chang'e, oh, I get it. You must know that the 4 ultimate champions won't choose your Jinghua Academy, so you're forced to use this paladin as cannon fodder. After saying this, Wu Meng'en didn't care about Luo Chang'e's reaction and disdainfully scoffed. Humph. I used to think you were some upright gentleman, but I never expected you to be so despicable behind the scenes, sending a paladin to fight against the genius practitioners of SA. More Academy. Aren't you just pushing him into the fire pit? Wu Meng'en. Screw you. Don't assume everyone is as filthy as your Jinglong Academy. Luo Chang'e was furious upon hearing this, seemingly afraid that Lu Chen would misunderstand, and quickly explained to him, Lu Chen, you mustn't listen to his nonsense, our Jinghua Academy has always been upright and aboveboard. Before he could finish, Lu Chen interrupted him with a wave of his hand. Alright, you don't need to explain. Lu Chen said calmly, whether you are using me or not, I will definitely participate in the friendly exchange match with the White Eagle Empire. What? You actually volunteered to participate in the friendly match? As soon as this was said, not only Luo Chang'e but even Wu Meng'en was shocked, because they never expected that Lu Chen, a paladin, would actively want to participate in the friendly match with the White Eagle Empire. But Lu Chen completely ignored their reactions and raised his head, saying firmly, for the honor of our country, we cannot shirk our duty. Good. What a sense of duty. Ha 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 ha. Upon hearing this, Luo Chang'e was so excited he almost shouted, unable to help but pat Lu Chen's shoulder repeatedly, praising, Lu Chen, I really didn't misjudge you. TCH, you, a mere trash paladin, think you can compete with the genius practitioners of SA. More Academy? It was Wu Meng'en. As he saw that the scheme of sowing discord had failed, he simply stopped pretending and sneered disdainfully. I think you should focus on getting through this hurdle first. Upon hearing this, Luo Chang'e felt a heavy weight in his heart and quickly pressed, Wu Meng'en, what do you mean by that? But Wu Meng'en completely ignored him and turned back to the crowd below, announcing loudly, the finals of this national examination will begin promptly at 8 a.m. tomorrow morning. To ensure everyone can face the finals in the best condition, our Jinglong Academy has already arranged hotels for you in advance. Next, you can head down the mountain to meet with your respective principals, who will lead you to the hotel to rest. I wish everyone the best of luck in tomorrow's finals, and we'll see you then. Whoosh! After saying this, Wu Meng'en flapped his wings and turned to leave, quickly disappearing into the horizon. Watching Wu Meng'en's departing figure and recalling his meaningful words left behind, Luo Chang'e couldn't help but feel an extreme sense of foreboding rising within him, even though he had no idea what Wu Meng'en was secretly planning. In order to quickly uncover what Wu Meng'en was up to, Luo Chang'e decided to stay put and spoke to Lu Chen. Lu Chen, I still have many trivial matters to attend to, so I won't linger here. Saying this, he patted Lu Chen's shoulder with a kind expression and added, however, I hope that after this national examination, you will consider enrolling in our Jinghua Academy. We will definitely welcome you with open arms. Thank you, Vice Dean, for your kindness. I will consider it. Lu Chen nodded gratefully upon hearing this. Although at this moment, he did feel a bit of goodwill towards Luo Chang'e and Jinghua Academy, he did not immediately agree to the invitation. After all, the national examination had not yet concluded, and he couldn't predict what would happen in the upcoming finals. Lu Chen didn't want to go back on his word, so he planned to wait and see. Well, that's good. Hearing Lu Chen's response, Luo Chang'e didn't press further and waved again. In that case, we'll see each other tomorrow. As soon as he finished speaking, he flapped his wings and soared into the air, stirring up a whirlwind, quickly vanishing into the vast emptiness. It was only after watching Luo Chang'e leave that Lu Chen quietly let out a sigh of relief. He glanced at the stylish Storm Warhammer in his hand and finally revealed a satisfied smile. Storm Warhammer, that's a good item. Although he had already obtained a Broken Spear Dragon Gun for free from the Starsea Trading House before this, the Broken Spear Dragon Gun was a weapon that was somewhat unconventional. It would only be useful if Oscar transformed into a dragon form. Moreover, this gun was 20 meters long, and once someone got close, it would become completely useless. Therefore, under normal circumstances, Lu Chen still needed a weapon suitable for close combat. Fortunately, with the appearance of the Storm Warhammer, Lu Chen had now filled the last gap in his arsenal. Not only could he attack from a distance and fight up close, but all his equipment was of epic level, significantly boosting his combat power. Alright, the awards ceremony has concluded. Everyone can disperse. At this moment, as the two deans left one after another, Li Qiushan announced once more and turned to leave. Phew, is it finally over? Lu Chen smiled slightly at this sight,
just as he was about to head down the mountain to meet Su Wancheng. But just at that moment, a tall figure suddenly appeared in front of him without any warning, directly blocking his path. Wasn't it the undying mad warrior, Chu Ao? What do you want? Looking at Chu Ao, Lu Chen couldn't help but frown and instinctively asked, "Trash. You, a mere paladin, are not worthy of such a good weapon." Chu Ao wasted no time and directly pointed at the storm warhammer in Lu Chen's hand, his eyes revealing an unmistakable greed. "Hand over the storm warhammer obediently, and become my dog from now on. If I'm in a good mood, I might even reward you with a piece of meat." Chu Ao shouted harshly. Boom! As soon as these words were spoken, the surrounding contestants who were about to descend the mountain immediately stopped, all turning their gazes toward this scene, clearly not expecting Chu Ao to attempt to extort Lu Chen in front of everyone. That's right, extort. Even Lu Chen himself hadn't anticipated it. However, after regaining his composure, he looked at Chu Ao seriously and asked, "Are you an idiot?" What? What did you say?" Chu Ao was momentarily stunned, not yet processing what was happening, when he saw Lu Chen nodding in agreement. "Indeed, you are an idiot. You're asking for death." Finally, seeing Lu Chen so arrogant, Chu Ao was furious and casually took out his bloodthirsty battle axe. The way he held it suggested he was ready to fight Lu Chen at any moment. But Lu Chen wasn't afraid at all. He didn't even take a step back, instead quietly watching Chu Ao, as if he couldn't wait for him to make a move. Fortunately, although Chu Ao was angry, he hadn't completely lost his rationality. He knew that attacking Lu Chen in such a place could very well violate the laws of the Divine Xia Kingdom. At that point, even the Jinglong Academy wouldn't be able to protect him. Thinking of this, although Chu Ao was filled with unwillingness, he forcibly suppressed the violent killing intent in his heart and said heavily to Lu Chen, all right, you have guts, but you'd better pray that you don't run into me in tomorrow's finals, or else I will make you regret coming into this world. You'd better pray you don't run into me either, or I'll twist your head off and use it as a ball to kick," Lu Chen said, showing no hint of fear. Hiss! As soon as these words were spoken, the crowd collectively gasped, clearly not expecting Lu Chen to be so arrogant, daring to speak such words in front of the undying mad warrior, one of the four ultimate beings. However, Lu Chen remained unfazed, as he had said, although he didn't want to fight with the practitioners of his own country. If someone actively bullied him, he would definitely not continue to endure. Only battle. Good. Not bad. I like your tough spirit. The harder your bones are, the more satisfying it will be for me to smash them inch by inch. At the same time, seeing that the plan to extort Lu Chen was definitely going to fail, Chu Ao didn't linger any longer. He left behind a harsh remark, glared at Lu Chen fiercely, and then turned to leave. Just after Chu Ao had barely left, "Your name is Lu Chen, right?" Suddenly, another figure stepped forward to Lu Chen. However, in stark contrast to Chu Ao's arrogance, this time, the newcomer had a warm expression and didn't even stand firmly before first cupping his hands in apology to Lu Chen. "There may be some misunderstandings between us. I hope you don't mind." At this point, the newcomer seemed to remember something and proudly added, "Oh right, I forgot to introduce myself. My name is Long Chen, profession, Abyss Insect Master. You should have heard of my name, right? What do you want?" Lu Chen asked, his expression showing no change at all. In fact, he wasn't surprised at all by Long Chen's arrival. Moreover, he was well aware of the other party's intentions. Ahem, it's like this. Sure enough, after introducing himself, Long Chen glanced at the storm warhammer in Lu Chen's hand, rubbed his hands together with an expectant look, and asked, "I wonder if you have any intention of selling this storm warhammer?" At this point, as if fearing Lu Chen might refuse, he quickly added, "If you do, our Tianqing Trading Company is willing to pay a high price. You can name your price, and I guarantee you'll be satisfied. Moreover, as long as you're willing to sell, you can also become a VIP member of our Tianqing Trading Company, enjoying half price on anything you buy in the future." Before he could finish, Lu Chen interrupted him with a wave of his hand. "Sorry, I need this storm warhammer for myself, and I don't plan to sell it for now." Lu Chen shook his head, adopting a stance that kept others at bay. "You." Hearing this, Long Chen, who had just been all smiles, immediately darkened his expression and threatened in a low voice, "Lu Chen, I advise you to think carefully about the consequences. This storm warhammer is an epic quality weapon. not something a mere paladin like you is qualified to possess.
Didn't you see that AO just now has already set his sights on you? At this point, he sneered.
This is what they call a common man has no crime, but possessing a treasure is a crime.
Do you understand? Who exactly is the common man? Don't you have any self-awareness?
Looking at the abyss mother beneath Long Chen, Lu Chen also curled his lips. The meaning was crystal clear. You, a pathetic beast master with only a B-level talent, have such a good beast. Isn't this exactly a common man has no crime, but possessing a treasure is a crime? You, seeing Lu Chen's reaction, Long Chen was momentarily speechless, and simply dropped the pretense,
saying with a cold smile, fine. Since you're so stubborn, I won't force you.
I'll just wait and see how long you can keep that hammer.
With that, he turned and left without hesitation. But as he walked away, the onlookers couldn't hold back. Wow, this Lu Chen actually offended the 3 ultimate professionals in one go? Sigh, it can't be helped.
Who would have thought that the Jinghua Academy,
which has always been low-key, would unexpectedly reward him with an epic weapon?
This isn't a reward, it's clearly pushing him into a pit of fire. Although I don't know how Lu Chen managed to pull off surprises in the first 2 rounds of assessments.
The national exam finals are real arena battles,
with no chance for tricks,
and the competition is extremely brutal. I've heard that there are many casualties every year, with Lu Chen offending so many strong figures. Even if he randomly encounters one in the draw, it's over. No need to look. Lu Chen is doomed.
The crowd buzzed with comments,
casting gleeful glances at Lu Chen, with hardly anyone believing in him. Of course, it was no surprise that everyone reacted this way. After all, paladins are notoriously known as support classes in Blue Star,
with generally weak offensive capabilities.
Moreover, in the first 2 rounds of assessments, Lu Chen hadn't used any skills, relying entirely on Oscar's strength to take first place, especially in the second round.
He didn't even kill a single powerful boss monster, yet closed his eyes and took first place. Under such circumstances, it was no wonder that not just the average onlookers, but even the 2 deans of Jinglong Academy thought he was just a useless person relying on his mount. It's no wonder that everyone showed such disdain and schadenfreude after seeing him offend the 3 ultimate professionals.
Lu Chen, why don't you just sell this Storm Warhammer to Long Chen? You could make a profit on the side. At this moment, even Luo Shenxen couldn't bear to watch any longer and stepped forward to advise him. Even you don't believe me? Lu Chen forced a bitter smile upon seeing this. It's not that I don't believe you. I'm just worried about you, Luo Shenxen said, seemingly afraid that Lu Chen would misunderstand. And in her urgency, she blurted it out. But as soon as the words left her mouth, she realized something was off. Her little face flushed, and she quickly corrected herself. Oh no,
I didn't mean to worry about you.
I meant, alright, you don't need to say anymore. Lu Chen waved his hand, directly interrupting Luo Shenxen's explanation, and raised his head proudly to the surrounding crowd, saying,
This Storm Warhammer was won by my own strength.
Anyone who wants to take it from me is welcome to try, as long as you have the strength to snatch it away. Wow! As soon as these words were spoken, the crowd erupted again. What a big mouth!
Just a mere support class paladin.
Where does he get the confidence to be so arrogant? It seems he hasn't experienced the harshness of society and doesn't know that there are always people better than you.
I bet he won't be able to keep this Storm Warhammer for 3 days.
But 3 days?
You think too highly of him.
I bet he won't last even a day. It'll be snatched away from him in the finals tomorrow.
The crowd was filled with curses,
all glaring angrily at Lu Chen. But even in the face of such scorn, Lu Chen's face showed no sign of fear. All that was there was confidence and calmness. As the saying goes, life and death are nothing to worry about. If you don't agree, then fight. Having hidden for so long, it was time to let the world see what a true paladin really is. Alright, Brother Lu indeed has courage. At this moment, it was Yun Tianlan who stepped forward again, walking up to Lu Chen as if no one else mattered, and generously praised. I believe in you. This Storm Warhammer is only worthy of you, and it won't be long before it shines in your hands. Thank you for your trust, Brother Yun. Seeing Yun Tianlan, Lu Chen also revealed a gentle smile, because throughout this national examination, the only person he could consider a friend, aside from Luo Shenxen, was Yun Tianlan. This mysterious figure, whose identity was a puzzle and whose strength was unknown, the carefree sword immortal, had shown nothing but respect and kindness since their first meeting. Even Lu Chen himself couldn't understand why he, A dignified ultimate class. Would want to be close to someone who appeared to be just an ordinary paladin. But facing Yun Tianlan's goodwill, Lu Qin did not refuse and genuinely felt a desire to befriend him. Brother Lu, I really want to drink with you until we drop. Meanwhile, Yun Tianlan shook his head with a wry smile. But unfortunately, tomorrow is the finals, and now is not the time. There's no rush. There will be plenty of opportunities in the future. As long as Brother Yun is willing, I'm always here to accompany you, Lu Chen said with a smile. Good. That's what I'd been waiting to hear. Yun Tianlan waved his hand and smiled. It's getting late, Brother Lu. I'll head back to rest. See you on the arena in the finals tomorrow. We won't part ways, Lu Chen said emphatically. As soon as he finished speaking, Yun Tianlan didn't linger but turned around gracefully and left without any hesitation. At this moment, as the sky gradually darkened, the surrounding crowd began to disperse. Lu Chen put away the storm warhammer and was about to hurry down the mountain before it got dark. But just then, a familiar figure suddenly appeared in his line of sight, causing him to frown. Ha! Why are you still here? Without any hesitation, Lu Chen took 2 steps forward and directly blocked him. Lu Chen, what do you want? I warn you not to act recklessly. Seeing Lu Chen, the man's face changed dramatically, and he actually took a dozen steps back. Wasn't that Li Tianhua? Look how scared you are. Lu Chen shook his head disdainfully and added with a cold smile. Don't worry, even if I want to deal with you, I'll find a suitable occasion. I won't make a move here. Seeing Lu Chen's bluntness, Li Tianhua couldn't help but narrow his pupils. But I'm curious, how did you pass the assessment after being hit by my 2 skills? At this moment, Lu Chen asked again. That doesn't seem to concern you, does it? Li Tianhua gritted his teeth, clearly unwilling to elaborate. Seeing this, Lu Chen didn't bother to press further and disdainfully said, "Tch, if you don't say, I won't bother asking." At this point, he intentionally lowered his voice and whispered in Li Tianhua's ear. But you'd better not participate in tomorrow's finals. Otherwise, if I run into you, I'll definitely chop you up and feed you to the dogs. After saying this, he didn't care about Li Tianhua's reaction and turned to leave. Lu Chun, wait for me. Luo Shenxen saw this and quickly chased after him, following closely behind. Half an hour later, Lu Chen returned to the competition square he had been at before. Lu Chen, I'm here. The principal of the 3rd school, Su Wanchang, had clearly been waiting for a long time. Upon seeing Lu Chen, he quickly waved his hand. Old Su? Seeing Su Wanchang, Lu Chen's eyes lit up, and he hurriedly jogged to his side, asking, what were you doing earlier? I didn't see you. Hey, don't mention it. This Jinglong Academy doesn't know what kind of nonsense they're up to. They said the national exam would be broadcast live nationwide and that the public would be allowed to watch. Su Wancheng shook his head, smiling bitterly as he said, but when I went to register for you, they suddenly changed their minds. Not only did they not allow the TV station to broadcast, but they also didn't let us watch, saying that due to special events, this year's exam needed to be conducted in secrecy. At this point, he revealed all the twists and turns, so I was kept outside, worried it would affect your assessment, and I didn't even dare to send a private message. I see. Upon hearing this, Lu Chen finally understood and realized that Jinglong Academy must be worried that the information about the 4 ultimate candidates would be known in advance by the people from Stormer Academy, which made complete sense. Not wanting to dwell on this matter any longer, Lu Chen looked up and saw Su Wancheng, who seemed like a lone commander, and instinctively asked, why are you the only one here? Where are the other students? Su Wancheng sighed, looking like a defeated rooster. They've all been eliminated. What? All eliminated? Lu Chen was taken aback, clearly not expecting that the 30 or so people who had come with him were now left with just himself. Yes, Su Wancheng sighed again, looking puzzled. Even the one with the best talent, the hidden profession Li Tianhua, just sent me a private message saying he had urgent family matters and couldn't participate in tomorrow's finals, so he had to withdraw early. I don't know what kind of nonsense that is. Maybe his mom died, or his dad got into a car accident, Lu Chen said with a strange smile, easily seeing that Li Tianhua was afraid of him causing trouble, which was why he withdrew. Of course, he wouldn't mention this to Su Wancheng. You little brat, you really can't spit out ivory from a dog's mouth. Hearing Lu Chen's outrageous words, Su Wancheng couldn't help but roll his eyes.
then looked at him with an expectant expression and asked, "By the way, you've been down for so long. You must have passed the first 2 rounds of assessments, right?" "I passed by luck." Luo Shenxen nodded, not hiding it at all. "What? You really passed?" Su Wancheng's eyes lit up at the words, and he burst into a hearty laugh. "Ah ha 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 ha, not bad, not bad. Our 3rd middle school hasn't been completely wiped out this year, there's still you, the lone seedling." Saying this, he patted Luo Shenxen on the shoulder and generously praised. "Luo Shenxen, you did well this time. Just put in a bit more effort in tomorrow's finals. My requirement isn't high, as long as you can make it into the top 5,000. That's enough." As soon as he finished speaking, Su Wancheng added with an expectant look, "If that's the case, you'll have a 100% chance of being accepted by those cultivation academies." As soon as these words were out, before Luo Shenxen could respond, he saw Luo Shenxen pouting beside him. "Top 5,000? You really underestimate Luo Shenxen. He got first place in both of the first 2 rounds." Luo Shenxen said disdainfully, clearly disliking Su Wancheng's condescending attitude towards Luo Shenxen. "Ha, you are the Light Ranger Luo Shenxen from 1st middle school?" Su Wancheng finally noticed Luo Shenxen behind Luo Shenxen, but just then, "Wait, what? What did you just say?" Su Wancheng's eyes widened as he finally came to his senses, looking at Luo Shenxen and tremblingly asking, "Luo Shenxen, he got first place in both rounds?" "Yes." Luo Shenxen nodded proudly, looking quite pleased with herself. But the next moment, under the astonished gazes of Luo Shenxen and Luo Shenxen, the principal of 3rd middle school, Su Wancheng, actually rolled his eyes and fainted on the spot. "What the heck? Old Su, what's going on with you?" Luo Shenxen was startled and quickly stepped forward to help Su Wancheng up, pinching his acupoint while reproaching Luo Shenxen beside him. "Shenxen, why did you have to say that? Who knew your principal's psychological endurance would be so poor?" The little girl looked innocent, clearly not expecting that Su Wancheng would faint just like that. Even worse than a woman's psychological endurance. Fortunately, Su Wancheng was a 4th transition professional, and his strength was decent. He quickly regained consciousness. "Luo Shenxen, how did you do it?" Looking at Luo Shenxen in front of him, Su Wancheng tightly grasped his shoulders and repeatedly asked, "Isn't there the 4 ultimate challenges in this year's national exam? To get first place twice in a row? Doesn't that mean even the 4 ultimate challenges?" "Alright, don't ask what you shouldn't. When it's time to talk, I'll naturally say it." Luo Shenxen waved his hand and said in a deep voice, "Well, okay." Seeing that Luo Shenxen was unwilling to speak, the shrewd Su Wancheng didn't press further but looked at the sky with a sense of emotion and said, "I didn't expect that our little Donglin 3rd middle school could actually cultivate a genius professional who can even overshadow the 4 ultimate challenges. Heaven really hasn't treated me poorly." As he said this, he seemed to suddenly think of something, lowered his head, and asked Luo Shenxen, "By the way, you've been assessed all day, you must be tired, right?" As soon as he finished speaking, Su Wancheng didn't care about Luo Shenxen's reaction, directly waved his hand grandly and added, "To reward you for achieving such good results, all expenses tonight are on me. Come on, I'll take you to the best restaurant in Kyoto City for a feast, and then we'll find a high-end bathhouse to get you a massage therapist to loosen your muscles." Why go through all that trouble? Just find me a girl instead, right? He. Luo Shenxen said with a strange laugh. But as soon as those words were spoken, Luo Shenxen felt a surge of anger that nearly suffocated her. "Nonsense. Just listen to yourself. Is that even human language?" Su Wancheng was also furious, cursing loudly. Just when Luo Shenxen thought that Su Wancheng, as the principal of the 3rd high school, would sternly condemn Luo Shenxen for such shameless behavior, what followed completely overturned her understanding of the word shameless. "What do you mean by finding one? If we're going to find someone, let's find 2. You take one, and I'll take one," Su Wancheng declared with righteous indignation. But at this point, Luo Shenxen could no longer contain her anger. Her eyes rolled back, and she fainted completely. That night, in Kyoto City, at Jinghua Academy, in a serene office, "Old Luo, are you sure that Wu Mengyan really said that before?" Looking at Luo Chang'e in front of him, Fong Tianqing squinted and asked, "This matter is absolutely true, I heard it with my own ears." Luo Chang'e said emphatically, It seems that Jinglong Academy doesn't intend to let Luo Shenxen off the hook." Upon hearing this, Fong Tianqing couldn't help but raise his head, muttering to himself, "What?" Luo Chang'e was startled and instinctively asked,
Does the principle mean they are going to secretly harm Lu Chen? Fang Tianqing did not answer but instead said, Lin Ruoyuan is notoriously narrow-minded and selfish in our Kyoto city. Wu Mengyan is a killer by profession, ruthless in action.
With these two coming together, it would be strange if they didn't stir up some trouble.
But what exactly are they planning to do? This is the examination hall for the National College entrance examination.
With the Lords of the War God Hall watching,
even if they want to deal with Lu Chen, they probably wouldn't dare to act openly, right? Luo Changge asked in a deep voice.
I don't know about that, I'm not a worm in their stomachs.
Fang Tianqing shook his head with a wry smile and added while pinching his chin. However what? Seeing this, Luo Changge quickly pressed for more. In my opinion, we should just let them be and let Jinglong Academy do whatever they want. Fang Tianqing said lightly. What? Not intervene? Upon hearing this, Luo Changge couldn't help but narrow his pupils, anxiously saying, Principal, are you crazy? Lu Chen is our last hope against the SA More Academy, and you previously said I should spare no effort to recruit him. I've exhausted my savings just to get him an epic weapon. Old Luo, can you calm down for a moment? Looking at the furious Luo Changge, Fang Tianqing shook his head with a bitter smile and added, Actually, the reason I'm saying this is that I have my reasons. What reasons? Luo Changge frowned and asked. Let's not forget that Lu Chen is a paladin with a 6-second realman skill. Even if Jinglong Academy wants to deal with him, it won't be an easy task. Fang Tianqing said solemnly. After finishing, he shifted his tone. Just based on my observations during this time, I don't know if it's my illusion, but I always feel that this kid Lu Chen is a bit strange, as if he is intentionally hiding something. Hiding? Luo Changge asked in confusion. What does the principal mean by that? Old Wu, you've been busy with the White Eagle Empire national war lately, so you might have overlooked some domestic news. Fang Tianqing still didn't explain but suddenly asked back, Do you know about the Blood Sand War Zone? Blood Sand War Zone? Luo Changge almost instinctively replied. Isn't that a little-known conflict area located on the eastern coastal region of our divine Xia country? Indeed, this Blood Sand War Zone was once a place of conflict, but recently, I've heard that the practitioners of our divine Xia kingdom have completely occupied this area. Fang Tianqing said in a deep voice. Oh, is that so? Luo Changge's eyes lit up at the words, but he was still puzzled and asked, But what does this have to do with Lu Chen? Of course it has something to do with him. Fang Tianqing smiled slightly and continued. I heard that the Blood Sand battle was initiated by the Three Kingdoms Alliance taking advantage of the critical moment when our divine Xia kingdom and the White Eagle Empire were at war. Nonsense! Upon hearing this, Luo Changge could no longer contain his anger and cursed. Those bastards from the Three Kingdoms Alliance are getting more and more outrageous. If it weren't for the fact that the White Eagle Empire has been relentlessly suppressing us all these years, how would these lowly creatures dare to be so arrogant in front of our divine Xia kingdom? The Three Kingdoms Alliance has always been the lackeys of the White Eagle Empire, and for years they have been coveting the fertile lands of our divine Xia kingdom. It is entirely reasonable for them to launch such a surprise attack without declaration of war. Fang Tianqing chuckled and added. However, this time, they kicked a steel plate. Not only did they fail to seize our Blood Sand War Zone, but they even lost their own safe zone, which was burned to the ground. Well done. Luo Changge couldn't help but brighten up at this and praised. It seems our young men from the divine Xia kingdom are quite impressive. If you think this is all thanks to our ordinary practitioners from the divine Xia kingdom, then you are gravely mistaken. Luo Changge shook his head. What does the dean mean by that? Upon hearing this, Luo Changge couldn't help but frown, because this battle has little to do with our ordinary practitioners. The reason the Three Kingdoms Alliance lost so quickly and so miserably is entirely due to an unidentified paladin. Finally, Fang Tianqing revealed all the twists and turns. Paladin. Luo Changge's pupils constricted upon hearing this. Exactly. It is indeed a paladin. Fang Tianqing nodded heavily, then continued with shocking words. According to the intel I've gathered, that paladin can be invincible for 14 hours, and the punishment aura on him can inflict a 10,000% counter damage effect on enemies. What? Invincible for 14 hours? 10,000% counter damage? This is impossible. Upon hearing such absurdity, even Luo Changge, a seventh-turn practitioner who had long been accustomed to grand scenes, felt a breath catch in his throat, nearly fainting on the spot. But this was just the beginning, because next, with Fang Tianqing's words, Luo Shenxen felt as if his worldview had been completely overturned. At first, I also thought this matter was a bit too outrageous. After all, a paladin who can be invincible for 14 hours and inflict 10,000% counter damage is no longer a practitioner, he is clearly a bug. Fang Tianqing said with a bitter smile. At this point, he frowned again and continued. But later, based on the various intelligence and evidence I collected, I gained a new understanding of this matter. As his words fell, Fang Tianqing raised his head again, looking straight at Luo Shenxen, and said heavily, "In my opinion, this so-called bug paladin is very likely not just a rumor, but indeed a real person." Indeed a real person? Upon hearing this, Luo Shenxen seemed to think of something and asked in shock, "Do you mean that Lu Chen?" "I can't be sure yet." Fang Tianqing shook his head and said solemnly, "However, according to my previous investigation, the Donglin city where Lu Chen is located happens to be not far from the Blood Sand War Zone, and there is a direct teleportation array to the Blood Sand War Zone within the city. This. Upon hearing this, Luo Shenxen was momentarily at a loss for words. The amount of information revealed by Fang Tianqing's words was overwhelming, to the point that he couldn't accept it all at once. That's why I plan to let the Jinglong Academy act freely. I want to see if they can force Lu Chen into a desperate situation, ideally to draw out his trump cards and see where his limits lie. At this point, Fang Tianqing had fully revealed his true intentions, and with us secretly protecting him, if he encounters an insurmountable crisis, with his invincible skills, it shouldn't be too difficult for us to save him. As he said this, he raised his head again, a glint of brilliance flashing in his eyes. If he really is that legendary paladin who can be invincible for 14 hours and reflect 10,000% damage, then this blue star is about to change dramatically. The next morning, just as dawn broke, Lu Chen, fully recharged, excitedly arrived at the venue for the national examination finals under the guidance of Su Wansheng, a giant training arena with a peculiar design resembling a bird's nest. At this moment, in the center of the arena, over 100 square stone platforms, each measuring 5 meters on each side, had already been erected. Surrounding the platforms were densely packed spectator stands. When Lu Chen and Su Wansheng entered the arena, they found that quite a few people were already sparsely seated in the stands. Roughly counting, there were as many as 4,000 to 5,000. There are actually spectators? Seeing this scene, Lu Chen couldn't help but raise an eyebrow and asked Su Wansheng beside him, "Old Su, didn't you say this year's national examination was supposed to be conducted in secrecy? Why are there so many spectators here?" Spectators? Upon hearing this term, Su Wansheng was momentarily taken aback, then shook his head and laughed. "These people are not spectators. They are recruitment instructors from the top cultivation academies in our Xingxia country." Recruitment instructors? Lu Chen's pupils constricted upon hearing this. "That's right." Su Wansheng nodded and patiently explained. "This triennial national examination is not just a feast for young professionals, it is also a great opportunity for the top academies in the country to recruit talent." At this point, he added, "So even though this year's national examination is supposed to be conducted secretly, these recruitment instructors still have the right to be here as spectators. After all, they are here to recruit. How can they pick out good candidates without seeing them in person?" "I see." Upon hearing this, Lu Chen finally understood. At this moment, Su Wansheng said excitedly, "Make sure to perform well. I heard that in past national examinations, some participants who showed enough potential on the platforms, even if eliminated in the first round, could still be noticed by the cultivation academies and specially recruited." He then added, "Of course, this kind of thing does involve a certain element of luck. If you really have the strength, the more points you earn and the higher your ranking, the greater your chances of being recruited by the cultivation academies." "Got it." Lu Chen nodded quickly, realizing that in today's Blue Star, while the national examination was somewhat similar to the college entrance examination from his previous life, there were still essential differences. Firstly, the national examination had a much higher elimination rate than the college entrance examination. With millions of participants, 99% will be directly eliminated. Moreover, once a professional is eliminated, they can only become a freelancer, with no other options available, because in today's Blue Star, there is no such thing as a diploma mill. Any institution that can be called a cultivation academy is basically funded by the state and has extremely strict admission requirements. Finally,
the admissions for the national examination do not only look at rankings and points, but also comprehensively assess the professional's strength,
talent intensity, growth potential, and so on. In short,
the national examination is a much more complex test than the college entrance examination.
However, as long as you can successfully pass this exam, no matter which cultivation academy you choose to join, as long as you don't fall midway, you can basically achieve something significant, and there will never be a situation where high-level professionals cannot find employment. Thinking of this, Luo Shenxen couldn't help but feel determined. Look, that person seems to be the paladin Luo Shenxen who unexpectedly took first place in the first 2 rounds of assessments? Oh, it really is him. Wow. A combat power rating of only 399 stars at level 200? It seems this guy really is lucky. How could he get first place twice in a row with such combat power? But his luck is clearly running out. This arena battle tests real combat strength, and no amount of luck will help. Exactly. Meanwhile, seeing Luo Shenxen's arrival, the group of admission instructors in the arena seem to have already grasped his information. Whispering to each other, their expressions varied. However, their thoughts were surprisingly unanimous. Luo Shenxen has come this far purely by luck. Of course, it's no wonder they think this way. The paladin profession has been weak for too long, to the point that even the instructors present do not have a favorable view of Luo Shenxen. Moreover, each national examination has different assessment content, and there are always 1 or 2 dark horse contestants who benefit from the assessment content and carve a bloody path out of the crowd. This is akin to how some students who usually perform poorly suddenly excel in the college entrance examination when they encounter questions they are best at, achieving impressive results. In the eyes of the instructors, Luo Shenxen is clearly one of those people. Old Sue, why are they all discussing me? Seeing the instructors' reactions, Luo Shenxen awkwardly touched his nose, seemingly unaccustomed to being watched by so many people. Of course, you took first place in the first 2 rounds of assessments, even surpassing the 4 ultimate contenders. It would be strange if they weren't talking about you. Su Wancheng rolled his eyes. In fact, not only the instructors present, but even Su Wancheng himself felt that Luo Shenxen had performed exceptionally well. However, the better Luo Shenxen's results, the more benefits it brought him, so he didn't delve into it further, instead waving his hand and saying, "Alright, it's getting late, the finals are about to start, so you should go to the waiting area for contestants ahead. I'll be watching you from here." At this point, he became serious and reminded Luo Shenxen in a deep voice, "The upcoming finals are related to your future in destiny, so you must take it seriously and never be careless. Understand?" "Got it," Luo Shenxen replied. Go on then." Seeing this, Su Wancheng nodded in satisfaction and waved at him. After watching Luo Shenxen leave, Su Wancheng finally found a vacant seat to sit down and let out a long breath. Just as Su Wancheng was patiently waiting for the finals to begin, the betting has started. Everyone hurry up and place your bets. Produced by Tianxing, guaranteed to be a quality product. A little gamble for fun. Fair to all. Whether you are betting on players, betting on wins and losses, or even betting on life and death, we accept all bets. There's always something for you. Don't miss this opportunity. Everyone hurry up and place your bets. Suddenly, a series of bizarre shouts rolled in from not far away, directly capturing Su Wancheng's attention. Su Wancheng looked in the direction of the sound and saw a middle-aged man, slightly plump and dressed in the standard uniform of Tianxing Trading Company, bustling back and forth in the audience area while shouting loudly. Upon hearing his shouts, some recruiting instructors who had come to watch, feeling bored, suddenly became interested. "Shopkeeper, I want to bet on Carefree Sword Immortal Yun Tianlan. I wonder if your Tianxing Trading Company accepts it." "Me too. I want to bet on Undying Mad Warrior Chu Ao, with a stake of 100,000 dragon coins. I want to bet on Space Mage Wang Tianyi." Several instructors stood up one after another, loudly asking, and their chosen betting targets were surprisingly consistent, all being the 4 ultimate figures. However, it was a pity that, as the top trading company in the country, the people at Tianxing Trading Company were not fools. Sorry, due to the overwhelming strength of the 4 ultimate figures, there is almost no suspense in winning, so our company will not accept any bets on the 4 ultimate figures for now. Please choose other professions to place your bets, the middle-aged man said with a friendly smile. There are actually no bets on the 4 ultimate figures? TCH, I was hoping to make some money on the side. How boring. Upon hearing this, the few instructors who had just shouted all shook their heads in disappointment. Only Su Wancheng. Oh, there are still peripheral betting options? This is interesting. Without hesitation, Su Wancheng waved his hand at the plump man from Tianqing Trading Company. Shopkeeper, come here. Seeing a customer, the plump man hurriedly ran over, asking Su Wancheng, Sir, may I ask if you want to place a bet? That's right. Su Wancheng nodded. Then may I ask which project you want to bet on? Betting on players, betting on wins and losses, or betting on life and death? The plump man asked excitedly. Betting on players. Su Wancheng replied. Okay, sir, may I ask which player you want to bet on? I will help you register. As long as the player you bet on wins in the upcoming arena battle, you will receive an additional reward of 1/3 of the betting amount. The plump man patiently said. Of course, if the player you bet on loses, your stake will be completely taken by our Tianqing Trading Company. I wonder if the customer understands. Understood. Su Wancheng nodded, secretly thinking that this Tianqing Trading Company is really ruthless. If you win, you only get 1/3, and if you lose everything. However, trading companies are primarily about making money. They certainly won't engage in unprofitable business. Moreover, Su Wancheng was just looking for something to do, wanting to place a small bet for fun, so he didn't take it too seriously. Thus, I want to bet on Lu Chen. Let's start with 10,000 dragon coins, Su Wancheng said while pretending to take money from his bag. But as soon as he said this, the nearby recruiting instructors immediately erupted. What? Lu Chen? What the heck? Where did this fool come from? Wanting to bet on Lu Chen? Ahahaha, this is killing me. Betting on Lu Chen. What's the difference from throwing money into a fire pit? I heard that this Lu Chen is just a paladin, but relying on good luck. He snatched Wang Tianyi's ranking twice in a row. Jinglong Academy has already decided to send him to Wang Tianyi for practice in the first round. Shoo, shut the hell up. Just keep this to yourself. If you dare to shout it out, aren't you afraid that Jinglong Academy will come after you later? My bad. I was careless. Shut your mouth. The crowd buzzed with chatter, and some who knew a bit of the inside story accidentally let something slip. What? Jinglong Academy actually wants to match Lu Chen with Wang Tianyi? Hearing the conversations around him, Su Wancheng was so scared he almost wet his pants. At that moment, the fat man shot a reproachful glance at the person who had just spoken, as if afraid Su Wancheng wouldn't place a bet, and urged him repeatedly, the guest has a good eye. I heard that the paladin Lu Chen was the first in the first 2 rounds of assessments. His strength is incredibly powerful, with a winning probability of up to 99%. If you want to bet on Lu Chen, I can make it happen and raise your odds to 10 times. That means if Lu Chen wins in the upcoming arena battle, your bet of 10,000 dragon coins will immediately multiply tenfold. Guest? The fat man chattered on, but Su Wancheng had no time to pay him any mind. Lu Chen, this is bad. On the other side, Lu Chen had just arrived at the waiting area for contestants and found a seat. He hadn't even settled down when he saw a private message from Su Wancheng, and couldn't help but frown. What's wrong, Lao Su? Lu Chen replied. I just heard that Jinglong Academy plans to deal with you in the upcoming finals, and in the first round, they will match you with one of the 4 ultimate ones, the space mage Wang Tianyi. Su Wancheng didn't beat around the bush and got straight to the point, even skipping his usual emoticons in his urgency. No way. You need to withdraw from the competition right now. You absolutely cannot participate in this finals, or it could be life-threatening. Hurry up, Su Wancheng urged again, but as soon as he said that, Lu Chen found it amusing. Are you sure they want to match me with Wang Tianyi? Lu Chen messaged back. I can't be completely sure yet, but it's better to believe it than not. Su Wancheng replied in a panic. Wang Tianyi is a proper ultimate professional, with an S-level combat talent. If you face him head-on, you have almost no chance of winning. You should take the opportunity to. Before he could finish, Lu Chen interrupted him directly. Alright, Lao Su, calm down, okay? Lu Chen messaged. Let's not even talk about a mere space mage like Wang Tianyi. I'm not worried about him at all. At this point, he shifted his tone. Even if Jinglong Academy really intends to match me with Wang Tianyi, I'd be thrilled. Why would I withdraw? What? Thrilled? Are you crazy? Seeing Lu Chen's message, Su Wancheng was taken aback, just about to say more, but at that moment, Lu Chen had already cut off their private message exchange, and no matter how Su Wancheng messaged, he received no reply. Guest, may I ask if you still want to place a bet? Meanwhile, the fat man from Tianqing Trading looked at Su Wancheng with an expectant expression. I'll bet your mother. Su Wancheng frowned at the remark, just about to curse, but before he could finish his insult. Are you sure Lu Chen's odds are 100 to 1? Suddenly, a tall figure had appeared beside him without him noticing, staring intently at the fat man from Tianqing Trading. It was none other than the carefree sword immortal Yun Tianlan. Hey, is this young man, the carefree sword immortal Yun Tianlan? Wow, it really is him. At just level 252, he has a combat power of 1647 stars? This truly lives up to the 4 great ultimates. This combat power, this attribute, it's simply outrageous. If he were willing to join our cultivation academy, I'd be fine with living 10 years less. Cut it out. Stop dreaming. The 4 great ultimates will definitely choose Jinglong Academy. We ordinary cultivation academies have no chance. That's true. Meanwhile, a group of enrollment instructors nearby also spotted Yun Tianlan, and they couldn't help but whisper among themselves, their eyes filled with unabashed admiration and awe for him. You. The fat guy also saw Yun Tianlan, seemingly recognizing his identity, and was so shocked that he couldn't even speak, clearly not expecting that Yun Tianlan, one of the 4 great ultimates, would come to place a bet. I'm asking you a question. Are you mute? Seeing the fat guy's reaction, Yun Tianlan frowned in annoyance and asked again, did you really say that Lu Chen's odds are as high as 100 to 1? Of course it's true. The fat guy finally snapped back to reality and hurriedly nodded vigorously. Alright then, I bet on Lu Chen to win. As for the stake, Yun Tianlan smiled slightly, then said something shocking. Let's start with 10 million. What? 10 million? Put. Hearing this outrageous number, the fat guy felt like he couldn't catch his breath and almost choked, incredulously asking, Sir, are you sure you want to bet 10 million on Lu Chen? Of course. Yun Tianlan nodded again. You actually placed such a heavy bet? At this moment, even Su Wancheng couldn't hold back, looking at Yun Tianlan in shock. Just 10 million. It's just for fun. Yun Tianlan waved his hand nonchalantly and smiled. Besides, Lu Chen is my friend, so of course I have to support him. Well said. Lu Chen is also my friend. I want to bet 1 million dragon coins on him to win. As soon as this was said, a voice of agreement came from not far away. Su Wancheng instinctively looked in the direction of the voice and saw Luo Shenxen, the light ranger from Donglin No. 1 High School, had somehow walked over, her slender fingers pinching a pink bank card. Luo Shenxen, what are you doing following along and making a fuss? Su Wancheng frowned, clearly not expecting that Luo Shenxen would also bet on Lu Chen, and she was betting a whole 1 million. Isn't this just throwing money into a fire pit? Even if you have money, you shouldn't waste it like this. But Luo Shenxen didn't care about his reaction at all, and said to herself, what? Even the famous carefree sword immortal dares to place a heavy bet on Lu Chen to win. What's wrong with me joining in for fun? At this point, she added proudly, anyway, 1 million dragon coins isn't much, even if I lose. I can afford it, and if I win. As her voice trailed off, the little girl promptly shut her mouth, not finishing her sentence, but her words had the opposite effect. As soon as she spoke, the group of enrollment instructors around them became even more energized. You have to know, Lu Chen's odds are 100 to 1. This means that if Luo Shenxen's bet of 1 million wins, she would receive a reward of 100 million. 100 million. That's enough to buy a high-level dark gold equipment with good attributes. That's right, Lu Chen is just a paladin, although his chances of winning are slim. His odds are 100 to 1. Even if you just place a small bet, if there's an upset, you could make a fortune. And even the carefree sword immortal Yun Tianlan has such high hopes for Lu Chen. Perhaps this paladin truly has some extraordinary qualities. At the same time, seeing that someone had taken the plunge, the others quickly regained their senses and immediately came up with ideas. Shopkeeper, I want to bet 10,000 dragon coins. I bet on Lu Chen to win. I also want to place 20,000 dragon coins on Lu Chen. I want to bet 30,000 dragon coins. Me too. Me too. In the next moment, with a loud boom, a swarm of recruitment instructors rushed over, and the scene erupted into chaos. Looking at the crowd around him, all eager to place their bets, the chubby man from the Tianqing trading house was taken aback, clearly not expecting such a scene, but seeing that the number of bettors was not decreasing, but rather increasing, he finally couldn't hold back. Wiping the cold sweat from his forehead, he shouted to the crowd, please wait a moment. There are just too many people betting, and I can't make a decision alone. I need to consult with my superiors. Then hurry up and ask, what are you waiting for? The others urged him on seeing this. Alright, the chubby man nodded and opened his friend panel, sending a private message to a familiar name. Young master, something's wrong. A huge crowd is rushing to place bets on Luo Shenxen. What should we do? Meanwhile, outside the training ground, Abyss Insect Master Longchen had just reached the entrance and hadn't even stepped inside when he received the message from the chubby man, leaving him stunned in place. What? Betting on Luo Shenxen? Have they all gone mad? Longchen exclaimed in shock as he read the message. Well, the chubby man hesitated in his reply. Didn't you say before that Luo Shenxen would definitely be eliminated in the first round, and that he wouldn't even be able to save his life? That's why I took the liberty of raising Luo Shenxen's odds to 100 to 1. Thinking it would be a good opportunity to make some money, but I didn't expect. What? 100 to 1 odds? You have some nerve. Longchen exploded in anger upon hearing this. Young master, please calm down. It was my moment of confusion, please forgive me. The chubby man quickly replied, begging for mercy. Fortunately, Longchen didn't hold it against him and replied, forget it, anyway, Luo Shenxen is doomed. So no matter how high the odds are, it won't matter. Then what about these people's betting requests? The chubby man asked again. I accept them. Why not? Longchen replied with a cold smile. Since they are so determined to give us money, how could we refuse? He added. Just go ahead and do it. If anything goes wrong, I'll take responsibility. Yes, young master, the chubby man responded, finally cutting off the private message with Longchen. TSK, daring to bet on Luo Shenxen. These fools probably don't even know how powerful Wang Tianyi is. It seems this time, our Tianjing trading house will make a big profit again. If my father finds out, he will definitely praise my cleverness. Ah ha 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 ha. Closing the private message panel, Longchen muttered to himself, seemingly confident of victory, unable to suppress a smug smile. Of course, it was no wonder he looked down on Luo Shenxen. After all, in the first round of the national exam, he had personally experienced Wang Tianyi's skills and knew that this combat talent rated S-level space mage was not only fast but also had an astonishingly strong attack power. Luckily, he was a beast master, so all the damage he took would be borne half by his beasts. Otherwise, even he, facing Wang Tianyi alone, would probably not last long. As for Luo Shenxen, despite causing upsets in the first 2 rounds of the national exam, in the first round, the 4 ultimate powers were too careless. Clearly the finish line was within reach, yet they insisted on closing the door for an internal struggle, which allowed Luo Shenxen to seize the opportunity and take first place. As for the second round, Luo Shenxen didn't even kill any boss-level monsters, relying entirely on a large number of kills of low-level monsters to secure first place. It is no exaggeration to say that in the first 2 rounds of assessments, Luo Shenxen's victory was entirely due to taking shortcuts, not by overwhelming absolute strength. Therefore, from beginning to end, Longchen never took Luo Shenxen seriously, thinking he was just a lucky trash holy knight, not worth worrying about. Little did he know that his self-satisfied antics would soon nearly drive his own father to his grave. On the other side, in the audience seats of the martial arts arena, alright, everyone, we at Tianjing Trading House have accepted your bets, but please come one by one to place your bets. Try not to be chaotic, otherwise, if I register incorrectly, I won't be responsible. After receiving Longchen's response, the fat man finally gained some confidence and quickly spoke loudly to the surrounding crowd. Count me in. I want to bet too. Me too. Me too. Boom. As soon as these words were spoken, the crowd that had been waiting for a long time could no longer hold back, shouting loudly and throwing money. However, aside from the previous heavy bets placed by Yun Tianlan and Luo Shenxen, others only placed small amounts, with most betting around 50 to 60,000. And some even as little as 3 to 4,000, clearly with a playful attitude, not genuinely believing in Luo Shenxen. But upon seeing so many people betting on Luo Shenxen, Su Wanqing couldn't hold back. After all, he was the principal of Donglin 3rd Middle School, and Luo Shenxen was his student. Under such circumstances, if these strangers dared to bet on Luo Shenxen, how could he, the principal, not bet and not trust his own student? If this got out, how would he face people in the future? Damn it, I'm all in. Thinking of this, Su Wanqing gritted his teeth and boldly shouted, I bet 2 million on Luo Shenxen to win. Wow! As soon as these words were spoken, the crowd was in an uproar, clearly not expecting Su Wansheng to bet a full 2 million right off the bat. But Su Wansheng completely ignored the crowd's reaction, because at that moment, his gaze was already fixed on Luo Shenxen not far away. You little brat, I've staked my coffin money on you. If you dare to lose, I'll be on your case for the rest of my life. Come on, you must do your best. Meanwhile, in the waiting area for the competitors in the martial arts arena, Lu brother, after placing their bets, Luo Shenxen and Yun Tianlan arrived at the waiting area and immediately spotted Luo Shenxen, who had been waiting there, and quickly greeted him. Yun brother, Shen, you're here. Seeing the two, Luo Shenxen also stood up and nodded at them. Yun Tianlan smiled and naturally sat down in the empty seat to Luo Shenxen's left, while Luo Shenxen took the opportunity to sit on his right. At this moment, Yun Tianlan suddenly lowered his voice and quietly asked in Luo Shenxen's ear, Lu brother, I heard that Jinglong Academy plans to arrange for you to face Wang Tianyi in the finals. Do you know anything about this? What? Is there such a thing? As soon as these words were spoken, before Luo Shenxen could respond, Luo Shenxen couldn't help but exclaim, clearly just learning about this matter. Ignoring the astonished Luo Shenxen, Luo Shenxen smiled and said, I just heard our principal mention this matter. Oh, Yun Tianlan raised an eyebrow at this, unable to help but take a deep look at Luo Shenxen before meaningfully saying, then brother Lu dares to stay and continue competing. It seems you have great confidence in your own strength. Confidence is not the issue, it's about facing whatever comes my way. Luo Shenxen replied calmly, showing no hint of fear, only absolute confidence and pride. Good. Facing whatever comes your way. Seeing Luo Shenxen's reaction, Yun Tianlan couldn't help but praise him, then added with certainty, Brother Lu, I have high hopes for you. I wish you success in the upcoming finals and to take first place. Then I shall borrow Brother Yun's good words. Luo Shenxen nodded gratefully, just about to say a few more polite words, but just then, silence, boom. Suddenly, a loud voice rolled in without warning, instantly suppressing the chaos and noise in the martial arts arena. Swish! Following that, accompanied by a sharp sound of wind, a domineering figure clad in Dominion battle wings descended from the sky and directly hovered in the void of the arena. However, this time, it was not the chief judge Li Qiushan from before, but the vice president of Jinglong Academy, Wu Mengyan. Thank you, colleagues, for traveling thousands of miles to come to our Kyoto city for guidance. I am Wu Mengyan, serving as the vice president of Jinglong Academy. Upon arriving in the arena, Wu Mengyan first cupped his hands to the group of enrollment instructors present. Greetings, Vice President. The group of enrollment instructors stood up in response, showing him due respect. Seeing this scene, Wu Mengyan nodded in satisfaction and continued, for this national examination finals, to avoid the large number of casualties that occurred in previous years, our Jinglong Academy has decided that I will personally take on the role of chief judge. I hope everyone will cooperate. What? Personally taking on the chief judge? Wow! They actually let someone of Vice President Wu Mengyan's level serve as the chief judge. It seems Jinglong Academy places great importance on this year's finals. Upon hearing this, the crowd couldn't help but whisper and murmur among themselves. Wu Mengyan paid no attention to the crowd's reaction and directly stated, alright, time is of the essence. I announce that the national examination finals are now starting. Boom! As soon as these words were spoken, a series of cheers erupted from the contestant waiting area. Of course, it was no wonder they reacted this way. The national examination in previous years had consisted of a full 5 rounds, and those who could pass the first 4 rounds and make it to the 5th round were all elites among elites. Even if they were not selected by the Cultivation Academy in the end, they would still become sought-after talents in various guilds, representing a very impressive resume. But this year's national examination was different. It only held 2 rounds before jumping straight to the finals. How could the contestants not be happy? How could they not be delighted? However, what Wu Mengyan said next sent all the contestants present crashing from heaven to hell. First, I will briefly announce the rules for this year's national examination finals. Wu Mengyan declared in a routine manner. This year's national examination finals, named Reaching the Peak, will, as in previous years, still use the elimination system. The order of participation will be determined by drawing lots, and contestants who draw the same number will compete against each other on stage. At this point, he shifted his tone. However, this year's rules are slightly different from previous years. Different? As soon as these words were spoken, the crowd eagerly perked up their ears. Fortunately, Wu Meng'en did not keep them in suspense and continued. In previous year's finals, a double elimination system was generally adopted. Even if participants lost in the first round of the arena battle, they could enter the loser's bracket to continue fighting, and each round's winners could earn corresponding points, with final rankings determined by points. But this kind of rule is too restrictive and has certain loopholes, which does not benefit fair competition. After all, for us professionals, the most important thing is combat power. Moreover, due to some irresistible special factors in this year's national exam, our Jinglong Academy must quickly determine the rankings, and there isn't much time to follow the cumbersome rules of the past. So, at this point, Wu Meng'en paused, and finally, he spoke words that would shock everyone. This year's finals will completely abolish the original double elimination system and point system. In other words, in the upcoming finals, everything will depend on strength. The arena will only look at wins and losses. Winners advance, losers are eliminated, and so on, until the final top 4 are determined. Is everyone clear? Boom! As soon as these words were spoken, the crowd could no longer contain their shock and erupted into chaos. What? No double elimination system? And they've cancelled the points? What the hell is Jinglong Academy doing? Playing like this? If that's the case, the competition is too brutal. Everyone only gets one chance. If you lose, you're eliminated on the spot. Aren't we going to fight for our lives on the arena? It seems Jinglong Academy has been pushed to the edge by Sturmal Academy. They are now only thinking about quickly finishing the exam, selecting the top 4, and then dealing with the friendly match against Sturmal Academy, not caring about the lives of other participants. Jinglong Academy is really getting more and more outrageous. Yes. Over the years, although Jinglong Academy's reputation has grown internationally, their style of conduct has been criticized by domestic professionals. Not only are they arrogant and selfish, but they have also actively sent many talented professionals abroad, leading them to completely fall into the embrace of enemy nations, becoming a serious threat to our Xingxia country. Shu, keep your voice down. If Wu Meng'en hears you, he won't let you off easily. One voice after another. The crowd was buzzing with conversation, clearly shaken by Jinglong Academy's actions, because the national exam is originally a comprehensive event, assessing not only the combat power of professionals but also many other aspects, such as their temperament and character, which are indispensable. Moreover, previous national exams were relatively humane. Even if you accidentally lost, you would be given a second chance. But this year, under the organization of Jinglong Academy, this exam has completely changed its nature, turning into a thorough muscle show. Some dissatisfied recruitment instructors even bluntly pointed out the misdeeds committed by Jinglong Academy over the years. But it was better that they didn't say anything. As soon as they did, Lu Chen couldn't hold back. What? Sending their own talented professionals abroad? Hearing the conversations around him, Lu Chen couldn't help but narrow his pupils. Ha? Brother Lu doesn't even know about this? Seeing Lu Chen's reaction, Yun Tianlan curiously asked, I really didn't know. Lu Chen nodded, then looked at Yun Tianlan and asked in a deep voice, what exactly is going on? Please enlighten me. Brother Yun, it's fine to tell you. Yun Tianlan smiled and patiently explained. I've heard that over the years, the Jinglong Academy often sends top professionals abroad for public-funded study under the guise of academic exchange. Among these studying professionals, some, once they leave their homeland, become enchanted by the dazzling world outside, and some never return, choosing to become stateless runners. Others even go so far as to change their nationality and stand directly against our Xingxia country. What? Is that true? Upon hearing this, Lu Chen felt an unnamed rage surge to his head, nearly losing control on the spot. Fortunately, at that moment, he still retained some rationality, so he forcibly suppressed his anger and looked at Yun Tianlan, asking in a deep voice, but with the Jinglong Academy causing such a ruckus, hasn't the country intervened? Do you think the country doesn't want to intervene? Yun Tianlan said with a bitter smile. That Jinglong Academy is not only the top training academy for professionals in our Xingxia country, but also the oldest training academy, established for over 200 years. How many powerful figures in the country are graduates of this academy? Their strength is formidable. Even if the country wants to intervene, it has to tread carefully. At this point, he added helplessly, moreover, professionals are also human, and as long as they are human,
They have the right to make their own choices. Our Xingxia country has no right to interfere. Before he could finish, Lu Chen interrupted him with a wave of his hand. Bah! Nonsense about freedom. Lu Chen raised his head, a rare hatred flashing in his eyes, and hissed, "These beasts eat our country's food, drink our country's water, consume our country's precious resources, and when they achieve something, they just pack up and leave. It's one thing, but to turn around and become enemies of their own homeland, this is nothing but a wolf's heart and a dog's lungs. These traitors are indeed despicable." Yun Tianlan nodded in agreement, then sighed, "But they've already left. What can we do about them?" "That's right. We really can't do anything about them right now," Lu Chen said flatly. After his words fell, he raised his head again, a glint of killing intent flashing in his eyes. "But the time left for them is running out." Brother Lu, what do you mean by that?" Yun Tianlan's heart stirred at his words, and he quickly asked, "You'll know later." But Lu Chen didn't elaborate, instead secretly vowing in his heart that in the future, once he achieved something, he would not only eradicate this group of shameless traitors without leaving a single one behind, but also completely uproot and destroy this Jinglong Academy that has caused chaos in Xingxia. "Alright, it's getting late, everyone get ready to draw lots." At the same time, Wu Meng'an in the void, after explaining the assessment rules, waved his hand without caring what others thought. In the next moment, over 100 exam judges in uniform streamed out from several exits in the center of the training ground, each holding a large lottery box. Soon, the judges neatly placed the lottery boxes in front of the waiting area for the contestants. Seeing this, the contestants left their seats one after another and began to orderly draw lots. "Brother Lu, let's go draw lots first." Seeing this scene, Yun Tianlan quickly said to Lu Chen, "Okay." Lu Chen nodded, indicating he had no objections. Next, the two left their seats, and soon, the drawing was completed. Lu Chen glanced at the number tag in his hand, which clearly bore a string of numbers 1 to 44. Looking at this string of numbers, Lu Chen instinctively asked Yun Tianlan beside him, "Brother Yun, what number did you draw?" "I am 5 to 72, Yun Tianlan said, then asked, "What about you, Brother Lu?" "I am 1 to 44, Lu Chen replied honestly, not hiding anything, but somewhat confused. He asked, "By the way, what does 1 to 44 actually mean?" 1 means the first round, and 44 refers to arena number 44. Yun Tianlan patiently explained. Due to the large number of participants in this national exams finals, and with only 100 arenas available, it's impossible to finish everything in one go, so it will be divided into many rounds. At this point, as if fearing Lu Chen wouldn't understand, he pointed to his own number plate and added, "For example, my 5 to 72 means I will be on stage in the 5th round, and the arena is number 72. "I see," Lu Chen exclaimed, finally understanding, and instinctively looked towards the arena, where he indeed saw small signs next to the arenas, marked with different numbers ranging from 1 to 100. Arena 44 was right in the center of the venue. "Alright, the draw is complete." At this moment, seeing that all the participants had drawn their lots, Wu Meng'an waved his hand again. "Next, please have the participants who drew numbers 1 to 100 for the first round come to the stage." Whoosh! As soon as he finished speaking, a figure almost impatiently dashed to Arena 44. "Ha ha ha, Lu Chen, your good days are over, come up here and die," the newcomer shouted arrogantly. Full of pride, staring fiercely at Lu Chen, wasn't it the space mage Wang Tianyi? Wow! Witnessing this sudden scene, some of the confused recruiting instructors and participants in the arena were thrown into chaos. How did Wang Tianyi know her opponent would definitely be Lu Chen? Lu Chen hasn't even taken the stage yet, and Wang Tianyi can already foresee that her opponent is Lu Chen. No way! Could it be that Jinglong Academy tampered with the draw? The crowd whispered among themselves, casting suspicious glances at Wu Meng'an. This fool! Wu Meng'an was so furious at their looks that he nearly fainted on the spot. Wang Tianyi was simply too foolish, like mud that couldn't be propped up. Although Jinglong Academy's plan was no longer a secret in the national exam circle, anyone with a bit of influence knew that Jinglong Academy intended to have Lu Chen face Wang Tianyi to eliminate his inner demons. But knowing was one thing, no one dared to say it out loud. After all, manipulating the draw in the national exam arena to arrange for one participant to take revenge on another was an extremely serious dereliction of duty. If it got out, even Wu Meng'an wouldn't be able to bear it.
so everyone tacitly chose to keep quiet, even if they knew. They wouldn't say it publicly, clearly not wanting to offend Jinglong Academy. But Wang Tianyi, on the other hand, had just finished the draw, and Lu Chen hadn't even had the chance to take the stage. Yet she was already impatiently calling him out by name. Wasn't that just blatantly telling others that she already knew who her opponent was? Such a foolish act. It was no wonder Wu Meng'an was so enraged that his hair stood on end, nearly cursing. Ha! So they really did tamper with the draw? Meanwhile, seeing Wang Tianyi directly call out her name, Lu Chen guessed that the information Su Wancheng had told him was indeed true. Jinglong Academy was indeed planning to act against him in the finals. But from beginning to end, he showed not a hint of fear. As he always said, in the face of absolute strength, any conspiracy or trickery was as fragile as a piece of wet paper, easily torn apart. Well, I've long found this brat annoying anyway. It's a perfect opportunity to keep him here forever and eliminate future troubles. With this thought, Lu Chen couldn't help but smile lightly and turn to Yun Tianlan beside him, saying, "Brother Yun, I'm going up to face the challenge." "Alright." Yun Tianlan nodded and smiled. "Then I'll be here waiting for Brother Lu's triumphant return. Lu Chen, be careful and make sure to come back." Just then, Luo Shenxen appeared out of nowhere, looking at Lu Chen with concern. Yet she didn't mention anything about him withdrawing from the competition. At this moment, she was also aware of the conspiracy from Jinglong Academy targeting Lu Chen. But through their interactions over this period, she understood very well that Lu Chen was far from being as simple as he appeared. This mysterious paladin was like a bottomless dark pool. Every time she thought she had seen his limits, he would always surprise her with even more terrifying trump cards. How deep was he hiding his true self? Luo Shenxen dared not imagine, nor could she. But one thing was certain, his consecutive first-place finishes in the national assessments were not merely due to luck, as others claimed, nor were they the result of any tricks. It was absolute strength. So even though she knew Lu Chen was about to face one of the four ultimate opponents, the space mage Wang Tianyi, and her heart was filled with worry, Luo Shenxen still chose to unconditionally believe in Lu Chen without a hint of hesitation. "Don't worry, I will definitely come back, but some people may never return." Lu Chen flashed a confident smile at Luo Shenxen and waved at Oscar, who had been waiting outside for a long time. "Oscar, Master, I'm here." Seeing this, Oscar quickly stepped forward. Once Oscar was in front of him, Lu Chen didn't hesitate and swiftly jumped onto its back. After doing all this, he waved his hand grandly and said, "Let's go. We'll warm up on stage." "Yes, Master," Oscar responded, stepping forward and lifting off the ground with Lu Chen, crossing a perfect arc in the air before landing steadily on platform 44. "Look, Lu Chen is on stage. Wow, it really is platform 44. It seems Jinglong Academy had long planned to send Lu Chen to Wang Tianyi for some payback in the finals. But it's no wonder, after all, Lu Chen is just a trash paladin, not even in the same league as Wang Tianyi. Moreover, he has snatched the rankings that originally belonged to Wang Tianyi twice in a row. With Wang Tianyi's new arrogance, it would be strange if she could tolerate it. Yeah, if she can't personally take down Lu Chen, Wang Tianyi might very well develop a heart demon and could end up ruined. Is it really that serious? It seems Jinglong Academy had no choice but to do this. Sigh. No need to watch. Lu Chen is doomed. Meanwhile, seeing that Wang Tianyi's opponent was indeed Lu Chen, the crowd couldn't help but whisper among themselves, some casting sympathetic glances at Lu Chen, clearly believing he was finished this time. Fortunately, Lu Chen paid no attention to the murmurs around him. Of course, it wasn't that he didn't care, he simply didn't hear them at all. At that moment, Oscar, who had just taken the stage, suddenly frowned, as if he had discovered something. "Oscar, what's wrong?" Seeing Oscar's reaction, Lu Chen instinctively asked, "Master, there seems to be a very concealed magic array around this platform." Oscar said solemnly, "What? A magic array?" Lu Chen was taken aback by the words. "That's right." Oscar nodded and added, "Although I haven't figured out the specific function of this magic array, I can clearly feel the unique magical fluctuations that belong to it." At this point, his pupils constricted, and he turned to Lu Chen, asking in shock, "Master, they aren't planning to use the power of the magic array against you, are they?" "They shouldn't." Lu Chen shook his head and said solemnly, "This is the examination venue for the national exam. Even if Jinglong Academy dares to tamper with the draw, they would never have the guts to act against me so openly in front of so many people. Then what is this magic array for? Oscar was completely bewildered, his mind racing with confusion. TCH, who cares? Seeing this, Luchun waved his hand dismissively and said lightly, life and death are nothing to me, if they want to play. I want to see just how many tricks Jinglong Academy can pull and what they can do to me. Just as the master and servant were quietly exchanging words, a critical moment arrived. Luchun, do you regret it? Suddenly, from the other side of the arena, Wang Tianyi could no longer contain her smugness and asked Luchen arrogantly, regret? Why would I regret it? Luchen was taken aback. Humph, still acting tough even when death is imminent. Seeing this, Wang Tianyi thought Luchen was just putting on a brave face and continued, I bet you're regretting it now. Regretting that you shouldn't have offended me, that you shouldn't have used despicable means to steal my ranking, right? At this point, she didn't care about Luchen's reaction and changed her tone. But it's too late. Raising her head, Wang Tianyi's face was filled with resentment, and the cold killing intent in her eyes was unmistakable as she almost screamed. I won't hesitate to tell you, this arena has already been set up with a sound-blocking magic array, which means that in our upcoming duel, even if you want to admit defeat, you can't. You'll only be left to be tortured to death by me. Ah ha 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 ha, a sound-blocking magic array? Put. As soon as those words were spoken, not only did Luchen laugh, but even Oscar couldn't help but chuckle. It should be known that although the finals of the national exam were fiercely competitive and the competition was brutal, resulting in numerous casualties almost every year, the country officially prohibited such life and death struggles. Therefore, if a contestant felt their strength was insufficient and their life was in danger during the competition, they only needed to shout out their surrender loudly, and a referee would come to immediately stop the match. But Jinglong Academy had even set up a sound-blocking magic array to prevent Luchen from surrendering. However, this self-righteous move was clearly not just targeting Luchen. It was essentially cutting off the last escape route for Wang Tianyi. What? What are you two laughing at? At the same time, seeing Luchen and Oscar laughing uncontrollably, Wang Tianyi finally couldn't help but frown and ask in a low voice. Of course, we're laughing at your stupidity. Luchen replied without mercy, mocking, I must say, you guys really thought of everything, even setting up a sound-blocking magic array in advance. You must be determined to put me to death, right? That's right, I want you dead, and I want you to have no place to be buried. Wang Tianyi, seeing this, didn't hide her intentions and shouted with a face full of resentment, this is the price you must pay for daring to offend me. Ha, if you want me to pay the price, you need to have the strength to do so. Luchen scoffed and asked, you don't really think you've got me cornered, do you? What? Do you think you can win against me in a 1v1 arena battle? Ah ha 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 ha. Hearing this, Wang Tianyi was first taken aback, and then quickly came to his senses, unable to help but burst into loud laughter, laughing so hard that he doubled over, even tears streaming from his eyes, as if he had heard the funniest joke in the world. After laughing, he waved his hand grandly and said arrogantly, I advise you to stop dreaming. I am a dignified ultimate profession space mage. What do you, a mere trash holy knight, have besides a mutated beast as your backing? What cards do you have to fight me? Is that so? Seeing that Wang Tianyi had become this foolish, Luchen couldn't be bothered to waste words with him and simply said, then let's wait and see. What are Wang Tianyi and Luchen talking about? Why is there not a sound coming out? What is going on? At the same time, as they watched the exchange between Luchen and Wang Tianyi on the 44th arena, but not a sound was heard, the crowd was left bewildered, clearly still trying to figure out what was happening. Only carefree sword immortal Yun Tianlan noticed. Not good. Seeing the strange situation on the 44th arena, he seemed to have guessed something and couldn't help but frown. Yun Tianlan, what's wrong with you? Seeing his reaction, Luo Shenxen couldn't help but furrow her brows. The sound on the 44th arena seems to be blocked. Yun Tianlan said in a deep voice. What? The sound is blocked? Luo Shenxen's face changed upon hearing this, as if she had guessed something, and exclaimed, could it be? That's right. Yun Tianlan nodded, bitterly smiling. It seems that the Jinglong Academy is determined to put Brother Lu in a deadly situation. Then, what should we do? Should I go remind him now? Luo Shenxen said anxiously, about to rush onto the stage to warn Luchen. Don't be hasty. Fortunately, Yun Tianlan was still shocked, not only stopping Luo Shenxen with his hand but also smiling to comfort her.
From Brother Lu's performance in the previous 2 rounds, he definitely isn't as simple as he appears. Even against Space Mage Wang Tianyi, he is not without the strength to fight. Saying this, he looked deeply at Lu Chen and added meaningfully, moreover, at this moment, Brother Lu must have already noticed that the arena he is in has a sound-blocking magic array. Yet, he not only hasn't chosen to leave the stage but is also acting so calmly and composedly, which likely means he has absolute confidence. But this match is too dangerous. The loser doesn't even have the right to admit defeat and can only wait to die. Luo Shenxen wanted to say more, but was interrupted by Yun Tianlan waving his hand. Miss Luo, I know you are very worried about Brother Lu's safety, but, Yun Tianlan said as he raised his head, a glint of light flashing in his eyes, looking at the peak powerhouses of our Xingxia kingdom, which one of them hasn't fought through countless life and death situations, carving a path through mountains of corpses and seas of blood? If one gives up at the slightest setback, they will never achieve great success in their lifetime. So, I believe in Brother Lu, he will definitely turn misfortune into fortune and escape danger this time, Yun Tianlan said emphatically. Just as he finished speaking, I announced that the national finals of this year's grand examination, Reaching the Peak, is now starting. All participants may begin. Finally, seeing all the participants successfully take the stage, Wu Meng'an waved his hand. Boom! The next moment, the martial arts arena, which had just been calm and peaceful, suddenly erupted into chaos. Take this! Explosive fireball, raging sea slash, agile shot, Beast King's fury, roar, boom, 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 bang, bang, bang. In the arena, the hundreds of platforms erupted almost instantaneously with countless distinct skills and flashes of light. The magical beasts roared wildly, weapons clashed, sparks flew, and crimson blood blossomed in the void, painting the entire arena in a dreamlike haze, beautiful yet fraught with hidden danger. Trash! Are you ready to go to hell? At the same time, seeing the contestants on other platforms already engaged in battle, Wang Tianyi could no longer hold back and issued her final ultimatum to Lu Chen. What's with all the nonsense? Hurry up and send your horse over. Lu Chen scoffed at her words. Humph, then as you wish. Upon hearing this, a flash of killing intent flickered in Wang Tianyi's eyes. Without hesitation, she raised her hand and unleashed a proud skill. Spatial cut. Die. Buzz, 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 buzz. A terrifying black blade appeared out of thin air, flickering back and forth in the void, unleashing a series of astonishing wind-breaking sounds. The fierce wind rushed towards him, the killing aura enveloped him, yet Lu Chen stood still, not moving an inch, simply saying lightly, Oscar, yes, master, crack, crack. In the next moment, under Wang Tianyi's incredulous gaze, the scales on Oscar began to wriggle at a visible speed, gradually spreading towards Lu Chen's body, quickly wrapping him completely, forming the fusion skill Dragon Scale Armor developed by the man and dragon. Just as the Dragon Scale Armor was completed, Wang Tianyi's spatial cut arrived as expected, striking Lu Chen directly. However, it was unfortunate that the scales of the dragon were synonymous with immovability. How strong was their defense? Clang, 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 clang. Accompanied by a series of resounding clashes of metal, flames erupted, and the black blade shattered, yet Lu Chen still stood in place. Not even a hair was broken. What? This Lu Chen actually stood still and took Wang Tianyi's skill head-on? And it seems he hasn't lost a drop of blood. What the hell? What kind of skill is this? How can it have such terrifying defense? Seeing this absurd scene, the recruitment instructors present all had their pupils constrict. In fact, it wasn't just them, even Wang Tianyi was taken aback by Lu Chen's monstrous defense. What kind of skill is this? Looking at Lu Chen, who was covered in scales and resembled a humanoid lizard, Wang Tianyi asked hoarsely. None of your business. Lu Chen rolled his eyes at her, clearly too lazy to respond. After saying this, he looked up at Wang Tianyi and said lightly, but if that's all you can do, then I'm not interested in playing with you anymore. Humph, arrogant. I want to see how long you, a paladin, can last under the true essence of my ultimate space. Wang Tianyi was furious upon hearing this, and without any hesitation, she launched a sudden attack skill at Lu Chen. Secondary forbidden spell, infinite collapse. Bang, bang, bang. In the next moment, accompanied by a series of astonishing explosions, the space around Lu Chen, which had just been calm, suddenly began to crack inch by inch, collapsing continuously.
leaving behind one distorted black hole after another. An extremely terrifying spectacle.
This move is somewhat interesting,
but unfortunately, still not enough. Seeing this shocking scene, Luo Shenxen couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. However, throughout it all, there was not a hint of fear on his face. He simply said lightly, "Oscar." "Yes, master." Oscar realized the situation in an instant. He stepped forward, and his massive body transformed into a twisted afterimage, appearing on the other side of the arena in the blink of an eye. His speed was so astonishing it was comparable to teleportation, effortlessly dodging the sudden attack. "Humph, is it that mutated beast again? Such speed, it even evaded my spatial skills." Seeing Oscar's speed reach such an outrageous level, Wang Tianyi couldn't help but frown, murmuring, "It seems the two deans were right, this mutated beast of yours is indeed an agility-type mutated beast." Agility-type mutated beast? Luo Shenxen was taken aback, and before he could respond, Wang Tianyi continued, "But in the face of the true essence of my ultimate space, even with the assistance of an agility-type mutated beast, you will only find a dead end today." With that, Wang Tianyi decided to take action, biting down hard and letting out a fierce roar. "Let me show you my true power. Super forbidden spell. Spatial confinement." Buzz. In the next moment, the surrounding space suddenly froze. Luo Shenxen and Oscar hadn't even reacted to what was happening when they felt their bodies tighten, as if pressed down by an immense weight, rendering them completely immobile. "What the hell? I can't move?" Luo Shenxen was startled, struggling a few times, but it was all in vain. Didn't expect that, did you?" At the same time, seeing Luo Shenxen trapped and unable to move, Wang Tianyi laughed triumphantly, declaring, "This skill of mine draws from the supreme essence of space. Unless your level exceeds mine by 50 levels, with the rules in place, or your combat power can completely crush me. Otherwise, no matter how great your abilities are today, you won't escape from my skill." With that, Wang Tianyi seemed unable to contain the violent killing intent in her heart, charging towards Luo Shenxen, intent on erasing him on the spot. "Trash, your time of death has come." As Wang Tianyi drew closer, and with him caught in her powerful control skill, Luo Shenxen realized he couldn't escape in the short term. Finally, a helpless smile appeared on Luo Shenxen's face. Originally, he had planned to toy with Wang Tianyi and defeat her while exposing as few of his cards as possible, but he had underestimated the power of the four ultimate beings. This infamous space mage, though his actions were despicable, truly deserved the title of an ultimate professional. If he didn't show some real skills, even Luo Shenxen wouldn't have any confidence in winning. Thinking this, Luo Shenxen steeled his resolve, raised his head, and looked at Wang Tianyi not far away, saying lightly, "Well, since I'm just standing around, I might as well play with you." As soon as he finished speaking, he focused his thoughts. Pain, disease, rotting intestines. Buzz. Suddenly, a strange symbol appeared above Wang Tianyi's head without warning. That disgusting disease skill again? Seeing the familiar symbol, Wang Tianyi was startled, even hesitating to attack Luo Shenxen again. Instead, she quickly turned and retreated to the other side of the arena. Fortunately, unlike the previous time, Wang Tianyi didn't seem overly flustered this time, as if she was prepared. She looked at Luo Shenxen and called out arrogantly, "You fool, do you really think that after suffering once, I wouldn't be prepared for your disgusting disease skill? Naive." As he said this, he added with a smug expression, "I'm not afraid to tell you that long before the competition started, I had already prepared more than a dozen special medicines for treating diarrhea. Your skill is useless against me now." After finishing his words, Wang Tianyi didn't care about Luo Shenxen's reaction and pulled out a large pile of unknown pills from his bag, immediately stuffing them all into his mouth. After doing all this, he felt a sense of certainty in his heart and looked at Luo Shenxen, boasting, "So, how about it? Your mutated beast is already under my control, and I was prepared for your disease skill in advance. What can you use to fight me now?" In that case, I can only let you taste the torment of the plague in advance." Luo Shenxen helplessly rubbed his nose. Tormented by the plague? Wang Tianyi was taken aback and was about to ask Luo Shenxen what he meant by that, but at that moment, Luo Shenxen suddenly moved. He opened his mouth and shouted, "Evil plague, bone erosion." Buzz. In the next moment, a strange skull pattern appeared out of thin air above Wang Tianyi's head. Poor Wang Tianyi hadn't even reacted to what was happening when he felt a heart-wrenching pain surge through his body. Caught off guard,
He let out a piercing scream and collapsed to the ground as if struck by lightning.
Unable to even stand, he fell to his knees with a thud. What? Why did Wang Tianyi kneel down? Did he get attacked? But Lu Chen didn't even touch him. Seeing this bizarre scene, the crowd around them gasped in shock. Meanwhile, on the stage, Wang Tianyi gritted his teeth against the intense pain in his body and instinctively glanced at the negative effects on him. Evil plague, bone erosion. Negative plague effect, lose 1% of physical resistance every 15 seconds, and cause the target to feel intense bone-eroding pain, preventing the target from hitting in energy combat, reducing attack power by 1% every 15 seconds, lasting for 15 minutes. What? It can actually reduce physical resistance and attack power? Looking at the negative effect description of evil plague, bone erosion, Wang Tianyi nearly fainted from shock. The negative effects of this skill were simply outrageous. Although it didn't deal any direct damage, it could continuously cause the victim to lose physical resistance and attack power. It's important to know that physical resistance and attack power are the two most crucial attributes for a professional, especially for physical professionals. A decrease in physical resistance means taking more damage, a decrease in attack power means being unable to defeat the enemy. Therefore, the continuous reduction of these two attributes is simply fatal for physical-type professionals. Even more outrageous was that Lu Chen's skill belonged to the extremely rare plague effect, which was even harder to remove than the disease effect. This meant that for the next 15 minutes, if Wang Tianyi couldn't resolve the battle quickly, he would become increasingly weak. Fortunately, Wang Tianyi was a mage, and physical resistance and attack power were not his main attributes, so losing some wouldn't matter much to him. Just as he was about to breathe a sigh of relief, he hadn't even finished exhaling. At this moment, Lu Chen spoke again, and another skill followed closely, landing squarely on Wang Tianyi's head. Infectious plague, abscess, buzz. The strange skull pattern appeared again out of thin air. Ha! What is that? Wang Tianyi was startled and instinctively wanted to defend himself. Oscar's skills were inherently inclined towards the curse system, requiring no casting time and having no wind-up before activation, making it impossible to defend against. So even though Wang Tianyi had prepared in advance, he was still hit squarely by Lu Chen. Ah, why is it so itchy? I'm dying from the itch. In the next moment, an unbearable, piercing itch rolled over Wang Tianyi, making him scratch frantically, even tearing his own skin and bleeding profusely without noticing. Not only that, but countless bizarre dark yellow pustules had also appeared on his body. Every time he scratched these pustules, foul-smelling pus would ooze out, landing on other parts of his skin, which would then trigger the plague again. Growing new pustules, he was only making it worse. The more he scratched, the more they multiplied. Just as he was caught up in this, in just a few breaths, Wang Tianyi had turned himself into a bloody mess, utterly disheveled, with none of the confidence he had before. And until this moment, Lu Chen hadn't even moved a step. What the hell? Why does Wang Tianyi have so many pustules on him? What is going on? Seeing this scene, the crowd around him was also covered in goosebumps. The situation on Wang Tianyi was too bizarre. The dense pustules could make anyone with a fear of clusters faint on the spot. Such a disgusting skill. Even Wu Meng'en, the main referee, couldn't help but frown upon seeing Wang Tianyi's condition. Fortunately, at this moment, although Wang Tianyi was covered in sores and in a sorry state, his health and mana were still abundant and had not suffered any damage. Seeing this, Wu Meng'en felt reassured and sent him a private message urging him, Wang Tianyi, don't drag this out any longer. Quickly take down Lu Chen. Finish it fast. Yes, director. Upon seeing Wu Meng'en's private message, Wang Tianyi's heart jolted, and he forced himself not to scratch any further, instead glancing at a newly acquired negative effect on his body. Infectious plague, pustules, negative plague effect, loses 1% magical resistance every 15 seconds, causing the target to grow countless unbearably itchy and foul-smelling pustules, preventing the target from concentrating on casting spells, reducing spell power by 1% every 15 seconds, lasting for 15 minutes. What? It can actually reduce magical resistance and spell power? Looking at the outrageous negative effects of infectious plague, pustules, Wang Tianyi could no longer contain his shock and shouted hoarsely at Lu Chen. Where did you learn all these perverse skills? How is it? Not bad, right? But Lu Chen couldn't be bothered to answer and instead asked with a strange laugh. Wang Tianyi's pupils constricted at his words. However, at this moment, he regained his composure. he realized that although the evil plague, bone erosion, and infectious plague, pustule skills were disgusting, they posed no real harm. Moreover, the 1% reduction in spell power every 10 seconds wouldn't have a significant impact on him in the short term. Thinking of this, Wang Tianyi felt certain and coldly smiled at Lu Chen, saying, these two skills of yours may be disgusting, but they don't pose any threat to me in the short term. With that, he confidently added, and I only need one skill to take your life. As soon as he finished speaking, Wang Tianyi no longer hesitated, as if he had made a significant decision, and bit down hard. Let me show you the true essence of my strongest space, ultimate forbidden spell, endless black hole. Boom! In the next moment, a thunderous roar echoed from the ground. The vast training ground suddenly trembled violently, as if an earthquake of magnitude 8 had struck, causing the walls to crack and countless stones to fall. But that was not all. Next, under the horrified gazes of the crowd, a massive small black hole with a diameter of over 10 meters abruptly appeared in front of Wang Tianyi. Yes, it was a black hole. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A terrifying suction force erupted from the black hole, wildly pulling in surrounding debris, paper scraps, drink bottles, and other miscellaneous items, making them disappear without a trace. Even the competitors on other platforms, who were in the midst of their matches, were affected to varying degrees, halting their contests and turning their gazes toward it. What the hell is that thing? I know, that's the ultimate skill of the space mage Wang Tianyi, called Endless Black Hole. What? A black hole? That's right. It is said that once the skill is unleashed, it will devour everything within 100 meters. Whether it's life, plants, stones, or even air, all will be completely consumed. Moreover, the more it devours, the more terrifying its power becomes. Even 5th transition level professionals would retreat in fear upon seeing this skill. This truly lives up to being one of the 4 ultimate skills. Its power is just outrageous. I didn't expect Wang Tianyi to unleash such a trump card against just a paltry paladin. It seems that Lu Chen has completely pushed Wang Tianyi to her limits. Sigh. There's no need to watch anymore. Lu Chen is doomed. Even if he activates invincibility, it won't help. He'll still be swallowed by the black hole, ending up as nothing but bones. Meanwhile, as Wang Tianyi unleashed this terrifying trump card, some knowledgeable individuals in the audience immediately recognized the origin of this skill. Those who were more timid couldn't help but turn away, as if they couldn't bear to witness the impending brutality. Ha! Finally used that move. Ha! Thankfully, nothing unexpected happened. Even Wu Meng'an couldn't help but feel a sense of certainty after seeing Wang Tianyi use this skill. Only Lu Chen remained unfazed. Is this your strongest skill? TSK. Not bad. It's somewhat interesting. Feeling the terrifying suction force around him, Lu Chen, while marveling, curiously gazed at the black hole not far away, his face displaying a myriad of expressions, but none of them showed fear. Lu Chen, to die under my move. You should be proud enough. At this moment, Wang Tianyi seemed to believe the outcome was already decided, looking at Lu Chen with pride and declaring, give up resistance, stop struggling in vain, for in the face of my endless black hole, even if you are a paladin with an invincibility skill, you will ultimately be unable to escape the fate of being completely devoured. Ha, is that so? Lu Chen scoffed dismissively and replied arrogantly, I just happen not to believe in this evil. Do you believe I can make your damn black hole shrink by 90%? Shrink by 90%? Wang Tianyi was momentarily stunned, not yet processing what was happening, when she saw Lu Chen's lips curl. It seems you don't believe it. Shaking his head, Lu Chen ignored Wang Tianyi's reaction and dropped a line. Alright, I'll prove it to you. As soon as he finished speaking, he raised his hand and snapped his fingers. Snap! Catastrophic plague! Exploding body! Boom! Ah! The next moment, accompanied by an extremely piercing scream, the once proud and seemingly assured Wang Tianyi, whose body was covered in dense foul-smelling sores, suddenly exploded without warning, spraying countless streams of deep yellow, viscous pus. Not only that, but he also collapsed to the ground in an extremely bizarre manner, as if the bones in his body had melted, unable to support the weight of his flesh any longer. The ultimate move he had managed to unleash, the endless black hole, had shrunk by 99% right where he stood, just as Lu Chen had said earlier. What was once an unmatched force of suction could now only draw in some dust and debris, posing no threat to Lu Chen whatsoever. What's going on? Why did Wang Tianyi Fall down? And how did his endless black hole shrink so much all of a sudden? At this point, the crowd could no longer contain their shock and began to exclaim in disbelief. What did you do to me? On the arena, Wang Tianyi wore an expression of utter disbelief, questioning Lu Chen in a hoarse voice while instinctively glancing at the negative effects on his body. But it was a mistake to look. As soon as he did, he nearly scared himself to death. Plague eruption, physical resistance decreased by 90%. Plague eruption, attack power decreased by 90%. Plague eruption, magical resistance decreased by 90%. Plague eruption, spell strength decreased by 90%. What? This is impossible. Wang Tianyi nearly popped his eyes out of their sockets. The 4 negative effects were simply outrageous, stacking together to reduce his original combat power by a staggering 90%. Not to mention him, even the gods of war from the War God Hall would probably struggle to withstand this. How could he even fight now? I can't believe it. It really works. It was Lu Chen. Seeing his skill hit home, he was so excited he almost shouted out loud. Almost instinctively, Lu Chen found the skill he had just released in Oscar's skill bar. Cataclysmic Plague. Exploding Body. Negative Plague Effect. Completely ignites all plague effects on the target, causing all debuffs to stack and explode at once during the duration. This was the first time he had used Oscar's plague skills since signing the sacred contract. Although he had thoroughly studied all of Oscar's skills before this, the plague skills had no substantial damage, only debuff effects. So, he had rarely used the plague skills until today. Until this very moment. Facing one of the 4 ultimate beings, the space mage Wang Tianyi, Lu Chen, on a whim, decided to give it a try, and unexpectedly, the effect was astonishingly good. With Wang Tianyi hit by his 4 debuffs, his spell strength dropped by 90%, and what was once an almost unbeatable trump card, the endless black hole, had turned into a joke on the spot. Looking at Wang Tianyi on the other side of the arena, who was weak and unable to stand, Lu Chen did not give him any time to recover but coldly said, "Speaking of which, you've been fighting for so long, it's my turn now, right? No. What do you want to do? I warn you not to come over." Wang Tianyi nearly wet his pants in fear upon hearing this. The same reason, even though he was still at full health and mana at this moment, under the torment of the 4 plague effects, his strength had shrunk by nearly 90%, making him even weaker than an ordinary second-tier practitioner. How could he fight like this? Thus, without thinking, Wang Tianyi shouted at the top of his lungs, "Referee, I want to concede. Someone come quickly. You fool, there's a sound-blocking magic array around this arena. Even if you scream your throat raw today, it won't matter." He. Lu Chen chuckled as he slowly began to step forward. After being affected by the effects of the 4 great plagues, Wang Tianyi could no longer maintain the previous spatial confinement, and could not restrict Lu Chen's freedom at all. "I'll fight you to the end." At this moment, seeing that surrender was impossible, Wang Tianyi gritted his teeth and, with the last bit of strength, unleashed several proud skills at Lu Chen. Spatial cutting, spatial collapse, spatial overlap. Unfortunately, under the influence of the 4 great plagues, his previous skills, which could be described as cannon fire, now resembled a bunny girl's little whip. Ah, so good. A few more here. Yes, right here, and here. Crack, 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 crack. Lu Chen took several of his skills without losing a single drop of blood. Instead, he was howling in delight, leaving the onlookers dumbfounded and bewildered. Seeing that he couldn't win in a fight and couldn't escape. Finally, Wang Tianyi gritted his teeth, disregarding whether this counted as cheating, and directly pulled out a short-distance teleportation scroll from his bosom. The short-distance teleportation scroll is a magical scroll that allows practitioners to temporarily break the shackles of space and teleport a certain distance in a direction. In today's Blue Star, it is a rare and very expensive escape item. Lu Chen clearly did not expect that Wang Tianyi had such a rare life-saving item, and in a moment of desperation, he didn't bother to continue playing with Wang Tianyi and directly issued a command to Oscar. "Oscar, take him down." "Yes, master." Seeing this, Oscar almost without hesitation unleashed an evil breath at Wang Tianyi, who was planning to escape with the scroll not far away. Bang, bang, bang. Critical hit HP 3822. Critical hit HP 4077. Critical hit HP 3955. The next moment, accompanied by an extremely piercing scream,
A series of terrifying critical hit numbers jumped out from above Wang Tianyi's head. He was sent flying like a broken sack, crashing hard onto the solid arena, and that short-distance teleportation scroll in his hand was completely destroyed, no longer usable. Oh no! My health! Looking at his rapidly depleting health bar, which was nearly exhausted, Wang Tianyi was so scared he almost ascended on the spot. The damage from Oscar's evil breath was simply outrageous, directly taking away nearly 12,000 points of his health. In fact, without the negative effects of the four great plagues, even if Oscar were powerful, he could not have dealt such terrifying damage to Wang Tianyi in one hit. The key point was that the four great plagues not only reduced attack power and spell strength, but also lowered the target's physical resistance and magical resistance. And it was a 90% reduction. This was equivalent to stripping Wang Tianyi bare, forcing him to withstand Oscar's breath attack without any equipment. Fortunately, he was at level 276 and had over 14,000 health. Otherwise, just Oscar's previous breath could have killed him instantly. In your next life, go be reborn in the White Eagle Empire. Our divine summer kingdom doesn't need scum like you who eat from both sides. Die. At this moment, seeing that Wang Tianyi was at his wit's end, Lu Chen couldn't help but sneer, planning to step forward and deliver a final blow to send him off. But he hadn't even had the chance to act. Just at this critical moment, stop, boom! Suddenly, a thunderous shout echoed, shaking the entire training ground 3 times. Immediately, a figure rushed towards the arena where Lu Chen was located with an incredible speed. Even while still in mid-air, a dagger was shot from their hand, aimed directly at Lu Chen's forehead. Master, be careful! Seeing this astonishing scene, Oscar quickly shouted a warning. Its reaction was undeniably swift, but ultimately still a step too late. Bang! The next moment, accompanied by a violent explosion, under the horrified gazes of the onlookers, Oscar's massive body seemed to be struck by lightning, uncontrollably flying into the air and crashing down hard, shattering several sturdy stone platforms in the training ground before finally coming to a stop. But it was silent thereafter. What? Witnessing this scene, the crowd gasped in shock, unable to suppress their astonishment. It was only at this moment that the one who had just attacked emerged from the rising dust, cradling a weak-looking Wang Tianyi in their arms. Wasn't it Wu Meng'en, the vice president of Jinglong Academy? Oscar! At this time, Lu Chen also rushed out from the ruins, almost frantically running towards the direction where Oscar had just fallen, enveloped in a layer of golden transparent shield. Ha! Is that the divine shield of the paladin? Seeing the shield on Lu Chen, Wu Meng'en couldn't help but frown, clearly not expecting that despite his sudden attack, Lu Chen could still activate an invincible shield in time to save his life. Just as Wu Meng'en was contemplating whether to eliminate this annoying paladin once and for all at this critical moment. Bastard! Suddenly, another sharp figure descended from the sky, fiercely blocking in front of Lu Chen. Wasn't it Luo Shenxen, the vice president of Jinghua Academy? Wu Meng'en, you have some nerve. As the chief judge of this national finals, how dare you attack a contestant in public? Do you really think no one in this capital can deal with you? As soon as Luo Shenxen appeared, he pointed a finger at Wu Meng'en, cursing loudly, his body trembling with anger, and cold sweat pouring down his forehead. Even he hadn't expected that Wu Meng'en, the vice president of Jinglong Academy, would dare to attack Lu Chen in front of so many people. Fortunately, Lu Chen was a paladin, possessing a 6-second invincibility skill, which allowed him to narrowly escape disaster. However, the paladin's invincibility skill only worked for himself, so Oscar wasn't so lucky. This Lu Chen actually wants to kill the ultimate practitioner of our Xinsha kingdom. As the vice president of Jinglong Academy, I certainly cannot let him succeed. At this moment, facing Luo Shenxen's accusations, Wu Meng'en showed no signs of shame, instead saying with a face full of righteousness, ultimate practitioners are indeed a rare treasure of our Xinsha kingdom. Each one is a pillar and cornerstone of the nation's future. As the vice president of Jinglong Academy, I have the responsibility and obligation to protect their safety. How could I just stand by and watch him die in the arena? At this point, he added, moreover, the situation just now was too dangerous. I had no other choice but to attack Lu Chen. As soon as these words were spoken, Luo Shenxen was left speechless, not knowing what to say, because ultimate practitioners are indeed protected by the state, and if harmed due to human factors, the lords of the War God Hall would pursue the matter.
potentially implicating the perpetrator's entire family. Thus, even the despicable and shameless dogs of the Three Kingdoms Alliance wouldn't dare to easily lay a hand on the ultimate practitioners of Xinsha Kingdom. Wu Meng'an clearly understood this point, which is why he was so fearless, ignoring the bickering between the two vice presidents. Oscar, how are you? At the same time, Lu Chen had already rushed to Oscar's side, looking at it with a tense expression and asking, Master, don't worry, I'm fine. Oscar lay awkwardly among the ruins, its face filled with undeniable weakness and helplessness. Fortunately, it was a true dragon, with extremely strong defenses. Moreover, Wu Meng'an's main target of attack had not been it had only been caught in the crossfire. So even though its health was nearly depleted, its organs were displaced, and several bones were broken, at least its life was preserved. Seeing this, Lu Chen finally let out a quiet sigh of relief. But I've been hurt pretty badly this time, for a while. I might not be able to help you fight anymore, Oscar said apologetically. You just rest well, leave the rest to me, Lu Chen said in a deep voice, then raised his head and fixed his gaze on Wu Meng'an not far away, almost speaking with conviction. Don't worry, I will definitely seek justice for you. As soon as he finished speaking, he could no longer contain the raging anger in his heart. Standing up and looking at Wu Meng'an, he asked heavily, Why? Why? You still dare to ask why? Wu Meng'an was taken aback for a moment, then sneered disdainfully. What the hell are you? A pathetic holy knight. If it weren't for a mutated beast helping you, could you have beaten Wang Tianyi? Boom! As soon as these words were spoken, the crowd around was taken aback. What? Mutated beast? Could it be that Lu Chen's hellhound mount is a mutated beast? No wonder. A holy knight like Lu Chen could master so many strange skills, torturing Wang Tianyi to the point of suffering without even moving. It turns out it was all that mutated beast's doing. The crowd began to murmur, all eyes turning to Oscar. Ignoring the reactions of the crowd, Wu Meng'an raised his head again and coldly shouted at Lu Chen. Wang Tianyi is an ultimate professional. Not only is he the future of our divine summer kingdom, but he is also the main force against Stormer Academy. At this point, he changed his tone. And you, a pathetic holy knight who relies on the power of a mutated beast to get to where you are today, you managed to win against Wang Tianyi through despicable means, and now you even want to threaten his life. It's already lucky for you that I didn't kill you myself just now. How dare you still ask why? Ha! This is also true. A support class holy knight really can't be compared to an ultimate professional like Wang Tianyi. Moreover, the holy knight doesn't have any skills to enhance beast control. Even if the mount is strong, it can only be arrogant when the level is low. Once everyone's levels and equipment catch up, he won't have any advantage at all. His growth potential is incredibly low. No wonder Wu Meng'an is so angry. If it were me, I would probably go berserk on the spot. Hearing this, the surrounding recruitment instructors all expressed their agreement. That's right, agreement. Lu Chen had hidden himself too deeply, from the beginning of the major exam until now. He hadn't even released a single exclusive skill of a holy knight. Under such circumstances, it was no wonder everyone thought he was a trash holy knight who could only rely on a mutated beast. Only Luo Chang'e. Lu Chen, don't listen to their nonsense, I believe in you. Seeing Lu Chen's expression growing darker, Luo Chang'e quickly spoke up to advise him. But before he could finish his sentence, enough! Suddenly, Lu Chen shouted angrily, his furious voice echoing throughout the large training ground, lingering endlessly, looking at the unabashed sneers and mockery on the faces of the crowd, listening to their self-righteous, heart-wrenching words. At this moment, Lu Chen's heart was a mix of emotions. He had never imagined that his desire to act low-key would lead to such a misunderstanding. And all of this was simply because he was a paladin. Must a paladin be reduced to a support role? Is a paladin destined to have no future? He refused to believe in such a curse. With this thought, an unprecedented madness appeared on Lu Chen's face, as if he had made a significant decision. He raised his head and loudly asked the vast crowd around him, do you all think that without the help of a mount, I am nothing but a complete waste? What? Aren't you? Before anyone else could respond, Wu Meng'an sneered in reply. Humph, what a blind fool. Lu Chen retorted mercilessly upon hearing this. What did you say? Wu Meng'an was momentarily stunned, clearly not expecting Lu Chen to dare to insult him in front of so many people. But Lu Chen didn't care about his thoughts at all. He waved his hand and said proudly, fine, since you all look down on me so much, I will prove to you what a true paladin is. I will show you just how foolish and ridiculous you really are. Lu Chen, What do you want to do? I warn you not to act impulsively. Seeing his expression, Luo Shenxen seemed afraid that he would act rashly and quickly advised him. But Lu Chen still wouldn't listen, because at this moment, he had only one thought in his mind: to prove himself, to prove his profession. Life and death were trivial. If he was unconvinced, he would fight, only battle. I ask you, are those two not better than Wang Tianyi? Pointing at Chu Ao and Long Chen below the stage, Lu Chen asked Wu Mengyan in a deep voice. Why are you asking this? Wu Mengyan frowned and asked. Answer my question. Lu Chen said firmly. The four ultimate types have no distinction of strength. Wu Mengyan instinctively replied, then disdainfully asked. What? Do you want to challenge Undying Berserker Chu Ao and Abyss Insect Master Long Chen? No, I don't want to challenge them. I want to kill them, Lu Chen said calmly, his words shocking and relentless. What? Hiss. As soon as this was said, the surrounding crowd collectively gasped, and before they could react, they saw Lu Chen speak again, directly issuing a challenge to the two ultimate beings. You too, didn't you want my Storm Warhammer before? Well, I'm giving you a chance now. Both of you come at me together. If I lose, all my equipment will belong to you. At this point, he raised his head again, proudly adding, and I won't use the power of my mount because I want to defeat you solely with my true strength. Boom! At this, the crowd could no longer contain their shock and erupted into chaos. I can't have heard that wrong. Lu Chen actually wants to challenge both Long Chen and Chu Ao at the same time? Where does he get his confidence from? One after another, the crowd stared at Lu Chen in disbelief, clearly not having imagined that this paladin, who was not favored by anyone, would dare to challenge two ultimate beings in front of so many people, and he wouldn't even use the power of a mount. What was he doing? Has he really gone mad? The answer was clear. Meanwhile, in the contestant waiting area, Lu Chen, no, don't. As Lu Chen boldly proclaimed such grandiose words, Luo Shenxen was so frightened that her face lost all color, and she couldn't even utter a complete sentence. Brother Lu. Yun Tianlan squinted his eyes, first glancing at Lu Chen, then looking up at the vast sky. It was morning, and although the sun was shining brightly, Yun Tianlan still keenly sensed that a star, which had been somewhat obscure even at night, was now bursting forth with an unprecedented brilliance. Wasn't it the white tiger killing star recorded in ancient texts, which presided over slaughter and chaos? Meanwhile, in the audience, Principal Su Wancheng of the third school rolled his eyes and fainted. He was actually scared into unconsciousness by Lu Chen's reckless behavior. What a boast! At that moment, it was the undying mad warrior Chu Ao who first regained his composure. Seeing Lu Chen daring to challenge him, he not only didn't step onto the stage but also mocked. With just you, a mere paladin, you think you can challenge both of us at the same time? You don't deserve it, Chu Ao shouted disdainfully. Idiot! On the other side, Long Chen was similarly unimpressed. The two ultimate beings had not taken the stage, clearly relying on their status, unwilling to join forces against a paladin. Oh, not worthy? After seeing their reactions, Lu Chen didn't explain but directly took out the set of heaven-defying equipment he had never used since acquiring it. Boom! In the next moment, a dazzling golden light erupted from Lu Chen, nearly blinding everyone's eyes. What the hell is so bright? Ah, I'm blind! The crowd erupted in curses. Even the strongest, Luo Shenxen and Wu Mengyan, were temporarily robbed of their vision by this sudden scene. Fortunately, human vision has a strong adaptability, so it wasn't long before everyone gradually recovered and saw the source of the intense light. It was a person. To be precise, it was a fully armed person whose face was completely obscured. He wore a streamlined silver-white battle armor, almost entirely wrapped up, with even the eye slots of the helmet protected by unknown crystals. He radiated a strong holy light, as if bathing in the sun, giving off an aura of unapproachable majesty. Even a glance at him felt like a desecration to the gods. Draped over his back was a golden cloak that moved without wind, as if it could take flight at any moment. In addition, he wielded a massive crimson-blue warhammer. Perhaps it was a chain reaction. At that moment, the unknown hammer was entwined with deep purple arcs of electricity, spreading up his arm, making him appear even more mysterious and powerful, like an unstoppable god of war descending from the heavens. What the hell? Am I seeing things? Is this an epic level equipment? It really is epic equipment, and a complete set at that. Glorious Avenger set? My god! Finally,
The crowd regained their senses and realized the true nature of this equipment. It was an extremely rare low-level epic set, and the one wearing this set was none other than the paladin Luo Shenxen, whom they had all looked down upon before. Where did you get this equipment? Even Wu Meng'an couldn't help but tremble as he pointed at Luo Shenxen and asked. Beside him, Luo Chang's eyes widened in disbelief, even forgetting to speak. The attributes of the glorious Punisher are simply too extraordinary, possessing a full 3 special effects. It must be noted that in today's Blue Star, any practitioner below the 3rd transition is considered a low-level practitioner, due to various reasons such as fewer skills, inferior equipment, and lack of experience. Low-level practitioners find it very difficult to conquer high-difficulty abysses. This leads to the fact that high-quality equipment becomes increasingly precious and rare as the level decreases, even more so than high-level epic equipment. For example, Jinglong Academy. As the top practitioner academy in the Divine Xia Kingdom, how wealthy is Jinglong Academy? Yet even they only offered dark gold quality rewards to the 4 ultimate practitioners in the national examination. Of course, this is not because Jinglong Academy cannot afford higher quality equipment, but because even with money, they cannot buy it. In fact, some practitioners have never even seen what epic equipment looks like before reaching the 6th transition. But Luo Shenxen, on the other hand, has just reached level 200, not even at the 3rd transition, and has already gathered a complete set of epic quality equipment. How could this not astonish everyone? Ignoring the reactions of the crowd around him, Luo Shenxen raised his head again and asked Chu Ao and Long Chen, "So now, am I qualified?" As soon as these words were spoken, Chu Ao had not yet reacted to what was happening when Long Chen's eyes lit up beside him. As the young master of the Tianqing trading house, although this guy's talent is not great, his business acumen is exceptional. Although the glorious Punisher set can only be worn by paladins, paladins are not a rare profession in today's Blue Star. Their numbers are quite large. Under such circumstances, even if he cannot use the glorious Punisher set, he could sell it piece by piece for a sky-high price. Not to mention he also has a Storm Warhammer that is not limited to any profession. Thinking of this, Long Chen, who had just shown no interest in Luo Shenxen's challenge, suddenly became eager. "Is everything you just said true? As long as we win, we can take all the equipment on you?" Looking at Luo Shenxen, Long Chen asked excitedly. "Humph, as men of Divine Xia, we always keep our word," Luo Shenxen said heavily, almost without hesitation. "Good, you said it. We accept your challenge," Long Chen exclaimed loudly, not even waiting for Chu Ao to speak. After saying this, he quickly sent a private message to Chu Ao. "After we take down Luo Shenxen, we will split all the equipment on him between the 2 of us." "Okay, no problem," Chu Ao replied, finally coming to his senses, his eyes brightening, just as the 2 were about to rush onto the stage to take down Luo Shenxen and seize all his treasures. "Wait!" Suddenly, Luo Shenxen waved his hand. "What? Are you having second thoughts?" Seeing this scene, Long Chen frowned and quickly asked in a deep voice. No, it's not that I'm having second thoughts. I just feel that with just the 2 of you, it's not enough for me to fight," Luo Shenxen said. "What? Not enough for you to fight?" As soon as these words came out, not only Long Chen and Chu Ao, but even the crowd of onlookers were stunned, unable to react to what was happening. When they saw Luo Shenxen smile proudly, "How about this? You might as well heal Wang Tianyi as well. Let the 3 of them come at me together, and I'll take care of all of you at once, to save the trouble." Pointing at the weak-looking Wang Tianyi in Wu Meng'an's arms, Luo Shenxen said, "Boom! What? Adding a Wang Tianyi? Crazy, this Luo Shenxen has completely lost it. 1 against 2 is one thing, but now he even wants to take on 3? And all this without relying on the power of that mutated monster. Even if he wants to die, he doesn't have to choose such a cruel way to do it." Hearing such an outrageous demand, the crowd was left dumbfounded, clearly not expecting Luo Shenxen to be so bold. Facing 2 ultimate professionals was one thing, but now he wanted to take on 3 by himself. Wasn't this like the old birthday star eating arsenic? Tired of living? Fortunately, Long Chen was a businessman at heart and still had a sharp mind. Seeing that Luo Shenxen was about to include Wang Tianyi, he quickly stepped forward, shaking his head and saying, "No need. Dealing with trash like you is more than enough for me and Chu Ao, so we won't trouble Wang Tianyi." Yeah, Wang Tianyi is so heavily injured. His health and mana are both at rock bottom. Let him rest well, Chu Ao chimed in, seemingly concerned for Wang Tianyi.
but in reality, both of them didn't want another person to share in their benefits. However, although Wang Tianyi wasn't the brightest, he hated Lu Chen to the core. Now, seeing Lu Chen voluntarily give up his biggest trump card Oscar, and even daring to challenge 3 at once, how could Wang Tianyi, who had repeatedly suffered at Lu Chen's hands, let such a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for revenge slip away? Good. This is what you said. Struggling to lift his head from Wu Mengen's embrace, Wang Tianyi said weakly, Vice Dean, please help me recover. Wu Mengen rolled his eyes, clearly not expecting this guy to be so badly injured yet still not give up. Lu Chen, stop messing around. At this moment, Luo Changge also came to his senses. Seeing Lu Chen getting more and more outrageous, he couldn't care about anything else and shouted loudly to the crowd. I announce that this arena match is over. Come with me. After dropping this line, he didn't care about anyone's reaction, grabbing Lu Chen's arm and trying to leave, but he hadn't even taken a step. You announce? What right do you have to announce? Our Jinglong Academy is the organizer of this national exam. Okay? Suddenly, Wu Mengen stepped forward to block him, sneering, you think you can just come and go as you please? Do you think this is a street market? Wu Mengen, what do you want? Luo Changge's pupils constricted upon seeing this. No, this has nothing to do with me. After all, the proposal to take on 3 was initiated by Lu Chen himself, and it was in front of so many people. As the organizer of this national exam, if we don't support you, wouldn't it make our Jinglong Academy look too stingy? Wu Mengen said in a deep voice, appearing to be fair, but in reality, at this moment, he was already overjoyed. After all, he had long disliked Lu Chen. This trashy paladin not only repeatedly disrupted his plans to cultivate the 4 ultimate professionals but also dared to openly insult him by name. If it weren't for his status, he would have eliminated Lu Chen long ago. How could he have let him live until now? Fortunately, Lu Chen was digging his own grave, not only voluntarily proposing not to use the power of mounts but also daring to take on 3. Plus, he was carrying so many high-quality items. Although Wu Mengen couldn't understand where a mere paladin like Lu Chen got such high-quality gear, if these items could be divided among the 3 ultimate professionals, their chances of winning against Sturm Academy in the upcoming battle would undoubtedly increase significantly, and they could also get rid of this annoying paladin, truly a win-win situation. Why not? Thinking of this, Wu Mengen couldn't help but feel determined. Waving at Lu Chen, I agree to your duel proposal. Wait here. I'll go heal Wang Tianyi right now. After saying this, he didn't care about Luo Changge's reaction, and just like that, he lifted Wang Tianyi and soared into the sky, almost instantly disappearing from sight. Oh no! Seeing this scene, Luo Changge's heart immediately leaped to his throat, as he contemplated whether to disregard Wu Mengen and forcibly take Lu Chen away, thus securing his life at this critical moment. Thank you, Vice Dean, for your constant care and favor. Lu Chen will remember it and repay you generously in the future, Lu Chen said heavily, then shifted his tone. However, you shouldn't interfere in this competition. I know my limits. You have talent. Ha! Luo Changge almost cursed out loud upon hearing this. Lu Chen was simply too reckless, a true master of self-destruction. But given the circumstances, Jinghua Academy was not the organizer of this national examination, and even if Luo Changge wanted to help Lu Chen, he couldn't think of any immediate solutions. Helpless, he could only look at Lu Chen and ask in a deep voice, Lu Chen, do you even know what you just did? Of course I do. Lu Chen nodded and said lightly, isn't it just a 1-against-3 challenge against the 3 ultimate beings? What's the big deal? Look at how scared you are. You. Luo Changge was left speechless with laughter, but seeing Lu Chen so confident, with every expression on his face except for a hint of fear, finally, Luo Changge's heart stirred, and he instinctively asked, you can't really be confident about defeating the 3 ultimate beings, can you? Well, it's not a big problem, Lu Chen said with a smile, maintaining that air of confidence and nonchalance throughout. Of course, this wasn't him trying to show off in front of Luo Changge, but rather a full confidence in his own strength. After all, with a 10,000-fold amplification as a game-changing ability, if Lu Chen truly didn't mind exposing this trump card, then not to mention the 3 ultimate beings, even 30 ultimate professionals tied together would likely not last long against him. However, 10,000-fold amplification was an SSS-level combat talent that no one in Blue Star's history had ever possessed.
In such a nationally scrutinized examination venue,
Luo Shenxen had no idea what kind of chain reaction would occur if his combat talent were to be exposed. So unless absolutely necessary, he still didn't plan to use 10,000-fold amplification. Fortunately, he now had more than just that one trump card, especially after acquiring a complete set of the glorious Punisher gear. Luo Shenxen had nearly maximized the advantages of the judgment profession with high attack and thick health. So even when facing the three ultimate beings simultaneously, he still had the strength to fight without using 10,000-fold amplification or calling upon Oscar. With this thought, Luo Shenxen's heart steadied. What? You really are that confident? At the same time, hearing Luo Shenxen's confident words, Luo Chang'e was about to ask a few more questions, but before he could finish his sentence, "Beast, your death is at hand." Ah ha 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 ha. Suddenly, an extremely triumphant voice rolled in from the void. Following that, under the horrified gazes of the crowd, Wang Tianyi, who had just appeared weak and on the verge of collapse, seemingly ready to kick the bucket at any moment, actually returned to peak condition, now descending from the sky at an incredible speed with Wu Mengen's help. Ha! Has she recovered so quickly? Seeing this scene, even Luo Shenxen was taken aback, because at this moment, it had been less than a minute since Wu Mengen had taken Wang Tianyi away. In just 1 minute, a professional who was bloodied in blue, with 4 major plague effects, could return to peak condition. Such a seemingly miraculous method made Luo Shenxen quietly wary and start to reassess the foundation of Jinglong Academy. I want to see what you can do without the help of that mutated beast. At this moment, Wu Mengen had already brought Wang Tianyi back to the arena. As soon as Wang Tianyi landed, he couldn't wait to walk up to Luo Shenxen, almost shouting, "Don't worry, after I take you down, I won't let you die so easily, because I want to peel your skin off bit by bit, crush your bones inch by inch, and make you suffer the most brutal torment in this world before you die." Before he could finish, he was interrupted by Long Chen's wave of his hand. "Wang Tianyi, shut up, what an idiot." Chu Ao beside him frowned and cursed. After all, in their eyes, Luo Shenxen was the god of wealth who came to give them money. If they scared him away, what would they have left to play with? So before this, the two of them hadn't dared to say a harsh word, fearing they might scare Luo Shenxen away. Fortunately, the word fear didn't exist in Luo Shenxen's dictionary. "Ha, it's rare to see you so confident." "Then good." Looking at the defiant Wang Tianyi, Luo Shenxen felt an unprecedented surge of violent killing intent. In fact, if it weren't for Wu Mengen's interference earlier, he would have already killed this traitorous dog on the spot. How could he have let him live until now? Luckily, Wang Tianyi wasn't very bright. After suffering so many losses, he still wanted to take revenge on him, and Luo Shenxen had precisely noticed this point, intending to include Wang Tianyi in his plans, wanting to take this opportunity to eliminate future troubles and root out the problem. With this in mind, Luo Shenxen gritted his teeth and decided to go all out. "I propose that in this match, we not only determine victory or defeat but also life and death. I ask you, do you dare?" Looking at the 3 ultimate beings present, Luo Shenxen asked heavily, his words shocking enough to leave no room for doubt. "What? Not only determining victory or defeat, but also life and death?" As soon as these words came out, not only the 3 ultimate beings present but even Wu Mengen, Luo Chang'e, and the crowd surrounding them couldn't help but widen their eyes. In an instant, the once noisy training ground became so quiet that a pin drop could be heard. It was unclear how much time passed. Boom! What the hell does Luo Shenxen want? He actually wants to fight the 3 ultimate beings for life and death? Crazy. They're all fucking crazy. The training ground erupted again, the crowd looking at Luo Shenxen in horror, clearly not expecting that after proposing such an outrageous challenge of 1 against 3, Luo Shenxen would further raise the stakes by changing the rules to a fight to the death. What was his purpose? Where did his confidence and boldness come from? Everyone was puzzled, but at this moment, some perceptive individuals began to sense something was off. Luo Shenxen's confidence was too apparent, even in a 1 against 3. Under the premise of a fight to the death, his face had not shown the slightest hint of fear, only an undeniable anger and deep-rooted confidence. Could it be that Luo Shenxen is hiding other trump cards? Everyone thought. Even Wu Mengen couldn't help but take a deep look at Luo Shenxen, as if trying to see what secrets he had. Unfortunately, Luo Shenxen's 10,000-fold amplification needed to be actively activated to show its differences, and before the 10,000-fold amplification was activated, he was no different from an ordinary paladin. So even Wu Mengen, the vice president of the Jinglong Academy, couldn't detect any clues. Answer my question. At this moment, seeing that the three ultimate beings had not spoken, Lu Chen impatiently urged again. Wang Tianyi's expression changed upon hearing this, and she didn't dare to agree directly, clearly showing that she had been psychologically tormented by Lu Chen. Since you are determined to bury yourself, I will grant your wish. Fortunately, Long Chen didn't know Lu Chen's background and had never fought him. Seeing a paladin daring to challenge the dignity of his ultimate profession, he agreed without a second thought. Of course, I have no objections. No matter how you want to play, I will accompany you to the end. Chu Ao grinned, even cruelly licking his lips. He was known for being a warmonger, and every duel would leave his opponents either dead or severely injured. Lu Chen's proposal was undoubtedly to his liking, and he certainly wouldn't refute it. Refreshing, seeing the two readily agree. Lu Chen couldn't help but praise them and waved his hand, saying, "Then the rules for this duel are set." At this point, he glanced at Wu Meng'an not far away and added pointedly, "However, let me say this up front, since the rules are set, no matter what unexpected events occur during this duel, no one is allowed to interfere. Otherwise, I will definitely call in reporters and publicly insult his entire female lineage. You, put." As soon as these words were spoken, Wu Meng'an felt a surge of anger and nearly choked to death. The onlookers couldn't help but stifle their laughter, struggling to suppress the impulse to burst out laughing. Although Lu Chen didn't name names, anyone with eyes could see that his words were clearly aimed at Wu Meng'an. After all, Wu Meng'an had already intervened in the duel once. Wu Meng'an also caught the implied meaning in Lu Chen's words and, in a fit of anger, issued a death order to the three ultimate beings. "I don't care what methods you use, this time. You must take down this trashy paladin. He must not see the sun tomorrow. Is that clear?" "Yes, Vice Dean." The three ultimate beings, upon receiving the private message, had their pupils shrink, clearly not expecting Wu Meng'an to be so furious. However, in the face of Wu Meng'an's order, the three ultimate beings quickly agreed, but Lu Chen still felt something was off. So, he turned to the stunned Luo Changa beside him and cupped his hands, saying, "Vice Dean, I wonder if you could do me a favor." "What favor?" Luo Changa asked instinctively. "Help me stop Wu Meng'an later and don't let him interfere," Lu Chen said firmly. "Of course, that's no problem. But, Luo Changa hesitated, clearly feeling that Lu Chen was taking a big risk this time. Fortunately, Lu Chen's next words completely dispelled his doubts. "Please rest assured, Vice Dean, if I don't have absolute confidence, I won't joke with my own life," Lu Chen said solemnly. "Is that so?" Seeing Lu Chen's reaction, Luo Changa quietly breathed a sigh of relief and immediately said, "All right, I can agree to your request, but in exchange, after this duel, you must join our Jinghua Academy." "No problem." Lu Chen nodded with a smile. "Everyone else, please go down and wait. After this duel is over, you can continue the assessment." At the same time, Wu Meng'an waved to the other contestants on the platforms, clearly intending to clear the area to give the three ultimate beings enough space to perform. "Yes, Vice Dean." The other contestants, seeing this, did not refute, as they knew that staying on stage at this point was meaningless. After all, the recruitment instructors present had their eyes fixed on Lu Chen and the battlefield of the three ultimate powers. Who would care about their performance in the arena? It wasn't until the other contestants had stepped down that Wu Meng'an waved his hand. "All right, the stage has been cleared for you, you can begin." Buzz. As soon as he finished speaking, a figure couldn't wait to jump onto the stage. Wasn't it Space Mage Wang Tianyi? "Lu Chen, get up here and die." Wang Tianyi trembled with excitement. Her face flushed, as she took out her staff and shouted at Lu Chen. Whoosh, whoosh. At the same time, Abyss Insect Master Long Chen and Undying Berserker Chu Ao were not idle either. They both flashed and almost instantly landed on the stage, standing shoulder to shoulder with Wang Tianyi. Only Lu Chen, he didn't rush to the stage but first carried Oscar out of the training ground. After doing all this, he released several standard paladin enhancement skills: Judgment Aura, Buzz, Divine Blessing, Buzz, Fervent Judgment, Buzz, Blue Light Rebounded, Golden Light Enhanced, Red Light Attacked. The three lights converged. After finishing the three buffs, Lu Chen waved his hand again and shouted, "Summon, Seraphim Projection." Whoosh! In the next moment, a massive figure radiating brilliant holy light appeared beside Lu Chen without warning. Indeed, it was massive. What the heck is that? Could it be the Paladin's summoning angel projection skill? But usually,
The angel projections summoned by ordinary paladins are only about 1.5 meters tall and have only one pair of wings.
Right? Why is Lu Chen's angel projection so big? And it has 4 pairs of wings?
The crowd watching was taken aback by the sudden appearance of the seraphim projection.
In fact,
it wasn't just them, even Lu Chen himself couldn't help but narrow his pupils when he saw the seraphim projection he summoned,
because he remembered very clearly that the seraphim projection he had summoned before, without any amplification,
was at most about 1.5 meters tall, with only one pair of wings,
and its radiance was definitely not this intense.
But at this moment, the seraphim projection beside him not only reached an astonishing height of over 3 meters but also radiated an unprecedentedly strong holy light, with a full 2 pairs of wings on its back.
Almost instinctively, Lu Chen glanced at the basic attributes of this seraphim projection.
Target, 4-winged seraphim projection, type, magical creation, race, mid-level angel, LV, 200, health, 11,770, mana, 9,750, strength, 1450, wisdom, 975, agility, 792, spirit, 588, stamina, 1177, combat power rating, 2077 stars, Skill 1, Blade of Heaven, Skill 2, Divine Judgment, Skill 3, Exorcising Holy Flame, Skill 4, Mark of Light, Skill 5, Holy Chains.
What the heck? 4-winged seraphim? 6 skills, and over 2,000 stars in combat power rating?
Looking at this brand new angel projection before him,
Lu Chen couldn't help but narrow his pupils,
because he never expected that the seraphim projection he summoned could be so powerful, with a combat power rating of over 2,000 stars.
Which was significantly higher than the 3 ultimate powers. But then he thought about it and felt relieved. After all, the skill summon,
seraphim projection meant that the higher the combat power of the paladin itself,
the stronger the summoned angel projection would be.
After obtaining a complete set of the glorious Punisher gear, Lu Chen's combat power rating had already reached an astonishing 2,500 stars.
Now, with the addition of the Storm Warhammer, his combat power was even approaching 3,000 stars.
Under such circumstances, it was entirely reasonable for the seraphim projection to become so powerful,
even if it was unexpected. Ha ha, this is great. A 2,000-star seraphim projection. This is practically a boss. I want to see who can stop me now.
Looking at the 4-winged seraphim beside him, Lu Chen grew more and more excited, eventually breaking into a proud grin.
Be careful. That angel projection seems to be no ordinary one. At the same time, Long Chen on the arena noticed Lu Chen's drastically different angel projection and quickly reminded the other two.
As soon as he finished speaking,
Shu Ao scoffed dismissively. But
it's not that impressive. You guys have seen the paladin's angel projection skill before. It's basically just for support and has no real combat power.
At this point,
he pointed at the 4-winged seraphim projection beside Lu Chen and added,
although Lu Chen's angel projection looks a bit intimidating,
at most it can just heal and increase some defense. It's nothing to worry about.
That's true. Long Chen and Wang Tianyi nodded in agreement. After all, paladins were well known as support classes in Blue Star, and there were quite a few of them,
so they were not unfamiliar with the summoning and angel projection skills of paladins,
knowing that the support function outweighed the combat function.
Thus, the 3 ultimate beings were merely startled by the massive size of Lu Chen's angel projection, and soon regained their composure.
No longer glancing at the angel projection, little did they know that this momentary misjudgment would lead them into an unprecedented tough battle in the upcoming arena fight. At this moment,
Chu Ao suddenly said to Wang Tianyi and Long Chen, let's all strike together later for a quick resolution. The longer we drag this out,
the more embarrassing it will be for us.
Understood.
Upon hearing this, Wang Tianyi and Long Chen quickly nodded,
realizing that this arena match was about the face of their ultimate professions. Although all 3 were proud individuals who were reluctant to team up against Lu Chen,
the luxury of his equipment was simply too overwhelming,
and the proposal of 1 against 3 had come from him. Under such circumstances, the 3 ultimate beings were compelled to join forces, thinking they could share the spoils.
However,
as Chu Ao had said earlier, since they had already teamed up,
every second Lu Chen survived on the arena was a humiliation to their dignity.
So at this moment, all 3 secretly resolved that once Lu Chen stepped onto the stage, they would immediately strike and eliminate this audacious paladin on the spot.
Only in this way could they preserve their dignity and reputation. Boom! Is it finally starting?
This should be the top young generation duel in our Divine Summer Nation in nearly 30 years. I just wonder how long Lu Chen can hold out against the 3 ultimate beings. I hope he can last a bit longer so we can witness the extraordinary skills of the three ultimate beings.
Meanwhile, as the three ultimate beings took to the arena one after another,
the surrounding crowd erupted in excitement.
Each person shouting and cheering, unable to contain their enthusiasm,
listening to the frenzied shouts of the crowd and feeling the tense atmosphere in the air.
Lu Chun, the true protagonist of this arena match,
felt increasingly calm and composed. Despite this being his first time challenging other professionals under such scrutiny,
he was resolute. Moreover,
what he was about to face next were the three renowned ultimate professionals of the Divine Summer Kingdom.
Yet, from beginning to end,
he felt not a shred of fear. All that filled him was an uncontrollable rage and a violent battle intent that seemed ready to break through the clouds.
Kill, without lingering in place any longer. Finally,
under the expectant gazes of the surrounding crowd,
Lu Chen bent his legs and then stomped heavily. Bang! The ground cracked inch by inch, sending countless fragments flying. Whoosh! In the next moment, Lu Chen soared into the air,
leaping over dozens of meters,
like a hawk diving from the sky, landing steadily on the arena where the three ultimate professionals stood. Boom! As he successfully took the stage, the atmosphere in the arena instantly reached a climax. Just as Lu Chen landed on the arena,
"Make your move." Chu Ao's eyes flashed with killing intent, and he was the first to strike,
roaring out loud, "Primitive killing intent." Whoosh!
A blood-red killing aura sliced through the void,
fiercely cleaving towards Lu Chen's face, its speed as fast as thunder. Spatial cutting. Wang Tianyi followed closely, executing a signature skill of his own, as dozens of black blades appeared out of thin air, flying back and forth, aiming to dismember Lu Chen on the spot. Hatch! Self-destructing worms. Finally, Long Chen summoned dozens of dark green, bizarre magic worms from the dense eggs beneath the abyssal mother, charging wildly towards Lu Chen. At this moment,
the three ultimate professionals launched a probing attack on Lu Chen almost simultaneously, but as soon as they struck, they felt something was off.
"Ha! Why does my body feel so heavy?" Chu Ao and Long Chen frowned,
feeling as if two massive boulders were pressing down on their shoulders.
Their bodies,
which had previously moved with ease,
suddenly slowed down significantly. "And me, my casting speed seems to have slowed down quite a bit too." Wang Tianyi was equally perplexed.
Although the spatial cutting he had just unleashed was an instant spell that required no casting time,
he could release it almost with just a thought. Yet, when he just executed this skill, he felt a distinct dullness. Almost instinctively, the three ultimate professionals glanced at their current state. Radiant holy light.
Negative soul effect. You feel a strong and blinding holy light,
instilling an instinctive fear in enemies, reducing attack power by 20%,
extending casting speed by 20%,
and decreasing movement speed by 20%. What the hell is this? Could it be the equipment effect on Lu Chen? But this effect is too outrageous. We clearly did nothing, just standing around Lu Chen and were affected?
The three ultimate professionals exchanged glances, clearly not expecting this radiant holy light to be so domineering, that any enemy within its illuminated range would be unable to resist its impact. Even more outrageous was that this was a negative soul effect,
stemming from the fear of the soul, which also could not be dispelled. Fortunately, although radiant holy light was outrageous,
the negative effects it caused were still within an acceptable range,
far from being able to sway the outcome of the battle.
So while the three ultimate professionals felt disgusted,
they didn't take it too much to heart. Little did they know that in a battle between experts, every moment counts. Sometimes, even a mere 20% reduction effect can completely change the outcome of a fight. Meanwhile, on the other side of the arena,
facing the probing attacks of the three ultimate professionals,
Lu Chen did not stand still to endure, but instead took the initiative to step forward, launching an attack against Long Chen's self-destructing worms. "Fool! You dare to attack my self-destructing worms? Are you afraid they won't explode on you? Ha ha ha!" Long Chen almost laughed out loud when he saw this, because his self-destructing worm was purely a consumable that would explode immediately upon touching an enemy, causing considerable damage. The strong acidic fluid within the worm would also inflict continuous corrosive damage on the enemy, making it incredibly powerful. In his eyes, Lu Chen's act of attacking the self-destructing worm was undoubtedly the height of foolishness. However, what happened next made Long Chen unable to laugh anymore.
He saw Lu Chen swing down with his hammer, almost smashing each self-destructing worm that had been forced in front of him into a pulp.
Bang! 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 In the next moment, accompanied by a series of extremely intense explosions. Almost instantly, Lu Chen was completely engulfed by the terrifying shockwaves of the explosions. The large arena was filled with dust, making it impossible for the surrounding crowd to see what was happening on the stage. It was unclear how much time had passed. Just when everyone thought Lu Chen had been tragically killed on the spot, blown to smithereens by Long Chen's self-destructing worm. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Suddenly, a fierce whirlwind swept in from who knows where, dispersing the thick fog and dust on the stage. And then, the crowd witnessed a scene that would be etched in their memories for a lifetime. They saw Lu Chen standing straight on the stage, still wearing that incredibly flashy glorious Punisher set, completely unharmed, with ample blood blue, and covered by a shield formed purely from the whirlwind. Yes, a shield. What could it be? The defensive effect of the Storm Warhammer? Seeing this scene, the three ultimate beings were taken aback, almost instinctively glancing at the shield effect on Lu Chen. Whirlwind shield can absorb 500 points of damage. Current layers, 3 layers. Remaining absorbable damage, 117 points. Damn! This shield can actually stack? This time, not only were the three ultimate beings stunned, but the crowd watching, even Luo Chang'e, who had given Lu Chen the Storm Warhammer, was also dumbfounded, because none of them had expected that the defensive effect of the Storm Warhammer could actually stack. As expected, only Lu Chen, looking at the 3 layers of shield effect on himself, he not only showed no surprise but instead nodded in satisfaction. In fact, from the moment he obtained the Storm Warhammer, he had always felt that a weapon of epic quality with an effect that could only absorb a mere 500 points of damage was somewhat misleading. After all, there was the precedent of the glorious Punisher set. Both were of epic quality, but the strength of their equipped effects was like heaven and earth. The 3 effects of the glorious Punisher set could all be considered monstrous, not to mention the glorious Holy Light, which would immediately affect anyone within its radiant range. Just the punishing Holy Light, which could deal 10% of maximum health as damage, and the Angel's Power, which could increase strength by 1000 points. Whichever of these 2 effects was activated would definitely be enough to make an opponent drink from the cup of despair. In comparison, the Whirlwind Shield of the Storm Warhammer, which could only absorb 500 points of damage, while not completely useless, could definitely be considered a bit of a letdown. After all, in today's Blue Star, the vast majority of third transformation professionals could unleash damage far exceeding 500 points in one go. That was why Lu Chen had always been suspicious that this effect might not be as simple as the equipment description indicated. He just hadn't found the right opportunity to verify it. Until today. Until this very moment. Watching the effects of the Storm Warhammer, which could be stacked infinitely, Lu Chen was so excited that he almost shouted out loud. His confidence grew stronger, and he raised his head, disdainfully asking the 3 ultimate beings, "Is that all you've got? This is bad, that bastard's equipment is too overpowered. Just the various effects are hard to deal with." Long Chen's expression changed upon seeing this. What do we do now? Wang Tianyi's heart sank as well. Only Chu Ao remained unfazed. Seeing Lu Chen's luxurious equipment and the astonishing power of the various effects, he not only showed no signs of fear but became even more excited and eager. Because the Berserker class, like the Paladin, primarily relied on strength attributes. If a mere Paladin like Lu Chen could withstand the attacks of the 3 ultimate beings with just a Storm Warhammer, how incredible would that hammer be in his hands? Thinking of this, Chu Ao was so excited that he almost shouted out loud on the spot. He disregarded any notions of the demeanor expected of an ultimate class and directly shouted at Long Chen and Wang Tianyi, "Everyone, give it your all. Don't hold back anymore. Once he's dead, all his equipment will be ours." As soon as he finished speaking, he was the first to act, charging straight at Lu Chen. Undying Secret Art, Blood Battle Charge. Boom, boom. A strange blood-red light shot out from Chu Ao's pupils. His already rapid speed increased by another third, making him seem like an unstoppable world-destroying dragon, leaving a series of lingering, haunting afterimages on the small arena. This was an extremely rare speed enhancement skill. Elite Hatch. Stinging Tooth Worm. On the other side, Long Chen was not idle either. Seeing that his recently summoned self-exploding worm not only failed to harm Lu Chen but also allowed him to accumulate several layers of Hurricane Shield, Long Chen learned from his mistake this time. He did not summon melee-type magic worms but instead summoned a type of ranged attack magic worm. Bang! 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 As a dozen stinging toothworms broke out of their shells, they all aimed at Lu Chen and unleashed a 3-inch long, menacing fawn, the tips glistening with a strange green hue, clearly coated with deadly poison. Secondary forbidden spell, infinite collapse. Buzz, 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 buzz. Finally, Wang Tianyi revealed her true abilities. With a wave of her fingers, the space collapsed inch by inch, creating an extremely terrifying momentum. These skills are somewhat interesting. With a fierce wind from the west and a murderous aura surrounding him, Lu Chen was not afraid at all. Instead, he became even more excited and agitated. Since stepping onto the path of a professional, he had never encountered an equally matched opponent and had never fought solely with his own strength without relying on 10,000-fold amplification and Oscar's power. He was already itching for a fight. Now, seeing the three ultimate beings so formidable, the raging battle fire in Lu Chen's heart was completely ignited, burning hotter and fiercer. Kill! Raising the storm warhammer in his hand, facing the overwhelming assault, for the first time in his life, Lu Chen didn't even bother to dodge and charged straight at Wang Tianyi, stirring up a whirlwind. Wang Tianyi, be careful! Seeing this scene, Long Chen quickly shouted a warning. TCH, trying to get close to me so blatantly, do you think I'm made of wood? Can't I dodge? Fortunately, as a mage, Wang Tianyi was most afraid of being approached, so she was already prepared. As Lu Chen charged towards her, she first smiled proudly and then calmly cast her signature skill, Spatial Flicker. Buzz, buzz, two black holes appeared out of thin air in the void. Wang Tianyi, using the power of space, instantly teleported from the northeast corner of the arena to the southwest corner. TSK, easy. As soon as Wang Tianyi revealed himself, a smug smile couldn't help but curve at the corner of his mouth, but before that smile could fade, it froze completely on his face. Boom! A violent gust of wind suddenly struck him, as if it had been calculated long before, just waiting for him to land. Faced with such a sudden attack, how could Wang Tianyi, a mage, possibly react in time? Bang! HP 987. In the next moment, under the horrified gazes of the crowd, the formidable space mage Wang Tianyi was knocked over by the fierce wind. What? Wang Tianyi actually got hit? Seeing this astonishing scene, the onlookers were taken aback, unable to comprehend what had just happened. This is the attack effect that comes with the storm hammer. It was Long Chen on the stage who immediately recognized the technique Lu Chen had just used. What? Another equipment effect? Hearing this, Wang Tianyi was nearly driven to the brink of rage. In fact, it wasn't just him. At this moment, witnessing Lu Chen repeatedly using equipment effects to attack, the audience, including Wu Meng'en, the vice president of Jinglong Academy, all looked down on Lu Chen's actions, believing he had no real skill beyond relying on equipment effects. Only Luo Chang'e. This kid has terrifying combat instincts. Watching Lu Chen on the stage, Luo Chang'e's eyes sparkled with admiration, unable to stop praising him in his heart, because while others might not see the clues in that moment, he had seen clearly right when Lu Chen charged at Wang Tianyi. He had already released the attack effect of the storm hammer in advance. In other words, he had calculated Wang Tianyi's trajectory of movement a step ahead. This was no longer something that could be explained by mere equipment effects, it was pure combat instinct. And among the practitioners with such combat instincts in today's Blue Star, there were quite a few, but the impression left on Luo Chang'e was only two. One was Lu Chen, who was currently battling the three ultimate beings on the stage. As for the other, was 1,000 times more bizarre than Lu Chen, because that person was just an ordinary warrior, with a mere B-level combat talent. Yet, this utterly ordinary warrior, with his iron-like terrifying willpower, became a defiant existence that made the entire Blue Star tremble in fear. He was not only the anchor of the Divine Xia Kingdom but also the pillar of the War God Hall. Even the once invincible necromancer god Rodriguez, who had stirred up a storm of blood across Blue Star and became a deep nightmare for countless countries, was struck down by him, unable to return to the world for a full century. His name was Feng Guangxiu, known as the Almighty Martial God in the Divine Xia Kingdom, ranked fourth on the Blue Star's list of 100 great war gods, and also Luo Chang'e's mentor. Just as Luo Chang'e was reminiscing about his mentor, lost in thought, Lu Chen, kneel before me. On the stage, the undying berserker Chu Ao finally managed to rush to Lu Chen's side, preparing to block him. Fool, your opponent is not me. But Lu Chen didn't even glance at him, charging straight towards Wang Tianyi. Seeing Lu Chen's reaction, Chu Ao couldn't help but narrow his eyes, still unable to grasp what was happening. At that moment, holy chains, crackle. Suddenly, a golden chain shot out from who knows where, wrapping directly around his waist. Then, a figure radiating intense holy light appeared, pulling itself forward with both hands and directly confronting Chu Ao. Wasn't it the four-winged seraph projection that Luo Shenxen had summoned earlier? What? It's actually an angel projection? Seeing the four-winged seraph blocking his path, Chu Ao was momentarily stunned, but then he scoffed and coldly shouted, "Humph, just a mere angel projection. Do you think it can stop me? Naive." As soon as he finished speaking, he raised the bloodthirsty battle axe in his hand and swung it down at the nearby four-winged seraph projection, shouting wildly as he attacked, "Watch me take down your angel projection in an instant. Undying essence slaughtering slash. Swish, 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 buffed, buffed, buffed." HP 506, HP 502, HP 504, HP 503, HP 504, HP 511, HP 501. Golden light flickered. Axe shadows filled the sky. In just 2 seconds, Chu Ao unleashed 7 axe strikes in one breath, instantly draining over 3,500 points of health from the seraph projection. During this time, the four-winged seraph projection could only manage to cast 2 skills, one of which had no damage at all. Mark of light. Buzz. A silver cross symbol suddenly appeared above Chu Ao's head. Divine judgment. Swish. Another flash of holy light. The four-winged seraph raised its holy sword and, taking advantage of the moment when Chu Ao was frantically attacking, barely managed to strike back. Put. HP 1644. In the next moment, an astonishing damage number shot out from above Chu Ao's head. What? One strike took over 1,600 points of my health? Looking at his plummeting health bar, Chu Ao was nearly scared out of his wits, clearly not expecting that a mere paladin's angel projection could possess such overwhelming attack power. Almost instinctively, Chu Ao cast an insight spell on the four-winged seraph before him, but upon looking, he nearly popped his eyes out. Target, four-winged seraph projection, race, mid-tier angel, LV, 200, health, 11,770, mana, 9,750, combat power rating, 2,077 stars, I come from heaven, tasked with cleansing all evil in this world. A combat power rating of 2077 stars? This is impossible. Looking at the absurd combat power rating of the four-winged seraph, Chu Ao was almost fainting from shock. Ever since Luo Shenxen donned a complete set of epic gear, everyone's attention had been drawn to his luxurious equipment, and they hadn't even noticed the changes in his own combat power. Until now. Until this very moment. Seeing that the angel projection summoned by Luo Shenxen had a combat power rating of an astonishing 2077 stars, and the paladin's angel projection was linked to the paladin's own combat power. Realizing this, Chu Ao couldn't care about anything else and quickly turned around to cast an insight spell on Luo Shenxen, who was not far away. Host, Luo Shenxen, Class, Paladin, Class Specialization, Judgment, LV, 200, Second Transition, Health, 19,010, Mana, 14,310, Equipment, Glorious Punisher Set 6/6, Storm Warhammer, Combat Power Rating, 2,922 stars, close to a combat power rating of 3,000 stars? Put. At this point, Chu Ao could no longer contain his shock and shouted with a trembling voice, "Luo Shenxen! What the hell kind of monster are you?" Meanwhile, on the other side of the arena, bang, 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 HP 2650, HP 2711, HP 2544. With a swift motion, Luo Shenxen swung his hammer, and the dozen or so spike-toothed demons summoned by Luo Shenxen didn't last even 3 seconds before being swiftly eliminated one after another. Not only that, but he also took advantage of the moments between attacks on the spike-toothed demons to build up 2 more hurricane shields for himself. This Luo Shenxen, such strong attack power, but isn't he just a support class holy knight? How can he have such strong attack power? The abyss demons summoned by Luo Shenxen can't even withstand a single blow from him. I see. This Luo Shenxen is a judgment knight. The red glow around him is fervent judgment. It is said that the higher the weapon's attack power, the greater the damage dealt. What? A judgment knight? The crowd buzzed with shock, clearly not expecting Luo Shenxen to be more than just a holy knight, but the most underwhelming type of holy knight. The judgment knight. You treacherous beast, your time of death has come. I want to see who can save you this time. At that moment, having dealt with the troublesome abyss demons nearby, Lu Chen turned his gaze towards Wang Tianyi not far away, because Wang Tianyi was not just a second-rate player, but also the only mage among the 3 ultimate classes. It is well known that the mage class is famous for its high burst damage and strong control. Under such circumstances, if left unchecked to unleash his abilities freely, even with a full set of epic gear, Lu Chen would likely struggle to withstand a few hits. That's why he targeted Wang Tianyi first. Die. Without any hesitation, Lu Chen stepped forward and charged towards Wang Tianyi. Want to get close to me? Dream on. Seeing Lu Chen rushing towards him, Wang Tianyi showed no fear, even sneering dismissively. The next moment, he casually opened his mouth and slowly released a skill. Super forbidden spell. Spatial confinement. Buzz. The space instantly froze, as if it had been completely sealed, and Lu Chen, who had been sprinting at high speed just moments ago, suddenly slowed down, his entire body seemingly frozen in place, unable to move an inch. Stand still for me. Ha 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 ha. Wang Tianyi couldn't help but smile triumphantly at the sight. However, the smile didn't last long. Ha, is it that move again? Feeling the intense pressure around him, Lu Chen curled his lips. He had already experienced the skill during his previous duel with Wang Tianyi. However, back then, Lu Chen had Oscar's help and didn't need to act himself. So even though he had been hit, he hadn't personally attempted to break free. But just because he hadn't broken free before didn't mean he lacked the ability to do so. Well then, let me show you my new talent skill that I just learned after reaching level 200. Lu Chen murmured, and then his body trembled. Holy charge! Buzz! Buzz! 2 blinding beams of holy light shot out from Lu Chen's body without warning. And then, under the astonished gazes of the crowd, 2 pairs of pure white wings suddenly sprouted from Lu Chen's back. That's right, wings, and his body, which had just been immobilized, regained its freedom in an instant, moving even faster than before. Almost in the blink of an eye, he charged in front of Wang Tianyi and swung a heavy blow at his head. Clang! HP 1744. Ah! Poor Wang Tianyi didn't even catch a glimpse of Lu Chen's shadow before feeling a sharp pain in her head. Everything went dark, and she felt as if she were a kite with a broken string, flying backward and crashing hard onto an empty arena, shattering the solid stone platform into countless fragments. A truly terrifying spectacle. What? It doesn't even take control? Look, behind Lu Chen, he actually grew wings? Is this the Dominion Battle Wings? But isn't Dominion Battle Wings a skill that only 7th transition practitioners can learn? Lu Chen is clearly only level 200, not even 3rd transition. A bunch of fools. This isn't Dominion Battle Wings at all, it's clearly the Judgment Knight's innate skill Holy Charge. It's said that once activated, the Paladin not only increases speed by 200% but also becomes immune to all control effects for 30 seconds. What? 200% speed and immune to control effects? Not only that, but I've heard that all of the Judgment Knight skills are linked to the strength attribute. The better the equipment and the higher the strength attribute, the stronger the skill bonuses. For example, Lu Chen's speed just now was far more than 200%. It was even 500%. That's true, but isn't the Judgment Knight known for being a bit of a joke in our Blue Star? When did it become so strong? With powerful attacks and speed, it seems to have no weaknesses. Who told you the Judgment Knight was a joke? Practitioners aren't defined by strength alone, and the Judgment Knight just relies heavily on equipment. However, a well-equipped Judgment Knight definitely has a higher ceiling than most professions, it's just that the growth difficulty is too high. I see. One voice after another. Watching Lu Chen wreak havoc on the arena, the crowd whispered and exchanged glances, redefining what it truly meant to be a Judgment Knight. Meanwhile, on the arena below, not good. Crack, crack. Wang Tianyi struggled to rise from the rubble. Seeing her health, she realized that Lu Chen had taken away nearly 1/6 of it with a single blow, and Lu Chen wasn't affected by her control skills. At this moment, Wang Tianyi was utterly terrified, frantically casting several instant skills at Lu Chen. Spatial cut, spatial compression, spatial rift. After doing all this, she didn't hesitate to turn and run, clearly wanting to create some distance from Lu Chen. But Lu Chen had finally closed the gap. How could he let her escape so easily? Swish, 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 bang, bang, bang. HP 321, HP 387, HP 397. Ignoring the instant spells Wang Tianyi cast, Lu Chen simply closed his eyes and chose to endure. Fortunately, as a paladin equipped with a full set of epic gear, his defense was equally astonishing. Wang Tianyi's hasty instant skills didn't even chip away at his 1000 health. For Luo Shenxen, whose health reached 20,000, it was like a mere tickle, so he completely ignored it and charged straight at Wang Tianyi again, with the 200% speed boost from Holy Charge. Soon, Luo Shenxen pounced behind Wang Tianyi once more, and without a word, he raised his hammer and struck. Clang! Critical hit HP 1966. Ow! Wang Tianyi screamed, her health plummeting once again. But that wasn't all. Buzz! Suddenly, a blinding holy light descended from the sky with Luo Shenxen's attack, crashing down fiercely onto Wang Tianyi. Was it not the punishment holy light effect that came with the glorious Arbiter set? HP 1402. Another 10% of health evaporated on the spot. Not good. My health bar. In just a few exchanges, she had lost nearly half of her health and was unable to shake off Luo Shenxen's pursuit. In a moment of desperation, Wang Tianyi could no longer care about her dignity. While fleeing in panic, she shouted loudly to Long Chen and Chu Ao not far away. Long Chen, Chu Ao, help me quickly. Oh no! Seeing this, Chu Ao instinctively wanted to rush to her aid, but Luo Shenxen's four-winged seraph projection was utterly unafraid of death, with absurdly high attack power and restrictive skills. So even someone as strong as Chu Ao, an ultimate professional, couldn't shake off the four-winged seraph for a while. Helpless, he could only shout to Long Chen, Long Chen, go help Wang Tianyi. I'm entangled by this angel projection and can't get away for now. At this point, as if fearing that Long Chen hadn't realized the seriousness of the situation, he added emphatically, also, don't hold back anymore. Luo Shenxen is not simple. Just look at his combat rating. Combat rating? Long Chen raised an eyebrow at this, almost instinctively casting insight on Luo Shenxen. And then, what the hell? 2,922 stars? Hiss! Long Chen was caught off guard, feeling a chill rush into his stomach, nearly fainting on the spot. What? Am I seeing things? This Luo Shenxen actually has a combat rating of 2,922 stars? But even if he has a full set of epic quality equipment, his combat power shouldn't be this high. This is nearly 1,000 stars higher than the three ultimate professionals. At the same time, with Chu Ao's shout, the crowd of onlookers also came to their senses, each casting an insight on Luo Shenxen. But they were better off not looking. Luo Shenxen's combat rating was simply outrageous. It should be noted that even the highest combat rating among the three ultimate professionals present, the undying berserker Chu Ao, was only a little over 1,800 stars, yet Luo Shenxen was approaching 3,000 stars. What was even more unbelievable was that Luo Shenxen's combat rating had been less than 400 stars before he donned the equipment. After putting on the gear, his combat rating skyrocketed to nearly 3,000 stars, equivalent to an epic set of equipment providing him with an astonishing 2,500 stars of combat enhancement. Although epic equipment greatly boosts a professional's combat power, equipment is ultimately an external factor. While it can enhance a professional, it can never be the key to improvement, as the true determinant of a professional's combat power lies in their own characteristics and talents. As the saying goes, a noob will always be a noob. Even if you give them a legendary set of equipment, they will still be a noob. While this statement may seem somewhat humorous, it also highlights the importance of the professional themselves and the secondary nature of equipment. Yet no one expected that after donning a full set of epic equipment, Luo Shenxen's combat power would be so overwhelmingly strong, to the point of being almost against the heavens, even facing three opponents at once and still appearing so at ease, as if he had spare energy. This was not just overturning everyone's existing perceptions, it was practically shattering their worldview. This Judgment Knight is actually this strong? Meanwhile, even Wu Meng'en, who had always looked down on Luo Shenxen, found it hard to believe. So this is the true power of the Judgment Knight? Lo Changa didn't seem too surprised, instead murmuring, no wonder. Even the master said that the Judgment Knight profession is the most underestimated in Blue Star. It turns out that the real Judgment Knight is so strong, it's simply pushing the enhancement of equipment to the extreme. On the other side, in the arena of the training ground, Long Chen, what are you still dawdling for? Seeing Long Chen stunned into silence by Luo Shenxen's combat rating, Chu Aoqi shouted loudly, reminding him repeatedly, if Wang Tianyi goes down first, just the two of us might not be able to handle this Luo Shenxen. This, Long Chen, upon hearing this, finally came to his senses and instinctively glanced at the battle not far away. At this moment, Luo Shenxen was wielding the Storm Warhammer, chasing Wang Tianyi and smashing wildly. Wang Tianyi had not only been beaten into a pig's head, her health bar nearly depleted, but she also had no strength to fight back. Seeing this, Longchen couldn't help but feel a chill run down his spine, because the position he was in was the final examination venue for the national exam. Moreover, with so many recruitment instructors watching closely, if they couldn't deal with just one paladin in a 3-on-1 situation, then he might as well give up on being a professional and find a latrine to dig in. Realizing the seriousness of the situation, Long Chen gritted his teeth. Let's go for it. Leader summon. Venomous Bug King. He issued a command to the Abyss Bug Mother beneath him, and a murderous intent surged in his eyes. But what happened next greatly exceeded his expectations. Hiss, 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 hiss. The massive Abyss Bug Mother roared wildly, not obeying his command as it usually did. Beast, what do you want? Hurry up and summon. Long Chen's expression changed at this sight, and without hesitation, he slapped the Abyss Bug Mother hard on the head, but the Abyss Bug Mother still did not follow his command, instead writhing madly as if trying to throw him off. Ha! What's going on? Why isn't the Abyss Bug Mother listening to Long Chen's commands? Seeing this scene, the crowd's pupils shrank. This Abyss Bug Mother seems not to be so loyal to Long Chen. At the same time, Lu Chen also noticed the changes happening to the Abyss Bug Mother and couldn't help but feel a stir in his heart. It is well known that the contract between a beast master and their beast is a sacred equal contract, which must be based on mutual recognition, respect, and trust, especially for magical beasts. Magical beasts are far less complicated than humans. They do not understand what scheming is, nor do they know what deceit is, because what they follow is the naked law of nature, and they believe in the supreme principle of the strong are respected. In other words, for a beast master to subdue a powerful beast, first, you must have the ability and strength to convince that beast